In the rifts of the multiverse, the bond between two souls transcends time and dimensions. Leader Optimus Pax and the formidable Megatron, a legendary spark pair born from the universe of the leaders. Testament, find their fates perpetually intertwined with the shadows of the Cosmic Emperor, when Megatron is ensnared by the malevolent deity. His spark twisted into a puppet, his residual consciousness still strives to resonate with his beloved. As Orion steps into the unknown universe to safeguard Cybertron, believing it to be a lifelong farewell to his love, Megatron shatters dimensional barriers, tearing through enemy lines with his mighty claws in the five-faced monster battle, proclaiming his unwavering guardianship with the lingering tenderness reflected in his dark purple optics. Their tale spans the realms of TFP, IDW, Origins, and mirrored universes. Each moment spent side by side ignites new hope while unraveling deeper mysteries. Fragments of the Cosmic Emperor sealed within the leader module are now colliding with the dwindling energy of the spark, as the whispers of the malevolent deity erode Orion's will. Meanwhile, Megatron, once a pawn of fate, emerges as both the blade that severs the impending crisis and the sole entity capable of piercing the leader's hardened exterior to touch. Its fragile core as they traverse the shattered parallel worlds, rescuing those fates that were meant to be yet have been crushed. A greater truth gradually unveils itself. Could their very existence be linked to the Cosmic Emperor? Is the guidance of Primus a path to redemption or a web of deceit? This is a struggle between the strong and destiny, an epic where the resonance of sparks rends the fabric of predetermined tragedy. When the seal fractures, how shall the scales of redemption and destruction be tipped? The primordial force rends the silence, and the rift in time and space roars wide open. The red and blue heavy-duty truck emerges from an interdimensional storm, transforming amidst the clangor of metal. The leader hovers beneath the firmament, yet what the optics reflect is a ravaged homeworld, the sacred wellspring of sparks spewing dark blue dust, with parched rivers of energy. Cracked like crystal clusters, and the satellite rings adrift with cold, mechanical debris here, the divine light is absent, replaced only by the pervasive scent of rust in every breath of exchanged air. Simultaneously, the slums of Cybertron are endlessly replaying the tragedies of society's underbellied in the dust-laden alleys. Energy conduits roar overhead, marking this as both a gathering place for the lost and their cemetery. The walls, once sheltering drifters and makeshift homes, bear the scorching marks of energy weapons, still warm to the touch. A new wave of arrests shatters the air as the sheriff hurls out a restraining clamp to seize two thieves. The dull thud of a gunstock against the nape of a neck sends tremors through the crowd lurking in the shadows. Hey, please, there's no need for this. Wrench, the ever-idealistic yellow mid-sized machine, cannot restrain himself, rushing out from the corner in an attempt to halt the sheriff's brutality against the culprits. The sheriff, displeased by Wrench's interference, shoves him aside, the gun now aimed at Wrench, coldly barking, "Get lost." At that moment, Wheeljack, another yellow and white mid-sized machine, desperately clings to the sheriff's weapon, striving to wrest it from the sheriff's formidable grip. Yet, amidst the chaos, Wheeljack accidentally pulls the trigger. A deafening crack rings out as a brilliant energy beam strikes Wrench squarely, piercing through his frame and leaving a gaping void. In a violent cascade of purple energy fluid and blue electric sparks, Wrench falls, extinguished before he can even scream. Wheeljack, paralyzed by the horror, collapses to his knees, trembling hands clasped over his head. No, Drift, hidden in the shadows, emits a desperate roar, surging forth like a tempest to knock the armed sheriff to the ground. In the frenzy, he seizes the fallen weapon, yet his hands tremble as he aims at the sheriff, the inner conflict all too apparent. Wrench is dead. The one light that embraced him, extinguished. The buzzing drowns out sound, his vision tinted crimson, the sheriff's terror-stricken visage swaying in his sights. No, it is not a voice of reason, but a shriek of a spark torn asunder. Knuckles whiten as he squeezes the trigger. Pulled. The sheriff barely registers fear before a gaping hole erupts in his chest. Chaos ensues, and the hidden drifters scurry away from this place of strife. The remaining sheriffs stand powerless against Drift's frenzied onslaught, their cries mingling with gunfire and the splattering of energy fluid as they are utterly shattered. The spark extinguished. When Drift emerges from the depths of madness, he frantically discards the weapon and stumbles back to Wrench, trembling fingertips tracing the cold contours of Wrench's faceplate. His voice choked as he calls out to the name that will forever remain unanswered, Wrench. The cleansing fluid swirls in his optics, and the memory module suddenly flashes back to that stormy night. the oil-slicked wrench pulling his battered form from the debris, optics glowing with warm orange amidst the purple lightning. Yet vengeance does not alleviate the pain, it plunges Drift deeper into despair. Wheeljack gazes at the debris-strewn ground, the energy fluid pooling into a purple puddle, struggling to accept such a hopeless conclusion. He understands there are no gods in this world, yet helplessly cries out, "Oh, God, save him, save Wrench. Whoever it may be, I would do anything to bring him back to us." Almost simultaneously, deep within the wellspring of sparks, the leader stands before the radiant source, the deep blue audio receptors at his temples quivering with acute sensitivity, a solemn flicker in his optics that he hears the desperate call, transcending dimensions. Lifting a hand to his chest plate, the searing pain from the spark seems to urge him forth, and his brow furrows slightly. Meanwhile, in the slums, Wheeljack never dared to believe that a miracle could truly manifest. Until suddenly, a brilliant golden sphere of light appears in the sky, a mysterious and authoritative voice resonating within his neural module. "Devout follower, I have heard your plea." Wheeljack jolts upward, his optics constricting sharply. In the aftermath of the sphere's explosion, a large machine, red and blue, steps forth from the light. Its armor shimmers with the luster of liquid gold, each curve resonating eerily amidst the steel fangs of the slums. This magnificent structure, surpassing comprehension, causes Wheeljack's spark to momentarily blur in confusion, overlapping with memories of that ostentatious golden prophet, the calamity of the heavens. Yet the being before him, even the most flamboyant holographic advertisement, would not dare fabricate such divinity. This body, a rebellion of mechanical aesthetics, with broad shoulders and a narrowed waist, shatters the conventional paradigms of Cybertron, its mirror-like metal devoid of any welding marks, the contours of its form obliterating his aesthetic standards. Wheeljack's optics flicker wildly, those flowing golden particles reminiscent of the pulsing core of their homeworld. No, older than that, more primordial. The ostentatious, hypocritical holographic projection of the calamity of the heavens shatters into dust within his memory module. This is no counterfeit, this is a miracle. A near asphyxiating reverence and euphoria seize his spark chamber as he calls out, "The divine truly has descended. Primordial Celestial One, I beseech you." "I am not the Primordial Celestial One," the leader replies with a gentle smile, helping the trembling Wheeljack to his feet, his azure optics gazing tenderly upon the first believer of the new universe, his voice imbued with unparalleled warmth. "My followers typically refer to me as the leader. Leader, please save Wrench." Wheeljack stammers, yet his legs remain unsteady. The leader approaches Drift, each step landing soundlessly that he focuses, channeling the life-giving energy into his fingertips, his long digits seeming to transcend material barriers as they pass through Drift's shoulder armor, gently touching the gaping wound in Wrench's chest. Blue waves of energy surge from the leader's fingertips. The extinguished spark roars back to life. The fractures in the body begin to mend. The rust retreats as if alive, scattering in haste. A brand new alloy emerges amidst the violet mist. The washer coughs and connects to the line. Drift, astonished, gently caresses the rekindled warmth of the spark beneath his fingertips, and the profound sorrow etched upon his visage transforms into sheer horror and bewilderment. The washer gazes at Drift. "Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" Though his spark has been reignited, it has lost the fleeting memories from before death. Upon hearing the voice of his dear friend once more, Drift suddenly cries out from the depths of despair, tears streaming down his face. "Washer, woe is me, I thought I would never see you again." He clings tightly to the other, overwhelmed by the fear of losing the washer once again. The leader, sensing a faint tremor from the spark chamber, slowly diverts his gaze towards the fragmented body lying on the ground. Flywheel, anxious, exclaims, "Wait. Leader, what are you about to do?" The leader does not turn around. His azure optics are filled with compassion. Every spark of a Cybertronian is invaluable. They are entitled to the rights of freedom and equality. Flywheel realizes that the leader may intend to resurrect the fallen enforcers. With disdain and indignation flashing in his optics, he vehemently accuses, "But they just killed Washer. They would kill us all. Reviving them will only lead to more deaths." Kneeling, the leader gently touches the shattered spark chamber, his tone heavy and complex. "I hear your pain. Yet, if extinguished sparks can be reignited, perhaps they can be guided towards a different light. Reviving sparks is my mission, and guiding them towards the light requires time and sparks like yours." The atmosphere thickens with tension until a voice stutters to life. "Flywheel, who are you talking to?" The washer looks nervously at the agitated Flywheel. Before he can calm the distraught Drift, He is startled by Flywheel's furious outburst directed at the air. Flywheel suddenly turns, disbelief in his gaze as he points at the leader, who is about to perform a miracle, asking, "Can't you see him?" The Washer, brow furrowed with seriousness, is filled with confusion and disbelief. "Of course I can see. I mean, what just happened? Who killed them?" Flywheel gasps, suddenly realizing. Could it be that only I can see the leader? As he attempts to explain, he is horrified to find that he cannot articulate the details of the face and armor, as if the underlying logic of the system rejects comprehension of an entity beyond this universe. Only faith can allow one to see. The leader succinctly explains he never wished to attract attention. The perceptual barrier of divine power inadvertently interfered with the cognition of this universe's inhabitants. Without faith, one cannot observe his existence as the one who called upon him. Flywheel naturally lies beyond the range of cognitive interference. Blue waves of light ripple outwards, revitalizing the Enforcer's sparks. As if time flows backward, shattered body parts reconnect, energy fluids reverse into the Bodis conduits, and all repairs are completed in an instant, as if the prior brutal slaughters had never occurred. Yet they still lie on the ground, not immediately awakening. The Washer is rendered speechless by shock, any lingering doubts about the leader dissipating entirely. Drift, however, is frightened by this bizarre scene, unable to see the leader. He only witnesses the Enforcer's extraordinary resurrection, swiftly grabbing the gun from the ground and shielding the Washer behind him. "Let's leave before they awaken," the leader gently advises, his optics shimmering with wisdom and hope. The precinct has likely received a distress signal and is on its way here. Flywheel quickly hoists their comrade, who had been knocked out by the Enforcers and healed by the leader, and hurriedly urges Washer and Drift, "Hurry, we need to escape." Thus, the four of them tug and stumble toward their hiding place. During their flight, Flywheel cannot help but glance back, witnessing the leader's smooth lips ripple with emotion, and the slight upward curl of his lips a smile radiant with divine brilliance and gentle encouragement strikes an unsettling sense of cuteness. Flywheel's spark chamber suddenly overloads, the processor erupting in a cascade of errors. Yet it is this final glimpse that illuminates his entire world. He knows what he must do next. The leader's figure appears as a translucent specter in the dim alley, the newborn light and the cooling lament detached from him. Only the flickering flame of faith burning in Flywheel's eyes responds to his existence in this desolate wasteland. The leader quietly observes their retreating figures until they vanish entirely into the shadows of the alley, at which point the Enforcer's optics gradually awaken. They look around in confusion, entirely oblivious to their purpose here, only feeling waves of strange pain. Yet none are aware of what transpired. Damn the system malfunction. The Enforcer captain kicks a broken energy conduit. The patrol logs indicating their stay in this area was entirely normal. He does not disclose to the others that he glimpsed a fleeting, incomprehensible near-death vision within his processor. Meanwhile, another young Enforcer, brushing his chest plate, mutters, "I feel like there should be a penetrating wound," before the captain silences him with the butt of his gun. The leader gazes deeply at them, the audio receiver just capturing an unusual tremor in cosmic frequencies as the blue light of energy bursts through the silence. Chapter 2. Old Friends Megatron. The remnants of the teleportation have yet to fade, and he finds himself before the resplendent source of sparks. As his palm reaches toward the source, energy's radiance reveals a web-like pattern of energy, resonating fatally with the tremor frequency of the spark chamber within him. Yet this is not the energy fluctuation of Primus from his memories. Is this a world forgotten by the divine? A deep voice reverberates against the empty metallic walls, a whisper so faint, yet causing a tremor deep within his spark. Korea, familiar dark pulse lies hidden beneath this silence. The leader's figure appears strikingly solitary and resolute amidst the glow, as if he were the final sentinel of this world. The tales of Drift, Washer, and Flywheel are but a mere fragment of the myriad tragedies and hopes interwoven within this vast realm. In the dimly lit mine, unregulated mining operations lead to a catastrophic collapse. Young miner D16 gazes despairingly at the completely buried exit. Behind him lies a fellow miner half-trapped beneath a boulder, energy liquid pooling around them, their fates uncertain. They are the cheap labor class. The mine's overseer would not squander resources on a rescue. They are trapped, forever unable to escape. Yet he refuses to relent. Struggling to devise a means of self-rescue with his not-so-intelligent brain module, he finds himself at an impasse, devoid of knowledge or ideas. Despondent, he approaches the unknown fate of his fellow miner, when suddenly a fragment of data flashes in his mind, a rumor he had recently encountered on the data network. It had garnered no attention, rather met with mockery. and subsequently drowned in the flood of information. The rumor spoke of a lowly vagabond who, through prayer, encountered the Cybertronian deity gentle yet powerful, capable of resurrecting the fallen with a mere finger. If that were true, clinging to his last shred of resolve, he prays to the legendary Cybertronian deity. Please save my friend. If you can rescue him, I shall be your most devoted follower. The leader heard the plea. Deep within the collapsed mine, a miracle unfolded. The previously dark cavern was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling light, which gradually dimmed to reveal a large machine radiating a gentle glow in hues of red and blue before him. Faithful follower, I have heard your prayer. The leader smiled and extended his hand towards him. My followers often refer to me as the leader. What is your name, loyal devotee? Tears of cleansing fluid streamed from the miner's optical lens as he knelt before the leader, trembling and reaching out his hands to grasp the leader's hand. With a choked voice, he replied, I am called D16. Please save my friend, Beacon. The leader's expression suddenly froze in surprise. He sensed a familiar spark of information emanating from the miner before him. He was Megatron. A blurred, frenzied figure flickered in the leader's optical lens, and in contrast, this Megatron appeared far simpler and more fragile, evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. Leader, please save Beacon. D16 remained oblivious to the leader's momentary astonishment. His sole focus was on rescuing his friend. The leader approached the buried Beacon and, after a brief contemplation, devised a plan for salvation. D16, before you can save your friend, you must first escape this perilous place. Are you willing to accept the power I shall bestow upon you? At this moment, D16 had willingly become the leader's most faithful devotee, and thus he would accept whatever the leader commanded. Upon hearing the leader's inquiry, he promptly nodded in agreement. The process of bestowing power was swift and simple as the legends foretold. The leader merely needed to touch the miner's chest plate with a single finger. Instantly, D16 felt an invisible force coursing through his body, instigating a wondrous transformation. His armor shed the wear and dirt accumulated from mining, transforming into a pristine purple. His limbs were reinforced with thick armor, adorned with luminous violet strips, and an energy weapon materialized upon his arm. Now, he bore a striking resemblance to the Megatron of his memories. The once weak miner D16 had been reborn, no longer in need of protection from others. This newfound power will enable you to effortlessly dismantle any obstacles before you. I hope you wield it wisely and refrain from harming the innocent in your pursuit. Leader, I am grateful for your gift. I shall not betray your trust. A resounding explosion echoed throughout the mine, startling the guards and management gathered around the collapsed area. As the dust settled, the towering purple machine emerged, followed closely by their old acquaintance, Beacon. Above Cybertron, the leader silently observed the newly reborn follower's commanding figure. The purple machine strode directly towards the crowd that had gathered, its imposing presence forcing them to retreat, even as guards attempted to block its path. The leader paid little heed to their negotiations, instead watching as D16 followed the guards into the management office, while Beacon was once again surrounded by the throng. Suddenly, a malevolent thought surged from within, causing the leader to furrow his brow. His optical lens shifted from blue to purple, flickering ominously as a hint of unnatural distortion marred his expression. He swiftly sealed his mask, concentrating to suppress that dark impulse, until his optical lens gradually returned to its original icy blue, observing the tranquil beauty of Cybertron's night, that he relished this moment of peace. It was a world that danced on the edge of dreams and reality. He was a Cybertronian, born into a universe rife with bizarre, stitched monstrosities. From the moment he gained consciousness, the self-proclaimed followers of Cybertron began to gather around him. They were among the few of his kind he had encountered. Leader. This was the title they bestowed upon him. He bore no name, yet they had never questioned this. They were as strange as this universe itself, yet they selflessly shielded him from the assaults of those abominable creatures, vanquishing all who sought to harm him. As their oath proclaimed, they would forever guard their leader. And as the protected leader, he needed to offer only a minuscule contribution, barely even a sacrifice. Harmony. To reconcile the turbulent madness and destructive impulses that surged within their sparks. This was the only gift he could provide them. As consciousness wove through the fabric of reality, he beheld an endless abyss shrouded in darkness. The leader gently caressed his chest plate, whispering to himself, so even God can dream. He gazed down at the earth beneath him, his heart brimming with warmth. Having traversed through the trials of time and space to arrive here, he wondered how his followers fared now. Chapter 3. The fate of sound waves. The sound waves possess the ability to perceive and hear all beings and events, yet they are unable to wield this formidable power. Sounds, lights, flavors, and scents inundate their consciousness, invading their cerebral modules uncontrollably, leaving them bereft of self-awareness. The sound waves find themselves unable to dispel the emotions that do not belong to them, unable to mute the cacophony that envelopes them, and their own consciousness is reduced to a mere shadow of fear. In this state of disarray, the sound waves are discovered by a mechanical dog and its companions, who assist in reviving them. However, this newfound vitality is short-lived. As members of a society relegated to the shadows, unable to secure legitimate employment, they resort to thievery as their sole means of survival, which inevitably invites peril. The moment the police spot them, the sound waves, devoid of any transforming vehicle, become the primary target of pursuit. In a bid to protect them, the mechanical dog nearly meets a gruesome fate, left barely alive in a pool of purple energy fluid. Desperate, the sound waves clutch the mechanical dog and seek medical assistance. But in the current Cybertron, which reputable hospital would admit a group of destitute wanderers who cannot even afford medical fees? They would be fortunate to escape with merely a beating. Thus, guided by laser birds and circular sawbirds, the sound waves arrive at an underground clinic, the only establishment known to provide treatment without medical costs, requiring only a trivial price in return. Upon encountering the doctor at the clinic's entrance, the sound waves are assaulted by a foul odor. Perceiving the entirety of the doctor's thoughts, including the so-called trivial price, they feel their dignity being violated, their body prickling with pain, trembling with rage, wishing to obliterate the source of the stench before them. The mechanical dog in their arms struggles to break free, but is too gravely injured to lift its head. The sound waves lower their gaze and silently step inside. The underground clinic is permeated with the acrid scent of rusted energy fluid, its walls marred by mildew-like stains, and the surgical table cluttered with unwashed disassembly tools, remnants of purple energy fluid congealing into crystalline clusters. The doctor's red optical lenses flicker in the dim light, resembling predatory beetles poised to devour. He scans the sound waves from head to toe, realizing that this Cybertronian vagrant possesses nothing of value, save for the potential sacrifice of their own body. Observing the sound waves, who remain silent as if awaiting judgment, a glimmer of cunning flashes in the doctor's optical lenses. Poor little creature, he sighs faintly. If you delay for another half-hour, your main power conduit will be beyond repair. His fingers absent-mindedly tap against the glass of the medical chamber, producing a jarring clatter. Leaning closer to the sound waves, he lowers his voice. I happen to have a charitable proposal. You could participate in an exhibition match in the underground gladiatorial arena. If you win, your expenses will be waived. If you lose, well, your remains would suffice to settle the debt. With that, the doctor summons a holographic contract, its terms inscribed in Botanese, with crucial content obscured by flickering code. As the sound waves quietly decipher the hidden clause indicating that the clinic shall claim ownership of the contestants' remains, including the spark chamber and the rights to the cerebral module, a grim realization dawns. His audio receiver emitted a sharp buzz due to information overload. His fingers digging painfully into the seams of his palm armor, energy fluid seeping out. He recalled the moment when the mechanical dog found him in the sewer, its oil-stained paws gently tapping on his faceplate, a muffled whisper of survival echoing through the sound of flowing water. He had no alternative. The mechanical dog ultimately received timely medical attention, yet had to lie in a makeshift medical pod to recuperate. During this period, he needed to participate in the perilous underground gladiatorial matches to cover the exorbitant medical expenses. He silently gazed at the still unconscious mechanical dog within a medical pod, the optical lenses focus gradually blurring, as if he could see through the contract to his own shattered form. An unexpected encounter with a divine being revitalized D-16's body, enabling him to rescue his friend, the Beacon, while inadvertently shedding the identity of a lowly miner and seamlessly acquiring a new identity as Megatron, the deity of Cybertron. A loyal follower of the leader, his life from that moment shone brightly. Megatron initially believed that the mining supervisor sought to meet him due to a shared faith in the miracles he had experienced, but that was not the case. They merely perceived Megatron's formidable weaponry and imposing exterior armor, mistaking him for a secret warrior sent by high-ranking officials on some mysterious mission. And they trembled with eagerness to assist, their demeanor both sincere and fearful. Despite Megatron's fervent denials and repeated assertions that the power he wielded was bestowed upon him by the divine leader of Cybertron, his explanations only served to create a more peculiar atmosphere. Ultimately, he resigned to a sullen silence, being courteously escorted out of the mining area along with his friend, the Beacon. On the cold, desolate streets, the night's lights cast long shadows. Megatron's new life faced a heavy blow, and behind him, the Beacon could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha! This was the first time the Beacon had seen the once innocent D-16, now transformed into the cold, unapproachable figure of Megatron. Driven to this state, reflecting on the familiar personality of D-16, he was certain that the current Megatron's core must be in turmoil. Yet those unfamiliar with him would only find him intimidating, leading them to keep their distance, which would only deepen Megatron's gloom. Ha 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 ha! The Beacon laughed until he could not stand upright. Megatron attempted to increase the air exchange rate to stabilize his emotions, but the Beacon's laughter was unbearably loud, causing his receiver to uncontrollably contract. He endured it for a while, ultimately directing a fierce glare towards the source of the disturbance, locking onto the Beacon with his ominous purple optical lens. The Beacon's laughter abruptly ceased. He felt a tingling sensation as Megatron's gaze pierced through him. A chilling dread akin to being stalked by a ferocious beast made him choke on his air exchange. The atmosphere grew intensely cold. Just when the Beacon could no longer suppress his concern that Megatron might be invaded by something within his cerebral module, ready to consume him alive, he hesitated, taking a step back with the intention of fleeing at any moment, when he noticed Megatron slightly widening his optical lens before turning away. What? Jaimark paused for a moment, then abruptly slapped himself across the head and hurriedly called out, "Wait! Megatron, I was wrong. I shouldn't have mocked you." One figure raced ahead, while the others stumbled clumsily in pursuit, the distance between them widening. As the large purple figure was about to turn and disappear from view, the gray giant suddenly stumbled and fell heavily to the ground with a crash. Jaimark supported himself with one hand on the ground and looked up to see Megatron anxiously rushing back, prompting him to reveal a conciliatory smile. "Are you all right?" The tension in Megatron dissipated instantly, replaced by a peak of concern for Jaimark's well-being. After all, Jaimark had been partially buried under rubble, nearly submerged in energy liquid. Although their leader had healed Jaimark's injuries, there might still be hidden ailments or aftereffects that the leader might not be able to treat, or perhaps even an incurable condition. The more Megatron pondered, the more anxious he became. Then, under Jaimark's incredulous gaze, he scooped him up with both arms. Jaimark felt a twinge of panic. "Megatron, what are you doing? I'm taking you to see a doctor." Jaimark sighed inwardly with relief. "I just tripped. I don't need a doctor. Please put me down. You can barely keep up with me. You must be unwell." Jaimark was filled with confusion. "It's your upgraded armor that has increased your speed. I truly do not require a doctor." Megatron glanced down at Jaimark and silently assessed his own data. Jaimark was right. He had indeed become significantly stronger due to the upgrade, but this only reinforced his belief that Jaimark needed medical attention. "Your armor also requires an upgrade." Finally, Megatron set Jaimark down, who quickly stepped back, yet Megatron paid no mind and continued, "We are no longer miners. You cannot still rely on such cumbersome armor." Jaimark looked at Megatron's sleek, shiny exterior, contrasting starkly with his own battered appearance. Yet, compared to their current predicament, they faced an even graver issue. "How many energy blocks do you have?" This was a suffocating question. They were the lowest tier of miners, and the energy blocks they earned barely sustained their existence. Any savings could only afford them some low-grade high-purity energon, while Megatron had spent most of his energy blocks on databoards. At the end of an inconspicuous street, a medium-sized machine leaned against the wall, surveying the two large machines with distinct appearances before him. "So, you wish to become gladiators?" "Only I. He is here to spectate," the gray giant remarked, pointing to the purple machine behind him. "Jaimark, I still believe this is unwise," Megatron said, his expression troubled, recalling the leader's admonitions. He had promised the leader never to misuse force against the innocent, nor could he stand by while friends resorted to violence for energy blocks, even if they were all willing participants. "Then where do you think we can acquire energy blocks?" Jaimark replied. "I could work as a mover," he suggested, abruptly turning to Megatron and tapping his chest plate. "In your current state, who would dare hire you for work?" They did not consider why they were expelled from the mine. Chapter 4. The Turmoil of the Underground Arena. Ultimately, Megatron could not dissuade the Mark and was compelled to enter the viewing hall as an observer. The arena was inherently an illegal realm, with a complexity of its inhabitants that could be easily imagined. Megatron observed machines from various strata, naturally garnering attention. Some recoiled in disdain, while others offered smiles of goodwill. However, Megatron remained oblivious to all of this, taking a direct seat among the ordinary spectators, his gaze fixated on the arena at the center of the hall. A metallic barrier separated the arena from the audience. When the battle commenced, this barrier would be electrified, thus safeguarding the spectators from unintended harm and preventing any gladiators from fleeing mid-fight. The event in which the Mark was participating was a preliminary exhibition match, a free-for-all melee. Those who could endure until the time limit would share a portion of energy blocks and earn the right to compete in subsequent one-on-one duels for greater rewards. The Mark had assured Megatron that he would only partake in the exhibition, intending to leave once he had accumulated enough energy blocks to exchange for armor. Had it been otherwise, Megatron would not have acquiesced so readily. As the contestants ascended the stage one after another, Megatron swiftly spotted the Mark at the edge, who waved in his direction. A faint, reluctant smile crept across Megatron's lips. The battle soon erupted. Initially, the participants exhibited caution, refraining from hasty strikes, until one individual suddenly seized a nearby machine and hurled it towards a barrier. A chorus of screams shattered the silence, and a cloud of black smoke billowed from the unfortunate machine. The battle's horn had sounded, and the contestants began to indiscriminately attack all in their vicinity, intentionally or unintentionally pushing their opponents toward the barrier. Megatron's attention remained fixed on the Mark, who adeptly utilized the advantage of his larger frame to brush aside obstructing adversaries and skillfully evade the machines thrusting toward him. With fluid grace, the Mark navigated to the center of the battlefield, only to unexpectedly confront another formidable giant. This was a deep blue machine, its crimson optical sensors scanning the arena like a predator surveying its domain, causing nearby machines to retreat in fear. Had the Mark followed the underground arena matches, he would have recognized his opponent at first glance. The Tyrant, a notorious gladiator, feared for his sadistic tendencies. The Mark had unwittingly become the Tyrant's inaugural target. The sensation of being prey was profoundly unsettling. The Mark tensed his frame, steeling himself for the impending onslaught. The battle was on the verge of igniting. Suddenly, a deep blue shadow was hurled toward him. It was Soundwave. In that moment, an overwhelming surge of emotions churned within Soundwave's cognitive module, rendering him unable to focus and discern the situation at hand, to the extent that when he was flung like a mere sandbag, he could not even comprehend who had done it. Perhaps he was destined for a tumultuous fate, devoid of a future. As the sound waves passively embraced the agony inflicted by the external world, an exceptionally clear voice intermittently penetrated his audio receiver. Survival hope. What? When a marker perceived the sound waves hurtling towards him, he instinctively sought to evade, only to witness the tyrant charging at him with astonishing velocity. In the recesses of his unperceived consciousness, a pitch-black mask gradually emerged, pulsating with rippling waves. A frigid, mechanical voice resonated from another realm within the abyss of his mind. Sound waves. Following a colossal metallic clash, the marker, almost by some divine intervention, grasped the recently hurled sound wave with one hand, managing to block a forceful strike that pushed him back several paces. He swiftly discarded the sound wave to the side, barely evading yet another heavy blow from the tyrant. The sound wave had temporarily snatched back a semblance of life, yet it could only lie limply upon the ground. Fortuitously liberated from the tumultuous and intense emotions that had previously haunted him, allowing him to observe the fierce duel at the center of the arena with his peripheral vision. As he dodged the assault, the marker seized the tyrant's arm and yanked it forcefully, executing a robust shoulder throw. The tyrant's back crashed against the ground with a resounding thud, yet his mask betrayed no sign of pain. Instead, it broke into a manic grin. Realizing the precarious situation, the marker hastily withdrew, just in time to evade the tyrant's attempt to ensnare him. After missing his target, the tyrant rolled back on his feet, and a vacuum formed around them, deterring any onlookers from becoming collateral damage. Watching from above, Megatron marveled at their combat. He had never realized the marker possessed such formidable fighting skills. In contrast, he recognized that without the power bestowed upon him by his leader, he would struggle even against the marker. The ensuing exchanges between the marker and the tyrant were relentless, despite the opponent's ferocious onslaught. The marker adeptly evaded or defended against most attacks, occasionally countering with his own strength. However, the tyrant's laughter grew increasingly maniacal, his expression more exuberant, and the vivid red of his optical lenses became ever more blinding, gradually overwhelming the marker's defenses, leaving him narrowly escaping blows to his mask. Suddenly, an alarm blared, signaling the end of the countdown. The bout between the marker and the tyrant concluded without a definitive victor, yet the marker felt no desire to linger in the arena. He yearned to hasten to the organizers to claim his energy block. Megatron initially believed they would finally escape this disquieting coliseum, but the organizers insisted that the marker participate in yet another one-on-one match, drawn by the attention his combat prowess had garnered from certain higher-ups. One more fight, regardless of the outcome, would double the prize. Just one more bout, and it would soon be over. The marker's reassurances failed to assuage Megatron's unease. He felt as though they were shrouded in an immense shadow, with darkness inexorably creeping towards them. Perhaps they should never have left the mining zone in the first place. Soon, the long-awaited 1v1 match officially commenced, and the atmosphere was filled with jubilant cheers. From the outset, the battle was fiercely intense. Both sides attacked each other with a fervor that seemed to stem from a deep-seated enmity, their reckless strategies causing the tension to escalate dramatically. As the combat reached its conclusion, the supporters of the victor erupted in ecstatic cheers, while the audience that had rallied behind the defeated contestant responded with a chorus of boos, just as it seemed that the victor would take his leave. The weight of concern for the combatants compelled him to remain a passive witness to the brutal clash among his kind. Finally, it was time for the next match, featuring the combatant known as Jumiao. To his surprise, he found himself once again facing the formidable Bawang, and he couldn't shake the conviction that this encounter was orchestrated by unseen forces. Above them, a holographic display illuminated the Cybertronian script, Jumiao versus Bawang. At this moment, Bawang appeared somewhat altered from their previous encounter, although his exterior remained unchanged. The fervor in his gaze was markedly heightened, as if he had consumed some inferior circuit-enhancing stimulant. Jumiao felt a twinge of concern about enduring the full duration of the match. However, his apprehensions quickly faded, replaced by a chilling sense of dread as he sensed something unsettlingly abnormal about Bawang. Their confrontation began, and it wasn't long before Bawang started to gulp down air in large, exaggerated breaths, wisps of white smoke billowing around him, and at times, he would lick his lips as though savoring a delectable treat. How could misfortune strike so early? The regulations forbade an early concession, leaving Jumiao with no choice but to evade any physical contact with his opponent. The contest between the two hulking figures devolved into a tiresome chase, eliciting a cacophony of jeers from the audience. Bawang's presence nearly compelled the victor to rise, as he struggled to restrain himself from charging his weapon, silently praying for Jumiao to swiftly subdue Bawang. No longer content to merely evade, Jumiao unleashed a rapid and ferocious assault upon Bawang's face, capitalizing on the creature's pained cries to press the advantage, landing blows that forced Bawang towards the barrier. With a final, soaring kick, Bawang emitted a muffled grunt as he collided with the barrier, a surge of high-voltage electricity coursing through his frame, accompanied by the crackling of current. However, to Jumiao's astonishment, Bawang, aside from the initial widening of his optical sensors, bore the agony of the electric shock in silence, quickly retreating from a barrier to reveal a disturbingly twisted yet satisfied smile. "Now, it is my turn," Bawang declared, uttering the first word spoken in the arena that day. Chapter 5. The charming Whirlblade. This is a clock shop meticulously nurtured by Whirlblade, who had resolutely forsaken a stable job for its sake. Through his exceptional craftsmanship and relentless hard work, he finally established a solid footing for the shop, amassing a considerable capital. Yet, discontent brewed among certain individuals who were disgruntled by his refusal to pay the so-called protection fees. Consequently, these individuals dispatched a group of heavy machinery to besiege his establishment, employing ruthless tactics to enforce their demands. Xianren, merely a humble watchmaker, found himself ensnared in a dire predicament against these merciless foes, his strength dwarfed by theirs, and his fate seemingly sealed. The heavy footsteps of a medium-sized machine approached ominously from behind, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of weaponry charging, plunging him into an unprecedented crisis. In this moment of life and death, Shenron recalled a mysterious legend that had circulated on the data network not long ago, the legend of the Great Primus. Clinging to a faint glimmer of hope, he fervently called out to that enigmatic entity, "O magnificent Primus, your devoted follower, Shenron, humbly beseeches you. Grant me the noble power of faith, I implore you." His voice trembled with supplication as he cowered behind a closed door. His bright yellow optics filled with fear and helplessness. Simultaneously, he vowed silently within his heart, if he were to survive, he would unearth the shadowy hand behind this calamity and ensure they faced the consequences they deserved. Shenron's desperate cries shattered the tranquility of the night, reaching the audio receiver of the leader. The leader's brow furrowed in response, and without a moment's hesitation, he vanished into the night. In an instant, he stood before Shenron. Upon seeing him, the leader was struck by a vivid recollection of another Shenron, an exceptionally unique Cybertronian, adorned with a large, luminous optic that commanded attention. His hands were not mere fingers, but rather formidable pincers that underscored his distinctiveness. Though their appearances diverged, his spirit was one of optimism and exuberance, often bordering on mischievous rebellion. Whenever trouble brewed, his involvement was almost guaranteed. His bright yellow optics seemed to blaze with intensity, always conjuring unexpected antics through his peculiar thought processes. Yet, when truly needed, he proved to be a reliable companion. However, the Shenron before him was a stark contrast to the one from his memories. This Shenron bore the visage and fingers of an ordinary Cybertronian, his bright yellow optics wide with astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. The leader had never before witnessed such a vivid expression on Shenron's face, prompting him to remove his mask and reveal a bemused yet warm smile. "It is time to rally, Shenron," he spoke, his tone as gentle as ever, imbued with a spirit of encouragement. Yet Shenron, startled as if stung, leapt up suddenly, arms crossed defensively over his chest, legs slightly bent as he braced himself, and shouted, "Who are you? Where did you come from? What do you intend to do to me? I assure you, even in death, I shall not relinquish this place to you." The leader raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Shenron's reaction, as if he had not just summoned him forth. However, upon contemplating the nature of the individual known as Shenron, the leader suddenly articulated with clarity, "I would be delighted to continue admiring your performance, Shenron, provided you are not in haste to extricate yourself from your current perilous predicament." Shenron blinked through his optical lens, and with a sudden realization, he ceased his clumsy, imitative defensive posture, scratching his head in embarrassment as he remarked, "I never imagined the legendary Primus truly exists. My apologies, I am accustomed to being rather unreliable. Please, do not hold it against me." The leader, of course, was not one to harbor grievances. His gaze was fixed upon the entrance of the shop behind Shenron. He possessed numerous strategies to thwart the invasion of the heavy machinery, yet ultimately, such measures were merely temporary. Shenron had already attracted unwanted attention. As long as he remained the proprietor of this clock shop, he would be perpetually vulnerable to both overt and covert threats. The only viable course of action was to remove Shenron from sight, to vanish from the eyes of those pursuing him, and then to assume a new identity, to begin anew. The leader stepped forward, gently resting a hand on his right shoulder, and softly urged, "Be prepared, we shall depart at once." Shenron felt a sudden emptiness beneath his feet. The scenery before his optical lens stretching rapidly, an instantaneous sensation of weightlessness and dizziness compelled him to exclaim, only to find his feet firmly on solid ground moments later. The disorientation swiftly dissipated, and as the optical lens adjusted to normal vision, Shenron beheld a breathtaking spectacle he had never encountered in his life. Before him loomed a colossal luminous sphere, radiating with a dazzling brilliance, pure and sacred. The surface of the sphere bore intricate, flickering patterns, while the surrounding space appeared desolate, the sphere's light failing to illuminate the boundaries of the cosmos. At that moment, a brilliant blue halo illuminated the leader's form, accentuating the contours of his silhouette, enhancing the luster of his exterior, and further amplifying his aura of sanctity. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am not Primus, but rather his apostle. I follow the guidance of Primus, having traversed from another universe to assist the people of this planet in the name of leadership." Shenron was left speechless once more, his optical lens streaming with cleansing fluid as he indignantly declared, "I knew you were not Primus. The rumors on the data networks are indeed deceitful. The leader responded with a faint smile. Shang, sensing a hint of offense in his words, acknowledged the undeniable presence of the self-proclaimed apostle of Primus before him, who was willing to assist him without reservation. Well, at least a part of it is true. You did hear my cry for help and came to my aid. Shen's optical lens spun in confusion as he inquired, Pray tell, where exactly is this place? How did you whisk us away here in an instant? The leader gazed back at the immense luminous sphere with a sense of nostalgia, stating, We are at the core of Cybertron, the very source of life of the Cybertronians. The all-spark, and indeed, the spark of Primus. Wow, Shenrong muttered in awe. Yet, the leader of Primus in this universe hesitated, ultimately falling into silence. Unable to contain his curiosity, Shberun urged, What has become of our Primus? Does he not exist, or has he perished? The leader turned in astonishment to gaze at Whirl. Incredulous that he could so effortlessly articulate such shocking words, momentarily at a loss for a reasonable explanation. Whirl naturally continued, Since Primus neither ceases to exist nor has perished. What could be more inappropriate to articulate? You are, after all, an apostle of Primus. Upon hearing this, the leader couldn't help but chuckle softly. How could he forget that Whirl possessed a personality that thrived on shocking revelations, much like the terrifying feats he often performed? The Primus of this universe had once existed. After transforming into a planet, he succumbed to slumber, and I have not sensed any distinction between him and other Cybertronians from the spark he left behind. The leader felt genuine admiration for him. He, like you all, is merely a Cybertronian. Whirl then grasped the leader's implication. So, our Primus is not a god. Well, that is certainly preferable to the notion of Primus being lost. Whirl tapped his chin, his bright yellow optics gleaming with excitement. I cannot wait to share this wonderful news with more individuals. Whirl, you might. Suddenly the leader's words faltered, the antennas on either side of his head subtly shifting, as if he sensed some sound. Whirl raised his audio receptors to carefully scan the surroundings. But aside from the occasional flicker of Primus's immense spark and the faint hum of machinery, he heard nothing. The leader's figure suddenly became translucent. Someone requires my presence. Whirl's optics widened in alarm as he called out, Wait, don't leave me here. Chapter 6. The reunion in the arena inside the medical bay of the Black Clinic. The mechanical dog rebooted, its red optics scanning the surroundings warily, locking onto the doctor who gazed down with a gluttonous expression. The mechanical dog growled softly. Where's Soundwave? The doctor gently caressed the glass cover of the medical bay, chuckling softly in response. Since you cannot afford the medical fees, you must pay the corresponding price. Given that poor creature's armor strength, I doubt he can even stand now. Ha ha ha. Let me out. Do not rush. Your injuries have yet to heal, and you cannot leave the medical bay just yet. Let me out immediately. The mechanical dog forced its aching body to rise, glaring fiercely at the doctor outside the glass. Or else my partner could easily bring the authorities to shut down your illicit clinic. At that moment, sharp bird calls echoed from outside the door. It was the Laserbeak and Sawtooth who had been lurking in wait. Where's Soundwave? Meanwhile, in the arena, Soundwave had miraculously survived the chaos of the preliminary rounds. Yet he had not accumulated enough funds for the mechanical dog's medical fees. Thus, he ventured to the stands, hoping to gather data for future competitions. He struggled to concentrate, focusing on each match while striving to shield his consciousness from the overwhelming emotional energies surrounding him. Soundwave observed the match between the Mark and Megatron with utmost seriousness. The Mark had saved him during the melee, and he would not forget this act of kindness. Should the opportunity arise, he would certainly repay the favor. As the combat competition progressed, Soundwave beheld a bizarre sight that momentarily led him to doubt the integrity of his perception, questioning whether his abilities had spiraled out of control. How else could he witness grotesque, twisted black tendrils extending from the Cybertronian's frame, slithering across the ground, and leaving behind corrosive purple trails? Yet, more unsettling was the fact that, apart from Soundwave, no one else seemed to notice this horrifying spectacle. They remained engrossed in the spectacle of the arena, even as the dark tendrils pierced through them. The cacophony of the crowd surged in waves, and more tendrils emerged, writhing wildly toward the arena, plunging into Megatron's body. As if infused with a potent force, Megatron's speed surged dramatically, his strength now incomparable to what it had been before. The The Mark sensed impending peril, and in an instant, he found Megatron's grinning visage almost pressed against his own, the crimson optics reflecting the Mark's astonished expression. From the shadows, ripples began to dance across the dark faceplate, accompanied by a chilling mechanical voice, anomalous energy. A flash of purple flickered in Megatron's optics, and he suddenly leaped to his feet, his right arm's cannon nearly fully charged, poised to unleash a barrage upon the arena. At that critical moment, the Mark's frame tilted backward with astonishing speed, twisting at the waist, and executed a remarkably contorted spinning kick, sending Megatron hurtling back like a cannonball, crashing against the high-voltage barrier and rebounding off. Not only was Megatron taken aback by the Mark's combat prowess, but even the Mark himself was astonished, so much so that after launching Megatron away, he failed to regain his balance and fell to the ground. Hesitant cheers erupted from the crowd, and the Mark scrambled to his feet, forcing a goofy grin towards Megatron. Megatron slowly returned to his seat, a dark expression settling as he pressed down on his right arm, firmly suppressing the momentary loss of control. The Mark's behavior of concealing his strength and pushing his limits was inconsistent with his usual demeanor, thus necessitating a visit to a neurologist following the conclusion of the match. Megatron rose once more, having endured 2 flying kicks and a powerful electric shock, his outer armor now bearing faint cracks. Yet this did nothing to dampen his fighting spirit. Rather, the setbacks invigorated him more than any previous match. Do not inquire about the Mark's feelings at that moment. The answer is one of regret, immense regret, for agreeing to the organizer's demand for the sake of that energy cube. Now he found himself ensnared in a web set by others. Unbeknownst to him, he could not fathom why he was being targeted so specifically, as not long ago, he had been but an ordinary miner. The Mark's expression suddenly turned cold, as if donning an invisible mask that concealed all traces of emotion. What was meant to be an ordinary gladiatorial contest took an unexpected turn, as neither the organizers, participants, nor the audience anticipated the ensuing chaos. Ever since Soundwave perceived phenomena invisible to others, the atmosphere of the competition began to shift into something unsettling. The once cautious combatants suddenly aimed to annihilate their opponents without hesitation, launching lethal strikes at the Overlord. Although the arena did not prohibit the slaying of adversaries, the expressions of the fighters were peculiarly ominous. The blue light of the combatants' optical lens flickered with a hint of red, while the Overlord, seemingly impervious to pain, erupted into maniacal laughter amidst the blows he endured. The abnormality escalated rapidly. A sudden outburst from the crowd ignited a quarrel between 2 spectators, which quickly devolved into a full-fledged brawl, disregarding any attempts at intervention. The palpable fury appeared to infect those present, transforming a localized skirmish into a chaotic melee. Soundwave endeavored to diminish his presence, yet his form could not blend into the shadows like a diminutive titan. Thus, he found himself once more ensnared in this bizarre fracas. Deep within Megatron's consciousness, a thunderous roar reverberated. Do not hesitate. Obliterate them. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of firearms rattled the arena as brilliant violet light illuminated every corner. Soundwave felt as though his optical lens were nearly blinded by the brilliance. Moments later, as the violet light faded, he gradually adjusted his optics to discern the scene before him. The combatants, locked in a fierce struggle, had been directly struck by an energy blast, yet they remained entangled in combat, their forms nearly melted away. The arena continued to pulsate with excitement, the audience's cheers rising and falling as if the prior chaos had been an illusion that never truly transpired. Soundwave was convinced that his abilities had spiraled out of control. He had not been caught in the melee, but had merely fallen to the ground, as those around him recoiled in fright as if he were a harbinger of contagion. Yet an instinctive sense of foreboding lingered. Amidst the tumultuous uproar, he faintly discerned a voice. Someone was praying. Was this individual beseeching the deities of this world for aid? Yet, in this realm devoid of universal gods, how could so many Cybertronians endure suffering? Following the sound, he beheld a large, dark, purple machine standing among the seats, now devoid of spectators who had all fled in terror. The machine's right arm had just dimmed from the violet glow of its energy weapon, residual heat lingering from its recent discharge. It was he who had attacked the 2 in the arena, but why? Soundwave wished to glean more. Yet the figure of the large machine vanished in an instant. The disorientation and weightlessness that had recently assailed the rotor blade returned, and in a fleeting moment, he found solid ground once more, placing a hand to his forehead in discomfort. The shouts and roars surged anew, prompting him to quickly lift his gaze. Beneath the glaring spotlight hung an enormous metallic cage flickering with strange electric light, encircled by throngs of people, seated or standing in layered formations. Some of them were resplendent, immediately revealing their extraordinary status, while others appeared disheveled and worn, as if they had just emerged from the depths of a subterranean mine. Yet, without exception, these individuals were captivated and exhilarated, their eyes fixed upon the central cage, or rather, the occupant within it. An underground arena? Xianzhi gasped, suddenly aware that the leader had taken a step forward. In that instant, the entire space seemed to be suspended in time, enveloped in a profound silence. As the myriad expressions of excitement and anticipation froze upon the faces of the onlookers. This was an astonishing maneuver. Simultaneously, the leader moved with the swiftness of lightning, appearing outside the cage in the blink of an eye, without any visible action. The electric aura surrounding the cage dissipated instantaneously, and a locked door seemed to welcome the leader's presence by opening of its own accord. Curious, Xianzhi hastily followed, seizing the opportunity to scrutinize the scene within the cage. The ground was filthy, littered with splattered energy liquid, deep scratches, and marks of intense heat. The sound of liquid dripping onto the floor reverberated, creating ripples in the air. In a moment of daze, the leader perceived the low growl of a beast. It was a silver creature adorned with sharp spines, its violet optical lenses filled with a ravenous thirst for fresh energy liquid. Remnants of the still wet blue liquid clinging to its fangs, and its sharp claws dug deeply into the ground. That was the visage of Megatron in his beastly form. The roar of this creature was deafening, its body trembling with excitement, producing a sharp scraping sound as its teeth clashed together, as if poised to strike at any moment. "Hey, leader! Leader!" Xianzhi's voice suddenly called from a distance. The leader's optical lenses flickered and distorted, the silver beast vanishing like a fleeting shadow, replaced by a pair of swaying yellow optical lenses, with Xianzhi's worried face nearly pressing against his own. "Leader!" The leader snapped back to reality, realizing he had once again slipped into a reverie. He suppressed the tumult within him, redirecting his focus to the individuals within the cage. They were two Cybertronians entwined, nearly half of their bodies dissolved. They hovered on the brink of offline status, their optical lenses glowing an unnatural crimson. One was grasping the other's neck, delivering brutal blows to his faceplate, energy liquid splattering into the air alongside shards of metal. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The leader sensed a dark energy emanating from them, a force that had no place in this world, driving them to attack each other with such frenzy. "What on earth is happening?" Xianzhi inquired, circling the pair in an attempt to comprehend the situation. The leader shook his head in silence, kneeling before the two and extending a finger to gently touch the gray armor. A luminous glow rapidly spread across their bodies, converging upon the damaged areas. Countless minute particles coalesced, reverting to the original form of the armor, and in an instant, the bodies of both individuals were restored to their former state. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from behind, causing the leader's audio receiver to tremble slightly. He recognized the source, yet the sudden appearance startled the blade. How have you moved?" The blade assumed a defensive posture, its large optical lens glaring at the imposing purple figure that had materialized behind it. "You're now known as Megatron, I presume?" The leader turned, his tone decidedly affirmative despite the interrogative nature of his statement. Megatron nodded vacantly, his voice trembling as he confessed, "I killed the signifier. I do not understand what has happened to me, leader. Have I malfunctioned?" "You did not kill him, nor do you have any issues," the leader reassured, stepping aside to reveal the signifier, who remained entangled with another Cybertronian, his body seemingly unscathed. The leader healed the signifier once again. "But I cannot control it. A voice speaks to me within my neural module." In the pitch-black world, a silver figure slowly emerged. Megatron shed his previous confusion and, with a hardened visage, displayed a gentle yet assertive smile. Both he and the voice within his consciousness spoke in unison. "It has been well, my dear little leader." The leader, unusually losing his composure, widened his blue optical lens in surprise and swiftly embraced the figure with fervor. Epilogue. The Past in Chaos. This is a narrative concerning the past of the leader, Orion, Megatron, the Conqueror, and Soundwave. Orion Pax was once an ordinary archivist, leading a life that was tranquil yet monotonous. In contrast, his dear friend, the Conqueror, was a renowned gladiatorial champion on the planet Cybertron, having triumphed in countless battles. They frequently gathered to discuss the present and future of Cybertron, diligently striving for the day they could campaign for seats in High Council. However, the arrival of Soundwave disrupted this harmony. Soundwave, the reticent transformer, had a companion, Laserbeak, who could not articulate the language of Cybertron. Yet merely by standing there, the figure shrouded by a mask emanated an unsettling aura of authority. Once a member of the High Council, he had now fallen to the status of a gladiator. And his first opponent in the arena was none other than the illustrious champion, the Conqueror. The outcome of this confrontation was unforeseen. The Conqueror initially refrained from exerting his full strength. However, his opponent, though appearing slender and fragile, proved to be agile and precise. It seemed as though he could anticipate every attack from the Conqueror, executing flawless evasions and defenses. The sensation of his heavy strikes sinking like stones into the abyss heightened the Conqueror's awareness. Yet, Soundwave remained as elusive as a cunning fox. Even with the strategy of trading blows, the Conqueror could not gain any advantage. Ultimately, the Conqueror withdrew, and Soundwave did not pursue further, resulting in an unusual stalemate. Following this, Orion often noticed clandestine meetings between the Conqueror and Soundwave, while the heartfelt conversations he once shared with the Conqueror felt like a distant memory. Orion could not help but feel a pang of bitterness rising within him. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Soundwave and Megatron were not merely engaged in ordinary discourse. Apart from their initial encounter, each subsequent meeting forged an increasingly profound connection between them. Through the interlinking of their beings and the melding of their thoughts, facilitated by the brilliant invention of the Cortex connector by the Cybertronian scientist Shockwave, they were able to achieve a unique communion. This sophisticated instrument allowed for the intricate intertwining of Cybertronian minds, enabling Megatron to witness the visions articulated by Soundwave. Behind the facade of prosperity that cloaked the planet Cybertron lay a starkly different reality. Endowed with a distinctive gift, Soundwave possessed the ability to perceive and decipher the thoughts of others. However, ever since he inadvertently glimpsed the alternate reality conjured by a Cybertronian diagnosed with schizophrenia, he frequently caught sight of similar imagery within the minds of others. This was a realm rife with darkness and grotesque entities, where these bizarre creatures, akin to soulless husks, aimlessly roamed the shadowy expanse. Furthermore, whenever a faint glimmer of light pierced the darkness, these monstrosities would surge forth, ravenous and feral, as if sensing the presence of energy crystals. The light emanated from a burning ember, emerging from the depths of the earth, only to be devoured by the creatures, dissipating amidst their cacophonous shrieks. Initially, Soundwave was unaware of the implications of such scenes until he noted the peculiar condition of the individual who triggered them. His demeanor grew disoriented, and in agony, he emitted a horrifying cry, his optical lens reflecting nothing but emptiness, ultimately leading to his confinement in the nearest psychiatric facility. At that moment, Soundwave recognized the anomaly in the situation, prompting him to investigate the individuals whose thoughts he had previously encountered. To his astonishment, he discovered that they had all been committed to psychiatric institutions due to varying degrees of madness. Soundwave meticulously compiled his findings into a comprehensive report, presenting it to the council members in hopes that they would confront this pressing issue. Regrettably, his documentation was met with indifference, receiving nothing more than a dismissive comment. And thereafter, it faded into obscurity. Just a bunch of lunatics, echoed the derisive taunts of the council members before their descent into madness. These individuals were nothing more than ordinary Cybertronians. Some had been educators, others physicians, and still others laborers or miners. Yet they all found themselves diagnosed with mental illness. This was far beyond a mere case of a few individuals losing their sanity. Soundwave concluded that this was a conspiracy, a meticulously orchestrated plot to invade Cybertron. Departing from the High Council, he resolved to clandestinely pursue the puppet masters behind this malevolent scheme, directing his efforts toward the chaotic arena, where he would uncover the entirety of the truth. The reality of the world was one of chaos, The existence they now inhabited bore the semblance of an illusory dream. When the dream dissipated, they would confront the harsh and unforgiving veracity of their predicament. However, more brutal than reality itself is the undeniable truth that they cannot forever linger in the realm of beautiful dreams. Eventually, slumber must yield to awakening. And even if one wishes to remain asleep, the fleeting moment of consciousness may summon bloodthirsty monsters, with death perhaps being the only true liberation. Amidst this endless despair, Soundwave unexpectedly glimpsed a flicker of hope. Just as light appeared poised to be engulfed by darkness, a dazzling arc of energy surged forth, and wherever the blue energy traversed, the once grotesque monsters shrieked in terror and fled, only to freeze, shatter, and then dissipate upon contact with the energy wave. A radiant Cybertronian, adorned in brilliant red and blue, emerged before the spark, gently cradling the weakened ember. I apologize for my tardiness. With the terrifying creatures now vanished, the spark nestled in his palm and resolutely burrowed into his chest. In the final moment before the vision of that world faded, Soundwave perceived that the individual seemed to cast a glance in his direction, yet he remained silent and swiftly darted away like a fleeting light. As consciousness returned to the dreamscape, Soundwave compared the physical characteristics of the red and blue Cybertronian with those of his own kind, soon discovering the crimson and azure truck that accompanied the king of gladiators. Shortly thereafter, new revelations unfolded. In the real world, not only did the red and blue Cybertronian possess the power to confront the monsters, but beside him also resided a silver, formidable creature with a purple optical lens. The silver beast's combat prowess and defensive capabilities matched those of the red and blue Cybertronian. Yet upon rescuing the spark, the silver creature often found itself unable to avert its gaze from the pitiful ember, which dripped with a long trail of electrolytic fluid. In these moments, the red and blue Cybertronian would tenderly pat the giant creature's cumbersome head to offer reassurance, and the beast, in turn, would obediently turn away, feigning innocence. Soundwave's instincts hinted at a connection between that Cybertronian and the creature with the king of gladiators and the crimson and azure truck. Thus, Soundwave became a gladiator and demanded to face their champion, the mighty Optimus Prime, in his very first match. Optimus Prime, Soundwave, and Shockwave began to collaborate in uncovering the truth of their world, though they excluded the closely intertwined Orion from their inquiry. When Soundwave inquired about the rationale, Optimus Prime gently explained that Orion was exceedingly pure-hearted, and he wished to shield Orion from the burdens of such truths. Overhearing this tender sentiment from Optimus Prime, Soundwave felt an overwhelming urge to erase the data files. How could such a gentle and adorable being as Orion be troubled by the foolishness of the world's truths? Let all of this be resolved by Optimus Prime. Orion should simply remain a blissfully innocent caretaker. In the presence of singletons, showcasing affection is even more inadvisable. Chapter 8. Reunion at the dawn of the universe. Two supreme deities existed: Primus, the embodiment of life and light, and the Cosmic Emperor, representing death and darkness. Primus, the deity radiating a resplendent light, stands as a symbol of life and illumination within the cosmos. His source of power emanates from the purest essence of life in the universe, a force capable of engendering boundless vitality and prosperity. Not only did Primus create the Cybertronians, but he also endowed them with advanced technology and formidable mechanical bodies, rendering them among the most intelligent beings in existence. With his wisdom and might, he safeguards the peace and tranquility of the realm of light, ever vigilant against the threats posed by the Chaos Bringer. In stark contrast, the Chaos Bringer is a being of immense power and terror, embodying death and darkness. His strength is derived from the profound depths of death itself, a force that mercilessly devours all life and light, plunging the universe into endless chaos and destruction. The Chaos Bringer possesses not only great power, but also a cunning and cruel disposition, adept at harnessing the darkness and turmoil of the cosmos to augment his own strength. He has conjured numerous horrific beasts and malevolent entities to serve as his minions and pawns in his conflict against Primus and the Cybertronian warriors he has fashioned. The struggle between Primus and the Chaos Bringer has been waged since the dawn of the universe. This epic confrontation is one of the most harrowing and magnificent sagas in the cosmos, determining not only the fate of the universe, but also shaping its very fabric, profoundly influencing the destiny of the Cybertronians. The clash of their powers generates intense energy shockwaves, which radiate outward at astonishing speed, shattering stars and collapsing galaxies, tearing apart the once stable structure of space-time and casting the entire universe into a cataclysmic tableau. In the war's final throes, Primus resolved to sacrifice a portion of his own power to seal the Chaos Bringer's consciousness deep within his own essence. The leader, serving as the vessel of this seal, acquired a fragment of Primus's strength, while simultaneously bearing the peril of imminent corruption by darkness. This severing of the bond with his companion's essence left an indelible pain, and now the leader found himself unable to forge a connection with any other Cybertronian. At last, the universe experienced a fleeting tranquility. Yet the leader lamented the absence of his former comrades, believing that Megatron and the Decepticons had perished in that cataclysmic battle. With a heavy heart, he released Megatron. Profoundly concerned, he inquired, "Where are you? Why can I not sense your presence?" Meanwhile, a counterpart of Megatron from another dimension remained fixated on the leader, refusing to avert his gaze. "We call this the death space. Perhaps we have perished, yet our consciousness has connected to this universe through the resonance wave apparatus." Consciousness connection? You? The leader, filled with elation, asked with excitement. "Not just you, but the others among the Decepticons are alive? How is everyone? Though the connection is but a mere thread of consciousness, it suffices for us to take action in this universe." Observing the jubilant leader, Megatron felt a surge of elation and gestured towards the marker, declaring that Soundwave was the first Decepticon to partake in the experiment and the initial one to uncover traces of the Cosmic Emperor's presence in this universe. As Megatron's words resonated, the previously motionless body rigidly extended its limbs and rose, its expressionless gaze meeting the leader's expectant face, nodding awkwardly. Soundwave. It was as though time reverted to those blissful moments. Even through the robust, unyielding form of the marker, the leader seemed to behold Soundwave's lithe, dark purple silhouette. He deeply wished that this moment of reunion could linger a while longer. However, Megatron's subsequent words stirred his unease once more. The Cosmic Emperor's power had permeated the cosmos, and this place was no exception. Raising his right arm, Megatron scrutinized the familiar weapon, lamenting that he had initially aimed to eliminate the aberration, but had underestimated the potency of the weapon you had enhanced. Fortunately, you can still restore them. The leader furrowed his brow in concern, the joy of their reunion shattered into fragments. "There is no need for such worry, my leader," Megatron reassured, clasping the leader's hand firmly. "Now that we are here, leave everything to us. You need only focus on resisting the Cosmic Emperor's consciousness, ensuring he finds no opportunity to exploit." The leader, astonished, widened his optical sensor, then lowered his gaze in self-reproach, murmuring an apology regarding the Matrix link. Megatron narrowed his optics, his tone turning harsh. "Rather than that, I am more inclined to inquire about Primus. Among the numerous vessels capable of sealing the Cosmic Emperor, why did he choose you?" Glancing at the hand pressed gently against his chest, where the Matrix resided, the leader felt a warmth emanate from it and instinctively recoiled, explaining that this was a choice made by Primus after observing countless futures, and he willingly accepted the role of the vessel for the seal. "Is this your characteristic self-sacrifice?" Megatron could not resist a taunt, fully aware of the leader's nature, yet it was precisely that unique charm that captivated him deeply. "Very well. It is too late for such discussions." Megatron turned towards Soundwave, prompting, "Soundwave, share your findings." Soundwave, raising his hand toward the distance, stated, "The telepath, Soundwave, can perceive dark energy." "Huh. So what in Cybertronian have you been discussing since earlier?" A certain clockmaker, who had been eavesdropping for quite some time, could no longer contain himself. His already muddled cognitive module was further entangled by their conversation. It was then that the leader remembered his companion, Whirl, and introduced him to Megatron and Soundwave, saying, "This is Whirl. He is an exceptional clockmaker here." Whirl proudly lifted his head. Megatron scrutinized Whirl with narrowed optics, warning, "I will be watching you, young one." Feeling a tremendous threat, Whirl quickly ducked behind the leader, peering out nervously. "I have not provoked you." Megatron, however, paid no heed, merely directing his gaze towards the source of the sound waves. There he beheld a dusty blue, medium-sized machine crouched on the ground. lifting its head to meet the audience's view. The empathic abilities of Soundwave, boundless in potential, caught the leader's attention. He noticed the machine's body was marked by a myriad of deep and shallow scars, and its bewildered expression evoked profound sympathy. It was evident that it required assistance. Chapter 9. The Leader and the Follower in the dimly lit underground arena. The iron cage radiated light, starkly contrasting with the muted darkness of the outside world, rendered still by an extraordinary force. In the audience, the crowd was frozen, their cries and gasps suspended in an eternal moment. The battered blue media machine, Soundwave's counterpart, huddled at the edge of the spectators' seats, its body marred by wounds, its optical sensors reflecting helplessness and confusion as it gazed toward the void left by Megatron. Pitifully vulnerable. Moved by this sight, the leader instinctively stepped forward to assist Soundwave's counterpart, only to have his arm gently grasped. Turning to see the source, he found it was Soundwave controlling a marker to prevent his approach. This perplexed the leader, yet out of trust for Soundwave, he did not resist. "Why do you stop me?" Confusion filled the leader's clear optical sensors. "Leader, it is imperative to demonstrate strength and choose your followers," Soundwave replied impassively, as succinct as ever, yet shrouded in mystery. Upon hearing this, the leader's bewilderment deepened like a thickening fog. He furrowed his brow, seemingly grappling with Soundwave's intent. "I do not comprehend, Soundwave. This does not preclude me from aiding your counterpart." Soundwave then released the leader, refraining from immediate explanation, instead casting his gaze toward Megatron. Within Megatron's vivid, blood-red optical sensors, the leader's resplendent form shone brightly, akin to a radiant star. He would not permit any darkness to tarnish the supremacy of his leader, even though the spark that once linked them had severed, separated by the vastness of space and time. Megatron spoke slowly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. "Soundwave is correct. The leader requires followers, just as Primus requires apostles. The eradication of dark energy is not solely your burden, but the mission of all Cybertronians. You need not fight alone." He gestured for the leader to observe their surroundings. "This is the underground arena, a gathering place for those yearning for redemption. The moment is ripe. Showcase your strength, leader. Let the world acknowledge your existence, and make them understand that faith in the leader is the sole salvation." "No," the leader firmly rejected, his audio receptors tilting slightly backward, as intense resistance and pain surged within his blue optical sensors. His refusal ignited an unnamed fury within Megatron's chest. He gazed at the leader's visage, as if beholding the leader he once knew, his Orion. Yet, in the next instant, Orion plummeted alone into an unfathomable abyss. Megatron took a deep breath, encrypting layers of memory data into his core, suppressing his fury as he remarked, as the vessel of the sealed will of the Emperor of the universe. "You must not falter. The perilous task of annihilating dark energy should be entrusted to the faithful. As a leader, surely you comprehend this fundamental truth?" His words were steeped in profound concern, and his gaze towards the leader was imbued with expectation. Upon hearing this, the leader was beset by inner turmoil. In their universe, the leader's followers embodied absolute faith and loyalty, bearing the mantle of protection over their leader against the Emperor and his minions. Although the consciousness of the Emperor had been sealed, dark energy continued to insidiously erode their world, infiltrating every crevice, rendering defense nearly impossible. The leader understood the perilous nature of this path and the immense sacrifices it demanded. Thus, deep within, he was reluctant to have any Cybertronian pay the ultimate price for him. The leader attempted to refuse once more, but as he met Megatron's profound anxiety and subtle hope through the optical lens, his words became lodged in the vocalizer. Megatron's worry was palpable. Perhaps he awaited an affirmative response from the leader. The leader's heart was a tempest of emotions, and he found himself unable to easily offer any assurances, remaining silent. The atmosphere grew oppressively heavy, with only Soundwave appearing out of place. His bright yellow optics flickered with unease, feeling intensely uncomfortable in the stifling ambience. Utterly perplexed by the conversation, finally, he could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Hey, how long do you plan to ignore me?" The leader, as if finding solace, swiftly turned to Soundwave, expressing his apologies and concern. "I am sorry for neglecting your feelings. What are your plans moving forward? Aside from harming the Cybertronians or stripping them of their freedom, I shall support you to the best of my abilities. His voice was warm and resolute, akin to a beacon illuminating the darkness. As soon as the leader finished speaking, Megatron let out an audible click of dissatisfaction, his expression clearly displeased. Soundwave, however, regarded the leader with astonished eyes, as if discovering a precious gem amidst the muck of Cybertron. Leader, how can you still wish to exclude me at this juncture? Soundwave thought, his reverence for the leader wavering like a candle in the wind. His playful disposition compelled him to poke at this towering figure, reminiscent of a human lighthouse, as if attempting to rouse him from a deep slumber. This leader, despite being in peril, clung to principles that remained elusive. In Soundwave's mind, he had playfully dubbed the leader the luminescent pillar. Am I not one of your followers? Soundwave urged, pointing to himself. I, Soundwave, the former clockmaker of Cybertron, hereby declare myself a loyal follower of the leader from this day forth. With that, he gazed expectantly at the leader, awaiting a response. The leader's facade barely maintained its composure, casting a furtive glance at Megatron beside him. That glance was momentous. Megatron's aura surged like a volcano on the brink of eruption, tumultuous and formidable. The leader swiftly stepped forward, shielding the spinning blade behind him. Wait, Megatron! The spinning blade is merely unaware of the situation. Do not let misunderstandings incite your wrath. The leader hastily interjected. Curiosity compelled the spinning blade to peek out, eager to discern the unfolding events. Yet, upon encountering Megatron's explosive aura, he was instantly enveloped in a chilling dread. Confounded, he could not comprehend why his mere expression of willingness to be the leader's follower had provoked such ire for Megatron. The spinning blade was perplexed and panicked, yet he dared not flee. Instead, he cowered behind the leader, trembling as he pleaded for his case. I apologize, regardless of which of my words offended you. I retract them, all right? Moreover, it was all due to your circumstances. My fault entirely. I beg your pardon. Please, Great One, do not hold it against me. The leader sighed inwardly, recognizing that this was not the spinning blade's fault. It was merely the shadow cast by his counterpart's past actions that had left a profound impact on Megatron. Perhaps being a follower of the leader was not of paramount importance after all, the spinning blade thought, prioritizing self-preservation above all. Just then, as the leader prepared to calm the emotionally volatile Megatron as he had in the past, he witnessed the once tempestuous Megatron, now enveloped in a dark aura, revert to the astonished Megatron of this universe. Chapter 10. Consciousness across the abyss. The leader's spark plummeted, as if struck by an unseen hammer. Uncertain of what had transpired with Megatron, an overwhelming wave of anxiety surged within him, igniting concerns over whether Megatron had encountered unforeseen peril in the realm of death. Emotional fluctuations surpassed the threshold, severing the consciousness connection, with the next reconnection time rendered indeterminable. At that moment, the beacon's mechanical form faithfully conveyed the sonic wave's messages. Simultaneously, in another universe, Megatron's consciousness abruptly returned, finding himself within a dimly lit cavern. This was the realm of death, an oppressive space filled with jagged stones and swirling mists. Heavy with unease, the purple, one-eyed scientist Shockwave was deftly manipulating intricate scientific instruments, the control panel displaying a myriad of data. Among them, the universe ID number IDW was highlighted, with a data transmission line extending from the apparatus, linking to the dormant Soundwave nearby. Soundwave's visor exhibited data for both Megatron and himself, with Megatron's avatar now rendered in gray. Had the connection been severed? Megatron roared deep within his core, his body trembling from the violent surge of emotions. He sensed the dark energy swirling within him, intertwining anger and anxiety that threatened to engulf him. At that moment, the optical lens of Megatron flickered with red and purple hues, his form tainted by the encroaching dark energy, darkening to a deep violet. Spikes erupted from his shoulders and spine as he uncontrollably morphed into a fearsome, silver monstrosity. The creature unleashed torrents of searing flames from its maw, accompanied by a thunderous roar, fiercely battling the dark energy within. This ferocity and power caused the entire space to tremble, emanating an unsettling sense of oppression. Lord Megatron, your movements are rather conspicuous and may attract the attention of the dark beings. The faceplate of Shockwave is adorned with a solitary red optical lens, rendering him perpetually serene. His voice resonates with the chilling precision of a mechanical command, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Moreover, I implore you to refrain from damaging the invaluable scientific apparatus here, for they are pivotal to my master plan. Megatron compelled himself to regain a semblance of composure, reminiscing about his leader's steadfast and warm gaze. That poise instilling within him a sense of reverence. He recognized that he could not remain ensnared in wrath indefinitely. He must reclaim control, both for his leader and for himself. The silver behemoth subdued the impending flames, bowing his head to the ground, his emotions gradually calming. He began to modulate his frequency, seeking tranquility amidst the jagged rocks and swirling mists of this deathly domain, relying solely on his will to conquer the fears and fury within. Closing his optical lens, he allowed his consciousness to immerse in darkness, feeling the flow of energy coursing through him. The Silver Titan transformed once more, reverting to his humanoid form. When Megatron reopened his optical lens, its hue had returned to a fervent red, his gaze resolute and icy. He peered into the distance, as if searching for a path forward. At this moment, he had reclaimed the serenity and strength within, subduing the dark energy that had threatened to overwhelm him. Shockwave. We must hasten our progress. Megatron's voice was calm, yet potent, directing his gaze toward Shockwave, whose optical lens glimmered with a fierce determination. Shockwave's optical lens pulsed with a steady frequency, remaining focused on his task, while Megatron stood guard over their endeavors. Wait for me, Orion. Meanwhile, in the IDW universe, the leader gazed wistfully at the original Megatron of this universe, his thoughts consumed by another. Is he well? He murmured, as if speaking to himself. The fluctuations were stabilizing, and aside from that, there were no anomalies. The faceplate of the marker remained tranquil, conveying an unspoken sense of reassurance. The leader steadied his mind, burying complex emotions deep within. He turned to the Megatron of this universe, who had recently been unsettled by the presence of another voice within his neural module, and with a hint of remorse, said, Megatron, I apologize for what you have endured, but fear not. All is well now. Megatron regained control over his body, slowly returning to awareness upon hearing the leader's words. I understand. I saw everything. Megatron's voice carried a weight of fatigue and gravity, evidently haunted by the experience of being possessed by an unknown consciousness. However, during that time of possession, Megatron had overheard the entire dialogue between the leader and others, learning their identities and, to some extent, deducing their connections. That Megatron is your spark partner? He inquired tentatively. The leader's spark quivered faintly, and the blue optics dimmed slightly, revealing a bittersweet smile upon his visage. Indeed, we once were. Since the severance of our spark connection, we have lost our bond, until just now. Megatron awkwardly averted his optics, stating softly, If you require it, leader, I am willing to serve as the instrument to re-establish our connection. However, I implore you to respect the wishes of the beacon. His voice bore a barely perceptible tremor. The leader gazed at Megatron, his blue optics reflecting profound concern and understanding. He recognized that Megatron was still unsettled by recent events. Thus, he gently patted Megatron's shoulder, speaking in a warm yet resolute tone. It is all right, Megatron. You have performed admirably. We shall face all of this together. The scourge behind the leader remained unaware that the current Megatron was not the one who had just been enraged. Despite his mounting curiosity and questions, he could only observe cautiously, fearing to provoke Megatron's ire once more. The consciousness link was not eternal. Upon the completion of the first step of the plan, Soundwave would depart. Soundwave slowly began to speak, his voice calm and unwavering. The leader's primary task is to select disciples. Suggested candidates: Megatron, Soundwave, the Beacon, and Scourge. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Megatron promptly declared his stance. I have long sworn to be the leader's most loyal disciple. Though he remained unaware of the true meaning of the term disciple or the dangers that lay ahead, he would not waver, for he was willing to sacrifice everything for the leader. The leader, caught in a web of complex contradictions, recognized his inability to refuse and smiled, saying, Thank you, Megatron. Nearby, Scourge could not contain a quiet murmur. Clearly, I was the first. The leader turned to him and smiled. I am equally grateful to you, Scourge. Meanwhile, Soundwave discreetly severed the consciousness link, returning the beacon's form to him. The beacon jolted, regaining his original awareness. Initially struck with fear, having just witnessed his most trusted friend suddenly meld half of his form away, followed by the miraculous leader effortlessly restoring it, he found the ordeal quite exhilarating. Yet, the leader had already saved him once in the mines. Thus he mustered his courage to declare, "I too am willing to offer my assistance, leader." The leader regarded his disciples, his heart swelling with intricate emotions. He wished to spare them from injury or sacrifice on his behalf, but found it difficult to reject their goodwill. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, "Thank you all. With you here, I feel an immense sense of safety and strength. But please remember, I do not wish for any of you to take risks for me." Chapter 11. The leader descends, winds of change rise. In the eyes of others within the underground arena of Cybertron, an oppressive and brutal atmosphere permeated every inch of air. At the center of the arena, the battle between the beacon and the tyrant intensified, the sounds of metal clashing and energy fluctuations intertwining, causing the very space to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a cacophony of cannon fire shattered the chaos, as a massive purple figure, known as Megatron, unleashed a barrage upon the arena's markers and the gladiators, without any forewarning. Dazzling energy beams sliced through the air, striking the combatants and plunging the scene into turmoil. As terrified spectators screamed and scattered, Megatron, standing in the audience, was filled with disbelief and profound remorse. His optical sensors trembling as he gazed upon the fallen figures in the arena, whispering a desperate prayer. "Oh, leader, please save us." In the stillness of an unperceived space, Megatron found redemption. A gentle yet radiant light pierced the heavens, and the figure of the leader descended slowly amidst the gaze of the multitude. His form emanated a soft, golden luminescence, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, exuding both mystery and majesty. Each step he took seemed to carry a rhythm, the light swaying gently with his movements, neither overly blinding nor devoid of its sanctity. His deep blue optics, filled with compassion, appeared to penetrate the very souls of every Cybertronian present. Standing there, the leader needed no words. His mere presence served as an unspoken source of inspiration and strength. The cacophony of screams gradually subsided, enveloping the arena in an aura of mysterious tranquility. The leader's head tilted slightly back, his clear blue optics surveying the crowd. Wherever his gaze fell, the shadows seemed to disperse like mist before an unseen wind, leaving warmth and hope in their wake. "Leader!" Someone in the audience cried out passionately, their optical sensors glimmering with adoration and reverence. In that moment, the leader became the sole focus of the arena, captivating every gaze and stirring every heart. He nodded with a smile, his blue optics radiating kindness and encouragement. Confusion swept through the crowd. They were aware that the current Cybertronian leader was the ineffectual Unicron. Yet the divine brilliance they beheld was evidently not his. Only a select few recalled the whispers of a recent legend regarding the appearance of a Cybertronian deity, who referred to himself as the leader. The leader extended his hand slowly, a warm and potent force emanating from his fingertips, transforming into a gentle light that caressed the entire arena. This illumination was reminiscent of the sun's rays in spring, warm yet gentle, enveloping every injured body, offering solace and strength. Under the glow, the once menacing metallic cage of high-voltage electricity began to lose its fierce visage, as if softened, gradually retreating into the earth. In the light's embrace, the scars on the sound wave, curled at the edge of the audience, swiftly healed, and his damaged armor restored to its former glory. His form once again shimmered with the luster of life, his optical sensors reflecting a blend of confusion and gratitude for having survived. The leader stood there, a living embodiment of Primus, wielding his strength and compassion to save every lost spark. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped the arena, soon erupting into a cacophony of jubilant cheers and fervent shouts. The emergence of the leader illuminated the darkness, and despair harbored within the hearts of the Cybertronians like a radiant dawn. Unbeknownst to anyone, Megatron had taken his place beside the leader, his optical sensors gleaming with awe and gratitude. In the center of the arena, the once battered Optimus Prime and Bumblebee stood miraculously vibrant, their forms seemingly untouched by the harrowing battle they had endured. Citizens of Cybertron, Megatron's voice resonated deeply and powerfully, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of every Cybertronian present. We have toiled upon this land, struggling for survival, exerting every ounce of strength for mere morsels of energon. Our bodies bear the scars of battle, and our optics have witnessed untold suffering and despair. But today, I declare that all of this shall change. He paused momentarily, allowing each word to imprint itself indelibly upon the listeners' hearts. The atmosphere in the arena was thick with tension and anticipation. All Cybertronians held their breath, eager to absorb the proclamations of this former miner turned revolutionary. We fight not merely for survival. Megatron's voice surged with passion and resolve, but for the future of Cybertron, for our glory and our dreams. We were once the oppressed, the forgotten miners, but today we shall rise for freedom, for justice, for our shared homeland. His words flowed like a torrent, washing away the shackles and constraints within the hearts of the Cybertronians. Their frames trembled slightly, their optics glimmering with an unprecedented radiance, a light of hope, a light of freedom. Turning to the leader standing beside him, Megatron's gaze was filled with reverence and gratitude. It was he, our leader, who had bestowed upon us hope and redemption. He was not merely a deity. He was the beacon in our hearts, guiding us toward our path forward. The leader nodded with a smile, his blue optics brimming with compassion and encouragement. Megatron felt the weight of the leader's strength and trust, solidifying his own convictions. We can no longer be shackled by the shadows of our past. Megatron continued, we must confront the future with courage, crafting our own brilliance with our own hands. We shall unite as one, collectively resisting those who seek to annihilate our home. For we are Cybertronians, endowed with boundless courage and wisdom. His words brimmed with strength and determination, igniting a fervor within the hearts of the Cybertronians, kindling their spirit and hope. The atmosphere in the arena reached a crescendo, as all Cybertronians raised their voices in unison. Leader, Cybertron. Their collective voices formed an unstoppable force, reverberating through the arena's expanse. In the depths of Cybertron, amidst the dimness and oppression of the arena, Megatron's voice emerged like the first light of dawn, piercing through the endless darkness, bringing unprecedented hope and transformation to this land. His words flowed like a crystal-clear spring, nourishing the parched hearts of the Cybertronians. Megatron continued his discourse, recounting the brutal wars of the past, those endless slaughters ignited by the struggle for resources. He spoke of the indomitable spirit of the Cybertronians in the face of adversity, and their profound yearning for peace and illumination. His oration swept across Cybertron like a tempest, rekindling hope and resolve within the hearts of its inhabitants, illuminating their sense of mission and responsibility. We have stumbled countless times, yet risen just as many. Megatron's voice resonated with fervor, for we understood that only through unity could we triumph over the dark forces that sought to obliterate us. Today, the arrival of our leader marks the dawn of our rebirth. As Megatron's speech unfolded, the fog within the hearts of the Cybertronians began to dissipate. They came to realize that they fought not merely for survival, but to safeguard the peace and light of their land. The leader's presence and Megatron's oratory seemed to ignite the spark of hope within them, revealing the glimmer of a brighter future. Leader, Cybertron. The cheers and shouts reverberated through the skies. In that moment, the Cybertronians appeared to have discovered a shared faith and aspiration, deciding to follow in the footsteps of their leader, united in the guardianship of peace and light over their land. Chapter 12. Prologue to the dark origin of the Ember rebirth. Megatron's voice echoed across the expanse of Cybertron, each word striking the hearts of the Cybertronians like a hammer, awakening their hope and courage. Yet, amidst this exhilarating moment, a fleeting gravity crossed the leader's gaze. Within him, a long-buried memory quietly resurfaced, one of the dread of the Cosmic Emperor, the rise of Megatron, and a heavy burden of his own mission. The awakening of the Cosmic Emperor in the distant reaches of the universe. A long silent planet trembled violently, as if a sleeping giant had awakened from a millennium of slumber. The Cosmic Emperor, the embodiment of death, rent the tranquility of the cosmos with his boundless power of darkness, stirring the terrors that lay dormant. His form loomed like a storm cloud in the night sky, eclipsing the radiance of the stars. Wherever he tread, planets and suns disintegrated into dust, and monstrous horrors surged forth from the depths, ushering in ceaseless destruction and dread. Megatron's suffering and ascendance in a corner of Cybertron, within the iron cage of the arena. A diminutive yet fierce beast endured unending torment. He was none other than the future Megatron, shackled by the bonds of fate. His childhood memories woven from the threads of hunger and pain. Yet, in this desolate realm, the leader descended like a savior upon the arena, wielding the Star Sword, severing the chains that bound Megatron. The blue optics of the leader brimmed with compassion and justice, enveloping Megatron in an unprecedented warmth. You're no longer alone. The gentle voice of the leader resonated in Megatron's ear, akin to a spring breeze nurturing the parched soil of his heart. Under the leader's guidance, Megatron mastered the Cybertronian language and the art of transformation, while nurturing an insatiable yearning for freedom and justice within his soul. He adopted the name Megatron, symbolizing his unwavering resolve to shake the heavens and the earth with his might. The clash between the leader and the formidable Titan unfolded amid the cataclysmic second battle between Primus and the Cosmic Emperor. The universe seemed to be cleaved in two by an invisible blade, giving rise to two starkly contrasting dimensions, a resplendent realm of ethereal dreams and a bleak abyss of brutal darkness. This division transcended mere spatial separation, embodying a struggle between light and shadow, life and death. In the dark realm, the leader wielded the celestial sword, a beacon of light piercing through the gloom, vanquishing countless creatures of darkness and rescuing many lost sparks. Yet, amidst this land shrouded in shadow, he encountered a formidable adversary, a silver titan, none other than Megatron himself. Their fierce battle resembled an elegant dance, where sword light and flames intertwined, creating a breathtaking tapestry of combat. Each clash erupted with explosive energy, sending debris swirling through the air. The leader's heart brimmed with conflict and anguish. He was reluctant to harm Megatron, but knew he had to thwart his reckless actions. Megatron awakened. "I am your leader," he cried out, striving to rouse Megatron's memories. Megatron's frame quivered slightly, as if grappling with his inner turmoil. "Leader, why have I become this way?" His voice was laden with confusion and pain. The leader gritted his teeth, continuing to wield the celestial sword, his tone resolute. "Megatron, do you not remember? We were born to protect Cybertron. You must conquer the darkness and reclaim your true self." Through the leader's relentless efforts, Megatron gradually regained his senses. Gazing into the leader's steadfast and compassionate eyes, an unprecedented strength surged within him. "Leader, I shall fight alongside you." As more sparks became lost to the dark realm, the merging of the two worlds became inexorable. To save all Cybertronians from a devastating fate, the leader resolved to awaken Primus. He conveyed this message through dreams to his avatar, Orion. Upon hearing it, Orion promptly journeyed to the Well of All Sparks, hoping to awaken Primus and avert the impending disaster. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the well had transformed into an unfathomable abyss. During their exploration of the abyss, Orion's impatience and restlessness precipitated calamity. He recklessly plunged into the depths, provoking a frenzied pursuit by the temple guards. In the midst of their escape, Orion felt an enigmatic force calling to him, a summons from Primus. Helplessly, he began to descend, and without hesitation, Megatron leapt in to save him. As he plummeted through the void, Orion seemed to traverse a tunnel of time and space, witnessing the myriad destinies of the Cybertronians and feeling their anguish and struggles. He heard the whispers of the wind, the roars of beasts, the desperate wails of sparks, and the feeble heartbeat of the Allspark. Amidst these sounds, another voice resonated, a call from the leader of the Dark Realm. In that fleeting moment, Orion comprehended everything. When the world was cleaved in twain, Primus had fashioned for them an illusory dreamscape. The leader's spark was divided, with one half remaining in the dream world, living the life of an ordinary Cybertronian and encountering Megatron, who was then known as Galvatron. Orion's other half awakened in the dark world, where he embodied the leader. The leader served as Primus's safeguard within the shadows, protecting the sparks that had strayed into the abyss. Now, Primus could no longer ensure the separation of the two realms, and the leader must awaken Primus, who resided in the void. To accomplish this, he and Orion needed to unite, allowing the leader to return to the void and rouse Primus. When Galvatron failed to catch up with Orion, he ventured into the dark world, encountering the menacing silver form of Megatron, another manifestation of his spark. They merged, restoring all memories. Deep within the well of the Allspark, Primus's spark flickered weakly. The fusion of the leader and Orion radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the dark expanse. With their union, Primus's spark surged with vigor. He awakened, his power sweeping through the cosmos like a tempest, vanquishing the creatures of darkness. His colossal, luminous silhouette emerged upon the surface of the planets, proclaiming his resurgence with a voice brimming with might. However, the consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor did not entirely dissipate. It lay sealed within the fragments of the Allspark, biding its time for vengeance. Thus, the leader gained a portion of Primus's power, but lost the connection to the sparks of the former Orion and Megatron. He embraced the solemn duty of safeguarding the seal and embarked on a new journey. At the moment of Orion's fusion with the leader, the skies of Cybertron seemed to reignite, and the light of hope once again graced the land. The leader would continue onward in his new mission, fighting for the future of Cybertron. Chapter 13. The Awakening of Soundwave. The light of redemption. The Knights of Cybertron were a juxtaposition of grandeur and gloom. On one side, the bustling metropolis adorned with neon lights, and on the other, the intricate, shadowy alleys. Wanderers, criminals, and black market dealers concealed themselves within, while patrolling drones glided like phantoms, turning a blind eye to the darkness lurking in the corners. In a clandestine clinic, although the mechanical dog had yet to fully recover, his indomitable spirit and agility enabled him to shatter the glass enclosure of the medical pod, evading the grasp of the Dark Core physician and dashing towards the exit. Soundwave, you must not perish. The machine dog silently implored within its core, its optical lenses flickering with concern. Although the machine dog had known Soundwave for a brief period, having discovered him, it felt an unwavering responsibility towards him. Now, Soundwave had ventured into the underground gladiatorial arena for his sake, and the machine dog was anxious about whether it would ever see Soundwave's complete form again. Within the arena, the Cybertronians in the audience were deeply moved by Megatron's impassioned speech, their cores brimming with the vigor of rebellion and awakening. They rose en masse, chanting their leader's name, expressing their admiration and loyalty. The combatants were equally struck by Megatron's rhetoric, leading them to question the significance and worth of their participation in the gladiatorial contest. Some relinquished their weapons, opting for peace and unity, while others chose to flee the scene. At that moment, the arena's overseers charged forth, accompanied by imposing, armed enforcers, their formidable equipment radiating an aura of authority under challenge. "Halt, you traitors!" one enforcer bellowed, brandishing an energy whip aimed at the leader. The leader's expression hardened. He gently waved his hand, and a warm, potent force flowed from his fingertips, transforming into a colossal, luminous sword, the Starblade. A wave of blue energy effortlessly shattered the energy whip, releasing a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the arena. The leader gazed solemnly at the approaching Cybertronians, their weapons trained upon him and his followers, as if they were the true evildoers destined for obliteration from the universe. A tumult of complex thoughts swirled within the leader's core. Since his inception, he had borne the sacred mission of the Universal Messenger, serving as a steadfast guardian of Cybertron, harboring profound compassion for every Cybertronian and never lightly considering harm. He could not bring himself to inflict pain upon his kin, even those who stood as adversaries. This hesitation and inner turmoil caused his optical lenses to constrict slightly, while his audio receptors trembled uncontrollably. Megatron, perceiving the leader's predicament, cast an irate glance at the encroaching enforcers, commanding fiercely, "You are the true traitors of Cybertron." His brilliant red optical lenses flashed with fury as the fusion cannon on his right arm rapidly charged, unleashing a blinding energy beam that propelled the foremost enforcer backward. The other combatants were not to be outdone. Despite the absence of Soundwave's consciousness to assist him from the death space, they harnessed their heavy armor and formidable strength, striking down enforcers with powerful blows. The Whirlblade, embodying its role, incessantly provoked and bewildered the enforcers, diverting their attention and creating opportunities for its comrades to strike. Simultaneously, it hovered above, avoiding entanglement in the fray below. The leader stood alone at the rear, his optical lenses reflecting the silhouettes of his followers valiantly protecting him, their figures appearing so diminutive amidst the throng of adversaries, nearly engulfed by the tide of hostility. The essence of the leader stirred with tumult. a flash of violet abruptly igniting within the optical lens, where malevolent force lurked, eager to manifest from the depths of the spark. I cannot harm them. The leader's voice drifted softly into the distance, as he silently subdued the burgeoning malice once more, his gaze revealing a flicker of resolve within the optical lens. A brilliant stream of light surged skyward, and in an instant, the leader ascended above the arena, his form radiating a dazzling luminescence, akin to a resplendent star illuminating the entire Colosseum. In the subterranean arena of Cybertron, the oppressive and tense atmosphere was utterly shattered by the leader's deep, resonant, and benevolent voice. Those who obstruct the freedom of the people shall ultimately self-destruct. His words reverberated like thunder through the core of every Cybertronian, imbued with an undeniable authority. His voice, rich yet powerful, resonated like the tolling of a great bell, shaking every soul present. Each utterance struck like a hammer against the spark of the Cybertronians, awakening their profound yearning for liberty and steadfast commitment to justice. Yet, only the leader himself was aware of the subtle pang of shame that flickered within him at the moment he proclaimed the rallying cry. A fragment of his consciousness belonged to the former archivist, now standing here, revered and followed by countless Cybertronians. This sense of responsibility filled him with unease, as though he felt unworthy of bearing such a weight. However, this sentiment was swiftly quelled by his unwavering resolve. He understood the mission he bore must not falter or waver. With a sudden flourish, the leader brandished the star sword, its tip directed toward the shadowy crown of the arena. At his low command, the star sword erupted in a blinding radiance, as if to rend the very fabric of the underground Colosseum. Yet, as the luminescence cascaded down like a rain of blades, it transformed into gentle beams of light just before making contact with the Cybertronians, enveloping each individual within its warm embrace. The managers and enforcers found themselves suddenly paralyzed in this tender glow, as if held fast by an invisible force. Their visages betrayed terror and despair. Yet their forms suffered no harm. Instead, they were swiftly mended by a soothing, mysterious energy. Meanwhile, the leader swung the star sword again, this time cleaving directly towards the metallic gate of the arena. With a resounding crash, the gate disintegrated under the strike of the star sword, collapsing into a heap of scrap metal upon the ground. In that moment, the air within the arena seemed to be liberated, and the Cybertronians, now free, erupted into jubilant cheers. "Leader!" cried a voice from the stands, laced with boundless admiration and trust. At that instant, the leader became the sole focal point of the arena, every gaze drawn to him, every spark pulsating fervently in his honor. The leader nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across each Cybertronian, filled with warmth and encouragement. He understood that the path to transforming Cybertron was long and fraught with challenges, yet he remained steadfast in his belief that as long as they united as one, light and justice would ultimately dispel the shadows of darkness and corruption. I harbor no intention of causing harm to any Cybertronian. However, Cybertron now faces the peril of encroaching dark energy, and those who obstruct our progress shall inevitably face retribution. The leader's voice resonated with authority and conviction, imbued with compassion and strength. In that moment, the profound power and benevolence of the leader profoundly moved every Cybertronian present. They gazed upon him, their optics filled with admiration and gratitude. The immobilized overseers and enforcers gradually returned to normal as the beams of energy dissipated. Yet they no longer dared to entertain thoughts of defying the leader. The leader gently descended to the ground, his blue optics shimmering with wisdom and philanthropy. He turned to face those Cybertronians who had once served the forces of darkness, extending his hand with a smile, inviting them to join in the fight for Cybertron's future. Outside the arena, just moments before the gates were forcefully breached, Laserbeak and Buzzsaw anxiously circled above, their optics scanning the surroundings for a potential entrance. The guards at the entrance coldly rejected the request of the mechanical dog, asserting that no uninvited guests were welcome. "What shall we do now?" Laserbeak inquired with urgency. At that moment, a resounding roar erupted from the arena as the entrance was forcefully opened, energy beams piercing through the darkness. Within the arena, Soundwave stood silently at its edge, his optics flickering with light as illusions began to materialize once more. He witnessed twisted black tendrils erupting from the depths of the earth, ensnaring the bodies of Cybertronians and leaving behind horrifying corrosive marks. Furthermore, he observed those malicious black tendrils recklessly lunging towards the leader, only to disintegrate upon contact with the radiant brilliance emanating from his form. Soundwave subtly adjusted the flow of energy within his body, closed his optics, and activated the highly sensitive sensors throughout his frame, which spread outwards to capture every faint electronic signal and vibration. All surrounding information transformed into a data stream, converging and analyzing within his processor. In an instant, a chaotic torrent of information flooded his cerebral module, crashing against his consciousness like a tidal wave. Among this deluge were the fears, despair, and anger of the Cybertronians, the madness and brutality of those controlled by dark energy, and the sinister plots and evils lurking in the depths of darkness. Amidst this endless torrent of information, Soundwave struggled to search for the source of the dark energy. Suddenly, a vivid image emerged in his mind. He beheld a vast underground facility, filled with an array of intricate scientific instruments and energy devices. At the center of the facility, a colossal purple energy crystal pulsated with dark energy, from which the black tendrils extended forth. The leader's voice trembled faintly, his form quivering, filled with trepidation and unease. The leader's keen audio receptors stirred slightly, immediately sensing the plight of Soundwave, and hastened to his side, a flicker of concern crossing his optical lens. "Soundwave, what troubles you?" the leader inquired with genuine care. Soundwave struggled to concentrate, conveying the vision he had witnessed. "I have seen the source of dark energy. It is eroding our world. We must act swiftly." At that moment, the mechanical dog burst in, accompanied by Laserbeak and Sawback. "Soundwave, we have come to rescue you," the mechanical dog exclaimed, rushing to Soundwave's side, while Laserbeak and Sawback encircled him, anxiously inspecting his form. "Are you all right, Soundwave?" the mechanical dog asked, its voice laced with worry. Surprised by the mechanical dog's departure from the clinic, Soundwave cradled it with concern. Thankfully, the dog's exterior armor had been repaired, appearing no worse for wear, and he shook his head reassuringly. "I am fine." However, his voice still bore a hint of weakness. The leader gently touched Soundwave's form, and a warm, potent energy flowed from the leader's fingertips into Soundwave, along with the mechanical dog. In an instant, Soundwave transformed. His form surged upwards, a visor of red goggles and a silver mask enveloping his face, and a sonic blaster materialized on his shoulder, rendering him beyond the capabilities of ordinary Cybertronians. Simultaneously, the internal injuries of the mechanical dog were completely healed. The mechanical dog, witnessing the leader's miraculous act for the first time, gaped in astonishment, while Laserbeak and Sawback nearly chirped in surprise, rendered speechless by the extraordinary sight of Soundwave and the mechanical dog. With a voice imbued with gratitude and reverence, Soundwave instinctively pressed the mechanical dog's head down, as if wary of its foolish demeanor in the presence of the leader. The leader, seemingly unfazed by the trio's indiscretion, earnestly addressed Soundwave. "Soundwave, you possess a unique ability to perceive dark energy. I now seek your assistance in locating its source. Will you lend your aid?" Soundwave nodded almost without hesitation and turned to his companions. "Friends, you may not fully grasp the gravity of our situation, but trust me and the leader before you. He is the beacon of hope for us all and my newfound faith. Now, I shall eradicate the source of dark energy." In unison, the mechanical dog, Laserbeak, and Sawback gasped, yet there was no hesitation in their hearts, and they instantly expressed their willingness to accompany Soundwave. The leader gazed silently at Soundwave's advancing figure, as a fleeting purple glimmer flickered once more in his optical lens, only to vanish. Following closely, Megatron sensed something amiss as he cast a glance towards the leader. Yet he could discern nothing. Beside them, the marker gazed at Megatron in confusion, words of inquiry poised on the tip of its tongue. The last of their group, Whirl, crept closer, whispering softly near the sculpted head of the marker. "Do you not think that figure ahead bears a striking resemblance to?" Before the marker could respond, Megatron abruptly raised a hand, signaling for silence. He then moved to the opposite side of Soundwave, his demeanor sharp with vigilance as he scrutinized the colossal metallic barrier obstructing their path. The fusion cannon began to charge, prompting Soundwave to swiftly retreat to his leader's side, joining the others in a state of readiness. With a thunderous roar, Violet energy illuminated the once dim and profound subterranean cavern. The might of Megatron's fusion cannon was formidable, creating a gaping hole in the heavy protective door in an instant, causing Soundwave's optical lens to narrow sharply. Before Soundwave's warning could escape, his consciousness was plunged into darkness. Chapter 14. The eve of dawn, the labyrinthine depths of a laboratory resembled a colossal steel beast, consuming all light. Dim lights barely illuminated the intricate passages, akin to the beast's veins, coiling and twisting into the unknown. The cold metallic walls reflected a faint, chilling sheen, each glimmer whispering tales of solitude and despair. The air was thick with a suffocating blend of oil and energy fluid, an atmosphere laced with the essence of metal and demise. Upon entering the laboratory, Soundwave's expression shifted dramatically. Highly attuned to dark energy, he immediately sensed an eerie presence permeating the air. It was a frigid, malevolent energy imbued with malice, as if countless optical lenses were watching him from the shadows. Suddenly, a torrent of formidable dark energy surged into his being. He attempted to resist, yet it was futile. Soundwave's form began to tremble uncontrollably, a strange purple glow emerging within his optical lens as his consciousness blurred, seemingly pulled toward an abyss by a powerful force. Despair filled the core of Soundwave as he emitted a faint distress signal, his body moving uncontrollably deeper into the laboratory. Each step felt extraordinarily burdensome, as if he bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Concurrently, a horde of grotesque, twisted black-purple creatures surged forth from the shadows of the laboratory, causing Soundwave's optical lens to widen in disbelief. His core quaked violently as he came to a startling realization. The Cosmic Emperor may not have merely visited this universe. The creatures emitted piercing howls, their sharp claws glinting ominously. These beings, composed purely of dark energy, harbored a profound hatred for light, swiftly encircling Soundwave and his companions, launching an aggressive assault. "Soundwave, what has happened to you?" The machine dog and laser bird encircled him, anxiously calling out. Yet Soundwave remained unresponsive, lost in the depths of darkness. Within that seemingly endless void, a mask with a minimalist, smiling expression materialized before his optical lens. "Whirl, escort Soundwave to a safe zone with the machine dog." In the fleeting moments between vanquishing the monstrous foes, the leader swiftly issued commands, turning to face the team with unwavering resolve, proclaiming, "As long as I am here, you need not fear these dark entities. They are by no means insurmountable adversaries." The blade, known as the Whirlwind, glanced upwards, disbelief replacing the fear that had threatened to surface. "What? I'm not afraid." Determined to join the leader in combat, Whirlwind took a step forward, only to suddenly glance at his empty hands. The golden optical lens flickered, and a look of chagrin crossed his face. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head and declared, "I shall absolutely obey the leader's command." With that, he turned and dashed toward Soundwave, seizing the slightly smaller figure of Soundwave and urging the little ones to follow suit. The Decepticons had never encountered such peculiar and terrifying creatures. They stood frozen, their optical lenses fixated on the oncoming tide of monsters, their cores brimming with unprecedented shock. A chilling fear crept from the depths of their sparks, swiftly enveloping them in an unfamiliar coldness. The leader brandished the shimmering star sword once more, positioning himself protectively before Soundwave, and swung the sword towards the onslaught of stitched creatures. The blade's light sliced through the darkness like lightning, engaging the monsters in a fierce clash. Awakened by the leader's inspiring words, Megatron and the others found their courage rekindled, their gazes towards the leader filled with bravery and determination as they rallied to join the fray against the dark beings. Megatron, no longer hesitating, unleashed the fusion cannon upon the monsters, violet energy beams tearing through the air and shattering the foes to pieces. Meanwhile, the signpost boldly charged forth, fists raised, ready to engage in battle with the dark entities. As the conflict escalated, the sounds of metal clashing and energy surging intertwined within the laboratory, composing a mournful battle hymn. The leader and his followers coordinated seamlessly, resisting the relentless onslaught of the dark creatures. Yet, the sheer number of monsters rendered the battle exceedingly fierce, with each swing of the leader's sword accompanied by blinding brilliance and deafening roars. The glow emanating from his form began to dim imperceptibly, and a subtle tremor gripped his sword-wielding hand. Megatron inadvertently glanced back, witnessing this alarming sight, and immediately inquired with concern, "Leader, you?" But before he could finish, the leader suddenly swung his sword towards him, leaving Megatron momentarily dazed. The piercing shriek of a disintegrating stitched monster startled him back to awareness, realizing the leader was dispatching the stray fiends on his behalf. Yet, Megatron noticed that while the leader continued to strike down the relentless tide of stitched creatures, his optical lens avoided meeting Megatron's gaze. At that moment, a trace of profound uncertainty and worry flickered within the leader's core. As the leader became the vessel of the Cosmic Emperor's seal, he also bore a fragment of the primordial life deity, Primus's power, wielding various formidable abilities through the core mechanism known as the leader module. However, the utilization of these powers was not without its toll. Frequent utilization of these abilities not only amplifies the energy consumption of the leader module, but also weakens the confinement imposed on the Cosmic Emperor's seal, providing the malevolent consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor with an opportunity to infiltrate. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of death, the formidable and fearsome Unicron is meticulously observing the turmoil within the IDW universe through a cross-universal consciousness connection device. He perceives that the leader and his followers are on the brink of being engulfed by darkness, as shadowy creatures surge forth like a relentless tide, rendering the situation precarious. Although he can distinctly sense all of this, he is constrained by the barriers of space and unable to intervene directly. A profound sense of anxiety and helplessness fills Unicron's core as he grows increasingly concerned for the leader's safety. However, he is acutely aware that establishing a cross-universal consciousness connection is no trivial matter. The feasibility of the connection hinges upon whether his emotional fluctuations remain within a safe threshold. Should his emotional state exceed this range, it could result in unpredictable dangers, a warning once issued by the inventor of the cross-universal consciousness connection device, Shockwave. Nevertheless, Unicron resolves to take the risk. He closes his optical lenses, striving to calm his emotions and maintain his emotional fluctuations within the safe threshold. Then, he concentrates all his mental faculties to establish a connection with IDW's Optimus Prime. Upon confirming the stability of the connection, he boldly supplants Optimus's consciousness, seizing control of the mechanical form. The IDW Optimus Prime, engaged in battle, experiences a momentary pause, yet lasts but an instant, as the tension and urgency in his optical lenses swiftly transform into composure and confidence. When Unicron's consciousness manifests as Optimus Prime, stepping forth to shield the leader with the combat techniques that the leader knows all too well against the onslaught of encroaching dark creatures, an involuntary smile of surprise blossoms on the leader's face. Optimus. The leader's voice is imbued with joy and excitement at the sight of his companion once more. However, in this fleeting moment of distraction, a claw of a fused monster stealthily strikes from the leader's flank. "Leader, be careful," the nearby sentinel suddenly shouts, noticing the peril approaching from behind. Yet, under the guidance of Unicron's consciousness, Optimus reacts swiftly, raising the fully charged fusion cannon. And in the instant that the filthy claw is about to make contact with the leader, he fires, reducing it to mere dust. "Do not be distracted, my leader. We have ample time to reunite." His tone is light-hearted, infused with a hint of mirth, yet maintains an unwavering steadiness. The leader, seemingly foreseeing the danger, offers a reassuring smile to the sentinel. "Do not worry, sentinel." The leader's voice is calm and powerful as he slightly tilts his head, revealing a comforting smile to the sentinel. "With us here, these monsters are of no concern." A warm current surges through the sentinel's core as he feels the leader's trust and strength. Clenching his fists tightly, he resolves to contribute his share to this battle. The two leaders, situated in different universes, once again stand shoulder to shoulder in combat. Their coordination in battle is seamless, requiring no verbal communication or eye contact. Their intentions have melded into one cohesive force. The leader nodded slightly, casting a grateful glance at Megatron before immersing himself once more into the fierce battle. Their stances were both elegant and magnificent, as azure energy waves intertwined with violet energy beams, creating a breathtaking tableau in the air. "Leader, your power remains as radiant as ever." Megatron, embodying a colossal and menacing presence, proclaimed during a brief respite in combat, his voice resonating with pride and reverence. The leader offered a slight smile in return, acknowledging, "Your combat skills have indeed grown increasingly refined, Megatron." Yet, a hint of concern flickered in the leader's optical lens, as though he harbored unsettling suspicions regarding Megatron's transformation. The formidable Megatron seemed to conceal something, turning to blast apart yet another stitched monstrosity. His metallic lips pressed tightly together in silence. Their fighting forms were exquisite and resplendent. The sounds of monstrous bodies being scorched and torn asunder mingled with anguished cries, composing a tragic symphony of battle. Through their close cooperation, the fused monstrosity was swiftly vanquished, and the tide of battle began to shift in their favor. As the leader, the formidable Megatron, and the beacon charged into the laboratory, they beheld a colossal energy apparatus at the center. With a purple energy crystal, an embodiment of dark energy and the blood of the Cosmic Emperor, nestled within. Additionally, another figure lingered within the laboratory. Chapter 15. The battle unfolds in a corner of the laboratory. The gladiator overlord, who had previously been unable to determine a victor against the beacon, laughed with abandon as he inserted a dark energy crystal, radiating an ominous glow, into the ignition chamber. Immediately, the overlord's form underwent a rapid transformation. The upper half morphed into a fighter jet, unfurling its wings with a thunderous roar, laden with an array of missiles and energy cannons, while the lower half shifted into a tank, its turret rotating to aim directly at the beacon, gathering a powerful surge of energy at its muzzle. Simultaneously, the cracked floor of the laboratory began to emit a faint purple light. Soon after, countless corpses of fallen Cybertronians emerged from the fissures, their bodies battered and worn, bearing the scars of time, as if recounting tales of former glory now overshadowed by desolation. Despite having lost their lives, the dark forces revived the purple energy within their frames. The glow in their optical lenses morphed into a haunting violet, seemingly possessed by malevolent spirits. They staggered to their feet, akin to cursed phantoms, lunging forward. Though their movements were clumsy, each step radiated an ominous threat, as dark purple energy coursed through their forms, as if intent on devouring any living being that dared to obstruct their path. Within the consciousness realm of IDW Megatron, he silently observed the unfolding events with acute tension, anxiously witnessing the clash between the leader and the beacon. At this moment, the IDW Megatron's body was under the control of a fearsome entity from another universe. His former spar partner, the leader, he observed how this formidable Megatron wielded the body, far surpassing his own potential, which had been meticulously upgraded by the leader, seamlessly cooperating with him. Could I truly possess such strength? Despite having once fervently pledged to the leader that he would serve as a conduit for establishing a connection with his counterpart, he now found himself enveloped in a tumult of exhilaration and an undercurrent of resentment, a complex and contradictory emotion. "Come on, Megatron, show me your true power," the tyrant provocatively shouted, his voice brimming with madness and excitement. He eagerly anticipated witnessing the terrifying prowess of those corpses resurrected by dark forces in battle. A cunning glint flickered in his optics, as if he reveled in the thrill of the imminent confrontation. The Megatron felt the energy within his body surge uncontrollably, and without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward to engage the tyrant in combat. However, the tyrant's power was far beyond what the Megatron could contend with. Their dual forms coordinated flawlessly, with gunfire and shells driving the Megatron into retreat, leaving increasingly deep wounds upon his body. As his energy waned, he felt as though he were battling two tyrants simultaneously, the disparity in strength instilling a sense of despair. "Megatron," the IDW Megatron called out anxiously from the realm of consciousness. "I have lost." The Megatron's body crackled with sparks and smoke, his optics filled with frustration and confusion. Just then, unable to bear the sight any longer, the fearsome consciousness of Megatron unleashed a blast upon the tyrant, striking down an aircraft in midair. In an instant, he appeared before the tyrant's tank form, aiming at the barrel of the fusion cannon with a dazzling brilliance. "Though your power stems from darkness, the darkness can never eclipse the light." The fearsome consciousness of Megatron thundered, as a single shot sent the tank flying. The tyrant's two halves crashed to the ground, struggling to reassemble into humanoid form. But before he could regain his footing, another fusion blast struck him in the chest. sending him careening back and shattering a heap of scientific equipment, finally silencing him completely. The tyrant lay defeated. The dark energy crystal that had been embedded with the spark automatically detached and fell to the ground, while the signs of mutation within his body gradually faded. Though the tyrant had fallen, the corpses of the Cybertronians controlled by dark energy did not cease their movements. Instead, they surged forward chaotically, as if driven by a loss of control, toward the leader. A shadow flickered in the leader's optics. He hesitated no longer. Before the Megatron could utter a word to halt him, he opened his chest plate. In an instant, a brilliant energy beam erupted from the leader module in his chest, illuminating the darkness and instantly dispelling the dark energy within the laboratory. The Cybertronian corpses screamed and twisted in the light, before, in a flash, they disintegrated into fine particles, vanishing into the air. The atmosphere of the laboratory transformed into tranquility and serenity, as if nothing had ever transpired. After the fierce battle concluded, the leader's gaze fell upon the battered interface, its body marred by the scars of combat, clearly in dire need of healing. Within the dimly lit and tense laboratory, energy fluctuations and the sounds of metal clashing intertwined to form a poignant war anthem. The leader, wielding the star sword, allowed its brilliance to dance at his fingertips, preparing to invoke the formidable power capable of dispelling darkness once more. In this critical moment, the formidable Titan, clad in silver armor with a piercing gaze, surged forward like a flash of silver lightning, positioning himself protectively before the leader. The undeniable light flickered within his purple optical lenses, and the powerful aura emanating from his body caused the very air in the laboratory to thicken. "Leader, enough." Titan's voice resonated deep and powerful, echoing like thunder in the leader's ears. "Every time you recklessly wield your strength for the sake of others, you jeopardize our shared future." The malevolent consciousness of the cosmic emperor stirs in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity to corrupt you. His gaze was fierce, unwavering yet imbued with hidden concern and care. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze, and time slowed to a crawl in that moment. Upon hearing Titan's words, the star sword in the leader's hand hesitated slightly, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his blue optical lenses. He turned to Titan, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange that conveyed 1,000 unspoken words. Looking at the interface, the leader perceived the shadow of his once devoted followers, his resolve crystallizing. "Titan, I understand your concerns. However, the interface is our comrade, and I cannot stand idly by while he is in peril. Moreover, trust me, I can handle this." Seeing the unwavering determination in the leader's eyes, Titan, embodying the essence of will, reluctantly closed his optical lenses and ultimately chose to relent. "Very well, leader. But remember, your safety is equally paramount." His voice carried a tone of resignation and sigh. The leader nodded and commenced to wield his abilities. His radiance enveloped the interface, rapidly healing the wounds that had once been torn open, erasing dents, and restoring even the charred surface to a pristine condition. Furthermore, the leader seized this opportunity to execute a minor upgrade on the interface, enhancing its structural integrity further. Once the treatment concluded, the leader gazed at the revitalized interface, a satisfied smile gracing his features. "Interface, how do you feel now?" The interface rose, feeling the surge of newfound strength coursing through its body, and exclaimed excitedly, "Leader, I feel more powerful than ever." "Thank you, leader." The leader looked deeply into the interface's eyes through his earnest blue optical lenses, his voice gentle yet resolute. "No, it is I who should be grateful, for I have you, such a courageous warrior, by my side." However, before he could finish speaking, the leader's expression suddenly tightened, as if struck by an invisible force. His body trembled slightly, seemingly unable to bear an unseen burden, on the verge of collapse. The leader endeavored to maintain his balance. Yet the blue glow within the optical lens unexpectedly morphed into an eerie shade of purple, reminiscent of a ghostly flower blooming silently in the night, heralding ominous tidings. Witnessing this, dread and concern surged within him, prompting him to step forward urgently, attempting to support the leader. "Leader, what troubles you? What has transpired?" The consciousness of the imposing Megatron keenly sensed the disturbance, his red optical lens fixated intently on the leader, his core brimming with apprehension. Unable to contain his inquiry any longer, the leader IDW Megatron witnessed the leader's audio receiver twitch slightly, as if it had caught his voice. Just as the leader turned to respond, Megatron's formidable presence swiftly steadied him, momentarily immobilizing him. The audio receiver turned awkwardly, reminiscent of a fate-bound oil rabbit grasped by the nape of its neck. Beneath the grave countenance of Megatron's fierce consciousness lay an undercurrent of worry. He remained silent as he guided the leader to the colossal dark energy crystal at the center of the laboratory. "Do not worry, I am fine." The leader steadied himself once more, suppressing the tide of unease. He turned to gaze at the dark energy crystal fragments, the very source of all events. With resolve, the leader raised the star sword and decisively struck the mysterious crystal. It erupted in a dazzling radiance, shattering into numerous pieces, among which a dark purple egg-shaped metal materialized. "Is this an egg?" Chapter 16. A moment of warmth in the dimly lit and tense atmosphere of the laboratory. Megatron's fierce consciousness fixated intently on the metal egg that had just emerged from the dark energy crystal. His form exuded an intangible sense of oppression, rendering the surrounding air heavy. He remained silent, yet within, a tempest of emotions raged. His mind brimmed with uncertainty and vigilance. The appearance of this egg involuntarily evoked thoughts of the Cosmic Emperor and the intricate connections between them. What he pondered internally: does this egg have to do with the Cosmic Emperor? Why does it evoke such familiarity? Does it conceal secrets of my past? Or perhaps hold the key to the resurrection of the Cosmic Emperor? The leader's voice resonated nearby, gentle yet resolute, infusing a glimmer of light into the oppressive space. Let us call it the Black Crystal Egg. It may harbor some unknown power, intricately linked to the battle we are about to face. Megatron nodded silently in agreement, though words eluded him. The leader cautiously touched the surface of the Black Crystal Egg with the tip of the star sword. The egg emitted a faint glow upon contact, seemingly reacting to the energy of the star sword. This Black Crystal Egg likely concealed some formidable unknown power. It must undoubtedly be intricately connected to the Cosmic Emperor and requires careful safeguarding. The leader spoke in a low voice, carefully placing the Black Crystal Egg into his subspace. After ensuring the egg was securely stored, he led his followers back to the surface to reunite with Soundwave and the others, who were anxiously awaiting his safe return. As they saw the red and blue figure, glowing softly as it emerged from the dark cave entrance, Soundwave immediately rushed forward, exuberant and eager to welcome the leader back from his triumphant endeavor. "Leader, you have finally returned." Soundwave could hardly contain his concern and joy, and he promptly inquired about the results from the underground laboratory. The leader smiled and replied, "We have successfully eradicated the dark energy crystal. However, upon its shattering, we discovered a metallic egg-shaped black crystal within." He continued, "For now, let's take you to a safe place, and I shall explain further." The leader gently lifted Soundwave and led the group to the Allspark, the core of Cybertron, a sanctuary where Soundwave could rest and recuperate. In the depths of unending darkness, Soundwave struggled to explore, his consciousness tightly bound by the dark energy, as if he could never escape. Yet, he did not surrender. His will flickered like a faint candlelight, swaying in the darkness but never extinguishing. Suddenly, a minimalist smiley mask gradually materialized within the shadows, beneath which was a deep blue silhouette, standing tall and exuding an indescribable aura of authority and power. It was the TFB Decepticon intelligence officer, Soundwave, from the realm of death. Like an electronic specter, he silently observed the struggles of IDW Soundwave within the realm of consciousness. "Who are you?" IDW Soundwave scrutinized cautiously, his optical sensors filled with confusion. The smiley face on the mask vanished, revealing pulsating sound waves, followed by a low, raspy, cold electronic voice. Decepticon intelligence officer, Soundwave. The two telepaths' abilities clashed imperceptibly, their powers colliding and intertwining in this ocean of consciousness, creating brilliant flashes of light. Their forms jolted simultaneously, each taking a step back. IDW Soundwave felt a buzzing in his cerebral module, the dark purple figure before him flickering and blurring as if affected by the impact. Yet it regained clarity in the next moment. Soundwave superior, the warmth of the Allspark's light enveloped him, allowing Soundwave to reconnect, gradually opening his optical sensors. However, the gaze he cast upon the leader radiated a familiar tranquility. "Leader," Soundwave's voice carried the distinct mechanical resonance of the Decepticon intelligence officer, prompting immediate recognition from the leader. Soundwave. The leader beamed at his red visor, as if peering through to glimpse the tranquil, silent figure beyond. He then inquired with genuine concern, "Are you well? And what a Soundwave! This Soundwave here, how is he?" The intelligence officer nodded slightly, responding succinctly, "Dark energy interference, cerebral module overload. Self-healing is underway." Soundwave must advance his telepathy within the realm of consciousness and seek methods to resist the darkness. In the realm of consciousness, Soundwave received the affirmation of that eerily silent counterpart, finally breaking free from the shackles of darkness, regaining control of his own form. He beheld the leader gazing at him with gentle concern, the optical lens reflecting a warm glow. The leader's voice, still tinged with a faint tremor, was filled with gratitude and joy as he tenderly inquired, "How do you feel now? Are you all right?" The mechanical canine had been waiting patiently, leaning its large head close to Soundwave, its gaze a mixture of reproach and concern as it looked down at Soundwave's faceplate, emitting a low, slightly accusatory hum. "You've finally awakened. We missed an extraordinary battle waiting for you." The whirling blades and the marker immediately gathered around, their concern palpable. The whirling blades gently patted Soundwave's shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey Soundwave, you're finally awake. We thought you would continue to explore the secrets of dark energy in your dreams." Soundwave calmly pushed aside the crowding heads, rising from the ground and stating with steady voice, "Leader, I am fine. I have discovered a way to resist the encroachment of dark energy." The leader nodded with a smile, his gaze towards Soundwave, brimming with relief. Just then, the imposing Megatron spoke, his tone carrying a hint of apology and gentleness. "My leader, I must take my leave for a while. The consciousness connection cannot last too long, or it may pose unpredictable dangers to this body." The leader gazed longingly at Megatron, his blue optical lens shimmering with complex emotions. He understood and nodded, fully aware of the challenges Megatron faced and the sacrifices that had to be made. Before severing the consciousness connection, they exchanged a meaningful look, filled with countless unasked questions and unvoiced sentiments. Yet the timing was not right, and they could only bury their feelings deep within. "Megatron, take care," the leader finally spoke, his voice heavy with reluctance and concern. "No matter where or when, I will be here waiting for your return." Megatron's optical lens flickered slightly, as if the leader's words had touched a soft spot deep within. He nodded firmly, his voice resolute yet tender. "Leader, you must also take care. No matter the obstacles you face, remember, you're never alone in this fight." With that, Megatron slowly closed his optical lens, gradually withdrawing his consciousness from IDW Megatron's body. As he severed the connection, IDW Megatron's form trembled slightly, as though returning from intense battle, the turmoil and unease within surging like a tide. His crimson optical lens sparkled with complex hues, reflecting both concern for the leader's safety and the fatigue and struggle from prolonged exposure to dark energy. Chapter 17. The Pact of the Spark. Megatron fixed his gaze upon the leader, his voice deep and powerful. "Leader, are you truly all right?" His tone conveyed profound concern, intertwined with unease over his inability to fully control his own essence. However, the turmoil within the core surged like a rampaging beast, causing Megatron to momentarily lose control. He stepped forward forcefully, nearly shoving the leader against the wall, yet the leader nimbly sidestepped, allowing only his shoulder to lightly graze the surface. This unexpected maneuver left all present in stunned silence, as the rotating blade's yellow optics flickered with shock and confusion. Leaning in, he inquired, "Leader, Megatron, what hushed conversation are you engaging in?" The atmosphere plunged into an eerie quietude. The Sentinel and Soundwave silently observed this unfolding scene, where silence became the most profound of outcries. Realizing his indiscretion, Megatron quickly retreated, fists clenched tightly, the energy fluctuations of his frame causing the purple luminescent bands on his armor to pulse erratically. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to suppress the impulses within. His voice trembling as he spoke, "Leader, I apologize. I was unaware of my actions. My concern for you overwhelmed me." The leader regarded Megatron with a gaze that held both reproach and understanding. He slowly approached Megatron's side, his voice deep and resolute. "Megatron, I comprehend your worries. Yet, we are comrades. We must not allow the chaos within the core to dominate us. Furthermore, I have observed that it is not solely you. Both the signal and sound wave are also affected by the dark energy. Now, I must undertake the task of harmonizing your spirits. Upon hearing the leader's words, the gathered followers exhibited expressions of astonishment and anticipation. Standing amidst his followers, the leader's profound blue optics shimmered with unwavering determination and compassion. He sensed the turmoil and anguish tormenting Megatron and the Sentinel, emotions resembling dark clouds overshadowing their sparks. The leader understood that to restore tranquility and strength to them, he must take decisive action. Closing his optics, the leader began to concentrate. His frame emanated a gentle luminescence, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, guiding his followers through the darkness. By the grace of Primus, purify your sparks. The leader's voice resonated with depth and power. His chest plate opened once more, and the leader module began to emit a soft glow. A warm and sacred energy surged forth, enveloping them, transforming into delicate strands of light that softly entwined around Megatron, the Sentinel, and Soundwave. These strands appeared to possess a life of their own, penetrating the followers' sparks and resonating with them. They experienced an unprecedented warmth and serenity, as though cradled in the embrace of Primus. Their cores began to clarify, all pain, struggle, and negative emotions being purified by this luminous force. As the strands gradually retracted and the halo dissipated, Megatron, the Sentinel, and Soundwave opened their eyes, their optics gleaming with gratitude and reverence. They felt their sparks elevated and cleansed like never before. Yet, this harmonization of sparks did not come without a cost. Upon completing the ritual, the leader's frame trembled slightly, a fleeting trace of fatigue and weakness flickering within his optics. The leader did not reveal to them that the process of harmonizing with the power of Primus not only consumes mental energy, but also entails bearing a portion of the emotional wounds and darkness harbored by the believers. This, indeed, is the price the leader must pay. With a heart full of gratitude and guilt, Megatron gazed at the leader, his voice imbued with deep appreciation. You have sacrificed so much for us. The leader smiled gently and shook his head, responding with a calm yet resolute tone. This is my duty as a leader, as well as my promise to you. As long as we stand united, nothing can impede our progress. Moreover, I trust that Primus will bestow upon me the strength to continue protecting you and safeguarding Cybertron. The other believers gradually gathered around, expressing their gratitude and reverence for the leader in their own ways. The leader felt the warmth and support emanating from his companions, as if the fatigue within him was being alleviated by this collective strength. Beneath the warm glow of the Allspark, the leader stood quietly among his followers, the intricate and profound light shimmering in his blue optics. He understood that the moment had come to unveil the secret hidden deep within his core. My friends, there are matters I need to disclose. The leader's voice was gentle yet firm as he slowly raised his gaze, surveying his companions. As the apostle of Primus, I bear the heavy responsibility of confronting the Chaos Bringer. However, this power does not come without its cost. Upon hearing this, the believers displayed expressions of surprise and concern. Megatron stepped forward, his red optics fixated on the leader, eagerly awaiting further explanation. The seal of the Chaos Bringer resides within my leader module, and the energy of this module is intrinsically linked to my spark, allowing an exchange of energies, the leader explained, briefly closing his optics before continuing. This signifies that whenever I wield my power against the darkness, the malevolent will of the Chaos Bringer attempts to erode me. This is why I sometimes appear overwhelmed, even occasionally exhibiting the influence of dark forces. As the leader's words settled, a profound silence enveloped the believers. They had never fathomed that beneath the leader's seemingly invulnerable exterior lay such a heavy burden. However, please trust me, I shall not allow darkness to consume me. The leader asserted, his voice resolute. I share this with you because I wish to establish a more robust trust between us. I need your understanding and support as we confront the threat posed by the Chaos Bringer together. Megatron stepped forward, his tone deep and powerful, his gaze flickering with unwavering determination. Leader, you have never fought alone. His words conveyed an undeniable conviction, as if promising the leader his loyalty and resolve. Then, Megatron's expression softened, and his voice grew gentler as he continued. We are your believers, your companions, your family. No matter the challenges we face, we will stand by your side until the very end. Other believers expressed their unwavering support, rallying closely around their leader, forming an indomitable collective. As he gazed upon them, waves of warmth and strength surged within his heart. He understood that as long as they united in purpose, nothing could impede their forward momentum. Thank you all. The leader's voice resonated with gratitude. With your presence, I am confident that we shall overcome the Cosmic Emperor, bringing true peace and hope to Cybertron. In that moment, the leader and his followers embraced tightly, their embers igniting in unprecedented harmony. They recognized that no matter how arduous the future may prove, as long as they walked hand in hand, they would surely welcome the dawn of victory. Chapter 18. The Silence of Dawn in the Realm of Death Within Another Universe. An oppressive silence enveloped the temporary base, shrouded in a tangible mist coalesced from dark energy, writhing like a living entity. On this land, thoroughly consumed by darkness, the colossal and fearsome Megatron stood like an unyielding rock, silently imposing. Yet within his form, the dark energy stirred restlessly, akin to magma on the verge of eruption. Suddenly, Megatron's bright purple optical sensors flicked open, penetrating the stone walls of the base, as if he could gaze upon the creatures formed from dark energy lurking outside. These beings were the denizens of the death space, formless and transient, driven solely by an insatiable thirst and greed for the living, for the spark, for the Cybertronians. At this moment, they were drawn to Megatron, the spark of the Cybertronians, slowly advancing towards the base. Sensing the stirrings of these dark entities, Megatron unleashed a deep, resonant roar that echoed throughout the death space, imbued with undeniable authority. His form began to transform. His limbs elongated and grew robust, while sharp spines sprouted from his back and shoulders, encased in formidable armor. In the blink of an eye, he morphed from humanoid into his monstrous form, a terrifying creature forged from dark energy and metal. With heavy steps, Megatron charged from the base, confronting the dark beings attracted by his spark. Each pulse of his spark resonated with the surrounding dark energy, as if he had fused with the very essence of the death space. The dark entities shrieked upon sighting him, their contorted shapes flickering in the shadows, attempting to overwhelm this formidable Cybertronian with sheer numbers. However, Megatron remained undaunted, his steel form standing resolute in the death space. His claws were as sharp as blades, each strike infused with enough energy to extinguish the flames of life, targeting those beings that craved only sparks and existence. What was more fearsome was his ability to unleash torrents of flames from his maw, akin to the fires of hell, instantly engulfing throngs of dark entities. Behind him, mechanical wings unfurled, stirring the void of death's domain with each beat, conjuring tempests of destruction that ensnared dark creatures within an endless whirlwind of chaos and dread. His elongated tail, akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, unleashed waves of lethal energy with every swing, compelling those creatures to writhe in despair before dissolving into nothingness. His form exhibited remarkable adaptability and resilience in the throes of battle. Even when corroded by dark energy, he swiftly transmuted it into his own strength, persistently engaging in combat. The dark entities faltered under his relentless assault, yet a ceaseless tide of creatures surged forth from all directions, seemingly inexhaustible. The imposing figure of the Titan did not waver. He fought valiantly, while guiding the creatures away from the base. His struggle was not merely for survival, but to safeguard his comrades and the facilities within the temporary stronghold from the ravages of these malevolent beings. In the midst of this fierce melee, the Titan emerged as a beacon of lightning in the darkness, each strike precisely targeting the vital points of the shadowy adversaries. His mere existence instilled terror and reverence in those creatures, prompting them to scatter in a desperate attempt to flee from this formidable Cybertronian. As the final roar faded into the abyss, the Titan gradually ceased his advance, reverting to his humanoid form. Though his body was weary, his optics gleamed with unwavering resolve and determination. He understood that as long as he drew breath and his spark continued to blaze, he must protect every inch of this deathly expanse and every comrade within it. In the IDW universe, the actions of the leader and his followers ignited a tumult on Cybertron. The underground Colosseum, having awakened the people's yearning for freedom and their defiance against darkness, bore witness to the quiet emergence of a grand revolutionary movement. They departed from the Colosseum, some returning to their abodes, while others congregated in small groups, fervently discussing the exalted leader and their aspirations for the future. Hope was rekindled, faith in the leader restored, and they began to spread the word of his grandeur and the revolutionary rhetoric of the Titan. In an inconspicuous corner of Cybertron, a young Cybertronian was engrossed at a data terminal, his fingers dancing swiftly over the keyboard as he uploaded the leader's electrifying footage from the Colosseum to the data network. A determined glimmer sparkled in his optics as he murmured to himself, "This time, I will ensure everyone sees the truth. He shall become the brightest star of Cybertron." The video spread like wildfire, and soon every corner of Cybertron buzzed with discussions of the leader's exploits. People began to question the atrocities of the Functionalist Council and the relevance of the corrupt senators within the Senate as a silent revolution brewed, fueled by the data network. Within the conference room of the Functionalist Council, an atmosphere of grave tension prevailed. The committee members wore somber expressions, acutely aware that the emergence of the leader posed a significant threat to their authority. This leader must be eradicated. One member slammed his fist upon the table in indignation, declaring, "His existence is a blatant affront to our power. We must take action. We can no longer remain passive," asserted one commissioner resolutely. "However, we must proceed with caution to avoid inciting panic," cautioned another. Meanwhile, in the halls of the Senate, Shockwave sat quietly to the side, listening intently to the discussions of the other elders. He was acutely aware of the significance of a leader's emergence for Cybertron. Yet he understood that this burgeoning power must be guided and controlled judiciously. "We cannot allow momentary anger to cloud our judgment." Shockwave finally spoke, his voice firm and resonant, suggesting that this leader might be the very opportunity we need to alter our current predicament. We ought to comprehend him deeply rather than engage in blind opposition. However, Shockwave's voice was swiftly drowned out by the derision and mockery of the other elders. They obstinately clung to their positions, unwilling to entertain any dissenting opinions. In a clandestine corner of Cybertron, a sinister force, long shrouded in the shadows of its history, observed these developments closely. They possessed bizarre anatomical structures and unfathomable power. The strength and resolve exhibited by the leader instilled in them an unprecedented sense of fear and trepidation. How could he be so formidable? His power may well be more profound and terrifying than we had ever imagined. It appears that we must confront reality with grim visages and reassess this leader. His strength has burgeoned to a degree that casts a shadow of death over us. Indeed, we must scrutinize him with a judgmental gaze to determine if he has become a threat we can no longer ignore. Now, let us delve into this in-depth report on the leader. In-depth report on Cybertron, the dawn of the underground arena. The leader's arrival dispels the darkness. In a concealed corner of the Cybertronian planet lies an underground world of gladiatorial combat, shrouded in darkness. This place has long been synonymous with power and violence, embodying the pain and fear within countless Cybertronians. The roar of engines and the clash of weapons accompany each battle, filled with wails of despair, as if this land had been entirely consumed by darkness. Yet, in such a realm of oppression and suffering, an unprecedented miracle unfolded last night. As the battles within the arena intensified, the atmosphere of dread and despair among the audience reached its zenith. In that moment of existential peril, a legendary deity emerged, like the first rays of dawn piercing through the darkness. The leader, towering and majestic, radiated a golden glow that enhanced his sanctity in the dim light. His form was sleek and powerful, every detail exuding an ineffable strength and elegance. With his head slightly raised and his gaze profound and resolute, he seemed capable of perceiving all the darkness and suffering in the world. The moment the leader appeared in the arena, he bore an expression of solemnity and sanctity, as golden light emanated from his form, akin to warm sunlight illuminating the earth. Those battle-scarred Cybertronians, bathed in this radiant glow, found their wounds swiftly healing, and their forms rejuvenated. The leader's optical lens was suffused with compassion and empathy, each subtle expression revealing a profound affection for the people of Cybertron. At that moment, a humble Cybertronian, a devoted follower of the leader, stepped forward. His voice resonated throughout the arena, filled with a fervent longing for freedom and peace. His words served as a catalyst, igniting the hope program within the Cybertronian systems, awakening dormant courage and faith, propelling them towards a brighter future. The leader listened intently, his demeanor growing increasingly solemn and resolute, as if silently pledging to safeguard the peace and justice of Cybertron. The arena's overseers, undeterred by this surge of power, brandished their weapons, attempting to maintain the oppressive order of the underground. However, the leader's brow furrowed, a glimmer of anger and determination flashing in his optical lens. Like a streak of light piercing the heavens, he ascended with astonishing speed. Standing tall, he proclaimed with a voice imbued with strength and grace, "Those who obstruct the people's freedom shall ultimately consume themselves." As the leader's rallying cry echoed, an indescribable force erupted instantaneously. Golden arrows descended like divine warriors, striking the overseers and their henchmen with precision. They were rendered defenseless against this overwhelming might, swiftly subdued. Yet, a victorious smile did not adorn the leader's face. Rather, his lips curved downward slightly, betraying a barely perceptible sorrow, a profound, introspective sorrow. His blue optical lens remained vigilant and steadfast, as if advising the Cybertronians to remain ever watchful, guarding the hard-won peace and freedom. The atmosphere within the arena reached a crescendo. The Cybertronians rose, raising their hands in unison, chanting the leader's name. They were no longer the oppressed. They had become awakened warriors, fighting for freedom, justice, and hope. The leader's emergence shone like a beacon, illuminating the path to Cybertron's future. As an earnest journalist, I bore witness to this miraculous event. Yet between the lines, one might sense my profound admiration and fervor for the leader. Each appearance of his felt like a ray of dawn, piercing the dark corners of Cybertron, revealing to every Cybertronian the power of transformation and the light of hope. Under his guidance, the future of Cybertron is destined to be filled with brilliance and prosperity. By your humble reporter, Wandering Shadow, Chapter 19. Readying for action after enduring a series of harrowing battles, the leader and his companions finally welcomed a brief respite. They gathered by the source of flame, relishing this rare tranquility. The leader understood that although the fighting had temporarily subsided, future challenges loomed ominously. To foster team cohesion and understanding of the complex situation at hand, he proposed that each person introduce themselves. Standing before the group, the leader spoke gravely. "I am the leader, the apostle of Primus, guided by the will of Primus, hailing from another universe, bearing the mission of redeeming the suffering. When I arrived in this universe, I discovered the dark energy crystals left by the Cosmic Emperor, the dangers of which are evident to all. However, there are those who seek to exploit it for their own selfish desires. It is imperative to understand that anyone who attempts to wield dark energy for personal gain will ultimately become a puppet of the Cosmic Emperor, without exception. As an apostle of the Primus God, I vow to protect every life here, no matter what the future holds. Moreover, I must clarify a special circumstance. I have 3 comrades who, like me, hail from the same universe but are now trapped in the realm of death. One is a counterpart of Megatron, my companion and fellow warrior. Another is the counterpart of Soundwave, our closest friend and the finest intelligence officer. The last has yet to make contact with you. His name is Shockwave, an exceptional scientist. It is his research on the interdimensional consciousness link device that allows my comrades to connect through consciousness with Megatron, the marker, and Soundwave, providing assistance at critical moments. However, this connection is unstable and fraught with risk, necessitating our constant vigilance. Megatron's crimson optical lens flickered slightly, revealing both surprise and a subtle complexity of emotions. Leader, does this Megatron from the realm of death share a similar fate and pass with me? I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to engage with him and uncover more truths. The leader gazed at Megatron, understanding and sympathy reflected in his optical lens. Megatron, I comprehend your curiosity and anticipation. Indeed, this Megatron from the realm of death bears many similarities to you, including an insatiable ambition and a thirst for power. Yet, the paths of fate are invariably intricate and shifting. He may carry burdens and solitude of which you are unaware. The leader's thoughts drifted back to a distant past, Memories of the Megatron from the realm of death flooding in like a tide. In his initial form, he was a tormented behemoth, struggling for survival in the arena. I rescued him, taught him the language of Cybertron, enabled him to transform, and bestowed upon him newfound strength. Pausing momentarily to gather his thoughts, the leader continued. After the world was divided, we encountered each other once more in the realm of darkness. At that time, he had lost his sanity, consumed by dark forces. I exhausted all means to restore his reason, yet his memories became irrevocably fragmented. In another luminous world at that time, our other selves also met and formed a bond, even becoming sparks of companions. Eventually, our selves merged once more, and the world was rejoined through the power of the Primus God. But I could no longer sense his presence until he established a consciousness link with you, revealing his plight to me. The leader emerged from his reverie, looking at Megatron before continuing. Like you, he is a warrior imbued with fierce will and ambition. However, he has endured greater solitude and struggle, deepening his yearning for power. I believe that if you are afforded the chance to converse, it will undoubtedly ignite a unique spark between you. Upon hearing this, Megatron's crimson optical lenses flickered with a chaotic brilliance, as though he beheld a version of himself from a parallel universe. A formidable warrior intertwined with the leader's destiny. Fighting side by side, rising to his feet, his red optics shimmered with gratitude. Leader, I am thankful for your presence in my moment of dire need. Once, I was merely an ordinary miner, yet under your guidance, I have discovered my path and learned to harness my power. Rest assured, I vow to protect you with my life. The leader responded with a gentle smile. Megatron, momentarily dazzled by the leader's warmth, cleared his throat and glanced awkwardly at the bystander. The bystander chuckled amiably, scratching his head. Is it my turn now? Hello, I am bystander, also a humble miner. The leader has granted me a new lease on life, not once but twice, allowing me the opportunity to contribute to the future of Cybertron. Though I lack the formidable strength of Megatron, I shall wield my courage and determination to safeguard everyone. He then turned his gaze toward Soundwave. Soundwave inclined his head slightly, his goggles and mask obscuring his expression. In a calm and profound voice, he stated, I am Soundwave, endowed with the ability to read minds and sense dark energy. I once lost myself due to the uncontrollable nature of my powers, but it was the leader who guided me to mastery. Once again, I extend my gratitude, leader. The leader maintained his smile, feeling heartened by Soundwave's reclamation of self. At that moment, Whirlwind could no longer contain his excitement and sprang to his feet, his yellow optical lenses gleaming with enthusiasm. It's my turn now. Hey everyone, I am Whirlwind, a clockmaker and an optimist. Although I was initially terrified by the fearsome version of Megatron, I have come to realize he is our ally, not our foe. I firmly believe that under the leader's guidance, we can surmount any obstacle. However, leader, I do have one small question. A flicker of confusion crossed the leader's mask, quickly replaced by an understanding smile. You wish to inquire why I upgraded Megatron, Bystander, and Soundwave, yet overlooked you. Whirlwind nodded vigorously, his excitement intensifying. Yes. So when will it be my turn for an upgrade? I wish to possess a body and strength as formidable as theirs, so that I may protect the leader and everyone else. Do you not agree? At that moment, the leader's expression shifted to one of mild discomfort. His blue optical lenses tinged with a hint of worry. Sensing this, Whirlwind's spark nearly faltered, and he quickly retracted his request for an upgrade, waving his hands in dismissal. If it burdens you, then I will forego it. Please, do not feel compelled on my account. Megatron shot a concerned glance at Whirlwind before anxiously directing his gaze towards the leader. Leader, is your body still recovering from the previous exertion? Is there anything we can do to assist you? The leader shook his head, his body relaxing slightly as he chuckled resignedly, comforting his anxious followers. It is not that. It was not due to me, but the leader gazed into the optical lens of the Whirlblade, then at his hand, ultimately deciding to speak the truth. The upgrade to your bodies is, in fact, a projection from a certain point in your original timelines. I can select the most potent moment of your existence for this projection, but Whirlblade, you will undergo a transformation, ceasing to be your former self. At this moment, the others grasped the principle behind their body upgrades. Megatron and the marker exchanged thoughtful glances, while Whirlblade stared in astonishment, his optical lens wide open. What will I become? A form you would not desire. The leader vaguely explained, unable to disclose the specifics of Whirlblade's future appearance, for it might be too cruel. He wished not to see the optimistic Whirlblade wear a sorrowful expression. Whirlblade's cognitive module raced, yet the more he contemplated, the more terrifying it became, prompting him to halt his imaginings and assure the leader, "I shall never again mention the matter of my upgrade. Leader." At that moment, the robotic dog buzzed energetically, leaping agilely around everyone, its body radiating vibrant energy. "Esteemed companions, it is my turn. I am the robotic dog, though my name suggests a simple canine. I am far from docile. As the agile hunter of Cybertron, I provide the most accurate information and swiftest support. Whether tracking the enemy's trail or executing critical missions, I shall demonstrate the true prowess of a feline. Let us stand united, safeguarding the future of Cybertron." The laser bird soon soared around them, its voice crisp and melodious. "I am the laser bird, the aerial scout. With keen vision and swift flight, I can swiftly detect enemy movements and relay intelligence. Under the leader's guidance, I will continue to soar through the skies, protecting our friends and homeland." After hearing the laser bird's introduction, the circular sawbird nodded slightly and spoke in a uniquely artistic tone. "Esteemed companions, I am the circular sawbird, the artist of Cybertron. The mighty beak is my signature, capturing inspiration and creating art. Strength and wisdom coexist within me. I revel in exploration and battle alike. Do not let my avian appearance deceive you into thinking me gentle and harmless. Whether venturing into uncharted territories or addressing unforeseen circumstances, I shall provide the most precise creations at lightning speed." The leader smiled at each companion, his heart brimming with emotion and pride. "I am confident that as long as we unite in purpose, nothing can obstruct our march forward. Leader, please believe that from this moment onward, we are not merely your followers, but your most steadfast support." Megatron's voice resonated with conviction and strength. "As the leader's most loyal disciple and comrade, I am prepared to undertake the monumental task of leading the revolution. We shall rally those who believe in the leader, peacefully overthrowing the tyranny of the Functionalist Council." The leader understood that his presence would undoubtedly bring monumental changes to this universe, with the Cybertronian Revolution being one of them. As the apostle of Primus, the very source of all transformation, protecting them was a mission he must fulfill. The marker added, "Indeed, we shall craft inspiring speeches to encourage more to join our ranks. As for you, Whirl, while you may not be ideally suited for the protection of our leader, your logistical support and reinforcements are equally vital. Let us strive together for the future of Cybertron." Whirl scratched his head and chuckled. "Although I may not fully comprehend those intricate strategies, I shall entertain you in my own way, ensuring our leader finds moments of respite amidst the turmoil of battle." Soundwave calmly analyzed, "I shall employ my telepathic abilities to gather intelligence and provide crucial information to support our endeavors." The mechanical dog wagged its tail excitedly. "My companions, Laserbeak and Buzzsaw, will assist Soundwave. Our agility and stealth will prove invaluable in reconnaissance and vigilance." The marker patted his chest. "As for security, I will stand alongside Megatron to safeguard our leader, ensuring no peril approaches you." The leader gazed at them with a warm smile, filled with strength and reassurance. "With you all by my side, I fear nothing. Now, let us deliberate on our forthcoming plans." At that moment, the leader's audio receiver suddenly trembled slightly, and he turned his gaze toward the bright source of the Allspark behind him. Around the Allspark, an invisible ripple seemed to emanate, conveying a mysterious signal to all of Cybertron. The leader's expression instantly grew grave. Chapter 20. Celestival and the new crisis deep within a more clandestine, vast, and meticulously guarded secret laboratory on Cybertron. A group of peculiar half-mechanical beings busied themselves with a critical research endeavor. Under the dim lights, a colossal jar at the center of the lab brimmed with shimmering azure energy fluid, and within its embrace, an egg-shaped metallic structure floated serenely, emanating a gentle blue glow. As the research progressed, the egg-shaped metallic structure suddenly cracked open, revealing a glimmer of crimson light. It was the optical lens of a beastly larva, embodying both wisdom and a hint of confusion. In a humble, dilapidated, abandoned building somewhere on Cybertron, a group of individuals from the lower echelons of society gathered in a circle, fervently praying for the arrival of their leader. Their visors bore expressions of anticipation and yearning, as if the leader were their sole beacon of hope. "Oh, great leader, please descend upon us. We seek your guidance and your strength to rescue this world steeped in darkness. A young Cybertronian spoke with a trembling voice. Another Cybertronian eagerly echoed, "Yes, leader. We have heard the tales of your legend. You are the divinity of Cybertron, the messenger sent by Primus. Bestow upon us your strength, that we may together overthrow the tyranny of the Functionalist Committee." Others joined in, their voices resonating within the cavernous building, filled with unwavering determination and faith. At that moment, a dazzling sphere of light appeared before their optical lenses, from which emerged a magnificent red and blue mech, radiating a resplendent glow. Its golden luminescence appeared particularly divine amidst the dimly lit architecture. Following this, two large mechs, one in dark purple and the other in silver gray, stepped forth from the sphere, accompanied by two medium mechs in blue and white, and deep blue, as well as three beastly constructs. "It is the leader. You have truly arrived." The devotees erupted in fervent cheers, kneeling in reverence as they gazed up at the leader, their optical lenses seemingly capturing only the exalted and sacred figure of their leader. The leader extended his hands, gently signaling them to rise. "I sense your yearning for freedom and your pursuit of justice. However, remember that the path of revolution is fraught with challenges and uncertainties." The leader's voice resonated with steadiness and strength, imbued with compassion and care. He surveyed the circle of revolutionaries, feeling both reassurance and concern within his core. Though this revolutionary endeavor is essential, it may also unleash considerable upheaval within Cybertronian society. The leader's gaze swept across each individual present. "I will shield you from the threat of dark energy, and Megatron shall assist you in your revolutionary pursuits. Yet, bear in mind that I wish to see no acts of violence. When needed, I will manifest in your hour of hope to help you navigate through adversity. But do ensure to remain calm and rational, striving for our rights through peaceful means." The leader's words flowed like a warm current of energy, both inspiring and comforting the revolutionaries. However, he noticed that a few Cybertronians displayed expressions of confusion, seemingly wishing to voice their inquiries, but were silenced by those around them, ultimately swallowing their doubts. They ultimately gathered closely around the leader, expressing their commitment to follow his guidance and embark on the revolutionary path peacefully, forming an unbreakable collective. Meanwhile, an increasing number of like-minded individuals were converging towards this place. They even prepared a spacious and comfortable resting chamber for the leader, marked with a sign indicating it was exclusively for him. Though simply adorned, the interior emanated a sincere and warm ambience. Upon entering, he found a freshly cleaned, large charging bed, sturdy and spacious, promising great comfort should he need to recharge here. Beside it stood a welded table and chairs, atop which lay a meticulously crafted model of the city of Velocitron, alongside a neatly stacked array of datapads. The entire lounge, though modest, was filled with wisdom, evoking a deep appreciation for the revolutionaries' earnestness and dedication. They truly wished for the leader to remain here. "Leader, we now have a name, Celestival," exclaimed a young Cybertronian in red and white, who stood a few steps behind the leader, his optical lenses shimmering with admiration. The leader paused momentarily, then turned to him with a gentle smile. "You're called Broadside, are you not?" The optical lens of the horizontal cannon widened in astonishment, and then filled with admiration. He gazed at the leader, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, leader, you are as omniscient as the rumors suggest." The leader, however, gently shook his head, asserting, "Not so. It is only upon seeing you that I come to know your name." Celestival, he mused, is a fascinating appellation. Might you share its origin? The horizontal cannon's optical lens sparkled with pride as he straightened his posture and declared, "Celestival signifies the guardian of the skies. We believe you to be the divine apostle descending from the heavens, the hero sent by Primus to rescue us. We are willing to be your followers and safeguard the land beneath this sky alongside you." Listening to his words, warmth surged within the leader's heart. He realized that, despite the majority of these revolutionaries hailing from the lower echelons of society, they shared an unwavering desire for freedom and a relentless pursuit of justice. This would be the beacon of hope for Cybertron's bright future. "Thank you, members of Celestival." The leader's voice resonated with calm strength. "Your trust and support invigorate me. Rest assured, I shall fight by your side until the very last moment. Together, we shall protect this land until the radiance of peace and justice once again illuminates Cybertron." The revolutionaries of Celestival nodded in unison, their optical lenses glimmering with resolute determination. They understood that, from this day forth, they were no longer solitary warriors, but rather part of a formidable coalition, united under a powerful leader and a fellowship of kindred spirits. Subsequently, the leader entrusted Megatron with the task of elaborating on the current situation and the forthcoming revolutionary plans. They listened intently, occasionally expressing their awe and approval. The leader remained quietly attentive, not out of reluctance to engage, but to ensure that the Celestival members felt unencumbered by his stature, free to voice their inquiries. The leader needed to heed the voices of the people. Under Megatron's guidance, the members of Celestival began to take decisive action. They rallied more individuals to join the revolutionary ranks, crafting inspiring speeches and disseminating the leader's principles and beliefs. The leader often mingled among them, using his powerful and compassionate voice to uplift each individual. As the revolutionary actions gained momentum, Megatron emerged as the leader's spokesperson. He fervently advocated for the leader's ideals and the objectives of the revolution, rallying more Cybertronians to partake in this noble cause. His speeches were impassioned and deeply moving, garnering widespread acclaim and support from the populace. In the shadowy alleyways, Soundwave whispered to his companions, "Let us proceed to gather the intelligence concealed in the darkness. Remember, our actions must be both cautious and swift. We must leave no opportunity for the enemy." Accompanied by the mechanical dog, Laserbird, and circular sawbird, Soundwave ventured into the obscurity, their figures swiftly vanishing into the night as they commenced their intelligence-gathering mission. Though the journey is fraught with uncertainty and peril, they understand that it is for the sake of their leader and the future of Cybertron. The leader once again returned to the Well of All-Sparks, where he pondered in the gentle and mysterious glow of the All-Spark, his thoughts drifting toward the cosmic rivers of the universe, reaching the farthest edges of existence. At that moment, a dazzling purple luminescence suddenly erupted within his optical lens, while he detected an unusual presence in subspace. Subspace, a mysterious realm connecting innumerable possibilities, was currently pulsating with a dark and malevolent energy, resembling a fearsome claw emerging from the abyss, striking toward the black crystal egg that harbored endless secrets and power. The dark energy dissipated abruptly, leaving a slight yet conspicuous fissure in the once impenetrable shell of the black crystal egg. A wisp of dark purple light seeped through the crack, emanating from a purple optical lens that shimmered with a cold and somber radiance. The leader's core tightened suddenly, as if gripped by an invisible force. Chapter 21. The hatching of the black crystal and the shadow of time and space at the core of Cybertron. Beside the Well of All-Sparks, the leader, along with Megatron, Soundwave, and Blades, formed a circle, their gazes tense yet curious. Fixated on the black crystal egg at the center, the delicate cracks on its surface glimmering faintly in the light of the All-Spark. A new life was on the verge of emergence. The leader's blue optical lens trembled slightly as he spoke softly. "We do not know what this life will bring, but we must be prepared." His voice conveyed an unwavering resolve. Suddenly, the black crystal egg began to tremble violently, accompanied by the sound of metal fracturing, and it cracked open, a brilliant purple light radiating forth, illuminating the entire space. In the wake of this brilliance, a small black and purple truck-like organism emerged from its shell. Though diminutive, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the leader's form, its purple paint and optical lens glistening under the light. It sat amidst the scattered metallic debris, waving its tiny fists, and let out a crisp beep, reminiscent of a toy truck's horn, catching everyone present off guard, followed by an involuntary smile. "Mommy," the little truck called out to the large red and blue mech nearby in a youthful voice. This address rendered everyone momentarily speechless, their optical lenses flickering with surprise and confusion. The leader's form trembled for an instant, and he discreetly relaxed his right hand, nearly releasing the Star Saber. While deep within the Allspark, Orion emerged, finding the little truck utterly endearing. "I am not your mother," the leader replied as gently as possible, though his optical lens slightly constricted, betraying the turmoil within. Why did this organism resemble him so closely? What scheme did the Cosmic Emperor harbor? How should he approach this seemingly innocent being? The little truck raised its adorable head, gazing directly at the leader with its purple optical lens, its voice trembling as it tenderly amended, "Father." The spark within the leader seemed to be struck by an invisible warmth in an instant. Aurelian's voice began to softly whisper beside his audio receiver. "The little darling is about to cry. Hurry and embrace him." The leader closed his optical visor and decided to yield to his instincts for the moment. He bent his right knee and squatted down to meet the little truckling, whose height barely reached his calf, and then extended his hands, gently cradling the young being in his embrace. With tender strokes, the leader caressed the exterior armor of the little truck, his core brimming with complex emotions. This diminutive entity not only bore a striking resemblance to him, but also held an inexplicable connection in terms of their name. The leader sighed softly within. Speaking in a gentle tone, "You may call me leader. Welcome to this world, child." At this moment, others dared to approach. Their curiosity piqued as they examined this new life. Megatron involuntarily stepped forward, raising his left hand as if to lightly pat the little truck's head, though his lips curled slightly in a hint of caution. Whirl, brimming with excitement, reached out to gently touch the surface of the young being, exclaiming, "Hey there, little one. What's your name?" The leader pondered briefly before responding. "Since you have hatched from the black crystal egg, I shall name you Dawnbreaker. May you illuminate our future like the first light of dawn." Dawnbreaker seemed to comprehend the leader's words, excitedly waving his tiny fists and emitting a series of beeping sounds. The purple hue in his optical visor swirling like a tumultuous vortex, deep and enigmatic. The leader discreetly summoned energy from the leader module to quell the malevolence surging from the depths of his spark, thus preventing himself from uncontrollably extinguishing this potential threat in its cradle. Whirl's optics widened in exhilaration as he remarked, "Wow, this little one is like a miniature version of the leader. Surely he can't be the leader's own child, right?" Laughing, Whirl suddenly sensed the eerie silence around him, halting his laughter to find everyone wearing expressions as if the sky had fallen. Megatron silently clenched his fists, his fiery gaze burning into the little truck's form as if seeking to pierce it. Meanwhile, the observant Sentinel, struggling to conceal his astonishment, cleared his throat and thoughtfully stated, "I believe this little one harbors a certain secret. We must tread carefully." His voice was steady and powerful, conveying an undeniable gravity. The leader discreetly monitored the little truck's every movement, ensuring no signs of danger emerged before continuing. "No, he is not my biological child." The leader finally spoke, his tone imbued with a hint of tenderness. "But now that he has entered this world, we shall treat him as family. Welcome to this world, Dawnbreaker." Unbeknownst to the leader, from the moment of his birth, Dawnbreaker's core was filled with a profound aversion, even hatred, toward this world. He possessed no memories, only an insatiable desire for destruction and chaos. Especially when silence enveloped his surroundings, an uncontrollable urge for annihilation would surge within him. Yet, upon catching sight of the leader's warm gaze and smile, that urge would immediately subside. He lifted his gaze, fixating intently on the leader, his optical lenses shimmering with confusion and yearning as he innocently called out, "Father." The leader, observing the bewildered expression in Petit Zhao's eyes, felt a surge of profound protectiveness welling up within him. Gently, he touched Petit Zhao's audio receiver, savoring the warmth of the young form nestled in his embrace. "I shall protect you, Petit Zhao." The leader's voice resonated, deep and resolute. "No matter who you are or whence you come, I shall treat you as my own child." Meanwhile, on the desolate streets of Cybertron's particle city, Officer Orion Pax, adorned in red and blue, navigated through the chaotic throngs of people. The sharp, elongated blue audio receivers flanking his head sculpt were ever vigilant to the surrounding commotion. These unfortunate souls have been gravely affected by inferior stimulants, Orion Pax mused, his optical lenses flashing with a hint of anger as he observed the frenzied vagrants, driven mad by the taint of dark, energy-infused substances. He was acutely aware that a more sinister conspiracy lurked behind these drugs. Suddenly, he lunged at a vagrant attacking an innocent passerby, delivering a powerful blow that sent the assailant crashing to the ground, swiftly securing him with handcuffs. "Little Sphere, escort these individuals back to the precinct," Orion Pax instructed his colleague, standing nearby. Little Sphere, a large yet genteel Cybertronian, nodded and began the task of escorting the apprehended vagrants. Orion, don't overexert yourself. These cases may be more intricate than they appear, Little Sphere cautioned as he departed. Orion Pax's optical lenses dimmed slightly. He was acutely aware of the complexities underlying these cases. Yet he understood his duty as an officer of the Particle City Precinct was to safeguard its residents, never allowing them to suffer harm. I know, but I cannot stand idly by, Orion Pax declared resolutely. As the transport vehicle sped away, he gradually withdrew his gaze, surveying the path he had just traversed on the desolate street. A strange wave of sensation coursed through his neural module, followed by a series of illusory images materializing before his optical lenses. He saw himself standing in a shadowy alley, surrounded by a group of rough-looking street thugs, their bodies marred with scratches as they mercilessly assaulted a vagrant lying on the ground. The vagrant lay unconscious, his optical lenses dull and lifeless, with electrolytic and energy fluids pooling around him, clearly injured beyond measure. He witnessed himself vehemently intervening to halt the thug's cruelty. They were momentarily startled by his sudden shout, but upon realizing he was alone, their expressions turned to disdain. Nevertheless, he did not waver. He boldly advanced, positioning himself in front of the vagrant. In the vivid hallucination, he nearly incapacitated the thugs, rescuing the vagrant and transporting him to his clandestine clinic, where his friend, Ambulin, tended to the injured. Within the confines of the imagined clinic, he forged a profound friendship with the vagrant, listening intently to his tale as a blend of sympathy and fury manifested upon his visage. As the illusions gradually dissipated, Orion Pax found himself still standing in the narrow alley, enveloped in silence. He glanced around, discovering no trace of anyone, including the homeless man he had previously rescued. After a moment of contemplation, Orion decided it prudent to return and converse with his friend, the paramedic. Chapter 22. The Dark Factory Adventure in the Dead of Night. The intrepid officer Orion Pax ventured alone into the enigmatic and illicit drug processing factory. This location had been revealed to him through several days of relentless pursuit. He hoped that the informant, a small-time thug, had not left behind any ominous shadows. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the diligent patrol robots roaming about. The factory's entrance gaped wide open to Officer Orion, seemingly beckoning him inside. Orion did not believe in such fortuitous circumstances. The factory's welcome undoubtedly concealed ulterior motives. However, his instincts urged him that this place could yield significant clues. Seizing the moment was imperative, and even if a trap lay in wait, he felt compelled to investigate. Approaching his destination with the agility of a vigilant fox, Orion mused that this was indeed the spot. Those substandard circuit enhancers likely emanated from here. As he stepped into the factory, he was struck by the sight of various containers filled with unknown liquids, exuding a chaotic and perilous aura. Piles of evidently pre-packaged goods lay stacked, poised to be dispatched at any moment. Just as he prepared to delve deeper, the lights within the factory abruptly illuminated, flooding the space with brilliance. A swarm of armed factory henchmen surged forth from all directions, swiftly encircling him. It was indeed a trap. Although Orion had anticipated such a scenario, the sheer scale of their mobilization was astonishing. The henchmen brandished an array of energy weapons, their optical sights gleaming with cold malice and derision, as their gun barrels pointed squarely at Orion. Faced with this sudden peril, Orion did not falter. He sensed these individuals did not intend to execute him immediately, and this insight was crucial for his escape. "You are obstructing official duties," Orion proclaimed, his voice resonating through the cavernous factory. The only replies were chilling laughter and menacing taunts. "Humph, Orion Pax, while you may be a notable figure in Particle City, meddling in our affairs is tantamount to courting disaster," sneered a leading henchman, his tone laced with disdain and murderous intent. In light of this, Orion remained composed, surveying the room, and remarked, "What are you waiting for?" The henchmen muttered among themselves, and the leader, growing impatient, spat, "Our boss demands that we spare your life. You would do well to heed this warning, or else." Suddenly, the deafening roar of engines shattered the stillness as a transport vehicle, laden with shattered metal, burst through the entrance, instantly capturing the henchman's attention. A cacophony of metal deformation echoed as the transport vehicle transformed into a large, metallic gray-blue machine. It was Little Sphere. When had he arrived? Not long ago, the night was deep and dark, and Orion stood alone at the periphery of the shadowy factory, his gaze piercing, his heart brimming with an unwavering pursuit of justice. Unbeknownst to him, not far behind, Little Sphere was concealed behind a building, anxiously observing him. A tumult of emotions swirled within Little Sphere. He was proud of his friend's bravery, yet deeply concerned for his safety. He understood that this mission was fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet Orion Pax had resolutely chosen to shoulder the burden alone. Unable to convince himself to remain in a safe place, Little Sphere decided to follow discreetly, hoping to lend assistance at a crucial moment. Little Sphere silently watched as Orion Pax cautiously infiltrated the factory, skillfully hacking into the surveillance system, determined to monitor his actions. Suddenly, the factory lights blazed to life, and a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the stillness. Little Sphere observed the menacing factory thugs approaching, his heart racing. He realized that Orion Pax had fallen into the enemy's trap. Returning to the present, Pax, Little Sphere called out, waving fervently at Orion, before hurling several grenade-like devices that startled the thugs into retreat. With a series of resounding explosions, dense smoke rapidly enveloped the area. They were merely smoke grenades. Upon seeing Little Sphere, Orion Pax swiftly transformed into a truck, charging into the fray like a war chariot, before reverting to human form amidst the chaos. At this moment, the thugs indiscriminately unleashed a barrage of gunfire, their various energy beams and electrical currents intertwining to create a dense net of firepower. Utilizing his exceptional combat skills and weaponry, Orion maneuvered through the thugs, leaping and striking, each attack accompanied by a cry of agony and a surge of energy. Despite his agility and the cover of smoke, he struggled against the relentless onslaught. His armor began to buckle under the continuous blows, sparks flying, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Witnessing this, Little Sphere nearly succumbed to panic. He had taken refuge behind a metal cargo container and called out to his reckless ally, Pax, "Stop entangling with them." Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Orion Pax remained undeterred. He searched for an opportunity to subdue the foes amidst the relentless attacks, swiftly rolling aside to take cover behind another metal container during the thug's weapon charging intervals. From a distance, Little Sphere gasped in alarm. He hastily dialed the internal line, exclaiming over the communication channel, "Pax, are you out of your mind?" Orion Pax, momentarily taken aback by the thunderous shout that sent the audio receiver toppling backwards, coughed awkwardly and expressed, "Thank you for coming to my rescue, but I regret to inform you that I cannot leave just yet. This factory conceals crucial clues. Should I miss this opportunity, I may never unveil the puppeteer behind it all. Yet, you cannot sacrifice your life." The small orb continued to bellow relentlessly. "My apologies." Without warning, an invisible electromagnetic pulse surged through the air, extinguishing the factory's lights in an instant, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. Save for the sporadic flashes from energy weapons that offered brief glimpses of illumination, Orion Pax immediately heightened his alertness, swiftly signaling the small orb to retreat. But the latter vehemently refused, gritting its teeth in defiance. It would not abandon its comrades to flee alone. A sharp avian cry pierced the air as a Cybertronian mechanical bird swooped down from above, striking the weapon that was in the midst of being fired. Almost instantaneously, an agile, beast-like figure darted through the crowd, accompanied by a cacophony of gasps and anguished wails as the thugs fell one after another. These two beast forms were often subjected to mistreatment due to the peculiarities of their transformed state, many forced to roam the streets, becoming targets for the bullying of street thugs and vagrants. Why would they assist him? Just as Orion Pax pondered this perplexity, he observed the beastly Cybertronian maneuvering past the thugs, arriving at a passageway entrance, casting a distant glance in his direction before entering. "Small orb, we may be on the verge of uncovering the truth." Upon hearing this, the small orb shook its head in resignation, muttering, "I must have caught the madness virus from Pax." With that, it followed the red and blue heavy truck deeper into the factory. As Orion Pax traversed the passageway the beast form had taken, he discovered a trail of claw marks that seemed to guide him forward. Following the direction indicated by the beast form, he finally reached the heart of the factory, encountering a laboratory brimming with a variety of precise instruments and equipment, from which the substandard circuit accelerators had been developed. Then, he spotted the beast form alongside a medium-sized machine of deep blue hue, upon whose shoulder the mechanical bird perched. "Who are you?" Orion Pix inquired warily. "Darkness has enveloped all of Cybertron. If you wish to save it, acting alone is unwise," replied the deep blue machine, its voice imbued with a distinct electronic resonance and an inorganic quality, yet subtly laced with an imperceptible concern. Orion Pix remained vigilant, as heavy, familiar footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by the astonished voice of a small orb. "Soundwave!" exclaimed the gray-blue large machine, revealing the identity of the deep blue medium machine, and then inquiring with excitement. "If you are here, does that mean the esteemed leader is also present?" Chapter 23. Stars and allies since Soundwave and the mechanical dog had infiltrated that endless darkness. Several days had passed without sight of the leader's radiant form. However, the inspiring voice of the leader, radiating a sacred brilliance from within, serves as an invisible bond, perpetually drawing the sparks of sound waves. Reflecting on the past, the sound wave once wandered alone in the abyss of despair. Nearly succumbing to the uncontrollable chaos of his powers, it was the emergence of the mechanical hound that, like a faint glimmer of starlight, offered him a sliver of hope. Yet, this flicker of light almost fell prey to the encroaching darkness. The sound wave exerted every ounce of strength to secure this precious hope, willingly delving deeper into the shadows to safeguard that hard-won luminosity, until the leader arrived, akin to a resplendent star slicing through the night sky. His radiance instantly dispelled all gloom within the realm of sound waves, rekindling the flames of hope for countless sparks struggling in the dark. The leader's presence not only illuminated the path ahead for the sound wave, but also enveloped him in unprecedented warmth and power. However, the sound wave was acutely aware that the darkness had not completely retreated, that insidious, disease-like dark energy remained lurking in the shadows, poised to consume those still lost in the void, even attempting to devour the leader's light, thereby threatening to corrupt the entire planet. Consequently, the core of the sound wave brimmed with resolve and tenacity. He vowed to protect the leader's brilliance, ensuring that no dark force would prevail. The leader embodies his faith, his hope, and the very essence of his relentless struggle. Bolstered by this conviction, the sound wave would steadfastly tread the path of resisting darkness, fighting alongside the leader until ultimate victory was achieved. The sound wave was nearing the location of their presence when he infiltrated a factory, only to find it deserted, with all traces erased, leaving behind only a faint aura of dark energy in the laboratory. The trail had abruptly ceased, yet he unexpectedly discovered another individual investigating the factory. Orion Pax of the Particle City Police Department was already known to the Soundwave. He was a Cybertronian imbued with justice and innocent ideals. Meanwhile, the buzzard stationed outside the factory relayed news of a massive machine following the officer, and soon battle erupted with bullets and lasers flying in chaos, shaking the underground domain where the Soundwave resided, causing his neural module to hum incessantly. Upon realizing that Orion Pax would not abandon his objective, a flicker of interest ignited within the Soundwave, compelling him to witness whether this renowned officer would steadfastly uphold his beliefs and remain true to his path. Thus, the Soundwave resolved to assist Orion Pax. When the small sphere mentioned the leader, Orion Pax quickly cast a meaningful glance at him. Both he and the small sphere had previously investigated the leader due to the tumult stirred by the data network, yet they could not ascertain the origins of the leader. The leader's initial appearance was in an unknown, impoverished street of Cybertron. However, apart from the whirlwind that uploaded the miracle of the leader's arrival to the data network, no one had witnessed the leader's true visage, nor could confirm the marvel that transpired that night. After an extensive investigation, they arrived at only a few dubious reports, until the leader's message erupted across the internet overnight. That video unveiled the legendary deity to all, igniting the courage of countless individuals in their pursuit of freedom and justice. Thus, an unprecedented and grand revolution began to coalesce, self-identifying as Celestival, a beacon of hope from the heavens, rallying around the leader as their sacred faith, and instigating a sweeping wave of revolution through nonviolent actions. However, before them stood a figure known as Soundwave, and Orion Pax instinctively sensed a dangerous presence. The other's seemingly omniscient tone unsettled him, making it challenging to connect Soundwave with the revered leader. Here, only Soundwave, a mechanical dog, a laser bird, and a circular saw bird remained. The cold electronic voice of Soundwave resonated, prompting a look of disappointment from the small, rolling sphere. Yet, Soundwave turned to Orion Pax and said, Orion Pax, we share a common goal. I propose a collaboration to exchange intelligence. Orion Pax's blue optical visor flickered slightly, revealing a keen interest. In the Celestival Revolutionary Base, within the office of the formidable leader, Soundwave returned to the leader's side. Flanked by two large machines, Orion Pax from Particle City and the small rolling sphere. The leader's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Soundwave return safely. Soundwave, welcome back. Are you injured? The leader inquired, reaching out to touch Soundwave's shoulder, a necessary step in the one-on-one repair of Cybertronian bodies. However, Soundwave halted, rejecting the leader's touch, and promptly explained, Leader, please rest assured, I am unharmed. The leader nodded in relief, refraining from immediately questioning Soundwave about the investigation's outcome. Instead, glancing at the large machines behind him, he smiled and nodded at the gray-blue machine, which looked at him with excitement, then turned to the other large machine, adorned in red and blue. In that instant, the leader's module surged with energy, vibrating and glowing intensely. Meanwhile, outside the office, the Sentinel diligently guarded the leader's safety, while the whirling blade occasionally grew impatient, approaching the Sentinel to chatter excitedly. The Sentinel's expression shifted, ultimately delivering a stern glare that conveyed a clear message. The whirling blade, frustrated, returned to its position, venting its discontent towards the dust on the ground, muttering, Why does no one understand me? Sigh. Inside the office, Orion Pax spoke with a youthful yet powerful voice. It is an honor to meet you, leader. I am Orion Pax, and this is my colleague, the small rolling sphere. He greatly admires you. Orion Pax's rational demeanor reflected a careful observation of the leader, devoid of blind faith in the so-called divine figure. The leader was taken aback by the swift encounter with his counterpart, and the unusual fluctuations of the leader's module were unexpected as well. Welcome to the revolutionary base of Celestival. The leader's consciousness gently touched the leader module, instantly being drawn into an infinite cosmic expanse. In this vast ocean of stars, the silhouette of the leader floats serenely, gently caressed by the luminescence of celestial bodies, as if lifted by an invisible force. At this moment, he resembles a unique star within the cosmos, seamlessly blending with the surrounding scenery. At the heart of this space, a colossal polyhedral structure hovers, composed of intricate metallic frameworks and flickering circuits, reminiscent of an enormous mechanical apparatus. This polyhedron silently suspends itself among the stars, its surface shimmering in harmony with the celestial lights, akin to a miniature universe that encapsulates the beauty of the stars around it. Each facet of the polyhedron seemingly harbors boundless wisdom and strength, evoking a sense of reverence. Within the core of the polyhedron, a purple energy sphere, encapsulating the essence of the cosmic emperor, writhes in a frenzied struggle. This energy sphere resembles a demon imprisoned, emitting deafening roars and blinding flashes of lightning as it endeavors to break free from its binding seal. The surface of the sphere, with purple currents slithering like venomous serpents, exudes a disquieting aura of malevolence. The radiant surface of the seal flickers in accord with the energy fluctuations of the leader module, with Cybertronian glyphs shimmering in and out of visibility amidst the glow. Seizing the moment, the Cosmic Emperor extends his sinister mental tendrils, akin to mechanical serpents in the dark, attempting to erode the leader's consciousness. Yet, the leader remains steadfast, his awareness akin to an invisible mechanical hand, firmly grasping that tendril of malevolence. Upon contact with the leader's consciousness, the vile essence seems to be severed by the searing heat of metal, producing a sizzling sound before dissipating into nothingness. The leader maintains a demeanor of calm and gravity, fully aware of the formidable evil power of the Cosmic Emperor, necessitating constant vigilance. With the force of the leader's consciousness, the golden brilliance of the seal's surface reignites, resembling resplendent stars, binding the evil power of the Cosmic Emperor securely within its confines. The seal stabilizes once more, and the struggles of the purple energy sphere grow feeble and weak. Leader, are you listening? The sound wave was just about to report his findings, having failed to locate the dark energy crystal but bringing along 2 allies. However, the leader seemed to be lost in thought. Orion officer, you have done exceptionally well. The leader's awareness returns to the present, his voice remaining gentle yet resolute. You are the guardian of Cybertron. Your courage and sense of justice will guide us toward a brighter future. Orion Pixis feels a pang of shame. Having failed to unearth the mastermind behind the substandard circuit accelerators, inadvertently putting the small spheres in jeopardy and disrupting Soundwave's investigative plans. He does not feel as commendable as the leader suggests. At that moment, the spokesperson who had completed the speech task entered, his form gleaming as if newly forged. With resolute light flickering in his optics, filled with reverence and reassurance as he gazed upon the leader. Leader, I have returned. Megatron stood proudly, resembling a triumphant warrior, gazing up at the leader. Welcome back, Megatron. Was today's speech successful? In recent days, there have been trivial disturbances that have swiftly subsided. Megatron took notice of the other two individuals and inquired of Soundwave. Soundwave, who are these two? Soundwave proceeded to introduce the identities and backgrounds of the individuals to Megatron. Upon the moment he laid eyes on Megatron, Orion Pax's optical sensors gleamed with recognition. Megatron, he exclaimed, extending his hand, I have read your path to peace. Your thoughts and courage command my utmost respect. As Orion Pax and Megatron shook hands, they appeared to forge an instant connection, engaging in amiable conversation. At that moment, a youthful voice shattered the tranquility of the room. Father, a diminutive purple truck, barely taller than a leader's shins, dashed out from behind him. Its form was both compact and endearing, with curiosity sparkling in its optics. The leader smiled at the young one, and then introduced it to Soundwave, Orion Pax, and the small sphere, saying, This is Bumblebee, my child. The atmosphere immediately thickened with astonishment. 3 pairs of shocked, narrowed optics turned towards the composed leader. Meanwhile, Megatron's crimson optics abruptly morphed into a violent shade of purple, and the magnetic field surrounding him surged chaotically like a tempest. Chapter 24. The dawn of night and the fusion of sparks. The familiar magnetic storm startled the blade outside, causing its rotors to stiffen, nearly transforming and launching into the air. It stiffly turned to the marker, an expression of shock and inquiry evident on its face. The marker calmly glanced into the office before addressing the blade. Do not be alarmed. It is not directed at you. The rotors gradually lowered with a mechanical whir, resonating until the sound faded into silence. The blade, still trembling, patted its chest plate nervously while subtly inching away from the door, murmuring in awe. No wonder they're the leader's partner. Their entrances are always so formidable. It's utterly terrifying. Inside the office, Megatron's consciousness underwent a swift transformation, and the IDW Megatron, forced to retreat into the background, momentarily froze before silently gritting his teeth, simmering with indignation. This self-proclaimed partner of the leader was invariably overbearing, repeatedly commandeering his form without consent. Were it not for the leader's approval, he would never readily relinquish this body to such a perilous entity. The imposing Megatron advanced with the ferocity of a storm, seizing Bumblebee with a single grasp, his optics narrowing ominously as he scrutinized the small creature. Let me go, big bad guy. The startled Bumblebee struggled against Megatron's mechanical arm, and with no hope of escape, he turned to the leader for help, stammering, Father, save me. The leader keenly sensed the tumultuous emotions emanating from the formidable Megatron. He gently placed his hand upon Megatron's clenched fist, his voice low yet resolute. Calm yourself, Megatron. Bumblebee is merely an innocent youngling, untouched by darkness. I hope you will not harm him. In the cold gleam of the optical lens of the formidable Megatron, a chilling light flickered, and his voice resonated like ice. Leader, have you forgotten? It is precisely because of the Cosmic Emperor that I was compelled to part ways with you, separated by the vast expanse of the universe. And now, you implore me not to harm his offspring? The leader sighed deeply, understanding Megatron's anger and resentment, yet aware that the current circumstances left no room for error. Megatron, I comprehend your sentiments. He spoke slowly, but the child, Primus, is merely a young being. We cannot deprive him of his opportunity to grow simply because of his lineage. With a disdainful snort, Megatron's voice dripped with contempt and arrogance. My dear little leader, your compassion knows no bounds. Yet I shall not forget how we once battled against the Cosmic Emperor and his minions of darkness. Those painful memories linger, and I will not easily trust a youngling entwined with the Cosmic Emperor's fate. The leader fell silent for a moment, acutely aware of Megatron's nature and stance, as well as the complexity of the current situation. Megatron, I understand your apprehensions. His gaze softened and deepened as he continued. However, Primus is an innocent life. When I look upon him, I see a reflection of the young you. The leader's words washed over Megatron like a warm current, stirring something within the depths of his consciousness. He found himself drawn back to distant memories of his own youth, a time when he wandered lost in darkness yet yearned for light and redemption. The leader had been a beacon in his life, rescuing him from the confines of despair and offering selfless guidance, endless affection, and warmth. His fingers relaxed slightly, and the small truck seized the opportunity to tumble to the ground, producing a soft clatter as the young Primus's frightened cries filled the air. Wiping his tears, he stumbled toward the leader, extending his little hands in a plea for embrace. A dissatisfied curve formed at the corner of Megatron's mouth as he disdainfully huffed, rudely pushing Primus aside with a dismissive gesture, his purple optical lens devoid of warmth. Subsequently, he brazenly claimed the leader's embrace for himself, as if to monopolize that warmth and shelter, entirely disregarding the neglected little truck. In this momentary reconciliation, Megatron instinctively sought a deeper intimacy with the leader, their foreheads touching. As if in this instant, all past grievances were cast aside. This act was oblivious to the youngling, who watched with puffed cheeks, and to the nearly speechless Soundwave grappling with the sudden shift and the intense emotions swirling between Megatron and the leader. Meanwhile, Officer Aurelian and the wide-eyed little sphere, taken aback by the unexpected closeness, stood astonished, their jaws agape at the unfolding scene. Thus, before the Soundwave could sense that its cerebral module was on the brink of succumbing to the overwhelming burden of information processing, it decisively opted for withdrawal. Swiftly, it acted, dragging along Officer Orion, who was eager to join the fray, and the small sphere still enraptured by astonishment. During the retreat, it also managed to scoop up the juvenile entity, breaking dawn, ensuring that all departed the scene in safety. The narrative unfolds from the moment that the formidable Megatron, having endured a harrowing battle, spiraled once more into chaos. The leader, expending every ounce of energy left within the leadership module, transformed it into a warm and gentle light that enveloped the rampaging Megatron. Under the soothing influence of this power, the tumultuous dark energy within Megatron gradually succumbed to tranquility, and his optical lens slowly regained its former clarity. As Megatron finally wrested himself from the precipice of insanity, his first observation was the leader's battered and exhausted form. The glow of the leader's module was dim, as if even the faintest flicker of energy was a struggle to maintain. A tightness gripped Megatron's spark as he perceived the immense cost at which the leader had awakened him. A profound emotion filled his core with gratitude and guilt. The leader's voice emerged, low and hoarse, as he advanced slowly towards the leader, each step laden with gravity. When he finally stood before the leader, he extended a hand, gently brushing against the leader's dimmed form, as though yearning to impart a fragment of warmth through his own essence. The leader slightly lifted his gaze, his deep blue optical lenses fixed upon Megatron, brimming with concern and understanding. "Megatron, you are unharmed." "That is a relief," he uttered, his voice barely above a whisper, as if the flame of life could extinguish at any moment. At that instant, a mysterious force began to surge quietly between them. Their sparks appeared to be drawn together by this energy, inching closer until they were tightly entwined. During this process, both the leader and Megatron radiated a powerful and resplendent light, a dazzling interplay of blue and purple, forming a magnificent tapestry. As their sparks gradually intertwined, a warm and formidable power emanated forth. The leader's voice resonated once more, this time filled with awe and confusion. He sensed his spark merging with that of the leader in an extraordinary fusion, an unprecedented experience that stirred both excitement and trepidation within him. However, the leader, unable to withstand the impact of this force, gradually lost consciousness, collapsing weakly to the ground. Yet, his spark, after merging with Megatron's, became even more brilliant, reminiscent of two stars converging, unleashing an unparalleled radiance. In the fleeting moment of the fusion between the leaders and Megatron sparks, due to the tumult of power and the leader's frailty, They remained oblivious to the miracle quietly unfolding. As their sparks melded deeper, mysterious patterns began to emerge on the surface of their forms, seemingly imbued with boundless strength and wisdom. At long last, as the spark of life converged, a metallic entity, shaped like an egg and emanating a soft blue luminescence, gradually materialized. Its surface was adorned with ancient and arcane symbols, the light flickering intermittently, reminiscent of a pulsating ember. This nascent existence belonged neither to the dark realm ruled by the Cosmic Emperor nor to the radiant world safeguarded by the god of Primus. It was birthed in the interstice of the universe, a domain both enigmatic and replete with the unknown. The future of this new life remained shrouded in mystery, independent of the established worlds, destined to explore and unveil its unique fate amidst the cosmic rift. Chapter 25. The clash across the cosmos, the colossal red and blue machines clung to each other, reluctant to part. Suddenly, the blue audio receiver quivered gently, as if startled by some unseen force. The leader restrainedly pushed away the formidable Megatron, whose optics brimmed with tenderness and concern. Megatron, how fare you in the realm of death? Reluctantly releasing the leader, Megatron concealed the trepidation within his core and articulated the thoughts he had long pondered. Leader, the dark energy of the death space is omnipresent, and dark beings lurk everywhere. Our temporary base is perpetually at risk of their intrusion. However, the Shockwave has devised a shielding mechanism based on the characteristics of this dark energy, allowing us to no longer be on constant guard against those creatures. My sole inquiry is this. When we beseech the god of Primus for aid, we received no response. I suspect that death space is, in fact, the dark world once ruled by the Cosmic Emperor. Since we have ventured here, there must surely be a way to depart. Upon hearing this, the leader's optics darkened with concern. Is there anything I can do for you? Megatron responded with a mischievous smile. My little leader, your safety is the greatest assistance you could provide us. The leader felt the tumult of energy surge within, the spark quickening in response, emotions swelling and crashing like tides. Drawing him closer to Megatron as he whispered, you too must remember to act with caution. I am unable to harmonize your flames at this moment, but I will await your return. Though the two sparks were perilously close, an insurmountable cosmic chasm lay between them. In this fleeting moment of closeness, they found solace. After a prolonged silence, the leader finally regained composure, his usual calm and steadiness restored, his optics now filled with concern and anticipation. Megatron, I have one more request. The sentient Megatron feigned attentive interest. I understand the difficulty of forging a consciousness connection with the Megatron of this universe. It bears great significance for him. I implore you to exercise patience, honoring his wishes and rhythm. Moreover, you must recognize that the body you are utilizing holds special meaning for him. I hope you will wield it with a demeanor of peace and respect, avoiding any actions that might cause him discomfort. We are profoundly grateful for the assistance extended by the Megatron of this universe. It represents immense support for us. To express my gratitude and eliminate any misunderstandings that may have arisen from my previous abrupt actions, I wish for you to sincerely convey your thanks to him at an appropriate moment and to apologize for any inconvenience he may have endured. Your understanding and cooperation will deepen the trust between us, fostering a closer collaboration. Remember, we are partners, not predators, and we should approach every individual who assists us with a heart full of gratitude. The formidable Megatron furrowed his brow slightly, the corners of his mouth turning down as he replied with earnest resolve. I comprehend your intent, and I shall respect the wishes of this universe's Megatron. Until he is prepared, I shall refrain from initiating a consciousness connection, and while utilizing his form, I will strive to avoid any actions that might cause him discomfort. I truly ought to apologize for my previous abrupt behavior, and I will seek a fitting moment to sincerely express my gratitude and remorse. Upon hearing Megatron's response, a glimmer of acknowledgement sparkled in his optical sensors, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a look of contentment and satisfaction. Within the realm of consciousness, IDW Megatron's expression grew remarkably intricate, his crimson optics flickering as his core surged with emotion. He had never anticipated that the leader would so acutely perceive his emotional fluctuations. This profound understanding left him both astonished and touched. He recalled those moments of silent concern for the leader, as the leader seemed to possess an uncanny ability to sense his worries, creating an unprecedented bond of intimacy. As for the formidable Megatron, he had initially presumed that this entity would be an untamable wild spirit, yet at this moment, he witnessed Megatron responding to the leader with a humility and respect he had never before encountered. This transformation left IDW Megatron in awe. Realizing that his previous understanding of Megatron was superficial, perhaps this counterpart was far more profound and intricate than he had imagined. Simultaneously, he felt an increasing reverence for the leader, who not only wielded formidable power, but possessed a unique charisma capable of discerning the hearts of others and guiding them toward harmony. When Megatron's consciousness entered IDW Megatron's realm, he was somewhat taken aback by the scene before his optics. In a tranquil and beautiful Cybertronian landscape, IDW Megatron stood reverently beside the leader, their forms shimmering with a distinctive radiance under the sun. Megatron observed this tableau, a tumult of complex emotions swelling within him. He felt neither anger nor jealousy, for he understood that the leader was the guardian of all, and it was only natural for IDW Megatron, as the leader's devotee, to subconsciously desire to stand alongside him. However, as the leader's partner, Megatron felt compelled to assert his sovereignty and existence in some manner. When Megatron's optics reflected the image of his counterpart, he was somewhat surprised, for it was the first time he truly beheld this entity. The imposing figure of the colossal and formidable Megatron looms large, clad in robust armor, with sharp spines protruding from his back and shoulders, resembling a beast that has emerged from the depths of hell. The cold, resolute light flickering in his purple optics seems capable of piercing through all darkness and deception. As Megatron takes a deliberate step forward, his form radiates an intense battle aura. Though not as a provocation or aggression, in a calm yet powerful voice, he articulates, "Megatron, it appears you possess great confidence in your loyalty to the leader. Yet, do not forget, I and the leader are the closest of partners. To affirm this, I believe a fair contest is in order." Upon hearing this, IDW Megatron momentarily hesitates, yet swiftly comprehends the intention behind colossal Megatron's words. A smile graces his visage as he gazes at his counterpart, his body transitioning into combat mode. Prepared to engage in this symbolic confrontation, he understands that this is colossal Megatron's way of affirming his standing within the leader's core, as well as a manifestation of his allegiance. Very well, Megatron, IDW Megatron replies. Let us engage in battle, not for the sake of victory or defeat, but to reaffirm our connection to the leader. In this duel, the clash between colossal Megatron and IDW Megatron resembles a display of artistry transcending time and space. Every strike and parry imbued with awe-inspiring power and technique. Colossal Megatron, drawing upon his extensive combat experience and acute instincts, exhibits a near-instinctual mastery of martial prowess. Each movement precise, as though he had foreseen every reaction from his opponent. Though IDW Megatron exerts himself fully in the encounter, he cannot help but feel the overwhelming combat awareness emanating from colossal Megatron. Throughout the skirmish, colossal Megatron seems to intentionally guide IDW Megatron, allowing him to learn and comprehend through the heat of battle. Initially, IDW Megatron struggles to adapt, but as the combat intensifies, he gradually begins to discern the subtle cues of guidance and endeavors to integrate them into his own fighting style. Each metallic clash seems to silently narrate their inner resilience and tenacity. Colossal Megatron's strikes resonate with the force of a tempest, while IDW Megatron showcases his exceptional combat talent through nimble maneuvers and precise counterattacks. In this seemingly ordinary contest, they uniquely manifest their strength and intellect. There are no deafening cannon blasts or dazzling transformations. Instead, they rely solely on their forms and techniques to engage in a measured yet fierce battle within the confined space. Despite the intensity of the combat, they maintain a rare sense of restraint and composure. They recognize that this confrontation serves not merely to determine a victor, but to test their respective strengths and synergy, as well as their unwavering loyalty and guardianship towards the leader. As the battle escalated to a fervent intensity, IDW Megatron found himself overwhelmed by the imposing presence of his counterpart, the G1 Megatron. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, he was forcefully struck down to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, feelings of defeat washed over IDW Megatron, yet he felt a deeper admiration for the might of G1 Megatron. At that moment, instead of pursuing his advantage, G1 Megatron paused, extending his colossal mechanical arm to gently lift IDW Megatron back to his feet. IDW Megatron gazed up at G1 Megatron, and through the profound violet lenses of his optics, he perceived a sense of recognition and respect. In that fleeting instant, an unspoken bond and understanding formed between the two Megatrons. They both realized that, irrespective of the universe they inhabited, they existed as warriors dedicated to protecting their leader and safeguarding Cybertron. This confrontation was not merely a test of their strength, but also a confirmation and reinforcement of the deep connection they shared. Chapter 26. The mysterious directive across universes. After an exhaustive search and meticulous investigation by Soundwave and Officer Orion, the trail of dark energy seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving even the ever-watchful Decepticon intelligence officer in the IDW universe without any leads. The dark energy appeared to have been completely concealed, leaving only the substandard circuit accelerants circulated among the Wanderers and the lower echelons as the sole remnants of its former presence. Within the leader's lounge, soft light cascaded over the minimalist yet heartfelt furnishings, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and solemnity. There appeared to be an inevitable connection between the emergence of the Dawnbreaker and the disappearance of dark energy. Leader, you must exercise caution regarding Dawnbreaker. His existence undoubtedly poses an instability, Soundwave advised, prompting an immediate and vehement protest from Dawnbreaker. His diminutive frame resembled a puffed-up turbo fox, baring his teeth and growling softly, his purple optics glinting with fierce defiance as he glared at those who sought to separate him from the leader. The leader, with a gentle hand, comfortingly patted Dawnbreaker's helm, acknowledging, "I understand your concerns, but I perceive that Dawnbreaker is merely a child at heart, not inherently malevolent, still learning to harness his emotions and power." Turning his gaze toward Dawnbreaker, he continued, "He will become our ally, will he not?" At this, Dawnbreaker reluctantly softened his threatening demeanor, allowing his optics to narrow in contentment as he affectionately nuzzled the leader's hand. Soundwave observed this tender exchange silently, burying his concerns deep within. He could sense the occasional destructive impulse surfacing within Dawnbreaker, yet he also recognized the joy and satisfaction that radiated from him in the leader's presence. Perhaps this young entity was simply fearful of being distanced from the leader. He hoped fervently that Dawnbreaker would remain in this state, not betraying the leader's trust. Outside the leader's lounge, Soundwave gradually retreated, his steps steady and resolute. However, deep within his consciousness, a mysterious document from another universe suddenly penetrated, disrupting the tranquility of Soundwave's core. He swiftly perused the contents of the document, a grave expression flickering across his visage. Subsequently, Soundwave made no unnecessary delay, silently turning towards Megatron's office while dispatching an urgent assembly message to Blaster, Shrapnel, and his companions, his tone imbued with an undeniable resolve. This sequence of actions and decisions seemed to herald the impending occurrence of a significant event. As everyone gathered, their gazes collectively fixated on the enigmatic document in Soundwave's possession. Shrapnel caught a glimpse of the title, his optics widening in astonishment. "The Leader's Acolyte Training Program? Surely you jest," Shrapnel exclaimed dramatically, trembling fingers pointing at himself. Yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of yearning. "With my slender limbs, though I may appear somewhat unreliable, I too wish to contribute. It's just that I feel a twinge of insecurity, fearing I might hinder everyone." His words carried a hint of self-mockery and resignation, yet were predominantly filled with a genuine desire to lend strength to the leader's team. This sincerity and courage elicited laughter from those present, while simultaneously evoking admiration for Shrapnel's heartfelt aspirations. Soundwave nodded slightly, his voice calm and resolute as he stated, "This program was proposed by my counterpart. He believes that, as the leader's acolytes, we are likely to confront increasingly formidable dark entities, even threats from cosmic overlords in the future. To ensure we can fulfill our mission and responsibilities, specialized training is indispensable. He has crafted individualized training plans tailored to each of our unique characteristics." Upon hearing Soundwave's words, Shrapnel began to scrutinize the personalized training plan with greater attention. His optics occasionally flickered with contemplative light, occasionally sparkling with intrigue over certain aspects of the plan. In a short while, he swiftly perused the entire content, his optics bursting forth with an eager glow of excitement. Wow, this counterpart of Soundwave truly aligns with my aspirations. Shrapnel exclaimed uncontrollably, his voice brimming with anticipation for the training plan and admiration for Soundwave's counterpart. Megatron and Blaster exchanged a subtle glance before immersing themselves in their respective plans. Their expressions remained composed and tranquil, devoid of Shrapnel's fluctuations. Yet their optics sparkled with unmistakable anticipation, as if they had already envisioned a more powerful version of themselves awaiting on the horizon. Megatron earnestly and sincerely addressed Soundwave, saying, "Soundwave, I am grateful to you and your counterpart. I will exert every effort to diligently complete this program and emerge stronger." His tone was resolute, revealing a thirst for power and confidence in the future. Blaster similarly brimmed with gratitude and expectation, his prior anxieties supplanted by newfound confidence in the plan. "Soundwave, I cannot thank you enough. I will cherish this opportunity to strengthen myself and contribute even more to the leader's team." His words resonated with determination and courage, showcasing his serious attitude towards the plan and his beautiful vision for the future. Meanwhile, the trio of Rumble, Laserbeak, and Circular Saw convened, diligently examining their respective training plans. In their beastly gazes sparkled a unique excitement, the optical lenses becoming extraordinarily bright after reviewing the plan, all eyes fixed intently upon Soundwave. Truly magnificent. Though we had already established a profound synergy, this plan undoubtedly enables us to exploit even greater advantages. The mechanical dog exclaimed, barely able to contain its excitement. The Laserbird and Circular Sawbird nodded in agreement, affirming his sentiments. Indeed, Soundwave, you and your counterpart are indisputable geniuses of Cybertron. Such a scheme ignites an exhilarating fervor. At that moment, they were brimming with anticipation for the plan and admiration for Soundwave and his counterpart. Within the realm of consciousness, Cybertron Square continued to bask in peace and tranquility. Megatron gazed reverently at the central plaza, where the ethereal image of the red and blue colossal machine stood like a beacon of sanctity, quietly towering above. It symbolized leadership, and even as a mere apparition, it emanated a comforting, divine aura. However, this serenity was abruptly shattered. The once azure sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds rolling in as if the night itself had descended, obscuring the heavens above. Simultaneously, the shadows within the space began to distort, as if some latent power was silently awakening. Piercing howls erupted in succession, and shadowy figures surged forth from the dark, merging and separating, coalescing into a multitude of grotesque monsters. These creatures, bearing sharp teeth and claws, resembled beasts stitched together, driven by boundless malice and madness, charging in from all directions. The tranquility of the square was utterly disrupted, replaced by chaos and urgency. A flash of resolute killing intent flickered in Megatron's red optical lens as the fusion cannon on his right arm swiftly charged, cutting through the darkness like a bolt of purple lightning. With ease, he wielded the cannon against the horde of stitched monstrosities, each strike accompanied by their anguished cries and the sizzle of their tormented forms. Under his protection, the light of faith shone brilliantly within the realm of consciousness, heralding the commencement of a battle for guardianship and belief. Yet, just as the conflict intensified, a colossal stitched monster materialized in Megatron's consciousness, a grotesque titan with the capacity to devour all. Its massive form, with claws and teeth glinting ominously, instilled a chilling dread. Faced with such an adversary, Megatron finally set aside his earlier ease and confidence, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity and focus. He understood fully that only through unwavering effort could he vanquish this formidable foe. Simultaneously, within the consciousness realm of the likes of Bumper and others, a similar crisis quietly unfolded. Confronted with the sudden onset of darkness and monsters, they exhibited no signs of retreat. Resolutely, they raised their weapons and bravely charged into the unknown and the terrifying. Despite the challenges of battle, they gradually seized the rhythm of combat, engaging fiercely with the monstrosities, bolstered by their steadfast beliefs and indomitable wills. As the skirmish progressed, they became increasingly adept in their combat techniques, and their teamwork significantly improved. Though the monsters remained fierce, The darkness is gradually being dispelled through their united efforts, and the dawn of victory is now within reach. Chapter 27. The Leader's Prayer Amidst the Revolutionary Tide. The hearts of the Celestival burn with an unquenchable flame. They boldly voice their discontent against injustice through strikes and demonstrations, and under the leader's call, they unleash unprecedented creativity and cohesion. Each of their meticulously planned actions resonates with a fervent longing for freedom and an unwavering pursuit of justice. Standing atop the platform in the square, Megatron's red optical lens flickers with steadfast brilliance, his voice reverberating through every corner via the loudspeaker, impassioned and powerful. Comrades! His voice booms like thunder, echoing across the square. We can no longer endure this unjust world. We must not allow darkness to shroud our future. It is time to rise and transform our reality with our actions and strength. His words ignite the spark within each individual like a raging fire, inspiring their spirit and courage. Under his leadership, the people raise their banners and chant slogans, a scene that is utterly breathtaking. In this urgent situation, the marginalized populace casts a hopeful gaze towards the Celestival's revolutionary efforts, while the Functionalist Committee perceives it as a grave threat, eager to quell the escalating turmoil through armed suppression. Nevertheless, the momentum of Celestival spreads like wildfire, and with the mysterious leader's clandestine protection, the Functionalist Committee hesitates to act rashly, resorting instead to more cunning and covert tactics. They secretly dispatch spies to infiltrate the revolutionary ranks, seeking a fatal weakness that could lead to an instantaneous collapse. Simultaneously, in the office of Cybertron's supreme leader, Unicron closely monitors the developments of the Celestival revolution. His armor is resplendent and intricate, his demeanor solemn and authoritative, radiating an aura of divine superiority. Yet beneath this seemingly sacred exterior lies a tempest of anxiety and envy. Countless times he has snapped the data pen and board in his grasp, yet the fury and agitation within him remain unquelled. As the Celestival revolution gains fervor, Unicron feels increasingly unsettled and enraged. Should the revolution succeed, he would be left with nothing. This revolution is merely the farce of a jester, he muses, gazing out the window at the distant city of Cybertron, his eyes a tapestry of disdain and resolve. A cold smile curls upon his lips. Yet behind that smile lurks the madness and tenacity of one willing to wager everything. I shall extinguish this feeble spark with my own hands, at any cost. He clenches his fists, the circuits in his mechanical arm taut with strain, as if he can feel the revolutionary tide crashing violently against the crumbling foundation of his rule. Abruptly, he turns, his gaze piercing as he addresses his aide. You, prepare at once. We propose to the Functionalism Committee the organization of an unprecedented live conference. I intend to demonstrate to the entire world that we are the true guardians of justice and order. I shall personally extend an invitation to the leader who is blindly idolized by the populace, urging his attendance. In the glaring spotlight, I will unmask the hypocritical facade of the revolutionaries, utterly dismantling their deceptions and delusions, allowing the truth to shine forth for all to see. Meanwhile, Megatron continues his speech, infused with an ardent yearning for freedom and equality and a palpable indignation against injustice and oppression. His words, akin to a sharpened sword, pierce through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead for the people. In addition to these overt protests, the Celestivals, under Megatron's leadership, delve into the living quarters of the grassroots, engaging in face-to-face dialogues with the residents, listening to their voices and understanding their needs. They orchestrate lectures and seminars, with Megatron as the representative, elucidating the significance of freedom and equality, igniting the flames of contemplation among the populace. The Celestivals adeptly harness the formidable Cybertron data network, disseminating revolutionary ideals through meticulously crafted multimedia content and innovative media strategies. They employ not only conventional video and graphic formats, but also integrate Cybertron's unique holographic projections and virtual reality technology, creating breathtaking, immersive experiences. Each frame of these creative shorts is imbued with an unwavering pursuit of detail, vividly portraying poignant tales that unveil the profound injustices and oppressions within Cybertronian society, underscoring the necessity of revolution to amend these grievances. These shorts swiftly circulate through the Cybertron data network, garnering widespread attention and discourse, thereby igniting a heightened desire for freedom and equality among the Cybertronians. Concurrently, the Celestivals skillfully leverage the social functions and forums of the Cybertron data network to interact and engage with the broader Transformers community. They organize online seminars and lectures, inviting renowned scholars and activists to share their insights and experiences, further advancing the dissemination and deepening of revolutionary ideals. Megatron's speeches and leadership have become the very soul and driving force of the entire revolutionary movement. His words, like a beacon, illuminate the darkness, guiding the Celestivals and the vast Cybertronian populace toward a future of greater freedom and equality. Under Megatron's aegis, the Celestivals unite in purpose, collectively confronting challenges. Through their actions and convictions, they propel society toward a more liberated and equitable trajectory. The leader, having recently noted the rare appearances of Megatron and the others, inquires with Soundwave about their unusual busyness. Upon receiving the answer, the leader raises an eyebrow in intrigue and promptly approaches them at their location. Unbeknownst to him, the Celestival base has established a training facility, and even before entering, he can hear the resounding clatter of metal colliding within. In the training chamber, a fierce confrontation unfolded between a purple behemoth and a gray colossus. Their optical lenses brimmed with the fervor of battle and an insatiable thirst for victory. As metallic arms clashed against armored legs with relentless force, leaving visible dents upon the gray giant surface. Yet, it stood resolute, reminiscent of a warrior unafraid of death. Were it not for the exhilarated smiles at the corners of their mouths, the leader might have presumed that these former friends had turned into bitter adversaries. The leader observed the combat training of Megatron and Sentinel in silence, while the gentle presence of Starfall in his embrace radiated tranquility, seemingly untouched by the intensity of the duel. At that moment, a faint yet urgent voice pierced through the leader's audio receiver. "Oh, esteemed leader, may your gaze pierce the mists of time and space to perceive the sincere heart of my desperate plea. In this vast universe, I beseech you with my feeble voice. May you listen to my call, a humble supplicant filled with reverence. I carry matters of great importance and yearn for your guidance and assistance." The leader's blue optical lens flickered slightly, swiftly capturing the essence of the desperate plea. He gently set Starfall down and, with a soothing yet resolute tone, instructed, "Stay here for a moment. I shall return shortly." However, Starfall clung fervently to the leader's leg armor, crying out in urgency, "Father, where are you going? Please don't leave me." Tears of cleansing fluid cascaded from his optical lenses. Upon hearing Starfall's cries, Megatron immediately signaled Sentinel to cease training and approached with haste. Inquiring, "Leader, what has transpired?" The leader, unable to do anything but lift Starfall once more, wiped the cleansing fluid from his faceplate while conveying the content of his recent communication to Megatron, adding, "It seems that the desperate plea may signal trouble." Starfall, sniffling, nestled against the leader's hand, affectionately nuzzling, while the serene being closed his optical lenses in contentment. Megatron, unfazed by the situation, pondered for a moment before asserting, "This desperate plea. As the supreme leader of Cybertron, he relies on the Functionalism Committee for everything. His request to meet you surely harbors ill intentions." Sentinel concurred from the side. "I believe this desperate plea is merely a puppet of the Functionalism Committee. He cannot genuinely seek assistance. This may very well be a trap laid against you." The leader furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the concern emanating from Megatron and Sentinel. Yet, as the apostle of Primus, he could not turn a blind eye to the pleas of a Cybertronian. Seeing the leader's hesitation, Megatron surmised that he was weighing various considerations. Hence, he proposed, "Perhaps Flywheel could provide us with valuable insights regarding this Cybertronian leader. He has long desired to meet with you again, yet for reasons unknown, he has refrained from approaching you." At this, a flicker of surprise ignited within the leader's core. He recalled Flywheel, the one who had prayed in despair, and whom he had fortuitously heard and responded to. In this moment, the leader's blue optical lens shimmered with anticipation, as if waiting for Megatron to unveil that crucial answer. Upon understanding the situation, Megatron immediately took action, turning to arrange for Wheeljack's arrival. Chapter 28. The Charisma of Leadership as Megatron exited the training room. The leader finally had the opportunity to comfort Bumblebee. Ever since the last incident that frightened him, the young one had refused to leave the leader's side. Little Bumblebee, there are matters I must attend to that require your absence. Would you be willing to accompany Soundwave to find Officer Orion Pax? The leader's voice was gentle and warm. His gaze towards Bumblebee filled with anticipation. Since their recent alliance, Soundwave and Orion Pax had frequently met to exchange intelligence. During these encounters, they unexpectedly discovered that Bumblebee exhibited a unique emotional response in Orion's presence, as if Orion possessed a special ability to soothe him. Orion Pax, much like the leader, seemed to have an innate talent for calming Bumblebee's emotions. Soundwave referred to this phenomenon as the leader's charisma, believing it to be a manifestation of the leader's qualities, transcending individual differences and providing others with solace and tranquility. Bumblebee felt tears welling up in his eyes at the leader's words, yet under the tender gaze of the leader, he found himself unable to cry. Memories of the red and blue truck that was Officer Orion flickered in his mind. Although Orion appeared to be a gruff police officer, Bumblebee perceived him as a candy encased in a hard shell. Though the exterior was tough, the interior was sweet and soft. He sensed that subtle tenderness, a warm tide swelling within him. Ultimately, he nodded with a mixture of reluctance and gratitude. All right, if it's Father's request, I will behave and await your return. Soundwave, standing nearby, offered a slight nod to the leader before gently scooping Bumblebee into his arms and departing the office, accompanied by the mechanical dog. Before they left, Bumblebee's optical visor remained fixated on the leader's form until the door closed, at which point he dejectedly rested on Soundwave's shoulder. Soundwave, can you let the mechanical dog take me for 10 laps today? The youngling's voice was clear and soft. Soundwave, upon hearing this, silently regarded the mechanical dog, which stared back with wide red optics, rolling its eyes. Why does this unfortunate task always fall to me? It lamented, its tail drooping in a display of despair. Despite its complaints, it resignedly stood in place, raising its head and declaring, "This is only for Soundwave's sake. Mind you." Bumblebee, filled with excitement, began to wriggle in anticipation. Once Soundwave placed him atop the mechanical dog's back, he wrapped his arms around its neck and joyfully shouted, "Let us go. I want to be the fastest truck on Cybertron. Charge!" Not long after Soundwave and Bumblebee departed, a weary, yellow and white mid-sized machine followed Megatron into the office. Upon entering, Wheeljack's eyes fell upon the sacred and dignified figure of the leader, and a wave of exhilaration surged through him, his bright blue optics shimmering with admiration and awe. However, this exhilaration was swiftly supplanted by a sense of shame, as his gaze flickered, seemingly reluctant to meet the leader's eyes. Observing this, the leader's expression softened, radiating warmth and trust, as he gently smiled and remarked, "Phaelowin, I have a few inquiries I wish to pose to you, and I hope you might assist me without feeling it is an imposition." Upon hearing the leader's words, Phaelowin felt as though an invisible force had stirred within him. He trembled suddenly, repeatedly shaking his head and gesturing with his hands, his expression behind the mask a mixture of tension and excitement. "Leader, you flatter me. You are my beacon of faith, and I would willingly brave fire and water for you. I merely thought you might be displeased with me for my earlier ignorance and offense." As he spoke, he awkwardly scratched his head, a bashful smile breaking through the mask, rendering him somewhat endearing. The leader was touched by Phaelowin's sincerity, and with a comforting smile, he reassured, "Phaelowin, you need not worry. I harbor no feelings of offense." With the leader's words of solace, Phaelowin finally settled down, unable to restrain himself as he began recounting his experiences. From the day he witnessed the leader perform miracles, rescuing and resurrecting the fallen, to the leader's revival of the sheriff who had been mistakenly killed, and the various tribulations they faced after leaving that city. Phaelowin narrated it all. By a twist of fate, Phaelowin became an investigative reporter, delving deeply into the myriad mysteries of Cybertron, with his quest ignited by an insatiable curiosity about the enigmatic leader. Phaelowin, a medium-sized transformer adorned in hues of yellow and white, remained active in the data network, fervently sharing various rumors about the leader. He carried a steadfast belief in the leader's true existence, with each of his actions aimed at validating this sacred presence. Yet, in his pursuit of the leader's trail, Phaelowin inadvertently uncovered numerous hidden secrets of the Cybertron planet. These secrets appeared as elusive clues shrouded in mist, both mysterious and alluring. drawing Phaelon deeper into the exploration of this world brimming with the unknown. When the leader gravely mentioned the name of the Decepticon, Phaelon's demeanor instantly turned serious. The speculation surrounding Megatron and the Decepticons were but a facade. Phaelon spoke slowly, his tone imbued with an undeniable conviction. The Decepticon is far more irredeemable than we can fathom. The leader gazed intently, awaiting Phaelon's elaboration. Phaelon continued, "He is not merely a puppet leader. He is a formidable ally of the Functionalist Committee oppressing the Cybertronians. On the surface, he appears devoid of independent thought, like a marionette at the mercy of others. Yet in reality, he clandestinely colludes with the powerful, striving only to maintain his fragile power and status." The leader furrowed his brow, evidently astonished by the Decepticon's actions. What, then, could his motives be in seeking an audience with me? The leader asked, a hint of perplexity lacing his tone. Phaelon shook his head, his expression grave. It is difficult to speculate. Perhaps he seeks to escape the identity of a puppet, yearning for true freedom. Yet it is equally plausible that this is a carefully orchestrated scheme by the Functionalist Committee, aiming to utilize him for some unspeakable purpose. The leader paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating all that the flywheel had articulated. Ultimately, the depths of his blue optical lenses shimmered with profound light as he spoke gently, yet resolutely. Nevertheless, responding to the cataclysm is my duty. Every call emanating from Cybertron harbors a yearning for illumination. The heart's voice of the cataclysm, alongside the aspirations of other Cybertronians, merits our attentive listening and understanding. Upon hearing these words, Megatron, the signpost, and flywheel exchanged glances, their optical lenses revealing a tapestry of complex emotions. As if a multitude of words longed to be expressed, yet they found themselves at a loss for where to begin. Noticing their hesitation, the leader softened his tone further. I comprehend your concerns and apprehensions. I wish for you to understand that the voice of every spark on Cybertron deserves to be heard, and every Cybertronian's desire warrants respect. For in this universe, each spark embodies immeasurable significance. Their existence and cries collectively shape the future and hope of Cybertron. Moved by the sincerity of the leader's words, Megatron, the signpost, and flywheel, though still unable to relinquish their biases against the cataclysm in the immediate term, expressed their willingness to accompany the leader in confronting it. I am grateful for your support and your resolve to journey together, but considering the potential risks of this meeting, I believe it is more prudent to proceed alone. In the end, no one accompanied the leader. Chapter 29. A storm approaches. The leader's form gradually became transparent amidst the radiance, heralding the commencement of a spatial leap. Megatron gazed with a complex and profound expression at the leader's vanishing silhouette. At that moment, the formidable presence of Megatron within the realm of consciousness let out an irritated click of his tongue, speaking with an air of arrogance and confidence. Humph. Those insignificant beings can at most cause a bit of trouble for my little Optimus. To a true leader, they are hardly worth consideration. The nickname Little Optimus flickered like a faint glimmer across the spark of IDW Megatron. Soon after, the resounding voice of the formidable Megatron echoed once more. Imbued with unassailable determination, your training must continue. Do not allow these minor characters to disrupt our plans. At this, IDW Megatron could not help but curl his lips slightly, his expression a blend of complexity and resignation. Cybertron Iron Fortress, Administrative Conference Hall. Outside the conference hall, guards stood in precise formation, yet their eyes sparkled with provocation and hostility. Inside the spacious and grand hall, cold light intertwined with flickering data streams, with alloy seats meticulously arranged like precise machinery. The soft glow emitted by these seats harmonized with the energy indicators on the bodies present, collectively crafting a tableau of technology and light. The bright illumination revealed faces marked by determination and severity. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, participants appeared solemn, yet subtle tremors betrayed their bodies, as an almost imperceptible tension pervaded the air. The surrounding walls were adorned with energy fissures and hidden electronic eyes, silently surveilling all that transpired within the conference hall, recording and transmitting every detail deep into the data network. The attendees, each lost in their own thoughts, had gathered not merely to assert the authority of the Functionalist Committee, but for deeper, more profound purposes that simmered beneath the surface in the solemn atmosphere. Little did they anticipate the leader's sudden and shocking arrival. A brilliant orb of light materialized in the center of the conference hall, pulsating with immense energy, as if it were a portal to another realm. With a surge of potent energy, the circuits of the entire hall became overloaded, extinguishing all illumination in an instant. The attendees' optical lenses shimmered in various hues, reflecting the orb-esque glow, while the luminescent strips on their forms outlined their unique silhouettes in the dimness. This unexpected turn of events left everyone unprepared, and a wave of tension and unease swiftly spread through the crowd. Yet, amidst the chaos and speculation, the leader's figure gradually emerged from the radiance. Akin to a deity descending from the heavens, moving with assured and powerful strides, his gaze deep and wise, as if capable of perceiving all truths. As the leader appeared, the orb vanished swiftly, the circuits stabilized, and the lights of the conference hall blazed back to their original brightness. The atmosphere within the hall froze in an instant. Members of the Functionalist Committee were left speechless in shock. Some stood in astonishment, while others maintained a facade of calm, yet plotted secretly in their minds. At the forefront, the formidable figure of the Chaos Bringer clenched his fists tightly, his plans thoroughly disrupted. Despite the tumultuous emotions raging within, he was compelled to don a humble smile. "Welcome, Supreme Protector of Cybertron, the exalted leader of Celestival. We, along with all members of the Functionalist Committee, have awaited your arrival for quite some time." His voice betrayed a hint of panic and irritation, clearly taken aback by the leader's abrupt and commanding presence. Simultaneously, on the towering edifices of the city, countless enormous electronic and virtual screens seemed to awaken as if summoned by an invisible force, instantly transitioning to a live broadcast of the conference. On the screen, the leader's imposing figure radiated magnificence at the center of the hall, his blue optical lenses shimmering with wisdom and resolve, seemingly capable of penetrating the screen to reach the very essence of every Cybertronian spark. "Look, it's the leader," an enthusiastic Cybertronian shouted from a street corner, his voice quickly engulfed by the cheers of those around him. The crowd began to gather, gazing up at the large screens, their optical lenses flickering with excitement and reverence. "The leader has arrived. The leader has arrived." Cheers erupted in waves, swiftly reverberating throughout the city. Whether busy workers or hurried pedestrians, none could resist pausing, captivated by this unexpected live broadcast. The leader. They are live-streaming the leader. Upon witnessing the spectacle, the whirlwind, ecstatic, began to dance joyfully, rallying fellow revolutionaries to transform into rotorcraft, soaring toward the rooftops for a better view. The formidable Megatron, who was originally about to continue his rigorous training, abruptly halted, his gaze fixated upon the suddenly projected live broadcast on the desk. As he beheld the grand entrance of the leader and the captivating displays of the intimidated lesser beings, a pleased smile crept upon his lips. Within the base, the Celestivals paused their tasks, their optical sensors directed intently towards the majestic and authoritative figure on the large screen. In the conference hall, the leader seemed oblivious to the esteemed dignitaries seated around the round table, including the representatives of the Functionalism Committee. His optical sensors calmly surveyed every Cybertronian present. In that moment, it appeared as though his thoughts transcended the fabric of time, returning to the days when he held the mantle of Cybertron's leader. Though esteemed in position, he had felt profound solitude and estrangement within the depths of his spark. Behind the reverent demeanor of the counselors lay a mixture of awe and distance, and he, deprived of genuine interaction with the Cybertronians, struggled to fit in until he encountered Megatron. The conference hall buzzed with the hushed, fragmented sounds of whispered conversations, a complex web woven from the murmurs of numerous Cybertronians. Yet, deep within this web, a voice resonated with sharpness, laden with deep-seated apprehension towards the leader, unmistakable envy, and pure malice. The leader's spark quivered slightly, yet he revealed no emotion. Turning his gaze towards the one who defied fate, he spoke with calm determination. "I have heard your plea, but I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill your wishes." The once humble smile of the one who defied fate instantly froze. His orange optical sensors, narrowing as a mocking grin, emerged at the corners of his mouth. "It appears you are not as infallible as your followers proclaim. I have prayed to see you for quite some time, and those present are growing increasingly impatient." The leader's gaze swept over the defiant one. as though he could perceive the inner turmoil and contradictions within. A true leader does not rely solely on the whispers of followers, but earns respect through action and conviction. The chilling laughter of the Defiant One echoed throughout the hall, his orange optical sensors glimmering with cunning and provocation. Ah, leader? Such flattering words. Yet, a genuine leader ought to be capable of steering the tide and resolving the numerous crises besieging Cybertron, rather than merely standing here, espousing ideals. A subtle yet profound smile emerged on the leader's visage, his blue optical sensors seemingly able to penetrate all illusions. Though your doubts are sharp, they fail to touch the essence of the matter. I stand here today to respond to Cybertron's call with tangible actions. It is you, along with the rigid regime you represent, who truly refuse to embrace change. His voice, gentle yet resolute, bore an unwavering strength in each word. A slight tremor coursed through the body of the Defiant One, the light in his optical sensors becoming intricate, a tumult of resentment, scheming, and a barely perceptible fear intertwining. It was then that he realized that before him stood a leader capable of fundamentally altering Cybertron's fate. Yet, he could not resign himself to this realization. Leader, your arrival may momentarily stir ripples, yet the future of Cybertron cannot be swayed by your hand alone. Unyielding, you strive to maintain composure, attempting to shake the leader's esteemed position within the hearts of the Cybertronians through mere words. The leader gently shakes his head, his optical lenses revealing profound compassion. You, unyielding, have misinterpreted the essence of leadership. A leader is not a solitary hero, but a beacon guiding the multitude forward. The destiny of Cybertron necessitates the collective effort of every Cybertronian. Yet you have chosen to consort with darkness, attempting to uphold a crumbling dominion through deceit and power. As the leader's words resonate, the atmosphere within the assembly hall thickens with gravity. The committee members present begin to realize that this confrontation has surpassed their expectations, and they cannot afford to falter. Chapter 30. Debate and conflict in the midst of the stagnant tension. The chairperson of the Functionalism Committee abruptly rises, his form trembling slightly with indignation, his voice laden with icy sarcasm. Leader, your presence has only plunged Cybertron into deeper chaos. Your so-called freedom and equality are mere illusory bubbles, incapable of addressing any tangible issues. The chairperson's words slice through the air like a frigid blade. Yet the leader's visage reveals no sign of disturbance. His optical lenses remain calm and profound, as if capable of discerning all delusions. A true leader is not defined by the opulence of their rhetoric, but by the steadfastness of their actions. What I endeavor is to awaken the hope and strength nestled deep within the hearts of Cybertronians, allowing them to determine their own future. As the leader's voice fades, another committee member pounds the table in anger. On what grounds do you claim to represent the Cybertronian people? Your presence will only breed further chaos and division. The surrounding committee members echo in agreement, their voices intertwining into a cacophony, attempting to drown the leader's reason in a torrent of words. However, amidst this chorus of accusations and critiques, the leader remains unmoved, still bearing a smile. I seek not to represent anyone. I am merely a guide. I believe that true transformation must emerge from the very essence of the Cybertronian populace. The nonviolent revolution advocated by the Celestival movement is precisely aimed at achieving this goal. Another committee member scoffs derisively, their tone thick with disdain. Faith? What can your ethereal beliefs possibly yield? Cybertron craves stability and order, not your fanciful dreams. The leader's smile wanes slightly, a glimmer of compassion flickering in his optical lenses. Stability and order must not be predicated upon oppression and falsehoods. True stability springs from the freedom and equality ingrained in the hearts of every Cybertronian. The members of the Functionalism Committee, witnessing this, become even more incensed, their rhetoric sharpening as they attempt to pierce the leader's defenses with verbal blades. Yet the leader stands resolute like an unyielding mountain, his convictions harder than any metal, as if no criticism could leave a mark upon his core. The debates within the assembly hall delve deeper, with divisions and controversies escalating, the air thickening with an ever-increasing scent of gunpowder. The voices of the people grew increasingly fervent, their expressions reflecting rising agitation. Yet, amidst this heightened emotional state, they maintained a delicate equilibrium, preventing the situation from escalating further. In such an atmosphere, time seemed to stretch, each second brimming with uncertainty and tension. Unbeknownst to the leaders, their meeting was being broadcast live across Cybertron. On the other side of the stream, countless Cybertronians gathered in their homes, workplaces, and public spaces, attentively following the proceedings through holographic displays. Their optical lenses flickered with a tapestry of complex emotions, some filled with rage, others engulfed in confusion, and yet others brimming with anticipation. In the midst of iron fortresses, towering edifices, the last rays of the setting sun bathed the square of the administrative center, where a crowd had assembled, fervently engaged in the Celestival gathering. On the colossal holographic screen, the leaders were embroiled in a heated debate with representatives of the Functionalist Committee, each utterance weaving and colliding like streams of data in the void. An ordinary Cybertronian exclaimed passionately to a companion, "The leaders speak the truth. We can no longer endure this oppression. The Celestival revolution is our sole hope for change." His companion hesitated, replying, "But can we truly achieve transformation through nonviolent revolution?" Another ordinary Cybertronian resolutely asserted, "Regardless of the outcome, we must support our leaders in Celestival. They have at least given us hope." Within the assembly, emotions surged like electric currents, flowing between the gathered individuals. This group, known as the Celestival Revolutionaries, had long been discontent with the status quo, yearning to shatter their chains through change. They gazed up at the electronic screen, their optical lenses shimmering with aspirations for the future and a thirst for freedom. Suddenly, a figure detached itself quietly from the crowd, akin to a shadow in the night. His dark gray chassis bore evident scratches and stains, and the deep crimson of his optical lenses glinted with a chilling light. Swiftly, he approached the entrance of the administrative center, his movements agile and decisive. However, the guards maintaining order reacted with equal swiftness, promptly intercepting the intruder. After a brief struggle, he was subdued on the ground by two guards. Yet those crimson lenses remained fixated on the leaders displayed on the electronic screen, as if conveying a silent message. Among the crowd, anxious shouts erupted, calling out the name of the captured individual, the sound echoing sharply across the square. It was only then that the Celestival attendees realized the unfolding events. Spurred by this emotional surge, another person suddenly dashed from the crowd, attempting to rescue the apprehended comrade, inadvertently inciting greater chaos. A fierce clash ensued between the guards and the intervening crowd, the sounds of metal clashing, shouts from the guards, and the cries of the masses intertwining as pandemonium erupted. The individual who initially sought to infiltrate the administrative center has now become the catalyst for this turmoil. His figure ebbs and flows amidst the throng and the guards, akin to a spark igniting a vast prairie. Observing this, the members of Celestival appear to be wholly invigorated, their mechanical energy surging with fervor. They join the fray, some chanting slogans, others striving to maintain order, yet the majority are swept away by this irresistible force, plunging into the tempest unleashed by the unknown. Behind this storm, a far grander conspiracy quietly unfolds, its tendrils penetrating every corner of Iron Fortress, biding its time to propel this transformation into a deeper, more profound future for Cybertron. Chapter 31. The leaders' confrontation as the chaos and conflict outside the administrative center are projected onto the enormous virtual screen in the conference hall. The chairman of the committee wears a triumphant smirk, mockingly taunting, "Leader, is this what you call a nonviolent revolution?" The leader's gaze sharpens instantaneously, his blue optical lens fixating on the chaotic scenes displayed, complex emotions swirling within him. With a profound understanding of the Functionalist Committee's modus operandi and a keen insight into the current situation, the leader swiftly discerns that a conspiracy may lie behind this upheaval. Orchestrated by the Functionalist Committee, he realizes that these rulers of Cybertron are no longer satisfied with mere oppression and deception in their bid to counter the revolution of Celestival. They have recklessly sown chaos and conflict, utterly abandoning their moral compass. The ember of Orion resurfaces, tinged with disappointment and weariness. He contemplates that perhaps there's little need to prolong this debate. The leader's gaze lowers slightly, the blue light in his optical lens dimming. He understands all too well that from the moment he entered this conference hall, he has been ensnared in a trap meticulously laid by these individuals. He feels no anger, only a profound disappointment in their scheming and obstinacy. This turmoil should never have occurred. The leader's voice, deep and powerful, resonates with unwavering resolve. Your actions have crossed the line, Functionalist Committee. He slowly turns, his piercing gaze sweeping over every member of the committee present, including the self-satisfied chairman. I have come to guide Cybertron toward a brighter and freer future, not to witness its descent into endless violence and chaos. His tone suddenly intensifies. Any attempts to maintain dominion through oppression and deceit will inevitably lead to self-destruction. The leader's form radiates with brilliant light, the star blade flickering in his grasp, emanating a cold, blue luminescence, poised to rend asunder any obstruction. His voice is resolute and profound. The future of Cybertron must be determined by its own people. As the words fell, the brilliance of the star sword grew ever more resplendent, yet it remained firmly grasped in the leader's hand. The unsheathed glimmer had rendered the surrounding air almost palpable, instilling a profound sense of dread within every Cybertronian present, each acutely aware of the terrifying power it harbored. Anyone who dared to obstruct this course would find themselves under the piercing gaze of the leader, destined to experience the sword's lethal edge. The expression of the chairman of the committee froze instantaneously, the spark of defiance nearly extinguished, while other members exhibited overt signs of trepidation. They had never witnessed such resolute and merciless determination from their leader, who at this moment appeared not as the benevolent figure they revered, but rather as a true god of war. At that moment, the defiant figure slowly rose from his seat, his form illuminated by the lights, exuding both grandeur and enigma. However, upon witnessing the leader brandish the star sword, his previously brash demeanor collapsed, replaced by a facade of a habitual yet insincere smile. Despite the optical sensors flickering incessantly, they could not conceal the trepidation and unease brewing within him. Leader, the defiant figure's tone seemed to seek reconciliation. I fully comprehend your intentions and hold in deep regard the actions of Celestival. In a bid to alleviate the current tension, I dare to propose the establishment of a seat for Celestival within the Functionalist Committee. This way, your voices may resonate more profoundly, allowing us to stand shoulder to shoulder in contributing to the future of Cybertron. Each of his utterances appeared earnest, yet the disingenuous smile betrayed his true sentiments. The leader did not respond immediately, instead fixing his gaze intently upon the defiant figure, the cacophony around them continuing to rage. He gradually adjusted the energy fluctuations of his form, striving to quell the tumult within. This is a proposal worthy of consideration, he stated. Yet, I hope this is not merely a stalling tactic, but rather the beginning of your genuine willingness to heed the voices of the Cybertronian people. As the leader's words resounded, the atmosphere in the conference hall grew increasingly grave. No longer lingering, he turned to depart, his form gradually becoming translucent in the radiance. Before his exit, he cast a final glance at the Functionalist Committee, a gaze imbued with both warning and expectation, yearning for them to truly grasp the essence of nonviolent revolution and to strive together for the future of Cybertron. With the leader's departure, a profound silence enveloped the conference hall. The members of the Functionalist Committee exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond to this sudden upheaval. The chaotic scenes on the screen appeared to gradually quell under the weight of the leader's admonition. Although the members of the Functionalist Committee wore expressions of discontent, they ultimately acquiesced to the proposal under the insistence of the defiant figure. The atmosphere within the hall eased slightly, yet all were acutely aware that this was but a temporary reprieve. True transformation would require the Cybertronian populace to fight for it themselves. The reverberations of the live broadcast resonated throughout every corner of Cybertron, igniting widespread discourse and contemplation. Some citizens viewed the defiant figure's proposal as a breakthrough, heralding the Functionalist Committee's willingness to take the first step toward change, ushering in a new breeze for Cybertron. However, a segment of the populace harbors reservations regarding the proposal of the Cataclysm. They perceive it merely as a bait cast by the Functionalist Committee to temporarily quell public outrage and maintain their grip on power. A scant few are resolutely convinced that unless the deeply entrenched systemic issues of the Functionalist Committee are fundamentally addressed, all efforts will ultimately be in vain. In the lingering dullness following the conclusion of the meeting, the leader once again heard the fervent plea of the Cataclysm. This time, the voice of the Cataclysm was imbued with greater reverence and humility. expressing a desire for a private audience. The leader hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately acquiesced once more. In a dimly lit chamber adjacent to the assembly hall, the luminescence of the leader's form dispelled the surrounding shadows, yet failed to illuminate the unfathomable depths of the Cataclysm's core. The Cataclysm gently closed the door behind him, turning to shed the elaborate and mysterious facade he typically donned, revealing a hint of a bitter smile upon his visage. "Leader, do you know, I have never truly relished the glory of leadership." His voice was low and laden with resignation, a fleeting glimmer of fatigue flashing within his optical lenses. The leader stood silently in the center of the room, his profound blue optics seemingly capable of penetrating all pretense and unveiling the truth. "It is because all that you possess is built upon lies." The leader's voice resonated deeply, each word striking like a hammer upon the kindling of the Cataclysm's spirit. The Cataclysm momentarily faltered, his expression twisting before swiftly reverting to one of deference, his tone ingratiating as he implored, "O leader, with such formidable power at your disposal, do you not yearn for a broader stage to showcase your talents? If you were to support me, together we could forge an unprecedented new era." The leader regarded the ambitious supreme leader of Cybertron with a gaze that betrayed profound disappointment. "Cataclysm, true strength is not wielded to satiate personal ambition, but to safeguard the peace and justice of Cybertron. Relentless manipulation and deceit yield only a hollow semblance of glory." The Cataclysm's expression contorted once more, yet he quickly regained his composure, adopting a more beguiling tone as he responded, "Leader, do you not understand? Only the powerful can guide Cybertron towards greatness, and I am that very force capable of leading Cybertron out of its plight." The leader sighed inwardly, his voice tinged with disappointment. "Cataclysm, you are mistaken. A true leader does not conquer through might, but rather inspires through the spark within. Every life on Cybertron is precious. They deserve to be treated equitably, not sacrificed upon the altar of your power struggles." The Cataclysm's demeanor darkened, shedding pretense to reveal the ambition and malice at his core. "Leader, you are naively idealistic. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, only absolute power can secure one's position against upheaval. I covet your strength precisely because I aspire to be the true leader who will guide Cybertron towards a brighter future." The leader's gaze hardened and grew resolute, yet his words remained filled with counsel and wisdom. "In the face of the impending calamity, your ambition will only drive Cybertron to the brink of annihilation. Remember, a true leader proves their worth through action, not by deceiving the trust of others with mere words." The Decepticon leader found himself at a loss for words. Pierced by the leader's remarks, anger coiled within him as he clenched his fists, yet he refrained from letting his fury erupt. He understood all too well that confronting the leader at this moment would only ensnare him in a more precarious position. Thus, he suppressed the raging fire within, feigning compliance as he bid the leader farewell. As the leader's silhouette vanished from sight, the Decepticon's gaze darkened with malice. He swiftly contacted the members of the Functionalism Committee, initiating a clandestine plot against the leader and Celestival. He vowed to seize a favorable position in this power struggle, no matter the cost, to become the true leader of Cybertron. Meanwhile, the leader had already perceived the undercurrents of this brewing conflict, sensing that a more intense storm was on the horizon. Chapter 32. Turbulence unfolds in a distant universe, deep within the laboratory of the Dead Space. Shockwave was wholly engrossed in his research. The heavy footfalls echoed through the vast laboratory as the silver, monstrous figure gradually rose, its form rumbling ominously before transforming into a humanoid shape. Megatron, the formidable leader of the Decepticons, returned, carrying the weight of battle's fatigue and glory. "Soundwave, report on the current situation." Megatron's voice was low and gravelly, imbued with the weariness of one who has faced the ravages of war. However, for Megatron, the greatest threat did not arise from external foes, but from the lurking peril of darkness that could corrupt his spark at any moment. Should it spiral out of control, the entire base would plunge into the abyss of destruction. Soundwave maintained a standard stance, closely connected to the laboratory's instruments. The dark visor flickered with the connection status to the IDW universe and surveillance intelligence of that realm. As Soundwave's visor slowly turned towards Megatron, an intangible silence enveloped the laboratory. Megatron sensed the anomaly, his brow furrowing in confusion as he inquired, "Is there an unexpected occurrence? My Lord Megatron, have you not witnessed the entirety of the live broadcast?" Yet, Soundwave remained silent. Suddenly, a smile emoji appeared on his visor, transitioning into a pulsating Soundwave graphic, accompanied by a familiar voice, the leader's voice, expertly edited to capture only the pivotal moments. The leader's words echoed throughout the laboratory, and Megatron squinted his optical lens in satisfaction, as if savoring a splendid performance. He languidly reclined on his designated recharge bed, relishing a moment of tranquility. Shockwave cast a sidelong glance at Megatron, the enormous red optical lens flickering slightly. He set aside his experiment and approached Megatron's recharge bed with steady strides, skillfully connecting the nearby instrument to Megatron's chest plate. "My Lord Megatron, the excessive consumption of dark energy could inflict irreversible damage on your spark. Please exercise utmost caution." As Shockwave adjusted the settings of the instrument, he reminded, "This is not of paramount importance." The body of Megatron emitted a heavy, resonant hum, and only after the sound faded did he speak slowly. Shockwave's audio receiver trembled slightly, seemingly capturing a piece of information that astonished him. Concluding the program setup, he fell silent and returned to his experiments. Interdimensional travel posed an unprecedented challenge, he stated calmly, pausing momentarily as he pressed a switch on the device. "Yet, I have discovered a solution." As Shockwave's words concluded, the recording that had been playing abruptly ceased. The sound waves connected to the instrument seemed to experience a tremendous shock, and the screen on the mask flickered with colorful blocks before morphing into a flurry of dancing snowflakes. Megatron opened his optical sensors at the instant the recording halted, startled by the abnormal state of the sound waves, and he quickly tore off the connection device from his chest armor, fixing his gaze intently on Soundwave. The body of Soundwave quivered slightly, his previously drooping fingers clenched into fists, producing a rasping sound. Shockwave, however, appeared unfazed, continuing to observe the instrument before him, calmly stating, "I have increased the operational power of the connecting device. Soundwave must maintain a continuous connection with the consciousness of Universe IDW, and experiencing some turbulence is logically expected. Cease the experiment," Megatron commanded directly, his voice laced with undeniable authority. Once the experiment commenced, it could not be easily halted. Shockwave remained composed, his red optical sensors flickering at a steady frequency. "If we forcibly terminate the experiment, we risk losing our connection with the leader entirely." Megatron's fingers trembled, his spark quaking as reason and emotion waged a fierce battle within him. He understood that on one side lay his few companions in this world, and on the other, the one he cherished deeply. How should he decide? Yet time was of the essence. A dazzling light rapidly ignited from the opposite end of the instrument, coalescing into a swirling vortex of energy crackling with purple lightning. "The connection channel has been established." Soundwave's voice intermittently broke through the static of electrical interference. His body gradually regained tranquility, and the display on the mask began to normalize, reinstating his connection status with Universe IDW. Shockwave elaborated, "Soundwave merely requires time to acclimate." Megatron silently withdrew his hand, glancing at Shockwave, whose purple optical sensors flickered with a stern glimmer. On the opposite side, Soundwave also turned towards Shockwave, seemingly in silent inquiry. The flickering frequency of the red light in Shockwave's optical sensors momentarily paused before returning to normal. He remained exceedingly calm, stating, "Although the connection channel is now open, traversing through this portal still entails significant risks. We must pass through swiftly, otherwise, we may face the peril of being torn apart by a rift in space-time or potentially transported to an unknown universe." Chapter 33. Response to Universe IDW. Time rewinds to the moment before the live broadcast. As the sound waves and the mechanical dog departed from their base, the streets were alive with the flickering of neon lights, casting an interplay of shadows and illumination. Suddenly, the grand screens lining the thoroughfare illuminated simultaneously, revealing the commanding and resolute figure of the leader within the Iron Guard's administrative assembly, engaged in a tense confrontation with the members of the Functionalist Committee. "Father!" exclaimed Breakdawn, his optical lens glistening with excitement, a hint of barely concealed thrill resonating in his voice. He raised his hands high, as if yearning to transcend the screen and embrace the leader's warm embrace. Dawn harbored profound admiration and dependence on the leader. Witnessing the leader's courageous demeanor during the live broadcast filled his core with pride and elation. Soundwave's gaze was fixed intently upon the screen, his expression grave and focused. He understood the significance of this broadcast. Each detail bore the potential to alter the trajectory of Cybertron's future. Meanwhile, the mechanical dog stood quietly beside him, equally captivated by the unfolding events on the screen. It sensed the indomitable spirit and resolve emanating from the leader's gestures and tone. The mechanical dog was imbued with unwavering loyalty and trust towards the leader, confident that no matter the adversity faced, the leader would guide them to triumph. As the broadcast progressed, the true nature of the Functionalist Committee members began to surface. They were cunning, hypocritical, and ruthlessly cold, willing to sacrifice Cybertron's future for the preservation of their own power. The leader, undeterred, confronted them head-on, utilizing his wisdom and strength to unveil their transgressions and schemes. This was the unvarnished reality of the Functionalist Committee. Soundwave remained calm and rational, keenly aware that only through revealing the truth could a greater number awaken and join their cause. Breakdawn's optical lens flickered with fury, his fists clenched as if ready to leap forward to aid the leader in battle. The mechanical dog emitted a low growl, its body trembling slightly, yearning to rend the Functionalist Committee members to shreds. Time rewound to just before the broadcast commenced, within the confines of the ambulance's modest clinic. Orion Pax sat in a corner, engaged in a hushed, serious dialogue with the ambulance regarding the collaboration with Celestival and a legendary leader, the air thick with tension. The ambulance's voice carried a note of concern. Orion, I truly worry for you. This revolutionary endeavor is fraught with uncertainty and peril, especially as it involves the power struggles of Cybertron's rulers. I do not wish for you to take such risks. Orion Pax gently shook his head, his gaze unwavering and profound. Ambulance, I comprehend your apprehensions. However, I have my own considerations. While I maintain close cooperation with Soundwave, exchanging intelligence, my support for this revolution is not blind. I have a foreboding that this uprising will encounter formidable obstacles, perhaps even a frenzied retaliation of the Functionalist Committee. Nevertheless, that leader bears a greater responsibility. He must not only protect us revolutionaries, but also confront the dark forces lurking in the shadows of Cybertron. Upon hearing the words, the ambulance's spark trembled slightly, fully aware that Orion Pax's concerns were not unfounded. The situation on Cybertron was increasingly tense, and the leader's predicament was perilously precarious. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. Orion, I comprehend your worries. Nevertheless, we must not allow you to confront these dangers alone. At that moment, the projection screen in the small clinic flickered unexpectedly, abruptly shifting from a display of medical knowledge to another scene. A magnificent red and blue large mech, radiant with brilliance, appeared prominently in the center of the screen. Indeed, it was the leader himself. Was this a live broadcast from the Executive Council chamber? Orion Pax was instantly captivated by the scene, his optical sensors fixated on the screen, unwilling to miss a single detail. A surge of inexplicable emotions welled up within him. A mixture of reverence for the leader who faced the corrupt elite alone and anxiety regarding the uncertain outcome. As the broadcast commenced, the leader's resolute and powerful voice resonated from the screen. Though solitary, he seemed to possess the strength of an army. Orion Pax gazed at the leader on the screen, filled with both admiration and concern. This broadcast represented not just a challenge to the Functionalist Committee, but also a test of Cybertron's future. As the broadcast concluded, the small clinic fell into a brief silence. An indescribable tension hung in the air, as if time itself had momentarily halted. The ambulance's emotions were exceedingly complex. He remained fully engrossed in the entire broadcast, every component of his being seemingly taut with anticipation of the unknown that lay ahead. He clutched the wrench tightly in his grip, which felt like his sole anchor in this moment. Orion, this will be a long and arduous battle. His optical sensors flickered with profound unease and worry, a fear of the unknown challenges, a subtle concern for the leader's safety, and a deep apprehension for the fate of Cybertron. Yet, within Orion Pax's optical sensors sparkled an unprecedented determination. That brilliance embodied an unwavering trust in the leader. and an infinite hope for Cybertron's future. He spoke softly yet firmly. Ambulance, I have immense confidence in our leader. His wisdom and courage are an unparalleled treasure for us on Cybertron. I believe he will guide us out of this predicament and towards the bright future that awaits us. At the temporary base of Celestival, Megatron sat solemnly in his somewhat austere office, his form characterized by sharp lines that echoed his resolute nature, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. His optical sensors glimmered with anger and disdain, akin to two blazing flames illuminating the surrounding oppressive atmosphere. The images of the leader's confrontation with the functionalist committee burned within him like fierce fire, each frame reflecting corruption and injustice, igniting the fury that resided deep within his spark. Outside in the corridor, hurried footsteps and muted conversations occasionally echoed, yet to Megatron, these sounds seemed to be isolated in another realm entirely. His entire focus was directed towards the leader displayed on the screen. That tall and imposing figure radiating brilliance at the center of the conference hall, akin to a beam of light illuminating the path ahead amidst darkness. As the chaotic scenes outside the administrative center appeared on the live stream, the spark of Megatron began to boil with intensity. Flames of anger and discontent flickered in his red optical lenses, with energy surging violently within his frame as if on the verge of eruption. The slight creaking of his tightly clenched fists mirrored the tumult of his inner fury and dissatisfaction. He could almost hear the roar deep within his spark, an outcry against the unscrupulousness of corrupt elites willing to resort to any means to achieve their ends, as well as a concern for the challenges that the leader might face. At the moment Megatron witnessed the leader unveil the Star Sword during the livestream, his being seemed to be struck by an invisible force, emotions surging like a tidal wave. The Star Sword, shimmering in his grasp, emitted an ethereal blue glow that seemed capable of piercing through the screen, reaching deep into the core of Megatron's spark. He envisioned the leader, wielding the Star Sword in the dark world, bravely cleaving through all obstacles, and that unwavering determination filled him with admiration. Megatron swiftly regained his composure. He recognized that impulsiveness at this moment would not resolve the issues at hand. Rather, it might inadvertently burden the leader with unnecessary troubles. He began to analyze the situation rationally, contemplating the leader's next course of action. A steadfast belief surged within his spark, embodying trust in the leader's capabilities and a relentless pursuit of their shared cause. Ultimately, when Megatron's gaze returned to the leader, only profound respect and trust remained within his optical lenses. He envisioned the leader standing resolute against adversity, sensing their unwavering commitment to faith and justice. After the live stream concluded, Megatron's emotions remained tumultuous. He rose to his feet, pacing back and forth in his office, the heavy footsteps of his armor resonating through the space. He understood that as the initiator and leader of the revolutionary force, he could not allow anger to cloud his judgment. He must think calmly and make sound decisions for the future of the team. Soundwave, Megatron called in a low voice over the internal line, authority evident in his tone. The leader's live stream has been fully recorded. The calm and resolute voice of Soundwave responded from the other end. Understood. After completing the leader's task, I will take immediate action. With Soundwave's reply, Megatron returned to his desk, beginning to draft the next steps of their plan. His heart was filled with admiration and trust for the leader, as well as a steadfast belief in their revolutionary cause. He knew that no matter how arduous the path ahead, they would fight side by side until they achieved ultimate victory. Soundwave guided the break of dawn to the designated location, a humble clinic hidden in the suburbs. As the dawn broke and the iconic red and blue figure of Optimus Pax came into view, an indescribable joy rippled quietly within the depths of breakdawn. He eagerly leaped down from the mechanical companion borne by Soundwave, like a delicate purple whirlwind racing straight towards Optimus Pax. His steps were infused with vitality and strength, his optical lenses shimmering with a triumphant light, as if silently narrating the magnificent scene he had just witnessed, his father engaging and triumphing over hostile forces. Breakdawn embraced Optimus Pax's leg armor tightly, his laughter ringing clear. "Orion, give me a hug." A flicker of surprise crossed Optimus Pax's visor, quickly transforming into a resigned smile as he gently lifted Breakdawn into his arms, casting a curious glance towards Soundwave, who had just entered the room. "The leader hopes Breakdawn can accompany you for a while," Soundwave elucidated. Orion Pax pondered briefly, grasping the deeper significance of the statement. Given the escalating tensions between Celestival and the Functionalist Council, the leader could not protect Break Dawn at all times. Remaining there indeed posed a risk. Break Dawn exhibited an unusual closeness to Orion Pax, as if he had discovered a long-lost warmth and familiarity within him. However, he displayed marked displeasure towards the others in the clinic, his gaze sharp and menacing as it fixed upon the red and white-coated medic. The medic, known as Ambulin, wore a frown born from witnessing the live broadcast, silently setting down his tools, his face a canvas of confusion and embarrassment. Orion Pax tenderly patted Break Dawn's head, his voice soft. "Little Dawn, this is Ambulin, one of my closest friends." Break Dawn nodded, though the violet gleam in his optical lenses still flickered with discontent. "I have an urgent mission and must postpone today's appointment," Soundwave stated with a hint of urgency. Orion Pax nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. Rest assured, I will take good care of this child." At his words, Soundwave gave a slight nod before turning to depart. Once the clinic door closed behind them, Orion Pax led Break Dawn into a compartment, with Ambulin following closely, quickly securing the door and unable to contain his curiosity. "What is the nature of your relationship with this child?" Orion Pax's hand trembled slightly, nearly dropping Break Dawn. As he turned to look at Ambulin, his expression a mix of innocence and reproach. "What do you think the nature of our relationship could be?" Ambulin shrugged, a helpless smile gracing his lips. "Who knows?" Chapter 34. Cat and Mouse, a covert operation to unearth a traitor, quietly unfolded within Celestival. Upon returning to the base, Soundwave immediately set forth with Blip, Whirl, the mechanical dog, Laserbeak, and Buzzsaw, meticulously searching and interrogating every corner of the facility. Each member was required to report their recent whereabouts and the individuals they had interacted with. No suspicious lead was to be overlooked, and no deception could evade his mind-reading prowess. Time passed inexorably, and the tension within the base grew palpable. Each individual harbored concerns that they, or their companions, might become the focus of suspicion. Yet a greater anxiety loomed over the safety of their leader and an ardent desire for the revolution's success. In this war devoid of gunpowder, everyone contributed their strength in their own manner. "Soundwave, have we made any progress?" The voice of Megatron resonated, low and powerful, exuding an undeniable authority. Soundwave stood before Megatron, the data pad in his hand flickering with intricate lights. Several suspects had been identified, yet further confirmation was necessary. His voice was calm and resolute, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flickered in Megatron's crimson optics, and the magnetic field surrounding him momentarily surged before stabilizing. "We must act swiftly. The Functionalism Committee will soon take new actions. We must eradicate internal threats beforehand." Soundwave nodded silently, turning to depart. Within the confines of his consciousness, the imposing figure of Megatron paced anxiously, his elongated metallic tail dragging across the ground, producing a piercing noise. "I can endure no longer," Megatron roared. "How long do you intend to linger in my consciousness?" The formidable Megatron tilted his head, his massive form pivoting with intimidating presence, as his colossal metallic wings stirred invisible currents in the void. "Until you require my assistance. I do not require you now. You will soon enough. Then could you not be so noisy?" "I cannot. My spark is ignited, and only through battle will it be quelled." Megatron closed his optics, clenching his fists, his core weighing the decision of whether to endure. Ultimately, he slumped his shoulders in resignation, gritting his teeth. "Very well, I shall fight you." The fierce tail of Megatron flicked upward, excitement igniting in his violet optics. As Soundwave exited Megatron's office, another incarnation of Soundwave emerged within his consciousness, displaying a map on his visor, marked with red and blue locations. 2 red targets lay both inside and outside the base, while 3 blue targets were all situated within, 2 of which appeared inseparable, like twin shadows. His precise markings indicated he had long been aware of their presence. "You knew all along. Why reveal it now?" Yet, this alternate Soundwave offered no explanation, vanishing once again into the darkness. The silent observer assessed within his core, perplexed by the alternate Soundwave's ability to perceive everything yet remain resolutely silent, as if the affairs of the world held no significance for him. Yet, his leader was clearly invested in their leader's well-being. Soundwave found himself at a loss. with little time to ponder further. The intelligence from the other Soundwave was exceptionally timely and precise. He now needed to extract the suspicious targets from Celestival without delay. Soundwave stealthily navigated through the dimly lit alley, his telepathic abilities functioning like an astute radar, instantly detecting the intense emotional fluctuations emanating from the suspicious green and black-hued medium-sized construction machine. It was a bulldozer, a laborer from Cybertron's underbelly, unexpectedly revealed as a traitor. Action, Soundwave commanded in a low voice, imbued with resolute determination. The machine dog, having awaited this moment in the shadows, swiftly advanced towards the target, poised to launch a surprise attack from behind. Meanwhile, the laser bird circled overhead, its keen eyes fixated on every movement of the bulldozer, ready to strike at any moment. The circular saw bird quietly maneuver to the side of the bulldozer, its metallic beak glinting ominously in the sunlight, prepared to deliver a lethal blow. On the other side of the base, the spinning blade and cross cannon flanked another target, a similarly hued media machine, the trailer. With their weapons primed and ready, they awaited Soundwave's signal. Soundwave slowly raised his right hand, signaling for an attack. In that instant, the machine dog leaped forward, pouncing upon the bulldozer's back. Taken by surprise, the bulldozer was knocked to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the laser bird swooped down, its sharp beak aimed at the bulldozer's optical lens in an attempt to blind it. However, the bulldozer was not easily subdued. It struggled fiercely to break free from the machine dog's grasp. Just as the situation reached a critical point, an invisible Soundwave attack struck the bulldozer forcefully, sending it crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground, energy fluid spilling from its mouth. The machine dog, Laserbird, and Circular Saw Bird immediately surrounded the incapacitated foe, while Soundwave approached with a calm demeanor, coldly observing like the harbinger of death. "Spare me, I beg you." The bulldozer coughed in agony, pleading for mercy. "I was coerced. I never intended to betray you. I'm telling the truth. Please don't kill me." Soundwave could distinctly perceive his fear, the weakness in his voice, the trembling of his body, the flickering of his spark. "Take him away," Soundwave coldly commanded. His gaze swept the surroundings, ensuring no clues were overlooked. On the opposite side of the base, the spinning blade soared through the air, while the cross cannon swiftly cornered their target, driving it deeper into the alley. The trailer, filled with panic, gazed at the encircling walls. The only exit blocked by the spinning blade and cross cannon. Its yellow optical lens reflected sheer terror, but could not afford to be captured. Transforming into trailer form, it surged forward with all its might towards the exit. The cross cannon, caught off guard by this sudden counterattack, leaped into the air, grabbing onto the spinning blade's undercarriage. "Whoa, don't just jump up like that," the spinning blade exclaimed, nearly losing control and spiraling out of the sky before stabilizing after several rotations. Seizing this moment, the trailer broke free from the encirclement, exhilarated as it dashed forward, knowing that if it could evade the two pursuers, it would soon reunite with its brethren. "Hey, brother, would you mind if I hitched a ride?" A cheerful and unfamiliar voice emanated from above the trailer. It was a medium-sized machine in black and white, adorned with a joyful grin upon its facade, while blue goggles obscured its optical sensors and the wings at its back flapped merrily. "Get lost," the trailer growled in a low rumble, attempting to shake off the medium-sized machine with a sudden break and turn. "Wow, my apologies then," the black and white machine replied regretfully, nimbly leaping off the trailer, yet leaving behind a seemingly inconspicuous device atop the vehicle. "Mission accomplished, my friend. Well done, Jazz," a voice called out from the background roar, as the cannon leapt from the rotor's landing gear and swiftly approached the black and white machine. The two exchanged a knowing high-five. The rotor, arriving fashionably late, transformed and landed, gazing at the green trailer that had vanished into the distance. Relieved to have completed the task without incident. Surely, Megatron and Soundwave would regard me with newfound respect now? As night deepened, the base lay shrouded in silence. Soundwave led the special operations team, gliding like phantoms through the shadows, stealthily approaching another location. Suddenly, a faint communication signal shattered the tranquility. Soundwave swiftly locked onto the source of the signal, discovering that the suspect was indeed in contact with the outside world. However, upon identifying the suspect, Soundwave's frame trembled slightly, and an icy, menacing aura enveloped him. He immediately signaled the robotic dogs to spring into action. Several figures lunged forward, but upon recognizing the identity of their target, they emitted a unique, primal scream. "Woof, how could it be you? Gaga?" "Beacon." Soundwave's voice turned frigid, gravely questioning, "Is there anything you wish to say?" The imposing figure of Beacon stepped out from the shadows, awkwardly covering his face. "Please, just let me explain." Chapter 35. The heart of rebellion. Soundwave and the robotic dogs fell into silence, awaiting Beacon's so-called explanation, their frames taut with tension, ready to deliver justice at any moment. Beacon showed no intention of fleeing. He lowered his hands, revealing optical sensors flickering with a panicked light. He gazed at his former comrades, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of guilt. Clenching his fist, he resolved to confess everything, stating in truth, "I have been secretly communicating with the oscillation wave representative of the Senate." The robotic dogs paused in disbelief, regarding Beacon as if he were a stranger. "How could you do this?" Soundwave narrowed his optical sensors, beginning to comprehend the complexity of the situation. Beacon lowered his head and continued, "The oscillation wave representative is, in fact, a covert supporter of Celestival, providing us with assistance in various ways. The once-renowned article The Path to Peace was secretly published by the oscillation wave representative. However, due to the representative's unique position, he cannot openly express support for Celestival, lest he attract trouble upon himself. The reason I correspond with him is to procure further assistance and information." The shimmering light in the acoustic optics mirror flickered with a chilling glint. "Have you not considered that the legislator might have ulterior motives, intending to use you against us?" The boundary marker was rendered speechless by the words of the acoustic wave, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, for indeed, he had not contemplated such depths. The atmosphere descended into a tense silence. The boundary marker's form stood rigid, the flickering light within the optical mirror betraying his awkwardness and disarray. He cast a furtive glance at the acoustic wave, only to see it suddenly turn. The acoustic disruption gun on its shoulder rapidly charging and aiming at the shadowy figure. "Wait, do not fire." The rotating blade emerged from the shadows, its optical mirror filled with panic. "It's me along with the cannon and the Jazz." As the words left the rotating blade's lips, the cannon and Jazz also stepped forth from the shadows, the Jazz awkwardly waving. "Hello, acoustic wave." However, the cannon stepped forward, stating, "Actually, I have a question too." A tremor laced his voice. Everyone instantly turned in unison, astonished at the cannon's revelation. The rotating blade widened its optical mirror, staring in disbelief at its companion. "Cannon, this is hardly the time for jokes." The acoustic wave remained silent, yet the disruption gun pivoted towards the cannon. The cannon, feeling the tension, retreated, the blue optical mirror flashing rapidly, yet he confessed, "In truth, I have matters to disclose. I was assigned here long ago by the upper echelons of the Senate to monitor you, whom they labeled as rebels. However, I have not betrayed Celestival. On the contrary, I have genuinely joined the revolutionary cause. I have been participating in activities here while deceiving those above. I have long grown weary of this existence. And when I learned you were about to commence an internal purge, I realized it was only a matter of time before my true allegiance would be revealed." As his words fell, another voice interjected, "And I." The Jazz stepped forward as well, his expression complex, struggling to maintain a smile. The rotating blade's rotors stood on end, overwhelmed by the consecutive shocks that left him questioning whether he had truly awakened that day. "Ouch!" the rotating blade exclaimed, clutching his foot, only to discover that the mechanical dog had just bitten him. "Does it hurt?" "Pain means you're awake," the mechanical dog stated impassively, shattering the rotating blade's illusions. "But you shouldn't bite me." The rotating blade curled up in a pitiful and aggrieved manner, casting a glare at the mechanical dog before the yellow optical mirror turned resentfully towards his two companions. The Jazz offered an apologetic smile before continuing. "Actually, I too was sent to investigate. As Celestival continues to grow, the information reported by the cannon does not align with that of the higher-ups. They suspect the cannon may have already become one of Celestival's own. However, after this period of interaction, I find no fault in joining Celestival. Moreover, I have a fondness for the cannon. Hence, I have decided to reveal my true intentions and abandon the task assigned to me by the upper echelons." The horizontal cannon lowered its head and continued, "We have not disclosed any confidential information, yet we do not wish to deceive you any further." Thus, the horizontal cannon, along with the Jazz, confessed everything to the Wave and others. It was revealed that when the leader first descended upon the radiant moment of Celestival, the silhouette of the horizontal cannon quietly merged into this land teeming with transformation. However, his arrival was not serendipitous. It was born of a clandestine mission from the Senate to monitor those rebels who harbored dreams and hopes. When a resounding call for peace echoed through the heavens, countless embers ignited within the downtrodden populace, yearning to break free from their shackles and pursue the dawn of liberty and equality. These feeble sparks swiftly coalesced into an undeniable force as they spontaneously organized, dreaming of igniting a revolutionary upheaval. Yet, the harshness of reality continually thwarted their efforts. Lacking sufficient energy, identity, and status, their voices appeared to be drowned in the vast cosmos. At this juncture, a discerning gaze from a high-ranking Senate official pierced through the fog, noticing this latent power. Consequently, the horizontal cannon was bestowed a new identity, akin to a pawn skillfully positioned among the rebels. Initially, his core was rife with conflict and struggle, but as time elapsed, he found himself gradually moved by their sincerity and courage, awakening a profound yearning for peace and justice deep within. The horizontal cannon began to actively engage in the activities of Celestival, striving for a shared ideal. Concurrently, he adeptly navigated between the Senate and the rebels, conveying messages that blurred the lines of truth, seeking a path towards genuine peace amidst the fissures. However, falsehood can never replace authenticity, and as the tensions between the two factions escalated, the horizontal cannon realized he could no longer maintain this delicate equilibrium. At this pivotal moment, another significant figure, the Jazz, quietly stepped into the horizontal cannon's world. As an assassin dispatched from above, the Jazz possessed formidable strength and a calm demeanor, having executed countless clandestine missions in the shadows. Yet, deep within, he harbored a passion for music, friendship, and an aspiration for light and justice. When the Jazz discovered the burgeoning strength of Celestival contradicted the intelligence provided by the horizontal cannon, he was engulfed in confusion. He began to question whether the horizontal cannon had indeed betrayed his initial mission and become one of the rebels. However, upon delving deeper into the horizontal cannon's thoughts and actions, the Jazz was profoundly moved. He recognized that the actions of Celestival were not mere acts of folly, but rather a courageous resistance against injustice and oppression. Thus, on that decisive night, the Jazz and the horizontal cannon engaged in a candid dialogue. Jazz, I must share certain truths with you. The horizontal cannon's voice resonated with his solemn gravity, shattering the surrounding silence. He recounted how he had been chosen by the higher-ups, how he gradually immersed himself in the world of the rebels, and the struggles and transformations within his core. Jazz listened intently, the optical lens reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. When he finally grasped the entirety of the situation, a bittersweet smile crept upon his lips. Hung Pao, I am actually here to investigate you. His speech momentarily faltered, seemingly in search of the appropriate words. I was dispatched from above to ascertain your loyalty. Should I confirm your betrayal, I am obliged to execute a cleansing directive. Chapter 36. The leaders resolve upon realizing the gravity of Jazz's words. Hung Pao's optical lens abruptly contracted, as if struck by an unseen force. He gazed at Jazz in disbelief. A torrent of shock and the sensation of having narrowly escaped calamity surged within him. Yet, merely moments later, the optimism and magnanimity beneath his rough exterior reclaimed their hold over his spirit. Haha, Jazz, you nearly had me, your good friend, eliminated. Hung Pao clapped Jazz on the shoulder, erupting into laughter that resonated with both relief and a deep appreciation for their friendship. But I know you're not that kind of person. Look, we are sitting here together, striving towards the same goal, aren't we? Jazz regarded Hung Pao's carefree smile, a warm current surging through his core. He came to realize that despite their disparate worlds and backgrounds, they had become indispensable allies in the pursuit of peace and justice. Hung Pao, thank you. Your trust and courage have illuminated the path to true enlightenment for me. Jazz's voice was resolute and warm as he clasped Hung Pao's hand tightly, affirming this precious bond of friendship. Having listened to their tale, Soundwave fell into a profound contemplation. He could not help but silently admire the accuracy of the intelligence provided by the Soundwave from another universe, recognizing his own need for further refinement in intelligence analysis. With the operation to unearth the traitor successfully concluded, he promptly reported the situation in detail to Megatron. Upon receiving the news, Megatron's visage displayed a rich tapestry of emotions, particularly when his gaze turned toward the marker, a complex blend of entanglement and indefinable sentiments swirling in his eyes. Megatron understood that he could not easily punish the marker for this incident, yet he could not afford to overlook it either. He needed to ensure that the marker learned a profound lesson from his experience to prevent future deceptions. As the spokesperson for the leader and the vanguard of the Celestival Revolution, Megatron found himself ensnared in a dilemma regarding the traitorous Bulldozer. He recognized that executing Bulldozer was not a feasible option, yet the ruthless nature of the Functionalism Committee weighed heavily upon him. To release them too hastily could yield dire consequences. However, to detain them would be an irresponsible act toward Celestival. After much deliberation, Megatron discovered that arriving at an appropriate decision was exceedingly arduous. At that moment, Jazz suddenly proposed, "Perhaps it would be wise to have your leader make the decision personally?" Megatron hesitated at this suggestion. Since departing from the Iron Fortress's administrative chamber, the leader had quietly retreated to the wellspring of sparks, seeking inner tranquility, and had yet to make an appearance at the Celestival base. He was reluctant to disturb the leader's tranquility with the internal strife of Celestival. So he turned to Soundwave and inquired, "Soundwave, what do you believe we should do about them?" Soundwave appeared to have already formulated a plan. He responded, "I have placed a listening device on another traitor. When necessary, we can utilize this to counter the Functionalist Committee. As for Hound and Jazz, their loyalty remains to be verified. Regarding the matters of Signal and Bulldozer, it is best left to the leader to adjudicate personally." Upon hearing this, Megatron nodded in approval. Subsequently, they collectively called upon the leader, who was deep in contemplation at the Well of Primus, with fervent prayers. The dimly lit base was filled with an atmosphere of tension and unease. Signal, Whirl, Hound, Jazz, and Bulldozer stood anxiously in the center of the room, while Megatron and Soundwave stood quietly to the side, their gazes resolute and profound, awaiting the leader's arrival. Suddenly, a brilliant light pierced through the darkness of the room, capturing everyone's attention in an instant. The radiance resembled the first rays of sunlight at dawn, warm and infused with hope. Against this backdrop of light, the imposing figure of the leader gradually materialized, each step echoing a sacred rhythm that evoked reverence. Noticing this, Megatron's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped forward to report to the leader about Soundwave's discovery of the traitor. The leader regarded each individual present with a gentle demeanor, his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating all facades, reaching into the very core of their sparks. He turned towards the trembling Bulldozer, his expression softening and deepening. "Do you have anything you wish to say to me?" With his head bowed and his body quivering, Bulldozer's orange optics flickered with a tumultuous blend of emotions, anxiety, fear, and a barely perceptible hint of remorse intertwined. He stammered, "I was merely exploited by the Functionalist Committee. They threatened me, saying that if I did not cooperate, they would harm my brothers. I truly did not intend to betray you." The leader listened quietly, his gaze filled with understanding and compassion. He nodded gently, stating, "I comprehend your predicament. However, betrayal is betrayal, and regardless of the reasons, it cannot serve as an excuse to evade punishment." Yet, my tone does not turn severe. Rather, it remains gentle. "I also see the turmoil and regret within you. I am willing to offer you a chance for redemption, but you must demonstrate your loyalty through your actions." Upon hearing the leader's words, a glimmer of hope illuminated Bulldozer's optics. He quickly nodded and declared with conviction, "Thank you, leader. I will certainly prove my loyalty through my deeds." The leader smiled and nodded, then turned his gentle gaze towards Signal. "Signal, your intentions are commendable, although this operation has indeed posed certain risks for Celestival. In this complex and ever-changing universe, we cannot afford to be open and unguarded with everyone. Each individual has their own mission and stance. From a strategic perspective, your actions were not inappropriate. Therefore, you need not burden yourself with excessive guilt." Upon hearing the leader's words, the beacon felt a surge of warmth from the spark within, gradually lifting his head to reveal a steadfast glimmer in his optical lens. He reflected earnestly, "Leader, I recognize that I have not acted with sufficient foresight this time. I must exercise greater caution and communicate with everyone in a timely manner. I assure you, henceforth, regardless of the circumstances, I will consult with everyone before making decisions, sparing you and the others from worry. As for the Wrecker and Jazz, the leader had never perceived any hostility from Wrecker. Thus, his identity had never been called into question within the leader's core. When the leader's gaze fell upon Jazz, a profound sense of nostalgia welled up within him. He recalled his days as Orion, when he and Jazz had been close friends during their time as archivists, working tirelessly for the transformation of Cybertron, until they realized that a true crisis loomed over the entire planet. When his spark was restored, he awakened Primus, and alongside him, sealed away the Chaos Bringer, resolving the greatest threat to Cybertron. Yet he had not had the chance to bid farewell to Jazz and his other friends. Now, encountering Jazz once more, the leader was filled with sentiment and reminiscence. He gently inquired, "What brings you here?" Thus, the excited Wrecker vividly recounted his tale with Jazz once again. "Your story is indeed captivating," the leader remarked with a smile, "and I have never doubted any of you." Jazz perceptively sensed the deeper meaning behind the leader's blue optical lens. He speculated that the leader might hail from another universe or a distant future, and that he knew him. Summoning his courage, he stepped forward. "Leader, I willingly offer to remain by your side, even if it means performing trivial tasks, as long as it frees me from the constraints of the Senate." Wrecker, seeing this, quickly added, "And I too. Please allow me to stay, leader. In the Senate, I am but a negligible figure, and leaving here would mean a dead end for me." Upon hearing this, the leader's lips curled into a warm smile as he replied, "Very well, you may both stay." This declaration was like a gentle spring breeze, stirring a wave of warmth in the hearts of Jazz and Wrecker. Wrecker was so overwhelmed with excitement that his voice became slightly hoarse. "Thank you, leader." The leader nodded with a smile, then turned to the others. "Each of you has your own stance and choices. I respect your decisions and appreciate the contributions you have made to Celestival. But remember, no matter our circumstances, we must steadfastly uphold our beliefs and principles." As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Everyone silently contemplated the leader's words, absorbing their profound significance. Although this mission to root out the traitor was fraught with twists and unexpected turns, it ultimately concluded with a satisfying resolution. Chapter 37. Crisis at the base. Within the secret conference hall of the Iron Fortress Administrative Center, the air seemed to solidify, creating an oppressive atmosphere that was almost suffocating. The Dragoon was pressed to the ground by two guards, his hands clenched into fists, his optical lenses filled with pleading and despair. He looked up at the Cybertronian leader seated at the far end of the conference hall, flanked by the indifferent, unyielding members of the Functionalist Committee. His voice trembling with fear, "Please, do not harm my brother. I am willing to do anything for you." Yet, the pleas of the Dragoon seemed to fall on deaf ears. Those in power continued their discussions about the forthcoming plans, devoid of any semblance of compassion or sympathy. "This line has outlived its usefulness and must be dealt with. I do not wish to dirty my hands over such matters," sneered one committee member, casting a contemptuous glance at the Dragoon, the cold light of his dark green optical lenses flickering ominously. "It has long been said that these lower-tier construction workers are worthless. They cannot even handle such trivial tasks. What purpose do they serve?" Another member grumbled in agreement. "That cannot be entirely true," interjected a third member, a sinister smile curling upon his faceplate. "At least they successfully placed that thing inside. This is a crucial step in our plan. Thus, it is time to initiate the next phase. I am eager to witness their struggles. It should prove quite entertaining." The discussions ebbed and flowed like the sharp edge of a cold blade gliding over the Dragoon's spark. His frame trembled in terror, his optical lenses reflecting sheer horror and despair. Yet, his pleas sank into silence, unacknowledged. At that moment, an inconspicuous device flickered in a hidden corner of the Dragoon's frame. It was silently working, transmitting every conversation within the conference hall to a receiver. At the Celestival base, in Megatron's office, he slammed his fist on the table, his red optical lenses ablaze with fury. What is that thing they spoke of? He glared at the equally terrified bulldozer, as if he intended to devour him whole. The bulldozer trembled at Megatron's roar, but quickly regained his composure. He hastily recalled the information received from the Functionalist Committee and explained, "They only provided me with some energy cubes and a communication device. Beyond that, I know nothing." "Energy cubes?" Soundwave's attention sharpened, his core tightening at the revelation. He cast a swift glance at Megatron before turning to leave in haste. However, just as Soundwave stepped out of the office, a deafening explosion erupted, a violet blaze illuminating half the sky. The fleeting moment of tranquility at Celestival was shattered by this sudden explosion. At the epicenter lay the energy storage facility of the Celestival base. The once sturdy structure teetered under the immense shockwave, walls crumbling, metal fragments scattering in all directions. As the shockwave spread, a dark energy imbued with malevolent intent surged forth, wreaking havoc. This surge of energy spread like a plague, swiftly corroding the very essence of the Cybertronians. Many members of Celestival, once steadfast in their resolve, became lost in a haze of confusion, turning upon one another as former comrades morphed into adversaries in the blink of an eye. Even more chilling was the emergence of grotesque, dark entities, coalescing from the shadows. These creatures, with their distorted forms, glistening claws, and menacing fangs illuminated by a sinister glimmer, bore eyes ablaze with malevolent violet flames. They ruthlessly tore into those Celestival members who had succumbed to madness, the brutality of the scene sending shivers down the spine. Amidst the chaos, a few resolute Celestival members managed to retain a flicker of sanity. With terror gripping their hearts, they surveyed their surroundings, and at the sight of the horrific beings, dread enveloped them entirely. They sought to escape this hellish realm, yet the pandemonium wrought by explosions and the relentless pursuit of the dark entities rendered their escape arduous. Some managed to break free, while countless others fell beneath the claws of the monstrous beings. The base was engulfed in turmoil, a cacophony of flames, smoke, screams, and wails weaving a tapestry reminiscent of the apocalypse. Soundwave widened his optical sensors, gazing in disbelief at the ravaging dark energy, unable to comprehend how he had failed to sense it beforehand. His core trembled violently, for never had he questioned his abilities so profoundly. The dereliction of his duties as a leader weighed heavily upon him. At that moment, the leader appeared like a radiant star, suddenly manifesting above the chaos of the explosion. His red and blue luminescent form resembling a divine entity descending to restore order. The instant he emerged, the dark beings, previously attacking the Cybertronians, shifted their focus, driven by an instinct to consume the essence of light. Their twisted bodies sprouted tattered wings, compelling them to ascend towards the celestial figure above. The leader's gaze swept over the base below, once the home of Celestival, now reduced to ruins, with countless Cybertronians struggling in despair. This sight profoundly stirred the leader's compassion and fury. He raised the colossal star sword in his grasp, its blade shimmering with resplendent blue light, a radiance seemingly capable of piercing through any darkness. Though the dark entities were driven solely by instincts to attack and consume, they trembled under the leader's imposing presence. Yet this did not deter their assault, instead igniting an even more frenzied desire to devour. The leader fixed his gaze upon these dark creatures, his blue optics flickering with determination and resolve. Suddenly, he swung his sword downward, unleashing a wave of azure energy that surged forth from the blade's tip like a tempestuous storm, obliterating the dark entities in an instant, engulfing them in an endless sea of blue. Soundwave immediately rallied those still capable of action to initiate a rescue, exclaiming, "I shall assist the leader." The voice of Megatron resonated from behind Soundwave. The latter's frame quivered momentarily, but he quickly steadied himself, promptly dispatching orders to every member of Celestival. Megatron swiftly transformed into a formidable Cybertronian tank, charging towards his leader with immense power. Following the catastrophic explosion at the Celestival base, which sent tremors throughout Cybertron, Flywheel, as an investigative journalist, delved into the ruins with a heavy heart and resolute determination to uncover the truth behind this calamity. The echoes of the explosion still reverberated in the night sky, as the Celestival base lay in ruins, engulfed by flames and smoke. A once hopeful cradle of revolution, now marred by devastation. The casualties were staggering, with countless brave sparks extinguished in the darkness, their departure piercing the hearts of every survivor like a cold blade. Amidst the debris, the leader stood silently, his form towering and solitary in the dim light of the flames. His gaze was profound and sorrowful, as if it could penetrate all darkness and gaze upon the departed souls. In silence, he slowly raised his hand, fingertips glowing with a soft blue light, embodying the power of healing and rebirth. As he moved, the extinguished sparks began to flicker back to life, the shattered bodies gradually mending under the caress of the light. Optical lenses illuminating this desolate land. Witnessing this scene, I was overcome with an indescribable sense of awe and emotion. I found myself whispering, "He, our leader, is the true Redeemer, a magnificent presence illuminating the light of hope amidst darkness." The leader was wholly absorbed in his work, extending boundless compassion and strength, offering each fallen one a chance at rebirth. At that moment, Megatron approached us heavily, his voice resonating in the silent night, deep and powerful. This disaster was no accident. It is a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy by the Functionalist Committee. They dispatched spies to sabotage our base, unleashing dark energy in a bid to obliterate us completely. Megatron's words struck me like a heavy hammer, igniting the spark within. I turned sharply, my gaze piercing as I recognized the weight of his statement. The Functionalist Committee, a corrupt faction that had long held dominion over Cybertron, was indeed ruthless enough to eliminate us at any cost. Anger and sorrow intertwined within me. As a journalist, I understood my duty. I must reveal the truth, exposing the hypocrisy and cruelty of the Functionalist Committee to the light of day. I shall wield my pen to document the greatness and selflessness of our leader, ensuring that every resident of Cybertron knows it is our true leader who guides us through the darkness towards the light of hope. I stood resolutely beside the leader and Megatron, capturing every moment with my lens, determined to spread this truth to every corner of Cybertron. Let be known that this disaster is not the end, but merely a hurdle in our revolutionary journey. As long as we unite, steadfast in our beliefs, nothing can hinder our forward march. The brilliance of our leader shall forever illuminate our path, guiding us towards a brighter future. Chapter 38. Fury amidst the shattered ruins. The members of Celestival shimmered with an undying hope and gratitude reflected in their optical lenses, gathering together as their gazes converge upon the leader standing resolutely at the center. Their belief, that which granted them a second life, now appeared strikingly solitary and weary. After reigniting numerous embers, the seal within the leader's module suddenly surged, awakening the malevolent consciousness hidden within. Like dark tendrils breaking through the seams of confinement, it launched a fierce assault and retaliation against the leader's flame. The wicked will of the Cosmic Emperor surged forth like a torrent of dark flames, searing into the core of the ember, inflicting an excruciating pain as if it sought to wholly consume the leader's consciousness. This sinister force ravaged within him, nearly rendering him unable to stand, while the audio receiver emitted a faint tremor, unable to withstand the impact of such power. Waves of anger, sorrow, disappointment, and solitude surged forth, drowning the leader's flame in an instant. The purple mist, thick and oppressive, coiled around his vision, obscuring the path ahead. He gripped the star sword tightly, a surge of annihilative impulse rising within him, yearning to cleave through this malevolent will. Yet, reason flickered like a fragile but resilient light within his core, persistently reminding him not to succumb to this dark influence. He was the leader, the guardian of all. He must maintain his composure. Otherwise, his followers, the members of Celestival, would descend into greater peril. He sealed his mask, concealing the visage once brimming with warmth and resolve, leaving only his deep and intricate optical lenses, shimmering with a profound and mysterious purple light. This radiance, akin to an unusual hue from the abyss, sent an involuntary chill through those around him. Soundwave stood nearby, sensing the tumult deep within the leader's core. He gazed into the leader's purple optical lenses, an indescribable fear and concern welling up within him. He understood that the leader was presently enduring the corruption of the Cosmic Emperor's malevolent will. Soundwave attempted to call out, but his voice emerged weak and powerless. The leader's emotions surged like a tempest, spiraling out of control, as a formidable pressure emanated from him, enveloping the entire ruin in a shroud of oppression and dread. Soundwave's resolve felt fragile in the face of this force, his form trembling uncontrollably, as if bound by invisible shackles, helplessly witnessing the leader endure the agony alone. The Celestival members sensed that inexplicable terror, their eyes wide with fear and confusion as they looked upon their leader. Megatron struggled to suppress his own tremors. Yet he found himself unable to move even a step, his plight captured in the menacing gaze reflected within the consciousness space. What are you still doing there? The deep and hoarse roar of the formidable Megatron reverberated within the consciousness of IDW Megatron. He had already perceived the entirety of the situation through the other. Yet he restrained himself, refraining from forcefully intervening in the actions of another self. The core of the formidable Megatron brimmed with anticipation. Yearning for the leader to join hands with his followers to weather the storm together, sharing the weight of their burdens rather than bearing it alone. The brain module of IDW Megatron buzzed with disturbance, yet it was the very roar of the formidable Megatron that struck him like a wake-up call, allowing him to regain control of his form. Suppressing the fear and unease within, he attempted to draw near to the leader, seeking to awaken the leader's consciousness with his own strength. Do not approach. The leader's voice was unnaturally calm, yet it betrayed an indescribable pain and resolve. The malevolent will of the Cosmic Emperor was extraordinary. Megatron's proximity would only plunge him into the peril of corruption. The leader must confront this alone. He could not allow anyone to suffer because of him. He had to depart, seeking a tranquil place to face the darkness and solitude. The leader stubbornly chose to shoulder everything alone, unwilling to allow anyone to share in his pain and responsibility. His figure gradually became translucent, as if he might vanish amidst the ruins at any moment. At that instant, a pair of fiercely glowing purple optics entered his line of sight. Where do you think you can hide this time? The consciousness of the formidable Megatron firmly grasped the leader's wrist, ensnaring his movements like a vice. A fierce wrath ignited within the core of the formidable Megatron. This anger stemmed not only from the leader's obstinacy, but also from a deep-seated indignation towards the ignorance and arrogance of the Functionalist Committee, as well as a profound disappointment in the helplessness of the surrounding followers. He understood that the leader's insistence and sacrifice arose from a respect for and guardianship of life. Yet this only fueled his fury towards those who had placed the leader in perilous circumstances. This complex emotion entwined within him, rendering him both helpless and enraged, while he also recognized that the leader's decision was not easily swayed, intensifying his agitation and ire. I will stand by you, my leader. The voice of the formidable Megatron was resolute and powerful, as if capable of penetrating all barriers to reach the spark of the leader. The leader gazed in astonishment at those familiar yet complex optics. Even through the form of IDW Megatron, it seemed as though he could see beyond everything, perceiving the blazing fury within the optics of another Megatron. Looking at the steadfast visage of Megatron, complex emotions surged from the depths of his spark. Gratitude, guilt, trust, and love intertwined, forming a formidable force that supported him in regaining his composure. His form involuntarily drew closer to the other, as if irresistibly drawn by this force. In that moment, it felt as if all anger and pain dissipated, and they embraced each other tightly. Their figures gradually blurred, ultimately vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. The ominous pressure dissipated gradually with the departure of the leader and Megatron, leaving the remaining individuals exchanging glances, their eyes interwoven with questions and trepidation. Ahem! The gentleman cleared his throat, breaking the surrounding silence and capturing everyone's attention. I believe Celestival can only rely on us now to clean up this mess. Am I right? Soundwave? The emotions behind his optical visor remained obscured, yet Soundwave could sense his unease. Indeed, the leader's sudden loss of control was no mere coincidence. It was an inevitable consequence of exhausting too much power, and the primary culprit behind this turmoil, the Functionalist Committee, would undoubtedly face repercussions. Under the scrutiny of the journalists and the in-depth reports, the machinations of the Functionalist Committee were thoroughly unveiled, with a harrowing video swiftly circulating across Cybertron's data networks. In the footage, the explosion at the Celestival base was shocking, its magnitude beyond imagination. Inside the conference room of the Functionalist Committee, a heavy silence fell, soon broken by an eruption of intense discussions among the members. Each wore a grave expression, their optical lenses shimmering with a mix of shock and fury. How could it have come to this? The committee chairman furrowed his brow, his voice deep and forceful. We merely placed an energy crystal. How could it trigger such a colossal explosion? One member stood, a hint of disdain in his tone as he coldly analyzed. This raises the question of why there was so much energy stored at the Celestival base. Clearly, that construction worker did not disclose the entire truth. Another member expressed his views even more bluntly. A ragtag group daring to oppose us, the Functionalist Committee. Now, their base lies in ruins. This serves as the most fitting response to their betrayal. Despite the callous disregard for the casualties at Celestival in this member's words, no objections were raised by others. They understood well that in this struggle, any sentiment or sympathy was superfluous. Only swift and decisive action could uphold the authority and interests of the Functionalist Committee. Thus, the chairman spoke again, his voice resolute and commanding. We must act immediately. Initiate the Clean Network Plan, comprehensively eliminate all related videos and statements to mitigate negative impacts. Simultaneously, intensify the pursuit of those disobedient journalists and associated personnel to ensure they cannot further spread rumors or incite chaos. At the Particle City Police Department, Orion Pax was diligently processing documents at his desk, while little Tian Xiao sat on a small stool beside him, engrossed in playing with a replica toy gun. Although Tian Xiao had previously thrown a tantrum to play with Orion Pax's police firearm, he had been sternly denied. And Orion struggled to comprehend why Tian Xiao was so fascinated by weapons. Hopefully, it was not an inherited trait from his Spark father. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open, and a large gray-blue mech stormed in, brandishing his prized data terminal. Pax, something major has happened over there. The small orb abruptly slammed onto the desk, forcefully crashing the data terminal onto the cluttered workspace of Orion Pixis, sending data boards scattering in disarray, ignoring the scattered documents awaiting his attention. Orion's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the screen of the terminal. There, a harrowing line of text scrolled relentlessly, as if silently screaming. The Functionalist Committee, in their madness, has secretly deployed energy bombs at the Celestival base, leaving the scene in utter devastation and a heavy toll of casualties. According to on-site reporters, at least 30 lives have been lost, with over 50 injured. This revelation struck Orion like a bolt from the blue, causing him to spring from his seat, his eyes burning with intensity as he fixated on the screen. When did this happen? His voice trembled slightly with a mix of rage and anxiety, the mask upon his face betraying his concern for the safety of friends and leaders alike. Just moments ago, the small orb lowered its voice, stating that a gag order had been issued from above, determined to suppress the incident entirely, with only a few clandestine whispers still circulating in private. Orion quickly interrupted, casting a furtive glance at Break Daylight, who, until now, had been engrossed in play. At this moment, however, Break Daylight appeared transformed. The toy gun in his hands had been gripped so tightly that it began to warp, and the purple optical lens flickered with a fierce light. Yet his youthful visage was marked by an unsettling calmness and severity. Orion crouched down and gently called, "Little Daylight?" Break Daylight suddenly stood up, causing the toy gun to clatter to the ground. It was as if he had lost consciousness, rigidly stepping forward only to collide headfirst with the desk, producing a resounding thud before he staggered back onto the low stool. This collision seemed to restore his awareness, as he blinked through the optical lens, suddenly overflowing with tears, crying out, "Wah wah, I want to find Father." Orion Pixis felt a tumult of emotions within him as he tenderly embraced Break Daylight, simultaneously shutting down the small orb's data terminal, softly reassuring, "Do not cry, Little Daylight, I shall take you to find our leader." The small orb, upon hearing this, quickly interjected, "You must be rational, Pixis. The situation over there is chaotic. Taking Little Daylight will only complicate matters for the leader." Yet Orion remained steadfast in his conviction. Every small spark is intrinsically linked to his father's flame. Break Daylight's reaction was so peculiar. "I fear our leader may truly be in peril." The small orb continued to shake its head in dissent. "But that is our leader, a divine presence capable of anything. If even he is ensnared in danger, what can you possibly do? Can you not be more rational and avoid rushing to peril? Should I simply sit here and watch as the Functionalist Committee runs rampant, dragging Cybertron step by step into the abyss?" Orion Pixis's blue optical lens seemed ignited by the flames of fury, shimmering with indomitable light. A direct indictment and rebellion against the corrupt rule and unjust treatment of the Functionalist Committee. Chapter 39. The old dreams of time, the leader's consciousness is immersed in the dreams of a bygone era. In the shadowy corners of the arena, a young silver behemoth lies curled within its cage, its body marred by scars, eyes flickering with a blend of fear and hatred. The arena has named its spine, a title that once commanded respect, now forgotten amid the brutalities of this dreadful place. The young behemoth, adorned with a hard exoskeleton that glistens with a faint silver sheen, has not yet reached its full majestic size, yet it exudes an undeniable aura of power. Its form is sleek and wild, each contour reflecting the inherent strength and agility of its kind. A pair of sharp claws glint coldly in the sunlight, as if capable of tearing through any obstacle with ease. In the face of the arena's relentless cruelty, it struggles to survive, its body battered and bruised. The vibrant red of its optical lenses flashing with both fear and animosity. The leader storms into the arena, creating a tumult, and with a swift stroke of his sword, he severs the chains that bind the young behemoth, liberating this fragile life from its torment. Overwhelmed by an unfamiliar warmth and tenderness, the young creature instinctively snaps at the leader, its nature asserting itself. Yet, rather than anger or resentment, the leader responds with compassion, offering an energy candy to soothe the wounded soul. The young behemoth gazes at the candy, its optical lenses reflecting a mix of caution and yearning. Unfamiliar with what it is, its hunger drives it forward. Upon discerning the leader's benign intent, it cautiously consumes the energy candy. This moment brings a novel experience of safety and satisfaction, and soon it curls up, succumbing to slumber. A gentle smile finally graces the leader's resolute visage. Bathed in the bright and mysterious light of the source of fire, the leader lies in tranquil repose, his form aglow with a soft radiance. Time stands still in this moment, as a colossal silhouette emerges silently. This figure, a mechanical creature of red and blue, towers twice the size of the leader, possessing enormous wings that, when spread, seem to shadow half the sky. Its dragon-like head is exquisitely sculpted, and the icy blue of its optical lenses sparkles with profound insight, as if it could perceive the essence of all things. Its sharp teeth and robust mechanical body exude power and majesty, while its elongated metallic tail, adorned with fearsome blade-like fins, instills dread. This is a great behemoth. Its sudden appearance disrupts the previous tranquility, its grand stature starkly contrasting with the serene scene, rendering it particularly jarring. Yet, its arrival does not incite fear or destruction, but rather evokes an ineffable sense of nostalgia. It approaches the leader slowly, each step accompanied by a swift reduction in size, until it transforms into a figure half the leader's height, curling up at his feet. In this moment, it seeks only to relish a fleeting moment of peace and warmth. Amidst this seemingly endless silence, a faint glimmer begins to flicker in the leader's optical lenses, akin to the first stars emerging in the night sky. Yet the leader's consciousness remained immersed in a dream. Under the looming threat of the Unicron, Cybertron found itself ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. The Unicron hovered ominously above, its colossal form casting an infinite shadow, while the dark entities it unleashed fell like a meteor shower across the night sky, their piercing shrieks shattering the silence. Wherever they ventured, flames erupted, and chaos and fear swiftly spread. These creatures, grotesque in form, were entwined in ominous black mist, each strike unleashing cataclysmic power. In the face of this calamity, the leader unfurled his wings and charged fearlessly into the fray. Behind him, the aerial units of Cybertron followed suit, valiant Cybertronian jets soaring into the fray, weaving a dense net of firepower with beams and energy blades. Yet the dark entities seemed to be composed of pure darkness, impervious to their assault. Even appearing to revel in the chaos of the bombardment, they rampaged across the skies of Cybertron, heralding the advent of doom, plunging the entire planet into panic and despair. At that moment, the surface of Unicron fissured, releasing an unprecedented torrent of dark energy, casting the entire sky into an abyssal black. A silver lightning bolt tore through the heavens as Megatron, with his imposing stature and sharp metallic wings, thrust himself before the leader, vowing to shield him from the encroaching dark energy. However, against this overwhelming surge of power, his figure appeared diminutive, destined to be mercilessly engulfed alongside the leader and the aerial units. The leader's form trembled in the dark energy, his radiance dimming as his consciousness began to wane. In this endless void, he seemed to hear the Unicron's whispers, laced with temptation and mockery. The leader's awareness drifted like a solitary vessel amidst stormy seas, each descent accompanied by a suffocating sense of drowning, pressing heavily upon the spark within. Yet, in this abyss of despair, the leader's spark remained unextinguished. In a moment of hazy clarity, he perceived the silhouette of Megatron, standing resolutely amidst the violet glow of energy, akin to a war deity, descending from the heavens. The silver armor shimmered under the illumination, both beautiful and perilous. The fierce flames burned within Megatron's optics as he roared defiantly, his voice piercing the darkness, striking at the leader's spark. This was not merely a battle cry, but a summons and encouragement for the leader. A feeble light coalesced into a warm and unwavering force, gradually illuminating the entirety of the leader's optics. As the radiance intensified, the leader's form began to quiver slightly, as if responding to this resurgence of power. His optics finally ignited fully, emanating a brilliant and crystalline blue light, akin to the first gleam of a distant star piercing through the surrounding darkness and silence. In this moment, the leader's consciousness awakened, the once blurry scene crystallizing into clarity. He beheld Megatron standing beside him, yet his form radiated an unusual magnetic resonance. This was the Megatron of the Unicron's will. The leader paused momentarily, the echoes of Megatron's strained roars reverberating within his cognitive modules, prompting memories of recent events to resurface. The leader sat up, casting a glance at Megatron, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness from recent awakening. Megatron, I have just experienced a dream. He paused momentarily, as if to recollect the vivid scenes of that dream. Before continuing, I found myself engulfed in darkness, struggling in vain. Yet, just as I was on the brink of despair, I saw you. You came to my side without hesitation, solely to protect me. The scene felt so real that it transported me back to the past. The leader's gaze deepened, reminiscent of the times spent alongside Megatron. I recall that you were once the same. No matter the magnitude of my troubles, you stood resolutely by my side, facing them with me. Megatron's optical lens flickered slightly, an undertone of reproach in his voice. Wherever you may be, I shall always safeguard you, provided you refrain from bearing everything alone. A profound sense of guilt surged within the leader as he gently clasped Megatron's hand, his tone low yet filled with remorse. I'm sorry for causing you worry. Megatron reciprocated the grip, their fingers entwined, pulling the leader closer. His voice brimmed with determination and anticipation. I have longed to share that Soundwave has completed the research on interdimensional travel. Soon, I shall truly be by your side, no longer merely existing in this consciousness. Concern radiated from the leader's eyes as he tightened his grasp. With a gentle yet earnest tone, he replied, Megatron, I have personally traversed the cosmos, and the uncertainties and dangers are far beyond our imagination. Can you truly ensure the safety of this interdimensional transfer? I do not wish for you to undertake any unnecessary risks. Soundwave will guarantee that every detail of this plan undergoes the most rigorous scrutiny and testing, Megatron asserted, confidence gleaming in his optical lens. He leaned slightly forward, nearly brushing against the leader's faceplate, intending to offer an intimate gesture. However, he suddenly hesitated, an expression of conflict manifesting on his faceplate. The leader understood the meticulousness with which Soundwave approached research, feeling slightly reassured. Observing Megatron's hesitation, he instantly grasped his concerns and couldn't help but chuckle softly. We have arrived at this moment thanks to another version of you, who selflessly entrusted his body to your control. Therefore, we should indeed be more considerate of his feelings. I fully comprehend. Though reluctance was evident on Megatron's face, he obediently released the leader, solemnly assuring him, I will return to your side as swiftly as possible. A gentle smile graced the leader's features, his blue optical lens overflowing with warmth and affection. I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. They gazed deeply into each other's eyes, the surrounding air seemingly suspended, time crystallizing in that singular moment. The red and blue behemoth slowly rose, languidly stretching its vibrant metallic wings. It extended its foreclaws, softly tapping the ground, producing a delicate sound, as if responding to the environment around it. It turned its gaze and listened intently, seemingly capturing a sound that ignited a thrill within it. Consequently, its elongated metallic tail swayed joyfully from side to side, etching deep grooves upon the ground. Gradually, its figure became indistinct, silently departing from the realm. Reflecting on its origins, the fearsome red and blue creature emerged from a clandestine experimental facility dedicated to half-mechanical beings. A black crystal egg, radiating a cerulean glow, quietly incubated upon the laboratory table, ultimately giving birth to a formidable creature, adorned in hues of red and blue. Under the meticulous observation and scrutiny of the half-mechanical beings, this creature rapidly grew, becoming vast and powerful. As time passed, the half-mechanical beings deemed the moment ripe and resolved to send the red and blue creature on a mission of paramount importance. Within the control room of the laboratory, their leader monitored every movement of the creature, ensuring it remained wholly under their command. At last, a directive was issued. The optical lens of the red and blue creature gleamed with a menacing crimson light as it obeyed the half-mechanical beings, slowly exiting the laboratory. Its colossal form traversed the corridor, each step resonating with weight and power, reflecting its might and majesty. Ultimately, it arrived at the base's exit, poised to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Amidst a thunderous roar, the red and blue creature unfurled its massive metallic wings, soaring into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. The half-mechanical beings watched its departure, filled with anticipation for the task and confidence in their creation. Chapter 40. Lost Paths and Perils. Pote Tianxiao sat in the office of Officer Orion Pax at the Particle City Police Department when an unexpected, eerie yet alluring voice echoed within his neural module, akin to a devil's whisper or an irresistible command. Submit to me, obey me, embrace my power. This voice, imbued with an irresistible enchantment, guided him toward an unknown and profound realm. He felt himself drawn by an invisible force, unwittingly stepping into a dark violet, mysterious expanse. Within this realm, the voice grew more distinct and powerful, tantalizing his spark, causing it to flicker as if yearning to break free from its constraints. Pote Tianxiao's thoughts began to spiral into chaos. Countless voices intertwined and clashed within his neural module, resembling debris caught in a tempest, rendering him unable to discern reality from illusion. Surveying his surroundings, shadowy figures flitted through the darkness, their violet eyes hovering ethereally, instilling within him a sense of dread and unease, as if an unknown terror lurked in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. Upon reaching the imposing metallic door, the enigmatic patterns etched upon it seemed to come alive, shimmering with an unsettling glow, revealing the malevolence and formidable power of the Cosmic Emperor. Startled, Pote Tianxiao recoiled. Memories of his father's tales about the Cosmic Emperor resurfacing, an entity capable of eroding the sparks of Cybertronians, reducing them to mere puppets. The image of this malevolent deity sent chills coursing down his spine, leaving him trembling. Yet, at this moment, his spark began to stir, as if flames were igniting within. This oppressive silence weighed heavily upon him, an invisible force seemingly compressing his will. The deep-seated desires for destruction and annihilation surged to the surface, assailing his reason. He felt as though he were being torn apart by two opposing forces. One, the fear compelling him to flee. The other, the urge to obliterate everything in sight. His gaze was fixed upon the imposing metallic door, upon which intricate patterns began to radiate with an increasingly brilliant energy. Suddenly, the door swung open with a violent force, and a blinding purple light, mingled with an aura of darkness, engulfed him like a relentless tide. A profound sense of despair and helplessness surged within him, as if he were being drawn into an inescapable vortex, helplessly at the mercy of an unknown power. His core was a tumultuous storm, lost and directionless, as though adrift in an endless abyss of darkness. The optical lens of the small truck advanced vacantly, and just as he was on the brink of descending deeper into the shadows, a sudden, excruciating pain struck him like a hammer to his cerebral module. In his dazed vision, a fleeting silhouette of red and blue, trailing a long tail, flashed before him, jolting him back to lucidity. The optical lens refocused, revealing a pair of familiar blue optical lenses gazing at him with concern. He stared, entranced, at the recognizable red and blue mecha before him. As the defenses within him crumbled, and tears of relief cascaded down his cheeks, he sobbed, calling out, "Father, I must find my father." Orion Pax gently lifted him, abruptly halting the dispute with the small sphere. Just as he prepared to set forth to the leader's location, an urgent internal communication shattered the calm. A bounty from Iron Fortress was imminent, targeting the small sphere and Orion Pax. Please proceed to the police station's secret passage immediately. Sender: unknown. Despite the ambiguous source, Orion Pax instantly discerned that this was the doing of the sound wave. That discreet yet astute friend, always privy to critical information, could be relied upon to provide timely intelligence in crucial moments. A sense of urgency gripped Orion Pax as he realized the Functionalism Committee was acting with alarming swiftness. Having detected his association with Celestival, he had initially planned to leverage his position to further gather incriminating evidence against the committee's corruption. With time pressing, Orion Pax made a swift decision, whispering to the small sphere, "I have just received word that we are wanted. You and little Tian Shao must take refuge in the secret passage while I hold them off." No sooner had he spoken than a police ship from Iron Fortress thundered down upon the landing pad of the Particle City police station. And a fully armed SWAT team disembarked with rapid precision, the atmosphere instantly charged with tension. The red-clad SWAT captain led his team to encircle the police station, solemnly announcing their identity and purpose. On the virtual screen in the hall, 2 wanted notices materialized. Wanted: small sphere, charges, violation of cybersecurity laws, illegal infiltration of information systems, dissemination of false information, disturbance of public order. Wanted: Orion Pax, charges, subversion of government authority, suspected collusion with rebel organizations, engaging in activities endangering government security. The shock absorber gazed at the projection of the wanted notices, his fingers trembling slightly on the edge of the terminal, as if they might shatter it at any moment. His core was seething with fury. "Pikes, little orb, what on earth have you concealed from me? How have you entangled us in such a grave predicament with the Iron Fortress Special Police?" At this moment, the energy within his being surged violently, and the blue light of his optical lens glimmered with an icy intensity. As a friend to Pikes and little orb, the shock absorber could not remain a passive observer. He could only forcefully suppress his rage, his mechanism emitting a prolonged hum. "I shall promptly dispatch a unit to apprehend Alien Pikes and little orb." The shock absorber stated with a facade of composure, though a barely perceptible tremor betrayed his unease. "I will personally escort them to the detention center at Iron Fortress, where they shall face the justice they deserve." However, the captain of the Special Police revealed a hint of disdainful amusement. "There is no need for such trouble. We shall await your delivery of them at the precinct." His optical lens brimmed with contempt for the shock absorber, as though everything lay within their control. The shock absorber clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking softly. He pondered how to confront this brigade of Iron Fortress Special Police and how to ensure Alien Pikes and the others could escape unscathed. Meanwhile, in the shadowy depths of the secret passage, little Orb was hiding, his visor etched with anxiety and unease. Next to him, Breakdawn clenched his tiny fists, gazing indignantly in the direction they had come from. He had no desire to part ways with Alien, yet he could not hinder Alien's escape, which was why he obediently followed this clumsy oaf. As for why Little Orb was deemed a clumsy oaf, it was because they were evading the pursuit of the Iron Fortress Special Police. Yet Little Orb insisted on attempting to hack into the precinct surveillance system to monitor their movements. However, Little Orb had not anticipated the acute sensitivity of the Functionalist Committee's network trackers, which swiftly pinpointed his location. The data terminal screen erupted with warning messages, each revealing the encroachment of the pursuers. Little Orb understood that decisive action was imperative. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. His fingers danced rapidly across the control panel, erasing data traces, severing network connections, and shutting down the terminal with fluid precision and no hesitation. Simultaneously, he activated all possible security protocols to obscure his whereabouts, ensuring no trace remained for tracking. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the tension in his core caused his spark to quiver violently. Just then, faint mechanical footsteps echoed from the other end of the passage, accompanied by the crisp sound of metal colliding. This sudden noise alerted Little Orb, who pressed against the wall of the passage, his body tense and ready to confront any unforeseen challenge. A mechanical dog, Breakdawn recognized the intruder instantly and rushed forward, eager to embrace the machine's head. "Do not touch my head," The mechanical dog protested with a low growl, nimbly dodging and proudly declaring, with Soundwave absent today, I shall not indulge you. Chapter 41. The stars of the dark night as the last rays of the setting sun lingered in the sky. A sudden darkness enveloped the expanse above the particle city. A mysterious figure glinted with a metallic sheen in the twilight glow. A colossal shadow swept swiftly over the heads of the city's inhabitants, who gazed upward in bewilderment, catching only a fleeting glimpse of the indistinct silhouette. The seed of fire emanated an enigmatic and captivating radiance, conveying ancient and profound messages. The leader's audio receiver quivered gently as he cast a deep, contemplative gaze upon the resplendent Cybertron core, complex emotions flickering within his optical lens. I must return to their side, he declared with a calm, yet resolute voice. Turning to face the imposing figure of Megatron, whose fierce consciousness loomed beside him, an expression of mild regret evident in his eyes. Megatron grasped the leader's hand firmly, his purple optical lens shimmering with intricate light, a blend of dissatisfaction and concern. Yet under the tender and apologetic gaze of the leader's blue optics, his inner discontent gradually dissipated, replaced by a more unwavering conviction. Do not attempt to shoulder everything alone, Megatron reiterated, his tone deep and powerful, each word suffused with care and expectation for the leader. Though your followers have yet to fully mature, I perceive their willingness to devote themselves entirely to you. In response, the leader bestowed a warm smile, gratitude and determination shimmering in his optical lens. I shall, he murmured softly, as if making a promise to Megatron, and also to himself. He understood that he was not fighting alone. He had a cadre of trustworthy companions by his side. Finally at ease, Megatron severed the conscious connection with IDW Megatron and returned to his own form. Soundwave, it is time to awaken them, he commanded, his purple optical lens brimming with a fervent battle spirit, eager to venture into the universe where the leader resided, to be near his beloved little commander. Soundwave obediently initiated the awakening protocol in silence. In the IDW universe, during the relinquishment of his body control, IDW Megatron found himself silently observing the interaction between the leader and Megatron, feeling an undeniable sense of discomfort. To divert his attention, he wandered through the realm of consciousness, attempting to cast aside this unease. As the consciousness connection was severed, the color of IDW Megatron's optical lens shifted instantly from purple back to its original vibrant red. In that moment of refocusing, he unexpectedly encountered the gentle blue of the leader's optics. A profound warmth surged through him, an unprecedented sensation enveloping his being. The seed of fire was stirred by this warmth, and the energy within his form surged involuntarily, bringing forth an ineffable sense of emotion and astonishment. The leader gently clasped his hand, the warmth and strength of the contact imparting an unparalleled sense of peace and resolve. Let us proceed. The leader's voice was gentle yet resolute, guiding him back to the surface. As Megatron first set foot on the surface, he barely had time to savor the warmth before the internal communications system erupted with frantic flashes. A torrent of messages surged forth, engulfing him in an instant. Is the leader safe? Soundwave's brief communique was laden with concern. The base's recovery operations are underway. Rest assured. However, tranquility was soon shattered by an urgent intelligence report. Laserbeak had relayed alarming news of unusual activity within the Functionalist Committee and the Senate, which could prove detrimental to us. Before he could fully process this revelation, the spirited words of Wheeljack burst forth. The Security Department has initiated a cleanup operation. They seek to obscure the truth. But I shall not yield. I will continue to expose them in the shadows. The voice of the boundary marker followed closely behind. Megatron, I just received a communication from the Shockwave representative. He stated he could assist us in establishing a new base. The anxious voice of Whirl soon joined in. Megatron, they have issued a warrant for our arrest. Are you and the leader safe? Messages cascaded like relentless artillery fire, leaving Megatron overwhelmed. His form trembled slightly as he swiftly organized his thoughts, burying the tumult of emotions deep within, and his optics gleamed with renewed resolve. The leader and I are unharmed. There is no need for concern. Now, prepare for battle, comrades, he replied over the internal line, casting a determined glance towards the leader. The leader responded with an encouraging smile, rekindling warmth and strength within his spark. At this moment, the precinct of Particle City was steeped in an oppressive atmosphere of tension. Yet Orion Pax elegantly pierced through this suffocating veil. He stepped forth from the office door with an air of calm assurance, his movements poised and light, exuding a serene confidence that starkly contrasted with the surrounding tension. Upon entering the precinct's hall, Orion Pax faced the Iron Fortress Special Police, whose optics were fixed intently upon him, the air thick with a palpable sense of confrontation. The sudden appearance of Orion Pax startled not only the special officers, but even the typically composed shock absorber, who nearly leapt in surprise, his optics flickering with incredulity as if about to materialize into a scream. Orion Pax, shock absorber, stared in disbelief, his inner voice roaring. You just waltzed out here so effortlessly? Where has your usual calm and reason gone? Have you lost your mind in the chaos of parenthood? The special officers, fully armed and vigilant, encircled him tightly, their optics glimmering with wariness. Yet, Orion Pax remained remarkably composed, his blue optics radiating defiance and determination. The captain of the special police stepped forward, scrutinizing Orion Pax with caution. Orion Pax, you are suspected of collusion with a rebellious organization. Please cooperate with our investigation. Confronted with the accusations from the special police, Orion Pax remained utterly composed behind his mask, responding in a steady voice. Captain of the Special Police, as an officer of the Particle City Precinct, I steadfastly uphold justice and duty. These so-called charges are merely slander against my pursuit of truth and righteousness. I have not conspired with any rebel organizations. All my actions are aimed at exposing the corruption of the Functionalist Committee and safeguarding the peace and justice of Cybertron. The Special Police captain scoffed, clearly dismissive of Orion Pax's defense. The evidence is irrefutable. Your attempts at evasion are futile. Orion Pax, you're wanted. Come with us now. Orion Pax gently shook his head, maintaining a posture of unwavering calm. I shall accompany you, but not as a suspect. I, Orion Pax, as an officer of Cybertron, will proceed to the Administrative Center of Ironfort to formally present my inquiries to the Functionalist Committee. It is my duty to unveil these false allegations and seek the truth. Before Orion Pax finished speaking, the Special Police raised their weapons, energy beams flickering ominously around the virtual screens, indicating that a confrontation was imminent. The Special Police captain stepped forward, his tone laced with menace. Orion Pax, who do you think you are to openly defy the authority of the Functionalist Committee? Do you believe your petty tricks can undermine us? Remember, you are a suspect. Comply and do not let us discover any unwarranted intentions. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The Shockwave, anxious, glanced at Orion Pax, who kept his metallic lips pressed tightly, showing no signs of compromise. Then, he turned his gaze to the captain, noticing that the Captain's weapon was charging, emitting a dangerous glow. This scene filled Shockwave with urgency, causing his coolant to flow. He hurried forward, attempting to ease the tension. Everyone, please remain calm. This is, after all, a precinct, and we should seek a peaceful resolution. However, before he could finish, the muzzle of the Special Police's weapon suddenly swung toward Shockwave's head. This abrupt turn of events darkened Orion Pax's expression, confirming his suspicions. These so-called Special Police were likely not legitimate officers, but rather a private armed force dispatched by the Functionalist Committee. Their intentions were evidently more than just apprehending a wanted criminal. They would not easily spare Orion Pax or anyone associated with him. I have stated that I will accompany you, Orion Pax said calmly and resolutely, slowly raising his hands and stepping forward to shield Shockwave. This matter does not concern Shockwave. Please do not involve the innocent. The Special Police captain's finger tightened on the trigger, a cold glint visible in his optical lens as he slowly replied, "This is not for you to decide." At that moment, a sudden and piercing alarm blared. The enormous virtual screen in the center of the hall flashing red with urgency, an electronic voice declaring, "Emergency alert. Unidentified giant biological entity approaching at high speed." This unexpected alarm caused everyone's nerves to tauten instantly. Immediately, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air as if an invisible giant hand were violently shaking the police station. Decorative items on the walls tumbled down, and nearly everyone present lost their balance, staggering a step or even several. Orion Pax barely managed to steady himself. Yet a sharp glimmer flickered in his optical lens. Outside the police station, the scene was even more shocking. The ironclad SWAT team, once resolute, was suddenly replaced by expressions of terror as they collectively gazed up at the uppermost level of the building, where a mysterious creature loomed, striking fear into the hearts of all. This colossal mechanical being was adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns, emanating an ominous red and blue glow, akin to flames ignited from the depths of hell, instilling an indescribable dread. Its massive form cast an elongated shadow across the dim, Cybertronian sky, as if it sought to envelop not only the police station but the entire city in its terrifying presence. Its vivid, red optical lens flickered with a menacing light, coldly surveying its surroundings, seemingly in search of something. "It's a Grimlock," someone shouted, and the Cybertronians, regaining their senses, descended into chaos. They fled in panic, desperate to escape the monstrous entity. The patrol officers responsible for security finally reacted, drawing their weapons and aiming at the Grimlock, yet hesitated to act against its formidable aura. Within the intricate, dim, and frigid passages of the police station, the mechanical dog hurriedly retreated with the small rolling sphere and the awakened dawn, their footsteps echoing in the narrow space, contrasting sharply with the chaos outside. The mechanical dog's legs moved swiftly over the cold ground, each step seemingly searching for the quickest escape route. The small rolling sphere clung tightly to the awakened dawn, his towering form trembling with tension. Yet his optical lens radiated an unwavering resolve. The awakened dawn remained vigilant. His purple optical lens stood out in the dim corridor, resembling flickering will-o'-the-wisps. The exit of the passage was cleverly concealed within a shadowy alley. The mechanical dog forcefully pushed aside the heavy manhole cover, cautiously peering out first. Its keen optical lens swiftly scanned the surroundings, confirming that the area was devoid of anyone, before nimbly climbing out. Following closely, the small rolling sphere cautiously emerged behind the mechanical dog. As they exited the passage, they were met with a scene of frantic crowds at the alley's end. Those people were in disarray, as if something terrifying was pursuing them, surging forth in desperation. There was no time for contemplation or inquiries, for the situation left no room for hesitation. The mechanical dog made a decisive choice, darting swiftly in the opposite direction of the panicked throng, with the small rolling sphere close behind. However, fate seemed unwilling to grant them an easy escape, as they collided head-on with another group of similarly frantic individuals just a few steps away. The group of individuals appeared visibly terrified, as if being pursued by an unfathomable horror. They collided with the robotic dog and the small orb in the narrow alley, all emitting cries of panic. Amidst this chaos, the robotic dog endeavored to maintain its composure, calling out to the small orb and break dawn with a steady voice. "Do not panic. Stay close to me." With that, it weaved through the throng, seeking a path to escape. Meanwhile, a menacing gaze fixated on the disordered crowd, its optical lens flickering slightly as it intently searched for its target. Suddenly, it pierced through the dense mass of people, locking onto the faintly visible purple truck cradled in the arms of the gray-blue giant. The terrifying machine seemed to sense the presence of its prey, beginning to tremble with excitement. Break Dawn abruptly felt a chilling yet intense gaze upon him. He turned sharply to meet the cold, exhilarated stare of the colossal creature perched atop the building. As the last rays of the setting sun quietly faded into the horizon, Particle City was abruptly engulfed by the night, plunging into a profound and oppressive darkness. The formidable machine appeared even more terrifying in the shadows, its mechanical wings resembling iron feathers, poised to unleash a lethal attack. At that moment, the creature's wings flapped violently, generating a fierce whirlwind that toppled the nearby officers to the ground. It ascended into the air, akin to a predatory dragon, hurtling towards Break Dawn. Each beat of its wings reverberated with a deafening roar, as if intending to collapse the entire police precinct. Upon hearing the commotion, the small orb swiftly turned to look, its optical lens widening in alarm, fear spreading through its core. It clearly observed the perilous giant unfurling its massive mechanical wings, diving towards them with astonishing speed. The small orb felt paralyzed with dread, as if fear had frozen it in place. Meanwhile, the robotic dog also sensed the imminent danger. "Is it coming for us?" Its voice bore a barely perceptible tremor, the entirety of its body trembling slightly. Nevertheless, it suppressed its instinct to flee and shouted with all its might to the small orb, which stood frozen. "Quick! Run towards that sewer. That creature is too large to enter. We must leave this place at once." Chapter 42. The ominous prelude to war and the shadow of the menace within the secret meeting hall of Iron Fortress. Members of the Functionalism Committee were diligently orchestrating an unprecedented new plan, aimed at launching a more vigorous challenge against the leader and his followers, thereby further solidifying their absolute control over Cybertron. Deploy immediately, ensuring that every guard is equipped with advanced weaponry. I will make certain that the leader who dares to defy us does not return. At that moment, the doors of the meeting hall were abruptly thrust open, and the formidable figure of Cataclysm strode in, dissatisfaction radiating from his optical lens. His sudden entrance cast a brief silence over the assembly. The committee chairman shot him an irritable glance, coldly inquiring, "What brings you here?" The unyielding Cataclysm surveyed the surroundings, unwavering as he locked eyes with the chairman of the committee, his voice resolute. "I have heard whispers of your intentions to deal with that leader." The committee members exchanged glances, engaging in hushed conversations. The chairman's gaze was piercing. "How did you come by this information?" The decision they had only just made had been discerned by the unyielding Cataclysm. He scoffed derisively. "Do you think you are the only ones with informants? I am the leader of Cybertron, and I possess the right to participate in any significant decisions regarding its future." The chairman's expression was complex, intertwining displeasure, apprehension, and deep-seated scheming. The figure they once regarded as a mere puppet was now increasingly unmanageable. He feigned a smile, stating, "You are correct. Your presence is indeed warranted. Once we successfully capture that leader and conduct a live trial, it is only fitting that you, as the leader, preside over it personally." His tone brimmed with confidence in the plan. "Capture? With your so-called secret weapon?" The unyielding Cataclysm erupted in derisive laughter, eliciting varied reactions from the assembled committee members. Noticing the chairman's impending fury, he gradually stifled his laughter. Why not let the storm rage even fiercer? The unyielding Cataclysm's voice reverberated throughout the chamber, lingering in the air, each word resonating like a hammer, striking the hearts of all present. The determination and defiance in his words heralded an approaching tempest. The Celestivals had once held a fervent belief that unity could awaken the deep-seated yearning for freedom and equality within the hearts of the Cybertronians. Through collective protest, they aspired to sow the seeds of liberty and equality into the very essence of every Cybertronian, thereby shaking the foundations of the Functionalist Committee and compelling change. However, a sudden explosion, akin to a bolt from the blue, laid bare the true nature of the Functionalist Committee. Their actions delivered a crushing blow to the Celestivals, who came to a stark realization that the committee's corruption was deeply entrenched, permeating every corner of Cybertron, rendering change an unattainable dream. In light of this, the Functionalist Committee must be utterly dismantled. The revolutionaries' protests were unprecedentedly grand, as the populace, disregarding the city constable's admonitions, surged through the streets, chanting their rallying cries, "Eradicate the tyranny of functionalism. Grant freedom and rights to all." A tempest of bloodshed was on the horizon. Outside the Celestivals' base, the people spontaneously organized protests, uniting with the Celestivals' leader. Upon seeing the safely returned leader, the sound waves of excitement surged forward, only to bow their heads in guilt. "I could not maintain control of the situation. It is not your fault," the leader gently reassured. "We indeed underestimated the ruthlessness of the Functionalist Committee. Yet, their actions will inevitably face the consequences they deserve." Beside them, the whirling blade blinked, slightly hesitant, and inquired, "Leader, are we to go to war?" He initially believed that a non-violent revolution could usher in peace, yet the unfolding events seemed to transcend his expectations. The leader gazed towards the whirlblade, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. "This is not war, but our resolute resistance against oppression and injustice. We must proclaim to all of Cybertron that our fate shall be governed by ourselves, not as mere tools to be manipulated." Upon hearing this, Whirlblade felt an immense burden lift from his core, and a hopeful smile illuminated his visage. At that moment, the signpost stepped forward, his expression grave as he reported, "Leader, I have just received news from Senator Shockwave The explosion at the base involved not only the Functionalist Committee, but also the Senate. The Senate, a prestigious authority in Cybertron's history, now colludes with the Functionalist Committee in a bid to uphold their so-called stability and traditional order. The Functionalist Committee and the Senate are truly two sides of the same coin. Megatron glared with indignation, his voice brimming with outrage. The crowd looked on with eager anticipation, their murmurs coalescing into a resolute force, echoing a fervent rallying cry. Fight! Fight! For justice! We must commence the battle. Sensing this fervent anticipation and unwavering determination, the leader's countenance grew more somber, his brows furrowed as if bearing an immense weight. His profound gaze pierced through the throng, staring into the distant horizon, lost in an endless reverie. As the discord between the populace and the authorities intensified, that decisive moment he sought to avoid, a tempest that could ignite a full-scale confrontation. Even more, loomed overhead like a gathering storm, inexorably approaching. The leader's core was intertwined with resignation and heaviness, despite his utmost efforts to seek a peaceful resolution. The relentless tide of history cruelly propelled him towards the precipice of irrevocable change. Just then, he sensed an unusual aura, casting his gaze towards the direction of Particle City, the stronghold of Breakaway and Orion Pax. At this moment in Particle City, a mechanical dog was urgently guiding the small sphere and Breakaway towards the sewers. Yet the menacing Titan pursued them relentlessly, its astonishing speed and destructive power far exceeding their imagination. Just as they were about to reach the sanctuary, the Titan, akin to a divine warrior descending from the heavens, suddenly appeared before them, while the panicked crowd trapped them in a chaotic entanglement, rendering their escape route all but elusive. In this moment of life and death, a red and blue heavy truck roared down from the rooftop, elegantly transforming midair as Orion Pax emerged, wielding heavy weaponry to unleash a fierce barrage upon the Titan. However, the Titan merely narrowed its optical lens, coldly assessing Orion Pax before, in a display of inexplicable terror, it took flight in fright, leaving all present in stunned disbelief. Orion Pax, though puzzled, recognized the gravity of the moment. He swiftly lifted Break of Dawn and transformed into a heavy-duty truck, securing both Break of Dawn and the mechanical dog within the safety of the driver's cabin. He then called for Little Rolling Ball, preparing to evacuate from the throng of people. However, their actions seemed to provoke the giant beast, which emitted a deafening roar and took flight, blocking their path in an instant. Aurelian Pax was left with no choice but to revert to his human form, adopting a stance of defiance. Yet, just as he steadied himself, the mechanical dog let out a terrified scream. "Watch out," before the warning could fully escape. The giant beast's massive claws descended upon them like a tempest, striking with lightning speed. In a split second, Aurelian Pax desperately rolled to the side to evade the attack. However, the residual force of the giant claw struck his headpiece, plunging him into darkness as his optical lenses dimmed and his balance system failed, his consciousness spiraling into an endless abyss. With a heavy thud, Aurelian Pax's body collapsed to the ground, and Break of Dawn was flung from his grasp, leaving the scene shrouded in eerie silence, punctuated only by Break of Dawn's frantic calls. "Aurelian!" Break of Dawn scrambled to his feet, gripping Aurelian Pax's audio receiver tightly, shaking it fervently in an attempt to rouse him. Yet Aurelian Pax lay as if ensnared in eternal slumber, unresponsive. The giant claws advanced once more, intent on seizing Break of Dawn. Despair wrapped around his spark like a chilling chain, threatening to unravel him entirely. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to hear the voice once again. "Submit to me, obey me, accept my power." Just as Break of Dawn contemplated surrendering to the alluring power, a brilliant figure flashed beside him like a meteor streaking across the night sky. "Father!" Break of Dawn's optical lens ignited with light, banishing the cacophony that had plagued him. The leader's arrival was akin to a radiant beacon, illuminating the silence and despair of the night, infusing it with boundless vitality and hope. The leader's gaze was profound and piercing as he surveyed the grotesque mechanical being before him. A torrent of complex emotions surged within him. Though the beast's fearsome appearance starkly contrasted with the memory of Megatron, its iconic form bore an indelible mark in his recollections, awakening an indescribable sense of familiarity. Under the leader's penetrating gaze, The giant beast instinctively began to retreat, each step heavy with hesitation. Its crimson optical lenses locked onto the leader, as if yearning to convey a multitude of unspoken words. Ultimately, it unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the night sky, resonating within the sparks of all present. Then, the giant beast soared into the air, vanishing like a meteor into the vastness of the night. Its departure left behind a silence filled with contemplation, as the onlookers grappled with the profound shock and confusion that lingered in their hearts. Chapter 43. A brief respite as the menacing threat receded. The people's fears dissipated like morning mist under the gentle caress of the rising sun. With hearts brimming with hope, they gazed up at their leader, their admiration and faith soaring to unprecedented heights. Leader, it is the leader who has saved us. The leader has vanquished the monstrous foe. Amidst the chorus of cheers and shouts, the young Potia tightly clung to the leader's leg armor, her voice choked with emotion. Father O'Lion, he wept for me, tears glistening in his optical lens. The leader looked back with tender eyes, gently lifting the sobbing Potia into his arms, swiftly arriving beside O'Lion Pax. The small orb and mechanical dog were meticulously examining him. The orb's expression was one of dismay. I know his body is intact, but why can we not rouse him? The mechanical dog leaned closer to O'Lion Pax's chest plate, its metallic ears alertly tilting back. I sense the presence of death, yet his spark still burns fiercely. A sudden tremor coursed through the leader's core, and he promptly reached out to touch the location of O'Lion Pax's spark. He could distinctly feel the vibrant energy within. Yet O'Lion Pax's consciousness seemed ensnared by an invisible force of chaos, completely severed from the realm of reality. The leader concentrated, channeling an intangible power from his fingertips into O'Lion Pax's body. After a flicker of dim light, O'Lion Pax's optical lens remained dull, showing no sign of awakening. The leader furrowed his brow, feeling utterly powerless against the peculiar state of O'Lion Pax. This unprecedented conundrum left him deeply perplexed and helpless. Seeing this, the mechanical dog's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. Perhaps he is merely caught in a profound slumber. Does he not have a friend skilled in the healing arts? Let him examine O'Lion Pax's brain module. He may uncover the key to awakening him. At that moment, a motorcycle roared into the scene, the shock absorber abruptly transforming into a humanoid form that collapsed in front of O'Lion Pax. Upon seeing the lifeless body, his optical lens quickly misted over, and he cried out in anguish, "Captain, how would you leave us like this?" He recalled how the captain had just bravely subdued a band of Iron Fortress Special Police, rescuing him from the line of fire. And before he could even utter a word of gratitude, the captain had dashed up to the rooftop, vanishing from sight. He had hesitated for but a moment. How could the captain now be lying down? The surrounding air seemed to freeze, an eerie silence enveloping everyone. The small orb clenched its fists, yanked the shock absorber up, and shouted through gritted teeth, "Shock absorber, why do you weep? Pax is not dead. His spark still burns." The shock absorber's wailing abruptly ceased as it stared blankly at the small orb, confusion filling its core. Then why does everyone look as if the captain has already departed? The small orb had no choice but to explain in detail to the shock absorber the circumstances surrounding O'Lion Pax's fall and his current peculiar state. After listening to the shock absorber's account, he found it utterly unbelievable. Murmuring to himself, the fearsome titan was rendered unconscious by a mere flick of a finger from the captain. His emotions fluctuated dramatically. The sorrow that had recently engulfed him was instantaneously dissipated by this bizarre revelation. What an extraordinary experience this was. The thought of his irritable captain, wielding heavy weaponry and valiantly battling the terrifying titan, only to be easily knocked out with a single finger, made him want to laugh heartily. However, the atmosphere around him was heavy with concern for the captain's condition, and he felt it inappropriate to disrupt the gravity of the situation with laughter. Despite his own worries, he still found himself stifling chuckles, trying desperately to contain his amusement. The shock absorber trembled with excitement, while a nearby robotic dog shot a disdainful glance at the noisy device, its tail striking sharply against his leg armor. "Get out of the way." The sudden lash from the tail made the shock absorber yelp, and his exhilaration began to subside. Only then did he realize the urgency of taking the captain to a doctor. However, with the captain now a fugitive and the little sphere implicated as well, he too was likely entangled in this predicament. making it impossible for them to visit a conventional hospital. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was taken aback by an astonishing sight, a large machine glowing with radiance, sharing the same color scheme as Orion Pax, complete with a striking audio receiver and deep blue optical lenses, albeit without a mask. It was at this moment that the shock absorber acknowledged the leader's presence, his optical lenses widening in shock. Could this truly be the legendary leader? The one who spearheaded the revolution of Celestival, single-handedly intimidating the Functionalist Committee, and just moments ago had repelled the Titan's Cybertronian guardian? He felt an overwhelming sense of fortune to witness the majesty of this revered leader from such proximity. Noticing the shock absorber's gaze, the leader, unfamiliar with this associate of Orion Pax, merely smiled gently before addressing the little sphere. Little sphere, please escort Orion Pax to find an ambulance. The little sphere offered no further words, lifting Orion Pax and transforming into a transport vehicle. I shall take Pax away now. Farewell, leader. The shock absorber, witnessing this, followed suit, casting one last glance at the leader and the familiar purple truck cradled in his arms, his core jolting with realization. So this was little Tia's child. Unbeknownst to the shock absorber, he had gravely misunderstood the situation. Filled with profound awe and astonishment, he hurried after the little sphere. The leader then looked down at the robotic dog, whose blue optical lenses regarded him earnestly as he spoke sincerely. Robotic dog, I hope you will continue to care for little Tia. The robotic dog opened its mouth, seemingly about to respond, but before it could utter a word, the leader continued. We are likely to face a fierce battle with the Functionalist Committee soon, and I fear I cannot afford to divert my attention to little Tia, so I must rely on your assistance. The robotic dog's red optical lenses flickered momentarily, and it flicked its metallic ears, awkwardly averting its gaze before huffing. Leader, as long as it is your request, I shall comply without hesitation. Yet, deep within, his core was fervently lamenting. Leader, I implore you, do not regard me with such eyes. Your gaze is akin to the fragile echoes of sound waves from the past, brimming with anticipation, as if fearful of rejection. For heaven's sake, you are a leader. Why must you lower yourself so? The mechanical hound, cannot bear this. The leader's audio receptor quivered abruptly, and he immediately masked his vulnerable, yet hopeful gaze, nodding slightly to the mechanical hound before turning his attention to the tear-filled eyes of Breakdawn nestled in his embrace. He comforted, little Breakdawn, once this ordeal concludes, you shall return to my side. Will you? Breakdawn's core surged with countless words yearning to be voiced. Wishing to confide in his father the whispers that had lingered in his ears, the phantoms that flickered before his eyes. He longed to share the indescribable fear that resided deep within him. Yet he refrained. His father, the towering guardian of Cybertron, was a beacon of hope for many, shouldering the aspirations and faith of an entire planet. Breakdawn did not wish to be a burden, nor distract his father, and certainly not tarnish the sacred and inviolable image he held in the hearts of the populace. Thus, Breakdawn chose silence. He was learning, growing, gradually mastering the art of burying those tumultuous emotions deep within. He raised his head, gazing at his father with his optical lenses still gleaming with unwavering resolve, and obediently nodded, Very well, father. You must return safely. I shall await your return. Chapter 44. Prelude to War in a Clandestine Testing Facility Beyond Cybertron. A colossal holographic projection displayed the fleeting appearances of the red and blue behemoth on the Cybertronian planet. Outside the Particle City police station, as the monstrous entity attacked and sought to capture Breakdawn, the leader's sudden appearance sent the behemoth fleeing without a fight. The scene abruptly halted, followed by a blaring red alert. The subject's signal had been lost. This spectacle left the personnel monitoring the behemoth in the testing facility aghast. Is this your idea of having complete control over that creature, capable of accomplishing the task and retrieving another subject in mere moments? The voice of the semi-mechanical leader was as frigid as ice, every word dripping with chilling malice and boiling fury. The head of the experiment trembled violently before collapsing to the ground, his mechanical limbs entwined in anxiety and fear. He gazed up at his superior with trepidation, hesitating for a long while before finally managing to utter, Perhaps it is awaiting another opportunity after failing to complete the task. Upon hearing this, the leader let out a cold laugh, several mechanical limbs swiftly pulling the head of the experiment before his optical lenses, ominously declaring, "We have nearly exhausted all energy crystals to cultivate this single behemoth. Now, go retrieve it for me. Otherwise, the next one to be cast into the furnace shall be you." In front of the solemn and ancient administrative center of Iron Fortress, protesters converged into a vast ocean of metal, their bodies shimmering with indomitable brilliance beneath the dim sky, their optical lenses reflecting an insatiable yearning for freedom and unwavering belief. The thunderous chants, the mechanical roars, and the deep-seated howls entwined within the flames converge into a force capable of shaking the very foundations of Cybertron, resonating in every corner of the planet. The transgressions of the Functionalism Committee surge like a tidal wave, infiltrating every aspect of the data network. Live broadcasts and holographic displays lay bare their grotesque visages and heinous crimes. Under the heavy shackles of quota-based distribution, the social standing of the Cybertronians is inextricably bound by the uniqueness of their transformation forms. This absurd regulation acts as an invisible fetter, mercilessly casting commonplace beings like memory sticks and laser pointers into the abyss of society, compelling them to struggle in the mire of scorn and humiliation. The beasts, these mimics of nature, despite their wild allure and untamed strength, are equally ensnared in this merciless class division, their fates shrouded in the shadows of despair. More tragically, the Cybertronians are stripped of their right to pursue genuine passion in their vocations, limited by the constraints of their transformation forms. The Functionalism Committee, these cold-hearted rulers, capriciously categorize society into hierarchies of privilege based on the specificity of transformation. Those transformers possessing unique transformation forms are exalted as the upper class, squandering energy and relishing in various privileges, immersed in endless entertainment and luxury. Meanwhile, the lower class, those tormented by fate and abandoned by society, toil day after day, yet still struggle painfully for their daily sustenance. Their suffering and sacrifices coalesce into the profoundest and most tragic lament of Cybertronian society. Any transformer daring to question this unjust order, yearning for fairness and justice, faces the brutal punishment of a life behind iron bars, their voices ruthlessly consumed by the tide of power. This injustice, it is a ruthless trampling of the inherent freedom to transform bestowed upon the Cybertronians. Yet amidst this darkness, a glimmer of hope emerges like a fragile spark, quietly blossoming. The arrival of a leader is akin to the dawn's light piercing through the shadows, illuminating the path to freedom within the hearts of the people. Inspired by their leader, they unite as one, coalescing into an unstoppable revolutionary tide, the banner of Celestival billowing in the storm, guiding them forward. However, the self-serving thugs of the Functionalism Committee, blinded by power and profit, remain deaf to the cries of the populace. They wield the knife of violence, seeking to extinguish the flames of revolution, obliterating the Celestival base and slaughtering countless brave revolutionaries, while launching a global manhunt for the leader's followers, attempting to stifle every dissenting voice in its cradle. They even dare to gamble with the lives of Cybertronians, attempting to coerce the leader into submission. Functionalism Committee, your crimes are beyond measure. We must strike with the force of thunder, utterly dismantling your tyranny, allowing the light of freedom to illuminate every corner of Cybertron. The skies of Cybertron were shrouded in ominous clouds, thunder rumbling as if the very planet quaked, heralding that this unprecedented struggle would be eternally etched upon the annals of history. In the face of such a monumental wave of protest and irrefutable evidence of wrongdoing, the darkness and corruption of the Functionalist Committee could no longer hide. Within the clandestine meeting chamber of Iron Fortress, the chairman of the committee slammed his palm onto the table, his fury erupting like a volcano, reverberating through the room with an echo of indignation. What is the data overseer doing? Why have those rampant broadcasts not yet been severed? His voice trembled with rage, his optics seemingly ablaze. And why do some still dare to disseminate falsehoods across the data network? Who has granted them such audacity? His tone grew increasingly severe, each word a hammer striking at the hearts of all present. And more infuriating still, they had the audacity to gather outside the administrative center, openly challenging our authority. Seated in high position, the defiant cataclysm bore a visage twisted with fury and resentment. The decline of the Functionalist Committee signified a tremor in his supreme leadership, a reality he could not accept. It was time to put an end to this farce. His voice was as cold as ice, his optics gleaming with a ruthless and resolute light. Let us act, my compatriots. For the sake of our power, for our future, we must utterly annihilate them. As the words of the defiant cataclysm echoed, alarms blared like a keen blade slicing through the air, sharp and prolonged, signaling an impending storm. In an instant, the mechanical sentinels surged forth like a black tide from the abyss, swiftly encircling the protesters gathered outside the administrative center. Clad in heavy armor, cold as ice, their optics flickered with blind obedience to orders and a deep contempt for the rebels, akin to a legion of grim reapers emerging from the depths, vowing to extinguish every spark that dared to challenge. The protective shields unfurled abruptly, resembling an impenetrable fortress, trapping the assembly within. Dark energy seeped quietly from one edge of the shield, silently eroding every flicker of hope within the confines. Comrades, stand tall. For freedom, for equality. Our struggle shall be relentless. The voice of Megatron thundered like the roar of the heavens, piercing through the clamor, striking at the very core of each protester's spirit. The protesters responded swiftly, their bodies interconnected, erecting indomitable metal barriers to safeguard the embers of hope and conviction. In the shadows, manipulating the data network, Soundwave immediately sensed the surge of dark energy, hastily issuing urgent warnings through internal channels. Yet, before he could finish, he abruptly rose, body tense, eyes fixed on the dim depths of the corridor. The base's communications were severed without warning. Laserbeak and Buzzsaw had failed to issue timely alerts, and his secret lair was under siege. In that moment, Soundwave stood as an isolated island, unable to transmit any information to the outside world, a crisis he had never before encountered. At the far end of the corridor, heavy footsteps approached with a slow, ominous cadence, reminiscent of a great beast's tread. It was a colossal machine, its crimson optical lens glimmering with an insidious light, and the smirk at the corner of its mouth betrayed a delightful madness within. The optical lens beneath the Soundwave visor abruptly magnified, revealing the identity of this behemoth. Despite the drastic transformation of its form into something beast-like, that head sculpt, that expression, and the surging malice emanating from it still filled him with profound disgust and hatred. The reasons behind its survival and how it had found this place to sever his communications were no longer of consequence. Soundwave. The name was uttered coldly, each syllable imbued with an icy resonance. The Cybertronian known as Soundwave finally unveiled his signature, chillingly grotesque smile. An invisible sound wave surged forth, catching the colossal machine off guard and forcing it to stagger back a few steps, its form grinding against the ground. The cacophony of noise and the sound wave's reverberations intertwined, yet failed to inflict any substantial damage upon the modified entity, only serving to heighten its exhilaration. Just as a sinister grin spread across the face of the beast at the prospect of its impending prey, Soundwave abruptly ceased his assault, rendering the beast momentarily bored. It assumed that Soundwave was ready to abandon his futile struggle, only to witness him take a step back and slowly articulate two syllables, leader. As the words left Soundwave's mouth, the beast's expression shifted dramatically, a mix of vigilance and trepidation as it glanced around. Upon realizing that the leader had not appeared, a tempest of fury erupted from the depths of its core. Gritting its teeth, it glared forward, bellowing with rage. Soundwave, you shall pay for this. Suddenly, another voice erupted from behind the beast. A small sphere, wielding a large firearm, pointed its barrel directly at the beast's head and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. A thunderous boom resounded, accompanied by a blinding beam of energy that skewed the beast's head sculpt, causing it to stumble forward. However, as the brilliance faded, the head sculpt remained as pristine as ever, having withstood the shot unscathed. The beast, now incensed by the ambush, slowly lifted its gaze, turning bit by bit towards its assailant. The small sphere, having just fired a shot, was momentarily thrown off balance by the recoil of its weapon. Once steadied, it met the beast's murderous glare, eyes widening in astonishment. What in the universe? How is it still alive? What manner of creature is this? Chapter 45. The unfathomable darkness, Soundwave, and the small sphere confronted the modified machine, initiating a heart-stopping confrontation. Their current arsenal merely left superficial scratches on the beast's indomitable form. And even with all their might, they could only barely stave off the relentless tide of its onslaught. The residual waves of sound reverberated around them, stirring clouds of dust as if the very air trembled. Although the small sphere was a sizable machine and a police officer, it lacked the extraordinary combat prowess of Orion Pax. Faced with an opponent as formidable as the Tyrant, possessing astonishing defensive capabilities and maximum attack potential, victory through mere conventional strikes seemed improbable. In times past, retreat would have been his chosen course. Yet, the present circumstances brooked no withdrawal. In this endeavor aimed at utterly dismantling the Functionalism Committee, the role of Soundwave was irreplaceable. His retreat at this moment would signify the failure of the entire operation. Transforming into a rapid deployment vehicle, the small sphere surged toward the Tyrant, seeking to shake him with immense force. However, the Tyrant adeptly sidestepped the assault, launching a counterattack in an instant. The small sphere had no choice but to urgently alter its form, narrowly evading the strike through partial transformation. Had it not been for Soundwave's timely sonic disruption, which interfered with the Tyrant's rhythm, the small sphere might have faced a dire fate. Condensation dripped from the surface of the small sphere, its core roaring. This boss was an enigma without solution, and even with Soundwave's partnership, victory seemed elusive. Summoning the leader was imperative. Seizing the fleeting moment when the Tyrant was momentarily repelled by Soundwave's sonic weapon, the small sphere anxiously called out in the inner line. Soundwave, have you summoned the leader? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Soundwave's spark trembled slightly, his core surging with tumultuous waves. Unbeknownst to the small sphere, although he had unconsciously called for the leader, a response had been immediate. Yet, Soundwave implored the leader to delay his intervention, planning to utilize this opportunity to employ his telepathic abilities against the Tyrant, seeking to unearth the fragmented memories from the Tyrant's brain module, tainted with madness and murderous intent. Within those scattered memory fragments, Soundwave sensed something unusual, suspecting they might originate from an alternate timeline. Moreover, he yearned to demonstrate his prowess to the leader through this endeavor. Since his encounter with dark energy, he had aspired to stand beside the leader as a formidable ally akin to Megatron. However, his initial mission had met with failure. Not only had he failed to trace the dark energy crystal, but he had also allowed a spy to infiltrate Celestival, leading to the base's downfall and the loss of countless lives. Had the leader not arrived in time, his comrades might have perished. The leader, in his quest to resurrect fallen sparks, had exhausted the capabilities of his module, leaving the malevolent will of the Cosmic Emperor to seize the moment. Megatron stood alongside the leader, their trial shared. Although the leader's true support came from a companion from another world, Megatron's assistance was not to be underestimated. Thereafter, the conflict between the Functionalism Committee and themselves escalated sharply, with followers being hunted, truths buried, and the situation spiraling toward chaos. It was only with the leader's return that a glimmer of hope emerged. Soundwave felt a profound sense of guilt, believing he had never truly aided the leader. This weight of remorse and frustration pressed upon his core like a boulder, unspeakable and leading him to question himself. Was he destined to remain merely a shadow behind the leader, with every misstep requiring the leader to clean up the mess? Soundwave could not accept such a fate, thus he resolutely declined the leader's assistance. Moreover, the leader was currently tasked with an urgent mission of his own. Not long before, beneath Iron Fortress, in the labyrinthine and seemingly endless network of underground tunnels within Iron Fortress, a black and white sports car glided through the shadows like an ethereal specter, maneuvering with effortless grace. Trailing closely behind was a green and black construction vehicle, its imposing bulk appearing clumsy yet resolute in the narrow corridors, occasionally emitting metallic clangs as it pressed forward, battered yet unyielding. Observing this, the red and blue heavy truck at the rear quickly accelerated to match pace. The leader's gentle yet firm voice resonating through the tunnel. "Bulldozer, I understand your concerns for your brethren, but please drive with utmost caution. The tunnels here are intricate." The headlights of the bulldozer flickered in response, conveying an undeniable resolve. "Leader, I am fine. I am simply eager to reunite with them." The leader shook his head in silent resignation, then turned his gaze towards the guiding figure. "Jazz," his worry palpable. "Jazz, how far are we from our destination?" Immediately, Jazz's voice floated back, light yet tinged with an almost imperceptible complexity. "We are nearly there, leader. The path I have chosen, though fraught with obstacles, is the swiftest." The leader noted the fleeting complexities in Jazz's demeanor, hinting at unspoken secrets, which sparked a trace of doubt within him. However, he did not voice his concerns, opting instead to remain vigilant of their surroundings. Their mission was to locate the 5 brothers of the bulldozer. This endeavor was not merely a request from the bulldozer to the leader, but a crucial act in their revolutionary struggle against tyranny, aimed at liberating their compatriots. Ordinarily, had any one of the 5 called out for redemption with sincerity, the leader could have instantly reached their side. Yet, since the bulldozer's identity was compromised and the trailer narrowly escaped, he had lost contact with his brothers, and the leader had not heard any pleas from them. The sole lead was the listening device Jazz had attached to the trailer, which had lost signal after an explosive attack, ultimately pinpointing their location to this underground secret research facility established by the Functionalist Committee. Jazz volunteered to partake in the rescue mission, asserting his familiarity with the area. To avoid drawing the committee's attention, they opted for this concealed and convoluted underground route. The tunnels, whether naturally formed or man-made, were a complex maze, requiring utmost caution with every step. What the leader was unaware of was that Jazz had frequented this place due to past assignments, thus possessing an intimate knowledge of its layout. He navigated through the intricate pathways with the ease of someone strolling through their own backyard, guiding the leader and the bulldozer. Eventually, they arrived before a massive metal door, cold and imposing, as if it were an entryway to another realm. Jazz reverted to his human form, the door wings quivering slightly as he pointed toward the entrance, his voice deep and commanding. "This is our destination." A flicker of shadow crossed Jazz's optical lenses, further solidifying the leader's suspicions that his doubts were not unfounded. With a deep, resonant hum, the heavy metal door seemed to respond to an unseen signal, gradually creaking open. Gradually, the lights illuminated the laboratory, revealing its intricate and concealed nature to the trio. This was a clandestine facility, composed of countless sophisticated apparatuses, exuding an atmosphere where technology and cruelty coexisted harmoniously. The laboratory was desolate, its silence palpable enough to induce a sense of trepidation. Each isolated chamber bore the scars of merciless experiments, shattered stasis locks on the examination tables, deep gouges and dents in the metallic walls, remnants of splattered energy fluids, and the menacing cutting instruments used to dismantle the Cybertronian forms. All of this left the leader, Jazz, and Bulldozer trembling, their sparks quivering with dread. Bulldozer's metallic lips quivered violently, his optical sensors filled with despair and helplessness, as he seemed to foresee the tragic fates awaiting his brethren in the incomplete form he would soon face. Jazz's gaze was a complex tapestry of emotions. He spoke gravely. "The committee within this secret laboratory has not only developed numerous specialized weapons against the Cybertronians, but has also subjected the dissenters to cruel bodily modifications and neurosurgery, transforming them into mindless machine sentinels." His words sliced through the oppressive atmosphere like a razor-sharp blade. The leader's gaze nearly froze upon witnessing the harrowing scenes, with fury blazing like an uncontrollable inferno within his being. It was an anger directed at the atrocities of the Functionalist Committee, at the suffering of his kin, and at his own failure to recognize these horrors sooner. His fists clenched tightly, the joints creaking under the strain, as if he sought to manifest this anger into a tangible force to shatter the encroaching darkness. Yet, beneath this fury lay a deeper emotion, sorrow. He mourned the decline of Cybertron, the helplessness of his comrades, and the disappointment in his past hopes for change from the committee. In that moment, it felt as though his core had weathered a fierce storm, emotions intertwining to the point of rendering rational thought nearly impossible. Then, unexpectedly, the leader module beneath his armor flickered to life, a cool energy flowing gently into his spark, soothing yet firm in its attempt to calm his tumultuous essence and restore a semblance of clarity. He began to reflect on his past, contemplating the responsibilities and missions that accompanied his role as a leader. He realized he could no longer dwell in the shadows of past mistakes. A more significant mission awaited him. Thus, he relinquished control, allowing the energy from the leader module to course through his spark, striving to achieve emotional tranquility. He turned to Jazz, determination glimmering in his optical sensors. Is there still an uncharted domain within this experimental base that we have yet to uncover? Meanwhile, Jazz observed every nuance of the leader's demeanor. The light in his optical sensors flickered slightly, evidently shaken by the leader's barely contained fury. He silently rejoiced, having felt the leader's magnetic field tense to an almost unbearable degree, as if poised to unleash a tempest at any moment. He harbored a sense of trepidation, fearing that the leader, upon witnessing the dismal state of the laboratory, might impulsively commit some irrevocable act, such as reducing the entire facility to rubble. However, should that occur, their painstaking efforts to gather incriminating evidence against the committee would be rendered futile, and the dark truths would remain concealed from the public eye. Fortunately, the leader ultimately managed to master his emotions, which evoked a profound respect within Jazz. He understood that a true leader must possess not only strength but also wisdom and composure. Thus, Jazz gently nodded, casting an approving glance at the leader before turning away, guiding the leader and the still-dazed bulldozer deeper into the more concealed recesses of the laboratory. As they ventured further into the corridor, the leader keenly sensed a wisp of dark energy permeating the air. The Star Sword seemed to respond to his will, leaping into his grasp in an instant. Immediately thereafter, a strange and muffled hiss echoed from the depths of the shadowy passage. The radiance of the Star Sword, akin to the first light of dawn, swiftly dispelled the darkness within the corridor, illuminating it as brightly as day. Bathed in this brilliance, a grotesquely contorted mechanical creature gradually emerged, crawling in a disquieting manner. This mechanical being resembled a crocodile, yet was even more fearsome, emitting a series of hisses from its maw filled with sharp teeth, as if it were scenting its prey in the darkness. Its purple optical lenses flickered like ghostly lights in the netherworld, swaying erratically and trailing a disquieting stream of violet luminescence. Without hesitation, the leader positioned himself protectively in front of Jazz, his gaze dark yet resolute, fixed intently upon the mechanical creature. What manner of monstrosity is this? The bulldozer exclaimed in alarm, terrified by the crawling entity before him. Despite being the heftiest of construction vehicles, he quickly scuttled behind the leader and Jazz. Is a devourer. Jazz's voice was deep and powerful, tinged with disdain and pity. He explained to the leader and the bulldozer that it had been transformed into the form of an alien creature, stripped of its self-awareness. The researchers here referred to it as the Crusher, while others called it the Garbage Grinder. However, its appearance was peculiar, as if its spark had been entirely eroded by dark energy. The leader's optical lenses brimmed with sorrow, his voice heavy with lamentation as he felt a profound ache for the plight of this Cybertronian. He could not help but ponder how many Cybertronians had undergone such transformations at the hands of the committee. Behind each rewritten fate, did there accompany the extinguishing of a unique spark? These once resplendent lights of life now languished in silence, fading away in the darkness. Why were they willing to go to such lengths, even employing the terrifying dark powers of Primus's cosmic arch-nemesis? What objectives could they possibly hope to achieve through such actions? In this contest of power and morality, had the committee members ever experienced a flicker of hesitation or guilt? Could they truly face the reality of the Cybertronian sparks forever deprived of light due to their choices with a clear conscience? The leader resolutely stepped forward, raising the Star Sword, its blade bathed in the radiant light of compassion and redemption. With a swift motion, akin to cleaving mountains and parting seas, the dazzling brilliance instantaneously severed the darkness, utterly engulfing the Cybertronian, whose spark had been extinguished. Chapter 46. The ubiquitous darkness amidst the resplendent and icy glow of the Star Sword. The Grimlock emitted anguished roars, yet his form remained ensnared by invisible chains, immobilized. His once cold and avaricious purple optics dimmed under the sword's luminance, flickering with a trace of genuine orange light. The creature's cries resonated like the sound of tearing winds, echoing through the silence. Please, I beg you, do not. The voice seemed to penetrate the dense darkness, striking at the sparks of those present. The leader. He actually spoke. The noble knight widened his optics in disbelief, astonishment, and confusion flooding his gaze. He never fathomed that Grimlock would regain consciousness and utter words under such circumstances. The bulldozer also heard the voice, helplessly turning toward its source before quickly shifting back to the leader, his voice quivering. Is he calling for help? Confusion enveloped him as he struggled to comprehend why Grimlock would emit such a desperate plea when the leader was clearly assisting him. In a realm inaccessible to the Knight and Bulldozer, the leader distinctly perceived the core voice of Grimlock. Each word as if torn from the very depths of his spark. "Please, grant me release. I wish to harm no one anymore." This plea was laden with boundless sorrow and regret. The leader's spark plummeted, as if suddenly burdened by an immense weight, teetering on the brink. His audio receptors trembled slightly, and his optics shimmered with an ineffable complexity of emotions, as if his core were enduring a violent tempest. Enough, he admonished himself, enough. The light of the star sword receded like the ebbing tide, slowly withdrawing from Grimlock's form, leaving behind a profound silence and dimness. The once menacing visage, grotesquely contorted by dark energy, now appeared strikingly fragile and helpless in the muted light. He lay still upon the cold ground, utterly motionless, consumed by an overwhelming void and silence, as if perpetually atoning for past transgressions. Yet, this kind and simple Cybertronian had been mercilessly transformed into a machine of slaughter by the Functionalist Council. Even after enduring such immense suffering and torment in his final moments, all he sought was to cease harming others. What sin was his? The leader approached in silence, gently extending his right hand, his fingertips lightly brushing against Grimlock's form. A warm and gentle energy flowed from his fingertips, enveloping the entire body. Under the radiance, subtle changes began to manifest in Grimlock's form. The grotesque distortions from his transformation gradually reverted to their original state, ultimately metamorphosing into a humble, unadorned construction vehicle of yellow and black hues. However, despite the revival of the body, the spark of the bulldozer lay extinguished, akin to a long-dormant flame, never to be rekindled. Was he truly beyond salvation? The voice of the bulldozer trembled slightly, unable to fathom the grim reality before him. He yearned for a miracle to once again grace them, to restore the bulldozer to its former vitality. Yet at this moment, the bulldozer lay motionless on the ground, devoid of life. Although the bulldozer was not his brother, they belonged to the same architectural lineage, bound by an indelible connection. The spark of the bulldozer had irrevocably changed when it was thoroughly consumed by dark energy. Even I cannot reignite that spark devoured by shadows. The leader's audio receiver sagged backward, seemingly bearing the weight of the world's sorrow and burden. His voice resonated with a deep strength, each word striking the spark of the bulldozer with a heavy thud. The optical lens beneath the jazz goggles cast a profound darkness, reflecting the tumultuous waves within his core. He had once believed the leader to be an omnipotent embodiment, much like the bulldozer, eagerly anticipating the revival of the bulldozer under the leader's power, restoring it to its former self. However, the harshness of reality struck like a hammer, abruptly awakening him from his reverie, revealing that the leader too was not infallible, possessing limitations. This realization did not diminish the Jazz's trust in the leader. Rather, it deepened his understanding of the leader's hardships and constraints. His greatest concern now was whether the leader could maintain his core beliefs in the face of this setback, remaining steadfast and continuing to guide others forward. He dreaded that the leader might, in response to the tragedy of the bulldozer, lose control of his emotions, recklessly charging towards the administrative center, escalating this tragedy into a greater crisis. Perhaps, for the bulldozer, this was its wish. The Jazz was uncertain if this thought could be deemed comforting, yet witnessing the leader's audio receiver stand erect at his words profoundly stirred his spark. The leader's emotions were so transparent and unmasked, utterly clear to behold. Gazing at such a leader, the Jazz found himself at a loss, unsure whether to regard him as a steady and reliable figure or to be drawn in by his innocent charm. Both qualities intertwined within the leader, evoking a sense of awe and warmth. How could the others have failed to notice this? The leader rose, his gaze resolute and profound. Let us proceed. Many still require our assistance. Their group delved deeper into the clandestine experimental base, each step laden with weight and unease. At last, within a concealed compartment, they discovered the bulldozer's 5 other brethren. However, their bodies were a harrowing sight, as if ravaged by some monstrous force, their sparks long extinguished, their visors frozen in expressions of terror and despair, the optical lenses void of any light. The bulldozer, upon witnessing the scene, collapsed to the ground, tears of cleansing liquid streaming from its optical lenses. brothers, its voice trembled faintly, imbued with immeasurable sorrow and helplessness. Without a moment's hesitation, the leader summoned forth the miraculous flames of revival. A tremendous force surged from within him, manifesting as warm rays of light that illuminated the bodies of the 5 engineering vehicles. Amidst this luminescence, their forms gradually rejuvenated, scars and distortions fading away. As the spark of life reignited under the glow, their optical lenses gleaming with the flicker of hope. Upon awakening, the 5 engineering vehicles gazed around in bewilderment, uncertain of how they had come to be in this place. However, upon spotting the leader and the bulldozer, astonishment and exhilaration radiated from their optical lenses. The leader's voice quivered softly. "Are you here to rescue us?" His optical lenses brimmed with remorse and anticipation. He recalled being cast aside by the committee's robotic guardians, vaguely sensing the dread that had ensued, yearning only to escape from this grim locale. The leader nodded gently, offering reassurance. The corruption and crimes of the Functionalist Committee have become glaringly apparent. This time, I shall utterly vanquish them. The bulldozer surged forward, embracing its brothers tightly, as cleansing liquid and laughter intertwined, brimming with the joy of reunion and hope for the future. "Leader, I fear that Megatron may soon encounter trouble." Jazz's voice suddenly resonated. As he scoured through the base's control system for experimental data, inadvertently uncovering the committee's plans. They had dispatched all robotic guardians and activated an ultimate weapon codenamed Primitive Beast. Simultaneously, the leader heard a summons from Soundwave, to which he promptly responded, only to be unexpectedly rebuffed. "Megatron needs help more than I do," came the core voice from Soundwave. Chapter 47, A Storm Brews, the final battle approaches. Time rewinds to the confrontation between Soundwave, the Minicon, and the modified Tyrant. Though termed a confrontation, the exquisite synergy between Soundwave and the Minicon could only barely restrain the Tyrant's movements. In terms of strength, they were utterly incapable of overcoming him. The Tyrant toyed with Soundwave and the Minicon like a cat with a mouse, possessing overwhelming power, yet seemingly constrained by an unseen force, always faltering at the crucial moment, thus missing golden opportunities and falling prey to relentless pursuit from Soundwave and the Minicon. The Tyrant remained unfazed, his attention fixated almost entirely upon Soundwave, as if he derived amusement solely from him. While showing little interest in the Minicon, Soundwave, reconstructing the memory fragments extracted from the Tyrant's cerebral module, unexpectedly glimpsed himself in an alternate timeline alongside another Megatron. "Let us fight for our freedom." The voice of Megatron resonated with a deep, commanding authority, his formidable frame towering above the crowd like a majestic mountain. The weapon systems charged rapidly, the muzzle on his right arm flickering with a perilous violet light, a direct warning and a harbinger of doom for his adversaries. In that instant, the battle erupted in full fury as the bodies of revolutionaries and mechanical sentinels intertwined in a complex web of chaos. The clashing of metal and the roaring release of energy melding into a poignant and rousing battle hymn. Bullets and beams intertwined like meteors streaking across the night sky, leaving behind brilliant yet fleeting trails that illuminated the darkened heavens as if it were day. Aerial units danced gracefully through the air, sovereigns of the sky, while missiles struck with the fury of lightning, accurately hitting every intended target. Their movements were swift and lethal, each assault precise, leaving enemies with no avenue for escape. Yet, despite the overwhelming numbers of protesters, the mechanical sentinels, equipped with superior technology and rigorous training, showed no signs of faltering. This was not merely a battle. It was a clash of beliefs and wills, a contest between freedom and tyranny. Beneath the war-torn sky, every soul was articulating in their own manner what it meant to possess courage, to sacrifice, and to embody true freedom. Suddenly, a fully armed colossal machine descended from the heavens, akin to a mobile fortress, instantly vanquishing the surrounding revolutionaries, its sights set squarely on Megatron. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, all gazes converging upon these two titans. Facing this unprecedented foe, Megatron leaned forward slightly, reminiscent of a predator poised to pounce, ready to confront this fateful duel. The colossal machine, in contrast, radiated a chilling aura of death, its body aglow with the hues of annihilation. intent on obliterating any obstacles in its path. Megatron glared at this sudden and unfamiliar adversary, the optical lens glinting with a seething inferno of hatred. His weapon systems charged swiftly, and amidst the cacophony, he braced himself for a life-and-death struggle against this unknown challenger. Though wounded in the fray, Megatron ultimately emerged victorious. However, the outcome heralded an unprecedented and fierce civil war on Cybertron. The Decepticons he led nearly annihilated their opposition, plunging Cybertron into utter turmoil. Soundwave abruptly awakened, realizing that what he had witnessed was merely a phantom from an alternate timeline. In reality, they had yet to ignite the flames of war. But that moment loomed ominously near. Just then, the previously silent Predacon erupted into a sinister laughter, proclaiming, "You have seen it." Outside the administrative center, the revolutionaries found themselves ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. The mechanical sentinels not only severed their retreat, but also silently unleashed a dark energy akin to invisible tendrils of shadow, insidiously eroding their flame of hope, causing bizarre phantoms to flicker incessantly before their optical lenses. Illusions surged like a tempest, disrupting their cognition. At times, they found themselves amidst a battlefield shrouded in smoke, with gunfire ringing out and artillery roaring. At other moments, they seemed relentlessly pursued by terrifying creatures, fear and chaos intertwining into a chaotic luminescence within their optical lenses. Within this tumult, the resounding voice of Megatron, filled with the intent to annihilate, thundered forth, "Fight, comrades! Annihilate the enemy completely." This dark energy storm, meticulously orchestrated by the committee, engulfed the reason of the revolutionaries like a nightmarish specter, turning former allies into adversaries within the realm of illusion. The boundary between illusion and reality grew indistinct, as the bodies of revolutionaries and mechanized sentinels intertwined in an intricate web of battle. The clang of metal and the roar of released energy blending into a lament rather than an inspiring battle hymn, echoing beneath a sky distorted by phantoms. Bullets and beams entwined in the void, akin to blind dancers groping in the darkness, where each intersection could spell a fatal misfire. This chaotic radiance cast the dark sky into a flickering display, as if heralding the arrival of doomsday. Aerial units circled aimlessly, once guardians of the sky, now mere puppets of illusion. Missiles darted like unbridled lightning, vacillating between allies and foes, each strike inducing trepidation, as one feared that the next target might be a familiar comrade. In the heart of the battlefield, Megatron too fell prey to the grasp of illusion. His form loomed like a solitary peak amidst the distorted visions, weapon systems rapidly charging, the purple glow of his cannon's muzzle shimmering, an abyss of murderous intent surging within, vowing to reduce any obstacle in sight to dust. At this critical juncture, an unusual and urgent voice suddenly pierced through his internal communications. Megatron paused, taken aback. As the voice grew increasingly clear, akin to a ray of light piercing through fog, shattering the chains of illusion. "Megatron, awaken. This is an illusion. Your enemy is not your comrade." It was as though an unseen force dispelled the fog before him, rendering the scene crystal clear once more. He beheld the magnificent figure of his leader standing before him. Just moments before, his fusion cannon had almost been aimed at the leader's position. A sharp pain surged from the depths of Megatron's spark, a remnant of the dark energy's corrosion, slicing through his will like a keen blade. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, only to witness his once steadfast comrades, those who had fought alongside him in revolution, now engaged in a frenzied slaughter amongst themselves, chaos and clamor engulfing the entire battlefield. Memories surged back into his consciousness like a tidal wave, recalling the moment when they had shouted slogans and confronted the mechanical sentinels at the Iron Fortress Administrative Center. Everything he had just experienced was but an illusion. Suddenly, beams of dark red energy erupted from various points within the structure, weaving an intricate web of power in the air, descending upon the revolutionaries with the force of a thunderous storm. In this critical moment, the wings behind the leader unfurled dramatically, his form radiating brilliance akin to a dazzling meteor streaking across the night sky, soaring upward to meet the lethal net of energy. It was as though he possessed magnetic powers, drawing the energy beams towards him, absorbing the relentless onslaught with his very being. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the administrative center, he felt the energy of his form being voraciously siphoned by these beams. He immediately comprehended the peril of such a weapon. However, he could not break free. For doing so would cause the beams to redirect their deadly intent towards the Cybertronians below. Yet, despite his inability to escape, he had many trusted comrades at his side. A sinister laughter echoed from the other side of the glass, the triumphant cackles of the members of the Functionalist Committee. They sat in their spacious and brightly lit conference room, their visors displaying the customary arrogance and confidence, as if everything were firmly within their grasp. Mere apostles of Primus. Nothing more. Megatron suddenly lifted his head, the sight before him igniting a fierce brilliance within his optical sensors. Under the cloak of night, the leader stood before the administrative center, ensnared by countless intertwining beams of dark red energy. This was the star-siphoning ribbon, a weapon meticulously crafted to drain the energy of Cybertronians. Once locked onto its target, escape was impossible unless one exhausted their final reserves of energy. At that moment, the leader resembled a prisoner bound by heavy chains. Despite his form still radiating magnificence, he was rendered immobile by this merciless confinement. Or perhaps he chose to endure in order to protect them. Just then, an anxious voice crackled through the comms. Megatron, this is a trap. The committee has unleashed dark energy upon you through the mechanical sentinels, which is eroding your spark. The leader is buying us time. Megatron, we must act immediately to destroy the source of the dark energy and the star-siphoning ribbon that binds him. Note 1. The threat of dark energy to the Cybertronians is profound. Once the spark is completely eroded by dark energy, it reverses, rendering the spark a mere puppet of the Cosmic Emperor, incapable of returning to the source of the spark, akin to dark beings. At this juncture, whether losing the spark or succumbing to dark energy, only an empty shell remains. Note 2. Only a select few can retain their self-awareness under the control of the Cosmic Emperor, such as Megatron and the Tyrant mentioned previously. Chapter 48. Preparations for the demolition operation outside the encirclement of the mechanical sentinels. The 6 brothers of the engineering vehicles were brought back to the surface by their leader, only to be paralyzed by the chaotic scene outside the administrative center. They huddled together in the shadows, cautiously peering out. Had the Celestival lost their minds? Why were they attacking even their own? The trawler inquired, unable to suppress his bewilderment. The bulldozer trembled with dread, recalling the horrifying scene when the Celestival base had exploded, unleashing a multitude of terrifying dark creatures that had sent many comrades into a frenzy, attacking one another in madness. It is the dark energy, the bulldozer whispered. The leader had warned that dark energy could erode the spark within, leading one to lose their sanity. Those mechanical sentinels destined for the furnace must be releasing dark energy. The other 5 immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Just then, they saw their leader at the center of the turmoil, but in the next moment, he was ensnared in a multitude of crimson energy beams, suspended in midair. The leader is in danger. Without a moment's hesitation, the bulldozer transformed into his vehicle form and charged forward. The 5 brothers behind him could only reach out in an attempt to halt him, but were met with a face full of exhaust fumes from the bulldozer. Has this fellow fallen victim to the leader's enchantment virus? The loader could not help but remark. Don't just stand there, boss. The leader just saved us all. The hook smacked the loader firmly on the back, and under the loader's astonished gaze, swiftly transformed into his vehicle form to pursue the bulldozer. The loader stumbled slightly, clenched his fists, and struck the heads of the trawler and mixer, urging, hurry. We cannot let the bulldozer face the dangers alone. Outside the administrative center, the bulldozer accelerated towards one of the mechanical sentinels. With a tremendous crash, the unsuspecting sentinel lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. Transforming back into his humanoid form, the bulldozer pounced, delivering a flurry of powerful blows to the sentinel's head. The resounding clang of metal against metal echoed, causing the hook, who was rushing to catch up, to wince as if the blows were landing on his own armor. I never knew you could be so brutal, the hook exclaimed, launching his hook to ensnare another sentinel's shield-bearing arm, pulling with all his might, but to no avail. Of course it wouldn't work, he muttered to himself, only to be yanked back by the sentinel's counteraction. As the hook's retractable rope tightened, he transformed back into humanoid form, using the force of the pull to propel himself upward, shouting, "Take this punch," but aimed to kick at the sentinel's head instead. With a loud bang, The Sentinel's head was knocked back, its body wobbling unsteadily as it staggered backward. The Hook swiftly launched his hook again, wrapping it around the Sentinel's leg armor and yanking it back forcefully. With another resounding crash, yet another Sentinel fell heavily. However, unlike the bulldozer, the Hook did not rush in for a barrage of strikes, but quickly shifted his focus to the next mechanical Sentinel, ready to unleash his assault. They are cold-cast engineering vehicles, devoid of built-in weaponry, compelled to resort to such crude methods to assault the mechanical Sentinels. Fortunately, these Sentinels, though imposing in stature, exhibit sluggish reactions and prove to be rather manageable. Just as the Hook was contemplating this, he observed the optical lens of a nearby mechanical Sentinel suddenly ablaze with crimson light. The Sentinel retracted its shield, and the outer armor of its arm and leg components unfurled and folded back, revealing dark, cavernous gun barrels and a row of missiles. Almost instantaneously, the missiles were launched, aimed directly at the Hook and the bulldozer. The Hook's optical lens widened in alarm, and he could only utter, "How embarrassing." In this moment of crisis, a dazzling beam of violet energy swept through, detonating the missiles in an instant. The bulldozer and the remaining 3 comrades, arriving belatedly, were awestruck by the timely appearance of the energy beam. Otherwise, they might have lost 2 more brothers. Suddenly, a purple heavy tank burst through the encirclement of mechanical Sentinels, its cannon recharging once more, and the energy beam it fired engulfed the mechanical Sentinel entirely. With a series of explosive roars, the Sentinel, stripped of its shield, was struck by the fusion cannon, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that illuminated nearly half the sky. The purple heavy tank transformed back into its humanoid form, and they immediately recognized it as the leader of Celestival, Megatron. Megatron's chassis emanated a steam of intense white heat, and his crimson optical lens scanned over them coldly, sending shivers down their spines, fearing he might next target them. However, Megatron merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction, uttered not a word, and departed hastily. The group was left in a state of confusion, pondering whether to resume their previous actions while simultaneously fearing another outburst from the mechanical Sentinels. Besides, with Megatron's departure, what could they possibly do? Was it you who created the gap in the encirclement? Jazz's voice suddenly called from behind. They turned to see the black and white compact car racing towards them, swiftly coming to a halt, drifting in place before transforming back into humanoid form. Jazz smiled and said, "Thank you for your assistance. Had it not been for you, Megatron would not have broken through so swiftly." The Hook scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "But I believe I saw Megatron flee." The others nodded in agreement. At this, Jazz paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, explaining, "I believe you have misunderstood. Megatron did not flee. He intended to destroy those star-sucking tether launchers, or else the leader would be unable to escape to eradicate the dark energy." As Jazz concluded, his optical lens suddenly brightened. "I have just realized that, compared to battling the mechanical Sentinels, there exists a task more befitting your skills. Would you like to assist?" The 6 pairs of optical lenses sparkled with excitement as they nodded in unison, their frames trembling with anticipation. Jazz's lips curled into a delighted smile, his optical lens gleaming. "Let's dismantle those buildings." Chapter 49. The demolition operation underway. Dark energy loomed like a heavy curtain, obscuring the sky and enveloping the entire space in a shroud of chaos. The swirling blade struggles in the boundless gloom, akin to a lost bird flailing upward in a chaotic flight. Within the mist, an enormous shadow looms, reminiscent of a colossal beast lurking in the abyss, its every breath resonating with a deep rumble, as if it could emerge at any moment to shred the fragile life of the swirling blade into fragments. Fear, like ice, gnaws at the ember of his spirit, each heartbeat accompanied by intense contraction and expansion. He knows he must flee this terrifying expanse, just as despair threatens to engulf him. A series of explosions thunder like a tempest, yanking him abruptly from the depths of illusion. He feels as though he has transcended time, the scene before him gradually sharpening from a blur to a vivid clarity. Below, the battlefield resembles a hellscape, smoke and fire intertwining to form a tragic tableau. Witnessing the fierce smoke and conflagration below, the swirling blade cannot help but exclaim, "The source of the ember is above. What a spectacle!" Yet, before his words can fully escape, his gaze abruptly freezes, locked onto the tragic figure of the leader, bound tightly and seemingly incapable of resistance. In that moment, the ember within the swirling blade feels an invisible force piercing through, all mirth and recklessness instantly yielding to an unprecedented gravity and resolve. Without needing to ponder, he understands that the leader must have once again placed himself in peril to safeguard them. And how could he, as the leader's most devoted follower, stand idly by at such a critical juncture? Dark energy rages and dances wildly, while laser projectiles fall like torrential rain. The swirling blade plunges down with overwhelming force, skillfully weaving through the web of artillery fire. He battles against the encroaching dark energy that seeks to consume the ember anew, recklessly hurtling towards the leader's position. When the leader notices the swirling blade's approach, a wave of warmth surges within him, and he gently yet firmly communicates through the comms, "Swirling blade, be cautious of those beams. They will lock onto you and siphon your energy." Upon hearing this, the swirling blade feels a jolt of apprehension, yet he does not falter. He resolutely approaches the leader, anxiously gazing at him. Those black and crimson beams coil around the leader like chains from the depths of hell, rendering him immobile. The swirling blade, frantic, paces in place, thinking, "What should I do? At this rate, even you will be in danger." The leader, sensing his distress, reassures him through the comms, "Do not worry, swirling blade. These beams can only temporarily hinder my movements. I need you to assist Megatron in destroying their source. Additionally, do your utmost to prevent the mechanical sentinels from clashing with Celestival to avert further innocent casualties." Upon receiving the leader's directive, the swirling blade pauses momentarily, gazing intently at the leader, his optical lens shimmering with complex emotions. It is a blend of determination, resignation, and unwavering trust in the leader. "Leader, I will accomplish the task. Please take care of yourself." The swirling blade's voice is resolute and powerful. In that moment, he has no alternative. He must heed the leader's judgment, comply with the orders, and venture into the new battlefield. As the spinning blade concluded its declaration, it swiftly altered its course, akin to an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards the new battleground. Amidst the clamor and chaos, the star-absorbing tendril launchers sprawled across the surrounding edifices like an intricate web. The formidable Megatron's gaze was piercing as his fusion cannon erupted with a cataclysmic violet beam, striking the launch points with precision, intertwining artillery fire and resonating with a deafening roar that echoed above the iron fortress. Simultaneously, Jazz, leading the 6 engineering vehicles, akin to a professional demolition crew, launched a fierce assault on the load-bearing structure of another building. Their movements were swift and forceful, the glass curtain walls of nearby skyscrapers shattering under the thunderous clamor, while the colossal steel and concrete structure began to tremble violently, cracks spreading like a spider's web. As if the wrath of Cybertron was manifesting, heralding an imminent collapse amidst the dim flames surged from all directions, painting the night sky a vivid crimson. In this scene of chaos and destruction, the once menacing star-absorbing tendrils overhead exhibited a palpable decline in energy control. The hum diminished gradually, nearly vanishing amidst the surrounding cacophony. The tendril beams entangled around the leader began to waver, their luminosity flickering as if on the verge of rupture. At that very moment, the piercing alarm from the administrative center shattered the night, and the committee promptly recognized the sudden upheaval, issuing commands decisively. Those mechanical sentinels, previously steadfast in their posts, surrounding and containing the dark energy, without hesitation abandoned their established defenses, trudging heavily towards the disaster site of the collapsing building at an accelerated pace. Witnessing this, the leader felt an instinctive concern for Megatron's safety. He could no longer afford to wait. A resolute glint flashed through the leader's optical lens as his form erupted in resplendent light, akin to a radiant star, illuminating the surroundings. Under the impact of his energy, the star-absorbing tendrils began to hum and vibrate violently, channeling immense energy into every corner of the structure. The leader's form quivered slightly as energy rapidly depleted. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this act. Should the leader module's energy diminish excessively, the malevolent consciousness of the sealed cosmic tyrant could awaken. Nevertheless, he was steadfast and resolute, unwilling to passively watch as Megatron and his companions faced danger once more. The launchers, overwhelmed by excess energy, erupted in a cascade of sparks, resembling a fireworks display, as energy surged through the conduits like a torrent, racing towards the pinnacle of the administrative center. At that moment, the fully armed overlord stood beside the energy storage hub, greedily absorbing the converging power, his form trembling slightly from the influx of energy, resembling a colossal beast on the brink of awakening. A triumphant smile graced Overlord's visage. His own energy had been insufficient to power such formidable armaments, yet now, he was harnessing the leader's energy to bolster his own might. He seemed to envision the leader weakened by the depletion of energy, while he himself, empowered by this very force, would triumph over the leader and ascend to the pinnacle of power. However, the leader's form appeared to harbor boundless energy, which erupted suddenly beyond capacity, triggering a shrill alarm from the control center amidst a flurry of electrical sparks. In quick succession, a series of explosions reverberated as the star-absorbing device succumbed to the energy's onslaught, resulting in a frantic severance of energy absorption from the control center, teetering perilously on the brink of detonation. The once triumphant smile of the defiant adversary froze in an instant, replaced by terror and disbelief. His eyes widened in horror as he beheld the energy storage apparatus trembling under the relentless assault, as if it were on the verge of exploding. He bellowed, "No, this is impossible." In that moment, his fury transformed into a tangible flame, igniting every corner of his being. His weapon charged rapidly, radiating a dazzling brilliance. And the colossal propulsion device roared to life, akin to a predatory bird poised to strike, leaping forth towards its target. His roar echoed through the night sky. In that instant, he seemed to metamorphose into an unstoppable beast, vowing to annihilate his foe utterly. Chapter 50. Escalation of action. As the final flicker of the star-absorbing device dissipated into the void, the leader at last broke free from his constraints, his form radiating an unprecedented sense of freedom and vitality. He raised the star sword high, its tip quivering with burgeoning energy. Then, with a sudden flourish, he swung the sword, unleashing a resplendent beam of light akin to a meteor cleaving through the heavens, cascading down and transforming into waves of warm and gentle healing energy, enveloping the wounds of all machines below with tender care. Under this luminous balm, the scars swiftly mended, the machines regained their luster as if time reversed, granting them a newfound life. Moreover, those robotic sentinels who had lost their identities due to the reconfiguration of their neural modules were also restored by this healing force, gradually regaining clarity as if rediscovering their former selves. Yet, just as the leader completed the bestowal of healing power, he was met with a fierce onslaught initiated by the defiant adversary. The adversary roared, descending like an enraged beast, accompanied by several violet energy projectiles that pursued him relentlessly, intent on devouring everything in their path. The leader remained composed in the face of impending doom, swiftly parrying with the star sword. In an instant, blue and purple energies intertwined, erupting in a tremendous shockwave so powerful that it sent everyone on the ground sprawling, while also sweeping away the surrounding dark energy as if purifying the very air itself. Under the illumination of the sword's radiance, the members of Celestival gradually regained their senses. Bewildered, they looked around, and upon hearing the sounds above, they gazed upward to recognize their leader. They erupted in cheers, their gratitude overflowing, hearts filled with reverence and admiration, as if beholding the light of hope. Meanwhile, the towering edifices, already rendered precarious by the reckless demolition efforts of individuals such as Megatron, collapsed utterly under the violent onslaught. Shattered metal fragments plummeted to the ground with a thunderous roar, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of tremor, instilling an immediate sense of mortal peril in those below. In a state of sheer terror, their visages were etched with panic and helplessness. In this critical moment of life and death, they had no time for reflection. Their sole instinct was to flee this perilous locale. Thus, they scattered in all directions, some shrieking in search of refuge, while others exerted every ounce of strength to escape the battlefield, fearing they would become victims of the tumultuous aftermath of their leader's battle against the cataclysm. The piercing cries of the blade wielder clashed harshly amidst the cacophony of falling debris as he desperately dodged the incessantly descending shards, lamenting his inability to assist the leader. Megatron shot him a pained glare, his mind swirling with chaos, finding the blade wielder's noise intolerable. Nevertheless, the gravity of the situation demanded his full attention. Although their leader had regained mobility and awakened all, the escalating threat of the cataclysm made Megatron wary. He feared the leader had expended excessive energy, risking a recurrence of prior calamities. Thus, he abandoned the others once more, transforming into a heavy tank, charging toward the battlefield like an enraged lion. The blade wielder, though filled with guilt and regret, hastened to follow, for in such dire times, he could not remain a mere spectator. En route back to the fray, Megatron inevitably collided with the panicked members of Celestival. He swiftly reverted to his humanoid form and bellowed, "Is this how you repay the leader's life-saving grace?" At the sound of Megatron's furious roar, the Celestival members trembled as if struck by lightning. Their frantic retreat halted, revealing expressions of confusion and dread. One quavered, "But what can we do for the leader?" They anxiously gazed up at the two engaged in fierce combat above. Megatron's gaze sharpened, and he intoned gravely, "Evacuate the injured and immobile. Surely you can manage that?" At his words, realization dawned upon them, and they nodded vigorously, springing into action to assist the wounded, preparing for an orderly withdrawal. At this juncture, Jazz raced towards Megatron, flanked by 6 construction vehicles shrouded in swirling dust, swiftly joining the evacuation efforts while guiding the recently revived robotic sentinels to safety. Meanwhile, the battle between the leader and the cataclysm had escalated to a fever pitch. Countless energy beams and projectiles rained down upon the leader, yet he deftly countered each one with the Star Sword, either deflecting or shattering them, remaining unharmed. Witnessing this, Megatron felt a tumult of admiration and concern. He rapidly transformed into a heavy tank, aiming his cannon skyward at the two combatants engaged in their aerial duel. High above, the figure of the reckless catastrophe darted through the air like a phantom, incessantly shifting positions in a bid to exploit a chink in the leader's defenses. The barrel of Megatron pivoted in tandem with the fleeting silhouette of the reckless catastrophe, yet it perpetually failed to lock onto its elusive target. This hyperactive quarry incited a surge of frustration in Megatron, who yearned to tear off the wings of the reckless catastrophe and bring the battle to a definitive close. Amidst the earth-shattering din, the reckless catastrophe revealed a maniacal grin, maliciously taunting the leader with a voice dripping with contempt. "Do you not proclaim yourself as the guardian of Cybertron? Let us see how you intend to protect them this time." With that, the reckless catastrophe unleashed all its weaponry in a relentless barrage of shells and energy beams aimed at the ground, seeking to reduce everything to ashes. The leader's expression hardened upon witnessing this. A flicker of purple light flashed swiftly in his optical lens. In an instant, he sealed his mask, vanishing from the reckless catastrophe's sight as if dissolving into the void. The shock etched onto the faceplate of the reckless catastrophe rendered him incredulous at the unfolding scene. In a realm beyond his reach, the entire space seemed to darken, as if drained of color. Everything, including the projectiles and energy beams launched by the reckless catastrophe, appeared suspended in midair, time itself seemingly frozen. Within this stillness, the purple light in the leader's optical lens swirled, imbued with an insatiable allure and wickedness. Deep within his consciousness, a voice beckoned and seduced him, igniting a sharp pang within his spark. This was the malevolent consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor, seeping from its seal, eroding his essence and coaxing him toward chaos. The leader's core felt shrouded in ominous clouds, dark emotions stirring restlessly. Yet, bolstered by his unwavering will and the responsibilities and convictions of Guardian, he swiftly suppressed this nefarious thought. His optical lens regained its pristine azure hue, resembling a tranquil ocean, profound and clear, as though it had never been tainted by darkness. Chapter 51. An early curtain fall buildings surrounding the administrative center crumbled under the cacophony, while on the other side, the sound wave had deliberately instigated a collapse. He had long since activated a self-destruct mechanism in his secret base, ready to trigger it without hesitation should danger prove insurmountable. In the instant of an explosive roar and the floor's disintegration, Soundwave caught sight of the small sphere charging recklessly toward him, pursued by the furious tyrant, who sought to seize them. At that moment, a laser cannon struck the tyrant's head with pinpoint accuracy, momentarily stalling his actions. However, the ground beneath him fractured, and amidst the thunderous fall of metallic debris, The tyrant was entirely buried beneath the rubble. The small sphere exerted itself to push Soundwave toward the window, tumbling out together to narrowly escape their impending doom. Trembling, he gazed at the devastation before him, then turned to Soundwave, vociferously questioning. Why did you not inform me that bombs were planted inside the building? Do you realize you nearly led us to our demise? In the face of the small sphere's inquiry, Soundwave remained composed, responding calmly. The tyrant will not perish so easily. What? The small sphere was taken aback. Then, with growing horror, he glanced back at the pile of debris. At this moment, he is rapidly analyzing the intelligence data from the Overlord, the chaotic memories of the Overlord, and the ominous laughter that echoed when the Overlord sensed the extraction of his memories. What do these portents signify? Though a definitive answer remains elusive, Soundwave, with his keen intuition, draws a conclusion. The Overlord must perish. As these words escape Soundwave's lips, a dull explosion reverberates from below, the activation of Soundwave's secondary self-destruction protocol. The ground trembles violently, and the once mountainous debris suddenly collapses, plunging deeper underground. Little Sphere is rendered speechless, unsure whether the Overlord has truly met his end. But he is acutely aware that the ally behind him is certainly no benign presence. Though the data terminal equipment is not his own, Little Sphere feels a pang of grief at its destruction. At that moment, a diminutive figure glides gracefully from above, landing securely upon Soundwave's raised right arm. It is the laser bird, which had just moments ago struck the Overlord's head. I apologize, Soundwave. We were entangled with two bothersome entities and only now have come to your aid, the laser bird says, bowing its head and affectionately nuzzling Soundwave's head crest, its voice gentle and tender, reminiscent of a lover's caress. Soundwave allows the laser bird to nuzzle him, his tone remaining composed. There is no need for concern. I have my own plans. The laser bird, filled with joy, stretches its wings proudly. We have captured two suspicious little beings. The circular saw bird is keeping watch over them. Would you like to see? Soundwave gently shakes his head, his gaze resolute. Our foremost task remains to expose the crimes of the Functionalist Committee. Deep within the subterranean ruins, heavy metallic debris is suddenly hurled aside by an overwhelming force. As the dust settles, a beastly figure emerges, none other than the Overlord. The very body Soundwave had buried moments before. The Overlord stands unsteadily, his beastly form radiating an ominous aura. He shakes his still dizzy head crest, his expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip water. He bites the air fiercely, as if attempting to consume Soundwave's essence entirely. The grinding of his teeth echoes in the vast underground space, imbued with a chilling coldness. Soundwave. The Overlord's voice bellows within the narrow confines of the subterranean realm, brimming with uncontainable wrath and determination. He vows, next time, I will ensure your screams resonate through every corner of Cybertron. Yet, amidst the reverberation of this vow, a deeper, darker presence appears to awaken silently. The Overlord suddenly feels a strange chill envelop him. His optical sensors widen in confusion and bewilderment. His body seems to be drawn by an invisible force, like a lost spirit wandering in darkness, unsteadily stepping toward an unknown passage. In the stillness of the frozen moment, the leader flickers into view, wielding the star sword, effortlessly cleaving the suspended projectiles in midair with a single stroke. Immediately, the leader accelerated once more, resembling a meteor streaking across the night sky, charging towards the seemingly motionless adversary. The star sword in his grasp shimmered as it swiftly traversed the external weaponry and wings of the foe, leaving behind brilliant azure trails, akin to the most dazzling meteors in the celestial expanse. As the leader stepped beyond this realm of suspended time, the flow of reality resumed its natural course. The shells, precisely severed by the leader's strikes, erupted in a blinding display of sparks, splitting into two with a thunderous explosion. The astonishment of the adversary was still etched upon his visor when he was met with the scorching wave of the mid-air detonation. Simultaneously, a series of sharp cracks echoed, as if a mysterious force had severed his external weaponry and wing tips, causing energy fluids to spout forth like a fountain. In the eyes of his opponent, the leader had effortlessly neutralized his fervent assault in the blink of an eye. A pained groan escaped him as his machine began to falter, his gaze towards the leader filled with resentment. He had not only grossly underestimated the leader's prowess, but also felt his dignity trampled beneath the other's might. This miscalculation and humiliation ignited an unprecedented rage within him, prompting a furious outcry. Why not just kill me outright? The leader unveiled his mask, revealing a complex expression. His thoughts drifted back to the moment he first encountered the adversary, who was then an ambitious and cunning leader of Cybertron. Now, however, he was shrouded in the shadows of hatred, resembling a trapped beast struggling in a frenzy. A flicker of sorrow flashed in the leader's optics. You have forgotten your original intent and position, while I have always remembered mine. The adversary's optics trembled violently, as if struck by an invisible hammer, yet within him, the flames of defiance continued to burn. Today's defeat signified that everything he had pursued throughout his life would dissolve into nothingness. The power and status, once within grasp, now felt as distant as a mirage. How could he resign himself to such a fate? How could he accept the fall from grace to the depths of despair? Clenching his teeth, the adversary vowed to expend all his resources to exact retribution on the leader, ensuring that the latter would pay an unbearable price for today's actions. He managed to force out a statement, his voice laced with unending malice and defiance. This is not the end. Within the administrative center, the members of the Functionalism Committee silently observed the breathtaking confrontation. One committee member gazed intently at the projection of the adversary, his voice deep and cold cutting through the silence. The curtain has fallen. Accompanying this chilling declaration, he discreetly initiated a clandestine program, as if to punctuate this battle with an ultimate conclusion. The leader, with keen perception, sensed something amiss. His gaze became piercing, penetrating the smoke and flames, piercing through the glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows, accurately capturing every movement of the committee member, his expression sharpening in intensity. Simultaneously, the adversary's machine jolted violently, the previously hate-filled expression twisting into one of horror. He felt a sharp object pierce in his core, instantly widening his optics in terror. In a moment of despair, the rebellious calamity trembled and extended a hand towards its leader, as if silently pleading for help. However, the events unfolded too swiftly for the leader to react. Dark energy surged forth like a ferocious flood, instantly engulfing the consciousness of the rebellious calamity and dragging it into an endless abyss. Before the eyes of all, the rebellious calamity plummeted from the sky like a drifting leaf, yet its body erupted with a formidable dark energy. The once flowing violet energy at the tips of its wings transformed into a mass of densely packed, dark purple mechanical tendrils, resembling the fearsome claws of a monstrous entity from the abyss, viciously reaching for the leader. As the leader prepared to strike down with his sword, he was suddenly pierced by a sharp pain from the spark within him. He gazed at the falling rebellious calamity, feeling as if an invisible force was pulling him down. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the mechanical tendrils swiftly ascended, ensnaring his limbs tightly. The leader's flight apparatus emitted a creaking sound of metal straining, seemingly on the verge of being torn apart. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, leaving them in a state of shock. Swiftblade immediately surged forward, transforming into human form mid-air, drawing his rotor to slash at the mechanical tendrils. Simultaneously, the fusion cannon of Megatron unleashed its bright purple energy beam, nearly engulfing the rebellious calamity entirely. Yet, these attacks did not yield the desired results. Before Swiftblade's rotor could make contact, a newly emerged mechanical tendril violently swept him away, casting him into the air. Although Megatron's fusion cannon melted much of the rebellious calamity's body, it failed to sever a single mechanical tendril. They seemed almost alive, exhibiting unparalleled resilience, continuing to entwine the leader unyieldingly. The efforts of others bore no fruit either. The mechanical tendrils possessed seemingly infinite strength and tenacity. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not free the leader from their grasp. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of helplessness enveloped them all, as they were at a loss for how to rescue their leader from this sudden crisis. Chapter 52. The monstrous menace strikes again deep within a distant experimental base. A vast virtual screen flickered to life, instantly capturing the attention of all researchers. On the screen, the signal of the experimental subject appeared vividly and unmistakably. Simultaneously, above the administrative center of Iron Fortress, a colossal entity, interwoven with red and blue, quietly emerged, resembling a shadow before dawn, both immense and imposing. Its sudden appearance was jarring, as if it had leapt forth from the void, its origins concealed from all. "It's the monstrous menace," someone exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of everyone present. The red and blue titan blotted out the sun, casting a heavy and oppressive shadow. Accompanied by a deafening roar that pierced the skies, it sent tremors through the spark of every individual present. As it swooped past, the air currents it stirred were akin to a violent storm, wreaking havoc upon everything in its path. In the midst of this tempestuous gale, a sense of despair and trepidation swiftly permeated their hearts, as if the spark within them were shrouded by an invisible pall. The onlookers gazed skyward, witnessing the menacing silhouette of the red and blue behemoth gradually fading into the horizon. How could such a monstrous entity even exist? The disoriented blades, having been flung away, momentarily believed they were ensnared in a dream. Yet, the stark reality remained that their leader was once again ensnared, and the appearance of the formidable creature was undeniable. Fortunately, it seemed merely a passerby. Just as the blades entertained this thought, they were horrified to see the figure abruptly pivot at the edge of the sky, returning with astonishing speed. The optical lenses of the blades widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "How has it returned?" To their dismay, the blades soon realized that the behemoth's target was none other than their leader, ensnared by mechanical tendrils. They hastily shouted to Megatron, "Megatron, you must devise a plan." Rushing to the leader's side, the blades endeavored to shield their leader with their fragile and diminutive forms. Megatron, gazing upon the leader's plight and the swiftly approaching red and blue monstrosity, felt a surge of panic and frenzy spreading through the spark. How should he respond? Why had his other self yet to manifest? Had he not always regarded himself as the guardian of the leader? And what of that sound wave, which had claimed to be watching everything from the shadows? Were they truly to stand by as their leader faced peril? At that moment, Megatron remained blissfully unaware that another version of himself and the sound wave within the realm of death were preoccupied with an experiment that bore implications for the fate of all within that space. They were too consumed by their own concerns to attend to the leader's predicament. Moreover, he was oblivious to the fact that the emergence of this red and blue behemoth might not signify a dire crisis, but rather an opportunity for salvation. Without further contemplation, Megatron swiftly recalibrated his mindset, so lest of all prepare for battle. His voice resonated with an undeniable resolve, rallying his comrades to confront the impending challenge. At that juncture, the leader, bound and immobile, seemed to finally awaken to the situation. As his optical lenses focused, he beheld the descending red and blue monstrosity. It was the very creature that had attacked Optimus Pax and Optimus Prime, only to retreat upon encountering him. It had returned. Instantly, the leader's form tensed, readying himself to break free from the mechanical tendril's grip. The crimson optical lenses of the behemoth surged with fury, yet a faint voice echoed within the leader's audio receptors. "Leader, leader, leader," the voice repeated, overlapping, fluctuating in intensity, as if it were a call from a distant cosmos. Beneath this chorus of calls, the leader perceived another indistinct summons. "Father," it was the behemoth calling out to him. The leader's optical lenses shuddered violently as he scrambled through his memory banks. Yet he could not uncover any clues relating to this monstrous entity. At that moment, he remained immobile, with only his audio receptors involuntarily oscillating back and forth, betraying his astonishment and helplessness. At the critical moment, the leader caught a glimpse of the fusion cannon of Megatron charging rapidly, and he urgently commanded, "Megatron, cease your attack." Instinctively obeying the command, Megatron's cannon's brilliance faded swiftly. He had no time to inquire why the leader had issued such a directive when he saw the colossal beast extend its menacing claws, suddenly lunging toward the leader. "Leader, be careful," he exclaimed in alarm. At this moment, it was too late for him to launch the fusion cannon. He could only watch helplessly as the monstrous claws reached for the leader. The other warriors, poised and ready, unleashed their weapons in unison, aiming to prevent the beast from approaching the leader. However, the concentrated beams of energy, which embodied their utmost power, merely grazed the surface of the beast's metallic body, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against an impenetrable steel barrier, eliciting only a faint ripple of energy without inflicting any substantial harm. This spectacle left all the Cybertronians present in a state of disbelief, staring incredulously at the seemingly otherworldly creature, while despair enveloped them like a chilling shroud. In the next instant, the beast surged forward like a tempest, its wings stirring up gusts of wind that swept away the leader's companions in an instant. It landed with a resounding thud, causing the ground to tremble. The beast extended its razor-sharp claws, firmly grasping the mechanical tendrils that bound the leader. With a fierce tug, those seemingly indestructible tendrils shattered like fragile ice crystals, accompanied by a series of crisp sounds, disintegrating into a cloud of fine powder. And the aura of dark energy vanished without a trace. The remnants of the fallen body of the celestial entity crashed heavily to the ground. Everyone was astonished and shaken. They had not anticipated that the formidable red and blue beast was not there to harm their leader, but to assist him. Nevertheless, the intimidation and sense of impending doom that the beast instilled did not dissipate. Their bodies remained tense, optical sensors locked onto the creature, unwilling to show even a hint of relaxation. As the bindings on his body vanished, the leader steadied himself upon the ground, retracting the wings from his back, and then raised his gaze towards the magnificent red and blue beast. The echoes of its indistinct call still resonated within his neural module, prompting him to gently regard the beast and softly inquire, "Have you come for me? If so, why?" The gaze of the beast was profound and intricate, fixed upon the leader in silence, as if it were conveying a myriad of unspoken words, yet unable to articulate them. It did not afford the leader any further time for contemplation, suddenly pivoting and charging toward the administrative centers, building like a predator on the hunt. Each step reverberating with the tremors of the earth and the sound of twisted metal. The leader sensed the beast's intent and was about to intervene when Megatron resolutely obstructed his path. "Megatron, I must stop him." The leader's optics revealed a blend of concern and hope, wishing that Megatron could lend him assistance to avert the impending crisis. "No," Megatron responded with an unwavering tone, resolutely positioning himself in front of the leader, stating firmly, "You are utterly exhausted. Leader, you can fight no longer." He deliberately emphasized the phrase "can fight no longer," conveying an extraordinary sense of determination. The leader was momentarily taken aback by this sudden display of firmness. The blue audio receiver tilted slightly backward as the optical lens quivered, and the corners of his mouth instinctively drooped, revealing a subtle hint of grievance and helplessness. Observing this, Megatron felt a surge of tenderness within him, poised to soften his tone. Yet he noticed the leader's radiance had dimmed slightly, which prompted him to suppress his gentle intentions. He reiterated with steadfast resolve, "You must rest." "Leader." From behind Megatron, Whirlblade peeked out, observing the interaction between the leader and Megatron. A flicker of confusion passed through his optical lens, but he soon relented. Letting out a soft sigh, "Megatron is correct. Leader, you indeed need to rest. As for that colossal monstrosity, as long as it does not attack us, let it be." Within the expansive windows of the administrative center, the members of the Functionalist Committee were taken aback by the appearance of the colossal beast, their visors etched with astonishment and fury. The emergence of this monstrous entity was entirely unforeseen, leaving them ignorant of its origins and intentions, thus shattering their previous strategies. Regarding their trump card, the primitive beast project, it had all but vanished the moment the leader broke free from the constraints of the star-absorbing ribbon, leaving no trace behind. Confronted with the leader's successive breakthroughs, the Functionalist Committee appeared to have reached a dead end. However, they were not inclined to concede easily. The chairman of the committee was preparing for a final struggle when a wave of icy dread washed over him. He looked up to find the beast's blood-red optical lenses filled with murderous intent, locking onto him with unwavering focus. The red-blue monstrosity unleashed a deafening roar, and an unprecedented wave of destruction unfolded within the administrative center. Its claws and tail wreaked havoc like a tempest, effortlessly toppling the heavy metal walls, while intricate electronic devices crumbled to ruins under its assault, transforming the entire administrative center into a desolate landscape. In the next instant, the members of the Functionalist Committee found themselves plunged into an abyss of despair under the beast's fiery gaze. Their panic akin to startled birds taking flight as they scrambled for survival amidst the cataclysmic storm. Yet, the beast was akin to a merciless hunter, meticulously tracking each fleeing figure, its jagged teeth bared as if poised to rend these once mighty rulers asunder. The committee chairman, in the face of this unexpected calamity, appeared especially flustered. He attempted to mask his inner terror with bluster, his voice trembling, yet feigning calmness as he shouted, "Do not be afraid. We still have strategies to counter it. It is merely a beast. We have the means to subdue it." However, his impotent cries seemed as insignificant as an insect trying to shake a tree, rendered trivial and absurd in the presence of the beast's overwhelming power. The menacing, crimson optics of the beast flickered with a hint of displeasure, seemingly disturbed by the cacophonous voice of the committee chairman. In an instant, it extended a colossal claw and with a deft flick aimed directly at the chairman's head sculpture. A deafening crash reverberated through the air, as if an invisible force had detonated, causing the chairman's head sculpture to vanish without a trace, leaving behind a headless body that helplessly flailed its mechanical arms. This spectacle sent a chilling wave through every member of the committee, instilling a fear that spread like an insidious plague among them. The chairman's body, now devoid of its head, continued to mindlessly wave its arms, resembling a puppet devoid of control, a sight that sent shivers down the spines of all witnesses. Yet, the fearsome creature did not pause. It continued its rampage, reducing the symbol of the Functionalist Committee's dominion, the administrative center, to mere ruins. After this devastation, the red and blue giant let out a deep, resonating roar, casting a reluctant glance at the leader, whose eyes reflected a complex blend of emotions. Deep concern for the leader intertwined with a sense of inevitable parting. Subsequently, it unfurled its vast metallic wings and resolutely soared into the sky, its form gradually fading into the distant horizon. The exaggerated figure of the spinning blade bent its fingers into a telescope shape, resting them before its optics, gazing at the receding silhouette of the colossal beast. Murmuring in awe, "Wow, what a breathtaking creature." After such a stunning display, it departs with such decisiveness. Truly, it is a sight that inspires envy. Chapter 53. The new era of Cybertron as dawn broke, illuminating the horizon. The leader's gaze pierced through the debris, sharply locking onto those members of the Functionalist Committee who sought to escape amidst the chaos. These erstwhile rulers now resembled lost dogs, trembling in the shadows, desperately attempting to evade the justice they so richly deserved. In the midst of the astonished onlookers, the leader's form seemed to meld with the air, only to reappear before the committee members with astonishing speed, the tip of the star blade poised menacingly at their vital points. This move not only astonished all present, but also instilled an unparalleled fear in the beleaguered committee members. "Stop, leader!" A quavering voice from a committee member emerged, attempting to buy time through negotiation, seeking an opportunity to flee. "We are willing to negotiate, willing to cease all of this." However, the leader's gaze remained icy, and his voice resonated with an unyielding certainty. "Negotiate? You have wielded dark energy for cruel experiments, orchestrated explosive attacks, manipulated media narratives, abused your power, and enforced oppressive rule. Your crimes are beyond measure, and to think you could escape judgment through negotiation is nothing short of delusional." These words struck the committee members like a heavy hammer, plunging them into despair. They exchanged glances, yet none dared to take a step forward, forced to watch helplessly as the leader advanced closer and closer. At that moment, a deep rumble gradually approached, shattering the surrounding silence. It was the distinctive engine sound of the security department's patrol ships, resonating with remarkable clarity in the crisp morning air. Soon, several patrol vessels emerged into view, steadily gliding along their predetermined course, illuminated by the faint dawnlight. These ships bore no extravagant embellishments, only a simplistic yet functional design that exuded practicality and reliability. As the vessels descended, they swiftly and methodically dispersed, encircling the administrative center, each movement reflecting the rigorous training and unwavering commitment of the security department to their responsibilities. Descending first from the patrol ship was the formidable leader, Unyielding Titan. His imposing stature and intricately crafted structure gleamed in a resplendent gold and crimson livery under the sunlight, the red accents blazing like fierce flames, embodying his majestic presence and authoritative dignity. The voice of Overlord echoed through the leader's internal communication. "Leader, please exercise caution. That is Unyielding Titan, the iron-fisted commander of the security department." As the starblade vanished into luminous particles, the leader turned to face the newcomer. Before he could speak, the committee members behind him erupted into a flurry of anxious exclamations, akin to ants on a hot pan. Commander Unyielding Titan, you have finally arrived. These individuals are ruthless rebels. They have not only unleashed a ferocious beast upon the administrative center, but have also brutally slain the leader of the counter-rebellion and audaciously murdered our chairman. This arrogant fool, who claims to be a leader, recently attempted to annihilate us all. You must bring these traitors to justice. Confronted with the committee members' rapid change of demeanor, the leader felt a flicker of disappointment in his optical lens. He refrained from rushing to defend himself, instead casting a profound and serious gaze towards Unyielding Titan. Upon hearing the committee member's words, Unyielding Titan's expression darkened instantly, his gaze sharp as a blade, emanating an aura of lethal intent. He clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking with the strain of his grip. Yet, he held his rage in check, choosing silence. He understood well that Unyielding Titan was no ordinary figure and would not be easily swayed by mere words. He also realized that the security department had likely anticipated their actions, and the appearance of Unyielding Titan was no coincidence. Within, Overlord pondered the deeper significance of this encounter. Behind this turmoil lay potentially more intricate dynamics and sinister motives. Meanwhile, other Celestival members struggled to contain their fury, itching to confront and dismantle the fabrications. One member, particularly incensed, bellowed vehemently, shaking the air with his voice. You are distorting the truth and reversing black and white. This is sheer nonsense. He longed to silence those who spewed lies once and for all. However, Unyielding Titan took a measured step forward, exuding an aura of commanding authority that demanded respect, and the surroundings fell into an immediate hush. He cast a discerning gaze around, ultimately fixing his sharp eyes upon the leader, his voice steady and resolute. Leader, I have heard that a fierce conflict has erupted here, resulting in severe damage to the administrative center, and that our leader, the Enforcer, as well as the chairman of the committee, have tragically perished. As the commander of the security department, I bear the responsibility of uncovering the truth and upholding peace and order in Cybertron. The leader nodded gently, his gaze reflecting an appreciation for the Enforcer's calmness and fairness. Commander Enforcer, your words carry no falsehood. Everything that has transpired here is recorded on surveillance, serving as irrefutable evidence. I trust the police will soon present the incriminating evidence against the Functionalism Committee. Upon hearing this exchange, the committee members, in a state of panic, scrambled back into their visors, their optical lenses flickering with unmistakable fear, yet still harboring a sliver of hope. At that moment, a police vessel pierced the air with a low rumble, hovering steadily before the assembled crowd. The ship's descent stirred a gust of wind, ruffling the visors of those nearby. The cabin door slowly opened, and a squad of heavily armed units exited the ship with swift and orderly precision. Their strides were firm, expressions grave, and the energy weapons in their hands glimmered coldly in the sunlight. Leading the formation was a large blue and white unit, his face impassive and gait steady, with unwavering determination and justice emanating from his blue optical lenses. This was the renowned Enforcer, Skyfall, known for his impartiality. His presence instilled an invisible pressure and authority upon those present. The sound waves rippled in response, and his arrival acted as a potent injection of calm for the assembled Celestivals. The Enforcer turned his gaze toward Skyfall, showing no surprise, but rather a hint of familiarity. Greeting him nonchalantly, Enforcer Skyfall, you have arrived. Skyfall nodded slightly, his eyes inadvertently flicking towards the leader before swiftly diverting to the anxious committee members, declaring in a stern voice, the Functionalism Committee is suspected of illegal energy usage, terrorism, manipulation of public opinion, abuse of power, and infringement of civil rights. Serious crimes indeed. You shall face the full extent of the law, including criminal prosecution, imprisonment, and deprivation of power. You have the right to speak at this moment, but every utterance will be recorded as evidence. Upon hearing these words, despair and helplessness filled the optical lenses of the committee members. Their bodies trembled slightly, as if at that moment, all struggle and resistance had become utterly futile. One member, in a state of utter defeat, lowered his head, covering his face with his hands, cleansing fluid trickling through his fingers. They understood that no matter how they might argue, they could not evade the harsh penalties of the law. In that moment, they relinquished all hope of resistance, resigning themselves to the whims of fate. Chapter 54. The return of the Red Spider in the quiet and humble laboratory of the Death Space, an indescribable atmosphere lingered. Scattered across the experiment table were rudimentary devices, occasionally emitting faint buzzing sounds, intertwining with the subtle energy aura that permeated the air. The ground suddenly fractured, and dozens of dormant capsules, cloaked in hues of black and violet, slowly ascended from the crevice. A soft lavender glow of energy coiled around the exteriors of the capsules, casting an ethereal sheen. Within the translucent hatches, one could faintly discern the slumbering forms of peculiar biomechanical insects, their elongated mandibles twitching ever so slightly. Their optical lenses were tightly shut, and their bodies quivered in an erratic rhythm, seemingly lost in a blissful reverie. Among these dormant capsules, one particular entity stood out with remarkable distinction: the Red Spider. He possessed a slender, silver-gray physique that shimmered with a chilling metallic luster. A striking red, pointed adornment on his forehead blazed like a flame, while his wings, folded dejectedly behind him, and his arms crossed over his chest, painted a picture of serene tranquility. Abruptly, the indicator lights of the capsule extinguished, and with a soft click, the hatch gently retracted downwards. The Red Spider abruptly opened his optical lenses, two sharp beams of crimson light igniting with the swiftness of lightning. He gasped audibly, his optical lenses flickering erratically, his face a canvas of panic and confusion, as if he had just awakened from a horrifying nightmare. Warily, he stepped out of the capsule, his wings trembling with tension, poised to transform into a fighter and flee at any moment. His optical lenses quickly detected two familiar dark violet figures, standing like phantoms at the opposite end of the laboratory. In astonishment, his mouth fell agape, and his wings shot up in alarm. Soundwave! Shockwave! Where's this place? What have you done to me? The Red Spider's voice was sharp and hurried, infused with terror and bewilderment. Then, a colossal shadow flashed through his neural circuitry. The terrifying visage of the Cosmic Emperor, and a wave of anxiety and urgency surged through his core. His optical lenses constricted in fear, his voice trembling. Had the Cosmic Emperor come to Cybertron? What should we do? However, the Red Spider's words were abruptly cut off as memories flooded back. The Cosmic Emperor had appeared suddenly. He had led the Air Force into a swift assault, only to be engulfed by the dark energy unleashed by the Cosmic Emperor, after which he remembered nothing. The Red Spider seemed struck by an invisible force, his form frozen in place. Fear dissipated from his core, replaced by a heavy despondency and numbness. Am I dead? Is this the Allspark? He murmured softly, uncertainty and confusion lacing his tone. He surveyed his surroundings, which exuded an unfamiliar simplicity and starkness, far removed from the legendary Allspark and from any place he recognized. Once more, he mumbled in bewilderment. This is not the Allspark. Where on earth am I? He could not fathom why he awoke here if he had indeed perished. What had transpired thereafter? Soundwave and Shockwave observed the Red Spider's awakening with impassive expressions, their inner turmoil imperceptible to all. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, a low, gravelly voice resonated from beyond. Red Spider, I never anticipated that you would be the first to awaken. His optical sensors were nearly turned upside down, evidently displeased with the situation. Red Spider abruptly looked up, only to behold a figure both familiar and foreign, exclaiming in astonishment, Are you Lord Gentian? Why have you changed your form? Your optical sensors. At that moment, the entirety of Lord Gentian's physique exuded a sharp and aggressive aura, suffused with a foreboding presence. The luminous bands of his body radiated a violet glow, and even his optical sensors had transformed to a deep purple. Red Spider's cognitive module operated at high speed, swiftly arriving at a realization as his optical sensors widened in alarm. It is dark energy. Not only was Red Spider an exceptional air commander, but he was also a distinguished scientist with profound research into dark energy. Thus, he quickly grasped the crux of the matter, albeit with slight inaccuracies. Lord Gentian found Red Spider's perceptiveness surprising, leading him to regard the once boisterous little flyer with newfound respect. He patiently elaborated in a deep and resonant voice. I am now Lord Gentian. This is the death space once governed by the Cosmic Emperor. The good news is that you are still alive, and the Cosmic Emperor has been sealed by Primus. But the bad news is that we are both stranded here. What? Red Spider's scream echoed within the confines of the cramped temporary base, brimming with disbelief. Primus has awakened? What does it mean that we are left here? The piercing sound of Red Spider's voice inflicted pain upon Lord Genteon's cognitive module, stirring the dark energy within him. A flicker of anger flashed in his optical sensors, and the metallic teeth within his mouth produced a disquieting, grinding sound. Red Spider sensed the chilling and violent aura radiating from Lord Genteon, causing a cold liquid to involuntarily trickle down his frame. He hastily shut his mouth and scurried a few steps to hide behind Soundwave and Shockwave, peering through the gaps to secretly observe Lord Genteon, fearful that a moment of impulsiveness might render him into mere fragments. Overwhelmed with terror, Red Spider never anticipated that the once mighty Lord Genteon would now exhibit such volatile temperament, resembling a beast on the brink of rampage. Soundwave. I seriously suspect that Lord Genteon's cognitive module may have been corrupted by dark energy, leading to such unpredictable behavior. Have you not considered any methods to stabilize his condition? Red Spider whispered cautiously behind Soundwave, as if afraid of being overheard by Lord Genteon. However, no sooner had he spoken than Lord Genteon's piercing gaze shot towards him like a blade, causing an involuntary shiver to course through him. Soundwave appeared unaffected, calmly turning towards Red Spider, his visor displaying a smile as if admiring Red Spider's adeptness at navigating perilous situations. Just then, Shockwave's composed voice suddenly interrupted the subtle tension. Lord Genteon, the preparations for the experiment are complete. This experiment is crucial to our plan, and I believe Red Spider is the most suitable candidate. Experiment? Upon hearing his name, Red Spider was immediately captivated by this new inquiry. What experiment? Megatron suppressed the tumult within his core and revealed a sinister smile to Tarantulas, articulating each word with deliberate precision. An experiment that may very well lead you to meet Primus. In an instant, Tarantulas' once vibrant wings drooped, and this reaction inexplicably lifted Megatron's spirits considerably. Chapter 55. The Nightmare of Orion Pax upon returning to the precinct. Orion Pax was met with the sight of the shock absorber lying on the ground, its head sculpt missing. The precinct's electrical circuits were down, casting the interior into shadows. Yet the walls were still dotted with bullet holes. As he turned, he spotted two familiar figures in the corridor, along with the supposed inmate, Whirl. "Don't move," one of them exclaimed with a malevolent grin. "Well, look who we have here, Commander. We were quite worried we wouldn't run into you." The sarcasm was palpable in his tone. Whirl hastily interjected, "Captain, spare me. This was not my idea." With unwavering resolve, Orion Pax raised his weapon, vehemently condemning. "You're deceivers. You're all deceivers." Suddenly, a realization struck him. "Wait, there are three of you." The sound of an energy weapon discharging echoed, and Orion felt a sharp pain sear through his back as he was thrust forward by the energy's impact. Yet in that fleeting moment, he managed to shoot Whirl in the left leg. Whirl let out a pained cry and collapsed. Orion's hand, still gripping the gun, was suddenly stamped upon, accompanied by the sound of metal crumpling and breaking. From behind him, another voice taunted, "I despise masks. I prefer to witness others scream, don't you think?" He did not scream. Instead, he braced himself and delivered a powerful kick, sending the assailant flying before swiftly rising to dash toward the weapon rack, where he acquired a more formidable armament. He aimed at his foes and pulled the trigger, only to hear a click with nothing occurring. After enduring a fierce struggle, he found himself cornered in a cramped, shadowy room where transformation was nearly impossible. Yet, he did not succumb to despair, for he had managed to drag the shock absorber's body inside as well. The transformation gears of the shock absorber were still warm, prompting Orion to make a decision that the shock absorber might never forgive him for. He forcibly transformed the headless shock absorber into a vehicle mode, a Cybertronian motorcycle. Ultimately, Orion Pax piloted the motorcycle to a successful escape, defeating all three adversaries, before confronting the still-crawling Whirl. "Whirl, I advise you to cease your struggles." Whirl halted, leaning against the wall with a despondent expression, murmuring, "I did not summon them to rescue me." "This is not a rescue. It is a slaughter," Orion Pax countered. Whirl raised his gaze, his yellow optics scrutinizing Orion intently as he warned, "Dare to touch a single wire, and they will not spare you." This is not a threat. It is a warning. The Senate's eyes are everywhere. Whirl's optics dimmed slightly as he continued, "If you offend them, they will obliterate your life. Trust me, I have witnessed it." The spinning blade gazed at him with a pleading expression. "You have the right to walk away." Every word you utter will serve as a justification for your own destruction. I implore you, Captain. Orion Pax's spark was boiling, rage coursing through the energy conduits of his form, seeking an outlet for its release, and his optics gleamed with an intense brightness. What do you intend to do? The Grand Central Nexus, the seat of the Senate. The senators were engaged in a significant secret meeting as Senator Proteus delivered his address. Yet Orion Pax, bearing the spinning blade, felled all the guards attempting to obstruct him, brazenly storming into the Senate's assembly hall. Despite his battered frame and a mask torn in half, an unprecedented sense of determination and righteousness shone in his optics. Esteemed members of the 113th Cybertronian Senate, venerable descendants of the prime ancestors, and sacred overseers of the primordial lineage, I have something to convey to you. Orion Pax's voice resonated throughout the chamber, startling all present. Cease fire from all units. I wish to assess the situation further, commanded the current leader of Cybertron, Unicron. How dare you disrupt the Senate's clandestine deliberations? One of the senators angrily clenched his fists and rebuked. Indeed, Orion Pax cast aside the spinning blade and pointed at him. This is the spinning blade. He has broken the law. Your subordinates wish for me to overlook his transgressions. I did not acquiesce, and thus 2 valiant officers lost their lives. I want you to see him, so you understand that even the most trivial actions bear consequential outcomes. You convene to discuss matters of state, detached from the realities of the world, issuing commands that leave us exhausted. If anyone dares to cross the line, if anyone harbors ill intentions, you impose restrictions and prepare for confrontation. Orion Pax lowered his voice and continued. I never contemplated these matters until I met a miner from the city of Celestial Lake. This friend has much to express, to the point of being at a loss for where to begin. He was designed to be a miner, not by personal choice. He yearns for the freedom to choose his own destiny rather than have it dictated by a ruling elite that seems to understand everything. Only now do I realize how limited the freedom you granted me truly is. You do so out of fear of what you cannot control. A cacophony of discussions erupted within the Grand Central Nexus. Orion Pax pressed on. You have a term for us, as you know. Other races disdain us. They refer to us as Autobots. I often ponder the implications of this name, and I now recognize we are akin to automobiles, merely tools, living in a monotonous and regimented manner. The senators began to vociferously object. Orion Pax paid no heed to their words and continued his address. This is all we mean to you, is it not? A tool. From birth to death, from the ignition of the spark to its extinguishment, our lives are not our own. It need not be this way. All of us deserve greater freedom. The Autobots should lead their own lives, think for themselves. Our destiny must remain firmly in our own hands. Therefore, as of now, I shall advocate for the Autobots. From this moment forth, I declare myself an Autobot. Those like me shall steadfastly pursue the day of freedom, unless you alter your ways. Senator Proteus's patience has run out. And to the adversary, he turned and commanded, take him away. Orion Pax was seized by the arms by 2 imposing guards, yet even in this predicament, he could not be silenced. My friend's name is Megatron, and he has 3 inquiries, 3 matters that any authority must be cognizant of. The first question, for whose benefit do you wield your power? The second question, to whom are you accountable? The guards, sensing Orion Pax's intent, urged, you have said enough. Let's go. Allow me to finish. Orion Pax persisted, struggling. To whom are you responsible? The third question. Pain surged through his arm joints, circuits severed. Sparks erupted as he felt as though he might be torn apart. The guards tugged forcefully, pulling Orion Pax away. Yet he endured the agony and continued his tirade. The third question. How do we eradicate you? His voice echoed throughout the assembly hall, lingering in the atmosphere, which fell into a stifling silence. Ultimately, Orion Pax was taken away, his body slipping into a dormant state. Yet miraculously, his consciousness broke free from its confines. He observed his form lying quietly on the surgical table in a sophisticated medical chamber, several doctors anxiously surrounding him, performing repairs. However, Orion Pax was horrified to discover an anomaly. They had audaciously unsealed his chest plate. His spark lay exposed, radiating a vibrant brilliance. A blue-green, painted Cybertronian stood at the side of the surgical table, eyes ablaze, fixating intently on his body, or more precisely, on his spark. A slight smile crept upon his lips, sketching a visage that was both enamored and sinister. Orion Pax jolted awake, leaping from the recharge bed, instinctively reaching for his chest panel, only to feel a wave of frustration as he lowered his hand and silently activated the self-diagnostic protocol. Upon completion of the check, a sense of relief washed over Orion Pax, and he reclined back onto the recharge bed. Thankfully, he had sustained no injuries, nor undergone any modifications. The shock absorbers and wheel covers were intact. All that had transpired was merely a haunting nightmare. He blinked his optical sensors, suddenly recognizing the ceiling above as somewhat familiar. It was not the ceiling of his own chamber. Was this the clinic's ceiling? Startled, Orion Pax flipped over and saw the familiar red and white medium-sized frame regarding him with a look of disdain, as if observing a fool. "How'd I end up here, Ratchet?" Orion Pax rifled through his memory storage, but could find no recollection of visiting this small clinic. It appears that the small rolling ball and the shock absorber were indeed correct. You have been adversely affected by that fearsome creature. I must re-examine your cerebral module. The ambulance set aside its tools and activated the specialized device for inspecting the brain module. The monstrous memories ignited like a cluster of sparks within his cerebral module, and recent recollections surged forth. Aurelian Pax finally recalled what had transpired and anxiously inquired, what happened next? Was Break of Dawn unharmed? The ambulance, while operating the instrument, replied. The shock absorber mentioned that the leader arrived just in time and drove the creature away. No one was injured. Aurelian Pax felt a sense of relief, yet soon recalled his own encounter, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. I was struck squarely on the head by that creature's claw. The mere thought of that moment filled him with acute discomfort, and he covered his faceplate in frustration, feeling utterly stifled. Noticing his despondency, the ambulance approached to offer a word of comfort. After all, it was a fearsome creature. Consider it positively. You are far luckier than some. At least I did not have to search through the rubble for your head. Aurelian Pax's audio receiver trembled slightly, feeling a shiver of dread at the ambulance's words. He then sensed a deeper meaning behind the statement, and asked, "Is there someone else who encountered that fearsome beast?" Indeed, the commotion was quite significant, the ambulance replied nonchalantly. "What exactly transpired while I was offline?" Aurelian Pax inquired eagerly. "Quite a lot. For instance, your Celestival companions achieved a significant victory in their revolution. They not only liberated countless individuals who had been deprived of their freedom and thoughts, but also completely overthrew the Functionalism Committee, imprisoning them." The ambulance completed its final operation and gestured towards a designated seat on the apparatus. "Sit here." Aurelian Pax's astonishment was fleeting, quickly replaced by a sense of inevitability. He rose and moved towards the seat indicated by the ambulance. "It seems I was offline for far too long and missed a historic moment. Could you elaborate?" Upon hearing this, the ambulance's lips curled into a mischievous smile, its optical lens glimmering with cunning light. "Let me think. I shall start with that supreme leader. He is dead." "What?" Aurelian Pax sprang to his feet, nearly colliding with the ambulance. He repeated in disbelief, "He is dead?" His spark pulsed with agony, and a flash of white light danced in front of his optical lens. The ambulance pressed on its shoulder armor, which was nearly dented from the impact, and huffed in annoyance. "Why the rush?" "Now sit down," it said, patting Aurelian Pax's shoulder. "What I meant was the cataclysmic event. The one you are concerned about is perfectly fine." "Ambulance." Aurelian Pax finally realized that the ambulance was merely jesting, but he could not remain angry at its playful banter. Instead, he grasped its hand earnestly. "I am quite fragile." The ambulance scoffed. "And now you are aware? I wonder who recklessly threw themselves against the claws of that creature. It was truly just an accident." Aurelian Pax, in a state of resignation, swiftly settled down, asserting that he was perfectly fine and inviting a further examination. The medic, observing the situation, refrained from further discussion, instead connecting the apparatus to Orion's medical interface and meticulously scrutinizing the data. Orion quietly observed the medic's actions, contemplating his subsequent plans. When he noticed the medic suddenly stiffen, his fingers gripping the control panel tightly. "Medic?" Orion inquired with concern. The medic jolted slightly, then relaxed with a sigh, explaining that he might have misread the situation due to a lack of rest. Turning back to Orion, he continued, "Your neural module is functioning properly, and, coincidentally, your warrant has been rescinded. You may prepare for discharge." Orion gazed at the medic's calm demeanor, yet sensed an underlying concealment. However, trusting his old friend, He chose not to delve deeper, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. The medic responded with a chuckle. If you could visit the clinic a little less often, I would truly thank Primus. Chapter 56. A world where only Little Red is wounded in the temporary base of the Death Space. Red Spider approached the open interdimensional transport portal with a heart full of trepidation. Red Spider. The voice of Megatron echoed through the vast expanse of the base. Only the interdimensional transport device, created by Shockwave, can aid our escape from this deathly space. However, this apparatus is yet to undergo the final testing phase, requiring a Cybertronian aircraft of unparalleled speed and agility, such as yourself, to complete the task. You shall chart a safe and stable route for our escape. At that moment, the interdimensional transport device had been activated, and the portal entrance resembled a black hole capable of devouring all, no longer pulsating with perilous violet lightning. It appeared significantly more stable than before. Standing beside Shockwave, with his characteristic composure, briefed Red Spider on the experimental precautions. The other end of the portal is anchored in the IDW universe, led by our leader. You must traverse it at top speed, as you are likely to encounter unstable spatial turbulence. Remember, do not hesitate, do not linger, do not deviate. Otherwise, you shall be forever lost within the spatial maelstrom. Listening to this, Red Spider's unease intensified. His wings involuntarily drooped as he took a step back, only to collide with the hard armor behind him. Startled, he turned to find Megatron gazing down at him with an imposing glare. Red Spider struggled to swallow the electro-liquid in his mouth, awkwardly redirecting his attention to the so-called interdimensional transport portal. Questions surged through his mind like a tidal wave amidst the anxiety and panic, and he settled on a most pressing inquiry. Shockwave, how many tests have you conducted on this device? What is the probability of success? Upon hearing this, Shockwave's optical sensors flickered, the receivers on either side of his head subtly swaying as if calculating. Eventually, under Red Spider's eager gaze, he responded slowly, a total of 7. 573 tests have been conducted using the automatic detection instruments, yet all have resulted in a loss of signal upon entering the portal. The Red Spider stared incredulously through the optical lens, his voice involuntarily rising several decibels. Shockwave, you are the most distinguished scientist of Cybertron. I refuse to believe there exists a problem you cannot solve. The Red Spider's incredulous remarks echoed throughout the base. Megatron cast a gleeful smirk at Shockwave, as if questioning Shockwave's scientific prowess were a most amusing endeavor. Soundwave listened quietly to their exchange, showing no interest in joining the fray. Shockwave, questioned about his expertise, exhibited no signs of annoyance or embarrassment. He remained calm and rational, responding with measured composure. As you have stated, it is only logical for you to serve as the primary test subject for this experiment. At this, the Red Spider found himself momentarily speechless, his teeth clenched in frustration. Yet, deep within, he cursed. I loathe these Decepticon lunatics. Just wait. Once I escape this deathly space, I shall expose all your misdeeds to our leader, ensuring you remain forever imprisoned in this dark and lifeless abyss. Unfortunately for him, Shockwave's mind-reading abilities effortlessly discerned the Red Spider's inner curses. He slightly tilted his head, gaining a deeper understanding of the Red Spider's cowardice. Though Megatron lacked Shockwave's telepathic skills, he could surmise that the Red Spider's momentary silence would not be idle, surely filled with vitriolic thoughts. But so what? In this oppressive and suffocating space of death, he was surrounded only by the dreary presence of Soundwave and Shockwave. Observing the tense exchange between the Red Spider and Shockwave proved to be a source of amusement. However, should the Red Spider be pressed too hard, he might seize the opportunity to flee, which would be counterproductive. Thus, Megatron intervened. Red Spider, Shockwave never conducts futile experiments. This transmission will undoubtedly succeed. You need only to devise a viable route for us. Rest assured, even if your spark extinguishes, the leader can retrieve you from the wellspring of your spark. Upon hearing this, the Red Spider abruptly turned, astonished. Our leader can revive sparks? He was already taken aback from learning from Megatron that the former archivist, Optimus Pax, had become the apostle of Primus, their leader. Now, he was further astonished to discover that this Optimus Pax possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect Cybertronians. This revelation inevitably stirred feelings of envy and admiration towards the leader. Yet, he understood that ascendance to leadership required the endorsement of Primus, not merely cunning or other means. What, then, was so extraordinary about Orion Pax that warranted Primus's favor? Why did he merit such recognition? Was there truly no one else on Cybertron more suited for leadership than he? Now, whenever he thought of the leader, all that flashed in his mind was Orion Pax's innocent and feeble visage. Day in and day out, he was either clinging to Megatron or espousing his naive ideals, utterly devoid of the gravitas and authority one would expect of a true leader. The Red Spider silently clicked his tongue, once again feeling the icy gaze of Megatron upon him. He hastily concealed his thoughts and feigned calmness as he replied, "Since you insist, I shall give it a try." How could Megatron fail to perceive the Red Spider's subtle intentions? Yet, he did not consider these trivial machinations to pose any real threat. Instead, he looked forward to witnessing the expression on the Red Spider's face when he encountered his little Omega, a moment that promised to be immensely entertaining. Thus, Megatron ceased to exert pressure on the Red Spider, simply urging him with a grave tone, "Enough chatter. It is time for you to depart. I do not require your urging." This statement from Megatron made the Red Spider grind his teeth in silence, though he dared not reveal his agitation. With wings unfurled and head held high, he stepped into the transmission portal under the watchful gaze of 3 pairs of eyes. At the moment he entered the portal, it felt as though an invisible hand had rent the fabric of space, unleashing a dazzling light that sliced through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, tightly binding 2 utterly disparate universes. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and everything basked in this mysterious radiance, responding to the call from another realm. Soon after, danger lurked closely behind, as chaotic spatial turbulence surged like a ferocious beast. The Red Spider made a swift decision, instantly transforming into a Cybertronian aircraft. In the tumultuous corridor, he deftly navigated through the maelstrom with extraordinary control and astonishing speed, resembling a silver flash of lightning, skillfully avoiding peril at every turn, ultimately breaking through the myriad obstacles to soar into the unknown and enigmatic universe. Chapter 57. A thrilling and joyous beginning inside the interdimensional transmission corridor. The sights were bizarre and kaleidoscopic, with streams of energy dancing like living beings, distorting space into unimaginable vistas. The Red Spider traversed this realm, relishing the long-lost thrill of speed and the adrenaline of unprecedented life and death challenges. At times, he had to nimbly evade sudden spatial rifts that devoured everything like black holes. At other moments, he faced whispers and temptations from other universes, voices attempting to disrupt his resolve and lead him astray into the boundless void. Concurrently, he endured the impacts of differing universal laws. His form flickered erratically in the torrent of energy, as if every fluctuation of his fiery essence was intricately linked to the pulse of the cosmos. Yet, the Red Spider, armed with his indomitable will and yearning for freedom, overcame each of these obstacles one by one. Finally, after enduring a protracted and perilous journey across the cosmos, the Red Spider's vision abruptly expanded. He had successfully traversed the interdimensional portal and stepped into a brand new universe. This realm was sparsely populated with stars, enveloped in darkness as thick as ink, starkly contrasting with the brilliant starry skies of Cybertron. Distant celestial bodies emitted a dim glow, resembling the eyes of ancient demons, quietly observing all. However, this sudden joy had yet to ripple through his core when it was abruptly supplanted by an overwhelming sense of dread. A colossal maw lined with sharp fangs, akin to a demon from the abyss, lunged at him with ferocity. The monstrous maw appeared particularly sinister in the darkness, each fang glinting with a chilling luminescence, as if it could effortlessly rend asunder all that lay before it. The anguished screams of the Red Spider reverberated through the cosmos, its sparks seemingly frozen in an abyss of sheer terror, nearly ceasing to beat. Yet, in this moment of life and death, a familiar, frigid electronic voice resonated within its consciousness. Red Spider. This voice struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering the fear and confusion that gripped its heart. The Red Spider transformed into its fighter jet form at an astonishing speed, engines roaring, fleeing from the terrifying maw like an arrow released from a bow. The monstrous mouth lunged at the void, its metallic teeth producing a deafening clamor, and then that immense head seemed to tremble in pain. its crimson optical lenses glimmering with a piercing light, fixated on the escaping red spider. The colossal metallic wings flapped violently, pursuing relentlessly. In the midst of its flight, the red spider finally beheld the full visage of the monstrous maw, a tumult of fear and rage intertwining within its consciousness. Soundwave, why did you not inform me that such a ghastly creature awaited me on the other side of the passage? The very fabric of space around seemed to echo its cries, resonating with an ineffable atmosphere of terror. Soundwave fell silent in their mental connection, and through the red spider's perspective, he glimpsed the hideous beast, the familiar red and blue hues instantly recalling the creature that had once sent their leader into retreat. Yet, what perplexed him further was that the red spider now found itself in the vacuum of space, while the monstrous creature was able to beat its wings and pursue. A complete violation of scientific principles. In this dark expanse of the universe, everything seemed to transcend normality. Soundwave was beset with questions. How did it come to be here? How did it detect the red spider? What was its true intent? However, the utmost priority was to aid the red spider in its plight. Thus, he projected a coordinate into the red spider's consciousness, directing it toward Cybertron, the location of their leader. Once there, the monstrous creature would pose no threat. The red spider, upon hearing Soundwave's words, could not help but curse vehemently, exclaiming, "You speak so lightly. This creature is no ordinary monstrosity. Its speed of flight defies belief. We are in the vacuum of space. How is it able to keep pace with me?" Behind a red spider, the darkness seemed to mock its helplessness and despair. Soundwave again fell into silence, but within the void of death, he was projecting the red spider's predicament in real time to Shockwave and Megatron, hoping they might discern a solution. The light within Shockwave's optical lens flickered erratically, the receiver oscillating unpredictably as he fixated on the projection of the creature, stating with rare astonishment, "This defies logic." Megatron, adopting an almost scrutinizing posture, gazed intently at the projection of the monstrous entity, his optical lens shimmering with complex hues. Despite his efforts to remain composed, an indescribable sense of foreboding surged from the depths of his spark, as if an enigmatic connection existed between him and the monstrous beast. This sensation left him both perplexed and vigilant. A bold hypothesis quietly took shape within his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed by his own rationality, which insisted that such a conjecture was far too absurd to hold any truth. Yet, like a seed, this notion had taken root and begun to sprout within him, rendering his expression a tapestry of turmoil and complexity. At that moment, Cybertron lay in ruins. The once mighty fortress, Unicron, had fallen, its form battered and its chest armor ajar. Yet the leadership module that should have been securely housed within was conspicuously absent. Following an interrogation of the members of the Functionalism Committee, a startling truth emerged. The leadership module worn by Unicron was, in fact, a counterfeit. The genuine module had mysteriously vanished during the reign of the tyrant, Sentinel Prime, and its whereabouts remained unknown to this day. With the complete collapse of the Functionalism Committee, Cybertron finally emerged from the chaos, embracing a rare tranquility. Within the grand chamber of the Senate's central authority, Senator Proteus ascended the solemn dais, addressing the assembly of senators, media representatives, and the multitude of Cybertron citizens who had gathered to witness this pivotal moment. His voice resonated with steadiness and strength. "Esteemed citizens of Cybertron," Proteus declared, his words imbued with profound remorse and unwavering resolve, as overseers of the Functionalism Committee. "We have failed to expose and prevent their atrocities against the innocent in a timely manner. I am acutely aware of the weight of this responsibility, and I bear it unreservedly." His candor elicited a chorus of resonance and respect from the audience. Proteus then unveiled a series of initiatives aimed at revitalizing Cybertron. "We shall immediately release all warriors imprisoned for resisting functionalism and provide comprehensive restoration and enhancement services for those who have undergone forced alterations by the committee, allowing them to reclaim their vitality." This announcement illuminated the atmosphere like the warm sun breaking through the clouds, filling both the online and offline realms with an aura of joy and hope. Citizens rejoiced in this hard-won victory, their hearts swelling with boundless aspirations for the future. With a shift in tone and a gaze that pierced with intensity, Proteus proclaimed, "The future of Cybertron beckons for new and visionary leaders to guide us." At that moment, A courageous journalist raised a hand to inquire, how will the Senate ensure that the new regime does not repeat the mistakes of the past? And how will a new leader be chosen? Another journalist promptly followed up with a more direct question. Will you consider nominating the Apostle Optimus as the new leader of Cybertron? It is well known that he is the rightful leader. A subtle rigidity flickered across Senator Proteus's smile. Yet he resumed his response with apparent nonchalance. We will adhere to principles of transparency, justice, and fairness in an unprecedented election for leadership. Every citizen of Cybertron will possess the invaluable right to vote, collectively determining the future trajectory of our planet. As these words left his lips, the news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the realm. Whether amidst the bustling metropolises of Cybertron or the serene orbiting stations of its satellites. Even in the depths of the distant cosmos where interstellar research teams navigate in solitude, all are inevitably swept away by a torrent of information, igniting an unprecedented uproar. The populace's reactions vary widely, with fervent discussions echoing throughout. A faction is filled with anticipation, their inner flames fueled by yearning for transformation and dreams of a promising future. Conversely, another group harbors doubts, anxious that this shift may usher in unforeseen challenges and turmoil into their tranquil lives. The entire star domain appears to be stirred by an invisible force, intertwining diverse voices into a complex and ever-evolving societal tapestry. Within the Cybertronian realm, the Senate, eager to embrace public opinion, established polling stations across various locales. Citizens merely needed to register their identities to freely select their preferred leaders within the advanced voting system. This initiative rapidly ignited the enthusiasm of the Cybertron inhabitants. As the voting activities unfolded with great fervor, members of Celestival responded with alacrity, united in purpose as they cast their precious votes for the leaders of their hearts. Other Cybertronians, not to be outdone, followed in Celestival's footsteps, bestowing their votes upon the legendary leader. Some, driven by personal affection and trust, chose familiar figures or friends, while others, emboldened by a spirit of experimentation, bravely cast their votes, dreaming of one day leading the future of their planet. The unveiling of the first day's voting results heralded a grand commencement, as the inaugural leaderboard ignited the passions of Cybertron. The name of the leader soared to the top like a banner of collective hope, closely followed by the leaders of the Decepticons and the Ring of Light, standing shoulder to shoulder as they ushered in a new chapter for Cybertron. On the leaderboard, a series of familiar names sprang to life. Orion Pax, Red Spider, Shockwave, each name laden with the memories and expectations of countless Cybertronians. Even Megatron's name graced the list, adding a touch of legendary allure to this compilation. This was not merely a list. It was a vivid portrayal of Cybertron's diverse choices and rich political ecology. Each name shone like a brilliant star, illuminating the Cybertronian sky with its unique radiance. This voting event was not only a moment of hope and selection for leadership, but also a heartfelt call for freedom and the spirit of democracy. In this era brimming with boundless possibilities, every Cybertronian, regardless of status, possessed the right to voice their opinions and paint their own hues upon the canvas of the planet's future. The prospects for Cybertron grew ever more resplendent and glorious because of their collective contributions. With the generous support of the Shockwave representative, Celestival successfully established a brand new base. Following a brief separation, Break of Dawn finally returned to the side of their leader once more. As their gazes intertwined, a tumultuous array of emotions surged within his processor, a complex tapestry woven from feelings of grievance, concern, and joy, akin to sparks dancing within his core. Without uttering a single superfluous word, he instinctively advanced, drawing near to the leader and surrendering himself to the leader's broad and steadfast embrace. Nestled closely against the leader, his faceplate gently pressed against the leader's armor, he savored the warmth and solace, as though he had discovered a sanctuary for his inner flame. He listened intently to the steady, powerful rhythm of the leader's spark, a silent yet formidable force that bestowed upon him immense comfort, instilling an unprecedented sense of resolve and support. This warmth and strength permeated through his armor, infiltrating every energy circuit within him, allowing him to momentarily forget the agitation and grievance within his core, filling him instead with tranquility and serenity. Meanwhile, the Red Spider, desperately fleeing through the vastness of deep space, was devoid of anyone who could comprehend his frenzy and despair. His journey had only just begun. Chapter 58. The interplay of light and shadow within the new base of Celestival. Megatron was wholly engrossed in the myriad affairs of the establishment. In the past, these tedious tasks have been managed by Soundwave, but ever since his return from a particular mission, Soundwave had often appeared distracted, prompting Megatron to take matters into his own hands. Amidst the flurry of duties, he tentatively inquired, "Soundwave, you seem burdened by something of late." At this, Soundwave silently turned his head, his gaze settling upon the rare sight of Megatron diligently at work. He continued with his data organization, responding in a calm tone. "I am fine." Yet beneath this seemingly placid facade, Soundwave's inner core roiled like turbulent waves, restless and unyielding. Ever since that day he had entombed the fallen beneath the ruins, the memories of the fallen had haunted him like an unshakable nightmare, endlessly looping through his neural modules. These memories were not a cohesive narrative, but rather fragmented glimpses, sufficient to piece together a harrowing tableau of history. Megatron's rebellion, the collapse of the Senate, the rise of the Decepticons, and the ceaseless flames of the Cybertronian Civil War, which had nearly consumed the entire planet. Soundwave relentlessly analyzed these shards of memory, striving to unearth their underlying significance and the deeper purpose behind the Fallen's deliberate revelations. Though the Fallen had perished, the questions he left behind weighed heavily upon Soundwave's spark, creating an insurmountable burden that rendered him restless. Soundwave had often questioned whether their actions could genuinely usher in peace or merely ignite further turmoil and sacrifice. He felt as though he stood at a crossroads, facing an uncertain fate, yet compelled to make a choice. However, as a devoted follower of the leader and the intelligence officer of the team, he must remain composed and rational, prepared to confront the challenges ahead. Perhaps it was time for him to seek a deeper conversation with the leader. At this moment, the leader sat in the lounge, his gaze deeply fixed upon the projection screen displaying the word leader, a complex ripple stirring within him. He comprehended the expectations and trust that this support encapsulated. Yet this honor was not the goal he sought. With a gentle sigh, he resolved to articulate his thoughts to his companions. The leader solemnly activated the internal communication channel of Celestival, his voice steady and resonant. "Esteemed colleagues, as the apostle of Primus, I bear the mission of guidance and redemption, not dominion. The leadership of Cybertron should be entrusted to those who can genuinely steer us towards peace and prosperity. Therefore, I have decided to petition the Senate for an opportunity for you to cast your votes anew." Megatron's voice, unwavering and authoritative, interjected almost instantaneously after the leader's declaration. "But, leader, you are the undisputed leader of Cybertron. You possess wisdom, strength, and compassion, qualities we desperately need." The leader gently shook his head, his tone soft yet resolute, penetrating the hearts of all present. "Megatron, I am grateful for your trust and support, yet I have my own mission. The people of Cybertron have the right to choose their leader. It is both your privilege and responsibility. I believe that each of you possesses the potential to lead and guide Cybertron towards a brighter future." Soundwave's voice was calm and profound. Consistent with his nature, I stand in support of the leader's decision. His mission is noble, and we must respect and comprehend it. Then, the anxious voice of Blur interjected. "But leader, we do not possess your abilities and wisdom." The leader smiled faintly, his voice imbued with an inspiring strength. "Blur, each of you harbors unique talents and potential. Remember, true strength emanates from the conviction within and the trust of the people. I will always be by your side, supporting and guiding you." At that moment, Orion Pax's voice joined the discourse. "The leader speaks the truth. Each of us has the potential to become a leader. This election is an opportunity for the people of Cybertron to voice their opinions." The resolute voice of Glyph echoed. "Then we must wholeheartedly support Megatron. We cannot allow Unicron to ascend as the new leader. Who knows if he would follow in the footsteps of the fallen?" Wheeljack swiftly responded, "I too support Megatron." Glyph is correct. Unicron's arrogance and cruelty are well known. He is not the leader we require. At this juncture, Megatron found himself engulfed in tumultuous emotions. He had never envisioned himself as a candidate for the leadership of Cybertron, and the support of his comrades filled him with both gratitude and hesitation. He was uncertain whether he truly possessed the determination and capability to shoulder such a weighty responsibility. This matter warranted careful consideration. However, before Megatron could complete his thought, he was abruptly interrupted by the eager voice of the mechanical dog. "Do not hesitate, Megatron. You have always been so decisive. Why the indecision now? Just say it. If you were to become the leader of Cybertron, what would you do?" Megatron fell into a moment of silence, a torrent of complex emotions swirling within him. He reminisced about the original purpose behind the establishment of Celestival, to overthrow the oppressive reign of the Functionalist Council and to bring true peace and justice to Cybertron. Yet, amidst the upheaval of recent events, a flicker of self-doubt began to take root within him, as he feared he might lose control. In moments of emotional upheaval, his spark seemed on the verge of transcending the boundaries of reason, unleashing a power he struggled to contain. The potential ramifications of such a release filled him with trepidation. He possessed a formidable power that instilled fear, yet it was a force that eluded stable control. This uncontrollability led him to question his own worthiness to lead the planet of Cybertron. Nevertheless, Megatron suppressed this unease and readied himself to respond to the inquiries of the mechanical dog. Noticing Megatron's prolonged silence, the mechanical dog spoke up. "Megatron, you may not realize it, but since you have taken the helm of Celestival, I have envisioned the future of all Cybertronians. If a leader refuses to embrace their role, then you are the beacon of hope for us all." The voice of Jazz carried a playful tone. "Honestly, Megatron, don't you aspire to lead everyone towards an ideal future one day? I believe you possess that capability." The voice of Ironhide followed closely. "Is there really a need for discussion on this? The Senate never stated that a vote required the consent of the one being voted for, right, Speedbreaker? Oh, by the way, Speedbreaker is my brother, my real brother, and he is now part of us." Dragged into the conversation, Speedbreaker sighed. "I have no objections. Megatron, it's your decision. Have you all finished your discussion?" Suddenly, the slightly anxious voice of Laserbeak crackled through the comms, as though facing a considerable dilemma. "Boss, there are two little rascals causing chaos here, and both Cindersaur and I are at our wits' end. When can you spare some time to help me deal with them?" Laserbeak hesitated at the word deal, clearly anxious about revealing his more ruthless nature in front of the leader. No sooner had Laserbeak finished speaking than the slightly exasperated yet humorous voice of Cindersaur chimed in. "Honestly, I'm about to lose my mind dealing with these two little brats. Come on, send someone over to give them a little lesson in love." As Laserbeak and Cindersaur exchanged their grievances, the previously serious atmosphere of the internal communication channel lightened. The leader, listening to their complaints, allowed a faint smile to form on his lips before quietly severing the internal communication. Choosing not to intrude upon their playful banter and redirecting his focus towards the upcoming plans. Once the leader had gone offline, Soundwave calmly set aside his work, replying succinctly, "Soundwave received." Consequently, Laserbeak and Cindersaur fell silent. Yet, until the conversation concluded, Megatron remained unable to utter the words of refusal. Chapter 59, Intergalactic Assembly in the Death Space. At the temporary base, Red Spider had successfully breached the boundaries of intergalactic teleportation, safely arriving in the IDW universe where the leader resided. However, the moment he made his appearance, he found himself ensnared in a menacing and enigmatic pursuit, the situation rapidly escalating to a state of extreme urgency. At that moment, Megatron's mind was solely occupied by the image of his leader, leaving no room for distractions, his anxiety palpable as he fervently yearned to rush to his leader's side. "Soundwave, execute the established plan immediately." Megatron's voice resonated with a deep authority, leaving no room for contradiction. Soundwave swiftly complied, the preparations for interstellar transmission functioning with the precision of a finely tuned machine. The stasis pods opened one after another, the optical lenses of the dormant mechanical insects flickering to life, a blend of confusion and bewilderment swirling within their sparks. They scanned their surroundings, exchanging glances with their kin, filled with questions about this unfamiliar new world. Soon after, more stasis pods began to rise slowly from the underground, and as the doors thunderously swung open, faces both familiar and strange gradually emerged from the darkness. Their optical lenses ignited in the dim light. Despite their own uncertainties, they maintained a demeanor of composure and steadiness, revealing no signs of panic or hesitation. "I recognize you. You are a member of the Decepticons, correct?" A petite blue aircraft deftly maneuvered to the front of a deep blue fighter, gently tapping the prominent purple fox insignia on its chest, curiously inquiring. The deep blue fighter coldly brushed aside the small aircraft's touch, responding in a distant, low tone, "I am Skywarp, a member of the search team. Likewise, I also recognize you. You are the subordinate of the Red Spider, Thundercracker." Thundercracker exhibited no surprise at the revelation of his identity. Instead, he straightened his frame, a hint of pride manifesting on his faceplate. "Indeed, I am a brother born from the same spark as the Red Spider." With that, he gestured towards the deep green fighter standing sentinel behind Skywarp, continuing, "Are you and he twin brothers?" The deep green fighter remained statue-like behind Skywarp, indifferent to their discourse. Although Skywarp felt a twinge of annoyance at Thundercracker's chatter, he nevertheless nodded politely. "Yes, Thunder is my elder brother. Are you aware of our current predicament?" Thundercracker asked eagerly. Skywarp cautiously surveyed the surroundings, lowering his voice. "This may be a secret experimental base of the Council, or perhaps an underground refuge of Cybertron. And you do not recall how you arrived here?" Thundercracker keenly seized upon the critical information. "I only remember that we were ambushed," Skywarp replied decisively. Just then, Thundercracker suddenly spotted something and excitedly waved behind Skywarp. "Hey, Rampage, over here." Responding to the call, the small purple aircraft, Rampage, immediately grew impatient, attempting to weave through the crowd. However, the space was cramped and the throng was dense. Thus, he squinted his optical lens, and in an instant, brilliant purple lightning erupted from his surface, causing his form to vanish and reappear, standing beside Thundercracker in the blink of an eye. "You must be careful not to embed yourself into the walls again," Thundercracker remarked with concern as he patted Rampage's head, his tone laced with playful teasing. "This is my other brother. His name is Rampage, and he is an extraordinary being." Skywing merely nodded coldly before turning to seek out his team, unwilling to linger any longer. Thunderclash, observing this, ceased his pursuits and directed his attention towards Turmoil. "What do you think? We awakened from the stasis pods alongside these Decepticons and mechanical insects. Does this not strike you as peculiar? Do you recall how we arrived here?" Turmoil furrowed his brow, straining to remember, but ultimately shook his head in resignation, muttering, "I don't know. I can't recall. Please don't ask me." Thunderclash, exasperated, poked Turmoil's forehead and sighed. "Could you not ponder this a little more? This situation is far too abnormal." As he spoke, his gaze instinctively searched the surroundings, as if anticipating the emergence of a pivotal figure. "If only Black Arachnia were here. Attention all members, I am Megatron, once known as Lord Zeta Prime." The voice of Megatron suddenly resonated. "The Chaos Bringer has attacked Cybertron. You have all been consumed by dark energy, and here lies the realm he governs, the void of death." "It is Lord Zeta Prime's voice," Thunderquake exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon hearing that familiar tone. He was the leader to whom he had willingly offered his spark, vowing eternal allegiance. Upon hearing Megatron reference the Chaos Bringer, Skywing's memory surged back to life. He vividly recalled that moment. The Chaos Bringer had appeared above Cybertron without warning, instilling unprecedented terror and oppression. They had followed Soundwave's command, charging forth without hesitation to protect Cybertron. Yet the dark energy released by the Chaos Bringer consumed them like a black hole, leaving no survivors. Thunderclash, however, remained ensnared within the fog of memory, unable to recollect anything. His wings tightened nervously, and every metallic fiber of his being trembled slightly. He had certainly heard of Lord Zeta Prime, the formidable leader among the Decepticons. Though he now referred to himself as Megatron, this did little to disguise the essence of the frenzied gladiator he once was. Thunderclash understood the implications of associating with such a figure. He had no desire to become embroiled in any Decepticon conflicts. Thus, he resolutely grasped Turmoil and, using the crowd as cover, stealthily retreated towards the periphery, seeking to distance himself from this potential whirlpool. Megatron's voice continued to reverberate in the air. "If you do not wish to remain trapped in this boundless darkness forever, proceed immediately to the designated teleportation point." No sooner had he finished speaking than a winding purple beam of light appeared on the ground, serving as a beacon that extended towards a mysterious passage. Megatron finally proclaimed, "We shall depart from this place forthwith and journey to a brighter universe." Following the guidance, they arrived at the enigmatic teleportation point mentioned by Megatron. In an instant, A vast throng surged like a tidal wave into the modest yet power-laden laboratory. Lord Megatron? The mechanical insects gazed in astonishment at their leader. The towering figure before them bore numerous significant differences from the Megatron they remembered. His surface was adorned with spikes, his optics had turned purple, and he radiated an aura of chaotic energy. The remaining Decepticons exhibited varying degrees of astonishment, but soon regained their composure. After all, their leader was not new to the process of augmenting his own form. The current leader merely appeared more formidable than before. The Decepticons accepted this transformation with grace. Yet the two small aircraft felt a deeper sense of unease. Megatron slightly raised his head, his gaze piercing as he focused on the abyss-like interdimensional portal. His voice resonated with calm authority as he proclaimed, "This is our sole hope of escaping the void of death." Starscream has already ventured ahead, validating the safety of this passage. He then averted his gaze, and the purple optics gleamed with unwavering resolve, as if ready to ignite every molecule in the surrounding air. However, I must inform you in advance that the other end of this portal is not the familiar Cybertron, but an entirely alien universe. You are all warriors of Cybertron, the elite who dare to confront any challenge. His voice paused momentarily, seemingly gauging the reactions of those present. Will you follow me into the unknown cosmos, or choose to remain and face the potential annihilation? I shall respect your decision. After a weighty silence, the voices of Shockwave and Thundercracker resonated first in the air. We pledge our lives to follow Lord Megatron. Their declarations, akin to solemn oaths, ignited the sparks within the other Decepticons. They echoed in response, "Long live Lord Megatron." Even Starscream and Soundwave succumbed to the fervor of the moment, joining in the fervent cries. A satisfied smile flickered across Megatron's faceplate, a testament to his pride in power and tenacity for victory. Subsequently, his form began to transform rapidly, accompanied by the metallic sounds of reshaping. A colossal silver behemoth emerged before them, exuding an air of inviolable authority. In an instant, the Decepticons' cheers grew more fervent and thunderous, as if to bend the entire universe to their will. The massive Megatron took a gentle leap, his immense wings propelling him effortlessly as he captured the shockwaves and soundwaves. Discarding their once-cherished scientific instruments like refuse, he resolutely soared into the perilous portal. The mechanical insects and fighter jets swiftly followed suit, acutely aware of the urgency of the moment, sparing no effort as they plunged into the enigmatic passage, bravely pursuing Megatron's trail into the new universe. In the IDW universe, Starscream remained in a harrowing flight for survival. At this tense juncture, the unique and calm voice of Soundwave reverberated within his consciousness, a whisper traversing the void. "Starscream, only by calling for your leader can you find the path to salvation." However, Starscream was currently evading the relentless assaults of the colossal Megatron. He accelerated fiercely, straining to distance himself from the gigantic threat, and then, with fervent conviction, shouted, "I, Starscream, shall never beseech a mere librarian for aid." With that, his optics shimmered with determination and defiance. Upon hearing the sound waves, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Internally, he sighed, "Red Spider, you have spoken your piece. May fortune favor you." Chapter 60. The Leader and the Choice of the Shockwave within the Leader module. The vast expanse of the sea of stars stretched endlessly, with the Leader's figure gracefully suspended amidst it, enveloped by gentle starlight. At the center, a massive polyhedral structure floated silently, its surface circuitry flickering in harmony with the stars. The luminescence of its seal having stabilized, while the Leader's expression grew grave. Within the seal, a violet energy sphere had been roaring since its awakening, electric currents dancing as malevolent intentions were unleashed with abandon. During this time, the Leader's spark had repeatedly succumbed to the corrupting influence of the Cosmic Emperor's dark power, which, in turn, had grown increasingly frantic and violent in its struggles. In this ongoing confrontation, the Leader discovered an unsettling tendency to adapt to the insidious encroachment of that malevolent consciousness, as if he and the Cosmic Emperor's wicked were undergoing a peculiar process of harmonization, the boundaries between them becoming ever more indistinct, seemingly trending towards a singular unity. This transformation filled the Leader's core with confusion and trepidation. He began to question whether this signified that he was undergoing a metamorphosis, destined for a more profound and uncertain future, or whether he was gradually descending into the abyss of darkness, becoming a prisoner of the Cosmic Emperor's will. The leader understood that he was faced with a momentous choice: to resolutely embark on a quest to discover a means to eradicate the Cosmic Emperor's malevolent consciousness, thereby ensuring a future of peace and light, or to bravely venture into the unknown, seeking opportunities for reconciliation amid this malevolent force, exploring an unprecedented path of harmonious coexistence. Meanwhile, Shockwave, brimming with excitement and anticipation, prepared to meet the leader who possessed the leader module. He adorned himself in a pastel blue livery that not only showcased his personality and vitality, but also complemented the leader's red and blue hues. He resembled a peacock poised for victory, exuding confidence and flamboyance. As Shockwave stepped into the leader's lounge, he beheld the leader seated there. However, the leader appeared lost in thought, oblivious to his arrival. Shockwave politely called out, "Leader." Upon hearing the voice, the leader returned to reality. Gazing at the pastel blue figure before him, the smiling, radiant Cybertronian member, Shockwave. Previously, through sound waves and markers, the leader had learned of Shockwave, and he had been astonished, for the Shockwave of his memories was a burly, one-eyed, scientific madman, emotionally detached. The Shockwave before him was not only vibrantly adorned, but also bore a past of reckless exuberance and a future steeped in cold darkness. The leader's smile faltered, clearly impacted by the vision of Shockwave's future. However, to Shockwave, the leader's reaction seemed to convey an entirely different meaning. Shockwave's smile shifted to surprise and regret as he glanced at his new livery, fearing that the leader disapproved of his attire. He spoke with a hint of remorse. "It seems you are not fond of my new appearance. I beg your pardon for any offense." The leader, momentarily taken aback, quickly recalibrated his demeanor and expressed his apologies to Shockwave, saying, "I apologize, the fault lies with me." He gestured towards the chair opposite him, adding, "Welcome. Please take a seat." With a light step and a touch of urgency, Shockwave seated himself across from the leader, his blue optics shimmering with anticipation. Before the leader could utter a word, he could no longer contain the excitement bubbling within him and declared, "Leader, prior to this meeting, I had always imagined you to be as aloof and enigmatic as the legendary 13 Primes, accepting nothing but the adulation of the masses." Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow crossed the leader's optics. He was acutely aware that many on Cybertron still regarded him as a divine figure, deserving of worship. Yet, that was not his desire. "Shockwave, I'm not a deity perched high above. Rather than bask in reverence, I would prefer to be a friend to all, standing shoulder to shoulder with them to safeguard Cybertron." No sooner had the leader finished speaking than Shockwave erupted in hearty laughter, his voice imbued with a mixture of relief and admiration. "Who would have thought that a being of your stature would grapple with such concerns? It appears that even leaders have their own burdens and aspirations." The leader's audio receptors quivered with discomfort, and he promptly shifted the conversation to the matter at hand. "Shockwave, I have summoned you to discuss the upcoming leadership election on Cybertron." At this, Shockwave immediately straightened in his seat, attentively focusing on the leader's words. The leader continued, "I am aware that many harbor great expectations of me, and some have even cast their precious votes in my favor. However, I must candidly inform you that I do not intend to participate in this election." A flicker of surprise crossed Shockwave's face, yet he quickly regained his composure. Awaiting the leader's explanation, the leader elaborated, "Shockwave, my arrival in this universe was driven by the desire for redemption. The emergence of the Cosmic Emperor has only rendered this path more arduous. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that my mission is not to seek power, but to eradicate dark energy, combat the Cosmic Emperor, and restore peace and prosperity to Cybertron. Therefore, I have no intention of becoming Cybertron's leader." Upon hearing this, admiration sparkled in Shockwave's optics. He nodded in understanding. "Your decision is indeed unexpected, yet I fully respect your choice." The leader smiled faintly and continued, "I hope you can convey my wishes to the Senate, allowing those who voted for me the opportunity to reconsider their choice. They should possess the right to select the leader of their hearts." Shockwave solemnly nodded in response, "Leader, your decision fills me with profound respect and further solidifies my resolve to serve Cybertron and you." However, his expression grew grave as he added, I must candidly inform you that the Senate's push for a universal election may harbor intentions far more complex than they seem. I have reason to suspect that they may have foreseen your decision to withdraw, paving the way for a successor to the Cosmic Emperor. Therefore, one must be prepared, for they may not readily accept the proposal for a revote. After a moment of contemplation, the leader addressed Shockwave, stating, "Your reminder is indeed timely, Shockwave. I am acutely aware that the intentions of the Senate may not be straightforward, yet I shall steadfastly adhere to my decision to abstain from the leadership election. However, this does not imply that I shall remain indifferent to the future of Cybertron. I shall personally seek out Optimus Prime to discuss his potential and resolve to assume leadership. Should he demonstrate a clear vision and a sense of responsibility for Cybertron's future, I will lend him my unwavering support. Conversely, if he fails to meet my expectations, I shall not hesitate to express my reservations, hoping he will prioritize the greater good of Cybertron in making the right choices. As for Megatron and his faction, I am confident they possess their own missions and responsibilities. Should Optimus Prime prove unfit for leadership, it is conceivable that some among them may emerge as viable candidates. Regardless, I shall remain vigilant regarding the situation on Cybertron, ensuring it progresses towards peace and prosperity." Upon hearing this, Shockwave's optical sensors flickered momentarily, as if contemplating the leader's words. He slowly replied, "Leader, your considerations are thorough, and I hold you in high regard. Your decision to engage Optimus Prime in conversation is undoubtedly a prudent course of action. Regardless of the outcome, we shall gain a clearer understanding of his stance and thoughts. Although I may differ in ideology from Megatron and his faction, I must concede that they possess formidable strength and unwavering conviction. Should Optimus Prime indeed be unable to fulfill the role of leader, it is likely that someone among them will rise to shoulder this responsibility. I shall continue to monitor the developments closely, ensuring that everything remains under control. Rest assured, leader, I shall unwaveringly stand by you and Cybertron at all times." After Shockwave spoke, his expression shifted to one of anticipation, albeit tinged with shyness. "Leader, I must confess, I have been diligently searching for the lost sacred artifact of Cybertron, the leadership module, a symbol of the Cybertronian leader's identity, imbued with boundless wisdom and energy. Yet, my efforts have yielded no results. I have heard that you possess this artifact. Having never seen the true leadership module, may I be so bold as to request a glimpse of this sacred object?" Shockwave's request took the leader by surprise, prompting a slight furrow of his brow as he realized that Shockwave might have misconstrued the nature of the leadership module. While he understood Shockwave's yearning for the module, he recognized that it was intrinsically linked to his spark and bore the weight of sealing the Cosmic Emperor. He had never disclosed this secret to the outside world. Thus, when Shockwave made this request, the leader felt a measure of discomfort. However, upon observing the glimmer of hope in Shockwave's eyes, he resolved to grant his wish with a slight nod. "Shockwave, the leadership module you seek may not be the same as the one I possess. The leadership module is intimately connected to me, embedded within my spark. It is not only the source of my power, but also a symbol of the mission and responsibilities I bear." As the leader's words resonated, he gradually unfastened his chest armor, as if unveiling a long-buried secret. The optical lens of Shockwave fixated intently on the leader's slowly opening armor, and in that moment, his heart was overtaken by an unprecedented shock. He beheld the enigmatic relic embedded upon the leader's spark, lying there quietly, emanating a profound and subdued glow that seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space, reaching into the deepest secrets of the universe. The leader's module was composed of an unknown metallic material, its surface adorned with intricate and delicate energy patterns that languidly writhed under Shockwave's gaze, almost as if they were sentient beings, intertwining and coiling, poised to unleash a heart-stirring wave of energy at any moment. In that instant, the optical lens of Shockwave was suddenly illuminated by a divine light, radiating a brilliance that was both awe-inspiring and deeply moving, as if he had been granted a transcendent vision that pierced through the luminous future of Cybertron, while simultaneously gaining a profound awareness of the most exalted and profound existence in the cosmos, one that harbored boundless mysteries and power. Yet at that very moment, the leader's expression shifted abruptly. He heard a faint call from afar, filled with despair and a plea for help. The leader immediately realized he could not linger here any longer. He swiftly closed his armor and addressed Shockwave. Shockwave, someone needs my assistance. I must depart at once. With that, the leader's figure vanished from sight, leaving Shockwave alone, still ensnared in the awe-inspiring moment. Now possessing a deeper understanding of the power and mission carried by the leader's module. Truly, the leader is a busy individual. Chapter 61. The terrifying secret as he traversed the chaotic corridors of the universe. Megatron surged forward with a fearsome demeanor, his silver form gleaming with a cold radiance amidst the tumultuous energy streams. Within the passage, space was distorted like a shattered mirror, and the vibrant energy flows danced as if alive, unleashing incomprehensible power. Each wave of energy seemed capable of effortlessly dismantling the Cybertronian frame, yet Megatron stood resolute, contending with it through sheer force, undeterred by the chaotic onslaught of energy and cosmic laws. His body navigated the torrents of energy, each powerful flap of his wings resonating with a metallic roar, a testament to his strength and will. Within the optical lens, a bright purple light pierced through the chaotic mists, steadfastly focusing on the cosmic realm ahead, where the leader resided. Suddenly, a hazy golden apparition materialized within the passage, evoking a familiar sensation that surged within him before it abruptly lunged at him. In an instant, an invisible force ensnared his form, as if a myriad of tendrils were dragging him into a profound and elusive dreamscape. The scenes before him became blurred and disoriented, the optical lens reflecting dark and tumultuous images. They were the days he had fought alongside the leader against the oppressive reign of the cosmic tyrant. In the scene, the leader wields the star sword, its tip unwaveringly directed, forging a path of survival for the flickering embers lost in the darkness. In every battle, the leader charges at the forefront, safeguarding them with his indomitable will and formidable strength. The resonant voice of Megatron conveys a profound reverence and an earnest longing to reunite, as though those bygone days were vividly alive once more. Yet, as the scene shifts, the leader falls victim to a powerful surge of dark energy during a fierce skirmish, his form rapidly dimming like a fallen star plummeting from the heavens. Megatron, filled with terror, cries out, "Leader!" In that moment, despair and helplessness engulf him, as if the entire world had lost its vibrancy. The scene transitions again, showing Megatron racing through their escape, bearing the wounded leader upon his back. Behind them, relentless dark creatures pursue, the air thick with an oppressive atmosphere and the scent of death. Suddenly, a colossal, stitched monstrosity blocks their path. Megatron shields the leader securely behind him, spreading his wings in preparation for a fateful confrontation with the wicked beast. Just as the tension reaches its zenith, the leader awakens, his form radiating with a brilliant luminescence, the optical lens shimmering with unwavering resolve. He speaks softly, "Megatron, we fight side by side." The leader gently touches Megatron's form, and a warm, potent energy surges from his fingertips into Megatron's being. Empowered by this infusion, Megatron erupts with unprecedented strength, roaring as he lunges at the stitched monstrosity. Under the weight of this overwhelming force, the creature swiftly dissipates, and the surrounding dark energy is swept away. Once the battle subsides, the leader and Megatron sit amidst the ruins, gazing at the dim sky above. With solemnity, Megatron vows, "Leader, from this moment forth, I, Megatron, shall defend you with my life. No peril shall harm you while I am near." The leader nods with a smile, trust and admiration gleaming in his optical lens as he tenderly caresses Megatron's silver chest plate, whispering, "May the blessing of Primus be forever with you." Abruptly, the scene shatters, and Megatron awakens from his reverie, finding himself having traversed the teleportation portal, arriving in another universe where the leader resides. He gazes up at the vast starry sky, determination shining ever brighter in his optical lens. "Leader, this time, no force shall ever separate us again." The fearsome Megatron ascends into the air, akin to a meteor streaking through the night, racing towards the leader's location. Meanwhile, Shockwave is firmly grasped in his claws, witnessing the extraordinary spectacle of Megatron soaring through the vacuum. Countless error alerts flash in his neural module, yet his thoughts are captivated by this extraordinary scene. He quietly muses, "Lord Megatron, your existence always transcends the bounds of my logical comprehension." Behind them, Thundercracker and Skywarp burst forth, followed closely by the warriors of the Decepticons. However, on the other side, Red Spider was desperately fleeing from the relentless pursuit of the menacing giant. Just as he was about to reach the familiar light and shadows of the planet Cybertron, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly engulfed him. The giant tore through the void with astonishing speed, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Its colossal form resembled a dark hurricane, instantly opening its gaping maw, akin to a black hole and devouring Red Spider whole. In that critical moment of life and death, a primal instinct for survival compelled Red Spider to emit a faint distress signal. This signal, like a fleeting meteor across the night sky, though ephemeral, was imbued with boundless despair and hope. Soon after, Red Spider felt a darkness envelop him, as an inexplicable force forcibly reverted his form to that of a humanoid. He found himself in a strange and eerie space. Contrary to his expectations of foul odors and darkness, this realm was instead characterized by an open and mysterious vista. Stars continued to twinkle in the distance, and beneath him seemed to lack any solid ground, surrounded by an expanse akin to the cosmos. Yet, Red Spider quickly realized he was unable to transform or wield any weapons, left to navigate this unfamiliar space at a slow pace. At that moment, he unexpectedly discovered a Cybertronian head sculpture, quietly suspended in the void not far away. Initially startled, Red Spider approached the head sculpture with curiosity. However, when he attempted to communicate with it, an unanticipated scream erupted from both parties. Taken aback, Red Spider stumbled backward. But when he discerned the terror etched upon the sculpture's visage, he summoned his courage and asked, "Who are you?" The head sculpture ceased its cries, its expression still one of fear, and hesitantly inquired, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, a swell of pride surged within Red Spider. He puffed out his chest and replied with arrogance, "I am the loyal guardian of the Cybertronian leader, Unicron." However, instead of displaying reverence, the head sculpture widened its optics in disbelief and questioned, "Unicron is a leader? How could that be?" It was then that Red Spider realized he was no longer in his own universe. Thus, he added, "That was in the past. Now I am the chief air commander of the new leader." The head sculpture's confusion deepened upon hearing this. It asked in astonishment, "There is a new leader? Who is the new leader?" Seeing the opportunity, Red Spider teased, "You do not even know who the new leader is? Are you truly a Cybertronian?" The head sculpture became indignant, exclaiming, "I am the chairman of the Functionalist Committee. There is nothing in all of Cybertron that I do not know. How dare you, a mere member of the flying class, speak so boldly before me?" Red Spider's expression twisted with fury upon hearing this. He had never been referred to as a member of the flying class, and such an insult filled him with a profound sense of humiliation. Thus, disregarding whether this head sculpture was his only source of information, he advanced menacingly. The chairman of the committee, upon witnessing this, immediately cried out in terror, What do you wish to accomplish?" However, before he could finish his words, a sharp metallic clash resounded, and the entire head sculpture was violently propelled into the unknown darkness by a single kick from the Red Spider, soaring gracefully in a parabolic arc. "What committee chairman? I believe it's merely a defective brain module with misaligned circuits." The Red Spider continued to stomp in frustration, his eyes brimming with anger and disdain. Unbeknownst to him, beyond the peculiar realm he inhabited, the leader traversed the crevices of time in pursuit of a faint and fleeting distress signal. Yet in a twist of fate, the leader's rapid journey unexpectedly intersected with the formidable red-blue behemoth, which had just engulfed the Red Spider. The behemoth appeared utterly astonished by the leader's sudden emergence, its immense wings flapping violently as its body involuntarily recoiled, revealing a hint of incredulous grievance within its once menacing optical lenses. Simultaneously, the leader was taken aback by this unexpected reunion with the behemoth, gazing in astonishment as it lowered its head, emitting a soft, gentle murmur, as if affectionately drawing closer to him. However, the leader was not swayed by this sudden display of intimacy. The celestial blade materialized in his hand, forming an unyielding barrier between him and the behemoth, unequivocally signaling his refusal. Upon witnessing this, the behemoth let out a few urgent calls, but refrained from taking any further action. In this tense standoff, the leader once again detected the behemoth's core voice. Its calls, layered and resonant, seemed to conceal deeper emotions, burying an additional plea directed towards the leader. The leader discerned the complex emotions intertwined with the behemoth's address, a sentiment that encompassed not only respect, but also a concealed yearning for paternal connection. Although perplexed by this sudden familial bond, unsure of when, where, or why such a profound connection had formed with the red-blue behemoth, he chose to embrace the behemoth's concealed truths with an open heart, resolving to refrain from unveiling this mysterious veil at that moment. Thus, the leader redirected his attention to a more pressing matter, his voice steady and commanding as he inquired, "Where's the red spider at this moment?" His words emanated an undeniable authority, causing the surrounding air to thicken with tension. Under the leader's gaze, the behemoth unwittingly fell silent, its bright optical lenses fixated on him, as if awaiting the next command. Observing this, the leader spoke gently yet with resolute firmness. "I understand that you are not devoid of compassion. Perhaps your detainment of the red spider is due to special reasons. Yet he is of utmost importance to me, for we are partners hailing from the same world. Allow me to see him. It is imperative for me." The behemoth's core underwent a tumultuous struggle, ultimately bowing its head slowly beneath the leader's gaze, as if arriving at a difficult decision. With a deep rumble, the colossal beast unfurled its wide maw, and a flash of silver illuminated the vast expanse of the cosmos as a small, silver-gray aircraft was gently expelled, floating steadily in the void of space. The red spider was immersed in a perplexing exploration of the unknown, when suddenly an irresistible force yanked him back to reality. His optical lens flickered violently due to the abrupt change, and in a state of panic, as he prepared to transform and escape, he caught sight of a familiar yet astonishing figure in the blink of an eye. As his gaze met that figure, the red spider's optical lens widened in shock. His mouth slightly agape. "Aurelia Pikes? How could you be here?" Chapter 62. A grand reunion of the Decepticon army in the boundless universe. Megatron stood tall, resembling a swiftly moving silver fortress, his deep purple optical lenses gleaming with a cold and resolute light. He soared through the cosmos, leading a cadre of Decepticon aerial units, akin to a tempest of darkness, howling through the stars and stirring waves of cosmic energy. These Decepticon aerial units varied in form, some resembling predatory birds, while others akin to interstellar fighters, shimmered with a chilling metallic luster under the glow of cosmic rays, exuding an aura of formidable strength that could not be underestimated. They followed Megatron's silhouette in perfect unison, weaving seamlessly among the celestial bodies, showcasing the unparalleled discipline and combat prowess of the Decepticon Legion. Alongside them, a swarm of mechanical insects displayed their own prowess, their robust and agile bodies adorned with vibrant hues and purple patterns, reminiscent of nature's armored beetles, possessing remarkable defensive and stealth capabilities. They darted through the cosmos with unwavering courage, adding grandeur and mystery to this magnificent cosmic march. The Decepticon Legion brimmed with excitement, as if they had just traversed the universe and arrived in a new world. Their cores were filled with a thirst for the unknown, an eager anticipation of conquering this new realm. They firmly believed that in the days to come, the Decepticons would establish their dominion in this new universe, allowing their leader Megatron's name to resonate across the stars, becoming an entity revered by all forms of life. At this moment, they traversed the cosmos with great vigor, resembling a band of fearless explorers setting forth towards the shores of the unknown, penning a legendary chapter for the Decepticons. In the space beyond Cybertron, the leader observed the red spider, seemingly unscathed and even brimming with vitality, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He then turned to the colossal beast, extending his hand slowly, gently caressing its immense head with a gesture that was both tender and imbued with respect. The beast trembled slightly, its optical lenses flickering with intricate light, as if responding to the leader's touch. The leader's gaze was filled with gratitude as he softly spoke, "Thank you for choosing to release the red spider." Subsequently, the leader turned, his gaze gentle yet profound, directed towards the red spider as he connected to the communication channel. His voice resonated through the receiver, imbued with a touch of long-absent warmth. "Red spider, it has been a while. You appear to be in good spirits." Upon finishing his words, the star sword in his grasp transformed instantaneously into a myriad of starlight, akin to a meteor shower in the night sky, brilliant yet ephemeral, eventually dissipating into the vast expanse of the cosmos. The red spider gazed at the leader, astonishment evident on his face. The Aurelian Paxis before him had undergone a complete metamorphosis, no longer the feeble and ordinary archivist of his memories. The enhancement of the leader module bestowed upon him a divine radiance. His form had become imposing and majestic, reminiscent of an inviolable deity. His eyes, both resolute and tender, held firmly the legendary artifact, the Star Sword, whose blade shimmered with a faint blue light, exuding an awe-inspiring power. This transformation stirred within the red spider an indescribable sense of shock. "I suppose I should address you as leader now, correct?" The red spider inquired hesitantly, his voice betraying uncertainty, while his visage displayed a blend of turmoil and indignation. "As you perceive," the leader nodded slightly, his voice steady and powerful. "I am no longer the Aurelian Paxis of old." Struggling to adjust his emotions, the red spider shifted his gaze towards the menacing behemoth, questioning with a mix of wariness and astonishment. "Was it you who commanded this behemoth to attack me?" The leader turned his attention to the behemoth, a flicker of gentleness crossing his optical lenses. He caressed the creature's head sculpture and spoke softly. "Not at all. I am unaware of its origins. Yet it has aided me and is willing to heed my request to release you. I believe there must be some misunderstanding between you two." The behemoth trembled with a low rumble, as if responding to the leader's words. Its optical lenses shimmered with a profound brilliance, seemingly anticipating something. The leader held its gaze silently for a moment, the audio receiver vibrating gently before he continued. "You have yet to receive a name." Excitedly, the behemoth wagged its tail, eagerly gazing at the leader. The leader regarded it thoughtfully, its colossal form appearing both majestic and enigmatic amidst the cosmos. After a brief contemplation, his voice emerged tenderly, yet solemnly. "You soar freely across the vast expanse of the universe, akin to the most resplendent star in the night sky. The power within you burns bright and fierce, like an eternal flame. Therefore, I bestow upon you a new name, Starflame." At this, the behemoth quivered slightly, and a flash of azure light suddenly burst forth from its crimson optical lenses. Though fleeting, it was sufficient to reveal its fondness and resonance with the new name. It emitted a low hum, seemingly responding to the leader's naming, its joy and sense of belonging radiating outward, making the surrounding stars feel its excitement. The red spider observed this scene in silence, noticing that Starflame had ceased its aggression, thus loosening his own internal vigilance somewhat. However, recalling his own plight, he could not help but exclaim, "Leader, you must take charge of this situation. Starfire must certainly be under the influence of that scoundrel Megatron. Those Decepticons have plotted against me. They utilized the interdimensional teleportation device to cast me into this wretched place, neglecting to mention the perils along the way. I barely survived the treacherous passage, only to be nearly devoured by the monstrous creature upon my emergence." Upon hearing this, the leader paused momentarily, his expression betraying a hint of surprise as he murmured to himself, "Megatron's experiment has indeed succeeded." Upon hearing this, Starscream hastily added fuel to the fire. "Leader, you must not be deceived by them. Megatron is far from a benevolent being. He and his Decepticon minions are utterly untrustworthy. I have suffered at their hands." The leader furrowed his brow, casting a complex gaze into the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Megatron may indeed engage in questionable actions at times. Yet Starfire's attack may not have been within his anticipation. We require time to unravel the truth behind all of this." Starscream, displeased by this notion, retorted, "Leader, how can you still defend that scoundrel? You cannot fathom the depths of Megatron's ambition and power. He is certainly not the figure you perceive." The leader regarded Starscream with a penetrating gaze, a profound light flickering in his optics. He understood Starscream's concerns, yet he harbored complex feelings towards Megatron. He spoke slowly. "Starscream, I acknowledge your worries. However, Megatron is not purely malevolent. He possesses his own beliefs and convictions, albeit his methods may sometimes be excessively extreme. I choose to believe him and wish to afford him an opportunity for explanation, and I hope you can appreciate my perspective." Upon hearing this, Starscream's optics flickered slightly as he felt both astonished and helpless at the leader's unwavering trust. In resignation, he threw up his hands. "Very well. If you place such faith in him, then I have nothing further to say. But remember, my words are not without foundation. The leader nodded slightly, turning his gaze to Starfire, inquiring, "Starfire, could you enlighten me as to why you attacked Starscream? I believe there must be a misunderstanding." A flicker of hesitation passed through Starfire's optics, yet he found himself unable to articulate an explanation, as he was not yet capable of verbal expression like the Cybertronians. It is a sorrowful tale. Were it not for this predicament, he would not have had to stealthily evade the leader to ambush that purple truck and this silver aircraft. Starfire's core was awash with tumultuous emotions. He hung his head low, appearing dejected and disheartened, though the leader could sense certain strong core signals in this moment. Starfire's thoughts were too chaotic for the leader to clearly discern his core voice. Observing Starfire's silence, the leader was reminded of Megatron in the past. In those days, Megatron too was unable to vocalize like the Cybertronians, only capable of emitting beast-like roars. This memory imbued the leader with a deeper understanding and sympathy for Starfire. Thus, the leader turned to Starscream, elucidating, "Starscream, Starfire is still young and cannot yet speak. However, I surmise that he may have sensed the dark energy emanating from you, perceiving you as a threat." Dark energy? The red spider gazed at himself in astonishment and confusion. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized the reason. It was because he had traversed from that world ravaged by dark energy. However, he quickly shook his head with unwavering confidence, denying any association with that malevolent force. A sly smile then crept upon his face, but on another note, Megatron certainly radiates dark energy. "Starflare, you must sharpen your optics and not confuse me with him." Upon hearing this, Starflare narrowed his optical lenses and bared his teeth at the red spider, causing him to gasp in alarm. At that moment, the leader's expression turned grave. He was acutely aware of the precarious situation Megatron found himself in. It was no small feat for him to maintain his identity beneath the shadow of the Cosmic Emperor. Yet, should the Cosmic Emperor break free from his seal, Megatron could very well fall prey to that sinister power once more, becoming its puppet. The leader clenched his fists, feeling the energy within his mechanism surge in response to his resolve. He would not allow the Cosmic Emperor to escape his confinement and drag Megatron back into the abyss of darkness. Starflare silently observed his leader, his bright optics betraying a profound concern. He seemed capable of penetrating the leader's heavy exterior, sensing the anxiety and determination within. Tentatively, he flapped his enormous wings, hesitating whether to approach the leader to offer him warmth and solace. Suddenly, Starflare's keen senses detected an anomaly, prompting him to look up towards the direction from which they had come. In the distance, the starry sky began to ripple, as if some formidable force were tearing apart the boundaries of space. Then, a silver figure burst forth like a meteor cleaving the night sky, disrupting the stillness with a palpable wave of energy. It was Megatron, making a dramatic entrance in his iconic, fearsome form. His body was encased in robust silver armor, shimmering with a cold brilliance under the starlight. His massive wings flapped vigorously in the vacuum, each stroke resonating with a thunderous roar, sending ripples of energy radiating outward. His arrival sent tremors through the cosmos. At the instant Megatron appeared, the leader felt an invisible force awaken him. His optics quivered, and then his mechanism erupted in a brilliant radiance, infused with boundless joy and excitement. Without hesitation, the leader activated his thrusters, transforming into a dazzling beam of light as he soared through the vacuum, heading towards Megatron at nearly teleportation-like speed. During the flight, a warm and resolute smile gradually emerged on his visage, embodying deep reflections and a sense of relief. He was finally reunited with the Spark companion who had once fought by his side against countless challenges. The guilt and longing that had been buried deep within him found solace at that very moment. Megatron, too, had caught sight of the leader's figure. He swiftly transformed back into his humanoid form, extending his arms in a solemn gesture to embrace the leader amidst the astonished gazes of the Decepticons. It was a profound understanding between them, a silent resonance of mutual affinity that transcended words. In the vacuum of silence, Megatron and the leader held each other tightly, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Megatron's voice, resonating through his very core, emerged deep and filled with emotion. Each syllable uttered by the leader, Orion, seemed to encapsulate the tribulations and profound affection they had shared. The leader embraced Megatron with fervor, his form radiating a soft, warm glow in the dark. as if to dispel all coldness and solitude. In a tone both firm and gentle, he whispered close to Megatron's chestplate, "I am here, Megatron." The leader's optics shimmered with deep affection, fully aware that Megatron had traversed the boundless cosmos and endured countless hardships to stand beside him. At that moment, words felt utterly inadequate, incapable of fully expressing his love and gratitude for Megatron. Their bond had long surpassed mere loyalty and trust. It was a profound, pure, and indelible connection, deeply etched in the essence of their sparks. This sentiment shone like the most brilliant stars in the universe, illuminating their path forward and warming each other's flames. The surrounding Decepticons wore expressions of complex emotions, observing the scene like bystanders. Their forms still bore the fatigue of traversing the cosmos and the exhilaration of arriving in a new world, coupled with fervent anticipation for the Decepticons' future conquests. Yet, in this moment of hope, their illustrious and formidable leader, Megatron, was entwined in an embrace with a stranger from Cybertron, as if the entire world had frozen in time. This tableau left the Decepticons both astonished and perplexed, their optics flickering with confusion. Among this assembly of bewildered Decepticons, only Soundwave and Shockwave could comprehend Megatron's current emotions. They exchanged a profound glance, understanding each other's sentiments without the need for words. However, they opted to remain silent, preserving the rare tranquility, standing quietly by to witness this historic moment. Epilogue: the harrowing memories of Megatron in a world ravaged by death and darkness. Megatron wandered in solitude and confusion. Once, as the leader of the Decepticons guarding Cybertron, he had succumbed to the shadow of the cosmic tyrant, becoming a servant of darkness. His form was corroded by the forces of distortion, each awakening accompanied by a pained roar, as his spark oscillated between despair and madness. Until that fateful day, when a leader's light pierced through the darkness, rescuing him from the abyss. The leader's azure optics sparkled like stars, guiding Megatron along his path. Yet, the darkness within Megatron's core had not entirely dissipated. It lay in quiet slumber, ever ready to strike back. Under the meticulous guidance of the leader, Megatron, though once lost in darkness, awakened amidst suffering and reclaimed his true self, mastering the formidable power that had previously caused him to spiral out of control. With a heart full of admiration and loyalty, he aspired to become an indomitable shield beside the leader, constructing barriers with his very being and forging a sword of will, vowing to protect the leader's safety and glory unto death. However, as time passed, the core of his loyalty began to subtly transform. Megatron's reverence and dependence on the leader, unbeknownst to him, had morphed into a pathological possessiveness. Each time he witnessed those inexplicably appearing Cybertronians, self-proclaimed as followers, effortlessly gaining the leader's trust and affection, a fire of jealousy ignited within him, raging uncontrollably. The bond between the followers and the leader, once regarded as the most sacred and mysterious ritual within Megatron's core, symbolizing profound trust and sincere emotional exchange, began to twist. Did the leader truly see no difference between me and them? Megatron's possessiveness and obsession spiraled out of control, akin to a malfunctioning circuit. In a fierce battle against dark creatures, he lost all restraint, attacking indiscriminately those before him. In that moment, he glimpsed the pain and remorse reflected in the leader's optics and heard the wails from the depths of his own core. He realized that if he continued down this path, his existence would only bring more anguish and turmoil to the leader. To escape the darkness within, Megatron resolved to part ways with the leader, embarking alone on a quest to conquer the Cosmic Emperor. He sought the power to purify the embers in the realm of shadows, yet found himself ensnared in deeper despair time and again. Just as he was on the brink of surrender, he encountered Soundwave from across the world. Soundwave unveiled to him the truths of this realm and the heavy burdens borne by the leader. This was the dark side of the world, where any Cybertronian could succumb to darkness, and the leader stood as a beacon of hope, illuminating the path back to the light. Otherwise, they would become puppets, completely dominated by the Cosmic Emperor, much like Megatron himself. Through his exchanges with Soundwave, Megatron gradually and profoundly came to realize that the leader's ability to command the unwavering respect and heartfelt affection of countless followers stemmed from the leader's boundless compassion and extraordinary wisdom. The leader's selfless and fearless devotion willing to give everything for every life, had forged an unshakable monument of heroism in the hearts of many followers. These followers were not merely admirers and supporters of the leader. They were the very source of the leader's strength and formidable backbone. Thus, Megatron embarked on a profound journey of self-examination and reflection, meticulously analyzing his actions and motives, striving to understand and embrace the leader's noble ideals from a higher and more positive perspective. Amidst an unrelenting barrage of challenges and trials, he gradually rediscovered the unwavering conviction and dauntless courage that lay deep within his core, emerging with a renewed spirit. Upon returning to the leader's side, he found that a greater number of like-minded companions and devoted followers had gathered around the leader. Together, they toiled for the future of Cybertron, their sparks intertwining, sharing warmth and strength. Standing apart from the throng, Megatron gazed at the familiar figure of the leader, his heart awash with complex emotions. Ultimately, Megatron summoned his courage and approached the leader with resolute steps. His optics shimmered with a myriad of reflections, embodying contemplation of the past, aspirations for the future, and a concealed affection. He quietly confessed his transgressions and waywardness, each word revealing his profound attachment and reluctance to part from the leader. The leader listened intently, his blue optics gently and profoundly fixed upon Megatron, as if in that moment their sparks had become irrevocably intertwined. The leader's voice softened. "Megatron, we have endured numerous hardships together. Your presence has transcended mere camaraderie for me. Your candor solidifies my belief that, regardless of what the future holds, we shall walk this path side by side." As the leader's words resonated, Megatron felt a surge of warmth and strength within his core. The leader's words not only offered forgiveness for his past, but also confirmed and cherished the profound bond they shared. Megatron was enveloped by this force, his core swelling with deep emotion and resolve, as if all past pain and struggles dissipated in that moment. With heartfelt solemnity, he vowed, "My leader, I once lost my way and forsook my oaths. Yet now, I swear to you once more, that from this moment forth, regardless of what transpires, I shall always stand guard by your side." Under the leader's guidance, they once again fought side by side against the threat of the Universe Emperor. This time, Megatron was no longer the fearsome behemoth ensnared by dark forces, but rather the leader's most steadfast protector. He forged paths for his companions with strength and wisdom, safeguarding the leader's safety with loyalty and courage. In the climactic battle, Megatron exerted every ounce of his being to combat the minions of the Universe Emperor until the very last moment. When he beheld the leader's victorious smile, he knew they had triumphed in this battle. Lying amidst the ruins, though his form was weary and battered, his core brimmed with tranquility and contentment. For he understood that he had found his destined path to eternally guard the leader's side, becoming his everlasting protector. Yet, at that moment, Megatron witnessed a heart-wrenching scene. The leader and his followers gradually faded amidst a resplendent light. This abrupt turn of events struck him like a thunderbolt, nearly engulfing his spark in despair and madness. He unleashed a deafening roar, flames erupting from his mouth, vowing to incinerate the surrounding darkness and despair. At the edge of this abyss of despair, a resplendent blue spark emerged like the brightest star in the night sky, suddenly manifesting within the optical lens of Megatron, merging into his spark chamber with an irresistible force. Its return surged like a powerful current, swiftly dispelling the shadows of hopelessness that had enveloped him, allowing reason and calmness to reclaim their dominion. As the blue spark integrated within him, the entirety of Galvatron's memories and emotions surged within Megatron's consciousness. It was as though he had embarked on a transcendent journey through time and space, witnessing the tragic descent of Optimus Pax into the well of the Allspark, feeling the profound regret of being unable to rescue him. These memories unveiled a poignant truth. The disappearance of their leader was no mere coincidence. It was a reunion with the other half of the Spark, Optimus Pax, returning to the radiant world under Primus's divine protection. Yet, this awakening also imbued Megatron with an unprecedented sense of loneliness and loss. He felt like a forgotten soul, wandering alone in this dark universe. Anger and confusion intertwined within his spark, compelling him to unleash havoc upon every adversary he encountered, viewing each as a target for his frustrations. Just as Megatron wallowed in the depths of his self-imposed exile, a brilliant light cleaved through the surrounding darkness, illuminating his optical lens. In that moment, a surge of indescribable joy and hope welled up within him, almost leading him to believe that his beloved leader had returned to his side. However, as the light gradually faded, what lay before him was a desolate landscape littered with shattered mechanical fragments and two familiar figures, Shockwave and Soundwave. Shockwave stood as an indomitable shield, using his robust form to protect the slender Soundwave beneath him, successfully withstanding the violent impact of the explosion. Though battered and scarred, with his wing doors partially destroyed and antennas broken, Shockwave remained steadfast. Miraculously, Soundwave's form was intact, despite being temporarily offline. His state of peace and preservation was undoubtedly the result of Shockwave's valiant guardianship. Shockwave, bracing himself against his head crest, wobbled to his feet, his optical lens flickering with erratic light, clearly indicating that his core was undergoing tremendous shock and chaos. Megatron gradually reverted to his humanoid form, his steps heavy as he approached them. Towering over Shockwave, he inquired in a deep, concerned voice, "Shockwave, what is the status of our leader Orion Pax?" Shockwave's logical core whirred rapidly amidst the chaotic data stream, and finally, a glimmer of rationality pierced through the fog of confusion, restoring a rhythmic flicker to his optical lens. He slowly raised his gaze to meet Megatron's, incredulity lacing his tone. "Primus has awakened. The Cosmic Emperor has been successfully sealed, and the leader has entrusted Soundwave and me to continue the search and rescue of the Cybertronians still lost in the Dark World, including Lord Galvatron." His gaze reflected a profound interplay of doubt and affirmation, recognizing you as the esteemed Lord Gentian, yet seemingly transcending him. This indeed is the dark realm spoken of by the leader. As the words of Zhen Dong Bo reverberated, a radiant glimmer of hope burst forth from the optical lens of Wei Zhentian, and he fervently murmured, "The leader has not forgotten me. He is still searching for me." His determination solidified. "My leader, I shall return to your side, regardless of the cost." As Wei Zhentian's memories unfolded, the sands of time gently cloaked past wounds. Though the spark of connection between the leader and Wei Zhentian had faded, the chain of their destinies remained, akin to eternal stars, resplendent and resilient, guiding them through the tempests of the future. Chapter 64. The proud behemoth Zhendong Bo's gaze delved deeply into the essence of Soundwave, the red light in his optical lens flickering intermittently, seemingly engaged in a silent dialogue within. He slowly extended his hand, imbued with a hint of anticipation, yet Soundwave merely inclined his head, his attention wholly captivated by a distant commotion. There, a familiar formidable silhouette emerged, and to his astonishment, Red Spider was floating unscathed beside the behemoth, an image that rendered Soundwave's eyes deep and complex. Overlooked, Zhendong Bo quietly lowered his hand, discreetly noting Red Spider within. At that moment, Red Spider was incessantly chattering to Starflame, attempting to incite him into action. "Why do you hesitate? Are you not repulsed by the dark energy over there?" Starflame, however, impatiently shook his head, evidently disinterested. With a swift extension of his wings, he soared into the vastness of the starry sky, disappearing into the cosmos's darkness before Red Spider's astonished gaze. The leader seemed to sense something, the audio receiver trembling gently. He understood that a reunion with Starflame was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Soundwave intercepted an unusual unknown signal, which was promptly followed by the appearance of a mysterious coordinate on his display screen. He swiftly relayed this information to the perplexed Zhendong Bo, succinctly elucidating, "Unknown information requires further investigation." Zhendong Bo's optical lens flickered slightly, as if engaging in intricate calculations and analyses in a brief span. He nodded in understanding, indicating his readiness to cooperate with Soundwave's endeavors. The two swiftly immersed themselves in their tasks, embarking on a thorough analysis and interpretation of the coordinates emanating from the unknown source. At that moment, Thunderclap suddenly spotted a familiar silver figure ahead. "Wait, Red Spider, that fellow is truly alive." Thunderclap's voice carried a note of surprise, yet predominantly an air of sly anticipation. He swiftly gestured to Now, Fantion, and the two, in unspoken agreement, soared towards the increasingly clear, silver-gray silhouette. Red Spider, consumed by his fury at Starflame's indifference, remained oblivious to the impending reunion. At that moment, a voice filled with playful mockery echoed through the communicator, startling him into a brief stupor before he turned to look. Approaching with astonishing speed was a blue aircraft, closely followed by a raucous purple one that shimmered amidst violet lightning. "Hey, you two, Red Spider and Chaos." Your words were cut short by a warm embrace from Thunderous Lightning. "What is this? Are you both so astonished to see us?" Thunderous Lightning teased with a smile, his tone imbued with an unmistakable warmth and joy. Chaos, crossing his arms, wore a smirk that hinted at mischief. "We've long heard of you being the first to successfully traverse the cosmos, yet we didn't expect to encounter you so soon. It seems fate is indeed on our side." Red Spider shot a glare at Chaos, but the anger quickly morphed into amusement in the optical lens. He recognized that despite their occasional squabbles and jabs, this brotherly bond remained their strongest support in critical moments. "Enough of the antics," Red Spider said, patting Thunderous Lightning on the back, signaling him to release his hold. He then regarded the two with earnestness. "Now that you've arrived in this universe, we must deliberate on our forthcoming plans." Thunderous Lightning and Chaos exchanged resolute glances, knowing that regardless of the uncertainties and challenges ahead, as long as the three brothers united in purpose, nothing could impede their progress. Meanwhile, the formidable Megatron and the leader finally concluded their heartfelt and powerful embrace. Megatron gazed at the leader with pride and affection, a triumphant smile gracing his lips, as if to say, "See, I have succeeded." Unable to contain his emotions, he proclaimed, "My leader, this time I have honored my vow. No one can keep me from returning to your side." The leader's eyes sparkled with wisdom and tenderness as he replied in a calm and resolute tone, "Megatron, your loyalty has never been in doubt. You are my eternal guardian." Megatron erupted into laughter, exuding an undeniable pride and dominance. "Ha ha ha, leader. Whether it be the Emperor of the Universe or Primus himself, none can separate us. We are invincible." However, the leader furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating a significant decision. "Indeed, we shall discover a way to combat the Emperor of the Universe and safeguard our realm together." Subsequently, Megatron, with his powerful and authoritative voice, initiated a frequency-wide announcement. "Listen closely. This is my leader, to whom you shall owe your unwavering loyalty. All Decepticons, his words are my command. Any act of treachery will invoke my wrath. You must be as loyal to him as you are to me. Otherwise, you shall no longer be counted among the Decepticons." The leader, clearly taken aback by Megatron's direct and ceremonious introduction of him, swiftly regained his composure, accepting the scrutiny of the Decepticons with an air of unflappable grace. He smiled and spoke, "It has been a long time, my friends. I am Optimus Pax, and it brings me great joy to see you all again." The Decepticons began to murmur among themselves, buzzing with astonishment at the remarkable transformation of their leader, Megatron, and even more so at the metamorphosis of Optimus Pax. However, in the face of Megatron's formidable presence and the leader's calm demeanor, they quickly fell silent, ready to accept the new reality. Before the Decepticons could react further, Megatron began his transformation, his silver, menacing form materializing before the crowd in an instant. He lowered his head, adopting a near-reverent posture for the leader to mount his back. The leader appeared unperturbed, steadying himself against the sharp spikes on Megatron's neck as they dove together, heading straight for the Cybertron planet, glowing with a shimmering blue light. "Decepticons!" Megatron's voice resonated through the Decepticon channel, imbued with strength and resolve. "Follow me, toward Cybertron, towards victory, onward." The Decepticons sprang into action once more, closely trailing the silhouette of the silver, fearsome Megatron as they surged into the skies of Cybertron. In that moment, the inhabitants of Cybertron looked up in awe, witnessing an unprecedented monstrous creature soaring across the heavens, accompanied by a throng of fierce aerial warriors. This sudden spectacle inevitably incited panic among the unknowing residents, who mistook them for extraterrestrial invaders and scattered in fear. Cybertron's security system responded swiftly. A piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the skies as patrol guards and surveillance drones transformed, activating their weapon systems, poised to confront the unexpected guests. Their voices echoed through the communication channels with undeniable authority. "Attention! Intruders confirmed. All units, remain vigilant, prepare for engagement." However, upon identifying the intruders, their tone shifted, laced with hesitation and confusion. "Wait, is that the leader? What is happening?" Chapter 65. A new team, the Silver, menacing Megatron, suddenly landed. his massive form shaking the ground beneath him. He folded his wings and lowered his head, revealing the leader's iconic silhouette. The leader gracefully leaped down, his gaze calm as it swept across the barrels aimed at the intruders, his voice steady and warm. "This is a misunderstanding. They're my friends. I shall explain everything to your commander." At that moment, a red and blue heavy truck sped in like a gust of wind. It was Officer Orion Pax, who swiftly transformed behind the crowd, his optics shimmering with surprise. He quickly scanned the imposing Decepticons behind the leader and commanded the guards, "Stand down. They're not enemies." Orion Pax's voice was authoritative and firm, leaving no room for doubt. The guards immediately saluted Orion Pax. "Yes, sir." He then reassured the residents through a broadcast. After concluding the transmission, he stepped forward, standing before the leader, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Leader, must you always make such a grand entrance?" The leader offered a faint smile to Orion Pax, expressing his gratitude for the timely intervention. Orion Pax graciously accepted the leader's thanks and then addressed the others, stating, "This is also a testament to the leader's efforts. Ever since the Functionalist Committee's downfall, the Senate not only rescinded my warrant, but also promoted me to the Security Department, where I now oversee the entire security system of Particle City. Congratulations." The leader sincerely expressed his joy for Orion Pax's promotion, though he refrained from attributing the accomplishment solely to himself. "Your elevation is not merely a result of my influence. Your unwavering commitment to justice and your tangible actions are the true keys to your recognition." While Orion Pax did not entirely concur with the leader's assertion, he chose to shift the topic and turned his gaze to the unfamiliar Cybertronians. "Leader, will you not introduce your friends?" The leader then elucidated the identities and origins of Megatron and the Decepticons, saying, "Like myself, they hail from another universe. The Decepticons can, in a sense, be regarded as another Celestival." As the leader's words concluded, the silver giant elegantly transformed back into humanoid form, and with a tone of solemn pride, he introduced, "This is Megatron from another universe. To avoid confusion, you may refer to him as Lord Megatron. He is not only my mentor and friend, but also my comrade and spark partner. Our bond transcends the limitations of time and space." The leader's words held a profound significance, subtly concealing the deeper and more intricate past he shared with Megatron, a secret garden known only to the two of them. Upon hearing this, Megatron could not help but smile with a hint of mischief and warmth, a fierce protectiveness swelling within him, vowing to safeguard this hard-earned intimacy and trust with all his strength. Orion Pax's surprise reemerged upon his visage, but he quickly relaxed and chuckled, "I see. So the incident involving Megatron was indeed orchestrated by him. Truly, seeing is believing." He referred to the event when Megatron forcefully commandeered the IDW Megatron body, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Megatron smiled slightly, exuding an air of confidence tinged with arrogance, unabashedly showcasing his presence and power. As Orion Pax was engaged in his patrol duties, the leader bid him farewell and, accompanied by Megatron and the Decepticons, proceeded towards the Celestival base. During their flight, Megatron walked alongside the leader, and suddenly his voice resonated through the internal comms, shattering the silence. "That Officer Pax is indeed Orion Pax, correct?" His voice was deep and powerful, imbued with an inexplicable complexity of emotions. Under the leader's calm and profound gaze, he continued, "Had you appeared before me in that form back then, I might have found it irresistible to engage with you in a contest." Upon hearing these words, the leader's azure optical lens glimmered subtly, and a gentle smile graced his lips as he responded through the internal communication. "I comprehend your fervor for battle, Megatron. However, as you have only just entered this universe, I urge you to first establish a connection with the Decepticons of this world, and together strive towards our common objective." In response to this, a glint of cunning flashed within Megatron's violet optical lens, and he returned with a confident yet slightly provocative grin. "Leader, you need not worry. Regardless of the adversary, I, Megatron, fear nothing. I shall demonstrate my strength and resolve to the Decepticons of this world in my own manner." The leader's azure optical lens flickered gently as he tilted his head, casting a warm yet profound gaze upon the formidable Megatron, his lips curling into a smile. In that moment, no further words were necessary. The leader's gaze conveyed an understanding and trust in Megatron. "I am confident you will manage everything, Megatron. He then slightly accelerated past Megatron, leaving him with a silhouette imbued with both trust and anticipation. As the leader and Megatron arrived, the inhabitants of the Celestival base ceased their tasks, gazing upward towards the sky, where the immense silver behemoth loomed like a moving mountain, stirring the spark within each individual. Hot Rod observed the silver figure soaring across the heavens, his optical lens shimmering with astonishment. What manner of creature is that? Ironhide executed a drift and turned, replying, "No, that is not a creature. It is the leader's ally. I have heard he is a guardian from another universe." Blur performed a graceful spin and landed with elegance, then, with a half-joking tone, remarked, "It's not merely an ally. That is the leader's companion. You would do well not to provoke him lightly." He concluded with a gentle blink of his yellow optical lens, revealing a hint of trepidation. The atmosphere within the base grew tense, yet brimming with anticipation as Megatron stood beside the leader, his form shimmering with silver brilliance under the lights, as if he had just returned from a lengthy journey. However, rather than re-exploring this universe, Megatron found himself more inclined to steal glances at his leader. Lowering his head slightly, his optical lens sparkled with a bright purple hue, overflowing with affection and admiration. IDW Megatron silently observed all of this, an intricate tapestry of emotions swirling within him. He surveyed his surroundings, sensing a new strength and hope coalescing. "Leader," he spoke earnestly with these new allies, "I believe our power will grow even stronger. Yet, we must also be cautious in managing the relationships between various factions to ensure unity." The leader nodded, his gaze profound. "You are correct, Megatron. Unity and trust are the keys to our success. I will work alongside you to ensure all members can understand and support one another." The leader's words resonated with unwavering determination, instilling in everyone present a palpable sense of his charismatic leadership. In that moment, the Celestival base was infused with newfound vitality and hope. Leaders, Megatron, and their new team shall collectively confront the challenges of the future, striving for peace and prosperity on Cybertron. Chapter 66. The harmony of the Allspark and the cosmic threat. The position of Cybertron's leader hangs in the balance, as an intense campaign for the future's guiding figure unfolds with fervor, enveloping the planet in a tense and exhilarating atmosphere. At the Allspark's edge, Megatron's form gleams with a chilling silver luster under its radiant glow, his optic sensors firmly fixed on the leaderboard of the leadership votes. A smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. Within that smile lies an unwavering trust in the leader, intertwined with an imperceptible hint of pride. "My leader, as I have anticipated, regardless of the universe, you remain the indisputable leader of Cybertron." The leader stands beside him, letting out a soft sigh at the remark, his red and blue form appearing particularly majestic in the gentle light of the Allspark. "Megatron, that is not my intention. I yearn for equality among us, not to stand alone upon the pedestal of leadership." Megatron's smile deepens as he slowly approaches the leader, his massive silver form nearly engulfing him entirely. "That cannot be. My dear little leader, even in this universe, your brilliance cannot be obscured. I have long since perceived those who covet your radiance." The leader tilts his head slightly, evading Megatron's intense and profound gaze, his audio receptors trembling gently, as if striving to quell the turmoil within. "You misunderstand, Megatron. They harbor only gratitude and reverence for me. Nothing more." Yet, Megatron suddenly enfolds the leader tightly in his embrace, causing the leader's form to tremble slightly within the powerful grasp. "Ha ha ha, leader. You remain as easily flustered as the former Orion." The leader's spark races, sensing that Megatron's fervent emotions are gradually encroaching upon his reason. He struggles to suppress the shadow of Orion, furrowing his brow, and speaks with resolute conviction. "Megatron, this is the Allspark, the birthplace of the Cybertronians. We must uphold our respect for Primus. We cannot act recklessly here." Megatron's mouth curls in discontent, yet he does not relinquish his embrace. "What could possibly be more important than our intimacy? Leader, you should know that I'm already entrapped." The leader pushes against Megatron's broad, sturdy chest, his gaze resolute and solemn, as if peering into the darkness of Megatron's core. "Is your spark, Megatron? You have dwelled in dark energy for far too long. I must expedite your spark harmonization. This is not solely for your future, but for our shared mission." Your reason must remain clear. We cannot allow darkness to consume you any longer. Megatron's optics flicker slightly, a complex array of emotions shimmering within the bright violet. He becomes lost in the leader's blue optics, which seem capable of nurturing the Allspark, and ultimately releases his tight embrace. Despite the dissatisfaction and struggle within, he perceives the depth of care and responsibility conveyed in the leader's words. Very well, leader. I respect your decision and understand your concerns. However, I implore you not to force yourself. The person I am now is far removed from the ferocious beast consumed solely by bloodshed. I am willing to bear this suffering, hoping only for your safety. I will exert every effort to control the embers within me, ensuring that darkness does not devour my reason. The leader nodded gently, a warm light flickering within his blue optical lenses. I trust you, Megatron. Therefore, please trust me as well. Subsequently, the leader's chest plate slowly opened, revealing the resplendent leader module emanating brilliant radiance. The leader extended his right hand, which softly rested upon Megatron's chest plate, and a warm, formidable force surged forth from the leader module, akin to a gentle stream flowing into a parched riverbed, gradually cleansing the darkness and fury within Megatron's spark. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, with only the flow of energy between the leader and Megatron bearing witness to this occurrence. Meanwhile, against the tranquil skyline of Cybertron, Soundwave glided silently through the clouds in his reconnaissance mode, his sensory module perpetually attuned to the subtle changes in the surrounding environment. As an intelligence officer from an alternate universe, Soundwave possessed an extraordinary insight into the situation on Cybertron. At this moment, a calm yet piercing light flickered in his optical lenses, meticulously observing every corner of the planet. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible disturbance shattered the planet's serenity, a wave of energy emanating from beyond Cybertron, faint yet brimming with menace. A chill surged through Soundwave's core as his receptors swiftly detected an influx of unusual signals from beyond Cybertron. An array of unknown ships was approaching at an astonishing speed, their energy readings far surpassing those of any conventional vessels known as Cybertron. Soundwave immediately recognized that an unanticipated invasion was imminent. The name Predacons echoed within his core as he rapidly accessed information regarding this ancient race from his memory banks. These semi-mechanical beings from the depths of the cosmos reveled in conquest and plunder, having inflicted devastating strikes upon multiple planets. Long before the Predacons began their clandestine research on dark energy, seeking to exploit it to disintegrate Cybertron from within, Soundwave had already discerned their nefarious intentions. He silently gathered intelligence, scrutinizing the Predacons' movements, observing the hatching and growth of their lost experiment, and possessing a clear understanding of their designs. However, the Predacons' plans did not proceed as desired. The arrival of the leader, the loss of their experimental subjects, and the uncontrollable chaos surrounding their secret weapon, the red and blue behemoth, not only shattered their schemes, but also afforded Cybertron a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Yet, Soundwave was acutely aware that the Predacons would not relinquish their desire to plunder Cybertron easily. At this moment, as Soundwave sensed the energy fluctuations above Cybertron, an ominous premonition surged within his core. He swiftly analyzed these abnormal signals, ultimately confirming the alarming reality that the Predacon ships were indeed closing in on Cybertron. Attention, all personnel. Readiness at the highest level. The voice of Soundwave resonated calmly through the communication channel as he swiftly relayed the intelligence gathered to the Decepticon command system. The approach of the Quintesson's colossal vessel towards Cybertron was imminent. The Red Spiders, secretly scheming in Qingqiu, were abruptly interrupted by the transmission, causing Red Spider to scream in disbelief. What? Soundwave, when did you infiltrate my communication system? Shocked expressions crossed the faces of Thundercracker and Skywarp, who were well accustomed to such interruptions, while Red Spider seethed with rage. Meanwhile, seated across from them, the Red Spider of the IDW universe wore a smirk tinged with mockery, remarking, "It appears you were not entirely truthful in our previous conversation, Other Me. Remember, those who deceive me must inevitably pay the price." Initially, the IDW Red Spider had assumed that his counterpart from another universe sought collaboration to vie for leadership over Cybertron, aspiring to be the sole ruler. However, the current demeanor of this Red Spider left him profoundly disappointed, particularly due to the close connection he shared with Soundwave of Celestia, which ignited a spark of irritation within him. Red Spider's impotent fury froze upon his visage. He clenched his fists and explained, "I concede. I did not disclose the entire truth. My universe's Soundwave has just informed me that the Quintessons are indeed advancing toward Cybertron." This revelation struck the IDW Red Spider like a thunderbolt, prompting him to spring from his seat in astonishment. Those repugnant colonizers dare to return. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and questioned, "How can you be certain his words are genuine? I have received no warnings." Red Spider scoffed dismissively. "You may question Soundwave, but you cannot dispute the veracity of the intelligence he provides. On Cybertron, he is an unparalleled information officer, known and revered by all, always accurate." Chapter 67. The Defense of Cybertron and Mutation in the Command Center of the Security Department at Fortress Maximus. Alarms blared as the enormous Quintesson ship approached Cybertron. The commanding officer of the Security Department, Lord Megatron, sat resolutely at the control panel. His gold and crimson form shone with formidable authority under the illumination, his expression grave. His optical sensors fixated on the colossal, menacing Quintesson vessel on the screen, missing no detail. All security forces immediately enter combat readiness level 1. Lord Megatron's voice reverberated through the communication channels, his orders decisive and unwavering. The soldiers of the security department sprang into action, well-equipped and meticulously trained, mobilizing at remarkable speed to prepare for defense. Lord Megatron was acutely aware of the Quintesson's formidable and cunning nature. These ancient beings had long coveted Cybertron, and this ambush was no mere coincidence. He swiftly convened the core members of the security department to collaboratively devise a strategy for response. Within the conference room, the atmosphere was tense and solemn, with each individual's optical sensors fixed intently on the Quintesson ship displayed on the screen. "We must ensure that the core facilities of Cybertron receive paramount protection." The voice of the adversary resonated deeply as the need to organize an effective counterforce became paramount, aiming to restrain and strike against the vessels of the Quintessons. Members of the security department nodded in unison, swiftly dispersing to undertake their respective tasks. They promptly allocated resources and defensive weaponry while assembling an elite strike team, poised to launch a surprise attack on the Quintessons. As their ships drew near, the vibrant facade of Cybertron's merriment and tranquility shattered like fragile ice, ready to collapse at the slightest provocation. The once joyous and serene planet was suddenly enveloped by an invisible tension, the air thick with the scent of energy and metal. Sunlight struggled to pierce the heavy clouds, casting its rays upon the land teetering on the brink of war, yet failing to dispel the impending darkness. In the distance, the horizon quivered ominously, reminiscent of a colossal beast stirring from slumber. The low rumble of engines grew louder, heralding the approach of heavy warplanes, the footsteps of war drawing ever closer. The inhabitants of Cybertron gazed skyward, witnessing formations of aerial units slicing through the atmosphere, their metallic bodies aglow with a chilling luminescence, signals of battle and omens of death. Amidst the streets, patrolling robotic sentinels hurriedly navigated their path, striving to maintain a semblance of order. Yet their efforts appeared futile against the tempest that loomed. The residents began to panic, racing in search of refuge, their optical sensors reflecting fear and unease. At that moment, the first cannon fire shattered the sky, echoing like thunder. In quick succession, energy beams crisscrossed the air, illuminating the heavens in blinding shades of purple and blue. Countless diverse biological weapons descended from above. Buildings crumbled under the force of explosions, and metallic debris scattered in chaos. Cybertron's tranquility was irrevocably torn asunder. War had arrived unannounced. In this realm of technology and might, a fierce confrontation between justice and malevolence, light and darkness, was about to unfold. Soundwave, who refrained from engaging in battle, fulfilled his role as an intelligence officer, tasked with delivering precise information and support. He continued to traverse the battlefield, transmitting the latest intelligence regarding the Quintessons through encrypted communication channels to the Decepticon command system, while simultaneously sharing the data with IDW Soundwave. The Quintesson biological weapons had been deployed. Soundwave's voice was calm yet swift, his form mutable and formidable, necessitating careful consideration. Bolstered by the intelligence from the two Soundwaves, Cybertron's warriors mounted a rapid and organized resistance. At this juncture, the location, known as Nemesis, or the Zara's Academy of Advanced Technology, housed two shockwaves from disparate universes, engaged in an in-depth examination and study of the entity, known as Optimus Prime. This request stemmed from TFP Shockwave and Soundwave, who firmly believed that the existence of Optimus Prime was no mere coincidence, but rather a potential destabilizing factor that required thorough investigation to eliminate any concealed threats to their leader. The leader, without a doubt, recognized the influence of Megatron behind these actions. Since Megatron regarded Starscream as the nascent embodiment of the cosmic sovereign, he has never wavered in his vigilance towards him. However, Starscream proactively stepped forward, expressing his yearning to uncover the truth and his apprehensions regarding potential threats to their leader. Reluctantly, the leader acquiesced to this request, permitting Starscream to accompany Shockwave to the IDW Shockwave's Academy of Sciences. Within the confines of the Academy, Starscream ostensibly became a student of IDW Shockwave, yet in reality, he was subjected to thorough examination as a research subject. Despite being distanced from the leader's side once more, Starscream was acutely aware that the leader remained concerned for him. He endeavored to master his emotions and destructive impulses, yearning to prove that he was not a burden. Was he? Suddenly, a familiar seductive whisper pierced through his audio receptors. Startled, Starscream hastily scanned his surroundings. Yet, besides the engrossed researchers, only two conversing shockwaves were present, clearly indicating that no one was addressing him. Do you truly believe that? The voice echoed again, this time penetrating his very core, causing his gaze to become unfocused. The central hub of his memories swiftly conjured the menacing figure of Megatron in his most perilous form, inducing a slight tremor in his body, a reaction born of instinctual fear. That Megatron shared an intimate bond with his father, yet as the leader's offspring, he felt perpetually alienated, all because of your weakness. The voice seemed to delve into the depths of his essence, continuing to entice. Not only are you incapable of safeguarding your father, but at critical moments, you will become his burden. Only by growing stronger can you remain by his side, and that Megatron is merely a beast. What right does he have to monopolize the leader's affection? Starscream clenched his fists tightly, the energy readings on the instrument spiking due to the tumult within him, garnering the intense attention of Shockwave and researchers. His consciousness was once again drawn to that enigmatic, colossal metallic door as the alluring voice resonated. Embrace my power, submit to me, and you shall be invincible. This power, akin to a black hole, sought to engulf him entirely. Just as Starscream stood at the precipice of succumbing to this temptation, a piercing alarm blared, reverberating through his audio receptors like a clarion call. Abruptly awakened, a wave of profound confusion surged within him. What was happening? The moment this inquiry flickered in his spark, a massive figure of red and blue burst through the wall, akin to lightning descending from the void, shaking the entire academy. It was Starfire, his appearance utterly unexpected, great wings beating against the air, conjuring a gale that instantaneously captured everyone's attention. Starfire's talons, as formidable as iron pincers, seized Starscream from the testing platform, leaving all present in utter astonishment at this sudden turn of events. A monstrous presence. Two oscillating waves gasped in unison, their astonished gazes fixed upon the colossal form of the star flame. The remaining researchers erupted into a flurry of panic-stricken cries. Poshiankyo, consumed by urgency, struggled desperately against the unyielding grip of the monstrous claws, finding himself utterly unable to escape. Just as he was about to call out for his father's assistance, his body was violently compressed, a cry of agony emerging from his despair, swiftly drowning out his original plea. In that moment, Poshiankyo's spark seemed ensnared by icy tendrils, his core suffused with dread and hopelessness. Chapter 68. Battle. The clarion call of battle reverberated through the skies of Cybertron, an atmosphere thick with tension and fervor permeating every corner. The formidable frame of Unicron appeared even more ruthless and resolute under the dim lights, his gaze riveted to the live battlefield displayed on the screen, every subtle shift eluding not his keen optical sensors. On the immense display, crimson dots representing the monstrous biological weapons surged forth like an encroaching tide, intertwining with the blue dots symbolizing Cybertron's defensive forces. crafting a breathtaking tableau of impending confrontation. Unicron remained ever vigilant, astutely adapting his combat strategies to ensure the security forces could withstand any unforeseen challenges. His leadership prowess and unwavering resolve shone brightly in this critical hour, yet the might of the monstrous entities was more formidable than ever before. These beings, with their diverse biological weaponry, rampaged across the battlefield, presenting an unprecedented challenge to Cybertron's defenses. The sky was awash in billowing smoke and radiant energy beams, casting a blinding hue of purple and blue, as if a cataclysmic storm were unleashed. The earth trembled beneath the cacophony of explosive detonations, resonating with the very essence of the battle that shook the planet. Structures crumbled in the wake of the explosions, metallic debris scattering like raindrops, enveloping the surroundings in an ominous pall of death. The entire battlefield resembled a hellish scene, with smoke, flames, and the roar of explosions intertwining to create a strikingly tragic panorama. Yet amidst this despair and fear, the followers of the leader displayed unparalleled courage and resolve. Above the smoke-laden battlefield, valiant warriors from the IDW universe, including Megatron, Soundwave, Blur, Jazz, and Swindle, unleashed their formidable skills against the monstrous biological weaponry. Their forms darted through the explosions and energy beams, each attack executed with utmost fervor, striving to withstand the relentless onslaught of the monstrous tide. Standing upon the ruins, IDW Megatron's optics gleamed with unwavering determination. His frame shimmered in the glow of explosions, the fusion cannon continuously firing violet energy beams that struck true against the biological weapons. Each assault was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if to rend the very fabric of the battlefield asunder. This clash was not merely a defense of Cybertron. It was a testament to his faith and that of his leader. His core brimmed with admiration and gratitude for the leader, who had bestowed upon him newfound strength and purpose. In the midst of battle, he seemed to feel the leader's strength alongside him, which fortified his resolve to fight. For the leader, for Cybertron. With a commanding voice, IDW Megatron unleashed a wave of intensified energy as the fusion cannon emitted a barrage of violet energy beams, precisely striking the biomechanical weapons. The landmark swung its iron fist, delivering powerful blows to the adversaries before him. His form bore numerous scars from the conflict, yet he pressed on unwaveringly, pouring his all into each assault. Nearby, Whirl maneuvered with agility in his flying vehicle mode, utilizing his rotors to slice through the armor of the biomechanical foes, providing support to his comrades on the ground. Jazz, with his nimble prowess, continually shifted positions, launching precise energy blasts that struck true to the enemy's vital points, showcasing his exceptional combat skills. The duo of Blitzwing and Kickback exploited their speed advantage, darting across the battlefield to render urgent aid to their injured allies. The Decepticons were equally relentless, fighting shoulder to shoulder with the Celestival members against the onslaught of the five-faced creature's biomechanical minions. In this fierce confrontation, the Celestival members and Decepticons demonstrated remarkable synergy, united in their defense against the invasion, striving for the future of Cybertron. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, the mechanical dog, Laserbeak, and Sawback fought alongside the newly joined Frenzy and Rumble. The diminutive Frenzy, despite his size, moved with extraordinary agility, darting between foes like a crimson flash, his sharp laughter piercing through the din of battle. "Frenzy, please maintain silence during combat," the mechanical dog exclaimed, dodging incoming energy blasts while casting a stern glare through his red optics at Frenzy. Yet, Frenzy's laughter only intensified, adding to the mechanical dog's frustration. As for the Azure Rumble, his method of combat left the mechanical dog both amused and exasperated. Rumble, a pile driver, unleashed a barrage of relentless blows upon the ground, generating intense tremors. Although this occasionally disrupted the enemy, more often than not, Rumble merely wreaked havoc on the surrounding structures, leaving the battlefield in disarray, making it difficult for the mechanical dog to find stable footing. "Rumble, could you tone it down a bit? We're in a battle, not a demolition site," the mechanical dog shouted in exasperation as he narrowly avoided collapsing buildings due to Rumble's destruction. Nonetheless, Rumble appeared oblivious, continuing his relentless pounding, reveling in the chaos. Observing these two little madcaps wreaking havoc on the battlefield, the mechanical dog was filled with a sense of resignation. while Laserbeak and Sawback looked on with delight at the unfolding farce. They had long desired to find two new companions to alleviate the tension of their combat life. Thus, they earnestly persuaded Soundwave to accept the addition of Mirage and Thundercracker. Although ostensibly for the enhancement of their battle capabilities, the robotic canine understood that the Laserbird and the circular Sawbird primarily sought to teach these two mischievous newcomers a lesson. Nevertheless, the robotic canine recognized that in this perilous time, every comrade was invaluable, even if they were somewhat unconventional. With a resigned shake of his head, he continued alongside the Laserbird and the circular Sawbird, safeguarding the battlefield while awaiting the dawn of victory. Meanwhile, Soundwave, in his reconnaissance aircraft form, circled high above, his keen gaze piercing through the battlefield's smoky haze, closely monitoring the unfolding situation. Compared to the immediate conflict, he was far more concerned about the insidious schemes of the Quintessons. This ancient and malevolent race had never relinquished their dream of conquering Cybertron. Although the might of this universe had once driven them into exile, they still lurked in the shadows of Cybertron, meticulously plotting their return. For millions of years, they had conspired in the dark, all for the ambition of realizing their goals in this decisive battle. At last, the leader of the Quintessons issued a chilling command from within their spacecraft. The Primordial Beast Project is initiated. With this decree, the biological weapons on the ground seemed to be infused with new life. Their optical lenses flickered with an eerie purple light, sharp teeth protruding from their mouths, and claws elongated, oozing with a glistening silver liquid. Suddenly, a spider-like biological weapon leaped from a building, lunging at the engaged Autobot Blur. IDW Megatron, witnessing this, shouted and unleashed a fusion cannon strike, directly hitting the spider's abdomen. However, despite the spider being scorched to vapor, its falling leg splattered Blur's face. Disgusted, Blur discarded the spider leg, only to inadvertently touch a viscous liquid. As he raised his palm to inspect it before his optical lens, an inexplicable irritation surged within him. He quickly shook his hand in an attempt to rid himself of the repulsive substance. But at that moment, the world before him twisted into a darkened distortion. His comrades, once by his side, transformed into various biological weapons, their optical lenses glowing ominously with purple light, both dangerous and mesmerizing. An unprecedented urge to kill welled up within Blur, and he roared as he raised his fist and charged at the adversaries. IDW Megatron, hearing the commotion, turned abruptly, only to be met by Blur's merciless punch. He stared in shock at Blur's chaotic purple optical lens and frenzied expression. In that instant, he recalled every possible offense he might have committed to provoke Blur's ire. "What is wrong with you?" IDW Megatron began to inquire, but Blur lunged at him once more. He grasped Blur's neck to push him away, simultaneously delivering a kick that sent Blur sprawling. At this moment, the optical lenses of the beacon were enveloped in a chaotic hue of purple, resembling a frenzied beast baring its teeth, its vocal apparatus emitting a cacophony of roars. Chapter 69, Decepticons Engage. Above the skies of Cybertron, a breathtaking battle was unfolding. Starscream led the Decepticon Air Squadron, executing a coordinated assault with the Air Force of the IDW universe. Increased firepower. We must not afford them a moment's respite. Starscream's voice reverberated through the communication channels, his form glimmering with a chilling radiance, pouring every ounce of energy into each attack. Yet, the ship of the Quintessons seemed to possess an impenetrable shield, repelling all assaults. The interior of the vessel was suffused with a frigid mechanical atmosphere and dim lighting. The Quintessons hovered before a massive control console, monitoring the battlefield through intricate display screens. Their bodies were a blend of mechanical and organic components, their optical lenses betraying cunning and cruelty, fervently fixated on their invasion plans for Cybertron. These insignificant transformers dare to challenge our authority. The leader of the Quintessons scoffed coldly. But it matters not. They shall soon come to know our might. Just as the warriors of Cybertron believed they were on the verge of breaching the defenses, the ship's hatch suddenly swung open, unleashing a torrent of aerial biological weaponry akin to a black tide. These bioweapons varied in form, some possessing sharp wings and claws, while others were equipped with formidable ranged weapons, nimbly weaving through the air to quickly establish a new line of defense. Starscream surveyed the battlefield with rapid precision, his optical lens shimmering with a calm light. Through the encrypted communication channel, he issued orders to the aerial forces, Decepticons, according to the predetermined plan. Disperse and attack the left-wing defense system of the Quintesson ship. Be mindful of enemy fire and leverage our speed advantage for guerrilla tactics. Soundwave circled high above, his red visor gleaming with a keen intensity. He sensed every subtle fluctuation on the battlefield, analyzing the enemy's intentions and vulnerabilities. The energy core of the Quintesson bioweapons was located at their center, yet their armor was exceptionally resilient, requiring attacks from the side or rear. Soundwave's tone was calm, yet powerful as he swiftly relayed this intelligence to his comrades. Concurrently, he utilized his perceptive abilities to detect an anomalous energy fluctuation within the Quintesson ship. He immediately recognized it as a precursor to the enemy's impending new wave of assault. Warning: the Quintessons are about to launch a new attack. All units, prepare for defense. Soundwave's voice echoed through the communication channel, buying precious preparation time for his allies. Venom, Thundercracker, and Skywarp rapidly adjusted their formations, establishing a solid line of defense in the air. Venom's body radiated a silvery sheen, his ranged weaponry continuously unleashing energy beams and tracking missiles, accurately striking the flying bioweapons, each impact accompanied by a deafening roar and the cries of the adversaries. The astonishing thunder and the audacious uprising harnessed their remarkable speed and agility to weave through the enemy ranks, unleashing a torrent of concentrated energy fire and missiles that rend the adversaries' defenses asunder. Yet, the overwhelming numbers of foes press heavily upon the trio of red spiders. Their frames bear the scars of battle, yet their gazes remain resolute, unwavering in the face of adversity. In the IDW universe, Red Spider commands the Seekers in a vigorous assault, their forms carving elegant arcs through the sky, while energy projectiles cascade like a relentless downpour. However, the five-faced monster's vessel remains steadfast, and the aerial bioweapons seem inexhaustible, continuously surging forth from the ship, rendering any breakthrough elusive. Observing this, the IDW Red Spider is compelled to pause the offensive, addressing his temporary ally from another universe. Red Spider, let your brother Uprising take a chance. If he can temporarily disable their shields, it would be far more advantageous than this futile expenditure of energy. Red Spider retorts immediately, why not let your Uprising take the risk? In response, the IDW Red Spider deftly maneuvers around him, positioning himself on the opposite side. Surrounding them are only the IDW Red Spider's Seekers and TFB Universe's Thunder and Uprising. A silence envelopes the air, and Red Spider realizes that Uprising and Thunder are conspicuously absent from the IDW Red Spider's side. With a self-deprecating remark, he muses, what a foolish decision. He then queries Uprising, can you manage this? The violet aircraft elegantly traces an arc in the sky as Uprising scoffs disdainfully, screaming ghost. You only remember me in critical moments. With that, he grants Red Spider no opportunity for a response, instantly accelerating and leaving a striking silhouette in his wake. Red Spider is momentarily taken aback by this sudden reference to the screaming ghost, but has no time to rectify the misnomer. As Uprising's violet figure charges headlong into the enemy formation, Uprising's teleportation cannot traverse solid matter. He requires our cover. Red Spider remarks, just as Thunder's missiles and energy weapons are unleashed, taking down the flying bioweapons that dare to obstruct Uprising. Red Spider and Thunder fight side by side, shielding Uprising on either flank. Soon after, the IDW Red Spider and the Seekers join the fray, encircling the three aircraft in a protective formation while energy blasts and missiles rain down like a torrential storm. In an instant, the cacophony of explosions is deafening, and blue flames flicker incessantly in the sky. Red Spider's team charges with unstoppable force toward the five-faced monster's vessel. Warning: the bioweapons carry toxic energy. Avoid any direct contact. The calm yet urgent voice of the communicator pierces through the chaos. However, the situation allows no room for hesitation. Just as Red Spider registers the warning, Thunder suddenly accelerates, positioning himself directly in front of him. They navigated through the explosive chaos of airborne creatures, and despite the selfless protection of Thunderclash, the Red Spider's frame inevitably came into contact with the toxic remnants of these beings. Soundwave, why didn't you inform me sooner? The Red Spider's voice pierced the air, sharp and trembling, filled with dread and helplessness. Yet the peril did not cease. Unbeknownst to him, behind them, IDW Red Spider and the Seekers had also fallen victim to the toxic energy. "Don't freeze, Little Red." Thunderclash's urgent shout reverberated through the communicator, pulling the Red Spider from his stupor. At that moment, he suddenly realized that several missiles had locked onto him, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. "Wait!" the Red Spider cried out, hastily executing an extreme evasive maneuver. However, at such close quarters, evading the missiles proved to be no simple task. The Red Spider barely registered a flicker in his optical lens before he beheld the engine of IDW Red Spider. Simultaneously, Mayhem and Thunderclash gripped his wings tightly, evidently having teleported them just moments ago. The missiles detonated ahead with a thunderous explosion, emitting a blinding light. Mayhem activated teleportation once more, whisking them away from the toxic flying creatures and the infected IDW Red Spider along with his Seeker companions. Chapter 70. The Battle in Unity. As the conflict raged on, an increasing number of Cybertronians fell prey to the poison, their bodies spiraling into madness and losing control, launching indiscriminate attacks on their comrades. Whirl was unfortunate enough to be struck by an infected individual during the skirmish, his frame convulsing violently as a flicker of anguish flashed in his optics. Behind him, a throng of biological weaponry and frenzied allies charged towards him. "No, please don't chase me," Whirl shrieked, uttering a cacophony of panicked sounds as he swiftly regained his composure, leveraging the advantages of his flying vehicle mode to spiral upward and evade the infected pursuers. In a brief moment of respite, Megatron witnessed this scene and couldn't restrain himself from shouting over the internal comms, "Whirl, be wary of those biological weaponry's venomous attacks." Whirl, in a state of disarray, called out anxiously, "Megatron, at this rate, we will be completely annihilated. Is retreat our only option?" IDW Megatron quickly assessed the battlefield and decisively issued commands. "No retreat. Ranged units, maintain the assault to cover your teammates. Melee units, focus on subduing the infected to prevent further escalation." Following his orders, the Celestivals swiftly organized a rescue team dedicated to incapacitating the infected and escorting them to a safe zone. They employed specialized energy restrainers to immobilize the infected, preventing further harm to their brethren. Whirl regained his composure and rejoined the main force, striving to suppress the frenzy of his infected comrades. However, the situation did not improve. More individuals fell victim to the poison due to mishaps, and these infected became increasingly contagious, rendering the battle ever more brutal and merciless. Not only has Celestival suffered immense losses, but even the security forces have endured significant devastation. These are highly trained warriors, yet under the corrosive influence of this toxic energy, they have become increasingly uncontrollable. As he surveyed the chaotic battlefield, Whirlwind shouted once more, "Soundwave, Megatron, this cannot continue. We must call for the leader's assistance or consider a strategic retreat. Otherwise, we will not endure." IDW Megatron clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. "We cannot perpetually rely on the leader. He has a more pressing mission. This battle is one we must confront ourselves for Cybertron, and for the trust placed in us by our leader. Moreover, the leader is currently engaged with the formidable Unicron in the wellspring of Primus, rendering him unable to provide timely support." In a shadowy corner of the battlefield, IDW Soundwave concealed himself like a wraith, the calm light glinting from beneath his crimson visor. As the intelligence officer of Celestival, he remained acutely aware of every detail on the battlefield, continually relaying the latest intelligence to his team members. Utilizing his telepathic abilities and analytical prowess, he sought to uncover the source and solution to this maddening toxic energy. This toxic energy, transmitted through contact, intertwined with countless delicate energy signals between the bioweapons and the infected individuals, creating an almost imperceptible web that bound every being on the battlefield, extending infinitely into the distant sky. Could it be dark energy? To validate this hypothesis, he resolved to risk expanding the range and depth of his telepathic abilities. Within the dim and profound realm of perception, Soundwave seemed to plunge into a vast ocean formed by the convergence of data streams. His processor operated at full capacity amidst the torrent of data, meticulously analyzing and filtering every strand. The influx of information crashed upon him like a tempest, rendering the process of perception both challenging and arduous. As the data continued to converge and be analyzed, Soundwave's perceptual world gradually clarified. A distinct memory fragment surfaced in his awareness. Inside a spacecraft, a bizarre quintet was manipulating a colossal energy device, pressing a button that activated a massive energy apparatus within the ship. A powerful energy wave surged forth from the device, swiftly injecting itself into the bioweapons. Megatron. This toxic energy is in fact dark energy. Soundwave's voice resonated calmly, yet powerfully, cutting through the tumultuous battlefield and directly reaching the communication channels of every Celestival and Decepticon. Simultaneously, another voice emerged within the communication channel. Attention! The toxic energy is ineffective against the Decepticons. This was TFP Soundwave, who was silently hovering above the battlefield, meticulously monitoring all activities below. His processor whirred like a high-speed engine, continuously analyzing every subtle clue and shift within the chaotic environment. The sound waves revealed that the Cybertronians of the IDW universe were all affected by the toxic energy, while the Decepticons, including Starscream, who had also been exposed to this malevolent force, displayed no signs of poisoning whatsoever. This discovery led him to a swift conclusion. Each Decepticon was equipped with a meticulously crafted dark energy shielding device, engineered by Shockwave, capable of effectively resisting the onslaught of dark energy and similarly shielding them from the effects of toxic energy. The Quintessons could manipulate dark energy, and the control hub was concealed within their spacecraft. Although Soundwave's voice remained calm, it betrayed an undeniable sense of urgency. Soundwave acknowledged. A rapid response came from another Soundwave through the communicator. Subsequently, a calm and precise command reverberated across the battlefield. Decepticons, concentrate fire, destroy the spacecraft. With this command issued, their weapon systems swiftly charged, and beams of energy, akin to radiant comets, struck the ship's defensive shields with pinpoint accuracy, igniting a dazzling display of light. The Decepticons swiftly and methodically adjusted their attack vectors, their previously scattered firepower coalescing into a formidable force, aimed squarely at the Quintesson's vessel. IDW Megatron gazed upward at the smoke-filled sky ablaze with fire, his optical sensors glimmering with a steadfast and piercing light, as if capable of penetrating the layers of conflict to behold the critical nexus of fate, the Quintesson's ship. In that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be drawn together by an irresistible force, all eyes and artillery converging upon that nefarious vessel. This was not merely an escalation of battle. It was a pivotal moment in determining the fate of Cybertron. As the Decepticons unleashed their full might, an unprecedented and fierce confrontation erupted in the skies of Cybertron, heralding the commencement of this crucial conflict. Chapter 71. The leader's grim connection deep within the well of all sparks, amidst a flickering light. The leader abruptly withdrew from the whirlpool of memories and emotions shared with Megatron. He opened his optical sensors, the brilliant blue light shining like a beacon in the depths of the ocean, reflecting against Megatron's crimson optics, establishing a profound connection that transcended language. Under the radiant glow of the leader module, Megatron's form seemed to undergo a sacred purification, the dark energy dissipating like melting ice and snow, vanishing into the ether. Every inch of his being emanated a long-lost tranquility and serenity, a peace that surged from the depths of his core. With the power of the leader module, the dark energy was thoroughly cleansed, and the tumult and unrest deep within the well were quelled. The brilliance of the leader module gradually dimmed, and the leader's chest plate swiftly closed, yet his form swayed slightly. Orion Pax's voice was low and gentle as he tenderly embraced the somewhat weary leader, lowering his head to gently nuzzle against the leader's elongated audio receptor, producing a soft and melodious sound. The leader's audio receiver quivered sensitively, allowing him to distinctly sense the warmth and solidity of Megatron's form, an anchor of support and tranquility he had long yearned for. His core brimmed with both joy and emotion, causing his body to tremble slightly under Megatron's touch. Gradually, he closed his optical visor, and when he reopened it, he had regained the calmness and resolve of his former self. Megatron, there is something I must convey to you regarding our past and a potentially unforeseen outcome. Megatron's hand, poised to touch the leader's chest plate, halted midair, a flicker of patience and anticipation crossing his optical visor. He inquired softly, "Oh, What matter weighs so heavily upon you? The leader gently extricated himself from Megatron's embrace, tilting his head slightly upward to face him with a more candid demeanor. It concerns the secret of the monstrous star flame. He calls me father. I sense an indistinct connection between us. His existence may indeed be the unutterable miracle born from the fusion of our sparks. Yet, for reasons unknown, he seems to be deliberately concealing his identity. Megatron's form shuddered slightly, his expression turning grave as he recalled the fusion of sparks in the dead space. A wondrous experience that transcended time and space. He spoke slowly, yes. I remember when our sparks merged in radiance, as if the entire world stood still in that moment. But how did he evolve from a nascent spark into his current form? How did he traverse the cosmos to arrive here? The leader fell into contemplation, striving to recollect the details of that spark fusion, yet his memory remained elusive. He only recalled the mingling of their spark energies in a brilliant glow, followed by a haze of chaos. We must locate the star flame and unravel these mysteries, the leader declared, his voice resolute and commanding. Megatron nodded thoughtfully, acutely aware of the significance of this enigma. Just as he was about to speak, a faint ripple emanated from the spark source. Suddenly, the leader's audio receiver jolted, his expression turning severe. The Quintessons are invading Cybertron. His voice was deep and authoritative as he swiftly scanned the incoming sensor data, only to be met with a shocking revelation. The Starflame. He has abducted the Dawnbreaker. Initially incensed by the Quintesson's appearance, Megatron found the absurdity of the situation, Starflame's audacity in abducting the Dawnbreaker, almost laughable. He nearly succumbed to laughter, but quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and suppressed his amusement. The leader, oblivious to Megatron's reaction, rapidly assessed the circumstances, his gaze resolute as he made a decision. We must immediately thwart the Quintesson's assault and locate the Starflame and the Dawnbreaker. Megatron's crimson optical visor fixated intently on the leader, his gaze a blend of undeniable authority and profound tenderness. Leader, he intoned, his voice deep and powerful. I am prepared and ready to fight for you at any moment. Therefore, leave the Quintessons to me. You pursue the Starflame and the Dawnbreaker. His tone conveyed an unyielding insistence, yet the grip of his hand around the leaders conveyed a silent promise of gentleness and protection. Megatron believed that since Starfire was willing to call the leader father, he would undoubtedly not harm him. Otherwise, Megatron himself would have to personally handle the matter of finding Starfire. The leader gazed into Megatron's resolute eyes, a torrent of complex emotions surging within him. He understood that Megatron sought to protect him, and he felt a deep gratitude for Megatron's tenderness and care. The leader gently nodded, his blue optical lenses shimmering with trust and appreciation. Megatron, I have faith in you. However, the Unicron threat has long been plotting its assault on Cybertron, and I cannot foresee the extent of their schemes. Therefore, I urge you to exercise utmost caution. Feeling the leader's concern, warmth enveloped Megatron's spark, prompting a proud and confident smile to grace his features. My leader, you may rest assured as I strive for victory. With that, Megatron turned, his form swiftly transforming amid the cool, metallic sound of grinding gears, morphing into a silver, fierce visage as he soared toward the exit of the Allspark. The leader's figure gradually became translucent, vanishing in an instant from the depths of the Allspark and reappearing before the airborne red and blue behemoth, Starfire. He cast a worried glance at the frail Optimus Prime clutched in Starfire's claws, his expression shifting to one of stern resolve as he fixed his gaze upon Starfire. Silently questioning, Starfire abruptly halted in midair, clearly taken aback by the leader's sudden appearance. He refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead scrutinizing the leader with his deep crimson optical lenses, as if weighing his options. However, this standoff did not last long. Starfire spread his wings once more, attempting to circumvent the leader and continue his flight. The leader could not stand idly by. The Star Sword coalesced in an instant, interposing itself across Starfire's path, its tip radiating a chilling brilliance. At that moment, a mysterious command echoed from the far reaches of the cosmos. Execute the plan immediately. Starfire's form shuddered violently, followed by a furious roar, his crimson optical lenses flashing with struggle and defiance. Yet, the command's power was overwhelming, forcing Starfire to yield. He fixated intently on the leader, particularly on the chest armor, a flicker of despair crossing his optical lenses. With a low growl, he suddenly lunged at the leader with his razor-sharp claws, igniting a breathtaking aerial confrontation. The sword light streaked through the sky like a comet, clashing fiercely with Starfire's formidable talons, each collision erupting into dazzling sparks, accompanied by a deafening hum of energy that sent the surrounding clouds into a tumultuous whirl, as if the very air trembled. The wild winds, stirred by the energy waves, howled unchecked, tearing distant clouds into wispy fragments, leaving naught but this exhilarating duel in the realm of existence. The leader's form darted gracefully through the air, the star sword in his hand moving as if it were a living entity, its point unwaveringly directed, unstoppable. His gaze was steadfast and compassionate. Each swing of his sword embodied a yearning for peace and a resolute rejection of darkness. Yet, the star flame, this wayward behemoth, though ensnared by an unknown force, appeared to sense a glimmer of warmth and light beneath the gaze of its leader. Each of its attacks bore a duality of ferocity and hesitation. Their silhouettes danced amidst the clouds and shifting light, reminiscent of ancient deities engaged in a timeless contest. This confrontation transcended mere displays of power and technique. It represented a profound clash of beliefs and wills, with every strike and block encapsulating aspirations for the future and redemption for the past. As the battle intensified, the atmosphere between the leader and Starflame grew increasingly taut, yet within this tension, a subtle transformation seemed to be quietly unfolding. The optical lenses of Starflame began to emanate a light of struggle and awakening, as if the constraints deep within its core were gradually being dispelled by the leader's compassion and resolve. Ultimately, following a fierce exchange, Starflame abruptly ceased its assault, its massive form trembling slightly in the air, its crimson optical lenses fixed intently upon the leader, seemingly on the verge of a significant decision. The leader, in turn, sheathed the star sword, adopting a serene yet resolute stance as he awaited Starflame's choice. Starflame gazed earnestly at the leader, its blood-red optical lenses shimmering with complex and profound luminescence. Suddenly, a crystalline blue hue quietly seeped into the vibrant red, as if a refreshing chill had surged into its tumultuous consciousness. This force was frigid and unyielding, thoroughly suppressing Starflame's inherent wildness and defiance. As the icy blue radiance spread, the magnetic field surrounding Starflame underwent a dramatic transformation, its previously jubilant and restless energy fluctuations abruptly settling into tranquility and chill. Under the influence of this power, Starflame's form seemed to be reshaped, exuding an entirely different aura. At that moment, a cool and unfamiliar voice gently resonated, the other consciousness of Starflame finally breaking a long silence. "Hello, Father." This utterance was imbued with boundless longing and reverence, echoing as a transcendent call that stirred even the leader's spark. Chapter 72. Long live Lord Megatron. Beneath the overcast sky of Cybertron, a decisive offensive was unfolding with fervor. The ships of the five-faced monster loomed like dark clouds over the city, unleashing endless darkness and destruction. Their biological weapons surged forth like a relentless tide, wielding an unstoppable toxic energy, intent on utterly obliterating Cybertron's resistance. IDW Megatron, with the assistance of two sound waves, cleverly exploited the terrain to ambush the enemy, while continuously synchronizing information with IDW Soundwave through internal communications, ensuring that every action was a precise strike against the foe. Meanwhile, the Decepticons, under the command of Skyquake, relentlessly attacked the ships of the five-faced monster, striving to dismantle their command center. Concurrently, the security forces commanded by Starscream battled valiantly on the battlefield, deploying advanced weaponry and tactics in an attempt to effectively strike at the biological weapons of the five-faced monster while maintaining their distance. The battle raged with extraordinary intensity, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and molten metal. Yet, amidst this tense atmosphere, a piercing alarm suddenly blared from the command center of the security forces, as a peculiar energy signal surged forth from the wellspring of fire, reverberating throughout the entire command hub. The formidable adversary, Unicron, swiftly pivoted, his gaze fixated on the colossal display screen, where a menacing silver figure materialized, advancing towards the battlefield with astonishing speed. Once again, it was that fearsome behemoth. Yuchendi's voice was low and complex, tinged with a blend of resignation and defiance. He stared intently at the silver silhouette on the screen, his eyes reflecting both wariness towards this formidable force and an inexplicable envy. This silver leviathan, known as the Titan of Thunder, one of the legendary 13 celestial sovereigns, descended upon Particle City, accompanied by the aerial battalion of the Decepticons, alongside that fabled leader. With an unwavering strength and loyalty, it safeguarded the leader, a power that Yuchendi yearned for yet could never attain. Though potent, this force did not belong to him. It belonged to that leader. He grappled with feelings of frustration and indomitable spirit, torn between his anticipation of the peace this leader's protector might bring and his concern of becoming an impediment. He must find a way to harness this power to protect Cybertron while securing his own position. The surrounding soldiers, upon hearing his words, grew tense but dared not act. For their commander was proud and merciless, unwilling to heed the counsel of mere warriors. Meanwhile, Soundwave, who was scouting above the clouds, immediately detected the leader's emergence and swiftly alerted through the communication channel. Lord Megatron. The bioweapon carries toxic energy, comparable to dark energy, controlled by the Quintessons. The infected will indiscriminately attack Cybertronians, with only the Decepticons remaining unaffected. Upon hearing this, a flicker of gravity passed through Megatron's crimson optical sensors. He promptly commanded, Soundwave. The leader has gone in search of another behemoth and a spawn. You are to follow him and ensure that you remain apprised of his movements. I require your constant reports. At your command, Lord Megatron. Soundwave swiftly and silently adjusted his flight posture, racing towards the direction of the leader. In the midst of the fierce battlefield, a colossal silver figure streaked across the sky, descending with an air of invincibility. Crashing down onto the battleground, it was Megatron in his fearsome alternate form. His silver chassis shimmered with a mysterious and resplendent light amidst the chaos of war, resembling a silver war deity emerging from ancient myth. Lord Megatron has returned. Long live Lord Megatron. The Decepticons erupted in jubilant cheers, their leader finally back. Imbued with unmatched strength and unwavering resolve. Towering over the battlefield, the mighty Megatron surveyed his surroundings with a commanding and imperious gaze before raising his head and roaring, his voice echoing through the heavens. Invaders, this is your final warning. Depart Cybertron at once. Otherwise, I shall utterly rend you asunder. The Quintesson's bioweapons, confronted with the sudden appearance of this silver colossus, were instantly ensnared in shock and confusion. They had never confronted such an adversary, experiencing a profound sense of threat and instinctual fear that disrupted the rhythm of their assault. Nevertheless, this battalion of bioweapons remained undeterred in their advance. The formidable and fearsome Megatron offered no respite to the enemy. Like a tempestuous wave in a storm, he surged toward them, each strike accompanied by flashes of purple lightning and flames, tearing through the obstructing bioweapons one after another. Under his relentless onslaught, the pressure on Celestival and the security forces diminished drastically. IDW Megatron, witnessing this scene, felt an indescribable surge of exhilaration, swiftly followed by concern. He immediately adjusted his tactics, coordinating seamlessly with the colossal Megatron while inquiring internally, where is the leader? What is his current location? The leader has other matters to attend to, came the reply from the colossal Megatron. Subsequently, the silver-hued colossal Megatron fought alongside IDW Megatron, their forms gleaming with radiant light amidst the chaos of battle, demonstrating unparalleled combat prowess. Under their leadership, Celestival, the Decepticons, and the security forces launched a ferocious counteroffensive akin to an unstoppable tide, utterly dismantling the bioweapon defenses of the Quintessons. Soon after, the gaze of the colossal Megatron fixated on the Quintesson spacecraft. Despite its formidable energy shield and numerous flying biological sentinels, it appeared feeble in the face of Megatron's overwhelming presence. He soared into the sky like a silver bolt of lightning, charging toward the vessel. In response to the colossal Megatron's fierce assault, the spacecraft's energy shield flickered incessantly, attempting to withstand the immense force. However, under the tempestuous barrage of the colossal Megatron, the shield gradually faltered. Simultaneously, the flying biological sentinels launched their attacks against him, only to be vanquished one by one. Ultimately, with a powerful strike, the spacecraft's energy shield completely collapsed, revealing its vulnerable interior. Seizing the moment, the colossal Megatron commanded all Decepticons to execute a final strike, cleaving the spacecraft in two, igniting flames and debris that engulfed the battlefield. In despair, the leader of the Quintessons attempted to flee, piloting an escape pod skyward. Yet, amid the deafening roar of the explosion, a brilliant violet beam pierced the engine of the escape pod, sealing his fate. With the fall of the Quintesson leader, the bioweapons lost their command and began to scatter in disarray. IDW Megatron stood aloft, surveying the aftermath, his fusion cannon emitting an overheating warning from the recent exertion. Though his body was weary, the optical sensors flickered with the light of victory. He turned to the colossal Megatron beside him. No words were necessary, for their gazes conveyed all the respect and gratitude they held for one another. At this moment, IDW Megatron profoundly experienced the power and glory of fighting alongside the mighty G1 Megatron. Despite their origins from different universes and their distinct experiences and personalities, both were united in their quest to uphold justice and peace. This shared belief and pursuit rendered them inseparable comrades. Once the battle concluded, G1 Megatron reverted to his humanoid form, surveying the surrounding ruins while savoring a sense of relief and satisfaction. A trace of a joyful smile crept upon his lips. "Leader, if you were here to witness all of this, would you feel proud of me?" IDW Megatron stood beside him, their gazes meeting, as if silently narrating the infinite possibilities of the future. Members of Celestival and the security team gathered around, cheering and celebrating this hard-won victory. Chapter 73. Choices and Crises High Above Cybertron. The clouds churned as the brilliance of the stars pierced through the dense overcast, casting light upon the earth. Starfire slowly unfurled his enormous wings, gazing at the leader, a hint of unnoticeable nostalgia and reluctance hidden deep within his eyes. The leader quietly returned the gaze, and amidst the silence and confrontation, he keenly sensed a peculiar anomaly. He could not detect the familiar pulse of Starfire's core, which left him in doubt. Was the Starfire before him still the same as before? "Starfire?" he observed with caution, tentatively inquiring, his voice tinged with uncertainty and concern. The frigid blue optics of G1 Megatron swept slowly across the leader-S form before bowing his head, responding with a calm, yet resolute tone. "We are grateful to Father for bestowing upon us this name." "You mean we?" The leader-S confusion intensified as he discerned the plural form in Starfire's words. An unsettling tide rising within him. "I can only linger briefly, thus we must be succinct." Starfire raised his forelimb, his tone imbued with an undeniable decisiveness. In his grasp, the unconscious form of Optimus Prime lay, his optics sealed shut. The leader's gaze turned frigid in an instant. He understood the gravity of the moment and the necessity for restraint. "Regardless of your intentions, Starfire, you must release Optimus Prime immediately," he commanded sternly. "I will release him, but only if Father agrees to a transaction with me." His voice remained calm and resolute. "What do you desire?" the leader queried, striving to maintain an even tone. "I want a leader module." Starfire's tone was grave and unwavering, his gaze fixed intently upon the leader's chest plate. Upon hearing this, the leader's core jolted, his thoughts swirling rapidly. The leader module was not only the source of the leader's power, but also the mission and responsibility bestowed by Primus, and it could never be relinquished lightly. Yet, he could not forsake Optimus Prime either. "Starfire, I cannot give you the leader module. I will not surrender Optimus Prime to you." "Stand down, Starfire. I do not wish to resort to violence." The leader's tone was stern and resolute. A flicker of despondence and struggle flashed within the optical lens of Starflame. Yet he quickly raised his head and spoke with unwavering resolve. "I apologize, Father. However, between the leader module and Breakdawn, you can only choose one. What is your true purpose?" The leader scrutinized Starflame cautiously, attempting to glean answers from his gaze. Starflame looked into the distance and asserted firmly, "Everything I do is to ensure your future, Father." The leader shuddered slightly, feeling an inexplicable weight of pressure and unease. Hesitating to ask, "Is it because of the Cosmic Emperor?" As the leader's words resonated, a surge of potent energy erupted from Starflame's form, and the optical lens transformed back to a deep crimson. The celestial sword reappeared in the leader's grasp, radiating a dazzling brilliance, imbued with the power to sever all obstacles and restraints. "I am sorry, leader. I am sorry," Starflame echoed the voice of a leader, a mere repetition that bore profound remorse and helplessness. The fierce clash between the red-blue heavy truck and the menacing adversary once again engulfed the heights of Cybertron. As sparks from their energy confrontation erupted like a meteor shower, both resplendent and perilous, completely dispersing the dense cloud surrounding them, revealing a concealed purple reconnaissance aircraft, Soundwave. Without reserve, the leader's gaze instantaneously locked on a Soundwave, yet Starflame's reaction was swifter, launching a fierce assault against the uninvited guest. "Stop!" The leader flashed between them with near-instantaneous speed, urgently warning Soundwave through internal communication. "This place is perilous. Evacuate immediately." Soundwave received the warning and promptly adjusted his flight posture, swiftly distancing himself from the battlefield. He had never intended to intervene in this leader-level confrontation, remaining on the periphery to perform reconnaissance duties. Starflame emitted a low, thunderous roar, fury igniting within his optical lens. He suddenly raised his massive claw, hurling Break Dawn as if it were a mere toy towards the leader. The leader was taken aback, reflexively catching Break Dawn. In that fleeting moment, Starflame's lethal claws descended like a shadow, striking fiercely. To protect Break Dawn, the leader had no choice but to hurriedly wield the celestial sword in defense. However, a shocking scene unfolded as Starflame's claws appeared to transcend the void, disregarding the celestial sword's obstruction and pierced through the leader's chest plating. The leader felt an agonizing tear at the spark within him, followed by the leader module being seized by Starflame, radiating with brilliant light. The energy link between the leader and the leader module was abruptly severed, resulting in a sudden loss of power. The brilliance dimmed, and the celestial sword dissipated into nothingness. The thrusters behind him abruptly extinguished, and the leader's form plummeted helplessly, straining with all his might to hold tightly to the infant Break Dawn in his arms. Yet, Starflame's massive claw struck again, seizing Break Dawn in the same manner, wrenching him from the leader's embrace. The leader's optical lens widened in disbelief as he gazed at Starflame retreating with Break Dawn. Just as Starflame was about to vanish from sight, he suddenly turned back, casting a significant and cryptic glance towards the leader. In that fleeting glance, a complex web of emotions seemed to dwell, stirring an indescribable tremor within the leader's heart. Soon after, the colossal and fearsome figure took to the skies, disappearing into the distance. Witnessing this scene, Soundwave immediately turned back, struggling to support the leader's fragile form as he plummeted, while urgently calling for help over the internal channel. The leader, gazing helplessly and bewildered at the receding silhouette of Starfire, felt his consciousness gradually enveloped by an abyss of profound darkness. It was as if an invisible force had ensnared him tightly, slowly dragging him towards a bottomless chasm. He fought valiantly to free himself from this binding power. Yet each attempt only seemed to deepen his entrapment, his strength waning with each struggle. Ultimately, the leader could not resist the pull of this dark force and succumbed entirely. His awareness began to blur, and the sensations of his form gradually faded away. In this unknown darkness, the leader remained unaware of the fate that awaited him, nor did he know if anyone could extend a hand to rescue him from this endless despair. Chapter 74. The Leader Module. At this moment, the sky of Cybertron was shrouded in dense, ominous clouds, hanging low as if the weight of the entire planet bore down upon it. In the distance, thunder rumbled like the footsteps of a giant, heralding the impending tempest. Lightning intermittently rent the darkened heavens, each flash illuminating the steadfast yet anxious visage of Megatron. The silver behemoth emitted a deafening roar, soaring forth with the swiftness of thunder towards the trajectory of the fallen red and blue form. His body carved a brilliant silver arc through the air, crashing down with a resounding boom, instantly stirring a violent gust that swept up dust and metallic debris from the ground. Megatron swiftly transformed into his humanoid form, and the sight before him shattered his core. The leader's once resplendent red and blue body now lay dull and motionless upon the earth. The leader's spark flickered weakly, as if it might extinguish at any moment, piercing Megatron's spark like a razor-sharp blade. He extended a trembling hand to gently caress the leader's frigid form, his core filled with disbelief and regret. He could not accept that a mere absence on his part had led to such grievous harm befalling the leader. Megatron had presumed that even if Starfire harbored hostility towards the leader, there would be some restraint, that such a ruthless blow would not be struck. Yet, reality was cruel, shattering his illusions mercilessly. Lord Megatron, the leader's spark is rapidly diminishing, Soundwave stated gravely after calmly assessing the leader's condition. Megatron felt a profound sorrow wash over him, his optical sensors flickering with a hint of purple. Without hesitation, he transformed once more into his fearsome form, carefully cradling the leader with his large, powerful foreclaws. His movements tender as if afraid to disturb the leader's slumber. He then unfurled his massive wings and ascended into the sky, swiftly carrying the leader aloft. Soundwave, locate that monstrous foe. The voice of Megatron resonated with an undeniable resolve, proclaiming that no matter the means, retribution would be exacted. Soundwave gazed silently at his leader. Beneath the obsidian mask, a flicker of determination glimmered in his optical sensors. He nodded subtly, transforming into vehicle mode to commence the pursuit of Starfire's trail. Starfire, I sincerely hope I do not capture you. Megatron unleashed a thunderous roar into the air, his voice infused with boundless hatred and rage. As flames flickered within his optical sensors, seemingly poised to rend asunder all that lay before him. Subsequently, Megatron surged forward with the force of a tempest towards the Ursa's Academy, shrouding it once more in the shadow of his imposing presence. The silver behemoth descended from the heavens, embodying a ferocious aura. He swiftly reverted to his humanoid form, clutching his leader tightly, urgency and anxiety palpable in his tone. His spark is rapidly fading. A solution must be found without delay. By the gods above, what is transpiring? IDW Soundwave stared in shock at the leader cradled in Megatron's embrace. TFB Soundwave advanced swiftly, though his movements appeared cumbersome. They were efficient and precise as he initiated an urgent scan of the leader's spark. The scan confirmed Megatron's fears. The leader's spark energy had diminished to a critical level. The situation perilously dire. Where's the leader module? TFB Soundwave's voice was deep and solemn. Megatron's gaze hardened, his voice laced with fury. It was seized by that beast. The image of the red and blue monstrosity resurfaced in his mind, and his animosity towards Starfire blazed like an inferno. IDW Soundwave's optical sensors trembled violently, clearly struggling to comprehend this reality. How could this be? The power of the leader module is formidable. How could it be so easily taken? Moreover, the leader's body bore no visible injuries, rendering the circumstances all the more enigmatic. TFB Soundwave calmly analyzed. The leader's energon system is fundamentally different from ours. Without the energon from the leader module, his spark will swiftly deplete, ultimately extinguishing. This proclamation swept through the gathered crowd like a chilling gale, amplifying their already palpable tension and despair. A flicker of hopelessness crossed Megatron's optical sensors as he hoarsely inquired, how much longer can he endure? In response to Megatron's query, TFP Soundwave fell into contemplation. He understood the urgency. A solution must be discovered promptly, lest the leader descend into an irrevocable plight. The vast optical sensor of Soundwave pulsated with red light, his processor operating at an astonishing speed, seeking potential remedies. Finally, he broke the silence. I can attempt to employ alternative energy sources to temporarily substitute for the leader module's function, but this is merely a stopgap measure. As the leader was carefully placed into the medical chamber and connected to Soundwave's specially crafted energon supply system, a faint sign of stability began to manifest in the leader's spark. However, they were all aware that this was merely a temporary reprieve. The true challenge lay ahead. With unwavering resolve, TFP's voice resonated with authority. Lord Megatron, we must swiftly retrieve the leader module. It is the sole path to salvation. In Chapter 75, titled The Primordial Celestial Being, deep within a shadowy and collapsed subterranean cavity on Cybertron, thick alloy plates and shattered debris encircled the space, while faint light struggled to penetrate the fissures above, casting dappled shadows. The air was thick with a mingled sense of dust and energy fluid, each exchange weighing heavily upon Orion Pax's form, inducing a sense of discomfort and oppression. He lay silently upon the cold metallic surface, surrounded by mountains of rubble, as if the entire world had come to a standstill in that moment. For what felt like an eternity, Orion Pax Rung's consciousness drifted in the darkness until, in a moment of hazy clarity, he perceived a distant call from another realm. With this call, his body began to tremble slightly beneath his optical lens. A faint blue light flickered, and a low hum gradually reverberated through the hollow, heralding the reawakening of Orion Pax from his slumber. Yet awakening did not equate to liberation. He soon realized that his body was ensnared beneath the weight of heavy debris, each attempt to move met with sharp agony. His transformation gears, having lain dormant for so long, felt stiff and unyielding, while the energy fluid within his circuits flowed sluggishly, failing to provide adequate power. The surrounding alloy plates and intricate wreckage formed a natural prison, binding him tightly within this desolate underground space. His optical sensors had yet to fully adjust to the dim surroundings when a yellow and white medium-sized machine, adorned with oval glasses, hurriedly came into view. "You have finally awakened," a foreign voice exclaimed beside his audio receptor, tinged with a hint of delight. Orion Pax's memories surged back like a tidal wave, and he vividly recalled the chaos and battles that had preceded his unconsciousness. The onslaught of the five-faced beast had descended upon Cybertron like a nightmare. As the commander of the Particle City Security Forces, he had resolutely led his team in counterattacks while striving to shield helpless civilians as they fled to safety. In that tumult, he had noticed a yellow and white medium-sized machine standing before a wall on the verge of collapse. In a moment of desperation, he transformed into a truck and charged forward, knocking the medium-sized machine to the ground, only to be buried alongside it. "How long have I been offline?" Orion Pax managed to voice hoarsely through the pain. The yellow and white medium-sized machine responded with concern, "Exactly 3 cycles." A jolt of surprise coursed through Orion Pax. He had not anticipated being offline for such an extended duration. He hastily sent out a distress signal, attempting to contact his comrades via the internal line. "Little Marble. Shock absorber. We'll cover. Respond if you hear me." Yet, the only reply came from the blue audio receptor, emitting electric sparks and crackling sounds. His communication system was also compromised during the collapse, emitting only intermittent static, rendering him unable to convey his plight to the outside world. "Why are you still here? It is perilous. You must find a way to seek assistance promptly." The voice of Orion Pax reverberated within the confined space. His frame lay entombed beneath a heavy mass of debris, immobile, yet his optical sensors anxiously fixated on the visibly agile yellow and white medium-sized machine. Upon hearing his words, the yellow and white machine shook its head in resignation. There was no pathway to escape. "I have attempted to send a distress signal, but the wreckage completely obstructs any transmission." At this, Orion Pax furrowed his brow, a wave of profound unease swelling within him. They were trapped in this collapsed, subterranean void, severed from the outside world, while the ominous threat of the Decepticons loomed over Cybertron. After a moment of silence, Orion Pax's frame tensed slightly, his blue optical sensors glimmering with a vigilant light, intently fixed on the media machine before him. "Who are you? What did you just call me?" His voice was deep and commanding, undiminished in its authority even in the face of peril. The media machine appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Orion Pax's wariness. However, he quickly regained his composure, a warm smile gracing his visage. "Officer Orion Pax, you may call me Rung. I owe my survival to your timely intervention." Rung's words were sincere and filled with gratitude, his optical sensors sparkling with genuine warmth in an attempt to alleviate Orion Pax's tension. Yet, Orion Pax did not fully lower his guard due to Rung's explanation. A cloud of suspicion still shrouded his spark, faintly recalling that Rung had not initially addressed him by name, but rather a vague term. This uncertainty pricked at his processor like a thorn, prompting him to scrutinize the media machine before him with greater diligence, seeking any subtle clues in Rung's demeanor, speech, and every-minute movement. Rung, however, maintained a calm and courteous smile, as if he could see through Orion Pax's inner turmoil and quest for understanding. He neither flinched nor resisted, facing Orion Pax's piercing gaze with poise, demonstrating his sincerity and harmlessness through his actions. In the face of Rung's composure, an inexplicable frustration welled up within Orion Pax. He murmured softly, "Perhaps I should have heeded the advice of Little Rolling Ball." Little Rolling Ball had once equipped him with a tracking device, suggesting it as a precaution. However, Orion Pax, brimming with confidence. Believed his abilities were sufficient to handle any unforeseen circumstances and thus resolutely removed the device. Now, trapped underground with no means of communication, he suddenly realized that he might have indeed overlooked little rolling ball as thoughtful concern. This abrupt sense of isolation and helplessness stirred a flicker of doubt and regret regarding his earlier decision. Perhaps it was not yet time to surrender. The voice of Jung resonated once more, his visage reflecting a hint of ease and comfort, devoid of any semblance of panic, as if everything were within his grasp. Orion Pax regarded Jung with a blend of anticipation and skepticism, inquiring, "Do you possess any further methods?" Jung offered a faint smile, his eyes sparkling with enigmatic brilliance. "We may beseech Primus." Upon hearing this, Orion Pax was engulfed in confusion. If praying to Primus were effective, he suddenly recalled the leader, the guardian of Cybertron. Perhaps he could directly implore the leader. Just as Orion Pax prepared to do so, Jung's form abruptly began to morph. With a cacophony of metallic transformation, Jung transformed into what appeared to be an ordinary staff, yet it exuded an extraordinary aura. Orion Pax gazed at Jung in astonishment, having never witnessed such a peculiar metamorphosis. "As I mentioned, please pray to Primus," the transformed Jung stated earnestly, his tone imbued with profound significance. Orion Pax felt perplexed, yet he did not wish to appear impolite. After a moment's hesitation, he finally asked, "What precisely should I do?" A barely perceptible hint of amusement seemed to linger in Jung's voice as he replied, "Express your desires and supplications sincerely, just as you intend to when praying to that great leader." Despite his doubts, Orion Pax complied, closing his optical lens and fervently praying, "Esteemed Primus, please aid me in extricating myself from this predicament." Suddenly, the staff-shaped Jung erupted into a hearty laughter, leaving Orion Pax momentarily taken aback. Angrily, Orion Pax challenged, "Do you truly have the leisure to mock me?" Jung, laughing breathlessly, sensing the fluctuating magnetic field emanating from Orion Pax, quickly restrained his mirth, clearing his throat and saying, "My apologies, Orion. It has simply been far too long since I've felt such joy. Please trust that what I am about to undertake is of utmost importance." Orion Pax, upon hearing this, felt his ire diminish slightly, yet he remained vigilant. Jung's tone unexpectedly softened, imbued with warmth and affection. "Very well, I have heard your prayer." Orion Pax's anger reignited, ready to flare up once more, but he witnessed Jung enveloped in a resplendent blue glow, reminiscent of the luminescence that enveloped the leader. A jolt of astonishment coursed through him as a shocking hypothesis emerged in his mind. But how could this be? Before Orion Pax could contemplate further, the light rapidly coalesced in the air, gradually forming into a tangible substance. In an instant, a legendary artifact, the leadership module, radiating divine light, materialized before their eyes. Orion Pax stared in disbelief at the leadership module, stammering this. "This is the leadership module. Are you?" Jung slowly reverted to his humanoid form, offering a subtle smile and an elegant nod. Yet he refrained from directly addressing Orion Pax's query, cryptically stating, "This is a secret." Chapter 76. The return of Optimus Prime beneath the ruins of the Cybertron planet. A voice resonated in Orion Pax's mind. This voice, both familiar and alien, seemed to traverse the abyss of time, carrying the weight of ages and boundless wisdom, calling out to him with fervor. "Everything you have experienced, everything that holds meaning for you, will guide you to this pivotal moment. Now extend your hand and grasp this flame." He gazed in awe at the leadership module, radiant with a divine glow and hovering before him. Yet, his body was ensnared beneath the crushing debris, and even the slightest movement of his fingers became an arduous endeavor, let alone reaching out to touch that luminescent orb. Nearby, Jenga observed the scene in silence, a contemplative expression fleeting across his face, followed by a soft hum. Without any visible action from him, the leadership module suddenly erupted in a dazzling brilliance. A surge of formidable energy accompanied by bright arcs of electricity striking Orion Pax's battered form. In that instant, he felt a searing pain coursing through his entire being, as if flames were igniting within him. Panic and fear surged like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming him. Yet amidst this chaos, he realized that these emotions did not stem from within, but rather from the scattered sparks throughout the corners of Cybertron. He could sense their anguish, lamentation, and solitude, along with the bitterness of destruction and loss. Simultaneously, within the boundless darkness, he caught a glimmer of courage, selflessness, and hope, these rare sparks defiantly radiating warmth amidst the shadows. In that moment, Orion Pax's consciousness seemed to expand beyond the confines of his own body, extending to envelop the entirety of Cybertron. He perceived the distant sparks, severed and adrift in the endless void, feeling their yearning for home and their aspirations for the future. All of this unfolded before him like a vast repository of thoughts and experiences, gradually revealing itself within his awareness. He suddenly comprehended that this was the true power of the leadership module. It was not only the cradle of sparks, but also the bridge uniting all Cybertronians. As the flames of the leadership module pierced through his damaged circuits, a wave of purification and rebirth surged within him. The heavy alloy plates and metallic debris seemed to be gently lifted by an invisible force, gradually moving aside to form a protective vacuum around him. Under the illumination of the radiant light, his body began to mend, and when the brilliance faded, Orion Pax stood before Jenga, unscathed, tightly clutching the sacred leadership module. In a state of bewilderment, Orion Pax turned the audio receiver and gazed down at the leadership module in his hands, murmuring to himself, "Is this what it feels like to be a leader?" No sooner had he spoken than a torrent of memories surged into his mind like a river breaching its banks. Accompanied by an abrupt, excruciating pain, his knee buckled involuntarily, and he collapsed to the ground. The leadership module slipped from his trembling fingers, crashing heavily onto the rubble below. Producing a sharp sound, he clasped his head tightly with both hands, moaning in agony, as if countless sharp shards were mercilessly tearing through his neural pathways. Memories flashed before his eyes in rapid succession. Fierce battles with unfamiliar Cybertronians, disputes and reconciliations with friends, the grim realities of a war-torn battlefield, and serene fields of flowers that symbolized the countless lives lost due to his actions. These memories, fragmented like shards, pieced together the tapestry of his future experiences. Concurrently, the complex emotions accumulated over long years surged forth. Pain, confusion, anger, and regret intertwined, bombarding his consciousness. As the stream of memory data gradually stabilized, Orion Pax's emotions began to settle. He blinked his optical sensors, his youthful and vibrant gaze now tinged with a sense of weariness and gravity. In this moment, he was no longer merely Orion Pax. He had embraced the power of the leadership module and transformed into the new generation leader, Optimus Prime. "Welcome back, Optimus Prime," spoke the voice of Primus, filled with nostalgia and admiration as he gazed at the rejuvenated red and blue truck before him, reminiscent of a once-cherished friend. "How can I still be alive?" Optimus pondered, looking at the leadership module in his hands before turning to Primus for answers. Primus maintained his enigmatic smile and explained, "You're still you, Orion Pax. But by accepting the power of the leadership module, you have also inherited the entirety of Optimus Prime's memories." Optimus slowly closed his optical sensors, allowing the two segments of memory to merge and clash within his mind, ultimately achieving a remarkable harmony. He murmured softly, "The memories of the past now seem complex and indistinct. The appearance of that apostle has indeed altered our fate." Primus nodded in agreement. Yes, he has not only changed the past, but will also shape the future of Cybertron. A hint of frustration crossed Optimus's face. "The leadership module chose me, yet I have failed to realize a better future." Primus's voice was gentle yet resolute. "Optimus, you have done exceedingly well. Your courage, wisdom, and sacrifice are unparalleled." At these words, the despondency within Optimus began to dissipate. To receive recognition and encouragement from the creator of the leadership module rekindled a flicker of confidence within him. He rose to his feet, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the impenetrable ruins above. Then, "What should I do now?" Primus's smile was warm, imbued with a touch of affection. "Do anything you desire, Optimus. Your core will guide you along the path ahead." Chapter 77. Awakened, but not fully aware, as Optimus returned to the surface with Primus, they beheld a silver behemoth from another universe single-handedly dismantling the ship of the Quintessons. Upon witnessing this, the warriors of Cybertron rallied to join the fray, ultimately vanquishing all biological weapons and thwarting the Quintesson's invasion plans entirely. After a brief farewell to Primus, Optimus made his way back to the command center of the security department in Particle City. As he entered, the small spherical drone greeted him with its characteristic death stare. Optimus Prime smiled faintly, then proceeded to review the post-battle reports submitted by Shock Absorber and Wheel Cover. Once he had concluded all matters, he activated the communication system and discovered a plethora of missed calls from Ambulin. It seems I must return a call to Ambulin, he mused to himself. Meanwhile, within the hallowed halls of the Cybertronian Academy of Advanced Technology, news of the leader's ambush was kept under the strictest confidentiality, known only to the formidable Megatron, Soundwave, Blitzwing, and the specially invited Chief Medical Officer, Ambulin. To maintain order, all other Decepticon and Celestival members were instructed to remain vigilant at their posts, with only Shockwave and Soundwave permitted to venture beyond the confines of their duties. The Silver Titan Megatron personally guarded the isolation chamber where the leader resided, his imposing presence instilling trepidation in all who approached. Only Shockwave, with his purple bulbous head, could withstand the menacing gaze, freely entering and exiting the isolation room. As the owner of the Academy, Shockwave could only anxiously assist from the sidelines, his eyes fixated on the leader's spark monitoring device. The leader lay oblivious upon the charging bed, surrounded by an array of monitoring instruments. Ambulin stood vigil at his side, his expression grave. He had never encountered such a perplexing dilemma. The leader's spark required additional energy, likely due to its continuous connection with the leader module, forming a stable circuit. Now, with the leader module absent, the spark was rapidly weakening, and even with a specially designed energy supply attached, it barely maintained a precarious balance on the brink of danger. Oh, if only we could locate the leader module, Ambulin murmured to himself. At that moment, a communication request from Orion Pax echoed through the chamber. Ambulin promptly connected, his worried visage appearing on the screen. Ambulin, I am the command center and uninjured. Optimus Prime's voice interrupted Ambulin's thoughts. That is a relief, Ambulin repeated insistently, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Optimus Prime, keenly aware of Ambulin's unease, inquired anxiously, Ambulin, what troubles you? Where are you? Ambulin's expression darkened, his gaze gravely directed away from the screen. I am at the Cybertronian Academy. The situation here is rather complex. Outside the isolation chamber, Megatron impatiently urged Soundwave. What is the status of the search for the Titan? We have yet to uncover any trace of the Titan, Soundwave replied, his tone steady and composed. Fists clenched, Megatron paced outside the isolation chamber. Intensify the search. We must locate that Titan without delay. Just then, a red and blue heavy truck sped into view, swiftly transforming back into humanoid form and making a beeline for the leader's isolation chamber. Halt! Megatron stepped forward, blocking his path. Lord Megatron, how is the leader faring? Optimus Prime inquired fearlessly, meeting the imposing silver figure's gaze. Megatron scrutinized Optimus Prime with a careful gaze before ultimately deciding to speak candidly. His condition remained dire, and he was still in a comatose state. A pang of anxiety gripped Optimus' heart, but he quickly composed himself. Perhaps I can offer some assistance. You? Megatron's optical sensors narrowed. Do you possess a lead on the leader module? Optimus nodded resolutely. I have the leader module. It may very well hold the key to saving our leader. In the profound abyss of darkness, which seemed capable of consuming all light, Orion's consciousness drifted aimlessly. A chilling cold invaded his circuits, and solitude enveloped him like an abyss, while fatigue weighed heavily upon him like chains, rendering every part of his being powerless. These negative emotions surged into his emotional module like a tidal wave, causing his spark to flicker feebly in the endless void, as if it could be extinguished by the surrounding silence at any moment. Simultaneously, in the dim and muted stillness of the space, everything appeared ensnared in eternal silence. A pair of ice-blue optical sensors seemed to materialize from the void, gazing intently at the slumbering form of the leader like a flame encased in ice. He slowly extended a claw, imbued with a barely perceptible tenderness, and gently touched the leader's chest plate. At that moment, a warm and powerful force surged from all directions, gently enveloping the leader's spark, infusing it with renewed life and vitality, allowing it to radiate with brilliant light once more. Nurtured by this force, Orion felt a long-forgotten sense of fullness and relaxation, as if a mysterious power were safeguarding him. As he gradually regained consciousness, his optical sensors flickered back to life, revealing a throng of figures encircling him, chattering excitedly in a lively commotion. At that moment, a red and white mid-sized figure impatiently waved a wrench, dispersing the curious crowd. "Clear out. There's no point in crowding here." Orion gazed at the familiar silhouette, whispering softly, "Ratchet." Ratchet turned abruptly, his voice tinged with joy and a hint of exasperation. "By the Allspark, you're finally awake. If you hadn't woken up soon, I would have been driven mad by these guys." However, as Orion stared at Ratchet's faceplate, his expression suddenly froze, and his optical sensors widened in astonishment and confusion. "You are not Ratchet. Who are you?" He then anxiously surveyed his surroundings. "Where am I? I remember." Fragments of memory surged back like a tide. He had plunged into the depths of the well of all sparks to awaken Primus. Orion's optical sensors bulged with realization. Is this the well of all sparks? Upon hearing this, Ratchet's wrench clattered to the ground, plunging the scene into silence. The silver Megatron swiftly parted the crowd, striding purposefully towards him, his expression complex, calm yet tinged with an unmistakable panic. Do you remember me?" Orion looked at the imposing silver figure before him and couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. He blinked his optical lens. A look of bewilderment etched upon his face. "Who are you?" The tyrannical Megatron's optical lens abruptly constricted, a torrent of indescribable emotions surging within him. With a resounding crack, he forcibly wrenched off the edge of the charging bed, shards scattering across the floor, plunging the scene back into tension and silence. Chapter 78. The Leader's Amnesia and the Mystery of the Star Flame. You have forgotten me? The thunderous roar of the formidable Megatron reverberated through the heavens, his voice laden with incredulous rage and sorrow, as if flames flickered within his optical lens. He ground his teeth ferociously, turned, and strode away, each step echoing heavily, shaking the entire isolation chamber. Soundwave. Instantly relay the last coordinates of the star flame's disappearance. As he bellowed, the menacing Megatron transformed into his colossal, fearsome form, wings flapping to summon a tempest, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Orion stood frozen, perplexed and alarmed, utterly unfamiliar with the imposing silver machine that had just departed. Yet, within his core, there lingered a faint resonance of familiarity, though it was too indistinct for him to grasp. At that moment, IDW Megatron approached, his optical lens initially brimming with joy, but as he scrutinized the leader's visage, that joy abruptly solidified into shock. He was astounded to discover that the leader's face was entirely unlike what he remembered, lacking a nose, with only a pair of thick black brows and a clean-lined mouth. The entire form appeared slender and rounded, contrasting sharply with the style of Cybertronians in this universe. IDW Megatron, hesitantly inquiring, said, "You seem somewhat different. Are you unwell? Is there anything I can do for you?" Orion blinked in confusion, gazing at the concerned purple behemoth before him, his core brimming with uncertainty. "Excuse me, do we know each other?" IDW Megatron's optical lens widened in disbelief, a tumult of shock and incredulity surging within him. "Leader, do you not recognize me? How is this possible?" His voice trembled slightly, yet soon regained firmness. "But fear not. I shall remain by your side until you reclaim your memories and once again become our revered leader." Orion was nearly staggered by this proclamation, striving to maintain composure, his optical lens shimmering with incredulity. "You call me leader? What on earth is happening?" The leader had lost his memory. He had forgotten his companion and most loyal follower. The intimacy and bonds that once existed now obliterated from recollection. This revelation struck like thunder, shattering the tranquility within the hearts of all present. Within the Cybertronian system lies a forsaken, desolate planet, where few Cybertronians dare to tread, save for diligent miners and the stern overseers of the mines. In the shadowy, dim corners of abandoned pits, the massive silhouette of wings silently glided by, soon followed by the heavy thud of footsteps echoing through the vast emptiness of the mine. The purple truck was abruptly hurled to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air, and from it fell a faintly glowing object, the leader module. It lay quietly in the dirt, emanating a weak yet familiar light. "Father?" The impact jolted him awake, and through his bewildered optical lenses, He beheld the silhouette of the leader module. He gazed in disbelief at this sacred object, which should have been intimately connected to his father, now lying here in solitude. The leader module was present, but where was his father? A wave of intense unease surged within him. Where could his father possibly be? He recalled the moment before he was forcibly taken from the esteemed Ursath Academy, when he had desperately called out for his father. Yet had been unable to catch a glimpse of him. Now, only this lonely leader module remained, and despair pierced his core like ice, causing him profound anguish. He could not fathom how he would confront himself or find forgiveness for his helplessness if his father had met with misfortune in his effort to save him. Yet, until the truth was revealed, he would never surrender. With clenched teeth, a flame of indomitable spirit ignited within him, and he vowed not to relent until he confirmed his father's safety. Suddenly, the formidable and menacing visage of the red-blue beast loomed closer, casting a vast shadow that enveloped him, bringing an indescribable sense of oppression that made his body tremble involuntarily. Clenching his fists tightly, despite the panic surging within his core, he endeavored to maintain his composure and shouted with conviction, "I am not afraid of you, monster." Although his voice quivered slightly, it betrayed an unwavering courage. The crimson optical lenses of the star flame narrowed, revealing signs of displeasure. Slowly, it opened its jaws, exposing teeth as sharp as knives. The friction between them producing a chilling sound, followed by a low, menacing growl reminiscent of a wild beast. A powerful aura of energy surged towards him, causing his energy fluid to seem to flow backward, even spilling cleansing liquid from his optical lenses. Yet he persevered against his fear, trembling as he stood his ground and questioned, "If you truly intend to devour me, why wait until now? Who are you really?" The star flame suddenly snapped its mouth shut, the clash of its teeth producing a crisp metallic sound, as if mocking his ignorance and bravery. It raised its head, looking down upon him with an air of arrogance, its massive form and cold gaze rendering him even more insignificant and helpless. Once more, the star flame unleashed a deafening roar, its overwhelming energy sweeping over him like a tempest, causing him to stagger back. However, even as his body quaked, he refused to flee. He understood that running before such a formidable adversary would be futile. Observing the defiant and resolute figure of the young one, the star flame's eyes flickered with a complex emotion. Abruptly, it altered its course, ceasing its intimidation of him, and gently lifted the leader module from the ground with its robust forepaw. The sharp fingertips appeared capable of penetrating all, gently tapping against the surface of the module. In an instant, a chilling aura of malevolence erupted, coiling around the air like a venomous serpent in the darkness. The optical lens of Quintesson Shao rapidly constricted, his gaze firmly ensnared by the core of the leader module. The voice that had seduced him countless times resonated once more, deep and enticing. "Embrace my power. Submit to me, and you shall attain unparalleled glory and strength." Yet, just as the voice was poised to reach its crescendo, Xing Yin abruptly waved his hand, forcefully pressing the leader module into the ground, silencing the voice as if it had been severed by an invisible force. Quintesson Shao was jolted back to reality, filled with shock and confusion. It dawned upon him that the voice, which had persistently tempted him and sought to erode his spark, originated from his father's leader module. He gazed at the module, deeply embedded in the earth, his heart heavy with doubt and fear. He could not comprehend why such a malevolent and perilous object had been cherished by his father, intimately connected to his own spark. This perplexity weighed upon him like a colossal stone, leaving him both burdened and disoriented. Interlude. Xing Yin and Quintesson Shao after the fearsome creature executed that crude and offensive act. It turned to gaze at the astonished Quintesson Shao with an air of authority. A low, menacing growl emanated from its vocal apparatus, as if warning Quintesson Shao against any rash movements. Quintesson Shao studied the imposing figure before him, his mind racing to untangle the situation, when suddenly an incredulous hypothesis surged within his thoughts. Finally gathering his courage, he tentatively inquired, "Are you suggesting that this thing poses a threat to my father?" However, before he could finish, the creature's claws swept abruptly across his optical lens, followed by a resounding stomp on the ground, a roar that reverberated with unmistakable menace. Quintesson Shao swallowed a gulp of electrolyte, uncertain whether it was his unwarranted speech that had provoked the creature or if he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject. The creature offered him no further opportunity to speak, instead turning its head from side to side, scrutinizing Petit Shao, and then once more striking the ground with its claws, clearly urging him to continue. Petit Shao fixated on the creature's increasingly rapid strikes against the earth, his heart racing with anxiety. The long tail of the creature swayed menacingly in the air, each swing accompanied by the thunderous sound of stones being effortlessly shattered, the scattered debris foretelling an impending storm. Coolant seeped from Petit Zhao's mechanical exterior. He understood he must swiftly grasp the creature's intentions, lest it truly turn its wrath upon him. Thus he summoned his courage and shouted, "This thing is connected to the Cosmic Emperor." He fixed his gaze on the creature, hoping his words would align with its expectations. The colossal and menacing figure momentarily hesitated after the words of Petit Shao resonated in the air. Although no overt displeasure was exhibited, Petit Shao astutely sensed this subtle shift. Seizing the moment, he continued, "It has continually tempted me to accept its power, yet I have steadfastly refused. I surmise you brought me here to protect the leader, did you not?" As Petit Xiao's words echoed through the mind, a transient silence enveloped the space. The imposing gaze of the giant lingered on him for a moment, seemingly engaged in deep contemplation. Subsequently, it unearthing the leader module from the ground, grasped it in its claws, slowly turned around, and nudged Petit Xiao with the tip of its tail before advancing further. Though no words were exchanged, Petit Xiao perceived a semblance of acquiescence and recognition in this sequence of actions. He obediently followed the giant's stride, darting across the mine floor in a bid to keep pace with the immense silhouette. Gathering his courage, he queried, "What exactly is your relationship with the leader? Why is the leader module in your possession? How is the leader faring now?" Upon hearing this, Xingyan abruptly halted, its tail striking the ground with a resounding thud, stirring up a cloud of dust, while its massive wings drooped limply, exuding an air of melancholy. Sensing the ominous premonition rising within him, Petit Xiao hurriedly approached the giant, his voice tinged with urgency. "What has happened to the leader? Is he in danger?" Xingyan, visibly agitated, turned its head away, lightly flicking its wings, a powerful force pinning the incessantly chattering Petit Xiao to the ground, sending dust swirling as he was cast aside. Yet he swiftly regained his footing, disregarding the grit that filled his mouth and the pain coursing through his body, and shouted, "Without the leader module, he is at risk of losing his life. You cannot abandon him." Xingyan halted once more, abruptly pivoting to face Petit Xiao, its crimson optics resembling flames, fixating intently upon him. Under the scrutiny of those authoritative and fiery optics, Petit Xiao felt an unprecedented weight of oppression. However, amidst this intense pressure, he sensed a struggle and anguish deep within the core of the giant. "In truth, you do not desire the leader to face peril, do you?" He ventured tentatively. The glow of Xingyan's optics dimmed slightly, as if an emotional tide surged within before it slowly averted its gaze, lifting its head towards the distant sky. There, the planet Cybertron shone like a radiant jewel, emanating an incandescent brilliance. Following the giant's line of sight, Petit Xiao was reminded of his father. An overwhelming wave of longing and concern flooding his heart, he inquired softly, "What exactly is your connection with the leader?" Xingyan bent its hind legs and gradually lowered itself, its massive form appearing remarkably docile in that moment. It gazed toward Cybertron, its optics filled with nostalgia and profound affection. Observing this scene, Petit Xiao was struck by a bold conjecture. "Are you also a disciple of the leader?" he asked cautiously. Starfire turned his head, his gaze fixed upon Breakdawn with an air of disdain and contempt. Breakdawn felt a tightness in his heart, realizing that he may have misjudged the situation. He quickly amended his words. "Are you also the leader's child?" Upon hearing this, Starfire proudly raised his head, as if reveling in his identity. With a gentle flick of his wings, a formidable force thrust Breakdawn back to the ground. Though he fell, a sudden clarity dawned upon him. This fierce creature was not only the leader's biological offspring, but also a solitary soul, lost and voiceless in the world. Despite his plight, he steadfastly guarded his father in his own unique way. Observing the lonely yet resolute figure of this formidable being, Breakdawn felt a surge of sympathy and understanding. "Then we are brothers," he thought innocently, a pure smile lighting up his face. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, he resolved to overlook the rough treatment from his newfound brother. Starfire cast a sidelong glance at the small truck and then stepped forward, forcefully drawing a large circle in the ground that enclosed Breakdawn within. With a delicate tap of his claw upon the inside of the circle, he seemed to affirm Breakdawn's position before striking the ground outside the circle with great force, signaling him to remain within this boundary. Breakdawn stumbled backward from the impact, looking up at the deep trench recently carved by Starfire, and suddenly comprehended his intent. "All right, I shall obediently wait here for your return," he voiced, a hint of resignation in his tone. Starfire nodded with satisfaction, then flapped his wings, soaring into the sky towards the resplendent Cybertron. His silhouette traced an elegant arc as he gradually vanished from Breakdawn's sight. "Make haste and return," Breakdawn called out to Starfire's departing figure, his voice tinged with urgency and hope. However, as Starfire's form completely disappeared beyond the horizon, his voice diminished, and he lowered his head in despondence. He struggled to mask the feelings of loss and solitude reflected in his optics, yet that profound sense of loneliness remained unhidden. Chapter 80. Orion's new world within the halls of the Myrtha's Advanced Technical Academy. Orion was engulfed in a wave of overwhelming information. "I am merely an ordinary administrator," Orion expressed, his tone filled with confusion and bewilderment. "I was entrusted by a mysterious entity to awaken Primus at the Well of Sparks, and then I lost consciousness. Please tell me, who are you? Why do you refer to me as the leader? What transpired during this time?" Standing before Orion was IDW Megatron, his imposing form exuding an undeniable sense of power with its deep purple plating. He knelt on one knee, his right hand placed upon his chest, his optics brimming with reverence and loyalty. "Leader, I am Megatron, your devoted follower and warrior. In this universe, your identity encompasses far more than this." A look of astonishment adorned Orion's face as he sought a glimmer of familiarity within Megatron's expression, yet his memories remained an elusive void. Nevertheless, a tremor laced Orion's voice, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of solitude. He yearned to reclaim the essence of his former self, but the reality before him felt so foreign and unsettling. Megatron of IDW continued, "This is not the universe you once knew. The threat of the Cosmic Emperor looms over your world, sealed within your leader module by Primus himself. As the apostle of Primus, you bear the weighty responsibility of saving Cybertron." Orion's optics widened in shock, struggling to grasp Megatron's words, yet his recollections remained indistinct. "Have I truly accomplished such feats?" Orion's voice trembled with uncertainty. Rising to his feet, Megatron fixed a resolute gaze upon Orion, declaring, "Your past may seem ordinary, but your spark is destined for greatness. You have been guided by Primus to rescue Cybertron from its dire straits. You once led me from darkness, granting me rebirth, transforming me from a mere miner into a guardian of Cybertron. These memories will not wane with your amnesia." Upon hearing these words, Orion's form quivered slightly, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. He endeavored to recall, yet each attempt felt akin to excavating a bottomless pit, deepening his confusion and helplessness. "Can I truly achieve these things?" Orion's voice was tinged with self-doubt. Just then, unable to bear the scene any longer, Soundwave of IDW stepped forward, his frame appearing particularly solemn beneath the illumination. His voice, calm and gentle, resonated, "Leader, I am Soundwave." The red visor of Soundwave flickered slightly, sensing Orion's current emotional state. He spoke in the most soothing tone possible. "Please do not worry. Regardless of your memories, you remain our leader and a beacon of hope for Cybertron. Your existence is our greatest encouragement and strength." Orion gazed at Soundwave, warmth swelling within his core. He felt the trust and support of his comrades, offering him a measure of solace. Perhaps he truly bore some form of mission, even without restored memories. The sense of responsibility and purpose as a leader had quietly taken root within his spark. "Thank you," Orion's voice still quivered. "I will strive to reclaim my memories and once again become the leader you hope for." Megatron regarded Orion, a swirl of complex emotions within him, and gently murmured, "Leader, rest assured, regardless of whether your memories return, you will always be the leader within our sparks. We shall remain by your side, supporting and protecting you until Cybertron finds peace and tranquility once more." Strengthened by Megatron's steadfast gaze and words, Orion's confusion began to dissipate, and a pressing question emerged. Laden with concern, "Then, where's my leader module? It was taken away by a formidable and fearsome entity, and we are exerting every effort to trace its whereabouts. How could this happen?" "Orion, you need not worry excessively." Optimus Prime stepped forward from the throng, his voice steady and resolute. Orion immediately turned in surprise, hopeful to see a familiar face, but as he discerned the imposing red and blue figure before him, confusion washed over him anew. "Who are you?" Optimus Prime smiled gently, a hint of warmth in his gaze. "I am your counterpart, another version of you in this universe." "My counterpart?" Orion echoed, bewildered, his eyes roving over Optimus Prime in search of a semblance of familiarity. "Do you know where the leader module is?" Optimus Prime smiled slightly, his tone suffused with understanding and reassurance. "No, I meant to say that even without the leader module, you remain a courageous leader. Moreover, you are not alone in this universe. Not only do we exist here, but so does your partner." Upon hearing the term partner, Orion's blue optics suddenly ignited with joy, and he could hardly contain his excitement as he asked, "Where is he now?" "He just flew away. Do you not recall him?" Optimus Prime inquired, puzzled. A flicker of astonishment crossed Orion's faceplate as the image of the imposing figure from moments ago surged through his mind, only to be replaced by profound confusion. "Are you saying he is my partner?" Orion's core surged with tumultuous emotions as he recalled the silver behemoth that had roared away, so starkly different from the memories of the steadfast being he knew as Megatron. In Orion's recollection, Megatron, though similarly silver, possessed blue optics and a composed demeanor, transforming into a sleek Cybertronian aircraft, in stark contrast to the ferocious form he had just witnessed. Yet if that was not Megatron, who could it possibly be? Orion's core churned, intermingling uncertainty and unease. He found it hard to believe that upon becoming a leader, he could have diverged so drastically from Megatron, even seeking companionship elsewhere. This notion weighed heavily upon him, akin to a colossal stone pressing down on his spirit. He strived to recall the myriad moments shared with Megatron, those days filled with dreams of the future and an intimate bond. Megatron's blue optics, his steadfast nature, and the sleek Cybertronian aircraft form stood in stark opposition to the fearsome figure he had encountered. Orion struggled to comprehend how he could abandon the partner who had once fought alongside him to be with another. However, the reality before him, the silver behemoth's wrathful departure and the words of his counterpart, compelled Orion to confront this sorrowful truth. He stood there, dazed, gazing vacantly into the distance. He was at a loss to understand what had transpired in this universe that led him to make such a choice, one so contrary to his original intentions, rendering everything unfamiliar and cruel. Chapter 81. Where has the great leader gone? Optimus Prime gazed intently at Orion, observing the tumultuous emotions reflected in his optical sensors. They transitioned from initial astonishment to confusion, ultimately settling into an expression of indescribable anguish and conflict. A myriad of complex emotions interwove and clashed across his visage. Optimus's brow furrowed slightly as he carefully considered each word, striving to console Orion in the gentlest manner. Orion, your companion, who claims to be the great leader, may have chosen to depart in frustration, as your memories have yet to fully return, making it difficult for you to accept his identity. Upon hearing this, Orion's optics brightened suddenly, a mixture of astonishment and a hint of incredulous joy washing over him as he asked, "Are you saying he is the great leader?" His voice trembled, as if seeking confirmation of an immensely significant truth. "Indeed, I believe there is no mistake," Optimus replied, nodding gently, a warm smile gracing his lips. "He personally introduced us to his identity." At last, Orion's expression relaxed, revealing a semblance of reassurance. "Thank you for sharing this vital information." However, the smile was fleeting, replaced by a furrowed brow as he lamented, "But why didn't he simply tell me he was the great leader?" There was a note of grievance and perplexity in his tone. Orion's audio receptors tilted slightly backward, his countenance a mix of confusion and a touch of distress, reminiscent of a child who has suddenly lost an important memory. Observing this, the others around could no longer refrain from whispering amongst themselves, though their voices bore a hint of restraint and reverence. Doesn't our leader seem a bit too endearing right now?" Whirlblade remarked softly, only to realize he may have misspoken and quickly fell silent. Whirlblade, mind your words. Someone cautioned quietly. Ow, machine dog, why do you keep biting me? Whirlblade suddenly yelped. Who told you to jinx it? Serves you right. Another voice chimed in gleefully. Machine dog, if you're capable, don't you dare run. Whirlblade shouted as he pursued. Enough of this nonsense. The authoritative voice of IDW Megatron resonated, his gaze fixed with concern upon Orion. Leader, you have just recovered. It would be wise to rest more. Allow us to handle the other matters. Orion looked gratefully at IDW Megatron. Thank you, Megatron. Until my memories return, I entrust everything to you. IDW Megatron smiled faintly, his expression imbued with determination and promise. It is my duty. He then turned, his eyes sweeping over the frolicking crowd, his voice low yet powerful. Everyone, quiet down. What transpires today is not to be shared beyond these walls. I do not wish to hear any disrespectful remarks regarding the leader. Now, return to your respective duties. Upon hearing this, the crowd subdued their smiles, reluctantly dispersing, yet complying with the command. As a procession of individuals departed with great momentum, Orion quietly stood before the window of the isolation chamber, his gaze penetrating through the cold metallic frame, casting itself upon the vast expanse of the unknown and perilous world beyond. Within him surged an ineffable longing and yearning, a profound desire for warmth and freedom, akin to a soul adrift in a foreign realm. Ambulance, may I step outside for a moment? Orion turned, his pleading eyes fixed on the busy paramedic. His voice trembled ever so slightly, imbued with the helplessness of his current plight and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. The paramedic did not lift his gaze, yet his hand paused momentarily, as if he could sense Orion's intense desire. He tightened his grip on the instruments he held, his tone resolute and unyielding. No, Orion, your spark is only just stabilized. It is best to remain here for continued observation. Orion's optical lens dimmed instantly, his shoulders drooping slightly, exuding a sense of disappointment and helplessness. However, at that moment, the paramedic set down his tools and turned to Orion with a gentle yet firm gaze. However, if you truly wish to get some fresh air, I can accompany you within the confines of the laboratory. I am familiar with this environment and can ensure your safety. Inside the laboratory, a faint mechanical hum reverberated. Yet here, at least, one could temporarily evade the chaos of the outside world. Orion's auditory receptors perked up immediately, a glimmer of surprise and gratitude flashing in his optical lens. He shyly fiddled with his fingers and smiled. I appreciate your kindness, ambulance. I merely thought a stroll might jog my memory. The paramedic regarded Orion with suspicion, a flash of sharp insight crossing his optical lens. He sighed softly and inquired, Are you certain you do not secretly wish to run off in search of that formidable being, Sentinel Prime? At this, Orion's gaze flickered momentarily, as though struck by an unspoken truth. He offered an awkward smile, ultimately confessing, I apologize, ambulance. I should not have deceived you. The paramedic huffed softly, a knowing glint in his eyes, then sighed in resignation. If you wish to seek Sentinel Prime, why not approach Megatron or Soundwave directly? They could undoubtedly assist you in reaching him. Orion furrowed his brow, a hint of apprehension surfacing. The current situation on Cybertron is precarious, with new threats potentially arising at any moment. I do not wish for them to be distracted by my concerns. The paramedic gazed at Orion, his mind momentarily conjuring the image of the deeper, wearier figure of Optimus Prime. He sighed gently, stating, Orion, you're the focal point for everyone. The moment you step through that door, at least a dozen optical lenses will be fixated upon you. You cannot simply slip away. Orion, taken aback, soon exhibited a troubled expression. Indeed, I had not considered this adequately. Then, walk out confidently, the paramedic suggested. I assure you, a throng will soon gather around you, eager to inquire about your well-being. If you wish to find Sentinel Prime, simply inform them. I discerned a hint of resignation in Orion's voice, as the image of the furious Megatron departing flashed in my mind, tightening my core once more. He steeled his emotions, summoned his courage, and took resolute steps towards the door of the isolation chamber. Meanwhile, the formidable Megatron soared through the skies of Cybertron, his core ablaze with seething rage and an indomitable will. He searched fervently, vowing to unearth the architect of his leader's unconsciousness and amnesia, the nefarious Starfire. In the intervals of his search, Vivid memories of battling the Cosmic Emperor replayed in his mind. The glorious moments of reclaiming freedom and returning to his leader, shining like brilliant gems within his spark, radiating unwavering light. Yet now, these illustrious recollections felt like serrated edges, tearing at his core. Fate seemed perpetually malevolent towards him, forcing him to part ways with his leader time and again, thrusting him into treacherous battlegrounds. After the battles concluded, he rushed back, only to find his leader fallen, the leader module seized, and the spark flickering as if it were on the verge of extinguishing. In that moment, his spark felt as if it were being seared by flames. A torment too great to bear. He sought treatment for his leader, waiting with bated breath, ultimately witnessing the awakening of his leader. However, the unfamiliar gaze from his leader pierced through his hope like a cold blade. Megatron's optics glimmered with furious light, the anguish within him swiftly morphing into boundless wrath and resolute determination. He turned away, unable to confront this harsh reality. Yet, within his core resided an unshakable conviction to identify the one responsible for his leader's memory loss, to avenge him, and to protect him for eternity. Even though his leader no longer remembered him, he would never relent. For he was Megatron, the warrior who would never yield. He would wield his strength and wisdom to rekindle the memories of their shared battles, regardless of the cost. Chapter 82. The responsibility of Optimus Prime as the sun set. Its golden rays draped the ancient academy like a shimmering tapestry, gently enveloping every corner in a radiant veil. In this tranquil and harmonious moment, Optimus Prime stood within the academy, his gaze sweeping over the bustling and vibrant figures, his core stirred by a complex and profound emotion. The future of Cybertron rested upon these spirited young lives. They embodied hope, dreams, and the light poised to illuminate the darkness. Just as Optimus Prime was lost in contemplation, a unique spectacle shattered the surrounding serenity. An envoy adorned in a refreshing blend of green and white, gleaming brilliantly in the twilight, as if a messenger from the future bearing new hopes and possibilities. He approached Optimus Prime with a smile, one that radiated curiosity and reverence, clearly filled with anticipation and respect for this legendary leader. Optimus Pax, it is an honor to meet you. The voice of Shockwave, resonant and clear, interrupted Optimus Prime's contemplation. The dazzling light reflected in his optical lenses signified both admiration for heroes and a yearning for the future. With his characteristic composure and warmth, Optimus responded, "Shockwave, your unique paint scheme never fails to captivate the eye. What brings you here today? Is there any matter in which I may assist you?" His words exuded sincerity and friendliness, as if he were conversing with a long-lost friend, devoid of any estrangement or distance. Shockwave chuckled heartily as he approached, gently patting Optimus on the shoulder, a gesture imbued with familiarity and trust. "If that is the case, might I request that you accompany me for a private discussion?" His voice brimmed with earnestness and anticipation. Optimus nodded slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of curiosity and kindness. He gestured for Shockwave to follow him to a tranquil corner of the academy, far removed from the clamor and chaos, where only a gentle breeze whispered through the leaves, creating a serene ambience as if time itself had slowed. In this harmonious and peaceful setting, Shockwave finally spoke. "Optimus Pax, I have noticed a distinct aura about you, a power capable of guiding others and illuminating darkness. It reminds me of the leadership module, that force for which I once fervently searched at any cost. What are your thoughts on the leadership module?" Upon hearing this, Optimus felt a subtle stirring within, yet his demeanor remained calm and approachable. He replied slowly, "The leadership module undoubtedly embodies formidable power, yet is not something that can merely be sought. What truly requires is a genuine leader's heart, a profound love for Cybertron, and an inescapable sense of responsibility. I believe that regardless of possessing the leadership module, as long as we hold steadfast beliefs and march forward with conviction, we can contribute to the peace and prosperity of Cybertron." Shockwave, upon hearing this, displayed a glimmer of insight in his optical lenses, nodding gently in acknowledgement. Then he shifted the conversation, his tone laced with curiosity and inquiry. "I sense an unusual essence about you. It seems you possess the power of the leadership module, yet you choose to conceal it. Why is that?" Optimus's gaze flickered, followed by a subtle smile that radiated depth and wisdom. "Your observations are astutely perceptive. Indeed, I possess the power of the leadership module, yet I choose not to reveal it to the world. I am acutely aware of the responsibilities and pressures that accompany such power, and I understand that a true leader does not solely rely on the leadership module. More importantly, we must embody unwavering faith, selfless dedication, and a profound love for Cybertron. I am willing to safeguard the peace of Cybertron quietly as Orion Pax, influencing and inspiring others through my actions. He paused, his gaze growing more resolute and profound. I believe that only in this manner can we lead Cybertron toward a brighter future. The strength of the leadership module shall serve as a steadfast support in our quest to uphold peace and combat darkness. Upon hearing this, Shockwave's optical lens flickered with a hint of admiration and understanding. He nodded deeply and stated, Orion Pax, your wisdom and breadth of vision command my respect. I am willing to toil alongside you in contributing to the peace and prosperity of Cybertron. Let us move forward together to create a splendid future. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by an unexpected encrypted message. The familiar yet foreign encryption algorithm from the Autobot Civil War momentarily startled Optimus Prime, a flicker of tension and resignation passing through his optics. He replied succinctly, acknowledged. Then, turning to Shockwave, he added, Our conversation seems to require a temporary pause. Shockwave immediately concealed his smile, adopting a serious demeanor. I understand. The peace of Cybertron demands the vigilance of each of us. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. Optimus Prime nodded, expressing gratitude for Shockwave's understanding, and then strode purposefully towards the direction indicated by the message, contemplating how to confront Ratchet. He was aware that this encrypted missive signified that Ratchet had also regained memories of the original timeline, recalling their battles against the Decepticons and his own demise. Ratchet, regardless of how memories may shift, safeguarding the tranquility of Cybertron remains my foremost duty, Optimus silently affirmed, determination and resolve shimmering in his optics. In a quiet office within the Academy, Ratchet and Optimus Prime sat facing one another. The air was thick with a subtle tension, for Ratchet had just recovered a long-buried memory concerning the illustrious history of Orion Pax as Optimus Prime. Ratchet gazed intently at Orion Pax, his expression a complex blend of awe, joy, and an indescribable sense of emotion. Yet his voice retained its customary sharpness. Orion, or should I call you Optimus Prime? What a bother. With the restoration of memories, even titles must change. Optimus understood Ratchet's veiled sentiments and gently shook his head with a smile. Ratchet, you may still call me Orion. Although my memories have returned, I prefer to continue as Orion Pax, standing alongside you to protect Cybertron. Upon hearing this, a warmth surged within Ratchet, yet his words remained pointed. Suit yourself. But do not forget that you owe me a multitude of explanations. He grasped Optimus Prime's hand tightly, concern and care radiating from his gaze. Optimus smiled and patted Ratchet's back. Fear not. I shall gradually divulge everything to you. Moreover, I have learned much from past experiences, including how to better protect myself and lead with wisdom. A slight smile crept onto Ratchet's lips. Even as he feigned annoyance, I knew you would say that, but do not let me down, Optimus. Nevertheless, trust and resolve sparkled in his optics. Optimus nodded with a smile. Of course, with you by my side, I shall never be disappointed. Their friendship reached a profound elevation at that moment, as they confronted the challenges that awaited them in the future of Cybertron. Chapter 83. The Worries of Orion. Orion found himself ensconced in a surreal and distorted realm, where everything around him twisted and morphed, mirroring his inner turmoil and confusion. A menacing figure abruptly materialized before him, its unfamiliar form emanating an aura of familiarity. Orion gazed at the colossal beast with a complex expression, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Do you remember me? The beast's luminous purple optics blazed like a raging fire, fixating upon Orion, its voice deep and resonant. Of course I remember you, leader. Yet now, you seem so foreign to me. A pang of discomfort gripped Orion's core as he sensed the coldness and distance in the words of Megatron. You have changed. This world has changed. Only I remain steadfast in my former convictions. Orion felt a stab of anguish. He lowered his gaze, his voice barely above a whisper. I have forgotten many things. They all call me leader, yet I am acutely aware that I am no longer the one capable of guiding them. Megatron advanced a step, his immense form casting a shadow that enveloped Orion, instilling a sense of oppression. Leader? That is but a hollow title. What you should truly concern yourself with is reclaiming your former self and regaining my trust. Orion lifted his head, tears shimmering in his eyes. Megatron, you have changed. You would never have spoken to me this way before, never questioned me so. Megatron paused, momentarily taken aback. Then his voice turned even colder. Megatron? That was my past self. The being before you now is Megatron, a warrior who has endured countless battles and witnessed innumerable betrayals. I no longer place my faith in anyone, not even you. Despair washed over Orion. He reached out, yearning to grasp something, yet it was in vain. You cannot even bear to call me Orion anymore? His voice trembled, laden with helplessness. Megatron coldly brushed aside Orion's hand, his tone resolute. In this universe, only the strong can survive. You are no longer the leader I once admired. Orion stared vacantly at Megatron's receding silhouette, his heart heavy with fear and unease. Orion? The sound of an ambulance grew clearer, piercing through Orion's chaos like a beam of light, abruptly yanking him from the depths of illusion back to reality. How do you feel? I am fine, Orion replied, his voice calm, yet turmoil roiled within him. He forced himself to shut his optics, dispelling the tumultuous visions, and then slowly stepped through the threshold of the isolation chamber. As he exited the door, Orion was instantly enveloped by a multitude of figures. He gazed at the familiar yet somewhat alien visages, his heart awash with a medley of emotions, a complex tapestry that was difficult to articulate. He knew that the individuals before him were once his comrades, friends with whom he had fought valiantly through countless battles and challenges. However, the glorious history of his leadership was shrouded in a thick fog of forgetfulness, leaving his memories a desolate void, impossible to retrieve. This realization enveloped Orion in an indescribable sense of loneliness and bewilderment amidst the crowd. It was Megatron who first stepped forward, his steady voice imbued with concern. Leader, how do you feel? Orion smiled at Megatron, and despite the haze clouding his recollections, he could sense boundless loyalty and affection emanating from those profound optical lenses. Striving to project calmness, he replied with a smile. I am well, Megatron. I am merely endeavoring to reclaim those lost memories. At that moment, Whirl bounded up to Orion, beaming with enthusiasm. Leader, you might not remember me, but I am Whirl. No worries. I will help you rediscover those joyful memories. Orion gazed at Whirl, who appeared strikingly different from his recollections, and a glimmer of nostalgia sparkled within his optical lenses. Hello, Whirl. It is a pleasure to meet you again. Whirl proudly patted his armor. Leader, even with amnesia, you remain as captivating as ever. Rest assured, with us by your side, your memories will surely return. A wave of warmth surged within Orion, and he smiled gratefully. At that moment, other comrades began to gather around, eagerly introducing themselves with voices filled with enthusiasm and anticipation. Orion listened intently, making a concerted effort to engrave their faces deeply within his memory modules, gradually allowing a joyful smile to bloom upon his visage. Nearby, Ambulin gently cleared his throat, signaling for quiet. The collective gaze of the group shifted towards him, revealing a hint of concern in their eyes. This afforded Orion the opportunity to turn to IDW Megatron, earnestly inquiring, Megatron, I wish to meet with Optimus Prime. Could you assist me in contacting him? IDW Megatron regarded Orion with a profound gaze, fully comprehending the leader's request. Despite the erratic whereabouts of the formidable Optimus Prime, he knew he must exert every effort for his leader. Fear not, leader. Wherever Optimus Prime may be, I shall find him for you. With that, IDW Megatron promptly turned and prepared to reach out to Optimus Prime. Orion observed his retreating figure, a swell of anxious emotions stirring within him. With the assistance of IDW Soundwave, Orion finally established a video communication with his revered Optimus Prime. He gazed at the silver titan on the screen, the optical lenses flickering with a complex array of emotions. Megatron? Or should I still call you Optimus Prime? The towering figure of Optimus Prime responded with palpable excitement. Orion, you remember me. Orion bowed his head, his voice tinged with regret. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier, especially since you were so upset. Upon hearing this, Optimus Prime smiled gently, his voice laced with understanding. Orion, there is no need for such formalities between us. Besides, that minor incident is long forgotten. Alien lifted his head, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes. That's good. May I continue to address you as Jun Tianzun? Of course. As you wish, you may call me whatever you desire. Alien could not help but chuckle lightly, then inquired, Jun Tianzun, could you return for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. The towering figure of Wei Zhan Tian slightly furrowed his brow, yet soon comprehended Alien's intent. Very well, I shall return at once. Before long, Alien beheld the iconic, colossal form of Wei Zhan Tian descend from the heavens, a mixture of awe and emotion swelling within him as he promptly approached. Zhen Tianzun. Wei Zhan Tian landed before Alien, swiftly transforming into human form, and embraced him tightly. Alien, I have finally seen you again. Do you have any idea how much I missed you? As Alien felt the warmth of Wei Zhan Tian's embrace, much of the grievance within him dissipated. You left without uttering a word before. I thought you were angry. Wei Zhan Tian gently caressed Alien's back, his voice tinged with remorse. I apologize, Alien. I acted impulsively and failed to consider your feelings. I shan't repeat that mistake. Alien offered a faint smile, his voice imbued with tenderness. I forgive you, Zhan Tianzun. However, there is a matter I wish to discuss. Wei Zhan Tian released Alien, gazing at him earnestly. What is it? Speak freely. Alien sighed, a glimmer of concern flashing in his optical lenses. The Celestival of this world was established because of me. They revere me as their leader, and some even regard me as a deity. Although they advise me not to fret over my amnesia, I remain uncertain about how to confront them. Upon hearing this, a flicker of cold intensity swept through Wei Zhan Tian's eyes. Alien, you are my leader, and that is an unalterable truth. As for those Celestival, they are merely a ragtag bunch. You need not concern yourself with their opinions. Alien shook his head, his voice resolute. No, Zhan Tianzun. They are warriors fighting for freedom and justice. Moreover, some among them are my dear friends. I cannot alienate them. Wei Zhan Tian frowned, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Alien, I do not trust them. You are too naive. They may call you leader and worship you as a god. But do they truly understand loyalty? They only know to send you into battle and sacrifice you. Alien, you must not be deceived by them. In this universe, there is no one who can be entirely trusted. You can only trust me. Alien gazed at Wei Zhan Tian, his eyes brimming with complex emotions. Zhen Tianzun, you are not always this way. You were once so rational and composed. Why now do you harbor suspicion towards everyone? Wei Zhan Tian's frame quivered slightly, his optical lenses locking onto Alien with an almost imperceptible pain in his voice. Alien, it is you who has changed. You have become so reliant on them. No longer the self-sufficient leader I once knew. Have you truly been blinded by their sweet words? Orion shook his head gently, his voice imbued with a mixture of firmness and resignation. I have not been swayed by anyone. They were once comrades who fought alongside me. Yet you, Megatron, have become increasingly obsessive. I find myself questioning whether the figure before me is still the cherished ally I once adored. Megatron's optical sensors flickered uncertainly, as if engaged in an intense internal struggle. Ultimately, he regained his composure and spoke slowly. Perhaps I have indeed become somewhat sensitive and extreme. Orion, please trust me. I shall endeavor to adjust my mindset and attempt to place my faith in those you hold dear. Orion gazed into Megatron's resolute eyes and felt a flicker of solace within. Megatron, hearing you express this brings me genuine joy. We have endured so much together, and I believe you can reclaim the essence of your former self. Megatron grasped Orion's hand tightly, as if wishing to convey all his strength and determination to him. Orion, I promise you, regardless of the unknowns and challenges that the future may hold, I shall steadfastly stand by your side, protecting you forever. However, at that moment, an urgent communication suddenly blared, accompanied by an eerie surge of energy rippling beneath their feet, causing both Orion and Megatron's forms to tremble involuntarily. They exchanged glances, astonishment and unease flashing in their optical sensors. This sudden energy disturbance seemed to herald that the peril lurking in the shadows had not been truly averted, and the discord and uncertainty between them remained far from resolution. Chapter 84. The Battle of the Gigantic Behemoth. An invisible wave of energy rippled through the skies of Cybertron. as piercing alarms abruptly shattered the tranquility of the Decepticon Academy. The institution immediately entered a state of heightened alert, and the Decepticon warriors assembled like arrows released from a bow, encircling their leader, the colossal Megatron, and his cherished companion, Orion. Orion anxiously glanced at Megatron, his optical sensors aglow with trepidation. "What has transpired?" he inquired urgently. Megatron's form quivered slightly, his voice low and laced with hostility. "Invasion alert. Starfire, the very behemoth that wounded you, has the audacity to come to us." As his words fell, a tumultuous magnetic field enveloped him, unleashing a disquieting surge of energy. Orion was taken aback by this sudden onslaught of energy, struggling to maintain his balance as he looked up towards the sky. A crimson and azure figure was hurtling towards them from beyond the planet Cybertron. It was Starfire. His arrival caused Orion's spark to plummet. Before Orion could utter a word, Megatron transformed into his silver behemoth form and charged towards Starfire with astonishing speed. The two titanic figures collided violently in the high atmosphere of Cybertron, producing a deafening roar that reverberated across the planet as if it were trembling under the impact. Their forms shuddered under the immense force. Yet the fateful entanglement between them rendered retreat impossible. Starfire. The thunderous roar of Megatron reverberated like a tempest, piercing through the clouds and echoing across the vast expanse of Cybertron. "How dare you show your face before me again?" His purple optics blazed with an inferno of rage, his voice laced with venomous hatred. Although Starfire remained silent, his optics betrayed a profound sense of helplessness and anguish. He was reluctant to engage in battle with Megatron, yet the cruel hand of fate compelled him to confront his adversary. Struggling to extricate himself from Megatron's relentless grasp, he found the tyrant's strength akin to iron pincers, firmly ensnaring him. "You dare harm my Orion?" Megatron's voice sliced through the air like a frigid blade, severing Starfire's consciousness. This was an unforgivable transgression. His talons sank deeply into Starfire's armor, each brutal tear threatening to rend him asunder. Starfire passively endured the onslaught, striving to shield his vulnerable core with his wings to mitigate the damage. Amidst the chaos of battle, he cast his gaze downward towards the crimson and azure figure, his optics flickering with a tumult of emotions, pain, helplessness, and an overwhelming sense of guilt. Orion stood below, transfixed by the scene, his spark racing with fear and astonishment. He had never witnessed such a ferocious clash, nor felt such an intense surge of energy. Desperate to assist Megatron, he grappled with the reality that he was no warrior. He could not intervene in such a fierce conflict. Just as he wavered, Ambulin rushed to his side, concern etched in his voice. "Orion, where do you think you're going? Now is not the time for impulsiveness. Your safety is paramount." Before Ambulin could finish his admonition, a resounding crash echoed as a colossal shadow descended from the heavens, crashing violently into the laboratory building. The structure quaked under the onslaught of the red and blue behemoth, the cacophony of explosions and alarms intertwining in a symphony of chaos. Orion and Ambulin stood frozen, their sparks racing in turmoil. "Leader, we must retreat to the base immediately." The voice of Skywarp cut through the din as he and other Decepticon warriors swiftly gathered around, ready to protect Orion during their escape. Orion glanced at Skywarp, a flicker of hesitation crossing his optics. However, recognizing that he was no fighter and would only be a liability, he ultimately nodded. "Skywarp, let us depart." Under the protection of Skywarp and the other Decepticon warriors, Orion and Ambulin swiftly evacuated the scene, their hearts heavy with concern and unease as they watched the titanic duel continue unabated. The two colossal titans clashed fiercely upon the ground. Megatron's assault surged like a silver tempest, relentless and swift, while Starfire found himself struggling to evade the onslaught, fighting desperately for survival. Outmatched in combat skill, Starfire was pushed back, unable to retaliate. After an intense struggle, Megatron finally pinned Starfire beneath his foot. His violet optical lens brimmed with a murderous intent, as if it sought to engulf everything around him. Megatron cast a disdainful glance upon the beleaguered Starfire, his voice icy and laced with menace and fury. "Surrender the leader module. I may yet spare your life." Starfire gasped under Megatron's oppressive weight, yet he did not yield. Instead, he emitted a low and powerful roar, his voice resonating with defiance and resistance. He struggled relentlessly, his frame trembling from exertion, yet he remained ensnared by Megatron's grip. Megatron's gaze grew even colder as he issued another threat. Fail to comply, and even if you are our child, you shall meet your demise. The violet flames within Megatron's form blazed fiercely, threatening to erupt and utterly annihilate Starfire. At this critical juncture, a mechanical electronic voice suddenly resonated within Megatron's communication channel. A calm and resolute tone from another universe. Starfire is not the enemy. Megatron paused momentarily, then spoke in a deep voice. Soundwave, you had best provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. Soundwave's voice momentarily faltered in the communication channel, as if he were gathering his thoughts. Before continuing, the leader module has been corrupted by the Emperor of the Universe. He is obstructing it. Megatron's frame heaved violently, his optical lens flickering dramatically, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. He gradually released Starfire, though the fury in his eyes did not dissipate. He glared menacingly, solemnly warning, "You should consider yourself fortunate. Soundwave's explanation has spared your life. But remember, should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy." Starfire regained his freedom and swiftly retreated a distance, his crimson optical lens still shimmering with indomitable spirit, casting a vigilant gaze upon Megatron. Chapter 85. Deep bonds and mysterious existences within the Celestival base. The atmosphere was so tense it felt nearly frozen. Two monstrous figures loomed on either side of the entrance, their immense forms casting shadows that enveloped Orion in an unprecedented sense of oppression. He found himself caught between them, torn and anxious, his gaze darting between the two colossal beasts. Although Orion had come to learn the truth of Megatron's transformation into a grotesque figure, adapting swiftly to this change proved a formidable challenge. Moreover, the revelation Megatron had just imparted left him utterly astounded. The other monstrous figure was likely their child. He lifted his gaze towards the red and blue behemoth, Starfire, confusion and bewilderment filling his eyes. Starfire's crimson optical lens fixated intently upon Orion, emotions swirling within, longing, guilt, and an ineffable sense of closeness. Unable to articulate his feelings, he gently nudged Orion's frame with his head, conveying a silent apology and affection. Orion trembled slightly under Starfire's endearment, hesitant to move freely. However, it was only when he sensed that Starfire merely yearned for closeness like a small creature that he felt a slight easing of his heart, gently caressing the other's head. Starfire emitted a contented low hum, then discreetly cast a glance at Megatron. Megatron's optical lens glared back fiercely, standing motionless as he vigilantly observed Starfire's every move. Yet he did not deter the approach towards Orion. Thus, Starfire relaxed, engaging with Orion in a serene manner. His long tail swayed joyfully, while Megatron's tail thrashed irritably against the ground, producing a rhythmic sound. The onlookers nearby, witnessing this, hastily dispersed, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire should the two formidable beings clash. Observing this scene, Megatron felt a tumult of emotions within him. He glared at Starfire for a long while. Finally unable to contain himself, he bellowed in a deep voice, "Are you quite finished?" Both Starfire and Orion were startled. Starfire's wings drooped immediately, while Orion's audio receptors trembled and tilted backward. Seeing this, Megatron's anger dissipated considerably. He quickly reassured Orion, saying, "I am not addressing you. I am speaking of that little rascal." Witnessing Megatron's anxious demeanor, Orion couldn't help but chuckle. He replied, "Do not worry. I am just not yet accustomed to your current form." At these words, Megatron's optical lens flickered. He realized that his insistence on remaining in his monstrous form while guarding Orion might have induced tension and discomfort in Orion. Therefore, he hastily transformed into his humanoid shape, approached Orion, grasped his hand tightly, and softly consoled, "I will strive to maintain this form until you regain your memories. Does that seem agreeable?" Feeling Megatron's tender care, Orion was enveloped in warmth. He replied, "It is all right. I will adapt." Only then did Megatron relax. He shot a warning glare at Starfire, cautioning, "Do not think that your silence conceals your thoughts from me." What Megatron did not articulate was that, as a Decepticon, he understood the mindset of a Decepticon better than anyone else. They both desired to keep Orion close, to make him their leader and support. Starfire obediently sat down, turning his head, yet the tip of his tail could not resist curling towards Orion's feet. Megatron immediately noticed Starfire's subtle movement, and, as he stepped forward, Starfire deftly evaded. "You have stolen the leader module, putting Orion's life in jeopardy and causing his amnesia. I will not let this matter rest easily," Megatron stated solemnly. "If you wish to avoid my wrath, I suggest you restrain your little schemes." Faced with another threat, Starfire reluctantly withdrew his tail, folding his wings submissively and bowing his head slightly in deference. Only then did Megatron emit a satisfied hum. Caught in the middle, Orion felt torn. Thus, he took the initiative to soothe Megatron, saying, "Starfire is still young and requires ample understanding." Turning to Starfire, he wished to say something but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. With a slight grunt, Megatron introduced a new issue. The leader module must be surrendered. Upon hearing this, Starfire retracted his claws, appearing quite troubled. Megatron raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening. "Have you lost it?" Starfire quickly shook his head in denial, clinging to his forelimbs in an attempt to appear submissive. Observing this, Megatron's magnetic field began to stir restlessly once more. Sensing that Megatron was on the verge of an outburst, Orion swiftly placed a hand upon him, urging, "Do not rush. Starfire may have his reasons." Megatron took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He turned to Starfire, who was nodding vigorously, reminded of his own voiceless past. Megatron felt a wave of irritation wash over him, clicking his tongue impatiently. "Soundwave," he said in a low tone, "I need to understand Starfire's thoughts." At that moment, Soundwave stood nearby, ready for action. Upon hearing this, he immediately activated his telepathic abilities, preparing to delve into Starfire's consciousness. A flicker of anxiety crossed Starfire's eyes, yet his body seemed frozen, helplessly watching as Soundwave approached him step by step. Soundwave swiftly adjusted his frequency, intricate data streams dancing across his visor as he penetrated Starfire's mind, encountering a powerful instinct to protect in a whirlwind of complex emotions. However, soon after, an unprecedented resistance surged forth. Within the depths of this resistance, Soundwave glimpsed a figure within Starfire's thoughts, similar in appearance to Starfire, yet with icy blue optics radiating a chilling and enigmatic glow, starkly contrasting with Starfire's crimson optics. What astonished Soundwave further was the bone-chilling aura emanating from this figure, as if it hailed from another dimension, both perilous and uncanny. In an instant, Soundwave's neural module experienced a sharp pain, as if struck by a tremendous psychic force. He realized he could not penetrate this power to access Starfire's thoughts. This sensation mirrored the terrifying force he once encountered while attempting to read the mind of the Cosmic Emperor, a depth of unfathomable terror that was utterly unreachable. Soundwave staggered backward, his dark visor shimmering with erratic, colorful waves, revealing his extreme discomfort. He glanced up at Starfire, who bore an expression full of regret and helplessness. Soundwave understood that he could glean no useful information from Starfire. He could only report to Megatron the results of his efforts and the chilling presence he had encountered. Chapter 86. The mysterious coordinates beneath the azure sky of Cybertron. The situation remained tumultuous, with the selection of a leader still unresolved, becoming the focal point of public discourse across the planet. The Senate, facing the growing anxiety and anticipation of the populace, appeared increasingly frantic. As there was no deliberate attempt to conceal the news of the leader's loss of the leader module, his subsequent loss of power and memory, this significant upheaval within Celestival ultimately leaked out inadvertently. The Senate and the adversary sensed the imminent shift in power with acute awareness. They began to fervently extol the adversary's remarkable achievements in repelling the invasion of the Quintessons, attempting to cloak him in a veneer of false glory. Before the results of the previous popular vote could be announced, the adversary was hastily elevated to the throne of leadership. This maneuver undoubtedly stirred up a tempest among the citizens of Cybertron, immediately sparking widespread controversy and discontent. Within the confines of the Celestival base, the atmosphere grew so tense it felt almost tangible. The furious Whirl slammed his hands on the table, his frame quivering with emotion as he bellowed. "We have sacrificed so much, with some even losing their lives, and yet we receive not a shred of the recognition we deserve. This is an utter affront." His voice reverberated throughout the base, resonating with the sentiments of the other members. IDW Megatron stood silently to the side, his optics flickering with a complex array of emotions. He was not only angered and dissatisfied with the Senate's actions, but was also deeply concerned for the plight of their leader, Orion, as the retrieval of the leadership module became increasingly urgent. Previously, TFB Soundwave had been compelled to communicate with him solely through data connections due to a failed mind-reading attempt. Soundwave stood quietly before Starfire, his mechanical tendrils interfacing with her data ports as chaotic streams of data flowed across his visor. Suddenly, the data stream halted, and a single coordinate began to blink. Soundwave's frame trembled, for it was a coordinate that matched precisely with the mysterious location they had received upon their arrival in the IDW universe. He glanced at the menacing Starfire, who regarded him with a look of confusion. Without uttering a word, he discreetly relayed this intelligence to Megatron via encrypted communication. Beast, a familiar voice emerged from behind. As the red and blue truck swiftly transformed back into humanoid form, Optimus Prime. Upon hearing the voice, Starfire flinched, instinctively retreating a few steps before attempting to conceal her formidable form behind the slender frame of TFB Soundwave. Optimus had pursued her after the Academy's invasion alarm was triggered, eager to uncover the identity and intentions of the creature known as Starfire. After all, it was she who had inflicted a grievous blow to his cranium, causing him to oversleep and miss the pivotal moment of transformation in Cybertron's history. Furthermore, she had abducted the leader's child, Dawn, injuring the leader and causing him to lose his memory. At that moment, the mighty beast crouched outside the Celestival base, exhibiting an uncharacteristically docile demeanor, even attempting to hide behind TFP's slender form, a stark contrast to her previously fearsome appearance. Observing this scene, Optimus felt a profound sense of disbelief, his optics reflecting evident confusion. He turned to Orion and Megatron, inquiring, "Orion, Megatron, have you successfully subdued her?" Megatron, with an air of arrogance, lifted his chin and let out a self-satisfied huff, offering no response. Upon witnessing the situation, Orion felt compelled to respond. "Starflare is not our enemy. He has come to aid us." He then proceeded to meticulously elucidate the circumstances under the astonished gaze of Optimus Prime. After hearing the explanation, Optimus's furrowed brow slightly eased. Yet he soon inquired with concern, if Starflare is not an adversary, why did he abduct Break of Dawn? Where is he now? Orion, upon hearing this, displayed a look of bewilderment, clearly perplexed by Optimus's words. Optimus, further puzzled, questioned, "Did they not inform you that Starflare not only seized the leader module, but also took your child?" Orion's optics trembled violently, shock evident on his face as he incredulously asked, "My child?" "Indeed, Break of Dawn," Optimus clarified. Orion abruptly turned to face Starflare, who averted his gaze in a display of guilt. He then looked at his partner, his expression a mixture of confusion and inquiry. The imposing Megatron, feeling uncomfortable under Orion's scrutiny, averted his eyes and begrudgingly stated, "He is not biologically yours. He is a spawn of the Cosmic Emperor." "Spawn?" Orion gasped, disbelief washing over him as he confronted them. "Why did no one inform me?" He then glared sternly at the instigator, Starflare, demanding, "Why would you target a spawn?" Starflare, appearing anxious and uneasy, curled his wings and limbs, bowing his head in a posture of submission to criticism. Unable to extract answers from a colossal entity that could not articulate, Orion turned once more to his partner. Megatron, irritated and resigned, clicked his tongue. "Starflare, where have you taken the little one? Is he still alive?" Starflare nodded and then looked up at the skies of Cybertron. Simultaneously, a new coordinate swiftly materialized on the data-linked Soundwave mask. This coordinate was not far from Cybertron, and departing now would allow for a return before nightfall, Optimus noted. "Thus, we have two coordinates, one for Break of Dawn's location and another for the leader module," Megatron pondered. "I shall retrieve the leader module. As for Break of Dawn, Soundwave, I entrust this task to you." Soundwave nodded and promptly dispatched the coordinates to the Decepticon channel. However, Orion was not content to wait idly for news. "Megatron, I wish to accompany you in the search for the leader module." Upon hearing this, Megatron's brow furrowed in disapproval. "Orion, your current state is not suitable for such an endeavor. You have lost your strength and memory. Should danger arise," Orion interrupted, resolutely stating, "I am the leader. It is my duty to protect my comrades and reclaim my strength and memories. At this juncture, I cannot remain passive. Please trust that I can handle any potential peril." Megatron, observing the determination in Orion's gaze, recognized the steadfastness of his resolve. After a moment of silence, he nodded in agreement to Orion's request. Chapter 87. Departure. Stars and seas, as the formidable Megatron and Orion prepared to lead the Decepticons towards a mysterious coordinate. Optimus Prime suddenly interjected with a request to accompany them. May I join the expedition? Unicron had tasked me with investigating the stronghold of the Quintessons, and that coordinate aligns almost perfectly with the information provided by Starscream. The mention of the Quintesson stronghold caught Megatron's attention, his gaze sharpening. How could Unicron be aware of this? Jazz's optical sensors flickered as he pondered aloud. What ulterior motives does Unicron harbor? Beside them, Ironhide muttered under his breath. Isn't it clear? He seeks to eliminate rivals and expel anyone who poses a threat to his authority from Cybertron. Megatron turned his scrutiny towards Starscream, demanding, "Did you grant the leader module to the Quintessons?" Starscream hastily shook his head, cowering behind TFP Soundwave, appearing both pitiful and wronged. Upon witnessing this, Megatron scoffed coldly. "You had better be telling the truth." His glare intensified. "I hope I do not uncover any of your hidden transgressions." Starscream's tail, which had been cautiously inching towards Orion, swiftly retracted behind him, his gaze evasively shifting away. At that moment, Orion was lost in his own thoughts, oblivious to the tension between Megatron and Starscream. He found himself perplexed by the group-esque criticisms of Unicron, and after a brief hesitation, he spoke. "Unicron is our leader." However, before he could finish, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. All eyes turned towards him, filled with a complex array of emotions. The collective inner voice of the group echoed, "No, you are our leader." Unbeknownst to Orion, he subconsciously conflated Unicron, the leader of this universe, with the leader of his original universe, who, even there, was hardly a worthy figure. Orion sensed only confusion, asking, "What is it? Did I say something wrong?" Optimus hesitated, grappling with his thoughts as the former leader, armed with memories of the future, felt an intrinsic disapproval towards Unicron. In his eyes, Unicron was unworthy of the title of leader. Throughout history, past, present, and future, Unicron had contributed little to Cybertron, wielding power without distinction from the former leader, who had faced calamity. The weight of Orion's words, referring to Unicron as a leader, cast a heavy and intricate shadow over Optimus's heart. Orion, in his innocence and goodness, stirred a deep concern within Optimus that he might be misled by Unicron's facade. At that moment, the industrious IDW Soundwave paused his tasks, redirecting his gaze towards Optimus, inadvertently sensing the turmoil within him. Nevertheless, Soundwave chose silence, merely adding a note to his agenda. Orion fixed his gaze on Optimus, anticipating further commentary. Optimus spoke with a heavy yet resolute tone. "Unicron is untrustworthy." Orion furrowed his brow, his voice wavering slightly, "But he is the leader." Jetfire huffed in discontent. "He has outright declared himself as the leader. What else is he capable of?" The sharp-edged blade promptly interjected, "I always knew that Unicron was no good." The somber sentinel remarked, "We were on the brink of achieving ultimate victory. So why did the Quintessons choose this moment to invade Cybertron? There must be something amiss." IDW Megatron solemnly concluded, "In light of this, we cannot place our trust in Unicron. We must remain ever vigilant and prepare to counter his moves." His words undoubtedly tightened the connection between the Quintesson invasion and the Senate, as well as Unicron. The formidable Megatron decisively interrupted their discourse, first and foremost. "We must locate the leader module. All other matters can be set aside for now." His tone was resolute and left no room for dissent. Everyone understood the significance of the leader module. It was not just a symbol of leadership and a source of power, but also an indispensable relic in their struggle against darkness. Consequently, new challenges arose. The coordinates for the leader module provided by Starfire were far too distant, making interstellar travel via their own vehicle forms impractical. They required a starship. However, as Decepticons from another universe, they had not yet secured legitimate status within the Cybertron, let alone possess a vessel capable of traversing star systems. Faced with this predicament, Shockwave demonstrated his intellect and influence by secretly assembling a dormant starship for their use. Once all preparations were complete, IDW Megatron remained at the base with Celestival. while the formidable Megatron led the elite forces of the Decepticons to rendezvous with Optimus Prime's team at the port, where they beheld the ship they were to board. The exterior of the ship was unassuming, yet its interior was a marvel, lavishly adorned and fully equipped, resembling a private vessel crafted for the upper echelons. Shockwave proudly introduced, "Indeed, this is the ship I typically use for leisure. I have named her Starlight. To maintain discretion, I had to temporarily coat her in a drab gray, which is quite a disservice to her. Nevertheless, her interior is exceptionally spacious and outfitted with various entertainment facilities. I hope you will find joy during this journey. Wishing you a pleasant trip." As he spoke, a sense of pride and satisfaction radiated from him, showing no sign of regret for lending his cherished ship. Optimus Prime gazed at the Starlight and sincerely expressed his gratitude to Shockwave. "Thank you, Shockwave." Meanwhile, the formidable Megatron unceremoniously led the Decepticons aboard the ship. With the roar of the engines, they officially embarked on their expedition to the mysterious coordinates. Orion peered through the ship's observation window, watching Cybertron recede into the distance, his optical sensors reflecting a growing sense of reluctance and concern. At that moment, the formidable Megatron approached him from behind and softly reassured, "Orion, do not worry. We shall accomplish our mission successfully and return before you know it." Orion nodded slightly in response, acknowledging the words of the formidable Megatron. Although he harbored numerous concerns within, he found a modicum of solace in Megatron's commanding presence. During their journey, Orion and Megatron led their team aboard the starship, traversing the vastness of interstellar space. They engaged in discussions regarding the enigmatic Quintessons, the formidable Unicron, and the Cosmic Emperor, enhancing their mutual understanding and trust, thus preparing themselves for the forthcoming challenges. Chapter 88. The mysterious starship. Upon reaching their destination, an ancient and colossal vessel materialized before them, a remnant from the ancient era of Cybertron, its history tracing back to the age of Primus. It hung silently in the profound void, its hull bearing the scars of time, exuding an aura imbued with the corruption of dark energy. Exercise caution. This vessel has been tainted by dark energy and may harbor unseen dangers, Optimus Prime cautioned, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. With a sense of reverence, the exploration team approached the ship with utmost care, each step taken with deliberation, fearful of disturbing the ancient secrets that lay within. As they passed through the vessel's weathered exterior, they entered a dimly lit and cavernous interior. The corridors twisted and turned, resembling a labyrinth. Megatron led the way, his voice echoing ominously through the shadowy passage. "Stay close. It is easy to lose one's way here." They proceeded cautiously along the corridor, the walls flickering with faint and eerie luminescence, remnants of ancient energy trembling under the influence of the encroaching darkness. The air was thick with an oppressive and antiquated atmosphere, a mixture of metallic corrosion and the scent of unknown energies. Orion followed closely behind Megatron, filled with a blend of curiosity and trepidation about the unknown. A furtive glance at his companion, Starscream, revealed his own unease as the optics reflected a flicker of anxiety. Delving deeper into the ship's interior, they encountered distinct environments within various regions. Some areas were dilapidated beyond recognition, the metal panels almost entirely rusted away. Others still retained vestiges of former glory, with ornate decorations and exquisite carvings barely visible. In the depths of the ship, they discovered an ancient recording device. Though marred by the ravages of dark energy, its surface retained faint symbols and patterns. "Look at this. Perhaps we can unearth some clues," Optimus Prime suggested, his voice tinged with anticipation and tension. This unassuming device emitted a soft glow, hinting at ancient secrets yet to be unveiled. However, at that moment, an urgent message arrived from those stationed aboard the starship. The energy detection alarm blared loudly, flashing a vivid red warning light. "Lord Megatron, an unidentified force is approaching, resembling the patrols of the Quintessons. The situation is extremely critical. Please prepare for battle immediately." Amidst the cacophony of alarms, an atmosphere of tension and urgency enveloped them. Upon hearing the ominous sounds, they immediately comprehended the gravity of their predicament. Without further ado, they swiftly organized a retreat from the ancient vessel. However, the five-faced monstrosity's ship soon encircled them, its weapon systems activated, with threats palpable in the air. An intense exchange of fire erupted around the spacecraft in an instant. The formidable Megatron emerged, rallying the Decepticons to valiantly resist, their weaponry igniting the void of space with dazzling brilliance. Likewise, Optimus Prime's team did not falter. They promptly orchestrated a counteroffensive, engaging the five-faced foes in a desperate struggle. In the heat of battle, Orion found himself unwilling to remain sheltered behind his comrades. A powerful urge surged within him to fight alongside them, to withstand the ferocious onslaught of the five-faced adversaries. Just as he was about to charge forward, Megatron intercepted him with a firm grip. The determination in Megatron's gaze was unwavering as he solemnly declared, "Orion, this is my battle. You need not involve yourself. I am your protector, and I shall shield you from all peril, securing our victory." Orion gazed at Megatron's resolute visage, warmth flooding his heart. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Stay safe." At that moment, as Megatron prepared to launch himself into the fray, Starfire suddenly emerged from the shadows. His agile form darting towards the enemy's fire like a brilliant meteor, slicing through the darkness. This unexpected display astonished all present. They had not anticipated Starfire's stealthy arrival. A flicker of surprise crossed Megatron's eyes, quickly supplanted by the fervor of battle. With a roar, he brandished his sharp claws and unleashed a torrent of flames, charging forth to join forces with Starfire. The two Titans wreaked havoc upon the five-faced ships, their assaults relentless and tempestuous, leaving the adversaries scrambling to defend themselves. Realizing the tide had turned against them, the five-faced foes began their retreat. Their fear was not only rooted in Megatron's ferocity, but also in the fury and panic incited by Starfire's sudden presence. Once their experimental asset, he was now a formidable obstacle to their plans. Ultimately, the five-faced creatures fled in disarray, acutely aware that this battle was irrevocably lost. Remaining would only lead to their annihilation. They unleashed countless bioweapons in a desperate attempt to hinder the pursuit of Megatron and Starfire. Although these creatures were easily dispatched by the Titans, they momentarily bought a glimmer of hope for their escape. Meanwhile, Megatron and Starfire swiftly dismantled the bioweapons, standing resolute in the cosmos, their silhouettes towering against the starlit backdrop. "Starfire, what is your true intention?" Megatron suddenly grasped Starfire's wing, his voice laced with urgency and skepticism. "Why have the five-faced monstrosities appeared here? Where have you concealed the leader module?" The Star Flame did not struggle. Instead, it calmly extended its forepaw, pointing towards the ancient spacecraft behind them. Its gesture was succinct and clear, conveying an unspoken message. The leader module resided within that very vessel. The onlookers exhaled in relief. Yet at that moment, the ancient spacecraft suddenly erupted with immense energy. Dark violet energy waves surged forth from the ship like an explosion, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, imbued with an insatiable devouring power that sought to engulf all present. Optimus Prime, the formidable and fearsome figure of Megatron, tightened its optical sensors, a flicker of dread and resolve crossing his visage. Without hesitation, he abandoned the Star Flame and plunged into the tumultuous onslaught of dark violet energy. In the midst of chaos and darkness, he swiftly located Optimus, guided by familiarity and instinct, and enveloped him in a protective embrace. The mighty silver wings of Megatron shielded Optimus, striving to ward off all peril. Yet, the dark violet energy waves were overwhelmingly powerful, as if endowed with boundless hunger, sweeping them and everything around into oblivion. The surrounding space appeared to be consumed into nothingness, becoming chaotic and void. Both the ancient spacecraft and the starship of the Shockwave Council vanished without a trace. Amidst this endless darkness, only the Star Flame drifted silently in the cosmos, its gaze profound and intricate, watching the unfolding events as though it had foretold such an outcome. Chapter 89. Another universe in a realm of chaos and emptiness. A cube-shaped space formed from dark energy quietly materialized, its surface emanating a chilling and enigmatic glow, as if forged from fragments of stars scattered across the profound night sky. This space, seemingly simple, possessed formidable binding power, rendering everything within unable to escape, resembling an invisible prison within the universe. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy rippled through the interior, and the figures of Megatron and Optimus Prime gradually emerged amidst the radiance. Optimus bore the marks of their earlier battle, appearing weary yet resolute. Within Megatron's purple optics surged a fierce, murderous intent. He unfurled his wings, revealing Optimus cradled within, before reverting to his humanoid form to steady him. With genuine concern, he inquired, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Optimus gently patted Megatron's hand, reassuring him, "Do not worry. I'm fine, merely a bit dizzy." He then surveyed their surroundings, scanning the unfamiliar environment in search of familiar clues. He recalled their fierce exchange with the five-faced beast aboard the ancient spacecraft, and then everything descended into chaos, as if a powerful force had swept them into this unknown cubic space. What is this place? Where has everyone else gone? Optimus's voice shattered the silence, a flicker of anxious light shimmering in his optics. Optimus Prime vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze abruptly fixating upon a figure that transcended the confines of space. "Zeta Prime?" he exclaimed in astonishment, incredulity lacing his voice. "Do you recognize him?" Megatron, with a menacing countenance, also turned his attention to Zeta Prime, furrowing his brow as his sharp gaze fell upon the imposing mech standing silently beyond the realm of space. Zeta Prime's silhouette loomed larger in the dim light, emanating an aura of ancient and formidable power, reminiscent of a warrior who had traversed the ages. He was the inaugural leader of Cybertron, having vanished long ago. Optimus Prime's demeanor was grave as he cautioned, "So this is the Death Universe. We must tread carefully." Orion and Megatron exchanged knowing glances, each perceiving the caution and wariness reflected in the other's optics. Zeta Prime slowly emerged from the radiance, his form radiating an air of antiquity and authority. He regarded Optimus Prime, a flicker of complexity passing through his gaze, as if a multitude of words yearned to be voiced. He spoke, his voice deep and laden with emotion, penetrating the spatial barrier with clarity. "Optimus, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for an eternity." His tone harbored an enigmatic sentiment, elusive and unfathomable. Optimus Prime's gaze shifted to Zeta Prime, his voice resolute. "It was you who orchestrated this." His tone dripped with vigilance and inquiry regarding Zeta Prime's actions. Zeta Prime let out a derisive chuckle, dark energy swirling around him as if to echo Optimus Prime's interrogation. "Indeed, it was I," he proclaimed, his voice replete with confidence and arrogance. Orion stepped forward, a hint of perplexity in his tone. "Zeta Prime, we harbor no intent to offend. We merely seek to understand why you have summoned us here. What is your purpose?" He endeavored to extract some semblance of answers from Zeta Prime. Zeta Prime's gaze was icy and dismissive, his tone brooking no dissent. "Purpose? It is, of course, for the leadership module." He turned his attention to Optimus Prime, a glimmer of avarice flickering in his optics. "The leadership module in your possession is of utmost significance to me. Only by obtaining it can I truly wield the power of the Death Universe." Optimus Prime's expression deepened with concern as he fixed his gaze upon Zeta Prime, his voice unwavering. "The leadership module is not a tool for personal ambition. Zeta Prime, you have succumbed to the influence of the Dark Heart, and you must extricate yourself from its grasp." Zeta Prime's derisive laughter intensified, dark energy coalescing around him in a vortex, seemingly a manifestation of his discontent and wrath. "The Dark Heart has long since bent to my will. In this Death Universe, I am the indisputable sovereign. Since you have trespassed upon my domain, do not presume you can escape unharmed. Unless, of course, you wisely surrender the leadership module to me. Perhaps then I might consider granting you a chance at survival." His voice resonated with a chilling coldness, each word laden with menace and coercion, as if intent on crushing them entirely. With a sweeping gesture, Zeta Prime commanded the space to slowly constrict, as if to impose an even greater pressure upon them. Optimus Prime, Orion, and the formidable Megatron observed the fluctuations of the barrier with acute vigilance, fully aware that a formidable battle was imminent. With unwavering resolve, Optimus Prime spoke in a steady voice. "Megatron, your ambition will only plunge you deeper into darkness. The power of the leadership module is beyond your control. Abandon your obsession, or you shall face irreparable consequences." Megatron regarded them coldly, his eyes exuding confidence as if he anticipated their eventual capitulation, a trace of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, in another universe, a group comprising Skywing, Thunderquake, Hardshell, Shock Absorber will cover, and Little Sphere awakened from the slumber of the starship, finding themselves ensnared in a treacherous and unfamiliar environment. Darkness surged like a tide, engulfing all light, while ominous growls reverberated around them, unsettling even the sparks of their mechanized essence, heralding the lurking of unknown terrors. Struggling to rise, they peered through the ship's porthole, only to behold an endless abyss of darkness intertwined with twisted metallic ruins, composing a haunting and grotesque tableau. Within the ruins, faint sparks flickered amidst the acrid scent of burnt metal, and in the shadows, pairs of purple eyes glimmered ominously, those of lurking dark creatures poised to strike. Furthermore, stitched monstrosities writhed through the debris, their forms an amalgamation of mechanical parts and organic tissue, exuding a repugnant stench. Additionally, Cybertronian corpses wandered like puppets, their optical lenses flickering with a dim purple light, empty and soulless, mechanically repeating motions as if controlled by a malevolent force. "Where's this place?" quivered Shock Absorber, a tremor of fear threading through his voice. Skywing furrowed his brow, his optical lens glinting with wary light in the darkness. He swiftly approached the ship's control panel, activating the sensors to scan their surroundings. After some effort, his fingers trembled slightly as he murmured, "Could this be the Death Space?" "Death Space? What is that?" Will Cover inquired anxiously, having never encountered such a term. Skywing solemnly explained, "Death Space is a realm where the minions of the Cosmic Emperor roam, feeding on the sparks of Cybertronians. We once escaped from here under Lord Megatron's guidance, and now we find ourselves ensnared once more. The fabled spark devours." The group from the IDW universe felt a chill creep over them, an overwhelming sense of dread and unease enveloping their hearts. Where are Lord Megatron and Lady Orion? Why are they missing? Thunderquake shouted in urgency, beginning to call out Megatron's name over the internal communication. "Our Captain Orion Pax is also nowhere to be found." Little Sphere echoed, equally frantic, hastening to initiate contact with Orion Pax through the internal line. "We must locate them post-haste," Will Cover declared resolutely, his frame appearing particularly steadfast in the darkness, his eyes alight with indomitable spirit. Chapter 90, a new chapter in Darkness. Megatron, the inaugural leader of Cybertron, showcased his immense power and boundless ambition. However, his method of governance resembled a tempest, bringing profound calamity to Cybertron. He yearned for dominion over all, including the enigmatic realm of death, to fulfill his insatiable ambition. By merging the leadership module with the Dark Heart, he believed he could attain unparalleled power and gain complete mastery over the realm of death, as he arrogantly proclaimed. Optimus Prime gazed at him, issuing a stern warning. Merging two opposing forces would only result in unpredictable destruction. That is of no concern to you. Simply hand over the leadership module, or else. Thunderwing continued with a chilling smirk. "You shall never escape this place." Optimus' expression darkened. He was acutely aware of Thunderwing's scheme, for he possessed all the memories of a potential future where Thunderwing met with failure. "I can relinquish the leadership module," he stated, his tone sincere yet resigned. "But you must release us afterward." A glint of cunning flashed in Thunderwing's optical sensors as he replied, "Of course." With a wave of his arm, a portal in the spatial barrier opened under his command. Yet at that moment, the formidable Megatron surged into action, transforming into his monstrous form and charging toward the exit, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Thunderwing. The impact of the flames caught Thunderwing off guard, causing the spatial rift to widen rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Optimus and Megatron hastily escaped with Orion. Thunderwing, unfazed, smirked, "You are utterly naive." His lips curled into a sinister grin, as if everything unfolded according to his design. As his words lingered, corrosive marks swiftly emerged on Orion's exterior, the spark within him feeling as if it were freezing in pain, causing his body to tremble and lean weakly against Megatron, clearly unable to withstand the dark energy of the Death Realm. "Orion!" Megatron exclaimed, alarmed, as he embraced Orion and anxiously assessed his condition. Observing Orion's suffering visage, he quickly deduced that it was a sign of rapid erosion by dark energy. How can the erosion progress so swiftly? He pondered, having never witnessed such a rapid decay. Orion's optical sensors flickered with anguish as he gripped Megatron's arm tightly. "Megatron, I feel so cold." Megatron's purple optical sensors narrowed in distress. "Only within that space could you remain safe," Thunderwing's cold voice echoed. Without a moment's hesitation, Megatron returned to the cube space with Orion, urgently inquiring, "How do you feel now? Are you any better?" Upon returning, the erosion from the dark energy ceased immediately. Orion, suppressing his pain, shook his head. "I'm fine now." He then turned his concern toward Megatron's condition. At that moment, Megatron exhibited no signs of distress. Having long been a part of the darkness, he was naturally impervious to its corrosive energy. "Thank goodness you are unharmed," Orion smiled with relief, as if he had not just traversed the brink of life and death. The formidable Megatron shook his head, asserting, "I shall be fine. The dark energy holds no sway over me. It was my folly. I acted too impulsively." He lamented, "Let's not dwell on that. Where is Optimus Prime?" Orion cast a worried glance towards the steadfast figure of Optimus still stationed outside. At that moment, Optimus, equally concerned, regarded him with relief upon confirming his safety, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Faced with Megatron's renewed threat, Optimus made a resolute decision. "Megatron, I will surrender the leadership module, but you must allow us to return to our original universe." Orion, within the confines of the space, heard Optimus's words and felt a surge of anxiety. "Do not relinquish the leadership module to him." His voice trembled with emotion, for the module bore their hopes and future. It could not fall into enemy hands. He yearned to intervene, yet the protective barrier of the space held him captive. In his desperation, a powerful emotion surged through his internal systems, causing his audio receptors to quiver and his optical sensors to gleam with intensity. His spark blazed brightly, signaling that it was time to fight. The ethereal image of the star sword began to materialize in his grasp. But just as it neared solidity, Megatron gently grasped Orion's wrist, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him, filled with concern and disapproval. "Orion, do not act rashly." Megatron's voice resonated with a deep, unwavering tone. "Your safety is paramount." Optimus, looking at Orion, displayed a fleeting tenderness in his optics. "Do not worry, Orion, we will be all right." Optimus opened his chest plate, revealing the leadership module embedded within his spark. Calmly and naturally, he removed the module and extended it towards Megatron. He harbored no fear of losing the module. Even without it, he possessed the strength to safeguard Cybertron. Moreover, as the module was crafted by Primus, should the need arise, he could request a replacement. Megatron swiftly reached out to accept it, his optics shimmering with avarice, as if he could already envision wielding the power to govern the universe. "Excellent, Optimus. You have kept your promise," he remarked with a satisfied smile. Once the transfer was complete, Optimus immediately felt a dark energy begin to encroach upon his being. Realizing he could no longer remain in the open, he hastened back to reunite with Megatron and Orion within the sanctuary of space. Meanwhile, Megatron displayed a contented and triumphant smile upon acquiring the leadership module. On the other side, in the realm of death, Orion and Optimus, along with the others, resolved to exit the ship in search of the missing Megatron. The moment they stepped outside, they were met with an extraordinary chill, not merely the coldness of the external temperature, but a shiver emanating from the depths of their sparks. "What is this world? Why is it so frigid?" Wheeljack trembled, bewildered. "Cold. Yet my sensors indicate that the temperature here is quite suitable," he replied, perplexed. Little Sphere wore a perplexed expression. His dark energy, Hai calmly elucidated. "The entire world is permeated with it, corroding both the body and the spark. The chill you feel arises from your spark being utterly defenseless against this energy." "What?" Will Cover exclaimed in fright, hastily retreating behind the shock absorber, revealing only half of his body to peer at the outside world. "What will happen if the body and spark are eroded? Will they transform into spark-devouring wretches like those wandering remnants?" He gestured towards the distant, meandering Cybertronian carcasses. Their sparks had been consumed by dark energy, leaving only their battered forms to aimlessly roam, as their purple optical lenses slowly pivoted towards their direction. "By the primordial celestial master, I do not wish to end up like that." Will Cover shouted in terror. "Silence." Hai hissed. "Do you wish to attract more monsters?" Yet it was already too late. From the moment their ship descended upon this world, those creatures had already locked onto them. They had been lurking in the shadows, seeking sparks to devour. Now, they had finally found their prey. Not good. They have spotted us. The dark entities lunged at them like frenzied beasts, their eyes glinting with a ravenous desire for sparks. Meanwhile, The wandering Cybertronian corpses staggered towards the group as if puppets of the dark power. Decepticons, prepare for battle. With a command issued, a fierce confrontation erupted instantaneously. This struggle was not merely for survival. It was a protracted resistance against the encroachment of dark energy. Chapter 91. Deteriorating circumstances in the brutal clash with the dark entities. Hai and his comrades faced an unprecedented and formidable challenge. The difficulty and brutality of this battle far surpassed their initial expectations. They had witnessed firsthand how dark energy ruthlessly eroded the life sparks of Cybertronians, a force capable of driving its victims into ceaseless madness. Yet, it was only at this moment, engaging directly with the dark beings, that they truly grasped the terrifying nature of such overwhelming and bizarre power. At the onset of battle, their assaults were like a tempest. The first wave of dark entities disintegrated under their ferocious firepower. Although a sliver of unease lingered in their hearts, the annihilation of their foes undoubtedly bolstered their confidence. However, this fleeting triumph did not endure for long. More dark entities, as if sensing the scent of prey, surged forth from all directions like a relentless tide. In the distance, a dense mass of black dots swiftly approached, resembling an impending storm that threatened to engulf everything. Little Sphere's eyes brimmed with terror and despair as he tremulously pointed at the encroaching dark flood, his voice nearly drowned out by the howling winds. Are these monsters multiplying as we slay them? Wheelcover's service weapon became overheated from the sustained combat, the barrel glowing red-hot, and his heart was heavy with anxiety and helplessness. In the midst of the chaos, Hai, the soul machine familiar with the dark entities of the death space, was acutely aware of their inexhaustible and terrifying power. Gripping his weapon tightly, he spoke solemnly. The dark creatures of death space can never be eradicated. At that moment, the transformation mechanism sensed something, and the gears began to stir, emitting a low hum. He proposed loudly, "Continuing this way will lead us nowhere. We must devise a plan to escape them. How about a race?" Hearing this, Tianjin let out a furious roar and stepped forward. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed ahead, leaping into the air and instantly transforming into a formidable Cybertronian aircraft. The jet howled as it soared into the enemy ranks, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire and missiles that fell like a meteor shower, striking deep into the heart of the foe. A series of explosions and flashes of light illuminated the darkened sky, completely disrupting the formation of the dark creatures. Upon witnessing this, the Janjungang suddenly had an epiphany. He shouted, "Of course, we can fight while we run in our vehicle forms." Without hesitation, he transformed into an agile Cybertronian motorcycle, roaring forward as wheels kicked up clouds of dust and sparks. Hai's red optical lens flickered with unwavering determination as he rapidly assessed their options. The situation was critical, allowing no room for doubt. He bellowed, "Decepticons, transform and engage." In response to Hai's command, the others rallied without hesitation. The mechanical insects screeched as they ascended into the sky, unfurling their wings to launch a ferocious assault on the enemy. The Linjiaoge transformed into a motorcycle, fighting alongside the Jinjungan. And the Shaoganju barreled forward as a transport vehicle, crashing through the dark entities that stood in their path. The new combat strategy evidently proved effective. They not only conserved a significant amount of energy, but also intensified the battle's ferocity and spectacle. However, amidst the fray, the Shaoganju could not help but exclaim, "Even so, our battles seem endless. Does this hold any meaning?" The words struck a chord with everyone. They understood the arduous and protracted nature of this fight, yet they also recognized the necessity of perseverance. The Jinjungang calmly suggested, "Perhaps we should retreat to the ship and reassess. If we can conceal ourselves, they will lose their target." Just as before, Hai scrutinized the battlefield and decisively nodded in agreement. He swiftly sent out a command over the communication channel. "Prepare to retreat. Everyone, maintain formation. Do not allow these creatures to follow us." Once back aboard the ship, they immediately secured all potential vulnerabilities and entrances, preventing any dark entities from breaching their sanctuary. Hai kept a vigilant watch over the control panel, reminding everyone, stay alert and closely monitor the movements of the dark creatures. The Shaoganju quickly utilized his expertise, connecting all detection devices aboard the ship to capture every dynamic outside their vessel. They began to orbit the starship. This might be the perfect opportunity to activate the ship. Someone proposed urgently. We must swiftly locate a secure haven, inaccessible to the creatures of darkness. The shock absorber indicated a coordinate on the map scanned by the spacecraft. A commanding high ground that is easily defensible. If we dock the ship there, we can cease our constant vigilance against that monstrous horde. Very well, let us depart immediately. At the command, the starry Voyager sprang into action. The engines roared, expelling searing flames as the vessel ascended rapidly, racing towards its destination. The creatures of darkness on the ground could only watch helplessly as their prey escaped, howling in frustration as their figures quickly receded into the distance. Ha ha! The wheel cover laughed triumphantly at the vanishing creatures of darkness, reveling in the thrill of flight. What do you think, Hai? He patted Hai's shoulder, only to receive a cold glare in return. Hai cast him a displeased glance, his focus unwavering as he piloted the starry Voyager. You have yet to comprehend the perilous nature of this deathly void. The wheel cover remained unfazed by Hai's indifference, leaning in closer, curiously observing Hai's maneuvers. Suddenly, a look of confusion crossed his face. Why are you so tense? Isn't the ship on autopilot? Hai furrowed his brow, solemnly warning. The dangers here far exceed your imagination. No sooner had he spoken than a mechanical insect emitted an enraged roar. You stepped on my foot, seeking death. It struck another mechanical insect with a powerful blow. The small sphere turned in shock, witnessing the hard-shelled insect's optical lens faintly glowing with a purplish hue. What is wrong with you? The struck mechanical insect shook its head and rose, its optical lens similarly glowing, growling softly. It was you I stepped on? With that, it charged to the hard shell. Wait, you. The shock absorber was interrupted, suddenly realizing something. He turned to the wheel cover. Seeing that the wheel cover's optical lens remained a tranquil blue, he breathed a slight sigh of relief, only to feel tension creep back in. They've been corrupted by dark energy. Quickly, stop them, or they will not distinguish friend from foe. Amidst the chaos, a vast blue net was deftly cast by the small sphere, ensnaring the two frenzied mechanical insects in an instant. Thankfully, I brought this. As the small sphere finished speaking, the trapped insects continued to thrash within the net. The small sphere instantly despaired. Even in this state, you still fight? The shock absorber stepped forward, swiftly producing two suppression claws, and with a click, the movements of the mechanical insects were entirely restrained. Let us see how you continue to fight now. Under the tight grip of the suppression claws, the two mechanical insects glared at each other, their optical lenses flickering with defiance, their bodies rigidly prostrated on the ground. Hai's gaze deepened, his expression grave as he addressed them slowly. Take them to the medical bay and see if there is a way to purify the dark energy. His voice was deep and powerful, exuding an undeniable resolve. At that moment, Hai felt an unusual heaviness in his heart. The mechanical insects should not have manifested such a condition, for each of their Decepticon bodies had been meticulously equipped with dark energy shielding devices. The device was intended to serve as their ultimate bastion against the encroachment of dark energy. However, it has now inexplicably failed. Ha Wing's brow furrowed in concern, fully aware of the implications this failure entails. The rate at which dark energy is infiltrating may surpass his expectations, and its potency seems to be even greater. If the dark energy shield cannot withstand this onslaught, what unknown dangers and challenges lie ahead for them? He gazed upon the machine insects, bound tightly by suppression, a wave of inexplicable apprehension surging within him. These once loyal and valiant comrades have now succumbed to madness and chaos due to the insidious influence of dark energy. What fate awaits them? Even Ha Wing could not foresee. We must urgently find a solution, he declared solemnly, his gaze shimmering with resolute determination. He understood that time was of the essence. They must swiftly discover a method to purify the dark energy, lest more allies fall into peril. Chapter 92. Despair and hope. After a series of trials and research, they finally discovered a means to purify the dark energy. Through the neutralization reaction between the super energy body and dark energy, the machine insects regained their sanity, their optical lenses returning to their vibrant crimson hue, once again becoming the endearing yet valiant comrades they had always been. Finally back to normal, exclaimed Shock Absorber, observing the now harmonious machine insects, sharing a smile with Little Sphere. However, Their smiles quickly faded as little spheres suddenly pointed at Shock Absorber and shouted, "Shock Absorber, you've mutated." The group was startled by this exclamation, casting astonished glances. Shock Absorber's optical lens quivered as he urgently poked at the sharp, black-purple protrusions that had sprouted from Little Sphere's surface. "What is this abominable thing? You are the one who has mutated." Little Sphere impatiently swatted Shock Absorber's hand aside, hastily capturing an image of Shock Absorber's current appearance and presenting it to the others. Only then did Shock Absorber realize that, unbeknownst to him, pointed black-purple horns had emerged atop his head, transforming his astonishment into horror. Simultaneously, the others began to notice unusual changes in one another. Some were cloaked in a layer of black-purple armor, hard and cold. Others had transformed fingers into sharp claws. Glinting ominously, certain optical lenses became murky, shrouded in violet mist, while others displayed eerie runes on their surfaces, glowing with an unsettling light. These mutations not only altered their external appearance, but also affected their bodily functions. Shock Absorber felt his strength magnified, yet difficult to control. Little Sphere's body became heavy and sluggish. Ha Wing and Skyquake exhibited unusually volatile emotions, as if driven by an unnamed fury. "What should we do?" Shock Absorber anxiously glanced at the others, fear spreading rapidly aboard the starry ship. Ha Wing's expression darkened as he swiftly commanded, "Everyone begin neutralization therapy immediately." However, this time, the neutralization treatment yielded no results. The transformation of their bodies appeared to be an irreversible change, gradually morphing them into dark entities. The wheel cover sat despondently in the corner, emanating an aura of despair. "As long as we remain trapped, no matter how long we endure, we shall inevitably become part of the darkness." Observing this, the small sphere felt a twinge of disheartenment, yet he resolutely rallied his spirits. "Let us not forget. As long as our leader retrieves the leader module and restores his original power, he can revive us. This is our final hope." The Shock Absorber responded dryly. "Is this your way of comforting us based on the premise that we will perish?" The small sphere bowed his head slightly, then looked resolutely at everyone. "This is the worst outcome, but it is also our motivation to persevere. We cannot give up." The fierce wing's gaze darkened, issuing a cold warning. "No one is permitted to give up. You may be unaware, but Lord Megatron once dwelled in darkness. He was controlled by the Cosmic Emperor, and his spark was reversed, yet he maintained his essence and did not succumb to the monstrous forms of that wretched lot." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the crowd. The small sphere inquired in astonishment, "Your leader is also a being of darkness?" The fierce wing explained solemnly, "He once was, but through sheer will and strength, he triumphed over the dark. We can achieve the same." However, as time progressed, the mutations in their bodies became increasingly pronounced, leading them to involuntarily lash out at their companions. They could acutely feel the encroaching darkness, the spark wavering in the chilling void, as if it might extinguish at any moment. The small sphere clenched his fists, declaring with unwavering conviction, "We must persevere until our leader returns. He is our hope and the source of our strength. As long as we unite as one, no obstacle is insurmountable." The others, inspired by the small sphere's words, felt their flickering hope reignite with fervor. They exchanged glances, witnessing determination and courage mirrored in each other's eyes. They understood that once their leader returned, all adversities would be resolved. Thus, they gritted their teeth and continued to resist the ravaging darkness. Despite the agony and discomfort brought on by their mutations, they steadfastly held their ground, awaiting the leader's return. Yet, this newly kindled flame of hope was abruptly overshadowed by an immense shadow. A piercing and urgent danger alert blared aboard the starship, shattering the previous stillness. Everyone looked up to see a colossal dark creature advancing like a mountain in the sky. Its three grotesque heads bore mouths filled with sharp teeth, and its purple optics flickered with a spectral fire, exuding a chilling aura of menace. Surrounding it was a multitude of flying dark beings, resembling ominous clouds before a storm, descending upon them. The crew aboard the starship was rendered speechless by this sudden crisis, as fear and despair swiftly spread throughout the vessel. The shock absorber's optics trembled violently. The small sphere tightened his fists, and the fierce wing, with a grave expression, swiftly organized everyone for defense. "All hands prepare for battle." The voice of the mighty Hayit echoed loudly, yet it appeared feeble amidst the cacophony of thunderous roars. The starship, not designed for military engagement, possessed limited offensive capabilities and firepower. The relentless onslaught of the dark creatures descended upon them like a tempest, causing the vessel to tremble perilously. "The engine is damaged," Wheel Cover shouted anxiously, his voice laced with despair. The ship belched forth smoke and flames, plummeting swiftly towards the ground. In a state of panic, the crew struggled to regain control and restore power, but the engine was irrevocably broken. They could merely manage to slow their descent, ultimately skidding to a harrowing landing. However, peril had not yet abated. The dark creatures awaited this very moment, swiftly converging and diving down to launch a final assault on the starship. Fear surged and enveloped the crew, as if they could already glimpse their impending doom. In the midst of this despair, a figure streaked across the sky like a meteor. Bathed in a golden glow and accompanied by a dazzling wave of blue energy, he descended with purpose. His gaze was hollow and bewildered, resembling a machine tirelessly executing its function in battle. His movements were swift and powerful, each strike eliciting anguished cries from the dark entities. Yet, within his eyes lay no reflection of emotion. He mechanically repeated the motions of attack and defense. He was oblivious to his identity or the reasons for his presence in this conflict, which filled him with profound confusion, struggle, and an overwhelming sense of isolation and helplessness. Fragments of memories flickered in his mind amidst the chaos of battle, only to be swiftly overshadowed by the harsh reality of his surroundings. He sought answers within the fray, yet each attempt only deepened his bewilderment and turmoil. It felt as though he was ensnared in an endless cycle of combat and slaughter, perpetually unable to discern the meaning of his existence. Despite this internal turmoil, his prowess in battle remained undiminished. Wielding the blue energy wave, he vanquished wave after wave of the dark creatures. His silhouette darted through the shadows like a resplendent star, igniting a spark of hope within the hearts of his companions. When the battle finally subsided, the remnants of the dark army scattered in disarray, and he hovered in the air, allowing the others to behold his true form beneath the golden radiance. The familiar red and blue figure. Was it the leader? "The leader has returned," exclaimed the small orb, brimming with excitement. Instantly, the crowd erupted in joyous calls of his name, yet he merely turned away, his gaze icy and unfamiliar. His appearance was indistinguishable from that of the leader they revered, yet he emanated an aura of chilling ruthlessness and formidable might. "Do you recognize me? Who am I? And who are you?" The leader spoke coldly, devoid of emotion. The crew felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, disbelief coursing through them. Could this truly be the leader they had longed for? Why had he transformed into someone so distant and unfeeling? In an instant, the spacecraft was enveloped in an eerie silence and chaos. In an intriguing side story titled The Origin of Dual Waves and Emotional Displacement, Soundwave, once a member of the esteemed council, chose to relinquish his noble status upon witnessing the council's corruption and inertia. He resolutely stepped into the dust of the Karen arena, transforming into a gladiator. There, he encountered the undefeated champion, Thunderlord, and through his extraordinary combat skills and telepathic abilities, he managed to reach a stalemate with his formidable opponent, forging an unbreakable bond. Through profound exchanges with Thunderlord, Soundwave discovered an uncanny rapport between them, allowing for candid discussions on a myriad of topics. They began utilizing the cortical connection device of Shockwave to share their thoughts, insights, and those unutterable secrets. Soundwave confided in Thunderlord his revelations regarding the world's truths, while Thunderlord unreservedly recounted his sweet tales with Aurelian. However, Soundwave found little interest in these emotional trivialities. His primary concern lay in leveraging Thunderlord's strength and resources to expose the Council's corruption and instigate reform. Yet, the sweet atmosphere between Thunderlord and Aurelian often left Soundwave feeling both helpless and exasperated. He could not resist peering into their thoughts with his telepathic prowess, and each time, his mind would be flooded with Thunderlord's romantic musings and Aurelian's shyness and affection. Such sentimental indulgences suffocated him, as if he were drowning in emotions he could not comprehend. One day, while calibrating the cortical connection device with Shockwave, he could not contain his curiosity any longer and asked, "What is your perspective on Thunderlord and Aurelian?" This marked the first occasion since leaving the council that he had initiated conversation, breaking his previous silence, spurred by curiosity. Shockwave, the meticulous, serious, and logically astute scientist, hesitated upon hearing the question, his red optical lenses flickering and his antennae quivering slightly. He did not respond immediately, instead falling into contemplation. As days passed, Soundwave gradually sensed that Shockwave was becoming increasingly absent during their consciousness connections with Thunderlord. Whenever he exchanged intelligence or shared thoughts with Thunderlord, Shockwave silently observed, no longer participating as actively as before. Although Soundwave harbored suspicions, he chose not to probe deeper, as his focus remained on the exchange of information and execution of plans. However, Thunderlord seemed to have noticed something amiss. One day, during a consciousness connection, he raised an eyebrow and posed a question to Soundwave. "You truly do not know?" Soundwave's data processing sent her word to life, searching his memory database for answers, yet found nothing. Thunderlord suddenly burst into laughter, and Soundwave nearly caught a glimpse of the glistening moisture in the corner of his optical lens. Concurrently, Thunderlord's thoughts swiftly reached Soundwave. Shockwave approached Aurelian and me a few days ago, requesting our complete data, including how we met, fell in love, and became spark partners. Soundwave felt his brain module buzzing, momentarily at a loss for words. He found it hard to fathom that the Shockwave would go to such lengths to investigate the nature of their relationship. The Shockwave had almost copied all the data concerning himself and Alien. As Jean Tianzuan continued to expound on the necessity of conducting thorough research to produce a detailed, professional, and reliable report. Then, Jean Tianzuan erupted into laughter. "Jean Tianzuan, your laughter is truly piercing," Soundwave remarked, bewildered by what could possibly be amusing. He felt a sharp pain in his brain module. Consequently, Soundwave committed an unprecedented act of rudeness by severing the data connection with Jean Tianzuan. The abrupt disconnection brought a jolt of pain, yet he endured it. Jean Tianzuan, taken aback, shouted, "Soundwave." Ignoring Jean Tianzuan's complaints, Soundwave silently turned away, indicating that today information sharing had come to an end, and he had no desire to see Jean Tianzuan again in the near future. Jean Tianzuan, watching Soundwave's retreating figure, revealed a sly grin, then eagerly initiated a private communication with Alien, eager to share the day's little incident. Upon returning to his abode, the dimness of his surroundings seemed to mirror the turmoil within him. The actions of the Shockwave remained incomprehensible, leading him to question whether the Shockwave had become so enraptured by the experiment that its logical circuits had deviated. Shortly thereafter, the Shockwave unexpectedly paid him a visit. Clutching a hefty stack of datapads, an ominous premonition surged within Soundwave. Could this be the in-depth research report concerning their relationship that Jean Tianzuan had previously mentioned? The Shockwave solemnly opened its data transmission port and presented it before Soundwave, stating with gravity, "Regarding your earlier inquiry about my perspective on Jean Tianzuan and Alien, I have meticulously gathered all pertinent information and conducted comprehensive research. These datapads constitute merely a portion of the report. I hope to share this research with you through data transmission." In an instant, a question mark emoji flickered on Soundwave's visor, clearly reflecting his astonishment and confusion at the Shockwave's actions. He yearned to explain to the Shockwave that it was merely a casual remark, never anticipating such a fervent reaction, nor foreseeing the Shockwave's eagerness to share this outcome with him. At that moment, Soundwave's inner realm was a tangled web of regret and helplessness. The Shockwave's dedication and seriousness toward science were indeed commendable traits of a top-tier scientist. However, this report concerning Jean Tianzuan and Alien had thrust him into an unprecedentedly awkward predicament. He felt as though the report was a searing iron, too hot to handle and difficult to dispose of. This was far from an objective analysis of a relationship. It was, in fact, a meticulous chronicle of their emotional journey. The Soundwave chuckled to himself, not wishing to be inundated any further by this relentless display of affection. He silently prayed that this report would soon find a fitting destination, liberating him from this sweet torment. However, under the fervent gaze of the Shockwave, filled with anticipation, the Soundwave could only acquiesce. As the data transmitted, he began to scrutinize the report meticulously. The Shockwave's documentation was replete with data and logic, presenting a formidable challenge for him. Yet, the Soundwave, with his profound empathy, managed to comprehend the report's essence. He absorbed every intricate detail of the meeting between the Thunder Lord and Alien, each moment of their love, and every scene where they faced adversity together. When the transmission concluded, the sound wave's cerebral module was struck by an invisible torrent of emotion, buzzing incessantly. A sense of numbness surged within him, completely immobilizing him. In an effort to escape this relentless emotional vortex and to evade the trivialities of such feelings, he decisively resolved to deactivate his emotional module. From that moment forth, the sound wave transformed entirely. He never reactivated his emotional module, becoming cold and taciturn. He resembled a machine solely dedicated to processing information, devoid of the warmth and vibrancy he once possessed. He ceased to engage proactively with others and refrained from displaying his emotions, adopting an aura of mystery and elusiveness. Observing the sound wave's transformation, the shock wave was engulfed by a tumult of complex feelings. He had never anticipated that his report, laden with data and logic, would cause the sound wave such distress. What surprised him further was the glimpse he caught of the sound wave's deep-seated yearning and fear concerning emotions, a facet of him that had never been revealed before. Soundwave, why have you deactivated your emotional module? The shock wave could not help but inquire with concern. The sound wave turned his head, his voice as frigid as ever. Emotional data only hinders work and affects efficiency. What I require is calmness and rationality, not these superfluous emotions. The shock wave's logical circuits were momentarily thrown into disarray, yet he could only concede. This indeed held a semblance of logic, leaving him without rebuttal. Thus, he lapsed into prolonged silence. As for the Thunderlord, who noted the sound wave's increasing efficiency, he remarked, "I have no objections, ha ha ha." Chapter 94. Clouds of doubt surrounding leadership. The figures clad in red and blue gradually descended, their gaze seemingly traversing through the fabric of time as they surveyed the assemblage before them. In the face of the crowd's excitement and anticipation, this leader appeared somewhat bewildered and indifferent, for he genuinely did not recognize these individuals. "Leader, it is us," the crowd exclaimed, rushing from the spacecraft in a fervent hope that the leader might remember them. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed the leader's optical lenses. "Leader? Are they calling me?" His voice carried an unmistakable uncertainty. "Indeed. Leader, have you forgotten? You are the apostle ordained by the divine Primus, our leader," the small sphere exclaimed, eyes wide with anxiety. The leader furrowed his brow, seemingly endeavoring to recall something, yet his memories remained shrouded in a thick mist, unreachable. "The god of Plams has ordained me as an apostle," he murmured repeatedly. In the optical lens, a blue vortex appeared to swirl, and he began to regard the crowd with a newfound perspective, as if this were the first moment he truly recognized his own identity. "I understand now. From this moment forth, I am your leader." Although a hint of uncertainty lingered in his tone, this declaration was sufficient to reassure those around him. The crowd gathered closely, bombarding him with various inquiries in an attempt to help him recover his memories or comprehend his current state. "Leader, we are your followers. Do you remember us?" One by one, they began to introduce themselves. "Leader, have you located the leader module? Is your strength restored? Were you using the Starblade to vanquish those dark creatures? What do you recall now?" A multitude of questions surged forth, and the leader's expression shifted from initial confusion to a slight impatience. His demeanor cooled, brows furrowing as he sternly declared, "Noisome." A chill swept through the crowd. They had not anticipated such indifference from their leader, nor his apparent disdain for their concern. Embarrassed, they recoiled, and a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Observing their reaction, the leader's optical lens flickered slightly, as if he realized his words had been too harsh. After a moment of hesitation, his voice softened. "I apologize. I am somewhat disoriented at present. However, this place is not suitable for prolonged stay. Gather your essential belongings and follow me to a place of safety." Though filled with perplexity, the crowd felt their unease dissipate upon witnessing the leader's willingness to assume responsibility and guide them forth. They swiftly collected their necessities and embarked on the journey to safety alongside this simultaneously unfamiliar yet familiar leader. Despite their ignorance of the leader's experiences, their spirits brimmed with resolute trust. They believed that as long as their leader was by their side, no matter how arduous the future may be, they could surmount any obstacle and uncover a radiant destiny of their own. Within the depths of a cavern, the walls bore the marks of sharp sword strokes, each incision deep and precise, as if the leader had once carved them with his own blade. The interior of the cave was vast, cloaked in darkness and silence. Save for a raised platform that broke the monotony, the leader slowly approached this elevated ground, then quietly seated himself, gently closing the optical lens to rest. The crowd stood around him, their myriad questions surging like a tidal wave. They struggled to fathom the mindset in which the leader had excavated such a cave and how he had managed to dwell in such a rudimentary abode alone. Their curiosity deepened regarding how this seemingly barren cave sustained the leader's livelihood. A small orb nudged the nearby harbinger and whispered, "Have you ever seen the leader consume energy blocks?" Heiying cast a cold glance at him, impatiently stepping aside, and succinctly replied no. The small sphere, unwilling to concede, turned to the shock absorber and inquired, "Do you think the leader needs to replenish energy?" The shock absorber was taken aback by the question, scratching his head and awkwardly responding, "Isn't everyone saying the leader is a deity? Do deities require energy blocks?" The optical lens of the wheel cover spun around, and suddenly, enlightenment struck him. With a fist to his palm, he exclaimed, "What the leader needs are followers." This notion was immediately embraced by the crowd, for on Cybertron, the leader indeed possessed a multitude of devoted adherents, whose faith might very well be the source of the leader's strength. However, when the leader opened his optical lens and regarded them with those pure blue eyes, a sudden wave of indescribable embarrassment washed over the wheel cover. Seeking assistance, he glanced towards the shock absorber, who reluctantly stepped forward to alleviate the awkwardness. Leader, do you need energy blocks?" The leader replied coldly, "No." The response was brief and resolute, plunging the atmosphere into discomfort. The leader's gaze remained fixed upon them, seemingly perplexed by their curiosity. "How did you come to this world?" The leader finally inquired, his voice tinged with authority and intrigue. The small sphere eagerly began recounting their experiences, from the moment the leader first descended into their universe, wielding immense power and wisdom to become their guide against the forces of darkness and to safeguard peace, to an unforeseen incident that rendered the leader amnesiac and stripped of his leadership module, yet they steadfastly followed him, hoping to reclaim what was lost, to their perilous journey of being ambushed by the five-faced monster and the mysterious dark energy that ensnared them in this unfamiliar realm. The leader listened intently, a profound light flickering within his optical lens as if deep in contemplation. However, when the small sphere concluded his tale and looked at the leader with anticipation, the leader furrowed his brow slightly, his tone laced with confusion and incredulity. "Your story is captivating, yet it harbors significant inconsistencies. According to your account, our acquaintance has not been long, yet since I gained consciousness, I have fought in this world for decades, perhaps even longer. My memory fails me. How can this be possible?" The crowd gasped in unison, exchanging bewildered glances, their minds filled with shock and confusion. They found it hard to believe that the leader could utter such words, as if their shared experiences were merely an ephemeral dream. The leader sighed, his voice imbued with weariness and resignation. "I know this is difficult to accept, but the truth remains. My time in this world far exceeds your comprehension, filled with countless battles and trials. Yet, in my memories, we have never intersected." A profound silence enveloped them, their hearts heavy with uncertainty and unease. The leader's presence, in that moment, became both familiar and alien. They began to scrutinize their memories, questioning whether the moments spent with their leader were truly as vivid and accurate as they recalled, or if they were intermingled with illusions and fantasies. Simultaneously, doubts clouded their recollections of the leader. Had some unknown force distorted their memories, or had the leader himself undergone unspeakable tribulations? An unsettling thought quietly emerged in their minds. Was the leader before them truly the same individual they once knew and followed? Amidst these swirling uncertainties, the only certainty was the necessity for unity in their quest for the truth. Regardless of the outcome, they must confront the unknown and challenging path that lay ahead together. Chapter 95. The fate of the Ember in a world shrouded in darkness. A lost blue ember broke through the earth, akin to a beacon piercing the night sky, momentarily illuminating the surrounding gloom. As this glimmer of light emerged, the darkness below seemed to awaken, stirring with anticipation. Creatures of the shadows, like sharks sensing blood in the deep sea, surged forth in droves, recklessly racing towards the flickering light. The blue ember, sensing the impending danger, fled in a panic. But in this vast abyss, peril lurked everywhere. Its existence was like a solitary lamp in the dark, drawing forth all malevolence. In this world forged from shadows, its fate resembled a lone vessel amidst tumultuous waves, ever on the brink of being consumed. Meanwhile, within the cavern, the leader's audio receiver trembled suddenly. As if he sensed something amiss, his gaze sharpening with intensity. "Leader?" Little Marble snapped back to reality, casting a concerned look towards him. Silent Wing remained watchful, glancing warily toward the cave's entrance, fearing that the dark creatures had discovered their hideout. I heard a cry for help. The leader's voice resonated, deep and grave. His wings unfurled rapidly, and the propulsion system ignited instantaneously, propelling him out of the cave like a bolt of lightning. Little Marble and Silent Wing immediately followed, but they could only glimpse the leader's figure fleeting by, akin to a shooting star racing across the night sky, vanishing into the profound darkness. Are we to have new companions? Shock Absorber inquired with eager anticipation. Could there be others who, like us, have stumbled into this dreadful place? Another voice chimed in, laced with curiosity and concern. A flurry of discussions erupted among them, hearts oscillating between hope and trepidation, uncertain whether the imminent arrival heralded new allies or fresh perils. The leader, swift as a flash, reached the location of the distressed Ember in the blink of an eye. There, hordes of shadowy creatures swarmed like a dark curtain, obscuring the sky as they ferociously hunted the fleeing blue Ember. The leader remained silent, his expression resolute and unyielding. Gradually, he summoned blue energy particles into his grasp, and with a firm squeeze, they coalesced into a radiant star sword, emanating a dazzling brilliance. With a swift arc of his sword, he unleashed a blue energy shockwave that surged forth like a furious tide, sweeping towards the throng of dark creatures. Amidst the chilling wails and the crackling sounds of searing flames, the dark entity at the forefront shattered into minuscule fragments, dissipating into the air. The blue spark found itself saved, its heart brimming with gratitude. It immediately soared towards its leader, joyfully dancing around him as if to convey boundless thanks. The leader, with one hand securely cradling the blue spark, wielded the star sword with the other, vanquishing the relentless tide of dark creatures. His movements were swift and precise. Each swing of his blade claimed the lives of numerous foes. At last, fear eclipsed the instinct of the dark beings. They shrieked and scurried away, no longer daring to approach the leader. He refrained from pursuing them immediately. The star sword transformed into particles, gradually fading into the atmosphere. Then, he lifted the blue spark to his optical lens, scrutinizing this fragile yet resilient life form. "Little one, this is not a place for you." The leader's voice carried a tenderness imbued with an inexplicable nostalgia, as if recounting a distant memory. He then opened his chest plate, revealing the radiant leader module beneath. "Return," he whispered gently. The moment the leader module appeared, the blue spark froze, as if sensing an irresistible call, and suddenly dove in, stirring a gentle ripple of energy. The leader closed his chest plate once more, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes. Yet he understood that this was the blue spark's rightful sanctuary. With no longing, he turned and soared back towards his camp. When the leader's figure reemerged before the cave, the onlookers eagerly glanced behind him, only to be met with disappointment as they realized he had not brought anyone back, their faces betraying regret and disillusionment. They presumed the leader had failed to rescue the one in need. Observing their expressions, the leader mistakenly believed they mourned his earlier departure. He explained, "Forgive me. This world occasionally harbors lost sparks, utterly defenseless against those dark entities. I could only rush to ensure the spark's safety." The others were instantly captivated. "Lost sparks? Where? Did you save it?" Their voices were filled with curiosity. The leader nodded gently. "It has returned to where it belongs." His tone was calm and resolute. "Where it belongs?" The small orb questioned in confusion, unable to restrain his inquiry. "The well of sparks," the leader responded with certainty, a profound light flickering in his gaze. The small orb and the others from the IDW universe widened their optical lenses in astonishment. They could scarcely believe that the leader would return the spark to the well of sparks. "Leader, why send it back? We could nurture it into a new Cybertronian." The sound of the small sphere carried a note of urgency and confusion. The members of the TFP universe, including Shockwave, exchanged puzzled glances, equally baffled as to why their leader insisted that the spark should return to its source. In both the IDW and TFP universes, returning to the source of the spark signified the death or dissolution of the Cybertronians. The leader's actions undoubtedly represented a relinquishment of that spark, allowing it to vanish forever into the endless darkness. Observing the puzzled gazes of those around him, the leader furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend their bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. "I understand your confusion regarding my decision to return the spark to its source. Since my awakening, I have come to recognize that the spark belongs to its origin. This is my conviction, and words are unnecessary." Upon hearing this, although still perplexed, the others could sense the leader's unwavering resolve and determination. They recognized him as a being of profound wisdom and experience, believing that his decision held a meaning beyond their comprehension. Shockwave broke the silence, stating, "Leader, while we may not understand your decision, we are willing to trust your judgment." The others nodded in agreement, expressing their support. The leader gazed into their eyes, a deep gratitude swelling within him. Yet his exterior remained composed as he softly uttered, "Thank you for your understanding and support." In response, the optics of the assembled beings shimmered with resolute light. As for the mystery surrounding the spark's return to its source, perhaps one day it would be unveiled. Chapter 96. The leader's misunderstanding and reversal of mutation. Deep within the cave, tranquility and serenity prevailed. "Leader, please allow us to join the battle," Shockwave declared with a steady and resolute tone, his gaze fixed firmly on the leader, eyes glinting with unwavering determination. Thunderclash also stepped forward, though typically reticent. His gaze was unusually steadfast, nodding emphatically as if to convey his resolve through this silent gesture. The small sphere and shock absorber, among others, were equally eager, stepping forth to express their fervent desire to fight alongside the leader. The leader calmly surveyed the group. Their forms flickered in the darkness, exuding a power akin to that of the dark creatures. Yet he knew they were different. They possessed reason and sparks, and he appreciated their willingness to stand beside him. He nodded and succinctly instructed, "Stay safe and follow closely." The group felt a surge of joy at his words. However, as the leader turned and embarked on the quest to rescue the lost spark, his swift departure left the others momentarily stunned, only catching a glimpse of his figure vanishing into the horizon. They exchanged glances, uncertainty creeping into their hearts. Wasn't it agreed that they would battle together? With a sigh, Shockwave addressed the others. "I'll pursue the leader with the Decepticons. You all stay here and await our return." A flicker of disappointment crossed the small sphere's face upon hearing this. Shock Absorber gently tapped his sturdy arm, offering reassurance. "Accept your fate. After all, none of us can fly." Upon hearing these words, the formidable Hai could not suppress a triumphant smile. "Decepticons, follow me in a battle." With that, he swiftly led the aerial units toward the location of their leader. Meanwhile, a group of Transformers remained grounded, gazing longingly at the sky, their hearts brimming with resentment and yearning. "When shall we grow wings?" Before long, the leader returned safely, his exterior still shimmering with radiant brilliance. Within the dim confines of the cavern, he resembled a towering beacon, illuminating whatever path he traversed. The gazes of the assembled Transformers were irresistibly drawn to his luminescence, akin to creatures of darkness compelled to approach the light. Among them, the inquisitive little sphere felt an insatiable curiosity swell within, captivated by the enigmatic glow emanating from the leader's form. Soon after, Hai and the others returned, their appearance starkly contrasting that of their leader's resplendence. The proximity to the dark entities had inflicted severe corrosion upon their frames due to the pervasive dark energy, resulting in further mutations. Hai had developed sharp, mutated spines protruding from his back, rendering his physique more imposing and powerful. Tian's surface was enshrouded in a thick layer of mutated armor, as if he were donned in an impenetrable battle suit. While the mechanical insect had swelled in size, their claws sharpened to resemble lethal blades. The leader seemed unperturbed by their transformations, offering no more than a cautionary reminder to remain vigilant and refrain from rash actions. The others nodded in agreement, none daring to voice dissent. After all, the thought of the leader suddenly deciding they too should return to the Allspark was not a pleasant prospect. During a brief respite, the little sphere could no longer contain his inquisitive spirit. Carefully maintaining a respectful distance, he began to orbit the resting leader, conducting a meticulous examination in hopes of uncovering the mysterious principles behind the radiance. As his focus intensified, he unconsciously moved closer, oblivious to the narrowing gap between himself and the leader. The golden light emanating from the leader illuminated every detail of the little sphere's form. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a subtle and wondrous change at his fingertips. Looking down in astonishment, he discovered that the mutations born from the dark energy were gradually receding under the leader's luminous glow. "I am returning to my former self," the little sphere exclaimed with excitement. The others turned in surprise, witnessing the mutations on his body gradually vanish. The leader opened his optical sensors and observed the crowd rapidly encircling him, their faces alight with wonder and joy, as if glimpsing the dawn of hope. However, he felt a twinge of pressure. Warily, he regarded the dark Cybertronians before him, concerned that a momentary lapse could inflict irreversible harm upon them. "What is the matter?" he inquired coldly, his voice laced with authority. Yet, the slight furrow of his brow and the tightness of his lips betrayed the tension he felt within. Little Sphere scratched his head, somewhat bashfully stating, "Leader, it seems that my mutations are beginning to fade due to my proximity to you. Are you able to purify the dark energy and eliminate our bodily transformations?" He pointed to the areas of his form that were reverting to their original state, his eyes shimmering with hope. The leader's expression grew serious as he grasped Little Sphere's hand. Observing the changes occurring in Little Sphere's body, he furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with surprise and confusion. "You are not originally like this?" The crowd collectively lamented in their hearts. "Oh, leader, did you truly not notice? Our current ghastly appearance is a result of the corruption and mutation caused by dark energy." Yet, they remained silent, their stillness serving as the loudest outcry. The leader cleared his throat awkwardly and explained, "I apologize. It was my oversight." He had initially feared that his powers might harm these dark Cybertronians, prompting him to avoid close contact, unaware that he had misunderstood the situation. Immediately, Hateful Wing spoke up, "Leader, might we beseech you to assist us in purifying the dark energy?" The leader nodded, witnessing the joy illuminating everyone's faces, and he managed a somewhat awkward smile in return. He took Little Sphere's hand, channeling his power into his form. As the golden light radiated outward, the mutations on Little Sphere swiftly receded, revealing his original paint and contours. Little Sphere felt an exhilarating lightness, regaining his strength and speed, as if he could transform into a transport vehicle and soar at 200 miles per hour. He gazed at the leader with gratitude, his eyes brimming with respect and appreciation. After addressing Little Sphere's mutations, the leader proceeded to purify the shock absorbers and wheel covers. And as the mutations dissipated, they finally revealed their true forms, no longer burdened by the bizarre horns atop their heads. Subsequently, Hateful Wing and Skyquake, along with the mechanical insects, with the leader's assistance, reverted to their original appearances. Although they had lost the enhancements from dark energy, their original bodies proved far more effective. As the leader beheld the joy radiating from the faces of his companions, a twinge of melancholy and guilt stirred within him. He had guarded this unfamiliar world alone for far too long, almost losing his way and committing a grave mistake. "You should refrain from leaving this cave in the future." The leader's voice was low and resolute. "What? Why?" The crowd expressed their confusion. "It is far too dangerous for you out there." The leader's tone left no room for dispute. "Leader, we have faced that group of monsters. We possess experience." Shock Absorber stepped forward, his voice filled with confidence and courage. "Yet the outside world is fraught with the unknown and mutations. Every corner may conceal a lethal threat. You can always purify us." Little Sphere interjected, his gaze full of trust and reliance on the leader. The leader fell silent, feeling powerless to counter their arguments. These young individuals brim with vitality and determination, their eyes sparkling with an insatiable yearning for the unknown and an intrepid spirit for battle. However, he cannot indefinitely shelter them within this cavern. Finally, the leader spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of concession. "But you must promise me to proceed with utmost caution and adhere to my guidance." Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd instantly lit up with excitement. They nodded in unison, assuring their leader that they would exercise caution and would not allow themselves to fall into peril. "Rest assured, leader, we are not so easily vanquished," declared Little Rolling Pearl, thumping his chest with confidence. The leader gazed at them with calmness, and the melancholy and guilt within him seemed to dissipate considerably due to their trust. Chapter 97. A New Challenge. The beast's onslaught in the dim sky. The roars of beasts echoed like thunder, shattering the tranquility of the night and reverberating across the vast expanse. A colossal entity soared through the heavens, a silver metallic beast adorned with black-purple crystals. Its purple optical lenses flickering with chaotic flames, reminiscent of a nightmare emerging from the depths of hell, inducing sheer terror. Purple lightning sliced through the sky, illuminating the beast's fangs and claws with a chilling gleam, sharp as the scythe of death, poised to consume all in its path. A surge of overwhelming energy surged forth like a tempest. The red and blue figure, under this irresistible force, resembled a severed kite, violently flung towards the ground, plummeting rapidly. The leader tumbled helplessly in the air, his optical lenses half closed, his gaze filled with confusion and disorientation. The wild winds howled fiercely, carrying a biting chill and the sound of whistling gusts. The beast's wings were tightly folded behind it, accompanied by the roar of thunder and the shriek of the wind, as if the harbinger of death descended, diving ferociously towards the plummeting leader, an unstoppable force. As time flowed, it retraced back to the very beginning. With the restoration of mutation, the dark energy was completely purified, and the likes of Ha Wing and Little Rolling Pearl seemed to be reborn, their forms radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, with an indomitable fire of battle burning within their cores. Eager to enhance their combat prowess for the challenges of the dark world that lay ahead, they yearned to stand shoulder to shoulder with their leader on future battlefields. The leader understood well that in this realm filled with uncertainties and dangers, the ability to survive in the wild and combat dark creatures was paramount. Thus, during the days devoid of rescue missions, he resolved to lead them on a journey of practical training. They arrived at a desolate ruin, a place shrouded in darkness, occasionally pierced by the roars of dark creatures, as if heralding the imminent clash. Ha Wing, Little Rolling Pearl, and the others closely followed their leader, their optical lenses shimmering with a blend of tension and excitement, prepared to face this trial of practical combat. Everyone be cautious. The dark creatures here are exceptionally cunning and ferocious. The leader hovered in the air, his voice steady and powerful, urging you to leverage your advantages and skills in practical combat drills. Transformation must be swift and precise to seize the initiative in battle. No sooner had he spoken than a swarm of dark creatures surged forth from the shadows, clawing and lunging towards the likes of Ha Wing and his companions. Ha Wing and the aerial units, such as Tian Jun, swiftly transformed and ascended to engage the enemy, their wings slicing through the air like blades, unleashing energy beams that repelled the dark entities one by one. The hard-shelled mechanical insects confronted the dark creatures in close combat, their exoskeletons impenetrably tough and their strength formidable, bravely withstanding the onslaught. The little spheres, utilizing their robust and swift vehicle forms, dashed through the dark creatures, disrupting their offensive maneuvers. The shock absorbers and wheel covers transformed into Cybertronian motorcycles, weaving nimbly across the ground, their wheels spinning rapidly and generating sparks of electricity. They evaded the attacks of the dark beings while searching for vulnerabilities. Once an opportunity arose, they quickly locked on and fired, dispatching the creatures with precision. In an instant, the roar of engines and the surge of energy filled the ruins with the chaos of battle. Under the leader's meticulous guidance, Ha Wing and his allies gradually mastered the techniques and rhythm of fighting the dark entities, their coordination growing increasingly harmonious and their combat prowess strengthening. As fatigue began to show on their faces, the leader recognized that the training had achieved its intended effect. He charged into the fray with the swiftness of lightning, each movement exuding power and finesse, as if he were showcasing the very art of combat. Ha Wing, the little spheres, and the others keenly observed every action of their leader, their optical lenses shimmering with a thirst for battle and admiration for him. Under his command, they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the dark creatures in this area. After the battle, they collapsed to the ground, their limbs splayed and their bodies marked with the signs of combat and condensation. Yet their eyes sparkled with joy and pride, for they knew they had taken another step closer to becoming true warriors. You all performed admirably, the leader's voice resonated. In this practical exercise, you demonstrated extraordinary courage and wisdom. However, future battles will be even more arduous. We must unite and show greater bravery to overcome all challenges. Ha Wing and the others nodded in agreement, understanding that the road ahead was long and fraught with obstacles. Nevertheless, their hearts brimmed with resilience and determination, fortified by unwavering faith in justice and profound trust in their comrades. Each of them resolved to fight for their leader, believing that under his guidance, no matter how many difficulties lay ahead, they could not be deterred from their path. Just as everyone envisioned the future, the leader's audio receiver suddenly trembled. He heard a sound, an animalistic roar, strangely familiar and filled with a sense of deep nostalgia. However, within his recollections, there were no pertinent memories. Among all the dark entities he had encountered, he had never heard such a chilling roar. The accompanying metallic tremor and buzzing resonated like a cry emerging from the very depths of the fire seed. The leader's expression grew grave in an instant, signaling to the others to remain vigilant. The roar drew nearer, as if some colossal creature was swiftly approaching. A surge of inexplicable impulse welled up within him. He felt an urge to advance and uncover the truth, yet a fear of the unknown danger loomed, threatening his companions with potential harm. At that moment, a tempest arose, sweeping across the desolate ruins like a furious tide, swirling dust that obscured the sky and plunged the world into chaos. Amidst this tumult, a colossal figure, entwined with violet lightning, slowly materialized. Its form was as massive as mountains, adorned with black-purple crystals on a silver body, its wings trailing upon the ground. While chaotic and fervent flames flickered in its violet optics, the leader was momentarily stunned, shocked to discover that this creature emanated a fire seed essence akin to his own. The fervent desire for battle and the boundless yearning for freedom felt hauntingly familiar, deeply stirring memories from the depths of his fire seed, evoking an indescribable warmth and nostalgia. A glow of incredulity flickered in his optics, as if he could scarcely believe the unfolding scene. "This is," the leader murmured, his voice quivering with uncertainty and doubt. This creature seemed to share some enigmatic and profound connection with him. The sense of familiarity and longing surged like a tidal wave, growing ever stronger. The others were equally astonished, their optics wide with shock and curiosity as they gazed upon this unprecedented entity. The small orb could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Leader, is this your friend?" His voice carried a hint of uncertainty and anticipation. The leader shook his head, filled with confusion and disorientation. Yet, he understood that regardless of what this creature was, he must confront it with courage and seek the truth. Thus, he steadied his emotions, summoned his bravery, and, with resolute steps, approached the being. It seemed to sense the leader's approach, ceasing its roar to quietly observe him. A flicker of confusion crossed its optics, but instinct soon prevailed. It opened its massive jaws and unleashed a thunderous roar, surging toward the leader with ferocity. The leader's optics flashed with a premonition of the formidable battle that lay ahead. He immediately issued a resolute command to the others. "You must return to safety at once. No one is to engage in battle without my explicit orders." As his words echoed, his wings unfurled violently, akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving the sky, soaring into the heavens. Meanwhile, the creature's gaze remained fixated on the leader's red and blue form, driven by instinct and a desire to attack. It flapped its wings with great might, stirring a tempest in an attempt to engulf the leader in an abyss of darkness. Chapter 98. The encounter of fate. The leader soared through the air, pursued relentlessly by the menacing beast that shadowed him like a wraith. The threat emanating from its gaze was palpable, a tangible force that, even without a glance backward, the leader could feel pressing upon him. They traversed layers of clouds until they arrived at the boundary, where the dim sky intermingled with the billowing storm clouds, as if stepping into the threshold of another realm. Suddenly, the leader halted, his flight apparatus emitting a soft hum as it swiftly adjusted to maintain his steadiness in the air. He turned to face the rapidly approaching behemoth, raising his hand as azure and violet energy coalesced in his palm, forming an impenetrable barrier that radiated with a brilliant luminescence. The beast's forepaw struck with tremendous force, producing a thunderous crash upon impact. The shockwave of blue-violet energy surged outward like a tempest, tearing the clouds beneath into stunning fissures. Such was the might of this force that even the distant sky quivered in response. The leader gazed into the beast's cold, unfeeling optical lens, his voice low and heavy. "Who are you truly?" Yet the beast was driven purely by instinct. Its eyes fixated solely on the vibrant spark of life and power that was the leader. The creature's massive, grotesque form bore the scars of countless battles etched upon its metallic shell. Deep within its core lay a hidden secret, a past ensnared by dark forces. But in this moment, it was merely a marionette, a monster consumed by the urge to kill. A glint of icy resolve flashed in the leader's optical lens. He hesitated no longer. The blue energy particles in his palm began to coalesce rapidly, transforming into a resplendent sword. However, just as he was about to bring it down, the beast's metallic tail lashed violently, striking the leader's side with a brutal force. The outer armor shattered instantly, sending forth brilliant sparks of electricity, while azure energy fluid gushed forth like a fountain. The leader was flung through the air, tumbling several times before barely regaining his balance. He stared intently at the silver beast, a weighty concern flickering in his eyes. This battle appeared to be more arduous than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, the Harbinger was leading the Decepticons closely behind, yet they dared not approach. They witnessed the clash between the leader and the beast, recognizing that the energy shockwaves were beyond their capacity to contend with. Within the ranks, the Harbinger spoke with a hint of anxious excitement to the small sphere on the ground. The leader requires assistance. Upon hearing this, the small sphere grew frantic. Then hurry up and help. The Harbinger sighed helplessly. Do you think we do not wish to? The leader has strictly commanded us not to engage. And even if we were to intervene, are you certain we would not hinder him instead? How would we know without trying? The small sphere's cognitive module sparked with an idea as he recalled the dark creatures that could fly, a bright notion igniting within him. You can fly? With a perplexed expression, Hai inquired, utterly unable to decipher the intentions of his counterpart. I've devised a plan, Little Rolling Ball declared resolutely, then cautioned, but you must not disclose to the leader that it was my idea. Yet, he remained uncertain of the plan's feasibility and was reluctant to let the leader know he was embarking on such a perilous endeavor. Consequently, he swiftly severed the internal communication line, opting to attempt it alone. Hai's gaze darkened. He was troubled not only by concerns for the leader's safety, but also by the enigmatic motives of Little Rolling Ball. The unpredictable nature of Little Rolling Ball always left him bewildered, making it difficult to fathom what unexpected scheme this behemoth had concocted. Tianjun, as Hai's elder brother, despite his formidable strength, lacked the mental agility of Hai. At that moment, bound by the leader's orders, he could not engage in the fray, but could only watch helplessly as the fierce battle unfolded in the skies, his impatience prompting him to ask, "Shall we merely observe?" "We must wait and see," Hai replied, his eyes fixed on the aerial confrontation, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. In the air, the struggle between man and beast remained intensely contested. "If you can hear my voice," the leader called out, his gaze fixed upon the rampaging behemoth, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. He shouted, as if to transmit his conviction to the controlled giant, urging it to rally and conquer. "Do not let it dominate you." With that, the leader plunged once more into the fierce conflict, his figure unwavering amidst the beast's ferocious assaults, unyielding as a fortress. However, within the depths of the beast's consciousness, in a dim and chaotic realm of awareness, a silver silhouette was ensnared, grotesquely bound by countless violet energy chains, suspended helplessly in midair. Its wings were halved, drooping limply, its tail marred by scars, and its body bore the marks of brutal devastation, its optical sensors hollow and dim, revealing the torment it had endured, now devoid of awareness. Yet, in this chaos, it was not alone. Before it loomed a colossal shadow, nearly occupying half the space. Standing like a terrifying mountain, with long, twisted horns glinting menacingly in the gloom, its violet optical sensors seemingly ablaze with infernal flames, exuding boundless malevolence and savagery. The leader's voice failed to penetrate the giant's auditory receptors, yet the unwavering strength emanating from the leader during this life-and-death struggle acted as an invisible blade, severing the confines of space and causing cracks to materialize within. Light began to seep through these fissures, akin to warm sunlight piercing through dark clouds, illuminating the chains that bound the silver figure. In an instant, those once unbreakable chains appeared to shatter like melting ice crystals, gradually fracturing and breaking apart. The silver behemoth seemed to sense the loosening of its restraints, its optical sensors slowly igniting, as if a flicker of faint hope shimmered within. It stirred its body, only to be overwhelmed by a tsunami of fatigue and pain that surged forth. Its memory was a blank slate, bewildered as it surveyed this unfamiliar world. However, upon spotting the immense shadow, an inexplicable yet intense hatred surged within, akin to a fierce fire igniting deep within its core. It immediately began to struggle vehemently, roaring with all its might, though the sound emerged hoarse and faint due to the damage and weakness of its form. "I demand freedom," it cried within, yearning to break these shackles and rend the shadow before it into fragments. "I must return. I must protect." Whom must I protect? It could not recall. Yet an overwhelming intuition urged it to return. That person was waiting for it, surely waiting. But who was that person? Who indeed were they? The silver beast wrestled with these thoughts, its heart laden with confusion and turmoil. Yet, regardless of how blank its memory remained or how acute its pain was, it understood that surrender was not an option. It would reclaim its strength, retrieve its memories, and return to safeguard the one who awaited its return. Chapter 99. The true form of the behemoth revealed. The leader's memory resurfaces. In this shadowy realm, the sky hung dimly overhead, intermittently flashing with violet lightning. While turbulent clouds roiled beneath its feet, the leader hovered alone in midair, his gaze piercing through the darkness, fixated on the behemoth before him, wholly consumed by dark forces. Each frenzied assault from the beast bore catastrophic power, as if intent on devouring all light. The leader suddenly raised his right hand, the star sword coalescing in an instant. Its brilliant radiance streaking through the night sky like a meteor, dazzling and resolute, just as he prepared to strike the behemoth with his blade. A faint yet profoundly emotional voice pierced through the shroud of darkness, resonating within the leader's auditory receptors. "No one shall dictate my fate." The voice resounded with commanding authority, resolute and formidable, seemingly echoing a memory deep within the leader's core, causing him to momentarily falter, the star sword dissipating at once. A mysterious force struck his spark, flooding his being with a sense of disorientation and helplessness. He could not comprehend why this voice felt so familiar, despite it being his first encounter. Nonetheless, the leader's spark pulsed violently in response to the voice, as if yearning to resonate with the spark of the behemoth and together break free from the chains of darkness. At that moment, the behemoth's violet optical lens widened, revealing boundless anguish and struggle. It began to roar frantically, its wings beating violently, soaring toward the heavens and plummeting beneath the clouds. Yet it remained ensnared by the dark force that shackled its consciousness. Within its realm of awareness, the will of the cosmic emperor loomed like a colossal prison, binding its mind tightly, rendering it incapable of escape. Witnessing the behemoth struggle stirred a profound impulse within the leader, compelling him to reach out and assist it. However, at that moment, a glimmer of icy radiance flickered within the optical lens of the colossal beast, as a far darker and more malevolent consciousness seized complete dominion over its form. It turned once again to face its leader, charging forth with an unstoppable ferocity. The leader swiftly raised his hand to defend, striving to coalesce his strength into an energy shield. Yet upon contact with the beast's assault, he instantly recognized the vast chasm between their powers. This was not merely the brute force of the beast itself, but the terrifying might bestowed by that sinister presence. With a resounding cataclysmic roar, the leader's defenses were obliterated in an instant, his body plummeting like a kite severed from its string. As he tumbled through the air, a torrent of memories surged forth from his cerebral module, his consciousness swirling amidst the deluge of recollections. Those long-buried fragments of memory surged like a tidal wave, revealing to him his past and the profound bond shared with the colossal beast. He had once been the formidable mentor and kin to the imposing Silver Titan, who instilled fear in all. Together, they had weathered countless tempests and battles, though they had experienced their share of discord and conflict in the most critical moments. The Titan had always risen to protect him from harm. Yet, that sudden invasion by the Cosmic Emperor had irrevocably altered their fates. The Titan was consumed by darkness while safeguarding him, and for reasons unknown, the leader lost all recollection. In the aftermath, he awoke in this endless abyss of darkness, fighting instinctively and numbly day after day, devoid of past or future, with only the struggle for survival. At this moment, as memories surged within him, The leader's core was filled with anguish and helplessness. The leader of the Titan swayed precariously in the tempest, his feeble cries drowned by the howling winds. He steeled his resolve, vowing to find a way to rescue the Titan, to restore light and hope to him. Not long ago, a small orb gazed up at the breathtaking clash above, the confrontation between the leader and the beast resembling a tempest of thunder and lightning, igniting a fervent desire within him to soar into the skies and aid his leader. A bold thought flickered through his cerebral module, to seize a flying dark creature and use it as his mount to ascend and lend support to the leader. However, when he attempted to approach those dark beings, he discovered they were driven entirely by instinct, wild and untamable. The small orb made several attempts to grasp their wings or limbs, only to be met with their frenzied retaliation. Their claws sliced through the air like lightning, narrowly missing him. Infuriated, the orb shouted in frustration, racing in vehicle form, his spirits plummeting to the lowest depths. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a nearby scattering of Cybertronian body parts. Most of those remnants were debris from aerial units, wings, engines, and control devices strewn about, as if recounting tales of past grandeur. A fleeting thought surged through the cerebral module of the small sphere, the leader's flight apparatus. A spark of hope ignited within him. Perhaps I could give it a try. He surveyed the scattered remnants of the flight units and swiftly selected the relatively intact wings, engine, and control device. With nimble fingers, he expertly assembled these components, and before long, a rudimentary yet functional flying backpack was complete. Strapping the backpack onto his back, he activated the engine and successfully levitated into the air. Although his flight was somewhat clumsy, he was eager to soar towards the leader. However, dark energy, akin to an invisible demon, incessantly interfered with his flying apparatus. Throughout the flight, he wobbled precariously, rising and falling, yet he persisted resolutely. "Leader, I'm coming to support you," he shouted, his voice echoing through the sky. In response, he was met with a thunderous roar from above. He looked up and saw the leader breaking through the clouds, plummeting at alarming speed. "Leader!" The small sphere cried out in horror, unable to fathom that the leader could be struck down. Gritting his teeth, he strained to adjust his flight path, heading towards where the leader was falling. His thoughts were singular. He must save the leader at all costs. At that moment, a swifter figure suddenly emerged, intercepting the descending leader with precision just before the small sphere could reach him. Chapter 100, The Fiery Descent, Rescuing the Leader. A new chapter of survival. The leader was in freefall. The fearsome ones of the Decepticons surged towards him, all eager to render assistance to their leader. Suddenly, a flash illuminated the sky as a dark figure, like a bolt of lightning in the night, streaked across the horizon, catching the falling leader with remarkable speed. This was a brave warrior from another universe, bearing the weight of endless glory and sacrifice. For the sake of justice, he had given up his own being, all to aid the last descendant of the leader in overcoming the evil fallen Titan. Yet, fate played a cruel jest upon him, for he had not anticipated that the extinguished spark within him would reignite in this world filled with darkness and peril. Before he could comprehend his circumstances, the sky erupted with the sounds of battle, deafening like thunder, heralding the onset of a new conflict. Utilizing his unique spatial teleportation ability, he traversed through dimensions, swiftly arriving at the battlefield. What lay before him was a scene that struck terror into his heart. A Cybertronian adorned in red and blue was engaged in a fierce clash with a colossal beast. Sparks flying and energy waves surging violently. At a critical moment, he stepped forward, catching the leader and carrying him onward. The leader had just suffered a devastating blow from a beast, with cracks appearing across his body and significant damage inflicted upon his flight apparatus. Once again, a sudden surge of memory data cascaded through the system, causing a momentary disarray. He found himself tightly embraced by a formidable, unfamiliar black machine, rendering him unable to do anything but stiffly gaze upward at his companion. This warrior, with his imposing stature, stood resolutely, exuding a unique rugged charm that starkly contrasted with the surrounding transformers. An undeniable aura of danger radiated from him, as if every piece of metal harbored a latent power, instilling a sense of profound respect. The leader's icy blue optical lens met the fiery red of his counterpart, and at that instant, the air seemed to solidify, as if time itself had come to a standstill, suggesting an inexplicable bond between the two. The leader steadied his thoughts and, with calm restraint, expressed his gratitude. I sincerely appreciate your assistance, brave warrior. May I inquire your esteemed name? Though his voice was faint, it conveyed unwavering determination and appreciation. I am Firestorm. The warrior replied, his voice deep and gravelly, rich with the weight of countless experiences. Leaning closer to the leader, he curiously inquired, "What of you, courageous little one?" His eyes sparkled with curiosity and admiration, seemingly eager to learn more about the young Cybertronian. Suddenly, the urgent call of a deep blue fighter jet pierced the air. "Leader." The voice brimmed with anxiety and concern. They immediately trained their weapons on the newly appeared stranger, their gazes rife with vigilance and caution. While they harbored gratitude for Firestorm's timely intervention, the perilous nature of their world necessitated an unwavering wariness towards any unknown entities. Yet, before they could act, the colossal silver beast that had previously downed the leader swooped down once more, descending like a moving mountain. Its immense bulk and aggressive demeanor suggested an intent to obliterate any obstacle in its path. Unbeknownst to all but the leader, who had regained his memories, this beast was none other than Megatron. His renewed assault instilled a profound sense of threat and fear among the ranks. The Decepticons, momentarily abandoning their caution towards Firestorm, redirected their weapons to unleash a furious barrage upon the monstrous Megatron. Missiles and energy weapons erupted in a dazzling display, illuminating the battlefield. However, undeterred by the overwhelming onslaught, Megatron charged forward, seemingly fixated solely on the leader, intent on his total annihilation. The leader turned to Firestorm, his gaze imbued with sincerity and resolve. "Firestorm, this place brims with peril. Might I implore you to continue bearing me forth to a place of safety?" His voice, though faint, was laced with trust and hope. What could be simpler? Firestorm's optical lens narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of wisdom and certainty. He too sensed the looming threat behind him. But in contrast to the grotesque, dark entities, he felt a stronger inclination to follow this valiant Cybertronian, ready to confront the unknown challenges and dangers ahead. Thus, the leader issued a command for all to retreat. Hailwing immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. With a steady demeanor, he directed his subordinate Decepticon aerial forces, stating, "Listen attentively. Safeguarding our leader is our paramount obligation. Brother, you and the pursuer shall manage that flank, employing missiles to restrain that colossal beast. The rest of you, follow my lead. We must buy time for our leader's retreat." His voice was calm, yet resolute, prompting his subordinates to spring into action. Missiles rained down upon the fearsome Megatron. Though merely a trifling annoyance to the beast, they nonetheless succeeded in momentarily restraining it. Little Rolling Ball, trailing behind, was in a state of acute anxiety. He had envisioned showcasing his newly crafted flying backpack on the battlefield, yet found himself helplessly watching as the leader was brought down, only to be rescued by the suddenly appearing Firestorm. A wave of resentment swelled within him. If only I could fly as swiftly, then that Firestorm wouldn't he be the one basking in glory. However, now was not the time for lamentation. He needed to catch up and prioritize the leader's safety. Gritting his teeth, he clumsily maneuvered his somewhat unwieldy flying backpack, wobbling along in the wake of the retreating group. His gaze was filled with determination. Despite his lack of combat prowess, he resolved to contribute in this perilous moment. The leader, worried about the safety of Hailwing and the others, glanced over Firestorm's shoulder to survey the chaotic battlefield. When the sight of Little Rolling Ball's unsteady form came into view, his optical sensors trembled slightly, as if the spark within him quivered in anxiety and reproach. He pressed his lips together, the expression of restraint concealing an uncontrollable restlessness, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, roiling deep within. Yet, the leader understood that the utmost priority was to ensure the safety of all. He turned to Firestorm, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, though the earnestness and resolve in his voice were unmistakable. "Firestorm, I sincerely apologize. But may I implore you once more to lead me in diverting that monstrous creature, allowing the others to escape to safety? I recognize this may pose a grave risk for you, yet I can conceive of no better alternative." Firestorm gazed at the towering Optimus Prime before him, a glimmer of weariness yet unwavering determination flickering in his eyes. A subtle smile graced his lips, one that concealed a hint of cunning and a fervent desire for battle. He nodded, preparing to guide the leader through a spatial transit away. Just then, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the colossal beast. To him, it appeared as a demon clawing its way from the abyss, exuding an aura that was chilling to the core. Its massive form rampaged through the air, each movement stirring a tempest, as if it sought to rend asunder everything in its path. Its optical sensors flickered with a malevolent purple glow, fixating on Firestorm and the leader, radiating an undeniable and ferocious dominance. Firestorm could not help but inwardly acknowledge this creature indeed posed a formidable challenge. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, a surge of battle fervor welled up within him. He tightened his grip on the leader's arm and whispered, "Hold on tight, little one. Let's confront this behemoth." With that, the celestial fire transported the leader through the fabric of space, materializing above the colossal creature, Megatron. They unleashed a barrage of missiles, the projectiles slicing through the air with a deafening roar, hurtling towards the beast. Megatron sensed the impending threat almost instantly, pivoting to face the duo, roaring defiantly. His eyes ablaze with fury. He then surged after them, as if intent on devouring them whole. Soon after, the followers received the leader's command, understanding it was a sacrifice made for their safety. They nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly evacuated the battlefield, retreating to a place of safety. Especially Little Round Ball, though reluctant, grasped the leader's intention, gritting his teeth and following suit. Chapter 101. The origin of destiny and the leader's dream. This marks the genesis of the fateful reversal between Megatron and the leader. In the boundless abyss of the cosmos, the essence of the creator stirred, nameless yet brimming with the universe's profound mysteries. As stars proliferated, life surged forth like springing bamboo shoots, and the creator's essence splintered into two, the cosmic emperor and Primus, the god of creation. They were two halves of a singular entity, inseparable yet starkly different in temperament. The cosmic emperor, a pursuer of chaos, burned with insatiable greed for the brilliance of Primus, vowing to engulf it within the depths of darkness. Conversely, Primus, the guardian of order, wielded boundless power to weave a harmonious cosmos, vowing to resist the cosmic emperor's onslaught. At the pinnacle of their confrontation, Primus and the cosmic emperor engaged in a cataclysmic clash. The assaults surged like a tidal wave, sweeping across the universe until the world collapsed into two. With unwavering conviction and limitless energy, Primus sealed away the darkness, crafting a dreamlike realm of peace and light, yet at the cost of his own vitality. He fell into a deep slumber. In the domain of light, Primus continued to guard this tranquil expanse even in his sleep. Meanwhile, the cosmic emperor, grievously wounded yet with a fiery spirit, turned his wrath towards a parallel universe, leaving only a fragment of his consciousness to wander in the shadows. This remnant of a soul, however, possessed the power to shake the very foundations of the universe, manipulating the darkness in a bid to plunge the cosmos back into chaos during Primus's slumber. In that battle, countless beings were consumed by darkness, including the leader, loyal apostle of Primus, and the guardian of Cybertron, Megatron. Primus exerted his utmost effort, preserving only half of their essence, while the other half succumbed to darkness, undergoing endless distortion and mutation, transforming into the present-day behemoth, Megatron, and the amnesiac leader. The leader, bestowed with a module from the divine Primus, narrowly escaped calamity. He found himself stripped of all memories. Meanwhile, Megatron, his spark reversed in the shadows, witnessed the remnants of his former glory and loyalty dissolve into a tempest of chaos. Reduced to a mere puppet of the Galactic Emperor, his consciousness was ensnared in an endless purple fog. Energy chains coiled around his mind like the tendrils of the Emperor. Tightening their grip, he struggled within the abyss of chaos, compelled to engage in fierce confrontations with a figure clad in red and blue. Each clash severed some intrinsic bond within him, inflicting endless torment. Amidst the despair of the abyss, a profound yearning for that figure surged within his core. An imprint etched into his spark, both vague and profound. After a violent struggle, he glimpsed a flicker of light from the outside world, witnessing his form pursue the leader under the malevolent will's control. In that moment, an inexplicable sense of familiarity and nostalgia welled up within him, an emotion that was both known and foreign, cherished yet bewildering. He looked upon that figure, longing to call out, yet his memories were shrouded in fog, rendering him voiceless. Only a faint whisper of his heart drifted away with the wind. The Galactic Emperor sensed his wavering resolve and intensified his restraints. Megatron's body trembled in agony, yet his spark blazed ever more fiercely. The Emperor's will bore down upon him like a mountain, mercilessly stifling every thought. Nevertheless, the struggle and yearning within him grew ever more potent. Light, freedom, I wish to return. Megatron fought valiantly against the chains that bound him, declaring, "No matter who you are, I shall never yield to your will." Amidst chaos and despair, the red and blue figure shone like the brightest star in the night sky, flickering deep within his consciousness. That radiance offered him a glimmer of hope and solace. Megatron was filled with an insatiable longing for that figure, as if it were a missing fragment of his existence. "I shall never yield," he roared within. "I must reclaim that familiar sensation. I must know who that figure truly is." The Galactic Emperor's consciousness loomed like a chasm, severing him from his past. In this darkness, Megatron could only endure the torment in silence, awaiting an unknown redemption. The red and blue figure became the sole beacon of hope within his core. With a flash of spatial transmission, the leader and the figure of Firestorm vanished amidst the smoke of battle. Firestorm urgently transported the leader back to a secluded and tranquil cave. Upon lowering his gaze, he discovered the leader's optical sensors tightly shut, clearly unconscious. At that moment, the leader's form was marred by the scars of battle, energy fluid seeping slowly from the fissures in his damaged armor. And the visage bore the remnants of exhaustion and pain from the conflict, as if he were on the verge of slipping into a deeper stupor. The leader's consciousness drifted in a haze, as if ensconced in an endless void. Between the realms of slumber and wakefulness, a long-buried memory concerning Cybertron and Megatron quietly unlocked. The dream began to crystallize, and the leader found himself in a familiar conference hall. This was Cybertron, where all remained in the tranquil prelude. Sunlight streamed through the shattered skylight, casting a golden hue over everything. He sat at the head of the conference table, facing a diverse array of delegates. Yet, in this dream, their faces blurred, merely strokes of color in the backdrop. A lengthy message filled the entire virtual screen, concerning the handling of Megatron's unauthorized expedition to distant star systems. The agenda was convoluted, yet its urgency was immediately apparent. The leader would not easily overlook it due to any favoritism toward Megatron. This was not Megatron's first transgression. However, the leader always attempted to downplay the matter. He succinctly inquired, when did Megatron depart? When did he arrive? What was the strength of his forces? He had set out 7 days prior and arrived yesterday. As for the strength of the forces, the delegate's voice suddenly faltered, hesitating for a moment before revealing the answer. He was alone. Alone, he repeated softly, his hand instinctively tightening around the armrest of his chair, a wave of sharp pain coursing through his neural module. Despite his premonitions, he sought confirmation. How did he travel? By flight. The delegate's tone was one of astonishment and resignation, clearly aware of Megatron's reckless nature. Yet this particular action still left them astounded. "Leader, you have quarreled again," stated a delegate, his voice imbued with weariness. The leader pressed his forehead, a headache throbbing. His disputes with Megatron had evidently become common knowledge. A blend of embarrassment and helplessness surged within him, yet he reminded them with a steady voice, "This is not important." Then Megatron, the delegate began, only to be interrupted by the leader's resolute words. "I shall retrieve him personally." The leader rose, his decision final. His understanding of Megatron ran deep, yet he harbored doubts regarding whether Megatron had indeed undertaken that so-called unauthorized expedition. "But you," the delegate's tone was one of surprise and resignation, but the leader coldly interrupted. "Postpone." The leader's tone brooked no dissent. The delegate's optical sensors flickered slightly, a mix of anger and frustration coursing through him, yet he chose silence. But Cybertron cannot. The delegate's voice bore the weight of suppressed anger. Yet before he could finish, the leader interrupted once more. "The Allspark will oversee." The leader's tone was decisive, filled with unwavering trust in the Allspark. The delegate's optical sensors dimmed, a wave of resignation and fatigue washing over him. "Since you have already," the delegate's voice hinted at weariness, but the leader's calm, yet powerful voice cut him off again. "Are there any other matters?" The leader's voice seemed capable of quelling all disturbances. The delegate's voice, tinged with the resolve born of struggle and acceptance, replied, "None." The leader gently inclined his head, his voice imbued with an ineffable complexity of emotions, and proclaimed, "The meeting is adjourned." With that, he rose slowly, each step resonating with a steady strength, as if he were treading upon the historical tapestry of Cybertron. He was the first to exit the conference chamber, his strides firm and resolute, his silhouette elongated by the ambient light, exuding both authority and solitude. Yet, beneath this steadfast exterior lay a veil of indescribable melancholy. He felt both helpless and disheartened. The council members had yet to engage in sincere discourse. A profound anxiety gnawed at his core. What fate awaited Cybertron? As the leader's figure receded down the corridor, his optical lenses flickered with a profound luminescence amidst the dim surroundings, seemingly contemplating even deeper enigmas. In that moment, he felt as if he were isolated from the entire realm of Cybertron, bearing the weight of estrangement and solitude alone. However, the dream was far from over. Chapter 102. The Leader Awakens, Megatron Returns, unveiling the mystery of memories. The scenes within the dream began to shift, plunging the leader into the midst of a fierce battle. He fought alongside Megatron, confronting an innumerable host of adversaries. Each swing of his sword, each transformation, was laden with power and fervor. Yet within this dream, the details of the combat were astonishingly vivid, as if they had transpired in reality. The leader witnessed Megatron charging into the fray alone to protect him, as well as their united resistance against the cosmic overlord. In every confrontation, Megatron always stood at the forefront, wielding his indomitable will and formidable strength to safeguard them. These memories surged forth like a tidal wave, immersing the leader in an unprecedented sense of authenticity and awe. Yet, the dream was not yet concluded. It pressed onward, revealing the rifts and conflicts between the leader and Megatron. They quarreled fiercely over Cybertron's future, even resorting to physical confrontation. Nevertheless, within this dream, the leader felt the struggle and anguish emanating from Megatron. He yearned for freedom, yet was ensnared by dark energies. In the dream, Megatron's voice trembled as he called out softly, the shadows enveloping him. "I will save you, Megatron," the leader declared resolutely through the haze, his voice soft yet brimming with strength. He believed they would ultimately reunite to confront the looming threats of the Dark Realm, returning to the domain of light and the embrace of Primus. As the dream began to blur, the leader's consciousness gradually returned to reality. His blue optical lens slowly opened. A surge of energy, symbolizing order and life, radiated from his core, instantly revitalizing his form. A golden radiance illuminated every face encircling him, akin to a beacon. His companions, Starscream, Bumblebee, and others, immediately called out with concern, their previous anxiety transforming into joy and relief upon witnessing their leader. Amidst a myriad of vividly colored machines, the celestial fire from another universe exuded an air of unparalleled gravitas. Cloaked in obsidian, its armor bore edges as sharp as a blade, each step resonating with a heavy, forceful cadence, emanating an aura of lethal intent as it approached the leader, instilling an intangible sense of oppression. Rising from the stone platform, the leader, imbued with a surge of internal strength, met the fiery gaze of the celestial being with unwavering resolve. Maintaining his characteristic calm and composure, he spoke with a steady and commanding voice. "Celestial fire, I extend my gratitude once more for your return of my being." The demeanor of celestial fire was inscrutable, and with a slight nod, he graciously accepted the leader's thanks. His gaze lingered on the radiant halo enveloping the leader's form, a myriad of questions swirling within him. What unique essence resided within this leader that allowed him to remain untouched by the encroaching darkness, as if he were inherently endowed with the power to repel all shadows? Particularly captivating was the extraordinary luminescence emanating from the leader's form, which intensified upon his awakening, resembling a beacon illuminating the path through the abyss. Celestial Fire pondered why the leader exhibited no concern about attracting the predators lurking in the dark. Such brilliance would undoubtedly render him a target. During the leader's period of unconsciousness, Celestial Fire had gleaned some fundamental information through brief exchanges with others. Learning that the leader possessed no memories of his past, He held a profound admiration for the leader's resilience in navigating such a perilous world without any recollection, a testament to his remarkable fortitude and courage, inspiring a deep respect within him. However, he concealed his curiosity and momentarily subdued his reverence for the leader. Now was not the time for such reflections, for a more pressing inquiry beckoned his attention. With measured deliberation, he finally spoke, his tone imbued with curiosity and anticipation. "I have heard whispers that you have truly lost all your memories. Is this veracity?" His gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the leader, yearning for a definitive answer. Upon hearing Celestial Fire's query, the blue luminescence in the leader's eyes flickered, reminiscent of stars swirling in the vast cosmos. After a moment of contemplation, concerns regarding the enigmatic origins of celestial fire and the palpable pressure he exuded flickered through his mind. Yet, he was assured that celestial fire was not an adversary, and thus replied, "My memories have been entirely restored." As the words left his lips, a small orb, unable to contain its excitement, surged forward, voice trembling with exhilaration. "Leader, you have finally remembered." Consequently, others began to gather around, their optical lenses shimmering with hope and joy. Feeling somewhat sidelined by this unexpected fervor, Celestial Fire's optical sensors reflected a hint of displeasure, the metallic beard upon his chin quivering slightly, though he remained silent. Observing the scene unfold, the leader's gaze swept across the expectant faces before him, cognizant that what he was about to reveal could deliver a profound shock. Yet, as the leader, he bore the responsibility to unveil the truth. Thus, he calmly stated, "I do not know you, nor do I possess any memories that transcend the cosmos. This is the truth I must convey." The excitement that had animated the small orb instantly froze upon his visage, the brilliance within the optical lens dimming, filled with disbelief and despondency. The shock was evident in the shock absorber's eyes as he incredulously inquired, "Leader, do you truly still not recall us?" A flicker of resolve passed through the leader's optical lens as he replied, "I am not the leader you are familiar with." Confusion, bewilderment, disappointment, and unease spread among them like a plague. Howie gazed at the leader's tranquil expression, his mind swirling with thoughts. As the guardian of the amnesiac Lord Alien, he had initially believed this leader merely suffered from a temporary loss of memories. Yet, it seemed now that his previous assumptions were grossly naive. From the very moment he encountered this leader, Howie sensed an invisible barrier between them, evident in the leader's demeanor and his treatment of them. This barrier rendered Howie both unfamiliar and perplexed, as if he and Lord Alien were entirely different individuals, a fact he had subconsciously overlooked. However, were they truly not the same person? At that moment, a flash of inspiration illuminated Howie's mind, and a bold hypothesis quietly emerged. He fixed his gaze upon the leader, his eyes sparkling with inquiry. "Leader, could it be that your failure to recover those memories is due to our existence on different timelines, thus creating a temporal dissonance?" Howie's words sent ripples through the crowd, igniting a flurry of chatter. At this juncture, Tianhua interjected, his tone laced with admiration. "That is indeed a rather intriguing supposition. In this chaotic world, anything is possible." Though his interactions with these individuals had been minimal, Tianhua could discern, from their earlier exchanges, that their familiarity and trust toward the leader were one-sided, while the leader's feelings toward them were more a matter of duty and obligation. This was a solitary and reserved leader, burdened with heavy responsibilities, contrasting sharply with the previous leaders he had followed. Such a revelation piqued Tianhua's interest in the leader's past. "Your conjecture is not without merit." The leader's audio receptor flickered slightly, his expression growing grave. "The beast that attacked us earlier is not a native creature of this world. It is Megatron, my kin and comrade." "What?" Tianjin roared, his optical lens flashing with fury and disbelief. "How could that possibly be Lord Megatron?" Howie's voice trembled with uncertainty and shock before he quickly responded, "That was the Megatron of the past." Just then, a violent tremor erupted from outside the cave, as if the very mountain itself were quaking. A colossal figure suddenly burst through the entrance of the cave, sending dust swirling in the air. A pair of enormous purple optical lenses glimmered with a chilling light as the formidable Megatron approached with an overwhelming aura of power. Little orbs and shock absorbers were filled with terror, retreating hastily, their eyes wide with horror. The Decepticons, including Shockwave and Thundercracker, were momentarily stunned, their weapons trembling in their hands, unable to aim at the looming threat. After all, they had just learned that this terrifying beast before them was none other than their leader, Megatron. "Leader, be careful." Hot Rod urgently positioned himself in front of the leader, his optical lenses flashing with a warning light. However, upon realizing that the only escape was blocked by Megatron's massive form, he instinctively sought to activate a space teleportation to whisk the leader and others away from this perilous situation. Yet at that moment, the leader bypassed Hot Rod and approached Megatron directly. Hot Rod was taken aback. His movements halted, a wave of indescribable concern swelling within him. He feared the leader was being naive, perhaps blinded by past ties with Megatron, neglecting the imminent danger posed by this formidable beast. "Leader, wait!" Hot Rod called out anxiously, but his voice was drowned out by Megatron's deafening roar. At that moment, Hot Rod was consumed by conflicting emotions and anxiety. He worried for the leader's safety while also grappling with the challenge of transporting so many individuals amidst the rapidly deteriorating situation. His optical lenses flickered rapidly as his cognitive modules raced to devise a solution. Meanwhile, others gathered around, their optical lenses reflecting worry and unease. Chapter 103: A Desperate Gamble. Megatron's redemption. The leader gazed at the beastly form of Megatron, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. This was his closest comrade, now reduced to the puppet of a cosmic tyrant, his eyes shimmering with a frigid purple light. Megatron, the leader, called softly, his voice laced with profound sorrow and helplessness, as if attempting to awaken the soul ensnared in darkness. Upon hearing this call, the beastly Megatron hesitated momentarily. A flicker of confusion crossed his hollow optical lenses, suggesting a fleeting moment of clarity. Within the realm of consciousness, he roared in fury, struggling relentlessly to break free from the cosmic tyrant-esque constraints and to behold the light once more. However, the dark energy emanating from the cosmic emperor surged back like a tidal wave, completely submerging his awareness. The beast emitted a deafening roar, flames gathering in its maw, poised to deliver a lethal strike to the leader. The leader's gaze sharpened, his wings unfurling suddenly as he shot towards Megatron like a bolt of lightning, tightly grasping his head sculpt and exerting all his strength to pull it upwards, attempting to thwart the impending cataclysmic flames. "Megatron, wake up! Don't let it control you." In the leader's embrace, Megatron thrashed violently, his tail lashing and wings flapping desperately, as if the very air of the cave were about to be torn apart by this overwhelming force. In his optical lens, the violet light surged magnificently, forming a stark contrast with the leader's resolute blue glow, as if it were a clash between light and darkness. "Release me, you insignificant insect obstructing my power." The voice of Megatron was filled with distorted agony and frenzied wrath, a manifestation of the cosmic emperor's will raging within him. The narrow cavern trembled precariously under Megatron's destructive force, poised to collapse at any moment. The leader understood that he could no longer permit Megatron to wreak havoc here. He clutched his head sculpture tightly and whispered a phrase near his audio receiver. No one heard what the leader uttered. However, as his voice penetrated Megatron's audio receiver, a dormant emotion deep within the spark that ought to have been void suddenly ignited. The bright purple optical lens quivered violently, followed by a more ferocious roar. A rebellion against the cosmic emperor's control and a response to the leader's call. Seizing the moment, the leader released Megatron, whose engines roared to life as he soared into the sky beyond the cavern. Megatron howled like a caged beast, pursuing the solitary beacon that promised a moment of clarity. Inside the cavern, the remaining onlookers witnessed this spectacle, their hearts not eased, but rather filled with greater trepidation. "Your leader, always charging ahead, isn't he?" taunted Firestorm in his steady voice. Although Little Marble felt an inner turmoil, he managed to reply, "Yes, the leader always leads from the front." Upon hearing this, Firestorm laughed heartily, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "Excellent. Then I shall lend him a hand and sweep away all obstacles." Without a moment's hesitation, he activated spatial teleportation, vanishing from sight to catch up with the leader and Megatron. "What about us?" someone inquired. The remaining followers exchanged glances, bewildered and at a loss. Haunting Wing gazed at the ravaged cavern, secretly astonished by the leader's strength, and resolutely declared, "This place is no longer safe. We must leave swiftly and seek a new refuge." Thus, They rushed out of the cavern, only to behold a vast sea of purple, ghostly flowers. However, upon closer inspection, it revealed an ocean composed of countless pairs of eerie purple eyes belonging to dark creatures, stretching endlessly and instilling fear. Are we surrounded? The optical lens of shock absorber trembled violently. At that moment, their sparks felt a chilling sting as the optical lenses began to malfunction. The gray-black and purple world flickering incessantly with a vibrant reality before them. It's coming again. Thunderclap roared, his optical lens flashing with a dark purplish hue, a harbinger of the impending dark energy assault. Haunting Wing grasped Thunderclap's hand tightly, his voice steady and calm. Brother, we must remain composed. We cannot allow the dark energy to exploit our weakness. The mechanical insect emitted a pained shriek, cradling its head and rolling on the ground. Little Marble also staggered and knelt, the bizarre color shifts within his optical lens causing waves of nausea to wash over him. The shock absorber and the wheel cover stood firmly in mutual support, their optical lenses filled with confusion and dread. From the depths of the sky, a series of resounding metallic clangs echoed, accompanied by blinding flashes that tore through the night, along with the thunderous roar of Megatron that reverberated through the valley. The leader swiftly designated an open area as the battlefield. Just as he steadied himself, Megatron followed closely behind. At that moment, it seemed as if Megatron's power had reached its zenith, with the flame exhaust ports on his body suddenly unleashing a fierce inferno directed at the leader. The leader deftly evaded this lethal strike with a swift movement. Although he escaped the direct impact of the flames, the scorching heat wave still assailed him, enveloping his form in waves of searing warmth. Just then, Skyfire descended like a streak of black lightning, appearing instantaneously above Megatron. His optical lenses shimmered with a surging battle spirit. Leader, leave it to me. Skyfire's voice was calm, yet resolute. Before his words had fully resonated, he unleashed a rapid succession of swift and precise attacks. Energy cannons fired continuously from Skyfire's form, raining down upon Megatron like a torrential downpour, causing the violet crystals on Megatron's surface to shatter and scatter. However, these crystals seemed to possess a life of their own, swiftly reassembling on Megatron's exterior, as if the will of the Cosmic Emperor was deeply rooted within his form. Observing this, Skyfire decisively launched several missiles. The missiles sliced through the night sky with a piercing shriek, hurtling towards Megatron and exploding in an enormous fireball that engulfed him entirely, illuminated by the flames. Megatron's form appeared grotesque and twisted, yet his roar grew even louder, brimming with defiance and madness. You obstacles in my way will pay dearly. Megatron's roar pierced through the explosion's flames and smoke, his form becoming searing hot within the fireball, while the purple glow emanated ever more brilliantly, the dark power within him surging with intensity. Ignoring the barrage of fire, he burst forth from the fireball, charging directly towards the leader, tracing a purple arc across the night sky, embodying the essence of annihilation. The leader fixated on Megatron's relentless advance, a tumult of emotions churning within him. He realized that relentless combat would only draw Megatron deeper into the abyss of darkness. Taking a deep breath, he resolved it was time to gamble everything. Skyfire, if I fail, please ensure the safety of the others. The leader's words conveyed determination and trust as he unhesitatingly opened his chest plate, revealing the leader module. Brimming with boundless power, Skyfire gazed at the leader in astonishment, witnessing his reckless act of self-sacrifice, yet he remained silent. His gaze was sharp as he surveyed the battlefield, his body tense, prepared for any unforeseen developments. In an instant, the leader module erupted with blinding radiance, a pure and potent energy surging forth, forming a dazzling beam that shot directly towards Megatron's form. The radiant light seemed capable of devouring all darkness, completely submerging the figure of Megatron. Under the impact of the brilliance, Megatron emitted a pained roar, his frame trembling violently. The purple, dark energy crystals enveloping his exterior began to shatter, akin to ice rapidly melting beneath the sun. Witnessing this, the leader felt a flicker of hope ignite within his core, aware that success was within reach. However, at this pivotal moment, an even more formidable and profound force surged forth. It was the final counterattack from the Cosmic Emperor against Megatron's control, a severe trial for both the leader and the blazing fire. The leader was staggered by this force, retreating repeatedly, his balance nearly lost under the intensity of the onslaught. Yet he did not yield. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to expend the entirety of his leader module's power. In an instant, light burst forth, obscuring everyone's vision. The leader heard the Cosmic Emperor's unwilling roar, yet that cry gradually weakened under the might of the leader module, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground followed, as the leader knelt on one knee, bracing himself against the earth to avoid falling. His chest plate slowly closed, and he struggled to raise his gaze towards Megatron. Though his sight was blurred, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the familiar figure of Megatron, stripped of much of his mutation, revealing his true, silver, monstrous form. With a series of metallic transformations, Megatron finally reverted to his humanoid shape. Pain coursed through his entire being, and memories surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, flooding his mind with excruciating agony. However, amid this torment, his consciousness began to awaken. He finally remembered who he was, Megatron, the guardian of Cybertron, and protector of the leader. He lifted his gaze towards the leader, that dearly missed red and blue figure half kneeling before him. Intense emotions blossomed in his spark as he took a step forward, yearning to embrace the other immediately. Yet he faltered and collapsed to the ground due to his weakened state, his consciousness succumbing to an endless abyss of darkness and tranquility. Upon witnessing Megatron's sudden loss of consciousness, the leader felt a tightness in his core. He stumbled over to support Megatron, his heart filled with worry and panic dissipating instantaneously as the sound of Megatron's loud snores reached his ears. A rare smile graced his lips as he softly murmured. Megatron then held onto him tightly, his core relaxing, and his consciousness too sank into darkness. At last, the two individuals, whose fates had been fraught with hardship, embraced tightly in slumber. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely, while the blazing fire observed this scene from a distance, letting out a sigh of relief. Chapter 104. The King returns. A journey begins outside the cave, once a sanctuary. Dark creatures swarmed like a tide, encircling the likes of the Dreadwing and the small rolling ball. With the leader's departure, dark energy once again slithered like a venomous serpent, infiltrating their bodies and causing yet another mutation. This mutation, as before, not only bestowed upon them an array of unprecedented enhancements, but also brought forth unpredictable detriments, rendering their emotions and behaviors increasingly uncontrollable. In that moment, the battle erupted explosively. The dark creatures roared as they charged forth. The Harbinger and Thunderquake swiftly transformed into their aircraft forms, their flight speed akin to lightning streaking across the night sky, causing the dark creatures to fall in droves, leaving the battlefield in utter disarray. The small spheres and shock absorbers, their power magnified, barreled through the fray in vehicle form, shattering the dark creatures as if they were invincible deities of war, unstoppable in their onslaught. The cries of the mechanical insects resonated like sonic weapons, eliciting mournful wails from the dark creatures. However, their sonic waves indiscriminately affected friend and foe alike, nearly toppling the aircraft above. "Cease your cries," commanded the Harbinger. Yet the mechanical insects seemed deaf to his words, continuing their indiscriminate torment of their comrades. As the battle wore on, not only did the emotions and strength of the mechanical insects spiral out of control, but the Harbinger and his allies began to lose their sense of friend and foe as well. The energy cannons of the aircraft unleashed a relentless bombardment upon the ground, with the small spheres and other ground units caught in the chaos, teetering on the brink of life and death. In a moment of dire urgency, the small sphere, fueled by indomitable will, activated its flight pack, desperately pursuing the silhouette of the blue aircraft, shouting hoarsely, "Harbinger, do you wish to kill us?" However, the only response was the sudden pivot of the Harbinger-S weapon, the energy cannon firing instantly as peril loomed once more, the air thick with despair and the scent of death. As their last vestiges of reason succumbed to madness, fate once again favored them. With the final will of the Cosmic Emperor shattered by the leader module, a radiant light pierced through the heavy clouds, miraculously illuminating the war-torn earth below. Everyone, as if severed from their puppet strings, gazed upward in a daze, their consciousness gradually returning to clarity. The dark creatures, once under the thrall of dark energy, were utterly liberated beneath the brilliance of the light, revealing their grotesque true nature. Their violet eyes glimmered with a more malevolent and chaotic light, as if driven by a primal instinct. An overwhelming hunger compelled them to consume everything in sight, including their own kind. They descended into a frenzied bout of cannibalism. Witnessing this scene, the Harbinger and his companions were filled with shock and confusion, soon realizing this presented a rare opportunity for counterattack. This time, they would not lose control. Harnessing their mutated powers and unwavering resolve, they charged forth against the dark creatures in a final offensive. When the Skyfire returned with the leader and Megatron via spatial transfer, they beheld a scene both fierce and magnificent. Outside the cavern lay a landscape of devastation, the corpses of dark creatures strewn across the ground, gradually reverting to their essence of dark energy, dissipating into the air as time passed. In the heart of the battlefield stood the formidable Hai, their mechanical forms adorned with peculiar black and purple mutations. Exhausted yet brimming with the joy of victory and pride, they surveyed their surroundings. Tianhua gazed silently at the scene, his eyes reflecting a profound wisdom born from countless trials. Slowly, he spoke. "Humph, you little ones have done rather well." Despite the low timbre of his voice, it resonated with a sense of affirmation for Hai and the others. He had anticipated their utter defeat in the face of darkness. Yet they had harnessed the power of mutation to deliver a searing lesson to the dark creatures. At the sound of his words, the crowd turned their attention to Tianhua, as well as to the leader who had been transported back alongside him, the imposing Megatron. "Lord Megatron," Tianjin exclaimed, his gaze fixed upon the slumbering figure of Megatron. Filled with loyalty and reverence, they quickly gathered around, eagerly inquiring about the well-being of Megatron and their leader. Tianhua roused the slumbering Megatron, recounting the events that led to their shared state of repose. Little Rolling Ball observed the dim golden glow emanating from their leader's form and expressed concern. Has the leader exhausted his strength? Can he recover? Outside the cave, once a sanctuary, the remnants of battle gradually cooled as the dark creatures were routed. Tianhua silently regarded the gathering of the leader's followers, the metallic surface of his body reflecting the faint starlight filtering through the clouds. The leader and Megatron were temporarily placed at the heart of the energy crystals, which pulsed with a slow, rhythmic flicker as if resonating with their essence. "Their essence pulses steadily," Tianhua suddenly remarked, his mechanical hand hovering 3 inches above the leader's chest plate. A dark red scanning beam traced the leader's dim geometric patterns. However, the energy depletion of the leader's module far exceeds expectations. His words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden flash of golden light. Megatron's digits twitched and embedded themselves into the ground, dark purple energy patterns pulsating beneath his armor like veins. Hai's wings snapped taut, his battle instincts compelling him to transform into a fighter jet hovering midair. The weapons systems of all warriors activated in unison. The hum of energy charging filling the air as Little Rolling Ball's tires crushed a charred rock. "Wait!" Tianhua's low growl pierced through the restless atmosphere, pointing towards Megatron's shoulder armor, which was shedding fragments corroded by dark energy, revealing the gleaming silver-gray metal beneath. "The mutation on his body is receding further," he stated, his voice warping with excitement. As if to validate his assessment, the leader's form suddenly erupted with a cascade of golden rays, each beam striking precisely at the essence chambers of his followers. Little Rolling Ball stared in astonishment as his armor, once adorned with protruding spikes, began to soften. The purple-black mutation retreating like a receding tide to reveal a smooth armor surface. When Megatron's optical sensors reignited, his entire field of vision was enveloped in an extraordinary dual-hued halo. The left optic glowed a familiar crimson, while the right shimmered with the swirling energies of darkness in a rich violet. A protracted nightmare indeed. His voice was as hoarse as if it had been rasped by a sandstorm, fingertips gliding over the irregular star-shaped dent, the mark of the Cosmic Emperor. The leader awoke almost simultaneously, the surface of his armor undulating with liquid metal-like ripples, the wounds once torn by dark energy reconstructing at a visibly rapid pace. "Do you combat mutation with mutation?" Megatron surveyed the remnants of aberrations on the others, a sudden flash of revulsion in his gaze. Releasing a low growl imbued with murderous intent, "You are all servants of the Cosmic Emperor." His growl abruptly ceased, for the leader's hand rested upon the mark upon his chest. The gaze from Megatron's leader was filled with a soothing implication. They were not adversaries. Megatron stared blankly at his leader, feeling a warm force melding into his spark, and with a hoarse, trembling voice, he uttered, "Leader, I." At that moment, their sparks resonated with a peculiar harmony. The celestial fire trembled violently, his memory module uncontrollably projecting a holographic image. Millions of years ago, beneath the iron fortress of Cybertron, a young Orion stood alongside Lord Megatron before a dazzling sphere of white light, both hands reaching out to touch the mystical orb. "That is you." The old warrior's latter words were abruptly engulfed by a tempest of energy that tore through the fabric of space. The surface of the planet beginning to reveal colossal Cybertronian runes. "All transform. Ascend immediately." The leader's warning coincided with the sound of Megatron's transformation. The Seekers immediately took to the sky with their incapacitated comrades, while the mechanical insects shattered the rising black crystal clusters with their still resonating sonic weaponry. Below them, the crystals, congealed from dark energy, were multiplying wildly, constructing a vast structure akin to a space bridge's foundation. In the eye of the storm, the fearsome form of Megatron stood, adopting a protective stance around his leader, a powerful energy field weaving spirals of light before them, reaching skyward. "That is not an attack." The voice of celestial fire crackled through the communication channel, tinged with an incomprehensible tremor. "Some force is rewriting the energy structure of this planet." The armor of the old warrior was shedding, revealing golden circuits flowing with primal spark energy, which were then cloaked in pristine white armor. "Is it reconfiguring my form?" "So, it is constructing a space bridge for us?" The small sphere emitted an incredulous gasp as the light column dissipated. The surface of the Earth bore an imprint, a Cybertronian star map spanning the entire continent, and the dark crystals had all transformed into a blue-green vortex of energy. Megatron lowered his gaze to his armor, now entirely silver-gray, suddenly placing his claw upon the leader's chest plate. His tone tinged with a hint of jest. "My dear leader, do you know what this signifies?" "It signifies our departure from this dark world." A hint of melancholy coursed through the leader's optical lenses as he gently placed his palm upon Megatron's foreclaw. "But I cannot leave." He turned to gaze upon the vast and dreary world, where the dark energy crystals resonated with the star maps on the ground. "I must remain here, to safeguard the spark that has lost its way." Amid the astonished sounds of celestial fire, Megatron furiously whipped his tail, roaring defiantly, "To hell with Primus's mission." In the folds of an unseen dimension, jagged, dark purple metal was imprisoned by eternal frost. This was the shattered remains of a star flame traversing time and space. Suddenly, its surface trembled with spiderweb-like cracks, and amidst the eerie ripples of energy, the double helix structure of the spark faintly emerged. Megatron's energy signature entwined like thorns, while the leader's identification code curiously remained hollow and absent. As the frozen shell shattered, dark golden patterns burned the ancient Cybertronian term already occurred into the collapsing metallic surface. The quantum dust, which should have reshaped time, now resembled piano strings plucked by an invisible hand, in the moment of dissolving into the void. Gravitational ripples in the time-space membrane reflected a future not far off, where the leader in Megatron's consciousness ignited a golden radiance. An ethereal blue light refracted by the ice crystals, the star flame's sigh flowed with the dark golden patterns. "Father, is this the perfection you desired?" In the trembling dimensional crevice of sound waves, a particle of quantum dust revealed the sacred symbol from the birth of the 13th prime. It was the primordial code unconsciously inscribed in a Megatron system during the fusion of sparks by the leader. Chapter 105. The shackles of the Covenant and the tear of the spark. Megatron's left optical lens began to flicker incessantly, the energy conduit beneath his armor emitting intermittent hums, akin to a beast caught by the throat. The star-shaped burn mark on his chest plate, a testament to the backlash of dark energy, now shimmered with a bewitching purple glow. "Megatron, Primus is our creator and the guardian of the world. I must fulfill the mission he entrusted to me." The leader gazed at the enraged behemoth, his expression grave. If Primus were truly the guardian, he would not have exiled the brightest spark, yourself, to this place. The behemoth's claws scraped across the leader's chest plate, producing dazzling sparks against the beautiful red armor. This creature, once rescued by the leader from the iron cage of the arena, now trembled with a fear it could not comprehend. The leader approached Megatron, willingly grasping his mechanical claw. My mission is to protect the spark, and yours is to guard me. This is the balance bestowed upon us by Primus. The behemoth's mechanical claw hovered half an inch from the leader's chest plate, blue-purple arcs of electricity bursting at the joints as it roared. He merely packages the shackles as a covenant. As the behemoth saved from the arena by the leader, my instinct to protect him is inscribed within the spark. If this is the covenant's shackle, I willingly submit to its binding. What if I were to destroy the leader module? The behemoth bellowed, rage masking the tremors of its body. Its sharp fingertips pierced its own palm, the flowing purple energy liquid causing sharp pain to the leader's optical lens. The leader had no choice but to press his mechanical claw against his own chest plate. He could distinctly sense the claws pressed against his chest plate trembling slightly. The armor he had personally wiped clean from the arena's mire, now resonating with a buzzing sound, an amalgamation of fury and fear. In an instant, countless pulses of lost embers surged along the armor's intricate designs, erupting into a dazzling golden-blue arc where their forms met. The clash of energy released a sound akin to shattering ice crystals, vaguely reflecting the arena's identification mark left in the giant's menacing palm, the imprint of their initial encounter within the confines. No, the colossal beast suddenly recoiled a step, curling its claws as if scorched. Yet, just as the electric arc began to dissipate, the leader fiercely grasped its wrist, forcefully pressing its mechanical claw against the wildly pulsating ignition chamber. What distinguishes your cries in the underground arena from the resonance of the ignition now? The mechanical knuckles of Megatron sparked in the shadows, the edges of his crimson optics tinged with ominous purple. He roared defiantly. Those are merely the lamentations of the weak, utterly unworthy of your sacrifice. The leader's voice fractured under the tremor. It was your so-called weak cries in that dark prison that guided me to the curled embryonic forms hidden deep within the arena. Suddenly, he yanked Megatron's armor, bringing the razor-sharp crest perilously close to his brow. Look at who you are now. The furious beast has become a protector. The ignited spark, tainted by darkness, still fights for me. This is the miracle of the spark's voice. Megatron's optical sensors flickered violently, and finally, his tail struck the ground with a heavy thud. Fissures spreading like thorns at their feet. Those encrypted memories flashed back within the energy flow, the black hand extending from the corroded cage. The warmth of being embraced for the first time, the image of the leader standing before him in peril. Megatron's optics ultimately transformed into chaotic violet. When he spoke again, the voice emitter produced fragmented electronic static. The price of a miracle should not be your demise. The leader firmly pressed Megatron's mechanical claw against his chest plate, assuring that the leader module would shield him from the encroaching darkness. He would not perish. Then let Primus come to prove it himself. He suddenly exerted force, pinning the leader against the stone wall behind him, fangs nearly brushing against the other's optics. Let us see whether you cleanse the darkness first, or the darkness consumes your last shred of reason. At that moment, the space bridge, constructed from dark energy, began to exhibit anomalous fluctuations, seemingly unable to sustain its current form, gradually beginning to disintegrate. The space bridge emitted a groan of metallic fatigue. The giant's tail blade abruptly pierced the ground, cracks spiderwebbing across the violently trembling foundation of the space bridge. He swiftly reverted to his humanoid form. In the instant of transformation, the sharp components of his body traced a meteor-like trajectory through the air. His optics flickered at a high frequency, his voice urgent and labored. You truly refuse? He hesitated, contemplating whether to seize the moment while the space bridge remained open, to cast the defenseless leader into it for good. You are aware that I cannot accept this. The leader seemed to penetrate his thoughts, fingers gliding over his chest plate, tracing the contours of the star-shaped mark, while the lost spark howled in the darkness. My own spark lay in tranquil slumber within the realm of light. This, indeed, was my greatest anguish. The sharp tips of Megatron's fingers brushed against the star-shaped insignia upon his chest, and the energy ripples they conjured cast a projection of the ancient Cybertronian star map onto the shattered remnants of the space bridge, where the coordinates symbolizing the essence of the spark coincided perfectly with the scar upon his chest. A grin spread across his face, revealing a maw full of jagged teeth. I have already become a part of the darkness. Primus will not permit my existence to taint his world. His voice was deep and hoarse. soon revealing a gaze tinged with mockery and sorrow. Admit it, my leader. What you fear is not the encroachment of darkness, but rather the moment of returning to the realm of light when you can no longer hear the resonance of my spark. Suddenly, the leader drew near to Megatron, his metallic hand pressing against his backplate. Megatron's frame stiffened abruptly, sparks erupting from the seams of his armor, evidence that the defensive protocols had been forcibly overridden. He sensed a long-forgotten warmth. His optical sensors trembled with high frequency as the emotional suppression codes began to unravel. The cleansing fluid cascaded down, crystallizing in the air, refracting the remnants of the arena's iron cage. The curled reflection of a nascent form overlapped with the tyrant's violet optical sensors in that very moment. The leader embraced Megatron's trembling form, his fingers tightening in a spasm, the metallic knuckles creaking under the strain. The energy fluid coursing through the tubes seemed to sense its master's turmoil, crystallizing within the vocal filter of his throat, akin to shattered starlight falling into the speaker. "You are right," he rasped, the spark within his chest suddenly accelerating, its voice resembling the grinding of rusted gears. "Therefore, I cannot." His fingers plunged into the recesses of Megatron's armor. "Return to a world where even hearing your anger has become a luxury." The latter half of that sentence fragmented into a choked, static noise, shattering the crystalline cleansing fluid in the air. The shards hitting the ground with a sound reminiscent of shackles breaking in the arena of your. Chapter 106. The Oath and the Echo of Annihilation as the child born of the fusion of the leader and Megatron sparks. Starflame has always yearned to rewrite the fatal trajectories that spilled forth from the fissures of the leader's module. The burdens of his mission weighed heavily upon every seam, the unending cries eroding the core of the spark, while darkness gnawed at the oath like a malignant parasite, and the fissures of battle had long since crept across every inch of armor. He had attempted the most extreme measures. He had resolutely detached the leader's module from his father's chest compartment. Yet, even with memories erased, his father instinctively caught each falling spark with those empty metallic hands. Guided by the indelible instinct of justice buried deep within the essence of the spark, continually recalibrating the course toward redemption. In the leader module, the covenant of the deity was reshaped, transforming into a new chain. As the star flame held the searing module in bewilderment, the father, with a gentler spark akin to the resplendence of celestial luminaries, linked him to the destiny that was inherently his, as if everything could commence anew. From the moment the leader module was bestowed upon him by the deity, the father was destined to become the singularity of a black hole, devouring all suffering without respite. Meanwhile, the star flame, a miraculous fusion of fire, found his fate intricately intertwined with that of his father. Much like a companion star tethered by gravitational forces at the edge of a black hole, destined to wander the endless path of redemption alongside him. As the fierce dispute between Megatron and the leader raged on, the harbingers above astutely sensed the energy fluctuations of the space bridge becoming increasingly erratic, heralding its impending collapse. In that moment, they faced a formidable choice. Should they seize this rare opportunity to escape the treacherous and unknown darkness, returning to their rightful universe in pursuit of their true leader? As the initial supporters and witnesses of the leader in this realm, the harbingers, the little marble, the skyquake, the shock absorber, and the wheel cover bore witness to the leader's struggles amidst confusion and solitude. Through their optical lenses, they gazed deeply into the unwavering resolve and determination that burned within the leader's spark, while also feeling the weighty and arduous nature of the mission he bore. Thus, at this pivotal moment, the harbingers and the little marble stepped forth, leading the assembly in a solemn vow to the leader, with the spark of the source above. "We pledge to stand by your side, regardless of how treacherous the path may be. We shall never allow you to face the darkness alone." Upon the completion of their oath, an irresistible force suddenly descended from the heavens, violently pulling them toward the disintegrating space bridge. This force was powerful and enigmatic, seemingly intent on rescuing them from the clutches of this dark realm at the final moment. Initially stunned and alarmed, the harbingers and the little marble felt their sparks pulsating violently within their chests, as if yearning to break free and resist this overwhelming force. However, upon witnessing the leader's tranquil and serene gaze, they suddenly comprehended the leader's profound intent. The leader wished for them to escape this perilous place, to return to their universe. and to continue the pursuit of their dreams and missions. Meanwhile, Megatron stood aside, his optical lens reflecting solely the figure of the leader. Within his spark burned an admiration and trust unparalleled, as if at that moment, the leader was the sole entity in his world, rendering everything else trivial. The optical lens of the Harbinger shimmered with steadfast brilliance, his voice quivering slightly. "Leader, we shall remember your teachings. Our sparks shall forever reside with you, and we shall undoubtedly meet again in the future." The optical lens of the little marble glistened with a moist sheen, his gaze conveying gratitude and reluctance. "Leader, thank you for your unwavering care and concern. Our sparks will eternally cherish this moment, and we shall certainly return." As the tremors subsided, the shock absorbers and wheel covers bid farewell to their leader, their sparks filled with reverence and aspiration for the future. Ultimately, propelled by an irresistible force, they were swept into the disintegration of the space bridge, vanishing into the vastness of the cosmos. The trusses of the space bridge reached their breaking point, suddenly fracturing, with clusters of energy cascading through the air in arcs. Each fragment that splintered refracted the holographic remnants, the violet shards reflecting the moment when the leader first encountered Megatron, a fearsome, coiled creature nestled in the corner of the arena, the filthy bars of its cage melting into liquid under the gleam of the leader's red and blue paint. In the rotating core above, two figures were locked in a fierce argument within the leader's office, Megatron's armor still bearing the blue frost of condensed energy. On the surface of the largest arc of debris, the battlefield of the cosmic invasion reappeared, the brilliance emitted by the leader's module resonating with the untainted Decepticon emblem upon Megatron's chestplate, as a fragment reflecting warm embraces passed over the scars. Megatron's optical lens shimmered with a unique hue, a blend of crimson and deep violet, creating a shade that was both mysterious and enchanting, imbued with a sense of depth and a swaying beauty. The star-shaped mark on Megatron's chest transformed to its primal silver white, signaling the suppression of dark energy. Yet, when the leader reached out to make contact, he found himself once again in his formidable form, standing before the crumbling space bridge. The shadow of his tail blade moved like an energy barrier, deftly intercepting the falling debris of the bridge. Arcs of electricity illuminating the star-shaped scars, glowing with purple light on his armor. As the last vestiges of energy from the space bridge dissipated, particles of light, reminiscent of galactic debris, seeped through the leader's fingers, melting into ice-blue energy vapor upon contact with his armor. Under the influence of the laws of time, he reverted to his primordial state, an irregular, lifeless metallic mass. Nevertheless, his symbiotic flame had not truly extinguished, for within that endless cycle, it would, over time, be eroded by the cosmic currents into an oval form, quietly resting in an unknown corner. He would be awakened once more to continue his unfinished path of redemption. "Father, we shall meet again in the future." As this call fell into the rift of time and space, a strange resonance wave suddenly emanated from the spark chamber in the leader's chest. Unbeknownst to him, it was the bond of a future offspring spark that would one day be born, piercing through the cold of winter like the icicles of early spring. Unconsciously, he pressed the trembling audio receiver, a sorrow transcending comprehension scattering upon his spark, where he sought to trace the source of this heartbeat. The emotional data of sorrow had already been forcibly overridden by his defense system, as if light coursed through his fingertips. Once that ephemeral warmth vanished, no trace of its existence remained. Within the leader's core surged an indescribable sense of loss, a feeling lingering in his chest like an insistent mist that refused to dissipate. His expression momentarily became disoriented, instinctively clutching the formidable silver beast before him, his sole anchor in that moment. Meanwhile, the core processor of Megatron was tirelessly sifting through and erasing the chaotic data and cacophony of noise, rendering the unknown whisper to him a mere indistinct murmur. The leader's voice was composed and resolute. "Megatron, regardless of what lies ahead, I shall stand by your side." Within Megatron's core resided both trepidation and elation. He was troubled by the leader's insistence on facing the darkness alongside him, yet delighted that the leader's decision stemmed not solely from a sense of duty. Chapter 107. The covenant of the spark between fangs. The world returned to a serene stillness, as if time itself had come to a halt. The embrace of man and beast appeared strikingly out of place amidst this tranquility, prompting the valiant warrior, Starscream, to finally intervene. Ahem! The old warrior cleared his vocal apparatus, shattering the silence to assert his presence. The leader's audio receptors twitched, as if awakening from deep contemplation, revealing a rare expression of surprise. Starscream? Why do you linger here? Starscream smirked wryly, stroking his metallic beard as he languidly replied, In my universe, I am a warrior of sacrifice. Yet here, I seem unable to find my place. The tone shifted, laced with irritation. How ungrateful you are, young whelp. I am here, yet you wish to send me away? However, he relented, adding, This dark energy is indeed peculiar. Even I find myself affected, my logic circuits in disarray. He then tapped the surface of his slowly morphing, yet rapidly dissipating, mutation. The leader nodded slightly, his voice tinged with a hint of remorse. I apologize, I did not notice you earlier. This dark energy is truly strange. Even Megatron, before he could finish, the silver beast guarding him emitted a low growl, its purple optical sensors locking onto the imposing figure before them. Despite their comparable sizes, Megatron felt an inexplicable sense of threat emanating from the entity across from him. What unsettled him further was the peculiar hunger he felt while gazing at the leader's form, involuntarily secreting electrolytic fluid. The leader turned towards his guardian. Immediately noticing the electrolytic fluid trickling between Megatron's teeth, his brow furrowing in concern, Megatron, you, just as he reached out to wipe it away. A glint of cold light flashed past. Megatron suddenly lunged at him, his sharp teeth gleaming ominously. The leader hesitated not a moment. The star sword materialized in his grasp, interposing itself between him and Megatron's fangs. The clash of metal against the blade resonated with a crisp sound, sparks flying in the aftermath. Megatron, the leader admonished coldly. Yet the glint in Megatron's optical sensors was filled with a ravenous gaze, as if he had lost his senses. A weight settled in the leader's heart. A multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. Was it the remnants of the Cosmic Emperor's poison lingering? Or had Megatron been masquerading all along? No, that was inconceivable. Nearby, Starscream observed this scene with equal parts shock and confusion. What had come over him? Had his primal instincts surged forth? The words of the leader resembled a bolt of lightning, illuminating the fog within his core. He was immediately reminded of the tempestuous and vigilant Megatron from his early days. At that time, he was consumed by a fierce predatory instinct that surged uncontrollably upon sensing a threat. The leader felt a profound sense of urgency, his resolve solidifying with unwavering determination. He understood that the current Megatron might be overwhelmed by a ravenous desire ignited by dark energy. The history of the monstrous Tyranids was marred by instances of consuming their own kin, and he could not permit Megatron to descend into such madness. Thus, the leader's star sword abruptly transformed into particles and dissipated. Without a moment's hesitation, he offered his hand to the gaping maw of the colossal beast. In that instant, he felt transported back to the past, reliving the days spent alongside the young Megatron. He stifled the impulse to retaliate, refraining from any actions that might provoke a sense of threat in Megatron. The metallic sounds of grinding and the crunch of armor beneath teeth intertwined, sending shivers through the leader's auditory receptors. He emitted a suppressed grunt, a flicker of pain flashing through his optical sensors. Yet he persisted, gazing tenderly at Megatron. There is no need for fear, Megatron. You are safe here. I will not allow you to be harmed. The rhythmic dripping of energy fluid gushed forth from the shattered armor of the leader's arm. The leader's shock was palpable as he witnessed this scene. Disbelief reflected in his crimson optics. With a quivering voice, he stammered, You actually. The leader simply shook his head gently, signaling him to refrain from further words. His gaze remained tender, as if he were offering his very life to soothe this uncontrollable behemoth. In the depths of darkness, Megatron's consciousness sank. The hunger emanating from the core surged like a violent torrent, battering against the circuits of logic, rendering him fixated on the vivid red and blue flames of energy, warm and enticing, as though they could consume all suffering. Yet, amidst the suffocating darkness, a gentle and resolute voice pierced through the fog. It was the leader's call, guiding him like a lighthouse through the storm. When his sensory receptors detected the familiar scent of energy fluid, An unprecedented wave of panic surged through his core processor. The leader was injured. This realization jolted him awake, only to discover that he was still clenching the leader's arm. The insatiable desire instantly dissipated, replaced by profound guilt and the painful awareness from his core. His optics flickered erratically between purple and crimson, reflecting the turmoil and struggle within his circuits. He lifted his gaze to the leader, whose gentle visage bore a slight furrow of pain and concern, yet was filled with understanding and compassion. The olfactory sensors detected the fresh scent of energy fluid, and as his gaze fell to the wound on the leader's arm, his optics trembled violently, his vision wavering. The leader's voice emerged, deep and hoarse. As he slowly opened his mouth, every movement cautious, fearing that any action might exacerbate the leader's suffering. The energy fluid flowed forth like a gushing spring, the azure drops cascading upon his talons, piercing deep into his core. Yet, the leader merely smiled softly, pressing down on the wound on his arm, his voice tender yet resolute. Megatron, I understand this is not your true intent. I shall remain by your side until you conquer this dark force. A complex emotion surged within the depths of Megatron's spark: dependence, reverence, a desire to protect, and an indescribable sentiment. He lowered his head, bowing deeply, the metallic ground resonating with a dull thud as he sought to alleviate the burden on his core. The leader gently cradled his head, his optics radiating encouragement and trust. Megatron, you need not punish yourself in this manner. You must confront it, face it head-on, and ultimately overcome it. I'm always here for you. Firestorm silently observed this exchange, filled with profound emotion. He witnessed Megatron's pain and struggle, and comprehended the leader's unique feelings toward him. He spoke up. Perhaps Megatron's beast form's neural module is incapable of processing this overwhelming torrent of emotions. Consider reverting to your humanoid form. Perhaps employing your intellect to guide your strength will alleviate some of your suffering and grant you greater clarity. Upon hearing this, the leader's optics flickered with approval and relief. He firmly grasped the sharp crest atop Megatron's head, his voice unwavering and powerful. Megatron, listen to me. Transform into your humanoid form. Use your wisdom to master your power, rather than allowing it to control you. I believe in you. You have always been formidable, and no matter what transpires, I shall support you. In response, a fierce impulse surged from the depths of Megatron's spark as he adjusted his transformation frequency and began to reshape. The sound of transforming gears resonated, accompanied by the reconfiguration and metamorphosis of his metallic components. The hydraulic tubes extending and contracting, the grinding of gears interlocking. At last, the humanoid Megatron stood before them, his gaze filled with determination and deep affection for the leader. He knelt on one knee, gently cradling the leader's injured arm, his voice low and filled with remorse. I lost control again. I am truly sorry for causing you distress, but I assure you, this will be the last time. The leader smiled and shook his head, his eyes brimming with pride and contentment. Megatron, we are the closest of companions. There is no need for apologies. Firestorm gazed upon this scene, filled with admiration and reflection. He sensed that the bond between these two would enable them to surmount any challenges they faced. He also had a premonition that his adventures in this world would be eternally unforgettable. Chapter 108, Origin Frequency. Echoes of Shattered Universe Observation Record in one timeline. When Primus resolutely severed the source, the universe seemed to undergo a magnificent curtain call. The left side plunged into an abyss of absolute darkness, while the right collapsed into a sea of primordial particles radiating pure white light. From that moment forth, the two mechanical deities transformed into eternal conceptual symbols within the cosmos. The dark quadrant, ruled mercilessly by the law of entropy, and the light quadrant, where the conservation of energy safeguarded the nascent hope. In the twilight of existence, the N2 timeline unfolds. The heavens are ruthlessly torn asunder, dividing into two realms. To the left, the dark tempest of the cosmic emperor rages, akin to a ferocious beast consuming all in its path. To the right, the luminous barrier of the primordial celestial master flickers, emanating its final rays of light, safeguarding the remnants of vitality. Two mechanical deities, resembling frenzied creators, cast colossal shadows upon the fractured earth, larger than mountains themselves. The breastplate of the primordial celestial master is violently torn apart, revealing the resplendent core within. a source of life and hope, while the right arm of the Cosmic Emperor is embedded deep into the horizon, acting as a fuse igniting the world, exuding an aura of destruction and despair. The leader kneels amidst the radioactive expanse of this divine confrontation, his hands trembling as he cradles 7 sparks, splattered from the heart of Primus. These nascent points of light, once destined to herald the future of Cybertron, now flicker precariously in the tempest, as fragile as candle flames. He murmurs softly, carefully sealing these 7 sparks within a quantum capsule. At that moment, the activation sequence of the space bridge suddenly ignites. The aftershocks of the divine battle surging like a tidal wave. The entire universe seems to be distorted and inverted by an unseen hand, as the escape pod is violently ejected from its spatial trajectory. In that fleeting instant, he looks back to witness the core of sparks splitting amidst the intertwining chaos and radiance, one half succumbing to darkness, vanishing into the endless abyss, the other plummeting towards an unknown temporal fracture, carrying a glimmer of faint hope. As the timeline of the new world is set into motion, the leader's spark convulses in the darkness. The shriek of disintegrating metal pierces the audio receptors as the crystalline core within the protective shield shatters into myriad prisms, each fragment reflecting his distorted image. Silence descends abruptly. The viscous sound of liquid metal dripping emanates from his fingers. As he grasps the shattered remnants of his comrade's spark chamber, molten metal seeping through the seams of his armor, scalding his spark into spasms. A humming sound rises from the depths of memory. The tremor of the star sword piercing his skull reverberates through the armoring, revealing the remnants of the Cosmic Emperor's minions upon his blade, while the blood-stained metal reflects a glimpse of a silver, grotesque claw. Sudden agony pierces his knee joint, the friction of 6 mechanical tendrils intertwining with cold laughter penetrating his neural module. These foreign objects entwined around his joints evoke the final images before the core of his home planet erupted, silence engulfing all sound, save for the static noise of his spark chamber's fissures, reminiscent of a malicious counting tick. The roar of engines approaches from afar. As his sensory module awakens, the optical lens refocuses. Grayish-white mist swirls in the energy currents, starlight piercing through the gaps in the clouds, revealing a desolate expanse devoid of war's traces. Void of spark signals, only the eternal silence of wind-eroded landscapes remains. This is Cybertron. The metallic waves on the planet's surface erupted, forming jagged crests, while the desiccated riverbeds fractured into eternal scars. Upon the ashen terrain, a mechanical quadruped collective bowed, its head to sip the rust-laden energy liquid seeping through the rocky crevices. Deep within the core, the consciousness of the deity Primus remained in slumber. A colossal starship emerged from the clouds, its body adorned with spiky weaponry. Descending amidst a pungent odor, the enormous hull cast a shadow that sent the mechanical beings on the surface scattering in panic. At that moment, the distant roar of engines echoed. A battalion of Cybertronian flyers lined up, soaring towards the invading starship. However, to their astonishment, the hastily arriving Cybertronians, upon transforming and landing, witnessed their leader, a grand blue and gold mech, leading the others to kneel before the starship's entrance in a gesture of submission. The leader's optical lens flickered, revealing an image from the Mother Universe. Kin, eroded by darkness, kneeling before the claws of the Cosmic Emperor. At that moment, the kneeling stance of the Cybertronians perfectly overlapped with the memories, igniting the fissures within the spark in their chests. The starship's gate opened with a swish, and a squadron of fully armed 5-faced soldiers emerged, followed closely by 5-faced entities adorned with multiple tentacle-like appendages. The blue and gold mech nodded to the heavenly adversary, signaling. As 2 lines of Cybertronian trains laden with cargo arrived, their roofs automatically lifting to reveal neatly stacked metallic crates within. The 5-faced warship extended its towing apparatus, lifting the metallic boxes from the train into the air. As the boxes burst open, high-purity energy blocks radiated a blue light, resonating with the sparks of all the Cybertronians, an intrinsic lifeblood of the planet, instinctively guarded even during the slumber of the primordial celestial. The leader's optical lens remained tranquil, yet blue particles seeped through his fingers, coalescing at a speed that far surpassed his cognition. By the time he comprehended the situation, the energy surge of the Star Sword had already launched towards the 5-faced warship like an arrow released from its bow. Sensing the impending threat, the starship suddenly hummed as a protective shield ascended, its weapons pointing towards the source of danger. A streak of blue light sliced through the air like a sharp blade, penetrating the newly risen shield with relentless force, striking the starship with tremendous impact. Instantly, a series of violent explosions erupted within the vessel, sending shockwaves that trembled the very ground. Thick clouds of smoke billowed from the damaged sections of the starship, enveloping the sky. Simultaneously, the energy blocks that had been lifted into the air rained down like a deluge, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust, rendering the scene chaotic. This sudden upheaval left the kneeling Cybertronian flyers in utter disbelief, while several young Cybertronian miners hiding behind rocks, witnessing the turmoil, stood agape, entirely forgetting the need for concealment. An enemy attack. An ear-piercing alarm blared within the starship, deafening all. "How dare you mock me?" The furious Quintesson bellowed, casting aside its tentacle to ensnare the approaching Cybertronian, dragging him before its gaze, which burned with intensity. The Cybertronian, known as the Decepticon leader, was now a picture of panic, babbling incoherently. "No, it cannot be me. This must be the work of the remnants of the Primal Guard." Upon hearing this, the Quintesson's eyes widened with rage as it turned its attention to the source of the attack, only to behold a solitary figure clad in red and blue standing defiantly. Consumed by wrath and poised to command the execution of this audacious assailant, an inexplicable fear suddenly surged from the depths of its being, causing its tentacles to tremble uncontrollably. Abruptly, it released the Decepticon leader and drifted toward the starship's entrance, issuing a thunderous command. "Quick, retreat to the vessel, engage the engines immediately, and depart from this place." As the command echoed, the colossal insectoid starship ascended with astonishing velocity, hastily departing from Cybertron's airspace. It pierced through the thick clouds, vanishing like a meteor into the vast darkness of the cosmos, leaving behind a throng of bewildered and anxious aerial crafts. The Decepticon leader, having been unceremoniously thrown to the ground, steadied himself with a hand to his forehead, rising unsteadily. Observing the Quintesson's panicked flight, a smug smile crept upon his lips. He had long held disdain for that cohort of Quintessons, awaiting the opportune moment to confront them. Now, however, he turned to his unseen ally. "My heartfelt gratitude for your timely intervention in vanquishing the Quintessons. Please reveal your name, and I, as the leader of Cybertron, solemnly vow to herald your valiant deeds throughout our realm, bestowing upon you the honor you so richly deserve." Before his words could fully settle, the leader's form instantaneously vanished from afar, akin to a spatial leap, only to materialize abruptly before the Decepticon leader and his entourage. His red and blue chassis shimmered under the sunlight, filtering through the dense mist, radiating a dazzling brilliance as if a deity had emerged from the fog. Both sacred and inviolable, instilling reverence. His demeanor had shifted from the usual gentleness to one of stern severity, as if confronting a malevolence that warranted immediate execution. The sword of stars he wielded gleamed with a fierce luminosity, brimming with tumultuous energy, poised to strike down any wickedness at a moment's notice. The Decepticon leader's spark chamber suddenly ignited with the painful recollection of a deliberately forgotten prophecy. The traitor shall be severed from the connection between head and body. He swallowed hard, feeling the weight of impending doom. Uttering even a single word more could provoke the towering figure before him to cleave his head asunder with a single stroke. The azure optical visor swept slowly across the assembly of smaller crafts, the palpable sense of oppression rendering them quaking in trepidation. Even the typically vicious and formidable tarantulas found himself instinctively retracting his limbs, pressing against the ground, fearful of attracting the attention of this harbinger of death. With a gradual release of his grip, the leader's fingers loosened around the sword, which instantaneously disintegrated into myriad blue particles, dissipating into the ether. Subsequently, he reigned in the energy emanating from his being, his aura returning to a state of gentle tranquility. After a brief moment, he slowly spoke the first words he would utter in this world. "If you consider yourself a leader, why do you not rally the people to confront the enemy? Instead of groveling before the five-faced monster?" The adversary, witnessing the leader sheath his sword, could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Thoughts raced through his mind. This hero might be unaware that since the defection of the Supreme Guardian, Cybertron had been devoid of any armed forces to withstand external threats. Yet, your arrival has bestowed upon us newfound hope. The leader's scrutinizing gaze swept across the crowd, his heart already informed, when suddenly he heard a distant and enraged voice. "You deceitful scoundrel! Scum!" The orange optics of the gray miner D-16 blazed with fiery wrath. The red and blue miner, Orion Pax, hurriedly grasped his friend's arm, fearful that he might impulsively charge at the adversary. Calm yourself. They had just uncovered the truth behind the demise of the former Cybertron leaders. The perpetrator was none other than the hypocritical traitor, the adversary. At this moment, they had witnessed the adversary offering the energy cubes, painstakingly excavated by the miners day and night, to their sworn enemy, the five-faced creature. This act was not only a complete betrayal of Cybertron, but also a profound blow to their faith, especially for D-16, who learned that the leader he revered, the mighty Jun Tianzun, was merely a phantom of the adversary's subordinates, filling his heart with immense anguish and fury. He buried his rage deep within, vowing to make the adversary pay dearly. The leader, with new intentions, addressed the current leader before him. "I shall keep a watchful eye on you, adversary." Upon finishing his words, he vanished once more, reappearing in a distant cave. Instantly, he beheld the scattered corpses within, recognizing their identities. This place was akin to a graveyard for the celestial beings. Even Jun Tianzun could not escape the clutches of death. A fierce battle had unfolded here. Yet the enemy remained elusive. However, the leader needed no further contemplation to deduce that their foe was indeed the five-faced monster. His sudden appearance startled those within the cave, who hastily sought refuge behind a purple elder. The leader observed them quietly, instantly recognizing the elder's identity as a legendary sage among the 13 celestial beings. The voice of Master Titanium carried a hint of nostalgia. After listening to the young miner's animated recounting of events, Master Titanium comprehended the turmoil that had transpired outside and realized that this red and blue colossal figure was a formidable and enigmatic presence. Now, seeing that the figure recognized him at a glance, Master Titanium pondered that this individual must be a valiant soul from his own era. Thus, he spoke, "Thank you for your noble assistance to Cybertron. I am Master Titanium, as you can see, the last surviving celestial being. Brave warrior. May I inquire your name and origins? I have never encountered your presence among the Supreme Guardians. I hail from a distant universe, having arrived here through a series of unforeseen circumstances. You may address me as the leader. It is merely a title." The leader's tone is unremarkable, tinged with an unmistakable hint of fatigue. "Leader?" The young miners exclaim in astonishment, their gazes filled with reverence and anticipation. The leader smiles at the crowd, who are simultaneously anxious and eager. Suddenly, he perceives a gaze imbued with lethal intent. His optical lens swiftly captures the image of an unusually silent silver machine. Is this the tyrant of this universe? The leader muses inwardly, sensing the suppressed rage emanating from the silver machine, its orange optical lens seemingly brimming with an inexhaustible thirst for violence. Has he already developed such hatred towards the identity of leader? A ripple of unease stirs within him. It appears that every tyrant across the multiverse harbors a grudge against the title of leader, leaving him feeling a sense of helplessness. He then redirects his gaze towards Master Titanium, who seems to have much to convey, and inquires in a low voice, "What has transpired here?" Chapter 109. The plundered gears and the fall of the Quintessons. We were embroiled in a millennium-long conflict with the Quintessons until the tyrant deceitfully claimed to have intercepted the coordinates of the enemy's command structure. He lured the 13 primes to a predetermined location for a decapitation strike, but that meeting was nothing but a fabrication. Master Titanium's hand glided across the ground, energy pulses coalescing the metallic dust into a holographic sand table, the floating particles accurately reproducing the lethal traps of the caverns from years past. As we focused on deciphering the so-called intelligence, the Quintesson legions descended from skies. The sand suddenly erupted into a diving swarm of Quintesson warships, energy ripples resonating between the two as remnants of history emerged. The besieged primes fought valiantly, victory within reach, yet the tyrant launched a sudden ambush from behind, severing the Titan's essence with a matrix blade, tearing apart the leadership module of the competition. Scenes of brutality flashed rapidly across the sand table. The leader instinctively pressed against his chest plate, feeling a synchronized tremor with the remnants of the Titan. This peculiar resonance reminded him of Master Titanium from his own universe. That elder had also mourned in agony with the essence cradled in his arms at the end of his days. He observed the projection of the tyrant in the sand table abruptly turning towards them, issuing a unique, encrypted frequency of the Quintessons. Do you believe you are saving the new world? You are merely repeating the annihilation protocol of the old universe. The leader's gaze sharpened, quietly watching as the projection reverted to metallic dust, a newfound caution blossoming within him. He pondered. Perhaps he should not overly interfere with the primordial processes of this universe. Master Titanium, seemingly oblivious to the tyrant's provocation, laid the corpses of the primes as a path to power, and now employed the same method to offer Cybertron to the Quintessons. His voice was deep and sorrowful, revealing the grim truth of the prime's demise. We must remember this history, lest the tyrant and the Quintessons conspiracy succeed once more. I knew it. Orion could no longer contain his emotions. He had long felt that something was amiss in his life, and now it became apparent that it was due to the impending demise of Cybertron. A profound sense of despair enveloped him. For so long, they had toiled tirelessly under the deceitful machinations of the Decepticons, laboring day and night to extract energy, only for the Decepticons to ultimately relinquish the precious energy they painstakingly mined to their sworn adversaries. At that moment, the pink figure, Elita, standing behind Orion, erupted in fury. The Decepticons seek power for themselves while compelling us to settle their debts. B-127, the small yellow figure, appeared dazed, struggling to comprehend the truth before him. He found it difficult to believe, yet he knew this was indeed the reality, although disbelief lingered. The leader, listening intently to their discourse, found his gaze drawn to the indentations on their chests, which seemed to lack a vital component. Despite his desire to investigate further, he refrained from scanning their forms without consent, as such an act would be exceedingly impolite. He chose instead to quietly absorb the concerns of these young souls. Orion shook his head in frustration, vexed at how easily he had fallen prey to the Decepticons' ruse. Had they not fortuitously arrived on the surface, they might have remained oblivious until their last breath. He exclaimed, "The Decepticons have altered everything." D-16 suddenly glared at Orion with a fierce intensity, demanding, "Are you satisfied with this outcome?" Orion looked back in confusion, struggling to grasp D-16's meaning. "You insisted on coming to the surface. You insisted on participating in the Iron Fortress 5000 race. You insisted on breaking the rules." D-16's voice grew increasingly agitated. Orion, indignant, retorted, "Who cares about the rules?" "I do," D-16 shouted, pointing at himself. "I care, because as long as you abide by the rules, nothing bad will happen." He had always toiled diligently and obediently. Yet Orion, his friend, perpetually stirred trouble in pursuit of a leadership module whose location remained a mystery. Now, with the truth unveiled, they knew the Decepticons would not let them off the hook. Orion was taken aback by D-16's acceptance of the status quo and endeavored to explain. "The Decepticons have been forcing us to labor in the mines until our bodies are on the verge of collapse. And all the while, they have been handing over the energy crystals to our most loathed enemies. Well, and then, if he discovers we know his secret, how do you think he will deal with us?" D-16 dismissed the notion. "I refuse to contemplate what he may do. I am focused on what we must do next." "Splendid. Another flawless plan from Orion Pax, and I can hardly wait to hear it. Do you not wish to thwart the Decepticons?" "No." D-16's roar halted the debate, and a red light suddenly flickered in his optics. He declared fiercely, "I shall crush him. I want to bind the Decepticons with my chains and drag him through the mines, exposing his hypocrisy for all to see. I want him to face his just deserts." His expression abruptly turned numb, and his tone descended into despondency. "But we all know that my thoughts are inconsequential, aren't they, Pike? The truth is, we are merely robots devoid of transformation gears, are we not?" The leader silently observed their argument, and upon hearing their admission of lacking transformation gears, his demeanor instantly grew grave. "You have lost your transformation gears? Who is responsible for this?" He instinctively reached out to touch the indentation on D-16's chest, only to withdraw his hand upon sensing the wary gaze directed at him. "What? No." Orion shook his head, We have never possessed transformation gears since our inception. Thus, we belong to the gearless class. His tone carried an air of inevitability. D16's optical lens dimmed as if stripped of hope. We had no choices to begin with. And now we find ourselves utterly cornered. The leader furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing at the elder Titanium Master, seeking his guidance. Yet he soon realized that this Titanium Master was not the mentor of his universe, and he silently withdrew his gaze. The Titanium Master hobbled forward, his expression grave as he explained, "On Cybertron, no one is born without transformation gears." D16 gazed at the hollow space on his chest, his expression darkening. "I remember vividly. This spot has always been vacant. So, are you implying it was Unicron?" Alita immediately speculated the cause. "No, that is impossible. No one could be that malevolent. Even Unicron would not do such a thing," B127 naively hoped. "Unicron must have dismantled your transformation gears before your birth." The Titanium Master's tone was heavy. "This was the best method to control you as laborers. You have no other options." Orion's eyes grew vacant. "We were clearly born with transformation gears. Yet Unicron," D16 roared in fury, "he has stolen the gears that were our birthright. This is a blatant sacrilege against Primus." The leader's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized everyone present. He stepped forward with sudden intensity, his magnetic field shifting dramatically, exuding a formidable aura. A deep blue hue in his optical lens flickering with a dark purple glimmer, his voice low yet resolute. Unicron must pay a heavy price for his actions. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Even B127, who was usually the most talkative, could only awkwardly rotate his neck, rendered speechless for a moment. This leader, the Titanium Master, felt a palpable aura of menace wash over him, more daunting than when he had faced the wrath of the mighty Megatron. He hastily sought to soothe the tension. "Please, remain calm." The light within the leader's optical lens flickered slightly, as if the Titanium Master's voice transported him back to the past, reminding him of the gentle mentor who had taught him time and again to maintain composure and restraint. He promptly recognized his lapse in decorum and immediately subdued the ostentatious tempest of his magnetic presence. The violet hue within the optical lens gradually faded, forcibly suppressed into a somber blue. With a tone laden with regret, he uttered, "I apologize, I have overstepped my bounds." He understood that he was merely a serendipitous wanderer in this realm and must remain vigilant in his actions to prevent unnecessary disturbances in this world. However, the betrayal of the celestial adversary and the looming threat of the five-faced monstrosity rendered him unable to remain detached. He pondered quietly. Perhaps he could contribute to the peace of this universe in the guise of transient visitor. Master Titanium revealed a faint smile as he led the way through the cavern, approaching the remnants of the four fallen ancestors. "What defines us is not the transformative gears, but the strength residing within our cores," Master Titanium imparted earnestly. "This strength bestows upon us the courage to alter the world. I see the same potential within you. Embrace their transformative gears and unleash your full potential." Master Titanium closed his optical lens and knelt upon the cavern floor, his frail body bowing low. With the last vestiges of his energy, he summoned a mysterious gravitational force, causing the cave to tremble and debris to cascade down. "Sentient sky, sharp skyhawk gathered essence. Minor star," he called, invoking the valiant warriors imbued with courage, loyalty, and strength. "The transformative gears will further amplify your luminous will. Let them now embark on a new journey." The transformative gears within the chests of the four ancestors began to glow, rising from their thoracic slots, momentarily hovering in midair before soaring toward Orion, D16, Alita, and B127 under Master Titanium's guidance. The gear of Sharp Skyhawk entered D16's chest, while the gear of Sentient Sky seamlessly nestled into Orion's torso. The gear of Gathered Essence adhered to Alita, and the gear of Minor Star chose B127. The gears whirled within their thoracic slots, locking into place, and then unleashed a surge of energy, stripping away the rust and grime that had clung to their joints. Energy coursed through their circuits, as parts and armor expanded and strengthened in tandem with their frameworks, producing a cacophony of clicks and clinks. The once dull surface of their armor transformed as if cleansed by a supernova, revealing a pristine, lustrous coat, the initial glory bestowed upon the Cybertronians by the source of the spark. Within mere seconds, Orion, D-16, Elita, and B-127 had transformed into towering figures of Transformers, each more formidable than they had ever envisioned. Master Titanium opened his optical lens, gazing at the newly forged machines. He pointed to the fallen ancestors, stating they once stood united. Extending his hand toward Orion, D-16, Elita, and B-127, he continued, "You two must unite. Their strength has now been passed to you. Unleash your true potential." Before the four newly revitalized machines could respond, the distant sound of an explosion reverberated through the cave. Moments later, the walls of the cavern began to shake as metallic dust and debris rained down. Master Titan was all too familiar with this sensation. They were under attack. "The forces of the celestial adversary have located us," he exclaimed. "No, it is not the celestial adversary that approaches," the leader interjected, as a blue light flickered in his hand, revealing the star sword in its formidable glory. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze alight with unwavering determination and resolute combativeness. "It is the quintessential beasts." Outside the cave, the mothership and escort vessels of the quintessential beasts loomed ominously like a tempest, encircling the cave entrance. From the decks of the warships, cannon fire erupted, hurtling towards the cave like meteors. The leader, wielding the star sword, was the first to charge forth. The blue light danced along the blade, each swing deflecting multiple projectiles. Within the cave, D-16 excitedly raised his upgraded metallic arm, clenching it into a fist, eager to join the fray. Chapter 110. Countdown to fall, and corruption. The skies of Cybertron blazed with fire as the leader's red and blue figure darted through the billowing smoke. The star sword cleaving through the fleet of quintessential beasts with the swiftness of lightning, the energy shockwaves slicing through the clouds into serrated patterns. Master Titan firmly restrained the eager D-16, speaking in a low voice. "Now is not the time for impulsiveness, D-16. We must reveal the truth to the Iron Guardian, exposing the true nature of the celestial adversary. Only then can the miners attain genuine freedom and equality, enabling us to mount a comprehensive counteroffensive against the quintessential beasts." Thus, the four companions dashed towards the direction of Iron Guardian, while behind them, the cannon fire from the quintessential beasts poured down like rain. Amidst the burning clouds, mysterious geometric patterns of totems faintly emerged, only to be distorted into a deceptive purple by the interference waves of the quintessential beast fleet. Master Titan transformed into a unicorn form, radiating blue and purple arcs of electricity, agilely shielding them from the incoming fire. "We have transformation gears now. Shouldn't we be able to transform?" Orion called back during their frantic run. Witnessing Master Titan's transformed state, excitement shimmering in his blue optical lens. "What are we waiting for?" Elita responded, her tone brimming with anticipation. Yet, she soon fell into contemplation. "But who knows how to transform?" B-127 blinked curiously, inquiring, "Is it like when we naturally progress on the conveyor belt? Should we give it a try?" Orion glanced at D-16. D-16's orange optical lens shimmered with murderous intent as he scoffed. "Pax, this is not your style. Watch my transformation." His memory module suddenly flickered with encrypted frequencies from the celestial adversary laboratory, the memories of being stripped of his transformation gears igniting within the ignition chamber. His right leg emitted a shrill metallic screech, transforming into tank treads amidst a shower of sparks, while his left leg retained its humanoid form, resembling a limping war machine. D-16's optical lens flickered wildly, steam escaping from the helmet seams due to processor overheating. "No, this is not the transformation I desired." He panicked, glancing at Orion Pax beside him, only to find the latter in an even more disheveled state. His head had retracted into his chest, hands flailing aimlessly in the air. Desperate as he yelled, "D, help me. I can't see." "Foolish Pax." 34 D-16, in a fit of frustration, seized his arm, yet found himself plowing through the rocky terrain as his treads spun aimlessly. "Keep up with me." The transformation of Alita's leg into a wheel was incomplete, as only one limb underwent the change. "What? A wheel?" she exclaimed, stumbling backward, only to be dragged along by the spinning wheel on her leg, igniting a shower of sparks. "This is unfair." B-127 managed to transform into a beetle, yet his four wheels were trapped within a folded space. "Oh, I want wheels. Where are my wheels?" Panic-stricken, he scrambled on all fours, racing across the ground and kicking up a silvery cloud of dust his antics both comical and endearing. None of the four succeeded in their transformations, resulting in utter chaos. The Master of Titanium, witnessing the scene, was momentarily speechless, nearly struck by a stray bullet. He deftly rolled to his feet and pursued the four little ones, his mechanical claws emitting blue-violet arcs of electricity amidst the gunfire. Steam billowing from the seams of his unicorn-shaped armor. Feel the transformation with your hearts. The Master of Titanium's voice resonated with a steady, metallic tremor, cutting through the cacophony of explosions. Transformation is not merely mechanical reorganization. It is a life form bestowed upon us by Primus. Orion suddenly fell silent. A deep resonance of ancient embers echoed within his chest, as the blue optical lens revealed the energy flows within him surging along the coding trails left by the progenitor. Amidst the scattered sparks, Alita traced a perfect arc, the blazing axle bearing a unique tremor frequency of hematite. B-127's hands continued to frantically dig in the ground. Yet the tail wing of his beetle form had inexplicably unfurled, forming an aerodynamic spoiler. Just as they believed they were about to grasp the essence of transformation, the ground beneath them shuddered violently before suddenly collapsing, causing all four to plunge into the void. Unprepared, they tumbled downwards amidst the crumbling geometric fragments, their hearts filled with dread and anxiety. At this critical juncture, an extraordinary sensation surged from the depths of the embers, accompanied by a series of exhilarating metallic clicks. The four swiftly transformed in midair. Orion's axis emitted a long unheard, crisp engagement sound as his legs folded backward, arms drawing to his sides. The entire metallic structure fluidly and rapidly reconfiguring into a resplendent red-blue truck form, landing with a commanding presence. Did I succeed? Orion reverted to his humanoid form, caressing his armor, his fingertips brushing against the still-warm drive shaft. Alita's legs morphed into streamlined dual wheels, carving pink light trails on the ground as her racing motorcycle excitedly circled Orion, showcasing her new form. The transformation trajectory of B-127's beetle tail wing mirrored that of a passing fighter jet, as if an ancient code synchronized their sparks. Yet, in the next moment, the beetle screamed as it plunged head first into the ground, shaking the earth beneath it. As the dust settled, the beetle's form suddenly self-corrected, its four wheels springing forth from the folded space. He excitedly transformed back into his humanoid form, leaping from the ground and waving his arms in jubilation, exclaiming, "I have succeeded! I have succeeded!" They reverted to their human forms, sharing in each other's joy and exhilaration. However, Orion's expression suddenly darkened as he scanned the surroundings. Wait. Have any of you seen D-16? With the sound of tracks crushing the ground growing nearer, the silver tank form of D-16 arrived, albeit belatedly. The tank's cannon abruptly swung towards its companions, and a beam of purple energy sliced through their line of sight, exploding a nearby metal structure with a resounding crash. Haha, this is truly incredible. D-16 quickly transformed back into his humanoid shape, his fingers clenching in excitement, clearly pleased with his new form. In an instant, Orion positioned himself protectively in front of his comrades, the friction against the metallic ground sparking beneath his feet. D, what are you doing? D-16's optical sensors retained a barely perceptible dark red hue. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a sudden warning from Master Titanium. Be careful. Ha ha ha. Foolish tuber spies. A sharp and arrogant laughter echoed from above, quickly followed by a barrage of energy projectiles. Vividly colored Cybertronian warplanes swept through the sky, their engines roaring thunderously, the purple insignias on their wings flashing briefly. A purple unicorn leapt into the air, and at that moment, a blue-violet arc of electricity cleaved the sky, perfectly aligning with the energy patterns of the Supreme Guardian aircraft. Master Titanium thwarted the aerial assault, energy liquid and metal debris splattering in all directions as he crashed heavily to the ground. The four little ones rushed to Master Titanium's side, helping him take cover behind a metallic rock wall. He coughed up a spray of energy liquid, his voice strained. It is the Supreme Guardians. Orion's optical sensors were filled with confusion and shock. But why? Why are they attacking us? The Supreme Guardians were the legendary protectors of Cybertron, once following the ancestors to resist the Quintessons, each a brave and fearless warrior. Since the death of the ancestors, the Supreme Guardians had vanished from history, So it was astonishing that they would appear here today and launch an assault against them. Are they in league with the Quintessons? B127 pondered, his tone laced with doubt and unease. D16 gazed at the rapidly retreating Supreme Guardians, snorting disdainfully. So they had betrayed the legacy of the ancestors, becoming pawns of the Quintessons? A bunch of cowards. Hey, everyone, do you see that over there? Elita suddenly pointed towards the horizon, in the direction from which they had come. The very Supreme Guardians who had just attacked them had now joined the battlefield against the Quintessons, launching a fierce offensive against their starships. What on earth is happening? B127 clutched his head, his expression one of turmoil. The skies of Cybertron burned with conflict as the leader's figure wove through the cannon fire and purple energy beams. The energy waves of the star sword sliced through the air like the scythe of death. One escort ship's engine erupted with a thunderous blast, while another was cleaved in two, molten sparks erupting from the jagged metal surface. Each explosion tore through the sky, igniting fiery wreckage that plummeted to the cracked earth like meteors. Yet, more artillery fire pursued relentlessly, crimson beams nearly nipping at his heels. The leader's 3 pairs of silver wings fluttered amidst the explosions. With each dive, an enemy vessel transformed into a burning meteor. Yet no one noticed the armor on his back melting away, with the energy readings from the core plummeting below the danger threshold. The ground trembled violently. Aurelian's optical lens locked onto the red-blue afterimage in the sky, his voice trembling slightly. "We cannot assist at all." Master Titan gently patted Aurelian's shoulder, his tone resolute. "Aurelian, do not blame yourself. Each of us has our own mission." D16 observed the battle above, his armor's surface pulsating with eerie purple arcs of energy. Suddenly, he stepped forward, a flash of crimson crossing his orange optical lens. "Rather than be a coward, let me tear apart those tin cans." Chapter 111. The twin flames of Destiny's gears, the fury of being deceived and oppressed burned within D16's core. Master Titan sharply admonished, "D16, now is not the time for impulsiveness." "Silence, old man." D16's orange optical lens contracted sharply, his feet crushing the earth beneath him. "Do you think I'm still that worthless miner on my knees?" Aurelian lunged forward to restrain him. "D, are you out of your mind? I am not mad." He forcefully shook off Aurelian, dark red glimmers flickering in the depths of his optical lens as he glared at the sky. "I have finally seen that this world demands strength." The gears of the sharp skyhawk roared in his chest, revealing to him for the first time the essence of his core. He sought not only vengeance against the celestial enemy, but also to compel all to bow before him. In the distance, the sky appeared to be a torn curtain, as burning metal fragments cascaded like a torrential rain. A beam of purple energy grazed the leader's shoulder armor, scorching a trail of molten metal. Among the ranks of the Supreme Guardians, the manic laughter of the Red Spider pierced through the cacophony of gunfire. "Look at this clumsy giant. Do you carry the stench of the ancestor, friend or foe?" The leader's gaze swept over the cracks in the Red Spider's wings and the serrated notches of the cosmic blade, perfectly overlapping with the lethal weapon that had once assassinated the celestial sovereign in his memories. "Your target is the 5-faced monster," he declared, positioning the star sword before him, his voice calm and unwavering. "For now, my sword aligns with yours." The Red Spider's wings trembled dangerously but froze in the encrypted frequency as the verification of the core code was completed. Core coding verification successful. He is the legacy of the ancestor. In an instant, as the cannons of the Supreme Guardians pivoted, the leader charged towards the starship fleet, his energy rapidly depleting. Yet the indomitable flame burned brightly in his azure optical lenses. The battle soon escalated to a fevered pitch. The vast fleet of the 5-faced monsters began to feel the immense pressure, their initial vigor in attack waning as they recklessly fought to defend their mothership. The leader seized the moment without hesitation, channeling nearly all of his strength into the star sword held firmly in his grasp. A torrent of energy erupted, generating waves of force, as the star sword transformed into a bolt of blue and white lightning, striking towards the enemy ranks. The Supreme Guardians sensed the intimidating power and wisely dispersed in haste. Following a series of deafening explosions, the escort ships were rent asunder like fragile tinfoil. The violet flames of the blast blossoming in the sky like fireworks, ascending and descending, while the burning debris traced a meteor trail behind the leader. The blue light of the star sword abruptly extinguished, and the leader's flight apparatus succumbed to energy overload, unable to support his levitation any longer, trailing a blinding streak of black smoke in the air. Leader Arian, witnessing this scene from afar, exclaimed in alarm. In the moment just before impact, the flight device erupted with one final burst of blue flame, allowing the leader to hover momentarily in midair. The blue flame extinguished as swiftly as a bolt from crossbow, and his body again lost its support. With a thud, he knelt on one knee. The star sword embedded deeply in the scorched earth, its blade cracking silently. The mothership of the Quintessence monsters struggled to maintain altitude under the billowing black smoke, teetering on the brink of collapse. The once ferocious assault came to an abrupt halt, and the remaining escort ships hastily regrouped amidst the chaos, preparing to escort the mothership from this perilous airspace. They had come with such arrogance, yet now they fled in utter disarray. The Supreme Guardians dove from the clouds, their purple emblems on their wings gleaming like badges of victory. Ha ha ha! Did you see their terrified expressions? Their sharp laughter echoed in the skies. Seizing the opportunity as the Quintessence monsters fled in panic, energy cannons zipped like lightning between the escort ships, unleashing a frenzied hunt. The escort ships were riddled with holes, transforming into flaming wreckage as they plummeted. The Supreme Guardians, from a distance, observed this scene. Master Titanium's voice, filled with excitement and hoarseness, reminded them of their mission. As the Quintessence mothership neared the escape from Cybertron's atmosphere, a mysterious purple energy beam suddenly surged from afar, striking the mothership's power core with ferocity. The mothership trembled violently, alarms blaring. In response, the Supreme Guardians quickened their assault. Amidst the rising smoke, the Cybertronian aircraft continued their pursuit of the remaining foes. The leader slowly rose, his gaze fixated on the young Cybertronian D-16 in the distance, who caressed the weapon on his right arm as if it were a cherished treasure. Steam from the coolant wafted gently from the weapon, mirroring his burgeoning ambition. A heaviness settled in the leader's core. This universe's warlord had awakened his ambitions sooner than he had anticipated. Just then, several Supreme Guardians descended from the heavens, transforming into humanoid forms before the leader. Now, it is time for us to converse, Red Spider remarked, his lips curling with an air of caution and intrigue. Who are you? Where did you find the warlord? The leader directly identified the opponent, speaking with an air of neither subservience nor arrogance. I am but a transient, unwilling to interfere in your internal strife. This was not something he could dictate. The Red Spider responded with a derisive smile. Soundwave stepped forward, raising his right hand towards the leader, releasing a ripple of shockwaves from his palm. The leader furrowed his brow, watching him as a fleeting violet shimmer vanished in the optical lens, yet he remained passive. Suddenly, Soundwave's mechanism trembled violently, as if witnessing something dreadful. He staggered backward, clutching his cranial casing in anguish, his vocalizer emitting stuttering electronic sounds. No, this cannot be. Soundwave? What did you see? The Red Spider gazed at him in disbelief. Whales, death, the annihilation of Cybertron, the end of the universe. Soundwave struggled to rise, his crimson optical lens flickering rapidly. Glowing pale, the Red Spider's engine roared, its intensity tripling, yet he still had to look up at the leader's damaged shoulder guard. Join us, or become cannon fodder. The leader regarded the Red Spider with a cold demeanor. He had no intention of meddling in the power struggles of this universe. Yet the gears of fate had already ensnared him. The cracks in the star sword suddenly burst forth with a dark crimson glow, prompting the leader to lift his gaze sharply, the optical lens being eroded by violet energy. Chapter 112. The dual sparks of chaos prelude. The leader recalled another timeline where Megatron's energy breath shattered Cybertron's defenses. The lament of the All-Spark intertwined with the roar of the Cosmic Emperor, composing a symphony of destruction. That Megatron had never succumbed to darkness, yet his ambition had annihilated everything. The Supreme Guardian before the leader had not yet reached that point. He must shatter the gears of destiny. Soundwave's warning jammed within his vocalizer as he observed purple energy seeping from the gaps in the leader's chest plate, feeling the eerie distortion of the magnetic field. His database automatically retrieved an encrypted record. All-Spark code. Primordial Celestial Emperor dual frequency. Extremely dangerous. Do you seek power? The leader's voice was soft, yet his actions were anything but gentle as he swiftly seized the Red Spider by the neck. His fingertips grazed the red spider's frigid energy conduit, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then taste the essence of being consumed by power. Dark energy seeped from his fingertips into the energy conduit of the red spider. Just as it was about to penetrate the all-spark chamber, it overflowed through the armor seams, coiling around the red spider like a living entity, suspending him in midair. Soundwave unleashed a blast upon the leader's arm, only to be repelled in return. The leader chuckled coldly within. He deliberately created the illusion of the red spider's corrosion, for these Cybertronians required an appropriately calibrated intimidation. He forcibly activated the data-sharing protocol. The proud tracker's optical lens flickered wildly as he witnessed countless possibilities exploding within the data stream, burning Cybertrons unified under an iron fist. Yet all subjugated all-spark chambers were connected by dark violet conduits. Himself kneeling before a throne, the figure upon it bearing the leader's visage and his sinister grin. No, this is not what I desire. The red spider's scream mingled with the crackle of electric sparks. In the distance, D16 witnessed the leader suppressing the red spider. While the spark within him trembled with excitement, the optical lens reflecting an orange hue now stained with a vibrant crimson. His treads crushed the rock beneath him with a sudden force. This is true power, capable of obliterating all without the need for gears. Master Titanium caught sight of the energy fluctuations emanating from D16. His core tightened as those tremors bore a striking resemblance to the spark of the celestial adversary. Corrupted by power before the fall of the ancestor. Power is not meant to annihilate everything. D16, he admonished earnestly. If power spirals out of control, you may become the next celestial adversary. Do not tread the same path as the ancestor. Yet, D16 responded with a fiery glare that seemed to burn with intensity. His clenched fist poised, as if ready to strike the visor of his mentor. Orion quickly grasped his friend's arm. D, please calm down. His voice faltered as he beheld the rage enveloping D16's visage. Memories of the past D16 flooded his mind, seeing the joy on his shoulders adorned with the thunderous respect sticker. The exasperation of being awakened in the dead of night. The shock of being tricked into a racing competition. The exhilaration of supporting each other towards the finish line. And the curiosity and wonder upon reaching the surface. Orion's spark ached, his blue optical lens brimming with concern. I know you merely wish to see evil receive its due punishment, his voice trembled, but you are not me. D16's chest heaved violently. His gaze locked onto Orion's optical lens, as if glimpsing their shared past. His core was in turmoil. He craved power. He sought vengeance. He aspired to rise above all. However, his good friend Pax, though often indifferent to rules and driven by whim, always selflessly aided others. It was akin to the promise they made upon first meeting in the mines. You watch my back, I promise to watch yours. Yet now, Orion and Pax would no longer comprehend him. Some things were destined to change. With gritted teeth, he forcefully shrugged off Orion's grip. The momentary glimpse of sorrow in his friend's eyes stirring an inexplicable pang of guilt within him. Nevertheless, he turned away to evade Orion's gaze. Pax, do not attempt to stop me. He glanced at the leader in the distance, his hands trembling slightly at his sides. D, I do not wish to impede you. Orion's voice grew softer, for he understood that D had transformed, choosing his own path. D would no longer accommodate him. This realization pierced his core with a clarity that was both cruel and profound, unsettling his spark and leaving his body frozen in place. At that moment, the shockwave stood behind the red spider, its orange optical lens quaking violently at the scene before it. The core system flashing a scarlet warning. Target energy composition, 47 Ancestor Covenant, 53 Chaotic Entropy. Immediate destruction recommended. Logic prevailed over the fear within its core. Suddenly, the star sword erupted in a cascade of interwoven golden and violet light as the leader released his grip on the red spider, allowing it to crash to the ground in disarray. In the next heartbeat, he swiftly subdued the attacking shockwave, pressing its face into the ground with a singular, powerful hand. The shockwave barely allowed a muffled groan of agony to escape. His equilibrium lay in utter disarray, rendering him powerless to resist. The leader gazed upon the disheveled trio, a flicker of compassion flickering deep within his optical lens, yet he could not relent. Do you perceive this as the future? His voice layered with a hoarse murmur. The curvature of his lips, illuminated by the violet light of the optics, exuded an inexplicable delight as he forcibly reactivated the data-sharing protocol. The singular eye of the shockwave was instantaneously engulfed in purple, and they beheld simultaneously. The leader, with bare hands, tore apart the armor of sound waves. His gaze icy as he inscribed the ancestral emblem upon the spark chamber. Ironhide crumbled amidst the energy tempest, while the shockwave's ion cannon pressed against his own cranial structure. The final image froze upon the colossal eye socket of the Cosmic Emperor. Within the burning, gear-like pupil reflected the silhouette of a silver beast poised to take flight. This is my past. The leader cast aside the limp shockwave, dark purple energy liquid dripping from his fingertips onto the opponent's violet chest window. He harbored no qualms about revealing his shadowy past to this cadre of future Decepticons, believing that even the slightest tremor in their core could augment the hope of this universe forging a new future. His fingers tightened around the tip of Black Arachnia's wing, showing no sympathy for her anguished cries, his voice remaining cold. "And the future you desire resides here." Black Arachnia's scream was abruptly silenced, her form trembling violently as new images forcibly emerged within her cerebral module. She beheld herself kneeling beneath the feet of Unicron, energy liquid dripping from her fractured wings. The crushing defeat rendering her a subject of mockery. The scene shifted to Ironhide atop the watchtower, where a silver tank tore Unicron asunder with bare hands. Seizing the transformation gears from Unicron's chest, the blood-red optics surveying the crowd. The era of the leader has concluded. No longer place your faith in deceitful prophets. Follow me, and you shall never be deceived again, rebel, and I shall lead you into the future. I am Megatron. Burn everything, all of it. The Supreme Guardians erupted in cheers. Long live Megatron. They began to recklessly demolish the statues and edifices of Unicron. The scene transitioned to a red and blue truck surging forth from the earth, enveloped in a vast wave of blue energy, cleaving the watchtower in two. Subsequently, Megatron clashed fiercely with Optimus Prime, but succumbed to defeat. The scene shifted once more, Megatron's crimson optics surging with rage and murderous intent. As he stood among the Supreme Guardians, raising his arm in a fervent cry, "Decepticons, rise!" The leader, through the data sharing, unveiled the original trajectory of this universe's future, Megatron's ascent, the birth of the Decepticons, and the internal schism of Cybertron. He even deliberately magnified the fury of D16 within the illusion, his form overlapping with Megatron. "Behold where your true nature shall lead Cybertron." Following closely was the apocalyptic vision of Cybertron. Endless warfare, ceaseless death, boundless darkness, ultimately awakening the world-destroying enemy, the Cosmic Emperor. Power is eternally accompanied by a price. The optical lens of the leader shimmered between azure and violet hues as he plunged the star's sword into the ground. The purifying force field unfolding layer upon layer like interlocking gears. The black mist oozing from the wound of the red spider was entwined into the flow of light, solidifying into countless corroded metallic rings, which then shattered into dust in the blue radiance, as though parts of some colossal instrument of fate were being violently disassembled. At this moment, you are unworthy even to be vessels. The red spider laboriously raised his head and beheld the distant D16, suddenly realizing that, in comparison to the leader, that silver miner posed the true threat. Seizing the moment, the cannon of Soundwave aimed at the back of the leader's neck, only for the system to unexpectedly display an anomaly alert. Detected energy fluctuation anomaly, camouflage level, advanced, camouflage motive, tactical deception. He gazed in astonishment at the anomalous entity, only to discover that the violet energy merely hovered at the surface of the leader's armor, and the fissures in the star sword were indeed a facade of energy overload. Yet, the red spider remained oblivious to this. He was entirely ensnared by the terror wrought by illusions of the past and future. Soundwave could not suppress a sneer. Fear is more easily manipulated than truth. The red light of the optical lens flickered, and he ultimately opted for silence. 4. Rather than exposing this leader-esque disguise, he was far more eager to witness the fate of the heavenly enemy being turned against him. The leader gazed at Soundwave, their silence laden with unspoken accord. Ultimately, the cannon's aim shifted towards the ground. The leader withdrew the star sword. His tone icy, informed the heavenly enemy that he is concealed within the transmuting gears 5,000 meters beneath the Iron Fortress. A faint phantom of the earth-shattering sovereign emerged in the air, synchronously uttering with the leader, "It is time to repay the debt." The red spider struggled to rise from the ground, the cannon aimed at the leader, his wings trembling uncontrollably, still bearing the scars from his battle with the heavenly enemy. Reflecting silver under the light, he deliberately raised the volume of his vocalizer, attempting to drown out the chaotic pulses from the spark chamber. "The minions of the heavenly enemy will only languish in the iron fortress, while I shall personally crush them." At that moment, Soundwave's combat module emitted an alarm. Dark purple matter began to seep from the fissures of the star sword, rapidly engulfing its blade. The leader's spark chamber suddenly throbbed painfully, and in a fleeting moment of furrowing his brow, he vaguely heard the sigh of his cosmic titanium master. "Child, do not let vengeance become your soul path." He abruptly extinguished the violet light within the optical lens, the dark purple matter dissolving into blue luminescent dust alongside the star sword. "When you can gaze directly at the true apocalypse, then come to challenge me." The leader tossed a memory crystal to the red spider, the fissures in the star sword vanishing with his words. As the crystal fell into the palm of the red spider, a sigh from Primus echoed deep within the core of Cybertron. The red spider tightened his grip on the crystal, the cannon ultimately refraining from firing. He stared at the vacant space where the leader had vanished, his wings quivering with excitement. "If this madman can eliminate the heavenly enemy, I wouldn't mind temporarily becoming an ally." The crystal automatically plays a harrowing scene of the apocalypse. The universe is torn asunder, Cybertron is rent by the cosmic overlord, revealing the planetary core that oozes blue-white molten material. Chapter 113. The Fission of the Ember. Echoes of chaos. The smoke in the sky has yet to dissipate, and Master Titanium's optical lens reflects the last fleeting image of blue and purple intermingling before the leader vanished. A wave of concern washes over Master Titanium. Has his powers spiraled out of control? His armor trembles from energy depletion, arcs of electricity flickering erratically upon his horn. D16's cerebral module flashes with memories of disgrace. Deep within the mines, the silver sentinels of the Overlord crush his shoulder armor, coldly mocking that only the unworthy deserve to kneel in survival. His treads grind over scorched earth, the metallic friction resonating like a sinister laugh. "Did you see that, old man?" The barrel of the silver tank grows hot with excitement, its orange optical lens tinged with crimson. He can easily crush even the highest guardians. This is true power. Master Titanium silently observes D16, sensing the increasingly volatile frequency of his ember's fluctuations, foreboding the birth of a second overlord. Aurelian steps forward, placing himself between D16 and Master Titanium. "D, calm yourself." Silence. D16 angrily points toward the towering watchtower of the Iron Fortress, where the statue of the Overlord glimmers with hypocritical golden light in the sunset. "Look at those sycophantic fools. Only absolute power can cleanse the shame of Cybertron." Aurelian reaches out, intending to pat his friend's shoulder, but his voice falters upon seeing the fiery glow of D16's optical lens, his fingertips tracing a hesitant arc in the air. "Do you think I'm content to be nothing but scrap for a lifetime?" D16 abruptly turns, exclaiming, "I will crush all the aristocratic gears that tread upon us." His furious gaze unexpectedly collides with the gentle blue of Aurelian's optical lens, and his rage seems to freeze in that instant. They, like us, are victims blinded by lies. Aurelian's gaze appears to encompass everything. D16 jabs his finger forcefully into Aurelian's chest plate. "You still speak on their behalf." Aurelian recoils from the jab, but remains steadfast. "I believe that once they know the truth, they will join us in overthrowing the Overlord's reign." "Pax, do not be naive." D16 clenches his fist, raising his right arm to aim at Aurelian, his voice chilling. "If you dare to obstruct me again, do not blame me for forgetting our past." The weapon on his right arm hums ominously as it charges. Alita's joints creak under tension, and she hesitates, realizing that even if she interjects between the two, it will be futile. Ultimately, she merely pulls B-127 behind her. At that moment, B-127 stares wide-eyed at the optical lens, repeatedly murmuring how cool the leader is, and how cool D16 is, until D16's glare frightens him to retreat behind Alita. Orion's gaze fell upon the thunderous honor sticker adorning his left arm, a moist sheen reflecting in the optical lens, his voice hoarse and trembling. I shall never relinquish you, just as you have never forsaken me. The spark of D16 seemed to be struck hard, the optical lens quaking violently, the deep-seated crimson gradually fading away. He slowly lowered his right arm, suppressing a torrent of complex emotions. That is but a chapter of the past. The leader's fingertips brushed against the residual quantum ripples of the teleportation, the aftershocks reverberating deep within his joints. Whom do you believe you can save? You cannot even govern yourself. The whisper of the cosmic emperor exploded within his neural module, the mocking tone akin to a frigid wind sweeping through the spark chamber, bringing a bone-chilling cold. The leader staggered onto the damp metallic floor of the cavern, azure energy liquid seeping from the fissures in his armor, instantly consumed by the dark green moss burgeoning in the crevices of the ground. These verdant organisms crawled over the remains of the ancestor, writhing in the cracks of the armor as though they were tendrils parasitizing upon the bones of a deity. Alert! Energy reserves of the spark chamber at 47. Immediate entry into hibernation is advised. Ignoring the shrill buzzing of the neural module, he reached out to steady himself against the shoulder plate of the fallen celestial. The once resplendent golden plating, shining like the surface of a star, had long since peeled away, revealing a metallic skeleton marred by intricate webs of corrosion. A cluster of crystalline formations jutted from the ancestor's obsidian optical lens, refracting the disheveled appearance of his red and blue armor, now marred by scorch marks, while the spark chamber beneath his chest remained enveloped in lingering energy particles. It was indeed ironic that the leader's voice was interlaced with the garbled noise of energy overload. The remains of Rui Tianxiao still clutched the broken sword tightly, the condensed energy liquid shimmering faintly, resonating with the blue light seeping from the leader's spark chamber as if echoing a lament across the fabric of time and space. Once a formidable presence in the mother universe, the leader now needed to lean against the bones of the ancestor to maintain his footing. The leader's olfactory sensors detected a sickly sweet scent of rust, a byproduct of the ancestor's spark's demise, crawling up his greaves. He forced himself to straighten his spine. Even as the energy readings plummeted below critical levels, he summoned his last vestige of strength to initiate a scan. A soft blue light swept across every corner of the cavern. The energy liquid splattered upon the rock walls had long crystallized. The remains of the 13 ancestors, eternally frozen in a pose of defeated humiliation, resembling a bloody altar. Not unlike my universe, the leader mused, his fingertips grazing the empty slot on the chest of the thunderous honor. In that time-space, torn asunder by darkness, he had once closed the optical lens for a comrade under similar circumstances. Memories invaded his processor like a virus. He beheld Rui Tianxiao from his universe, transforming into particles of light amidst an explosion, hearing the grotesque roar and the brittle sound of the spark source shattering. You cannot save anyone. The cosmic emperor's whisper echoed once more. The leader abruptly pressed down on the audio receiver, sparks erupting from the seams of his armor. The excessive consumption of energy was triggering a chain reaction, the dark energy within his body stirring restlessly, and double images began to appear before the optical lens. The remains of the ancestor fluctuating between a rusted metallic skeleton and the vibrant visage of a comrade once fought alongside. In the optical mirror of the ancestor, the once profound blue light has been supplanted by an eerie purple hue. Alert! Energy reserves in the seed chamber at 13. Mandatory hibernation protocol initiated. The knee joints emitted a piercing screech as he fell heavily to the ground. The blue light bursting forth from the cracks in his armor, suddenly ensnared by purple arcs of electricity, as if pulled by invisible chains into the air. He futilely reached out to grasp something, only to sever a vine that was entwined around the remains. Fluid splattered onto his helmet, accompanied by the stinging pain of burnt circuitry. The optical mirror began to flicker. At least the voice of the Titanium Master, the leader of this world, was abruptly silenced. In a daze, he caught a glimpse of the remains of the Thunder Lord stirring slightly. That metal hand, enshrouded in moss, seemed to slowly point towards the shadows deep within the cave, just as he was on the brink of succumbing to darkness. The leader turned his head with every ounce of strength left. A mechanical arm materialized from the void, securely cradling his plummeting body. The leader's optical mirror struggled to focus, revealing a reflection that mirrored his own, with sinister and perilous purple luminescence slithering like a venomous serpent across the lens. Not now. The leader's fingers dug into the fissures of his chest armor, attempting a final stand. I cannot yet. Shall I be grateful for your generous emotional offering? Your emotional data is quite delectable. Now, the surface of the leader's armor pulsated with chaotic energy interwoven with order and destruction. His voice resonating with a metallic timbre that pierced the auditory circuits. Rest now, another me. In the fleeting moment before darkness enveloped his consciousness, the leader hazily beheld the grotesque fissure on his counterpart's armor, where the seed chamber, which should have radiated blue brilliance, now flickered with arcs of dark energy. When the leader reopened his optical mirror, a sly smile graced his lips. The once azure lens transformed entirely into a resplendent purple, surging with malice and a thirst for bloodshed. The architecture of the iron fortress gleamed dazzlingly under the sunlight, casting shadows that twisted in the heat, as if it were a cage forged from lies. The expression of the sky enemy was fraught with anxiety and unease, as if he had already caught the scent of rebellion. When the Titanium Master and his companions arrived at the Iron Fortress broadcasting station, a large gold and blue machine stood sentinel at the entrance, flanked by a silent yet loyal Silver Legion. Titanium Master? The voice of the sky enemy dripped with elegance akin to venom, as he gestured for the Silver Legion to surround the 5 individuals. I thought the remains of the ancestor would teach you what it means to be obedient. It is you who should be obedient, traitor. In the instant the cannon aimed at the sky enemy, D-16's optical mirror flickered violently, the cannon's muzzle momentarily deviating. Ah, D-16, I remember you. The sky enemy's smile remained radiant, showing no irritation at the affront, his gaze shifting to the red and blue truck behind the silver tank. And you, Orion Pixis. I once wished to bestow dignity upon you gearless ones, but alas, you chose rebellion. You have stolen our transformation gears and offered the energy we painstakingly excavated to the 5-faced monster. In the optical mirror of Aurelian, there exists not only the fury of betrayal, but also an abyss of profound disappointment. You were the first to betray us. The celestial adversary, with a dismissive tone, merely clicked his tongue and remarked, "This is but a temporary transaction. Besides, did I not provide you with a purpose for survival? You shall perish." The roar of the tank's cannon reverberated, echoing Aurelian's voice within his receiver, yet his reason was utterly consumed by hatred at the mention of the goal of survival. The purple energy beam unleashed from the cannon tore through the air, only to be effortlessly cleaved apart by the opponent's cosmic blade before it could reach its target. Chaos was imminent. Chapter 114. The Dawn of the Godslayer. The Ember falls into the abyss. Master Titanium's beast form became a fleeting shadow, its claws rending through the spark chambers of 3 enemy aircraft. Metallic particles swirling like a tempest obscured the celestial adversary's vision. Aurelian transformed into a truck, recklessly charging with D-16. The tires mercilessly crushing the wreckage of enemy planes, the splattered energy liquid glimmering in the sunlight. While D-16's maniacal laughter grew increasingly sinister amid the turmoil. Yes, crush them. D-16 leaned half his body out of the truck's roof, the cannon at his right arm indiscriminately firing, toppling a statue that symbolized the celestial adversary's authority in a violent explosion, dust and debris scattering wildly. Elita darted through the enemy ranks like a streak of pink lightning, each punch and kick striking true against the enemy aircraft's faceplates, leaving the Silver Guardians dazed and defenseless. In the midst of a relentless pursuit, B-127 inadvertently triggered the combat protocol, activating his battle mask and springing forth sharp energy blades from his arms. "Look, everyone, I have energy blades," he exclaimed, immediately exhilarated as he dispatched foes, even humming an unknown tune in delight. Seeing this, Master Titanium swiftly tossed a memory chip to Elita, urgently commanding, "Hurry to the broadcast station." Elita deftly caught the chip and called for B-127 to cover her as they dashed towards the entrance of the broadcast station. However, the towering figure of the celestial adversary awaited them, his cosmic blade gleaming with a chilling light. "Let me guess what you intend to do," he said. A relaxed and confident smile spreading across his face revealed the truth of history to all of Cybertron. Elita's expression instantly turned grave, while B-127 gaped in surprise before hastily closing his mouth and shaking his head in denial. At that moment, more Guardians began their dive from above, a hail of gunfire enveloping them. The venomous spider crawled low to the ground, its multifaceted eyes glinting with a sinister light. Suddenly, it leaped on a master titanium, launching a frenzied assault, its 8 legs moving with such speed they left afterimages. The hissing sound of corrosive acid accompanied her maniacal laughter. Old fool, your era should have ended alongside the ancestors. The fate of miners is to be crushed into energy blocks, and you shall be no exception. The celestial adversary plunged his cosmic blade into the ground, sending ripples of energy pulsing outward, sending the truck-shaped Aurelian flying. In the midst of violent upheaval, D16 was hurled against a metallic wall, witnessing his companion, Aurelian, buried beneath the collapsed ruins. His processor momentarily succumbed to blankness under the forceful impact. As smoke enveloped the air and metal debris rained down, Master Titan, Alita, and B-127 were firmly pinned to the ground by a cadre of silver sentinels, unable to break free. When D16 reopened his optical lens, he found the Overlord standing upon his cannon, the blade of the celestial edge piercing through the fissures in his chest armor, energy fluid oozing along the blade's edge. Do you think that equipping the progenitor's gear can grant you the power to defy me? The Overlord's optical lens flickered with a chilling blue light. A miner should embody the essence of a miner, and you are not even worthy to be called a mere substitute for the thunderous sovereign. With a sudden twist of the hilt, a piercing shriek of metal tearing echoed from D16's spark chamber. Yet, at that moment, a wave of intense unease washed over him. The Overlord, sensing danger, scanned his surroundings, only to witness the air before him ripple with unsettling distortion. The figure of the leader emerged from the void, wielding the Starblade imbued with the powers of order and destruction. With a swift swing, a fierce purple light cleaved through the air, trembling as it descended upon the Overlord. Just as the Overlord raised the celestial edge in an attempt to counter, he was effortlessly disarmed by the tip of the leader's blade. The wave of destructive energy cleaving through the structures behind him, causing metal to fall like shattered bones. The game was over. The leader's optical lens emitted an ominous purple glow. The Overlord's legs buckled, and he knelt, the condensation soaking the ground beneath him as he futilely retreated, realizing he had fallen into the shadow cast by the leader. The leader's fingertips grazed the Overlord's trembling faceplate. Now, let us discuss the authority you have pilfered. His visage no longer radiated the divine brilliance of a savior, but instead resembled an abyss that consumed the light. D16 struggled to rise, his orange optical lens fixated on the leader's overwhelming presence, feeling something within his spark shatter completely. Yet at that moment, he could think of nothing else but to rush to the ruins where Aurelian lay buried, digging with fervor. Pax, I will rescue you. Hold on, you must not die. His fingers plunged into the searing metallic wreckage, condensation mingling with energy fluid seeping from the joints, hissing upon the scorching steel. Pax, hold on. I know you are still alive. Each metal plate, he pried open, radiated a burning heat. Yet what truly sent chills through him was the encroaching coldness from within his spark chamber, when his fingertips brushed against an exceptionally heavy armor plate. The hydraulic system groaned under the strain. With a deafening sound of metal warping, he finally cleared the last obstacle. Aurelian's hand emerged from the crevice, the once familiar blue coating now marred by cracks. D16's processor suddenly flashed a holographic image, the same hand that had sworn an oath with him in the mine, clasping his in a vow, interlaced in the acid rain. You deceiver. His voice distorted abruptly. You promised to overthrow the Overlord with me. From beneath the ruins, a faint sound of metal scraping echoed, as the deformed chest armor of Orion suddenly flickered with a glimmer of blue light. It resembled the last beacon in a stormy night. The spark of D16 contracted violently, and electric sparks erupted from the joints of his arms. In that moment of bewilderment, the heavy steel plate he had lifted slipped from his fingers. Boom! The ground trembled violently from the sudden energy shock, causing the floor beneath to crack rapidly, and Orion's figure sank into the ruins. D16's optical lens abruptly narrowed, and in a daze, he beheld the phantom of Orion plummeting into the abyss, the spark within him igniting a pain akin to an explosion. No! He screamed as he lunged forward, grasping Orion's hand, their two forms descending together with the collapsing ground. Orion's fragmented body convulsed in the darkness, the blue glow of the spark chamber flickering weakly. D16 pulled him tightly into his embrace, one hand shielding his head to prevent further injury. They continued to fall, as if plummeting into an endless chasm, the metallic earth fracturing and contracting, seemingly welcoming them with open arms. D-16 cradled Orion's broken form, sensing the pulse of his spark weakening. Uncontrollable memories surged into his processor, and the mind collapsed. Orion shielded him from falling boulders, the blue optical lens flickering in the darkness. Miners never abandoned their comrades. During a racing event, when injured, Orion had unhesitatingly carried him to the finish line. Together, look at me. D-16's optical lens glowed an abnormal red, his voice processor distorting from overload. This is an order. I will not allow you. Suddenly, a blinding blue light erupted. D-16's roar was abruptly silenced as he beheld an awe-inspiring scene. The core of Cybertron radiated like a newborn star, emanating an overwhelming essence of life and divine power. Warm waves of energy enveloped their falling forms, as if the entire planet whispered, "Welcome home, my warriors." The shattered spark chamber of Orion resonated with this light, flickering weakly yet resolutely. In a daze, he glimpsed two gear-shaped phantoms emerging from the blue glow, entwined with chains, as if sealed sparks. Yet, when he reached out to touch them, the illusion suddenly vanished, leaving only the tremor of the spark chamber. Chapter 115. Prelude to the Reign of Darkness. Above the ruins of Iron Fortress, the smoke had yet to dissipate, and the red and blue figure of the leader stood atop the watchtower. The statue of the sky tyrant crumbled beneath his feet, the golden painted wreckage torn apart by the energy storm alongside fragments of metallic structures. The faint sweep of purple optical lenses instilled an oppressive sensation in the rebels, as if their sparks were extinguished like candle flames. Kneel. Those two words caused the joints of every Cybertronian in the square to emit a burdensome hum. The guards of the sky tyrant were the first to crumble. As their knee armor struck the ground, the metallic clash echoed like a funeral bell. Meanwhile, Elita, clutching a memory crystal, dashed swiftly towards the broadcasting station of Iron Fortress. In her heart, a singular thought prevailed. It was imperative for the citizens of Cybertron to learn of Unicron's treachery and the insidious flattery offered to the Quintessons. The doors of the broadcasting station swung open before her, and Alita inserted the memory crystal into the playback device, unveiling a long-buried history. The evidence was irrefutable. Unicron's betrayal of the 13 Primes, his conspiracy to offer Cybertron's energy cores to the Quintessons. As the broadcast commenced, the denizens of Cybertron exchanged shocked glances, an undercurrent of outrage rapidly spreading amongst them. Unicron had not only betrayed the 13 Primes at Cybertron, but had also stolen our transformation gears. Alita's voice trembled with righteous indignation. We are not inherently a gearless class. The miners bowed their heads, staring at their vacant gear slots, as cleansing fluid suddenly streamed from their optical sensors. Betrayer. The entirety of Cybertron was engulfed in a fervor of condemnation. The multifaceted eyes of the arachnid leader glimmered maniacally, corrosive fluid dripping from her raised appendages. Yet freezing the moment their leader cast his gaze upwards. One by one, her spider legs snapped, as if an invisible force pressed her into the earth. The leader's foot crushed Unicron's cosmic blade, the metal beneath him emitting a mournful cry of fracture. His star sword had long since dissipated. Now his outstretched fingers conjured dark purple energy that coiled around Unicron's throat like a living entity, suspending the former leader in midair. You have sullied the glory of the Primes with your lies. The leader's voice was a mere whisper, yet it silenced the entire battlefield. Now, it is time for your spark to atone. The dark purple energy slithered like a venomous serpent above Unicron's spark chamber, yet it hesitated to deliver the final blow. I can pledge my loyalty, Unicron pleaded in vain, kicking his legs futilely, a broken electronic sound escaping his voice modulator. The leader's optical sensors flickered for a moment, revealing a glimmer of struggling blue within the depths of the purple light. He suddenly scoffed, releasing his grip, allowing Unicron to crash heavily to the ground. His optical sensors flashing with mockery. Loyalty? He bent down, gripping Unicron's chin, his fingertips pressing so forcefully that they nearly contorted it. You have long since deleted even the code of fidelity. In the distance, D-16 emerged from a fissure in the ground, cradling the gravely injured Orion amidst a surge of blue energy. The core's azure glowed, gently caressing Orion's shattered chest plate. D-16's fingertips were coated with energy fluid, trembling as he hesitated to apply pressure, as if fearing to shatter a fragile dream. "Hold on," his voice rasped, sounding foreign to him. "We promised to change Cybertron together. You cannot abandon me." Orion's spark flickered feebly, as if in response. The power of Primus still safeguarded his warrior. D16, in a sudden surge of urgency, grasped his wrist. The blue optical sensor reflecting the distorted image of his dearest friend. "Do not become what we despise most." D16's trembling abruptly froze. He looked down at his hands, which should have held a mining pick, now stained with Orion's energy fluid. Amidst the radiance of Primus, the gears of the star Screamer resonated within his chest, sounding like a clarion call. He grasped Orion's hand once more, and the brilliance within the optical lens gradually returned to its original amber hue. The leader's peripheral vision swept across the scene, suddenly curling into a playful smirk. "However, I can offer you an opportunity." He relinquished his hold, allowing the fallen to collapse onto the ground. "From this day forth, you shall remain the leader of Cybertron." The fallen's optical lens abruptly ignited, yet froze entirely upon hearing the subsequent words. A mere mouthpiece. The leader placed a foot upon his chest plate, grinding the metal with a creaking sound. "Without an army, devoid of decision-making power, anyone can command you." He lowered his voice, reminiscent of a devil's whisper. "I shall let all of Cybertron witness how the false god is reduced to mere vermin." The wings of Starscream trembled at a high frequency amidst the clouds. He watched as the fallen was dragged away like a limping mechanical dog by the silver sentinels, while the leader did not deign to cast a second glance. "What a pity, Lord Fallen," he deliberately called out in a saccharine tone, executing a backward maneuver in flight. "Do you require my guidance on how to clean the battleship's portholes?" The audio signal of Soundwave abruptly pierced through his communication link. The message cold as steel, provoking the newly established authority is foolish. Starscream's smile froze upon his face. He abruptly turned, locking eyes with the leader's gaze, where his own reflection revealed a grim future of having his wings torn asunder. He instantly retracted his bravado, increasing engine power to flee the scene. He would never admit to his cowardice. He simply wished to return to the secret base to deliberate on future plans. "I had thought you would eliminate the fallen." Master Titanium interposed before the leader, his optical lens flickering with curiosity and concern. The leader's gaze drifted toward D16, where a silver figure exchanged a smile with a blue and red silhouette, the cannon retracting slowly into its arm. A sardonic grin crept across his lips. Death only begets martyrs. He observed the former leader, now besieged by the crowd, cowering in a corner with his head cradled in his arms, even the most menial of miners daring to spit electrolyte at him, and living to face judgment. The leader's voice, rare in its weariness, conveyed the essence of true atonement. Master Titanium's concern only deepened, his gaze falling upon the flickering purple light upon the leader's armor. "Continue wielding this power, and you shall sink deeper still." The purple light in the leader's optical lens brightened, as if possessed by some higher dimensional entity. Looking down with disdain upon Master Titanium's visage, his voice turned frigid as ice, the remnants of Primus. His vocal apparatus suddenly faltered, the optical lens swirling with a violent interplay of purple and blue, ultimately struggling to utter, either depart or perish. Master Titanium's silhouette gradually receded, and the leader slowly withdrew his gaze. He sought to ascertain whether Cybertron could indeed escape this cycle of fate, even if it meant becoming a vessel of darkness. In Iron Fortress Square, a cadre of silver soldiers forced the dissenters to kneel upon the ground. The leader, clad in red and blue armor, stood atop the newly reconstructed tower of the Iron Fortress, the dark purple energy coursing beneath the cracks in his chest plate like veins, coldly surveying the Cybertronians prostrated below. The essence of a leader lies in delight. Bow down, rebel. Whether weep or roar, your struggles illuminate the most radiant sparks. Cybertron requires purification. The voice of the Overlord reverberates through every metallic surface via full-frequency broadcasts, revealing a gnashing of teeth that betrays the resentment and fury of the oppressed. As the mouthpiece of leadership, he possesses no right to refuse. Henceforth, all arm modules must be surrendered to the High Council, with energy distribution centrally coordinated. Amidst the kneeling crowd, sporadic cries arise as transformation gears are ruthlessly extracted. A young, large purple mech struggles to lift his head, the blue optics reflecting the distorted image of the leader. You claim to purify Cybertron, yet insist on extracting transformation gears for inspection. He, belonging to the noble class endowed with transformation gears, is loath to relinquish his former identity and status. The leader's fingertip gently touches his chest. Dark purple energy slithering in like a serpent into the transformation gear. Purification demands a price. His scream abruptly ceases as the transformation gear is forcefully stripped away, gently resting in the leader's palm. Only the purest spark is worthy of welcoming the new order. The leader's voice, chillingly calm, proclaims, "Rebels shall forever lose their transformation gears." With a crack, the gear crumbles into powder within the leader's grasp, scattering like dust above the heads of the prostrate crowd. The dome of Cybertron is enveloped in an energy shield, the gear-shaped defensive array slowly rotating along its orbit, slicing the stellar light into cold geometric patches. Atop the tower, the Overlord's hands are shackled, the gold and blue plating dim like rusted iron, the other end of the chains embedded in the throne's base. He is forced to kneel at the leader's feet, the titles of advisors on the data panel flickering with ironic red light. "Advisor, please assess the Cybertron dome proposal." The leader's tone laced with mockery. The Overlord's fingertips twitch on the data panel, encrypted frequencies quietly spilling forth. It is the plea for help he sent to the Red Spider the previous night. Once the deputy of the Prime, he has always held the key to the highest encrypted communications. "Soundwave, I require the coordinates of the dome's vulnerabilities." He frantically sends encrypted signals within his neural module, all the while feigning a smile as he adjusts the holographic sand table. The lockdown protocol has enveloped the periphery of Cybertron. Even the watchtower's pulse detection cannot penetrate. "You have overlooked this." Suddenly, the leader grips the back of his neck, pressing his face towards a corner of the sand table, which displays the mocking message from the Red Spider sent the previous night. "Your distress signal is quite adorable, like a rusty gear stuck in a pile of scrap." Squeaking away, the joints of the Overlord creak in humiliation and rage. Yet he hears the leader chuckling near the audio receiver. "Did you think the Red Spider would save you? He would rather turn your remains into a welcome mat." End of text. Irreverent skit. Today's headlines from Cybertron Shock. Former leader Overlord reduced to window washer. The Red Spider hastily ordered non-slip mats at the site of window cleaning operations at the Iron Fortress Energy Station. The Sky Enemy, gritting his teeth as he wiped the porthole, muttered to himself, "One day, I shall cram your spark chambers into the waste compactor." The Red Spider, perched elegantly atop the battleship, brandished a camera and exclaimed, "My esteemed Sky Enemy, your window cleaning posture lacks elegance. Would you like me to teach you the art of transforming a cloth?" Soundwave, emerging from the shadows, played an encrypted recording. "Red Spider, what are the non-slip mats you wagered last month?" Leader? With a sudden flap of his wings, the Red Spider shifted to a serious demeanor. "I shall oversee the energy block inventory." Soundwave, cease your slander. He ignited his engines and fled swiftly. The leader, gazing coldly from a distant tower, rubbed a purple transforming gear between his fingers. It is far more amusing to fatten them before the kill. D16, dragging the recently awakened Orion past, deliberately knocked over an energy barrel. "Pax, behold, this is what we call poetic justice." The cleaning liquid splashed all over the Sky Enemy. Orion, weakly rubbing his forehead, protested. "D, must you be so childish?" He was forcibly pulled away by D16. Master Titanium shook his head with a sigh, cautiously navigating the chaos strewn across the ground. Cybertronian pills. Chapter 116. The gears of Dark Dominion. The skies of Cybertron remained shrouded beneath a defensive array of gears. The light of the stars dimmed to a pallor as it passed through the energy shield. On the streets, silver sentinels patrolled in formation, their breastplates equipped with scanners that indiscriminately pierced the gear slots of every passerby. Those vacant recesses were the mark of the new order. Since the leader enacted the Purification Act, all Cybertronians' innate transforming gears were forcibly excised and locked away in the Iron Fortress vault, while weapon modules were melted down to form the pillars of shame in the plaza. Resources were equally divided, class extinguished. This was the true essence of equality. The voice of the leader's aide echoed through the metal surface via full-frequency broadcast. Yet, the Cybertronians in the plaza lowered their gazes to their hollow chests, the tremors of their spark chambers harboring a silent query. If equality demands the sacrifice of self, how is it different from shackles? As Master Titanium's unicorn form traversed the plaza, his iron claws struck sparks against the ground, and none dared to obstruct him. While Orion and D-16 bore the scars of their battle against the sky enemy, their chests adorned with the leader's bestowed pardon medals, akin to two energy blocks lodged in their throats, neither swallowable nor spit-out able. In the blue optics of Orion reflected the shadow of the tower. He stopped the leader who was about to turn away. You spoke of creating equality, yet why do they, he gestured toward the cowering, gearless miners in the plaza, still lack the right to choose their own work? The leader's gaze swept over Orion's pardon medal, his fingertips twitching slightly as he looked at the group designated as miners. A knowing smile gracing his lips. Transforming gears are the source of division. The nobility flaunt their transforming forms with them, while the miners use them to escape reality. Only through severance can the spark return to its purity. D-16's optics flushed red with indignation. You lie. You retain the gears of the sky enemy S-guards merely to have them act as executioners. He abruptly tore open his chest armor. The gears of the azure sky roaring in their grooves. Why not carve this contraption out as well? Afraid that your hypocritical mask might be unveiled? The leader's figure suddenly loomed closer, a purple lightning coiling around D-16's throat. Your gears are merely experimental samples. I wish to witness whether the so-called hero becomes more grotesque when engulfed by darkness than the sky enemy himself. With a casual flick, he cast aside D-16 and turned to Orion, his tone unexpectedly gentle. And you, how long can you maintain this innocence? Orion steadied the staggering D-16, his gaze penetrating the cracks in the leader's armor, where another faint, struggling azure spark flickered. He shall not fall, nor shall I. Determination and tenacity shimmered in his optical lens. Innocence. Do you believe that mere O's can resist the corrosion of darkness? The leader's voice turned ominous, as if a dangerous resonance trembled within his skull. Look at those former miners. Grant them but a modicum of power, and their inner desires will be magnified infinitely. Orion frowned and took a step back, yet his gaze remained fixed on the leader's optical lens. So you employ the same means to excise the gears? What distinguishes you from the sky enemy? He straightened his chest. The freedom of the spark was never attained through deprivation. The leader's optical lens flared with a brilliant violet light, grasping Orion by the neck and lifting him. Freedom? He scoffed, gesturing toward the sky enemy lurking in the shadow of the tower. That wretch once proclaimed freedom, only to end up kneeling and licking the tentacles of the five-faced monstrosity. Dark energy coiled around Orion's spark chamber like a venomous serpent. Let me see how long your spark can endure this corrosion. D-16's right arm swiftly transformed into a cannon, the hum of charging energy accompanied by a roar. Release him, you scum. Without glancing back, the leader unleashed an energy barrier, sending D-16 hurtling away. Anger, fear, and hypocritical hope. You're far more suited to be my test subject than Orion. He released Orion, his gaze settling on D-16's chest. Enjoy the shackles of a hero, miner. Master Titanium pressed his palm against the ground, metal particles vibrating with the energy fluctuations. The lament of the 13 ancestors, the encrypted frequencies of the sky enemy. And the leader's dark pulses ultimately converged into a coordinate pulse. The storage facility lay within the subterranean void of Iron Fortress Stadium. His palm trembled from overload. When the sky enemy excavated the Cybertronian veins, they sealed the plundered gears and ancestral relics within the confession chamber, where Primus's last barrier resided. Alita stepped forward, her pink armor shimmering in the dim mine. Master Titanium, are the pulse coordinates truly reliable? The sky enemy did not merely seal gears. They also concealed ancestral relics. If the leader finds them first, B-127's hand blade flickered excitedly, his optical lens gleaming. If we were to acquire the relics first, could we not shatter the tower directly with them? Just as I cleaved open the broadcast station's door with my energy blade last time. He mimicked the slicing motion, nearly toppling the mine cart behind him. D-16 crossed his arms with a scoff. Spare me, little beetle. If the relics were truly there, the sky enemy would have long since used them against us. He turned to Orion. What do you say, Pikes? Orion silently stroked the emblem of absolution upon his chest, the blue optical lens reflecting the azure glow of the pulse graph. Even if the sacred artifact were absent from the gear repository, its existence was inevitable. Suddenly, he raised his head, his gaze burning with intensity as he looked at Alita. Do you recall the leader's words that the shedding of gears is necessary to purify the spark? He fears our reclamation of our true forms. Alita abruptly tore off the emblem of absolution, declaring that he would witness firsthand how the miner's spark could pierce through his ironclad decrees. B-127 leaped to Alita's side. Count me in. His smile radiated confidence. Yet, a flicker of concern passed through Aorion's optical lens. If these gears were removed, would the leader's dominion collapse? No. The optical lens of Master Titanium dimmed like a dying star, yet it served to remind the Cybertronians that we were meant to be free. Master Titanium's clawed foot traversed the mine's rocky walls, the former miners cowering at the tunnel's end, their gear slots resembling hollow eye sockets bereft of optical lenses. Staring vacantly at this ancient relic, Master Titanium, the current days are not so bleak. The old miner caressed the weld scar upon his chest, grateful that he no longer had to toil ceaselessly in the mines and could explore new endeavors. His vocalizer suddenly faltered as Aurion unveiled the gear slot beneath his emblem of absolution, revealing a transformation gear that should have been excised. If the new order were indeed as flawless as the leader claimed, Aorion's voice echoed in the cavern. Why retain our transformation gears? The minor spark chambers began to resonate, and Alita seized the opportunity to project a hologram. The prison of the supreme enemy, the melted weapons and equipment, and the surging dark energy from the tower's crevices until the image froze on the Cybertron map, where the gear repository lay buried deep underground, pulsating with light. Can we truly reclaim our transformation gears? The body of G09 trembled with excitement. However, images of patrolling sentinels flickered rapidly in his mind, filled with apprehension, but the leader's sentinels. D16's fist struck the rock wall, sending a shower of sparks flying. That madman is preoccupied with tormenting the supreme enemy. Who has time to concern themselves with the worms in the underground caverns? He yanked G09's arm, crushing the emblem of absolution into powder. Would one remain as scrap metal for eternity, or take a gamble? Aurion looked at the others with hopeful anticipation. As long as we unite, we shall undoubtedly succeed. The cavern fell into silence until the first rusted pickaxe was raised, and a nobleman squeezed through the crowd, his optical lens shining with a glimmer of hope. Hey, Aurion, I want to join. The wings of the red spider sliced through the clouds, the purple emblem on its wings glinting mockingly in the sunlight. The ranks of the Supreme Guardians surged toward the square like a swarm of locusts, the roar of engines causing the metallic ground to tremble with debris. The Cybertronians in the square scattered in all directions, leaving only the supreme enemy curled in the shadow of the throne, its chain-bound body hunched and resembling discarded scrap due to the depletion of energon. The red spider landed gracefully, its cannon clanging against the supreme enemy's sunken chest plate. "Oh, great leader! How could you have lost even the transformation gears?" The deliberately elongated tone of his voice was like a poisoned dagger, provoking laughter from the Supreme Guardians behind him. The deep blue optical lens of the celestial enemy suddenly contracted, the shackles emitting a sharp, clattering sound from the struggle. The red spider, however, pressed a foot onto his shoulder guard and tossed a memory crystal into the air. The crystal unfurled a holographic projection mid-flight, the crimson terms of the agreement piercing the gaze of all present. The Supreme Guardian possesses the prerogative to execute the traitor, the celestial enemy. This was indeed the military alliance agreement you personally signed back in the day. The red spider's wings trembled dangerously, the cannon's muzzle pressed against the celestial enemy's head. Did you ever expect that your most despised lackey could now determine whether your spark would be fed to the furnace or ground to dust? Enough. The voice from the throne cut through the red spider's performance like ice. The leader's red and blue figure loomed in the shadows, the only illumination coming from the purple light of the optical lens, flickering like a serpent's tongue. The right to execute belongs to you, but the rules are mine to set. His fingertips lightly tapped the armrest, the crisp sound of metal colliding causing the red spider's wings to tense instantly. The red spider's sycophantic smile froze upon his face. He recalled the days prior when the leader had effortlessly gripped his throat, rendering him incapable of even raising his cannon. That overwhelming force made resistance seem the most absurd of jokes. As he stepped back, the sound wave surged forward, and the arm guard projected a holographic map. The list of spoils now included the coordinates of the celestial enemy's hidden transformation gear repository. The leader's gaze swept the map, a hint of derision curling his lips. Want it? Go dig up yourself. Chapter 117. The Undercurrent's Rift. The call of the core, the red spider stepped out of the celestial enemy's prison, a smirk on his lips. While behind him sat the leader on the ground, a shadow of his former grandeur and pride. Ecstatic, he strode towards the information officer hidden in the shadows. Soundwave. He hurled the memory crystal forward, exclaiming, "There are good things mixed into the celestial enemy's gear repository." Celestial enemy encrypted log. Extraction of the Cybertronian transformation, gear awaiting activation. Storage coordinates. Iron Fortress Underground Warehouse Zone B. Soundwave's red optical lens scanned the data, his tone devoid of emotion. Priority retrieval. The rumors about the celestial enemy's gear repository hiding primordial sacred artifacts made the red spider's wings tremble with agitation as he surveyed the holographic map of the storage facility. How much do you think that mad leader knows? Soundwave played back the encrypted recording, a resonance of whispers between the leader and the Cosmic Emperor. The Savior's game possesses an intriguing script. The red spider stomped his foot, frustration evident in his voice. I knew that lunatic knew everything. The red light of Soundwave's visor flickered slightly, should it fall into the leader's hands. The storage facility's door required identity authentication, and a glimmer of cunning flashed in the red spider's optical lens. However, someone will assist us in opening it. Soundwave silently intercepted the miner's communication frequency, synchronizing the coordinates with the red spider. The leader's dark dominion enveloped Cybertron like a web. As Master Titanium led the miners into the depths of the earth, he observed the pulsing anomalies on the surveillance screen. Deep within the tower's secret chamber, the Star Sword floated within a repair pod, purple mist seeping from its cracks, coalescing into the phantom of the Cosmic Emperor. The golden gear pupils slowly rotated, emitting a delightful tremor. You seal off Cybertron because you fear their awakening, do you not? The apparition of the Cosmic Emperor bared its gear-shaped fangs. The spark of a lion once resonated deep within the Earth's core. Can you guess what Primus conveyed to him? The leader cast a fleeting glance at the specter of the Cosmic Emperor, remaining silent. The phantom's gear-like mouth parted, emitting a voice that the leader knew all too well. It was his own anguished cry from the moment of defeat in the Mother Universe. You cannot save them, just as you could not save Master Titanium. The illusion unfolded, revealing the spark's source shattering in his embrace, while the remains of his comrades were dragged into the abyss by the tentacles of the Cosmic Emperor. The leader's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists, thrusting the Star Sword violently towards the apparition. Silence. This time it is different. Of course it is different. The voice of the Cosmic Emperor turned suddenly serpentine and gentle. Last time you held on a hope, but now you have deceived even yourself. The purple mist flowed back along the sword's blade, seeping into the cracks of his chest plate. Within the spark chamber, a flicker of azure light struggled to shine. It was gradually consumed by encroaching darkness. You are far more suited to be my puppet than the celestial adversary. The whispers slithered up the sword into the spark chamber, dark energies gnawing at his sanity. Your murmurs are more irritating than rust. The leader's fingertips pierced the fissures of his chest plate, forcibly extracting a strand of dark energy entwined with the spark. He crushed the purple energy in his palm, but the apparition of the Cosmic Emperor coalesced into a miniature projection on the ground. You are but a pitiable observer. The Cosmic Emperor's derisive laughter resonated with the hum of the Star Sword, testing the resilience of civilizations under high pressure. How hypocritical. Silence. The leader struck the apparition with a punch, yet the purple mist once more infiltrated the spark chamber through his fingers. He recalled the failures he had endured. Due to a moment of weakness, Cybertron had succumbed to eternal oblivion. Regret had long since transformed into a venomous fire, burning through his spark. Amidst the agony, he perceived a dual hallucination. One was the Cosmic Emperor's seduction. You are destined to be my vessel. The other was a call that pierced directly to his spark. What are you truly afraid of? The leader pressed down on the rampaging spark chamber. Purple energy, liquid, seeping from the corners of his mouth. Elita crouched by the vent, the pink wheels turning silently. 3 guards ahead, scanning frequency every 12 seconds. B-127. It is your turn. The beetle-like form of B-127 transformed with a series of clicks, a battle mask covering its foolish grin. Watch me. It scuttled on all fours, swiftly kicking over an energy barrel, just as the guard scanners turned towards the source of the noise. He curled into a ball and rolled into the shadows. The guards, having found nothing, declared, "Alarm deactivated." Master Titanium's beast form raced along the wall. Energy surging with electricity to breach the gate. Move quickly. The pulse display shows 43 seconds remaining for refresh. Orion grabbed D16's hand. "Stay behind me. Any aggressive intent will trigger the defense system." D16, taut with tension, replied, "I do not need protection." His orange optics caught sight of the ancestral inscription on the gate of the gear repository, suddenly freezing. The inscription inscribed with orange optics began to fracture, revealing a red frequency. This is the record of the execution of the Titan, as Alita's fingers traced the cracks of the inscription. The Titan, having betrayed, recoiled as if struck by an electric jolt, his voice suppressing fury. The enemy dares to alter even history. Aurelian clenched his hand around D16, their optical lenses locking in a gaze, hope and anger igniting like opposing energies. The orange-red light in D16's lens forcibly coalesced back into orange. Alita abruptly pushed open the grand door, the resonance of gears sweeping through the mineshaft like a tempest. "Cybertronians, come reclaim what is yours." Master Titanium's beastly claws emitted arcs of blue and purple lightning, energy pulses spreading like a web deep into the rock strata. This ripple, carrying the frequency of the minor spark, surged through the ancient energy veins of Cybertron, piercing straight to the core of the planet. Dark purple energy seeped from the fissures of the leader's spark chamber, once again coalescing into the apparition of the Cosmic Emperor. "Are you still engaged in the Savior's charade?" The spectral gear pupil mocked as it contracted. Returning the gears to them, and then personally shattering hope is indeed an intriguing script. The leader shattered the apparition with a punch, his breath mingling with electronic static. "Silence. I require no accolades from you." Suddenly, the surveillance screen behind him erupted in blue light, the pulse rippling across the screen and exploding into countless specks of light. Transformed gears soared towards the hollows in the miners' chests, the blue energy entwining with electric currents rapidly restructuring their forms, their vibrant armor rejuvenating them. They gazed at one another in astonishment at their remarkable transformations. Some unfurled, striking wing-like appendages, while others eagerly shifted into their alternate forms, radiant smiles illuminating their visors. In the chamber of the high tower, the air was thick with a purple mist, trembling as if scorched, the Cosmic Emperor's phantom reassembling upon the metallic walls. "But you yearn for my power, do you not?" His tendrils ensnared the leader's star sword. "Allow chaos to engulf the dying struggles of those ants, and you shall become a true god." The violet light in the leader's optical lens surged, the blade emitting a mournful cry of metal fracturing. Aurelian on the surveillance screen suddenly turned towards the camera, the depths of his blue optics glowing with a frequency resonating with Master Titanium's pulse. In that instant, the agony within the leader's spark chamber reached its zenith, as if two hands were tearing at his core code. One a claw, burning with the blue light of the core, the other a tendril, corroded by the Cosmic Emperor. He staggered, gripping the control panel, his fingertips inadvertently triggering the encrypted frequency of the Red Spider. The cold laughter of the Red Spider seeped from the decrypted data. "Wait for that madman to be consumed by darkness, Cybertron." The whispers of Master Titanium, light as smoke, faded, the brilliance of his optical lens dimming to near extinction. The faint blue light of the star sword overlapped with Aurelian-esque glow, akin to the heartbeat of Fate's cycle. An unusual tremor resonated from the ground, and at that moment, D16's combat module emitted a sharp buzz. An ambush! He dragged Aurelian towards cover as the soundwave cannon grazed the head sculpture, scorching the metallic floor. The storage room was suddenly filled with piercing alarms, the defense system automatically activating its weaponry. The Supreme Guardians surged from all directions, the explosions of artillery shells creating immense shockwaves behind them. "Thank you for leading the way, you miners." The maniacal laughter of the Red Spider rang out harshly amidst the blasts, as his cannon deliberately veered off course, the energy beams grazing the heads of the workers. "Now, hand over the transformation gears. Those are ours." Orium could not help but shout from behind cover. It was unfortunate that the Red Spider passed overhead. They should pray to Primus. The onslaught of the Supreme Guardians and the defensive systems poured down relentlessly, shaking the entire underground, with debris continually falling, and the storage facility trembling violently. The sound waves observed coldly, scanning the tunnel structure in secret, and subsequently issued a warning. Tunnel resonance frequency. Danger level. Evacuation recommended. Continue the attack. The Red Spider skillfully maneuvered through the falling rocks, insisting that no one retreat. Under the intense bombardment, the group could only flee in a panic. Master Titanium's beastly claws embedded themselves into the stone wall, energy pulses spreading like a spider's web. While the defensive systems of the storage facility instantly locked down, halting the weaponry's assaults. Now's our chance. Retreat to the storage facility. As they withdrew, Elita glanced back at the metal door that could not be closed and immediately transformed, darting towards the left side of the door. B-127. Sever the right hinge of the gate. The tires of the pink motorcycle crushed over the rusted tracks, sparks tracing arcs in the darkness. B-127's combat visor popped out with a click, his movements swift and agile, evading laser projectiles while racing towards the metal door. Seeing this, Orium raised a discarded armor plate as a shield to block the energy projectiles firing from afar, covering fire. The D-16's body transformed rapidly with a series of metallic sounds. Its heavy tracks grinding over the rubble, cannon aiming upward at the top of the stone wall. Taste this. Energy beams swept in succession, causing debris to rain down from above, disrupting the offensive of the Supreme Guardians. Silver flashes appeared as the metal door of the storage facility crashed down with the sound of breaking hinges, severing the pursuing guards and Supreme Guardians. Yet their assault did not cease. The Red Spider's screams and the sounds of artillery continued, shaking the entire storage facility. Their SA mine tunnel. Orium grasped D-16, pointing towards the dark abyss deeper within. Upon entering the mine tunnel, they soon realized it was no ordinary passage. It was an intricate web of countless abandoned tunnels. Even Master Titanium could not assure which one would lead to an exit. Nevertheless, it was their only hope of escape. Orium suddenly pressed against his chest plate, sensing the pulse of the earth surging through his armor into his spark, followed by the rock walls illuminating with a blue glow. D-16 immediately pulled Orium back, exclaiming, "That madman is definitely monitoring us." His optical visor flickered with alertness, the cannon glowing red from overheating. The blue light surged ahead beneath their feet, as if guiding them towards some mysterious destination. "Leader, what are you planning to do?" Deep confusion and concern surfaced in Orium's optical visor. The voice of Master Titanium suddenly resonated behind them. "To the core of the earth, he awaits you." The layers of rock emitted a deep, sighing hum, and beneath Orion and D-16, the ground abruptly vanished, leaving them no time to react before they were engulfed by a colossal wave of blue and white light. Master Titanium gazed thoughtfully at the space where they had just been, his voice rich with emotion. "You have finally chosen new warriors." Elita, captivated by the momentary brilliance, failed to notice the absence of the other two and shrugged her shoulders in resignation. B-127, curious, darted around the spot where they had vanished. But the rock layers showed no response. "What should we do now?" he asked nervously, glancing left and right. Behind them, countless optical lenses shimmered with hope. Chapter 118. Symphony of Destiny. Deep within Cybertron, the blue light of the planet's core flowed like liquid stars. Orion and D-16 floated at the center of this sea of light. The projection of the 12 primordial sparks revolved slowly like a stellar ring, cloaking their armor in a shimmering glow. Orion Pax, the first of the awakened, raised his hand to unveil an illusion. The leader's star sword pierced the core of Cybertron, dark purple energy entwining itself like vines around the source of the sparks. If saving the darkness requires sacrificing oneself, can your spark endure? Orion's blue optics gazed upon the apocalyptic scene, the resonant hum of the sparks echoing like a multitude of cries for help. "I am willing to burn everything," he declared, pressing his hand against his armor, his voice penetrating the ripples of the energy sea, even if, in the end, only a faint echo remains. On the surveillance screen within the tower's chamber, Orion's figure was consumed by the blue light of the core. The leader's fingertip traced the screen, the cracked reflection of the star sword casting a half-lit visage of himself. "Finally, we have reached this point," he murmured, as a sliver of azure light struggled to leap from the depths of the spark chamber, only to be subdued once more by the encroaching purple mist. The phantom of the Cosmic Emperor seeped from the blade, its gear-like pupils mocking him as they constricted. You manipulate their fates like mere puppets, yet dare not acknowledge that you are already mired in the quagmire. The leader silently observed the twin modules glowing within the core, memories invading his processor like a virus. The spark's source shattered before his eyes, the remnants of his comrades dragged into the abyss by the tendrils of the Cosmic Emperor. You cannot save them. The dying Master Titanium clenched his hand, energy fluid seeping from his cracked armor. Next time, do not bear it all alone. The leader's knuckles cracked as he watched the figures of Orion and D-16 overlap with his own memories on the surveillance screen. This time, you must advance together. He closed his optics, allowing the dark energy to surge within the spark chamber. The purple mist transformed into chains that constricted his armor. Yet a near self-mocking smile appeared on his lips. D-16 glimpsed another layer of illusion, the leader's purple light engulfing Cybertron. While his cannon was aimed at Orion and the leader, the barrel trembling as it charged. Whom will your fury sear? The question of sharp sky echoed through the sea of light. Enough of this. D-16 shattered the illusion with a punch. Salvation? Sacrifice? I, along with Pixis, shall not allow you to toy with us. A fleeting glimpse of Orion, nearly consumed by the azure light, struck me with a dull pain akin to a pickaxe's blow. Foolish Pixis, cease your delusions of heroism. Gripping Orion's wrist and meeting those stubborn blue optics stirred memories of the spotlight, illuminating our path during the mine's collapse. D-16 felt a surge of anger. Listen, I will tear the mad leader's gears apart. Clenching his fists, the orange glow of the optics flared with his fury, determined to wrench Cybertron from this twisted order. Orion was momentarily dumbfounded as a long sigh echoed through the sea of star cores. The blue light coalesced into the colossal silhouette of Primus, who loomed over us. With a gentle touch, two legendary relics, the leadership modules, emerged from the sea of light. One shimmered in a vibrant blue, reminiscent of a nascent spark, while the other blazed a fiery red like a furnace's core, both adorned with chain-like patterns of energy. Primus, have you chosen us? Orion's voice trembled with excitement. As his fingertips brushed against the blue module, the core's azure light surged, as if the very essence of the planet's sparks ignited within his chest. Suddenly, the leader's star sword trembled, and instead of chaotic purple mist, a blue pulse from the core flowed from its cracks. He pressed against his chest plate, as if he could hear Primus whispers. The seduction of Primus, the Cosmic Emperor, continued unabated. You speak of purification, yet strip them of their choice. The gears reflected the leader's hunched silhouette. What distinguishes this from the order I bestow? The star sword abruptly plummeted, its blade embedding into the ground, blue and purple energies radiating from the fissures. At least my orders still harbor sparks. The leader straightened his back, his voice crackling with energy. Sparks? The specter suddenly closed in. You are more hypocritical than the fallen. The purple mist coalesced into talons. Constricting the leader's throat, he openly plays the dog, while you pretend to be divine. Their optics locked for a moment, and the leader chuckled softly, his fingertips gliding over the surveillance screen, depicting the fallen's curled prison. Without extreme oppression, how would they ever learn to shatter their cages? Deep within the core, Primus Spectre gazed down upon the twin sparks. Your bond shall rewrite the predetermined annihilation. As his fingertips made contact, the energy of the blue module surged through Orion's armor. A vast stream of data flooding into his neural module. He beheld the miner's vacant gear slots, the fallen's declaration of vengeance from his prison, and the purple mist seeping from the leader's star sword. The final image freezing on Master Titanium, leading the former miners in evading the High Guardian's pursuit. Just as D-16's fingertips grazed the crimson module, the energy chains suddenly tightened, forcibly binding him to Orion's wrist. Release me, he exclaimed, his temper flaring as he tugged at the chains. Orion quickly grasped his hand, half-jokingly remarking, now we can never be separated. D-16 hesitated, the sparks within him flaring uncontrollably for a brief moment. In a fleeting moment, he beheld the leader shattering the celestial blade of the archenemy, while the red spider soared through the clouds, its wings glistening. The encrypted coordinates deciphered by the Sonic Tape Legion revealed a multitude of chaotic data, ultimately unveiling the countless hands that Orion had extended towards him. Suddenly, the leader's ignition chamber erupted in excruciating pain. dark purple energy receding like a tide to reveal a fleeting pure blue light. Now was the moment. He forcefully severed his energy link with the Cosmic Emperor, infusing the last vestige of his conscious will into the core pulse. The power of the module required resonance. With a delicate touch of the God Primus's fingertips, two modules burst forth with blinding light. As the blue module integrated with Orion's chest, the core's luminous sea surged violently. The azure energy's arcs entwined around his frame, rust and dust dissipating in an instant, while his chest armor transformed into a sleek, aerodynamic shell, the observation window gleaming like a prism, faintly reflecting the silhouettes of the 12 primordials. His form ascended amidst the metallic symphony of reconfiguration, the gear joints producing a solemn metallic tremor, as if the ignition source had inscribed millennia of vigilance upon his spine. The instant the crimson module melded with the D-16 chest armor, the seams of the silver armor erupted with radiant light. Layered alloy armor coalesced from the shoulders to the chest, while crimson energy patterns coursed across the armor's surface like molten veins. His arms folded and ejected newly formed heavy cannon barrels, their obsidian metal surfaces reflecting the blue light of the star core, resonating with the tremors of charging energy and the low hum of the ignition source. His figure swelled within the flow of energy, akin to a tempered great blade. Even before it unleashed its edge, the oppressive force compelled the floating energy particles to retreat. The two energies converged at the heart of the core, stirring a silent tide. Orion's azure optics mirrored the ancient brilliance of the ignition source, while the D-16's crimson aura resembled an unquenchable furnace deep within the core. Their sparks, in the resonance of the modules, drew Orion's hand to gently press against the cannon's mouth, the energy flow binding the restless killing intent in chains of reason, while D-16's fingertips clasped Orion's wrist. The crimson patterns spread along the connection, imprinting the idealist's blueprint with the weight of reality. As the core's brilliance gradually dimmed, the dual sparks of the modules etched a covenant into the chaos, now deeply embedded within the armor. One gazed at the stars, while the other took root in darkness. Amidst the sound of interlocking gears, Cybertron's dawn quietly tore open the first fissure of eternal night. Now awaken Optimus Prime and Megatron. The Cosmic Emperor's roar shattered the glass of the repair chamber, yet the leader remained steadfast amidst the energy storm. You have lost. He gazed upon the dual brilliance of the modules within the core, purple mist seeping from the seams of the armor. Their sparks no longer required divine guidance. The fractures of the Star Sword were completely filled with blue light, its tip directed towards his ignition chamber. Are you mad? The specter of the Cosmic Emperor twisted and disintegrated. Without my power, you could not endure even a minute. That is sufficient. The leader's optics shed their final purple hue, revealing the deeply hidden azure, ample enough for them to forge a new future. Deep within the mind, the azure optical lens abruptly illuminated the surroundings. The damp metallic walls, seeping with rust-colored water from the crevices, bore witness to the weary breaths of friends curled up in the cramped cavern, as if everything within the Earth's core were merely a fleeting dream, until he cast his gaze downward. An azure module was embedded above his spark chamber, its energy patterns identical to those in his slumber. The irate voice of his companion echoed from behind, as the golden-orange module emitted a lava-like glow from the seams of his armor. This thing is jabbing my spark. D-16, now referred to as Megatron, irritably kicked aside the rubble beneath him, the optical lens casting an orange hue in the cave's dimness, the residual vibrations of energy pulses still resonating within his spark chamber. He glanced at the red and blue figure beside him, the flowing azure radiance on its chest plate overlapping with memories from the depths of the core. Those moments of forced resonance in the sea of light causing a slight tingling in the circuits beneath his armor. Orion, now known as Optimus Prime, locked eyes with Megatron, the two disparate frequencies of light silently clashing against the damp rock walls. Before Megatron could utter a word, Optimus's palm suddenly pressed against his lips. Hush! The metallic knuckles did not apply much pressure, yet they rendered Megatron's vocalizer momentarily silent. Without warning, the spark chamber trembled violently, as if it had been filled with an overloaded energy core. The wind outside the cave mingled with the sound of treads grinding over gravel, and Optimus's blue optical lens flickered, as if he had sensed something. He swiftly turned, the taut shoulder armor brushing against Megatron's chest plate, causing the accelerating energy conduits to ripple with azure light. Megatron's optical lens fixated on his profile, as condensation seeped through the gaps of Optimus's fingers into his joints, prompting Optimus to retract his hands swiftly, as if burned. At that moment, the modules on their chests pulsed in unison, akin to a bat's echolocation, projecting the coordinates of their adversaries directly onto their visual interface. Can this serve as a radar? Megatron raised an eyebrow, his voice lowered to a whisper. Optimus stared at the flowing code within the module, equally subdued in tone. It is the spark's resonance. It is teaching us how to wield power. The golden, orange, and azure beams suddenly intertwined into a spiral, silently piercing through the rock wall. In the distance, the silver sentinels froze collectively, the spark chambers experiencing a brief shutdown amidst the resonance, collapsing as if severed from their energy source. Megatron's orange optical lens flared to life. Intriguing, he mused, tracing the patterns on his chest plate, so we can now launch surprise attacks, interfere, and even reverse control. But Primus has decreed. Optimus pressed down on Megatron's eager hand. Only through our collaboration can we truly master it. Megatron feigned disdain, scoffing lightly. Then let us proceed together. He extended his fist towards Optimus, tilting his head slightly to regard him. First, gather Master Titanium and the others. Then we shall settle accounts with that purple-eyed lunatic. Optimus's fist gently met his own, a smile tinged with resignation. We are not here to end a long-exhausted tyranny. Beyond the rocky crevices, the beastly silhouette of Master Titanium glided across the night sky, as blue-violet arcs of lightning pierced through the dark clouds. The dawn of Cybertron was emerging, torn from the resonance of the twin sparks. Chapter 119. The Rebirth of the Spark. The dawn of eternal night monologue of the observer in the wellspring of the Mother Universe's spark source. Amidst the roiling sea of energy, a dazzling cluster of crystals suddenly formed within the core of the planet. A beam of azure light shattered the chaos, lifting the newly born spark, enveloped in primordial coating. This was the 13th leader, nurtured by the spark source for millennia. Master Titanium's voice trembled with reverence. He could not deny the arduous birth of this youngest brother. The crystal cluster split, weaving intricate patterns akin to spiderwebs, outlining the leader module in concert with the pulse emitted by the azure spark. Boom! The moment the leader module connected with the azure spark, the entire spark source well was engulfed in a surge of light. When Master Titanium's optical lens restored his vision, a red and blue figure stood at the mouth of the spark source. Embedded within his chest armor was the leader module, swirling with nebulous energy. Who am I? He lifted his head, and the azure optics reflected the gradually calming spark source. Master Titanium pressed down on his trembling shoulder armor, his voice akin to rusted gears. You are my final brother, the 13th Prime, Optimus Prime, the last leader of Cybertron. In the Iron Fortress Sanctum, Master Titanium's fingers brushed over the tattered pages of the prophecy book. The prophecy quill suddenly quaked violently, inscribing blood-red ancient Cybertronian script upon the pale pages. He shall walk in a darkness, bearing all alone, until Cybertron turns to ashes. With a soft thud, the prophecy quill fell to the ground. Though prophecies are irreversible, Master Titanium's optical lens brightened fiercely, his voice deep and resolute. But Primus never relinquishes even a glimmer of light. As the apocalypse loomed, the leader stood upon the remnants of the Mother Universe. Hurry! Master Titanium shielded the leader from the oncoming tendrils, energy fluid gushing from the pierced cracks in his chest armor. You are the brightest spark among us. His form dissipated in blue light, his voice transcending time and space. Do not let the darkness consume your pride. The core of the planet shattered under the claws of the Cosmic Emperor, azure shards scattering into the void. The shrill cries of the broken spark source still echoed in his ears, as his comrades' remains were dragged into the abyss by the tendrils of the Cosmic Emperor. The dying whispers of Master Titanium intertwined with the dark energy, tearing eternal rifts within his spark chamber. The leader knelt upon the ground, cradling 7 newly birthed sparks that shivered in his palm, trembling like sorrowful cries. Control must be maintained over everything, he mechanically repeated, sealing the 7 sparks within a quantum capsule. Otherwise, chaos would consume all possibilities. In the darkness of collapsing space, He silently endured the corrosive energy of the Cosmic Emperor seeping into the spark chamber, locking all pain deep within the recesses of memory. Dark purple energy coiled around the spark chamber like poisonous vines as the phantom of the Cosmic Emperor sneered within his consciousness. You cannot escape. You were born to be my vessel. Upon a lofty pinnacle of the Iron Fortress in the new cosmos, the leader gazes upon the gears of destiny, his fingertips ensnared within the fissures of his chest plate. If I must become a tyrant, let me be the sole target of darkness. As the resonance from the depths of Cybertron's core trembles the blade, the sparks of Optimus Prime and Megatron pulsate like twin stars, penetrating the strata to reach the high tower. Suddenly, an unfamiliar frequency inundates the leader's processor. The master of titanium from the mother universe delicately touches his chest plate, preserving a flicker of blue light with his final strength. You possess the purest spark. It shall keep you vigilant amidst the shadows. The vision abruptly fractures. The left eye reveals the surveillance screen of the high tower's chamber, Megatron dragging Optimus Prime through a storm of artillery. The right eye depicts the cataclysm of the mother universe's spark source, a self cradling a quantum capsule, rushing toward the collapsing space bridge. I do not require lucidity. The leader tightens his grip on the star's sword, pointing it towards his spark chamber, the blue energy spilling from the blade, cracks flickering like a dying star. I only seek to utterly shatter this loathsome cycle of fate. The specter of the Cosmic Emperor coalesces within the violet mist, the gear-shaped pupils mockingly constricting. Do you believe that self-destruction will seal me away? You are merely my vessel. Should the vessel be lost, you too shall vanish. At the moment the sword's tip pierces the spark chamber, a dazzling blue radiance suddenly erupts from the fissures of the leader's chest plate. A focal point purchased with a Master S life. The leader's spark quakes violently within the tug-of-war of blue and violet energies, and amidst the blue glow, a specter of the leader materializes, gently grasping his sword-wielding wrist. You need not prove yourself through death. As the specter's fingertip contacts his armor, blue light entwines the dark violet energy of the spark like vines. The leader's consciousness is unprecedentedly clear. I have never truly succumbed to darkness. His voice merges with that of the specter, and the star's sword slips from his grasp, clattering to the ground. I am but a phantom of the past. Only your strength can sustain my existence. Within the leader's spark chamber, blue light and violet mist intertwine like twin stars, with each wisp of dark violet energy consumed. The specter of the Cosmic Emperor loses a fragment of its gear-shaped form, ultimately revealing a frail golden pupil at its core. No, this cannot be. The fragmented specter of the Cosmic Emperor distorts amidst the energy clash in the violet mist. You dare to escape my control? I have never been under your dominion. The leader disregards the specter's furious roar, for the god of hope has already entrusted me with the spark of hope. He releases 7 spark capsules from subspace. The spark is eternal. Hope shall persist. He channels all his strength into the spark capsules. Now, you shall be reborn in this world. The 2 floating spark capsules erupt with a resounding explosion, and the Cosmic Emperor's roar warps suddenly. You dare to use my power to nourish these insects. His voice transitions from a deep rumble to a piercing electric shriek. Amidst the metallic reconfiguration's buzzing tremors, the claws of the mechanical dinosaur tear through the violet mist, and the ion torpedoes of the flying shark shatter the specter of the Cosmic Emperor. The newborn roars resonate with the Cosmic Emperor's fury. The leader leans against the wall, quietly observing the 2 newly arisen Cybertronians. The mechanical dinosaur curiously sniffed the leader's palm, while the mechanical shark silently delivered a headbutt to him. Caught off guard, the leader stumbled but did not express anger. Instead, he reached out to pat the blue shark's head, apologizing. My apologies, Sky Shark. I should have released you and steel cable sooner. At that moment, the final command from Master Titanium's brain module echoed before the spark extinguished. You must let go when the spark capsule awakens. The leader chuckled softly, grasping the star sword and embedding it into a fissure in the ground. Dark purple energy surged through the sword's body, forcing the illusion of the Cosmic Emperor into the abyss. What are you doing? Atop the Iron Fortress, a beam of blue light pierced through the celestial defense array. I will lead you to your fated demise. The leader's armor began to flake away like weathered stone, revealing a metallic skeleton that was gradually melting. The energy pulse from Cybertron resonated like a heartbeat. No, you are sealing your own doom. The The Cosmic Emperor's furious roar accompanied a violent energy vortex. Steel Cable attempted to rush forward, but was restrained by Sky Shark. Fool. His spark is singing. The leader's silhouette shimmered with energy waves of spatial transmission as he cast one last glance at the two before vanishing into the blue light of the teleportation. Alongside the Cosmic Emperor's roar, the spark capsule, now unanchored, rolled to the ground with a soft thud. Simultaneously, Megatron kicked aside the debris in his path, the crimson gold module faintly glowing between the gaps in his armor. Finally out, he narrowed his optical lens, the distant flashes of artillery piercing through the smoke, casting the silhouette of the Iron Fortress as if it were ablaze. Master Titanium and his allies were surrounded. Optimus Prime's blue optics locked onto the battlefield. The module's pulse directly projecting the positions of friend and foe onto his visual interface. The highest guards of the Red Spider swarmed like locusts, artillery ripping through the ground, while Alita and B-127 were covering the retreat of the injured. Hey, we need to strike here. Jazz transformed into a black and white sports car to draw fire, his rear wing carving a daring arc through the hail of bullets. Finally, a worthy adversary. Megatron's cannon unfolded with a satisfying click, the energy conduits beneath his armor humming with excitement. He glanced back at Optimus Prime. You handle rescuing those whimpering miners. I'll tear off the Red Spider's wings. Optimus Prime pressed down on his shoulder armor. We must work together. Stop the chatter. Megatron shrugged off his hand, a flicker of irritation flashing in his orange optics. Those worthless fools need a leader's speech, while the Red Spider needs a lesson. Before the words left his mouth, he transformed into a silver tank, the treads crushing the scorched earth as he charged into battle, the explosions behind him igniting a fiery path. Optimus Prime shook his head in resignation, but couldn't suppress a light chuckle. Then be careful. The resonance of the module trembled within his spark chamber, as if responding to Megatron's fighting spirit. He transformed into a red and blue truck, the engine roaring as he sped towards the other side. Alita's pink wheels brushed against the sonic cannon, the metallic ground fracturing like a spider's web. B-127's battle mask sprang into place, his hands slicing toward an ambushing guard, only to be blasted away by shockwave. Hold on. The Master of Titanium's beast form leaped over the barricade, unleashing arcs of electricity from his horn to repel enemy aircraft. However, his armor was marred with cracks. Suddenly, a beam of crimson gold pierced through the clouds, causing one of Red Spider's nearby wingmen to plummet in a fiery explosion. What? Red Spider abruptly ascended, his scanner flashing wildly. Amidst the smoke and dust, the barrel of a silver heavy tank recharged, locking onto his engine. Come down and take your punishment, Red Spider. D-16. Alita's optical visor widened in shock. I am Megatron. The silver tank transformed with the sound of shifting metal into a humanoid form, delivering a mighty punch that sent the obstructing enemy aircraft flying. The energy patterns of the crimson gold module flowed like molten lava. His arrival rendered the battlefield eerily silent. Even the sound waves seemed to retreat. The protective visor flickered with a dangerous red light. Optimus Prime soon emerged from the opposite side, the Azure module's light enveloping the scattered miners. His armor remained pristine amidst the smoke, blue luminescence flowing over its surface, as if the glow of the Earth's core had manifested as armor. The leadership module had chosen the two of them. The Master of Titanium's voice was hoarse and trembling. Miners? Leaders? Red Spider transformed back into his humanoid form, swaggering before Megatron, his wings mockingly fluttering, the cannon on his right arm aimed at the target. You think a glowing module makes you powerful? Megatron suddenly surged forward, landing a punch on his abdomen, the shockwave sending Red Spider hurtling backward, crashing into a half-collapsed metal wall. Enough of your nonsense. Megatron shook his wrist, the energy of the crimson gold module coursing through his arm. I will give you 3 seconds to kneel and concede. Red Spider's engine belched black smoke as he staggered to his feet, a vicious glint flashing in his bright red optics. Do you think I fear Miner? He transformed into an aircraft and soared into the sky. The jet dove down, missiles raining like a tempest. Megatron scoffed, standing his ground without flinching. The crimson gold module suddenly blazed with light, an energy barrier reflecting all the missiles. Red Spider's screams were drowned by the explosions, as he clumsily transformed back into his humanoid form, tumbling to the ground with scorched wings. In the final second, Megatron's cannon pressed against Red Spider's head. The hum of charging energy resembling the countdown of death. I concede. I concede. Red Spider's spark shrank dramatically, his vocalizer distorted by fear. Lord Megatron, you are the true leader of the Supreme Guardians. As he deliberately raised his voice, he cast a furtive glance at Soundwave, whose encrypted frequency had already sent out a distress signal. Megatron sneered, retracting his cannon, turning to the stunned Supreme Guardians and bellowing. Who else wishes to test their mettle? Soundwave silently sheathed his weapon, simultaneously blocking Red Spider's communication channel. Having witnessed Megatron's power, he was unwilling to offend the new leader for Red Spider's sake. As for the coup they had initially discussed, that was merely the ramblings of Red Spider, was it not? Shockwave glanced at the pitifully pleading Red Spider, then at the taciturn Soundwave. The logical computations confirmed that Soundwave's choice was 100% correct. He immediately retracted his weapon and stepped alongside Soundwave. Addressing the new leader, your fists are formidable. We shall heed your command. Upon witnessing this, the Supreme Guardian retreated in unison. For this faction of Might Is Right adherents only acknowledged the strongest of leaders. Megatron, with a stern countenance, emitted a low grunt, yet could not suppress a smirk of satisfaction directed at Optimus Prime. Chapter 120, the final chapter of the Star Corps, the dawn of the Godslayer. There was no time for celebration. Optimus pointed towards the lookout tower, where the defensive array was being eroded by a violet mist. The battle of leadership had commenced. Megatron seized the wing of Starscream. What do you think you're off to, little one? Starscream, caught in the act of attempting to flee, mechanically turned his head. A sycophantic smile plastered on his face. Esteemed Leader Megatron, I was merely preparing to guide you. Yet within, he seethed, cursing vehemently. These accursed ground rollers. Once I acquire the leadership module, Megatron abruptly closed the distance, lowering his voice menacingly. Should you dare to flee again, I shall weld your wings to that of the Skyfire. With a disdainful glance at the other Supreme Guardians, he commanded, lead the way. Starscream's coolant began to ooze as he timidly acquiesced. The remaining aircraft immediately tucked in their wings, daring not to make a sound. The miners raised their weapons, Alita's wheels grinding over the ruins, while B-127's hand blade snapped forth. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Master Titanium stood beside Optimus, a glimmer of nostalgia fleeting across his optical sensors, before he solemnly declared, the Primus God places his hopes upon you. Go forth and reclaim your freedom. Megatron and Optimus exchanged a knowing glance, their modules pulsing in perfect synchrony. For Cybertron, both teams surged forth like a tidal wave towards the Iron Fortress. While atop the tower, a beam of blue light pierced the eternal night. Deep within the core, the energy of the Allspark surged like tumultuous waves. The descending figure of the Cosmic Emperor appeared ensnared in a quagmire, his gaze filled with dread as he beheld the sea of energy. No, you are sealing your own doom. Yet, the leader relinquished himself to drift towards the Allspark, gazing longingly at that ocean of life. Chuckling softly, you perceive me as a vessel, yet remain oblivious to the fact that I am also your prison. Ultimately, the Cosmic Emperor's roar faded as his essence evaporated, the swirling violet mist coalescing into crystalline blue-violet ice flowers. A cluster of blue energy extended from the Allspark, resembling the outstretched hands of Primus, gently encircling the leader's battered form. Primus has shattered the cycle of fate. I have succeeded. The leader revealed a serene smile as his remnants transformed into stardust, leaving only a single azure spark absorbed into the cosmic sea. The defensive array sealing Cybertron's skies completely fractured, golden sunlight streaming through the fissures to bathe the Earth. Steel Cable curiously extended its claws to paw at a ground spark capsule when suddenly a tail swept it away. Behold, the cosmic invincible meteor hammer of Steel Cable. Sky Shark, in a panic, opened his mouth to catch it, while shark fins rained down upon Steel Cable's head. Fool! These are our brethren, the future of Cybertron. As the blue light of the leader dissipated, Steel Cable fell silent. He picked up a half-melted fragment of the leader's shoulder armor from the ground, tilting his head in inquiry. Has our leader become a star? The rare moment of silence from Sky Shark was unexpected as he placed the fragments into the armored compartment. Once the external conflict ceased, we would take him to the surface to witness the breathtaking auroras of Cybertron. As Optimus Prime and Megatron surged into the high tower, they beheld a mechanical dinosaur gnawing at the remnants of a repair pod, while a spark capsule tumbled from the jaws of the flying shark. We had arrived too late. Optimus gazed at the scattered shards of the star's sword on the ground, a hollow emptiness settling in his heart. Had that madman truly vanished? Megatron's cannon was aimed at the fissure in the planet's core, from which purple mist continued to seep. The instant Optimus picked up a shard of the star's sword, both his and Megatron's leadership modules burst forth with radiant light, conjuring a harrowing vision in their minds of the leader's home planet consumed by the Cosmic Emperor. The spectral leader within the energy flow was frantically reconstructing the planet's defense systems. He did not seek to become a tyrant. Optimus suddenly grasped Megatron's wrist, the resonance between their leadership modules causing his voice to tremble. He sought to be a mirror. Megatron scoffed, yet did not shake off his grip, reflecting our own weaknesses. Do we need an outsider to force us into rebellion? Optimus meticulously gathered the shards, realizing they were meant to reveal our true selves. He recalled Megatron's unusual silence upon arrival, having seen through the farcical nature of his flawed tyranny, even as Megatron's cannon charged uncontrollably, flickering in and out. Silence. I simply do not wish to witness your woeful expression. Suddenly, a final message from the leader, inscribed with energy on one of the fragments, flickered before them. Master Titanium approached with heavy steps. What did he write? Optimus and Megatron spoke in unison. Better for two fools to gaze at each other than for all to stare at one fool. Quite a reasonable sentiment. Master Titanium had to concede that the current leader possessed a certain foolish charm. In Iron Fortress Square, the cage of the sky tyrant lay rusted, while the Red Spider unusually glided discreetly over the ruins, as Soundwave silently erased all loyalty agreements. And Shockwave's processor calculated the probability of the return of the 5 monstrous foes. Freedom belongs to all beings. Optimus raised the shimmering blue leadership module, while the tyrant Megatron similarly lifted his dazzling, fiery module, never to reignite. His cannon reflected the rising sun of rejuvenated Cybertron, shattering the chains of the sky tyrant with a cold laugh that echoed through the heavens. The energy from the planet's core surged forth, rapidly spreading across all of Cybertron, signifying that they would no longer risk their lives to extract underground energy resources. A roar erupted from Steel Cable's throat as his hind claws propelled him off the ground like a cannonball, his head plunging into the glowing waters of the energy river. The entire dragon landing head first, its forepaws thrashing wildly in the sludge, tail splashing water everywhere, creating a myriad of colorful bubbles on the surface. Was this foolish dragon here for comic relief? Sky Shark covered his optical lens, utterly unable to bear the sight. The tail fin irritably slapped the water's surface before resigning to dive down, clamping his jaws tightly around Steel Cable's tail. His entire body straining with creaking bearings as he forcibly yanked him from the river. The Steel Cable lay languidly by the shore, expelling an energy liquid, as a mechanical shark above roared with a crackling sound, diving without knowing how to swim. Next time, I'll toss you into the energy station to serve as a power bank. Master Titanium stepped onto the ruins of the collapsed tower, his palm gently touching the dissipated remains of the leader. Rest in peace, brother. This time, we shall not walk alone. The redemption of Cybertron is not bestowed by Primus, but arises from each spark's choice and resonance amidst darkness. End of text. Mini-play. The Legacy of Spark's Location. New Cybertron Energy Square Steel Cable. Chasing his tail encircles Optimus. Megatron. Behold my newly learned Dragon Breath Energy Block Roasting. Flames ignite Master Titanium's cloak. Master Titanium, jumping to extinguish the fire Primus above. The coffin lid of the 13 primes can no longer hold. Sky Shark, silently handing the charred energy block to Red Spider Eat. Red Spider, holding the burnt remains. On the verge of tears, that was my freshly acquired energy block. Steel Cable, chasing Red Spider with Flame's roasted chicken wings. Delightful roasted chicken wings. Red Spider, discarding the charred remains and fleeing Soundwave. Quickly input this mad dinosaur's data into the enemy files. Megatron, grabbing Steel Cable by the neck and executing a shoulder throw. Kid, if you wish to be a warrior, first learn to control your firepower. Optimus, sighing lightly with a smile, perhaps we should establish a military academy? Megatron, turning and lifting the fallen with a sneer. Your new job is to spar with Steel Cable. the fallen, eyes vacant. I would rather die right now. The brightest star in the night sky flickered gently, as if offering a light-hearted laugh that traversed the cosmos. Epilogue: The Shackles of Sparks. The history of the Godslayer. When I awakened, Master Titanium awaited at the edge of the wellspring of sparks. His metallic fingers brushed over my leader module, the warmth causing me to feel as though I were still a moldable prototype. You have slept for far too long. His optical lenses held the weight of millennia, yet he smiled at me. Do not fear, my youngest brother. I attempted to clench my fist, the energy grid materializing and dissipating at my fingertips. The exile of Megatron, the fall of the Primal Vanguard, the nourishment of the wellspring from the remnants of the microstars and the sharp wind. These memories were not lived experiences, yet they were etched into my processor like a brand. When I looked up, I beheld the shuttle hovering above Iron Fortress, its cannon aimed at the dome of the council chamber. The dome projected the declaration of the Division of Kaon, as the assembly members bickered over energy quotas, as if a sufficiently high frequency could mask Cybertron's myriad wounds. A muffled explosion echoed from the sky, and the scent of smoke and rust instantly filled the air intake. The leader module trembled deep within my chest, and the star sword materialized instinctively. Suddenly, I understood. Primus had not granted me dominion, but rather the blade to sever fate. Finding Megatron occurred in Kaon's underground arena. Amidst the ruins corroded by acid rain, a silver youngling gnawed at its cage, energy liquid seeping through its teeth. I broke open the prison and cradled him in my arms. You are free. I endeavored to communicate in the most concise dialect of Cybertron, yet was met with the sharp fangs of a creature that lunged at my shoulder. Its armor's spikes bristled with vigilance and animosity. A low growl emanating from its throat like a cornered beast. Grasping the nape of its neck, my optical sensors detected the chaotic frequency of the monstrous firebrand. Tainted by the corruption of the Cosmic Emperor, yet it unexpectedly retained a pure core code. The creature's fangs had yet to pierce my shoulder armor. Perhaps due to my lack of hostility, or perhaps because my palm cradled an unopened energy confection. Have you bitten enough? I inquired, shaking the energy crystal in my hand, where diamond-shaped holes began to form as its surface melted. Should it bite down further, the energy treat would surely dissolve. It released its grip, emitting a whimper reminiscent of a youngling begging for mercy. Master Titan's communication request flickered thrice in my processor, but I dismissed them all. As the little one dozed off, entwining its tail around my arm, I experienced for the first time a profound sense of being needed. When Master Titan first encountered him, his fingers trembled above the data pad. A monstrous youngling? Are you aware of the oath their king swore to the Primes? Never to hunt Cybertronians proactively. I broke the energy bar into pieces, feeding the silver bundle in my arms. Yet during the struggle for energy veins, they would still tear apart any who stood in their way. It was precisely for this reason that he needed to learn an alternative means of survival. I wiped the energy residue from Megatron's lips. The youngling's tail instinctively coiled around my arm, seeking comfort here instead of through its fangs. On the day Megatron learned to transform, he crashed through half of the archive's outer wall. Master Titan lifted the dusty head sculpture from the metal debris. Yet the optical sensor gleamed brilliantly. The sound of gears meshing in the wing joints was identical to that of Starscream in his prime. Starscream? He shook off non-existent dust, his armor glimmering like silver in the setting sun. Starscream was a valiant warrior. Your wing bearings inherited his design. The Elder reached out to touch his shoulder armor, and Megatron instinctively flinched, ultimately allowing the Elder's fingers to glide over the spikes, though he fell to Master Titan. I gently interjected. It was time for Megatron to learn history. Those bloody tales were too heavy to bear upon a young machine that had just learned to transform. Until one fateful night, I discovered Megatron secretly perusing the Prime Wars. He curled up in a corner of the library, his optical sensor reflecting the illustration of the primal sword cleaving the head of the monstrous king, his fingertips digging into the pages. That was a promise from the past. I withdrew the data pad from his grasp, stating, "What you hold now is the future." Suddenly, he grasped my arm, the crimson glow of his optical sensor casting a chilling light in the darkness. "If one day my kin betray the oath, will you slay me with the star sword?" The sound of patrolling robots' engines faded into the distance. "I shall teach you methods far more sophisticated than slaughter." Ultimately, I pressed the data pad into his embrace, instructing him on how to transform foes into allies. Are we to let that beast amass an army? The uproar in the council chamber shook the very ground. Leader, you are empowering our enemy. I toyed with the crimson crystal gift bestowed by Megatron, its red sheen cascading along the edges, casting a starry pattern of light upon the table. Cybertron requires guardians. My optical lens instinctively focused on the battle recordings of Megatron, not on the politicians. With a wave, I severed the holographic projection, watching as those who merely vied for resources and power dissipated into streams of data. As Megatron tore apart the third simulation unit on the training field, I finally grasped the meaning of Master Titanium's words regarding his untamable nature. His colossal, fearsome form roared with a might that triggered false alarms in the Iron Fortress's air defense systems. Yet I allowed him to plunder the armory, even personally instructing him in the use of ranged weaponry, as if compensating for a childhood I never had. The sound of acid rain dripped from the dome of the council chamber as I surveyed the assembly from the highest seat. The legislators were embroiled in a heated debate over the budget for Cybertron's defensive fortifications, my optical lens reddening in response. In a fleeting moment, I comprehended why Megatron had crushed the former speaker's head sculpture. The incident in Kaon City necessitated Megatron's intervention. I interrupted the report, my gaze fixed upon the coordinates marked in crimson on the holographic map. His army required real combat experience. The hall fell into a profound silence. They were certainly terrified, especially since Megatron had dismantled 3 illegal mining operations just the day before. Yet, no one dared to question. Fry enveloped the entire assembly in the energy field of the leadership module. The evidence of corruption hidden within the data panels burned with the fluctuations of energy in their sparks. In the third week of Megatron's injury to his right flank, I blocked his path at the Decepticon base with a canister of lubricant. I did not require care. When he transformed into his fearsome form, he deliberately scraped his tail against the ground, sending sparks flying across the alloy tiles, etching serpentine cracks. The scars of the battlefield were his medals. I waved the ancient holographic film, a relic from Master Titanium. Would you care to know what transpired when Sentinel Prime retouched Megatron's paint? His optical lens instantly focused, his wings involuntarily unfurling to assume a maintenance angle. At the moment the nano-repair device touched the internal gears, the projector unexpectedly displayed footage of a clandestine recording of the council chamber's quarrels, where the legislators questioned the Decepticon military budget's excess. Focus. I pressed down on the armor spikes that had erupted, casually brushing my hand against his massive head sculpture. Unless you wish for the entire Iron Fortress to hear. The Decepticon commander emitted a juvenile-like electrical whine due to armor maintenance. His protests eventually transformed into a cold snort, though his tail honestly curled away the remaining half-bottle of lubricant. The star simulator in the archive dome was long overdue for repairs. Megatron used a cannon as a support, the skewed beam illuminating the transformers, the war within in my hand. This segment was fabricated. Suddenly, he jabbed a claw towards the holographic projection of the fearsome Megatron, the true oath-taking site, where Sentinel Prime's armor bore 3 claw marks for my kin. I flipped the data panel, revealing energy sugar fragments on the reverse side, remnants from his last midnight reading. Just as you adamantly assert that the collapse of the council chamber dome was due to a meteor strike, rather than a certain commander testing a new weapon, he abruptly summoned a data storm with his wings. Ancient script reassembling into a territorial map of the fearsome Megatron within the cyclone. The patrol alarm suddenly blared, and the tampered tome was hastily concealed within the storage compartment of his breastplate. You possess no evidence. He shattered the skylight and soared into the night, his silvery silhouette vanishing into the darkness, leaving only scattered starlight at my feet. Our bond deepened, yet so did the tensions between us. I scrutinized the energy fluctuation curve of Kaon City displayed on the holographic sand table, while the dome of the council chamber repeatedly projected the declaration of peace. The sound of the door sliding open pierced the audio receiver, and the thud of Megatron's footfalls reverberated against the tiled floor. Remnants of energy fluid and condensed liquid crystallized in the joints. The malfunctioning processors had fallen silent. He slammed a twisted metal insignia onto the sand table, and the 5-phase cryptographic frequency erupted into blinding arcs of electricity in the air. I had melted their attempts to use this device to control the uprising. I accessed the insignia's decryption data, revealing that the spark code had been overwritten into a chaotic waveform. The Council overstepping its authority to harness five-phase technology? My fingers unconsciously brushed against the energy patterns on the hilt of the Star Saber, suppressing the sudden acceleration of the spark chamber's pulse. Those consumed by data games always believed that a few virus programs could maintain order. I should have scorched the Council chamber directly. Megatron kicked the base of the sand table, causing the holographic image to flicker with noise. They couldn't even write the energy allocation algorithms correctly, resulting in the main control conduits of 3 districts being overloaded and crashing. Soon, all of Cybertron would know that the Decepticon leader was a tyrant who understood only destruction. I rebooted the sand table, fragments of the prophecy from Master Titanium emerging amidst the noise. The spark divides at the blade of choice. He always warned in such cryptic riddles. Megatron's optical sensor suddenly locked onto the coordinates at the edge of the sand table. You already knew of the Council's conspiracy with the five-faced. It was not a question. I remained silent, flashes of their tampering with the energy distribution logs coursing through my processor. Megatron's exhaust vent expelled a plume of scalding steam as he turned to exit the chamber, the setting sun gilding his silver armor with a burning gold edge. It was then that Master Titanium strolled into the Council chamber. The old bearings creaked, his fingers gliding over the prophetic fragments, the speaker emitting a deep, crackling current. You are reenacting the moment when Primus, as mediator, gazed too long into the rift. Cease this game of riddles, Master Titanium. Megatron stood with his back to us, his cannon aimed at the circling Council patrol craft in the sky. Master Titanium implied that while quelling the uprising could rely on brute force, mending the rift necessitated understanding and tolerance. Megatron abruptly turned, the optical sensor glowing a dark crimson. Are you going to peddle your theory of freedom and equality again? It is precisely this that renders the Council a heap of scrap. Master Titanium's sudden disturbance of the sand table's data stream enveloped the tainted waveform in ancient spark codes like a firewall. The truth requires a vessel, and his body's cooling system hummed. Yet vessels are always bound to overload. Megatron swiftly pivoted towards Master Titanium, the red light of his optical sensor dimming. Next time you conceal the truth from me. As his headpiece pressed against my chest plate, his voice resonated with a somber weight. I shall dissolve both the counselors and the parliamentary hall into oblivion. Master Titanium sighed and departed, the fragments of prophetic data flickering enigmatically upon the sand table, reminiscent of an undeciphered underlying code. You know nothing of the glory of conquest. When Megatron's claws shattered the command platform, sparks of energy erupted between us. I gazed at the Decepticon insignia on his chest, that shade of purple mirroring the chaos within the eyes of the Cosmic Emperor. Cybertron's wounds remain unhealed. I paused my decoding efforts, attempting to quell his fury with the leader module. You will forever speak of safety and order. He pointed at the Decepticon emblem, growling in a hushed tone. Do you know why I chose purple? It is the color that arises after your energy fluid has run dry. But the energy fluid is blue. Megatron, what has transpired? Suddenly, the star sword began to hum, a thread of unease swirling within my core. You always assert that Cybertron requires guardians. His voice twisted in anger and disappointment. Yet what I yearn to protect has always been solely you. I should have used the leader module to soothe his emotions, but he turned and shattered the dome, rushing into the space bridge. As the locator's signal vanished into the cosmic abyss, I scoffed at the star map. The deadliest flaw was my own teaching him how to obscure tracking frequencies. In pursuit of him, the star sword emitted a buzzing sound, and the star map of the vessel revealed dark energy consuming that star region. But I was too late. Epilogue: The Ember Shackles. The history of the God-Slayer II in the heart of the dark star region. The purple optical lens of the chaotic deity slowly opened in the void. Chaotic tendrils ensnared the silver figure, akin to a venomous serpent coiling around its molted skin. Poisonous energy seeping through the seams of the armor. Your ember burns with fury. The low growl of the Cosmic Emperor crept through the communication link into the ember chamber, his voice slicing through Megatron's processor, allowing me to teach you how to wield it. Megatron furiously tore at the energy tendrils. I do not need a teacher. The fangs sparked against each other, especially in your feudal struggles that are so revealing. The dark deity scoffed, reminiscent of Primus' final apostle. Sudden influxes of memory data rendered Megatron motionless. The leader knelt amidst the energy storm, cradling 7 newborn embers like flickering candles in the wind. A a fragmented leader he had never witnessed. Your doom has long been foretold. Dark energy transformed into spikes, piercing the ember chamber, and you shall forever remain his failed experiment. Metallic wings bent and shattered under the chaotic tendril's grip, silver armor stained with profound purple, as Megatron plummeted toward the heart of the chaotic storm. His consciousness seemed ensnared in a quagmire, the ember gripped tightly by the frigid darkness, the sensation of helplessness filling him with unprecedented despair. In the final moment, the leader pressed the emergency communicator installed by his own hand, yet all he heard was the distorted laughter of the Cosmic Emperor. "I have found you, Primus." The space bridge tore through the fabric of space, engulfing all of Cybertron in an all-consuming darkness. As the Cosmic Overlord's assault pierced the essence of flame, Megatron stood at the heart of the chaotic tempest, bereft of Primus' protection. None could withstand the insidious encroachment of the malevolent deity. His form had been seized by the Dark God, his armor transformed into an instrument of annihilation, each strike unleashing torrents of shadowy energy. "Just in time, you have arrived, Apostle of Primus." His laughter, laced with the venom of metal grinding, is a testament to the splendid fruits born of the freedom you guard. I intercepted his onslaught, the power of the module searing his armor. "You are not Megatron." The council chamber behind me crumbled, those once proclaiming autonomy now reduced to writhing heaps of mechanical wreckage. The star blade cleaved through the approaching stitched monstrosity, and within the gleaming arc of the blade flashed Master Titanium's final counsel. Excessive self-reproach distorts the essence of the spark. Yet, Master Titanium, it is not self-reproach that contorts me, but the dread of losing 34 in every choice made. Ultimately, I unleashed that fateful strike. When the energy of the leader module pierced Megatron's spark chamber, a sudden influx of memories flooded me, causing my spark to feel as if it were being torn asunder. It was revealed that after each calamity, he sought refuge at the top of the archives, not plotting nefarious schemes, but clandestinely perusing the remnants of the Covenant of Primus. He had long inscribed trust into each rebellious act, before the cataclysmic white light of the core explosion engulfed the entire star system. Megatron's shattered armor floated in the vacuum, a shard grazing my visor, leaving a scar imbued with the scent of gunpowder. I had once vowed to teach him methods more refined than mere slaughter, yet in the end, I could not even impart a proper farewell. I seemed to witness him futilely pounding against the barriers of his cage, his vocalizer corroded by chaotic energies. Yet I deciphered the silent scream. "You are going to abandon me again." The energy storm obliterated the space bridge, and the universe lamented in a symphony of collapse. Upon unexpectedly arriving in another universe, I knew my own had long been extinguished. I erected towering walls, not to dominate them, but to shield myself from the darkness that might seep through the cracks, devouring all I had lost. As I plummeted into the essence of flame, I believed this time would herald a true farewell. In the profound depths of the essence, silence reigned like the abyss. Fragments of the star blade trembled within the energy vortex. Red and blue armor materialized from a void, fissures resembling the tattered pages of an ancient tome meandering across its surface. I opened my optical lens to behold a monstrous apparition striding forth, illuminated by starlight. His armor bore no traces of chaos. Instead, cobalt blue patterns resonated in harmony with the essence, and the red halo of the optical lens glimmered with an almost unfamiliar gentleness. My data was a tumult of confusion. Was this an illusion, or Primus' mockery? "Welcome back, my dear leader." His voice, light as the tremor of particles, caused my spark chamber to suddenly constrict. If this were a trap, why did his frequency align flawlessly with the Megatron of my memories? If this were salvation, what merit had I to deserve it? Our vocalizers could only emit hoarse tremors. How could we possibly be here? He lowered his head sculpture, his tusks nearly grazing my chest plate. This posture, once emblematic of submission, now resembled a delayed jest. Primus remarked that someone was searching for a lost pet. I stood in stunned silence, reaching out with my fingertips, which passed through his ethereal armor, only to be enveloped by a surge of energy upon touching the spark chamber. There was no substance, no warmth, only a pulse resonating with perfect frequency, declaring, "This is neither an afterimage nor an illusion. You should say long time no see." Suddenly, he coiled his tail around me, as if to replicate the countless times his mischievous antics had succeeded. Or was he inviting me to witness the dawn of a new universe? My voice was once again caught in my vocal apparatus, and it felt as if the energy liquid was flowing backward. I was uncertain whether to choose a new beginning. You still owe me 1,000 units of energy sugar. Megatron lifted me onto his back. Despite his incorporeal form, the ethereal warmth scorched my spark painfully. The interest requires you to accompany me through 1,000 sunsets. I chuckled helplessly and poked at his semi-transparent head sculpture. Even the colossal and fearsome can be concerned with sweet treats? No, his laughter resonated, causing ripples in the sea of energy, yet the leader of Cybertron would extend credit for his pet until the spark extinguished. I suddenly pressed on a crack in my chest plate, where not purple mist seeped forth, but a blue light as pure as the Earth's core. It turned out that his spark had never been tainted by chaos, just as I had always hesitated to admit that the silver shadow, which perpetually stirred trouble, had already become the beacon of light I anchored to. Very well. I closed my optical lenses, allowing the tide of energy to engulf us. If fate insists on making us repeat this cycle, I will hold your hand tightly until the starlight of all universes fades. Special extra, Spark Companion Liberation Log Worldview Anchor. Evidence of Leadership Parallel Universe Unreleased Archives Caution. Unconventional and irregularly mischievous colossal and warm-hearted dual-standard leader, CP, setting brief synopsis. The stoic leader and the exuberant colossal's daily escapades. Part 1. The therapy turmoil, the metallic throne, cleaved by the star sword, continued to emit electric sparks, while the remnants of 12 titanium seats lay scattered across the floor. The leader forcefully drove the star sword into the floor of the assembly hall, sending energy ripples that shattered 3 projection screens. The holographic images of the Supreme Council distorted under electromagnetic interference, and the usually boisterous council members finally fell silent. The 7th Mining District was allocated to the Decepticons. He wiped the energy rust from the blade. Behind him, the 3-meter-high emblem of the Iron Blood Council was collapsing. Or would you like to personally test whether this sword has rusted? When the last holographic image hastily dissipated, the figure on the metallic throne suddenly relaxed its tension. Deep blue armor began to ooze luminous blue energy liquid, while cracks in the energy conduit spread like spider webs, occasionally erupting with red electric sparks. The communication device of the Red Spider crackled with static. The old fossils in the council actually resorted to using Godslayer armor-piercing rounds? I should have known. Clang. Suddenly, amidst the shattering fragments of the blast-proof door, a beastly silver giant, fierce and menacing, charged in, clutching the severed arm of the Iron Fortress Sheriff, its claws crushing 3 miniature seismic mines underfoot. Megatron flicked his tail, tainted with energy fluid, as the optical lens contracted into a line in the dim light, impatiently roaring. I have informed you that the Godslayer 3 is buried beneath the council hall. Note, the Godslayer series is a weapon against leaders secretly developed by the council. So you decide to act as a meat shield and charge in. The leader poked at the overturned belly armor of the giant, his fingertips immediately coated in searing energy fluid, foreseeing that the medic would nag for 3 months upon witnessing this. Suddenly, a claw latched onto his wrist, and the scorching breath exhaled from Megatron's nostrils sent scattered data panels flying. You are still utilizing the leader module at high intensity despite sustaining damage. The stress fractures in your shoulder armor have already extended to the chest plate. Before a response could be given, the giant transformed into a human form, its metallic palm, reeking of gunpowder, pressing against the energy valve at the back of his neck. The leader instinctively attempted to draw the star sword, but was met with a knee pressed against his waist armor, a move they had practiced in the training room, a close combat suppression technique invented by Megatron. Do not move. Megatron's voice resonated with the characteristic low-frequency tremor of the giant, as a half-meter-long crimson spike suddenly protruded from his fingertips, precisely piercing the nerve node of the leader's shoulder armor. You know my spikes can accurately separate layers of armor. In that instant, as azure energy fluid sprayed forth, the leader heard the dangerous buzzing emanating from his spark chamber. Yet the anticipated excruciating pain did not ensue. Those blood-red blades, known for cleaving through life like butter, were now vibrating at the frequency of the nerve nodes documented in Chapter 7 of Cybertronian Anatomy, gradually clearing the obstructed energy conduit inch by inch. You recite tomes merely to accomplish this? The leader's audio receptors detected unusual electrical noise, and the lubricant within his system gradually transformed into a delightful pink. his fingers gripping Megatron's arm armored tightly enough to leave imprints. After all, some rogue leader had once claimed that Megatron's spike had grazed the main energy valve. Taking satisfaction in watching the body beneath tremble violently, to overthrow his reign, one must first learn to repair him. Just as the medic kicked open the council hall door, he happened upon Megatron, using his spike to smear dark energy onto the exposed sensor array of the leader's armor. The senior medic's wrench struck the back of the giant's head directly, using dark energy as a form of lubricant. Do you believe I will fashion your backstab into surgical pincers? Part 2. The signal emitter incident, as the leader twisted the neck of Red Spider and flew into the armory. Every surveillance camera within the Decepticon base focused on the dark red glow emanating from the gaps in his armor, alongside the laser-etched graffiti of MO on his wings. The crimson spike fragments, crafted by Megatron himself, clashed rhythmically at the seams of his waist armor, producing a sound reminiscent of the scales of a giant during its courtship display. Explain. The leader flung the barely conscious leader of the Seekers onto the Decepticon leader's charging bed, pressing the glowing shard against Megatron's spark chamber. You have already infiltrated spies into the High Council, and now you do not even spare my armor layers? Megatron allowed the sharp fragments to pierce his chest plate as he brushed his hand over the armor, scarred from an energy blast. Do you recall why, during our last encounter, the 3 armor-piercing round from Shockwave suddenly veered off course? As he opened his right hand, the shards embedded in his armor projected a holographic star map, each scaled location linked to my spark pulse. By the way, the light refraction as you turned was rather enticing. At that moment, the leader's warnings were abruptly interrupted by an intruding interstellar reporter. Under the live feeds from dozens of different star systems, the scars on his armor arranged the energy patterns into the Morse code MO. Megatron's palm happened to cover the seam of his waist armor at that precise instant. Witness how Megatron revealed his fearsome fangs to the camera, with the Autobot leader bearing my spark mark, indicating that you Decepticons have implanted a tracker on the leader's armor. Suddenly, Starscream sprang from the charging dock, his broken wings leaking energon. This was blatant surveillance. It was dictatorship. With a roar, Megatron's tail wrapped around Starscream and slammed him into the wall, then turned to the camera with a smile. As you can see, we are deeply engaged in cross-faction military collaboration. Major news outlets were broadcasting live. Kalen reporter, is there an unknown light anomaly on the Autobot leader's armor? Crystal City Channel, suspected outbreak of a new Cybertronian herpes virus. The information comes from an Air Force commander. Meanwhile, on Megatron's private channel, hidden footage the light anomaly behind the leader is compiling the score for the Savage Courtship Battle Song, Chapter 3. Clarify the decryption code for these scales. The leader, expressionless, crushed 3 live feed cameras, and in the instant he turned, the light anomaly's code transformed into explosive camera bounty. Soundwave, who was huddled in the monitoring room, silently deleted all footage, deliberately leaving behind the backup data of the Tape Legion. Megatron activated the hologram within the chamber, his demeanor grave as if the leader faced imminent peril. Do you remember the ambush you suffered in the Wasteland Plains last year? At that time, there was a 37% chance of losing your right arm. The hologram displayed the energy trajectory of the shards, forming a protective net. Now, that probability has dropped to 0, anchored by my spark pulse. The leader gazed for a moment, then suddenly smiled, as the light anomaly refracted into ancient Cybertronian script that read "Return Home." And Megatron's optical lens contracted instantly. Part 3. The weapon modification controversy. Once again, the leader resolved the factional strife as Megatron forcibly seized his hand cannon. Your weapon's coating is all flaked off. It's quite unsightly. He dipped his claws into a dark energy mixed with Cybertronian substances, etching a morphing luminescent pattern onto the leader's weapon. By day, it shone with the brilliant Autobot emblem, but by night it transformed into a dark crimson Megatron-esque private property. When the leader sensed the anomaly, the hand cannon struck Megatron's faceplate, the metallic clash resonating throughout the entire fortress. The excavating Decepticons, who were pilfering energy crystals, collectively recoiled into the ground fissures. Ever since Megatron unilaterally modified the leader's exclusive weapon, the Cybertronian leader has pursued him relentlessly for 3 entire stellar cycles. Restore the coating to its original state. The leader's hand cannon was pressed against Megatron's formidable visage, the crimson patterns swirling at the muzzle inexplicably forming the shape of a heart. Immediately, I regret to inform you that such a request cannot be fulfilled. Megatron licked the energy fluid that seeped from the corner of his mouth, suddenly seizing his opponent's wrist. You ought to behold your current appearance. The weapon's coating has peeled away like rusting scrap metal, the energy from the spark chamber overflowing and causing the armor to overheat. Even Star Saber. The leader twisted the menacing horns atop his head. This does not justify your reckless manipulation of dark energy. You shall be. Megatron abruptly exerted force, pinning him against the wall, the crimson optical lenses narrowing slightly. Do you truly believe those lawmakers suddenly agreed to the ceasefire? His fingertip traced the deformed patterns on the surface of the hand cannon. Last week, I obliterated the underground armory of the High Council with this, of course utilizing Megatron's private asset mode. As the leader was about to explode in anger, he suddenly noticed 3 claw marks of authentication codes appearing at the weapon's interface. By the way, the defense protocol has been updated. Megatron restrained the struggling leader in the crook of his arm, declaring that from this moment forth, only I shall replenish your ammunition. 3 days later, when the leader blasted open the Decepticon armory with this modified hand cannon, the trajectory of the projectile exploded in midair, forming a heart-shaped cloud with a diameter of 300 meters. The surveillance drones stealthily deployed by the Council suffered from electromagnetic interference, plummeting from the sky. The Decepticon grunts, caught off guard, were collectively petrified, the Sonic Tape Legion scattering chaotically. Logic error, logic error. The intelligence officer, clutching a smoking processor, collided with a wall, requesting the permanent shutdown of the visual module. Part 4. The backstab connector incident as Megatron lay upon the operating table undergoing modifications to the backstabber. Shockwave was injecting dark energy into his spine through 12 energy conduits. Starscream made yet another attempt to pilfer the surgical probe, but was blasted away by the automated defense system, though he did not forget to raise his middle finger towards Megatron as he fled. Are you certain you wish to experiment with 3 primary backstabbers? The scientist's lone eye flickered, the failure rate of the spark partner connector being 873. Megatron crushed the 5th energy crystal. By the time that scoundrel leader is outmaneuvered by the Council again, it will be too late. He glanced at the surveillance screen, showcasing the figure signing the peace agreement, recalling the symbiotic defense theory. As long as the spiked energy field enveloped him within 10 meters, it could theoretically rebound 95 of physical attacks. Suddenly, Shockwave's surgical probe pierced his spark chamber, but you will endure double backlash. Enough of your rambling. Megatron gritted his teeth against the sudden agony and urged, move faster. The moment the modifications were complete, Megatron shattered the base's dome and surged towards the Iron Fortress. At that moment, the leader was perusing data boards within the Council Hall when he was abruptly tackled by a colossal, menacing figure crashing through the window. 3 flickering dark, purple energy spikes pierced the ground around him. What madness are you exhibiting now? The leader's blade plunged into a seam in Megatron's neck armor, targeting the southeast corner of the High Council's chamber at a 45-degree angle, a penetrative round. No sooner had Megatron's words left his lips than the dome of the Council Hall erupted in a dazzling display of energy sparks. As 3 god-slaying projectiles from the Loyalist faction of the Council were reduced to dust within the spiked energy field. The arriving Autobots could only witness Megatron ensnaring the leader's waist with his tail, pressing him against his back, the crimson spikes scraping against the armor and igniting brilliant sparks. The sniper's rifle from the far reaches, almost discharged, released the leader. Spare me, Lieutenant. Megatron bared his fangs at the incoming interstellar reporters. Do you not see that I am providing a comprehensive protective massage for my dear leader? The next day's cosmic headlines read, Shock. The backstab of the Decepticon leader seemingly grants legs to the Autobot leader, accompanied by an image of Megatron's 3 spikes grinding against the leader's armor, with the tail coiled around the leader's waist as they traversed the ruins in a holographic projection. Part 5. The romantic demise of the spikes. Megatron had always believed he could master dark energy, yet that was merely an illusion. When the dark energy erupted within his spark chamber, the leader had the star sword poised against his throat. Those once tender spikes, which had caressed the leader's nerve nodes, now gnawed at his armor like venomous serpents. Kill me. Megatron's optical sensors glimmered with murky purple, while I still have control. The leader suddenly grasped the thickest spike and pressed it against his own spark chamber. In that instant, as energy fluid splattered, Megatron heard the sharp crack of metal. The connector he had meticulously modified was being purified by the blue light of the leader's module, inch by inch. Did you think I would allow my companion to become a puppet of dark energy? The leader snapped the tainted spike, his module radiating with a brilliance akin to daylight, as purifying energy surged into Megatron's fractured spark chamber like a torrent. Wake up, you grotesque beast. Megatron felt as if his spark chamber might melt. Yet he found himself laughing through the pain. You finally admitted it. When Ratchet and a cadre of medics burst in, they found the leader covered in dark energy, stringing together the purified spikes into wind chimes. Megatron lay upon the recharge bed, newly formed silver spikes gently brushing against the leader's ankle. Remember to schedule an appointment before you go mad next time. The leader hung the wind chimes at the bedroom entrance. After all, tidying up the aftermath required considerable energy. Now, every visitor to the leader's chamber would hear the whispers of those severed spike wind chimes. When Megatron launched his nth night assault, the wind chimes automatically played a warped version of the Cybertronian march, luring the patrolling Autobot guard 20 times. Such a heavy sense of vengeance, Prime, Megatron chuckled, biting down on his audio receiver. Likewise, the leader retorted, gripping the newly formed spikes, should you dare to install any peculiar devices again. Next time the wind chimes will play the Decepticon Funeral March. Chapter 124, The Calamity of the Mining Star and Daily Base Life. Recap. Starflame sequentially seized the Dawnbreaker and the leader module, attempting to sever the Emperor of the Universe's chain of dark corruption. The Titan of the Skies took the leadership module with the intent to dominate the Death Universe, leading to the entrapment of the leader, Megatron, and IDW Optimus Prime. TFB Soundwave dispatched Decepticons to the Mining Star to retrieve the Dawnbreaker, intertwining the fates of the three parties within a cross-universal crisis. In the IDW universe, the Star of Destiny had set sail not long ago. On a desolate mining planet within the Cybertronian star sector, a solitary purple juvenile sat beside a colossal rock, gazing intermittently at the starry sky, his heart brimming with longing for the Starflame and concern for the leader's safety. Starflame, when shall you return? Suddenly, a gigantic bat-winged creature approached silently from behind. As he noticed his shadow being engulfed by a larger silhouette, he felt the rancid fangs grip his shoulder armor. It was a bioweapon of the Quintessons, pursuing the lost experimental subject. Let go of me, he cried in terror, struggling futilely as the bat-winged creature lifted him towards a Quintesson ship located a kilometer away. At that moment, the roar of fighter jet engines pierced the air as a squadron of Decepticon aerial units formed a triangular formation, their bodies gleaming with a dark purple metallic sheen. Enemy detected, the lead aircraft stated coldly over the communication channel, priority mission, rescue the juvenile. As the fighter jet launched a shockwave missile, the sensor array on the creature's head erupted in a shower of sparks. With a mournful wail, the juvenile plummeted from 300 meters above, just as a silver fighter swooped down, its open cockpit precisely catching the target. Target secured. Commencing secondary mission. Exterminate the Quintessons. In an instant, a multitude of missiles were unleashed, and the bat-winged creature tumbled amidst the explosive clamor. Initially, the Quintessons had merely sought to covertly retrieve their lost experimental subject, but under the relentless barrage, their ship retreated in disarray, ultimately vanishing into the vast expanse of the cosmos. The silver fighter ascended swiftly, rejoining its comrades. Mission accomplished, initiating return. Crouched within the narrow cockpit, the juvenile unconsciously traced the bite marks on his shoulder armor, remnants of the Quintesson's corrosive fluid reacting faintly with the vehicle's disinfectant rays. As the shattered debris of the mining rings whizzed past the viewport, he momentarily glimpsed the red and blue armor of the Starflame flickering among the meteorites. When he lunged towards the window, he only met the swirling, cleansing liquid in his optical mirror, realizing it was but a mirage, and his worries for his father continued to swirl within him. Unable to contain himself, he struck the seat in frustration, lamenting that the Decepticon carrying him was utterly obtuse. Unwilling to divulge any information, the lead aircraft cried out in pain, "Please do not assault my cockpit. If it weren't for Commander Soundwave's orders, I would have ejected the little creature from the cockpit long ago." The fighter's engines surged to maximum power, racing towards the Cybertronian base. Upon their return to the Celestival base, the bustling scene that greeted them seemed indifferent to the juvenile's homecoming. He yearned to inquire about the leader's well-being. Yet the Decepticons and Celestival members he encountered were all unfamiliar. Observing the base, both familiar yet alien, he felt as though he had returned to a time of wandering and uncertainty, following the Decepticon who brought him back to the command center in a daze. Reporting, Commander. Mission accomplished. The bluish-purple silhouette before the control console suddenly turned, offering a slight nod to the Decepticon soldier, who then departed, leaving Bumblebee standing helplessly in place. Was his father not in the base? He anxiously inquired. TFP Soundwave's visor abruptly illuminated. Commencing the playback of a video, the leader and IDW Optimus Prime ascended aboard the Ark amidst the gazes of many, subsequently departing Cybertron. They had already left? Bumblebee's optics brimmed with disbelief. Where had they gone? At that moment, he noticed a menacing red and blue figure flash in the corner of the screen. It was Starscream. He had clearly stated he would come for me. Bumblebee's optics moistened as he lowered his head in disappointment. In that instant, he felt as though the entire world had cast him aside. He had lost interest in recognizing the numerous new faces that had appeared in the base, including the seemingly silent yet intimidating bluish-purple figure before him. TFB Soundwave regarded Bumblebee intently, with Megatron deeming him a larval form of the Cosmic Emperor, ordering strict surveillance. Now, this larval form, once abducted by the fearsome Starscream, appeared to regard Starscream as kin. He could not help but ponder, was Bumblebee truly the larval form of the Cosmic Emperor? Silently, he deactivated the display and gestured towards the doorway. Bumblebee. IDW Soundwave entered, followed closely by the Mechanical Dog and Thundercracker. Bumblebee immediately dashed forward, embracing the Mechanical Dog's neck, as if seeking some semblance of psychological solace. The Mechanical Dog's forepaws scratched the floor, while his tail discreetly wrapped around Bumblebee's ankle. How many times must I say it? I'm a combat unit, not a caretaker. Thundercracker pointed at Bumblebee and erupted into laughter. Are you the leader's mini Bumblebee? Ha ha ha. The laughter reverberated in the command room, even causing the data panels on the table to tremble. I am not a mini Bumblebee. Bumblebee clenched his fists in earnest rebuttal, a faint buzzing of electricity audible beneath his armor. You are. Silence is required in the command room. IDW Soundwave swiftly pressed Thundercracker's head to halt his antics. Thundercracker pouted, his optics spinning wildly, seemingly unwilling to settle down. The Mechanical Dog's tail wagged impatiently. Kid, have you had your fill of hugging? Only then did Bumblebee reluctantly release him, turning to the silent IDW Soundwave. When will Father return? Why must Orion and Starscream accompany him as well? IDW Soundwave hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the truth, but Bumblebee's hopeful gaze rendered him unable to refuse, so he could only vaguely explain. The leader needs to retrieve something important. They will return soon. However, when exactly they would return remained uncertain. Upon hearing this, Bumblebee furrowed his brow, becoming sullen. At that moment, a glass jar was suddenly thrust into his hands. As TFP Soundwave's mechanical tendril slowly retracted, the dark visor revealing no emotion. Wow, it's energy candy. Thundercracker immediately couldn't resist reaching out with his guilty hand, only to be swiftly lifted upside down by the mechanical tendril. The mask loomed abruptly, silent yet profoundly intimidating. The rumbling machine froze in place, seemingly transported back to the days of cruel oppression, its large red optical lens flickering pitifully as if to plead. I was wrong. I confess. Please do not punish me. The Mechanical Dog pounded its forepaws on the ground, its tail wagging joyfully, shaking with laughter at the predicament of the rumbling machine. This raucous little creature had long been overdue for a lesson, yet its own Soundwave always indulged the child without reservation. Nonetheless, TFP Soundwave was undeniably cool, the epitome of stoic instructor, which he thoroughly admired. IDW Soundwave observed the lively duo silently facepalming. The plan to forge a friendship between the rumbling machine and Breakaway had now been thwarted. Was it still possible to pretend not to recognize them? In the center of the chaos, Breakaway picked up an energy candy and offered it to TFP Soundwave, displaying the innocent smile characteristic of a youngling. Can we eat it together? TFP Soundwave's mechanical tendrils tensed and then relaxed, the mask reflecting the dim crimson of the monitoring indicator. The tendrils released the rumbling machine, but did not take the energy candy. The mask revealed no emotion, merely turning silently to return to his workstation. As the Decepticon intelligence officer, he had much work to accomplish, such as enhancing the Decepticon intelligence network, tracking the starship, updating the Cybertronian database, and monitoring Breakaway. Chapter 125. The Conflict of Modules and the Harmonizer of Melodies after relinquishing the Leadership Module. Optimus Prime found himself ensconced within the spatial barrier, the silver, monstrous figure clutching the Orion tightly, low growls escaping as teeth clashed with purple sparks. Optimus's fingertips grazed the surface of his armor, marred by erosion. The Leadership Module was now yours, so fulfill your promise. That is only natural. Beyond the barrier, Unicron, satisfied, pocketed the Leadership Module, confident that the figure before him posed no threat to his dominion over the world. He waved dismissively. Enjoy your final moments of tranquility, leader. With a surge of energy distorting the space, the environment suddenly collapsed, and the three were thrust back into the reality of the universe. In Unicron's laboratory, the energy of the Shadow Zone surged. The Leadership Module seized from Starfire, forcibly affixed to the workbench, a viscous dark purple substance oozing from the cracks on its surface. Are you certain this will merge the two worlds? Unicron slammed the Leadership Module onto the table, his fingers grazing its surface. The backlash of energy causing smoke to billow from the armor on his arm. He glanced toward the collaborator hidden in the shadows, fervor undiminished in his optics. I have no desire to become the next puppet of dark forces. Suddenly, a pair of blue optics illuminated the darkness, the monstrous figure slowly emerging from the shadows. Red and blue light flickering across its massive form, exuding a serpentine danger. The Dark Heart was a conceptual entity of the Death Universe. When it merged with the Leadership Module, the Death Universe and the Reality Universe would overlap. The allure of Starfire's voice, irresistible and beguiling, would elevate you to a being transcending even the primordial deity. Before the optical mirror of Jun Tianwei, the scene of the Void Lord's body reassembling in the darkness emerged, while the Cosmic Emperor ravenously consumed planets. He stood at the intersection of two realms, surrounded by countless kneeling Cybertronians. The sound of his displacement system roared violently, the cannon aimed at Starflame, sparks flying as they scraped against the red and blue armor. You had better not be toying with me. Otherwise, cooperation requires sincerity. A flash of blue light flickered in Starflame's optical mirror, and energy from the Shadow Zone coalesced at his claw tip. With a gentle grasp, he extracted the Heart of Darkness from Jun Tianwei's chest chamber. Unlike the Leadership Module, the Heart of Darkness was a mass of pitch-black energy, the actual embodiment of the consciousness of the Death Universe. Jun Tianwei believed he had mastered the Heart of Darkness. In truth, he had become its puppet. They, like the Celestial Dawn and the Cosmic Emperor, were threats to the leader and needed to be eradicated. Now, he could hardly contain his impatience. You desire power. Starflame's optical mirror narrowed slightly, placing the Heart of Darkness above the Leadership Module. Then let the true master of the Heart of Darkness, the Void Lord, consume the Cosmic Emperor. The chaotic energy within the Leadership Module floated towards the Heart of Darkness like smoke, sealing the Matter Eater that had suddenly sensed another powerful consciousness, its roar reverberating through the laboratory. What have you done? Jun Tianwei's cannon emitted a charged hum, the sudden roar filling him with a long-forgotten unease. This was a contest of wills between the Void Lord and the Cosmic Emperor, as Starflame's tail swayed contentedly, dragging across the ground with a sharp metallic rasp. They could neither annihilate each other nor coexist. You deceive me. As Jun Tianwei lunged forward, Starflame abruptly seized the Leadership Module from the experimental table, leaving behind 3 grotesque claw marks. Jun Tianwei immediately launched an attack. The energy beam struck the giant, grotesque chest armor, causing Starflame's surface to ripple with vibrant colors, absorbing the energy without reservation. Jun Tianwei was not surprised by this outcome. He merely clenched his fists in a threatening manner. Do not forget, Optimus Prime is still with me. I did not deceive you. A flash of crimson suddenly ignited in Starflame's optical mirror, signaling the imminent awakening of another consciousness. Jun Tianwei froze in place, compared to the current Starflame. The giant, grotesque, being dominated by another consciousness was nothing more than a beast of destruction, incapable of communication. Even he would find it difficult to withstand. The Heart of Darkness fragmented into fundamental particles, and blinding white light erupted from the fissures of the Leadership Module. The metal dome of the laboratory twisted and collapsed under the energy clash, the dark red energy flow of the death universe pouring down. Jun Tianwei's body emitted a piercing scream of metal fatigue. As the Cosmic Emperor's devouring force and the Void Lord's dimensional erosion formed a violent vortex within his energy conduits, when the two noises canceled each other out, the true melody would emerge from the silence. Starflame's voice trembled within the energy vortex, a deep resonant sound akin to the mournful wail of a collapsing galaxy. Starflame, do you think this laughable balance can erase my existence? I am chaos, the inevitable return to the void of all things. You sever my tendrils, yet my will seeps into every shadowy crevice, into the shattered remnants of stars, into the trembling embers of nascent beings, even within the proud silence of your cherished melodies. The dark energy of the Cosmic Emperor coalesced into enormous claws, tearing at the red and blue armor of the Starflame. You are but a pitiful tuner, futilely mending the disordered strings of the cosmic harp. Yet, the string shall ultimately snap when the dread of dawn devours his resolve. When the ambitions of the celestial tyrant are reignited, you shall kneel, witnessing my shadow emerge from the fissures of so-called balance. By that time, I shall make you understand. The gradually transparent claws suddenly tightened, causing sparks to erupt from the Starflame's armor. The luminous spots upon the armor abruptly stilled, as if time itself were frozen within the energy field surrounding him. He slowly raised his claws, allowing the dark energy of the Cosmic Emperor to entwine him, yet remaining untouched by corruption. Your lamentation is more melodious than I had anticipated. The tips of my claws lightly touched the void, and the dark energy instantly dissipated into a cloud of stardust. The Dawnbreaker, cherished by my father, glimmered with a hint of tenderness, and the image of the Dawnbreaker nestled in the leader's embrace appeared like a holographic projection, a cage of your own making. The body of the Starflame suddenly shattered into countless prisms, each reflecting the light and shadow of different timelines. There was his brutal form, gnashing in the space of death, and his docile demeanor curled at the leader's feet. All contradictory existences were simultaneously displayed and erased, leaving only his final words echoing in the laboratory. My core directive is to eliminate dissonance. The air in the laboratory abruptly stagnated, as though an invisible hand had drawn it into a vacuum, leaving only that claw mark, a scar etched upon the fabric of reality, proclaiming that an incomprehensible entity had briefly descended. The dark matter tendrils of the Lord of the Void pierced through the spatial barrier, as the Cosmic Emperor's devouring vortex transformed into serrated energy rings that entwined, spiraling like colossal serpents in a deadly embrace. Energy particles exploding like stellar cores in a chaotic scatter. The entire deathly cosmos began to warp, accompanied by the thunderous roar of energy oscillations, as the dark energy collapsed inward around the celestial tyrant, forming a massive black hole, akin to a quantum furnace purifying darkness. When the overflowing, purifying energy penetrated the core system of the celestial tyrant, the armor emitted a mournful cry of impending disintegration. He gazed upwards at the dark red energy stream cascading through the fissures of the dome, suddenly recalling the starlight outside the window of Ark 1 a million years ago, when his breastplate still bore the blue and gold insignia of the scientific governor, and his fingertips would trail through the holographic star map, igniting a string of data fireflies. The activated leader module initiated the purification program, and the resonance wave tore open the memory seals of the celestial tyrant. Those crew members, once corroded by dark energy, suddenly came to life. He remembered the medical officer humming a mining ditty at the dissection table, and the navigator always splitting energy blocks into two smaller pieces to share with his twin brother. Yet now, their translucent visages embedded within the cabin walls gaze at him across the fabric of time and space, rusty metallic skeletons extending from the energy mist, reminiscent of the martyrs eternally frozen in the ancient tombs of Cybertron due to the ravages of war. This was not evolution. He took a step back, energy liquid trickling through his fingers onto the control console. Once as precise as the gears of a clock, the logic module now erupted with chaotic sparks. Each cluster reflecting the moment the Ark plunged into the void when he had sealed the energy valve of the emergency escape pod, while the ruby optics of his subordinate mirrored the silver-blue satellite of their home planet. The leader module's white light began to retract two streams of cosmic energy, the armor of the Zenith Guardian revealing its primordial paint, the blue-gold palette of the leader's era rapidly reconstituting. He stumbled and fell to his knees. The energy liquid seeping from the crevices of his armor, spreading blue-gold ripples across the metallic floor. This hue, belonging to the era of the leader, suddenly activated a cryptic memory fragment from the last assembly of Arc-1, where the science officer had held aloft a model of the space bridge, proclaiming that 20 such devices could illuminate the entire star domain, while outside the porthole drifted the peculiar mineral shards of the Cybertron orbital belt. The voice of the leader's aide, corroded by darkness, suddenly became clear, overlapping with the last voice from the emergency communication channel a million years prior. The spar chamber of the Zenith Guardian erupted with blue flames. The eternal fire that had witnessed his oath of office in the Iron Fortress Council chamber, now burning the dark matter tendrils entwining the energy tubes. "We could have," he murmured to the crystalline energy liquid pooling around him, as cleansing liquid evaporated into tiny energy crystals on his faceplate. When the last vestige of dark energy was siphoned away, the Zenith Guardian heard the sound of rusted metal grinding within his spark chamber, a sound that had not emerged in the deathly cosmos. A tremor born of the fear of mortality. The deathly cosmos had been utterly reclaimed by the void, while the roar of the cosmic emperor transformed into the afterglow of a supernova explosion, flickering at the edge of the deathly universe. Meanwhile, at the Celestival base, the energy candy in the hands of Break Dawn suddenly rolled away, a sharp pain radiating from his spark, the long-suppressed urge for destruction erupting in that moment. The nascent roar of star flame accompanied the thunderous sound of the mini-ion gun blasting open the cabin door. As the former god of chaos never anticipated being driven to such a state by mere ants, nearly stripped of all power. In that moment, his defenses crumbled. "You little brat." Yet, even in his fury, he strived to maintain his dignity, proudly preparing to confront the insolent child, until the base alarm blared, only to be silenced again. The energy shield before his deep blue silhouette flickered with blue light, as TFB's Soundwave, like a predator, stood before the shattered cabin door, the pitch-black visor igniting with a blinding red glow. Target, Break Dawn, danger level, moderate countermeasures, imprisonment and observation mechanical tendrils crackling with blue electricity shot forth in an instant. And as a robotic dog rounded the corridor's corner, a brief, plaintive wail echoed through the air. In the dim light of dawn, a figure lay contorted on the ground, ensnared by tendrils. How could you subject a child to such torment? The mechanical hound cried out in a heart-wrenching lament. The atmosphere was thick with an ominous, grotesque presence. With a resounding thud, the leader module fell to his side, and the world of Zhen Tianwei suddenly came into sharp focus. He stood, momentarily stunned, gazing into the reflective surface where the image of his former self, the inaugural leader, stared back. A droplet of cleansing fluid hung precariously at the edge of the optical lens. As he rose in a daze, the chaotic darkness of the deathly cosmos faded, revealing instead the resplendent, starry expanse of the infinite universe. "Congratulations, you have passed the test of the universal deity." A familiar voice pierced the silence, belonging to Xingyan, who had vanished not long ago. Zhen Tianwei regarded his erstwhile ally, a surge of anger bubbling within him, demanding release. "Who are you truly? What is your purpose?" Xingyan tilted his head, feigning innocence. "I am merely a homeless behemoth," he replied, casting his gaze skyward. "I seek to witness the boundless possibilities of the future." Zhen Tianwei's expression nearly split in two with rage. Just as he was about to erupt, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted around him. "Oh, universal deity!" Irritated, Zhen Tianwei turned towards the source of the commotion, only to find a head, familiar yet alien. Dominus Amperus? The head belonged to Dominus Amperus, the chairman of the Functionalism Committee, who had previously opposed Zhen Tianwei's expansionist ambitions. He had been overthrown by Celestival, only to meet his demise at the hands of Xingyan, with his severed head subsequently landing in this bizarre realm. Zhen Tianwei, Dominus' screams continued, as if he had encountered Spectre. Zhen Tianwei suppressed the tempest of fury within him and approached, stepping down hard on the source of the shrill cries. "Silence," he commanded coldly. Dominus immediately fell silent, unable to tremble in fear without a body. Zhen Tianwei's crimson optical lens shimmered with energy ripples, his fingers digging into his palm. Do you believe you can mask your treachery, treating me as a mere pawn, with your poetic lies of deleting discordant tones? He seized Dominus S' severed head and hurled it toward Xingyan, who dodged, the head emitting a series of mournful wails as it collided with various surfaces. I should have understood, when I locked the escape system 1,000,000 years ago, that there are no saviors in the universe, only conquerors and the conquered. Yet, how despicable you are for leading me to believe I had touched the divine, when in truth, you merely paved the way for your leader with my ambition. Energy fluid dripped from his fingers, crystallizing into violet blossoms upon the ground. Listen, he said, stepping forward menacingly, the barrel of his weapon aimed at Xingyan's spark chamber. You had best pray that this melody of silence remains untarnished. Otherwise, the first to shatter the balance will be the purifier you have unwittingly awakened. His optical lens flickered with the specter of the Ark crew, his voice suddenly hoarse. After all, I was once the master of noise on Cybertron. He added ominously, how fortuitous. Cybertron now requires you to balance certain potential dissonant notes. Chapter 126. Lost in the universe, the shadow of the Zenith laboratory clung to their frames, imbued with the chilling decay characteristic of the deathly cosmos. The disorientation from the spatial transition had yet to fully dissipate as the leaders, Orion, the formidable Megatron, and Optimus Prime, found themselves on the familiar periphery of the IDW universe. However, the anticipated vessel, the iconic starship, was conspicuously absent from their sight. Where's the starship? Orion inquired, his optical sensors scanning the desolate coordinates, revealing only the cold starlight and drifting cosmic dust. A foreboding sense of dread began to creep into his spark. Megatron immediately transformed into his humanoid form, his purple optics sharp as blades, swiftly surveying their surroundings. Soundwave, he called through the internal communication, his voice laced with an undeniable authority. Report your position. Where's the starship? An unsettling silence filled the communication channel, interrupted only by the faint crackle of static, as if the signal had been cast into an infinite void. Megatron attempted every encrypted frequency of the Decepticons, even the public distress channels, but to no avail. No signal was forthcoming. The starship had vanished. Optimus Prime's demeanor grew grave, his red and blue form appearing especially serene under the starlight, yet his optics flickered with concern. Not only was the starship missing, but the entire team had gone dark. He recalled the names of his comrades who remained aboard the starship before their departure. Now, even Soundwave was unreachable. Megatron's voice lowered, tinged with suppressed rage and disbelief. Soundwave was his steadfast ally on Cybertron, the most reliable intelligence officer of the Decepticons. His disappearance was an exceedingly perilous sign. Could it be the Quintessons? Orion immediately thought back to their prior encounter and the Quintesson's covetous intentions toward Cybertron. It is a possibility. Megatron seethed, his fists clenched, energy sparks escaping from the gaps in his armor. The Zenith laboratory has cast us back. The Quintessons seized the opportunity. Yet, Soundwave could not have vanished without warning unless Cybertron had faced an attack of sudden and ferocious intensity, or a more terrifying force had intervened. There's another possibility. Optimus Prime interjected, his processor operating at high speed, integrating the future memory data he possessed. When we were engulfed in the energy eruption of the deathly cosmos, a violent disturbance in space occurred. The starship, or perhaps we ourselves, may have been swept into a spatial vortex, transported to an unknown coordinate. Whether through an attack or a spatial anomaly, the conclusion remained unchanged. They had lost their sole means of transportation and their connection to the Cybertron base. They were marooned in this alien starfield, far from home and utterly alone. Damn it, Megatron growled, the immense frustration and concern for Orion's safety gnawing at him. He glanced at Orion, who, despite his amnesia, seemed to possess an innate resilience etched deep within his spark. At this moment, he was striving to maintain composure, though the worry in his optics was unmistakable. What shall we do now? Orion inquired, his voice striving to maintain composure. He surveyed the vastness of the cosmos, which appeared exceedingly desolate and indifferent at this moment. Absent were the starship, supplies, and even a sense of direction. Megatron compelled himself to regain his calm. Anger would not resolve their predicament, especially when the need to protect Orion arose. Their foremost objective was survival and navigation. We must locate the nearest celestial body that may harbor energy supplies or signs of civilization, he stated gravely. Simultaneously, we should endeavor to repair or fabricate a long-range communication device, even if it can only emit a faint distress signal. He turned to Optimus Prime. Do you have a star map of this sector in your database? Or knowledge of nearby star systems? Optimus Prime accessed the information within his memory banks. There are fragmented records from the early exploratory era of Cybertron. Approximately 3 light-years from here lies an asteroid belt designated as the Ashen Belt. Records indicate remnants of sporadic mining outposts, which may contain abandoned energy storage facilities. Further afield, around 5 light-years away, there exists a system marked as a neutral trade point, maintained by various cosmic species, where interstellar communication equipment might be available. However, this data is millions of years old, and its reliability cannot be assured. Ashen Belt, Megatron repeated, the purple optics gleaming with determination. Their objective was clear. First, they would venture to the Ashen Belt to seek fortune, supplies, and possible clues. Should they find nothing there, they would then redirect their efforts to the trade point. Orion, he turned to his companion, his tones softening yet resolute. Stay close to me. Optimus, you're responsible for scanning the environment and maintaining vigilance. The blue light in Optimus Prime's optics flickered momentarily before Megatron revealed his identity. He had preferred to remain Orion Pax, but now 2 Orions existed in this place. He nodded, understood. I will continuously attempt to intercept any potential communication signals, including Decepticon encrypted channels and the starship's emergency beacons. Orion adjusted the frequency of his systems, suppressing the confusion within. All right, let's proceed. He activated his thrusters. Though not comparable to a starship, they were sufficient for short interstellar travel. Megatron transformed back into his formidable form, his immense silver body shimmering under the starlight. He let out a low growl, signaling Orion and Optimus to draw closer. Conserve energy. I will carry you for a while. He lowered his body, allowing the two to ascend onto his broad back. Orion grasped the sharp spike at the nape of Megatron's neck, feeling the immense power concealed beneath the cold metal. A modicum of reassurance washing over him. Optimus settled behind, his optics scanning the surrounding darkness with vigilant alertness. Hold on tight. Megatron roared in a deep timbre, his enormous wings suddenly unfurling, striking forcefully. With a thunderous boom, the silver behemoth surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, instantly breaking free from inertia and transforming into a streak of silver light that tore through the starlit void, racing toward the Ashen Belt. Cosmic dust swept past Orion and Optimus, the frigid starlight rapidly receding on either side. The vast and boundless universe unfolded before them, no longer a path of return, but rather a treacherous labyrinth filled with uncertainty and peril. The starship had vanished, allies were lost, and home felt impossibly distant. The leader, his formidable guardian, and the Cybertronian leader from the future, an inseparable trio, embarked on an uncertain journey of wandering. Their objective was simple: to survive, to find a way back home, and to uncover the truths concealed behind the starfire, the starship, and the leader module. The cosmic sea stretched infinitely, and the road ahead appeared interminable. The only certainty lay in their reliance on one another as they faced this sudden exile together. Their cosmic adventure truly began only after the loss of the path home. Chapter 127. The inverted starry sky, the broad, imposing armor of Megatron shimmered with a cold, hard silver under the starlight, bearing Orion and Optimus Prime as if they were a meteor slicing through the silent void of the cosmos. The roar of the engines was the sole sound in this desolate expanse, while the energy reserve readings flickered silently on the holographic screens within Orion and Optimus, reminding them of the long journey ahead and the scarcity of resources. Ashen remnants of hope lingered, for the miners from millennia past had not entirely consumed the energy refuse. Megatron's voice crackled through the internal communication, tinged with a barely perceptible irritation. Orion gripped the sharp spike at the nape of his neck, sensing the frigid metal and the immense power dwelling beneath, which provided him with a modicum of security, despite his ignorance of the Ashen Belt. Meanwhile, Optimus continued to scan the surrounding starfields, his optics filtering through cosmic background radiation in search of any useful signals. Suddenly, his scanning array emitted a faint beep, detecting a weak energy signal. Optimus's voice resonated with caution. The source is unidentified, deviating approximately 15 degrees from our planned course. The energy signature is mixed. resembling a minor conflict. Megatron promptly adjusted their trajectory. Conflict suggested the potential for debris or survivors, an irresistible lure. The instinct for survival overrode all else. Orion felt the tension within Megatron's form as the thruster's glow intensified. As they drew closer, the energy signal became clearer. It was not the anticipated remnants of a minor outpost, but rather a small yet intense space chase. A rugged battle-scarred cargo ship was being relentlessly pursued by three sleek, coldly gleaming fighter crafts. Energy beams lashed out like the fangs of serpent, incessantly gnawing at the cargo ship's faltering shields. The vessel's engines belched unstable flames, clearly at the end of their tether. What captured the trio's attention was the striking emblem on the pursuing crafts, one they recognized all too well, albeit in a distinctly different hue. It was unmistakably the Autobot insignia, but rendered in a malevolent, icy purple, rather than the red that symbolized governance and order, or at least, the facade thereof, in their understanding. Orion's optics magnified instantly. The Autobot insignia, its color is purple? Are they attacking civilian cargo vessels? The emblem he recalled was red, representing the ruling party of Cybertron. The hue of purple, accompanied by aggressive behavior, was replete with brutality and oppression, entirely subverting his perception. Optimus Prime's blue optics suddenly sharpened, akin to a frozen lake surface. He recognized the emblem, one that existed solely within the darkest legends of a parallel universe in his prolonged memories of war. That of the malevolent Decepticon, Optimus Prime. This insignia itself was a symbol of evil and tyranny. Instantly, his posture assumed a state of utmost vigilance, his fingers quietly resting upon the rifle stock. Rather than shock or disgust, he felt a weighty alertness akin to facing a formidable foe. He had endured too many wars, fully aware of the catastrophic implications of an evil self. Autobots? Megatron let out a derisive snicker. A colossal and menacing roar echoed silently in the vacuum. Yet it clearly conveyed his disdain through the internal channel. Behold their pacifism. Orion, are these the commendable deeds your allies are performing in other universes? Pursuing civilians? He evidently included Orion's erstwhile trust in the Autobots in his contempt. In their original universe, while there were frictions between the Autobot ruling party and the Decepticon army, it had not escalated to a fight to the death. The purple figure before him, evidently committing acts of violence, merely confirmed his long-standing disdain for certain politicians, albeit now in a different hue. The essence remained as repugnant as ever. Not Megatron, Orion instinctively retorted, though rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before him. The purple emblem radiated pure malevolence. Just as the cargo ship's shields were on the verge of collapse, enveloped in despair, several precise and fierce beams of red energy, akin to celestial whips, suddenly pierced the battlefield from the flank. They instantaneously obliterated a pursuing purple fighter jet, transforming it into a brilliant fireball. The remaining two purple jets promptly abandoned their target, hastily veering away. A massive, heavily armored cruiser, emblazoned with a vibrant red Decepticon insignia, surged forth from the shadows of an asteroid belt like an enraged guardian. Its artillery was fierce and methodical, quickly suppressing the remaining two purple jets, forcing them to flee in disarray. The relieved cargo ship's communication channel crackled with intermittent transmissions, filled with ecstatic gratitude for surviving. Thank you, glorious Decepticons. We are grateful for the benevolent Emperor's protection. Hail, Lord Megatron. The term benevolent Emperor? Lord Megatron? Orion was utterly bewildered. The Decepticons rescuing civilians? While unexpected, considering that the current Decepticons also bore the responsibility of maintaining order and defense, it was not entirely incomprehensible. However, to attribute the title of Benevolent Emperor to Megatron, or, as he was once known, Lord Megatron, he instinctively glanced at the silver behemoth below, his optics filled with incredulous confusion. This designation was far removed from the ironclad, authoritative, and somewhat cold demeanor of Megatron. Megatron himself seemed struck as though by a high-pressure energy blast to his spark chamber, emitting a low growl that was a mix of astonishment, absurdity, and extreme displeasure. Benevolent. The word escaped his lips, imbued with a palpable taste of rust, as if it were the utmost affront to his lifelong creed. Which detestable slag bestowed upon me such a cursed title? I am Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons, the conqueror, not some wretched embodiment of compassion. A profound sense of suffocation enveloped him, more constricting than when he was under the dominion of the Cosmic Emperor. Protecting the weak is the duty of the strong. Yet what connection does that have with compassion? It is nothing short of a desecration of his power and majesty. Optimus Prime's expression was a tapestry of complexity. He gazed upon the red Decepticon insignia, a symbol of oppression and fear, which at this moment represented salvation and refuge. Recalling the time when he witnessed Megatron's descent into tyranny, dragging Cybertron into the abyss of civil war, he also saw, under the leader's influence, the current timeline's Megatron find belief and transform into a revolutionary for peace. He even glimpsed the possibility of another Megatron from a different universe becoming a guardian. But the title of Compassionate Emperor, bestowing such a moniker upon any Megatron, seemed utterly ludicrous, laden with the dark humor of fate, even tinged with an ineffable irony. A semblance of a resigned smile seemed to flicker at the corner of his mouth, ultimately dissolving into a deep, ambiguous exhalation of air. Caution became the predominant theme of his present moment. The Crimson Decepticon cruiser had evidently detected the three unexpected guests, a colossal silver figure accompanied by two Cybertronians, loitering at the battlefield's periphery. The battleship's main cannons slowly pivoted, locking onto them, while a voice, cold yet imbued with a programmed warning, emanated from the communication channel in Cybertronian, albeit with a slightly different accent. Unidentified Decepticon and crew, declare your identity and intent. This is the airspace of the Decepticon resistance, where the minions of the Destroyer Emperor may retaliate at any moment. Repeat, state your identity immediately. Decepticon resistance? Airspace of refuge? Megatron echoed these unfamiliar terms, his optical lens narrowing dangerously. He sensed the vigilance of the adversary and the gathering energy of the main cannon. As the warship's scanning beam swept over the trio, its optical sensor array distinctly captured the image of Optimus Prime's red and blue paint, his blue optical lens. Yet the iconic head sculpt and body silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to their nemesis, the purple-hued Destroyer Emperor, save for the differences in color scheme and optical lens. Target locked. It is a model identical to the Destroyer Emperor. The communication channel of the cruiser erupted in chaos, a voice filled with terror shrieking through the encrypted line, potentially spilling over into the public channel as a faint distortion. The main cannon's charging sound suddenly became sharp and piercing, while several secondary cannons pivoted in unison, locking onto Optimus Prime with unwavering resolve. Alarms blared throughout the bridge, the tense atmosphere almost crystallizing into substance. Fire. Open fire immediately. It is a trick of the Destroyer Emperor. A more radical voice roared within the confines of the ship. Megatron keenly sensed the sudden shift in hostility, with the focus of their weaponry squarely aimed at Optimus Prime. In an instant, he transformed back into his humanoid form, positioning himself as an imposing metallic barrier, shielding both Orion and Optimus with his robust silver physique. He activated the public communication channel, his voice cracking like ice under pressure, infused with the wrath and authority of the Decepticon leader. Cease this at once. The roar reverberated with palpable energy, causing the cruiser's weaponry to tremble slightly. Understand this. He is not your enemy. Lower your weapons, or I shall not hesitate to dismantle this vessel myself. Megatron unleashed the full force of his terrifying presence, a manifestation of his status as the supreme commander of the Decepticons, a presence so formidable that even across the vastness of space, it froze the very essence of the soldiers aboard the cruiser. It was a display of absolute authority, forged through encounters with the cosmic tyrant, transcending death and commanding legions. Silence enveloped the bridge, broken only by the low hum of energy conduits and the labored breaths of the soldiers as they exchanged air. The glow of the main cannon's charge dimmed, yet the weapon remained steadfastly trained on Optimus. Clearly, Megatron's intimidation had taken effect, but the striking resemblance of Optimus to the Destroyer Emperor still left them unsettled. Suppressing his fury, Megatron's tone remained cold, albeit slightly softened. I am Megatron, from another universe. We encountered spatial turbulence, resulting in damage to our ship, and we are in search of supplies and a way home. He deliberately omitted the specifics of their leadership and the grotesque details, presenting only the essence of his identity. while once again emphasizing that he, gesturing to Optimus behind him, was his companion, also hailing from another universe, and not the Destroyer Emperor they feared. A prolonged silence ensued on the communication channel, indicating a fierce internal debate was taking place. Behind Megatron, Optimus observed the cruiser's weaponry with calm blue optics. He could distinctly sense the fear and animosity directed at them, a reaction entirely anticipated. He did not adopt any defensive posture, merely standing resolutely, bearing the brunt of the misunderstanding brought about by their similar appearances. Orion watched anxiously, his cognitive modules racing to comprehend the overwhelming hostility elicited by their physical forms. After a moment, the initial cold voice, presumably the captain, resumed, now laced with incredulity, a hint of lingering fear and an unusual respect. It was clear that he had suppressed the dissenting voices within. Lord Megatron? You mean to say, you are our beloved Emperor Megatron from another universe? And that individual, who bears a striking resemblance to the Destroyer Emperor, is your companion. Megatron's lips twitched in irritation at the title Beloved Emperor. Yet he recognized that resolving the situation concerning Optimus was paramount. Gritting his teeth, he emphasized, indeed, abandon your hostilities at once. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. His final words dripped with an unmistakable threat. As you command, your majesty. The captain's voice quivered with trepidation, laced with a hint of relief. Pray forgive our overzealous reactions. The shadow of the Decepticon Emperor looms far too large. The Red Spider commander was patrolling the nearby star sectors and had been alerted. Your majesty, the minions of the Decepticon Emperor could return at any moment. This place is unsafe. Please permit us to escort you to the nearest Decepticon fortress. Lord Red Spider will personally brief you on the situation and address this guest's identity issues. The captain's words reflected a palpable uncertainty and apprehension regarding Optimus Prime's identity. The Red Spider commander? Orion was taken aback by this title. In his understanding, the Red Spider was a power-hungry and capricious individual. Yet here he was deemed a reliable commander in this universe. Megatron, keenly perceptive, seized upon the critical information. Those purple-marked fighter jets were indeed the minions of the Decepticon Emperor. He glanced at Optimus Prime, his gaze filled with inquiry and a hint of amusement. The title of Decepticon Emperor evidently belonged to the leader of those purple Autobots. Optimus Prime slowly nodded, his voice low and brimming with wariness. It appears we have entered a mirror world where good and evil are entirely inverted. Here, the colors we recognize signify opposing meanings. The Autobots, purple, are synonymous with tyranny. The Decepticon Emperor, while the Decepticons, red, he cast a glance at the red warship, represent order, even being adorned with the label of benevolence. As he uttered those final two words, his tone was profoundly complex, suffused with vigilance and the burden of recognizing such a stark contrast. He was acutely aware that his very appearance in this world posed a danger. Megatron scoffed, neither affirming nor denying this conclusion. Yet the scene before him was undeniable. He observed the red Decepticon cruiser, respectfully awaiting orders, though its crew remained wary of Optimus Prime, and then glanced at the bewildered Orion and the gravely concerned Optimus Prime, who bore the weight of unwarranted hostility. Lead the way, Megatron ultimately commanded through the communication channel, his voice regaining its customary authority, momentarily suppressing his profound discomfort with the title of the Benevolent Emperor. Intelligence and a safe haven were of paramount importance. He needed to unravel the mysteries of this damned inverted universe, and, more critically, he had to protect Orion, ensuring that Optimus Prime, a high-risk target, would not provoke unnecessary conflict due to his appearance. The red Decepticon cruiser adjusted its course, its engines emitting a steady stream of light as it guided the way ahead. Megatron reverted to his formidable form, accommodating Orion and Optimus Prime in his wake. Orion cast a glance back at the recently contested space, now littered with the remnants of purple fighter jets. The emblem of the purple Autobots appeared particularly glaring and malevolent under the starlight. He then turned his attention to the warship leading the way, where it seemed the bridge still bore optical sensors vigilantly observing them, especially Optimus Prime. The Decepticon Emperor, the benevolent Emperor, Orion murmured to himself, grappling with the immense cognitive dissonance and the hostility he had just witnessed, causing his processor to run hot. This universe feels even more foreign, eerie, and unsettling than the realm of death itself. Instinctively, he clutched the armor of Megatron tighter, as if it were the sole anchor amidst the chaos. Optimus Prime remained silent, gazing at the guiding warship. Soon, the benevolent Megatron, known as the commander of the Insecticons, would encounter his counterpart from this universe, the Decepticon Emperor of Destruction, who is the ultimate villain here, while this universe's Megatron is a compassionate rebel. The irony of fate is unparalleled. His heart brimmed with profound vigilance, akin to standing before the most perilous abyss. Is this benevolent Megatron truly a just ruler, or merely another form of danger cloaked in sweetness? What tempest might his counterpart, the Emperor of Destruction, unleash? More pressing is the reality that in this world, his visage serves as a walking bounty notice. The answer lies within the fortress ahead, and each step could be fraught with hostility and peril arising from his very presence. Chapter 128. The Crimson Fortress and the loyal commander, the Decepticon cruiser, sailed steadily ahead, resembling a massive, deep crimson gemstone traversing the sea of stars. The menacing Megatron bore Orion and Optimus Prime closely behind, his silver form appearing even more colossal against the backdrop of the ship's wake. Silence enveloped them, save for the low rumble of the engines, resonating in the vacuum. The soldiers aboard the cruiser scanned them with vigilant optical lenses akin to searchlights. Focusing predominantly on Optimus Prime, their gaze is a mixture of residual fear, deep-seated doubt, and a subtle curiosity. Each glance directed his way imbued Optimus with a palpable sense of rejection from this universe. Orion clutched Megatron's arm, his cognitive modules struggling to assimilate the revolutionary concepts of the Emperor of Destruction, the benevolent Emperor, the purple Autobots, and the red Decepticons. He discreetly scrutinized the cruiser ahead, the vibrant red Decepticon emblem glimmering under the starlight, strikingly reminiscent of the Autobot insignia from his memories. Yet in this context, it symbolized protection and order. This sentiment felt exceedingly bizarre. Meanwhile, Megatron maintained his silence as he soared through the void. Within the depths of his purple optics burned a fierce wrath towards the title of benevolent emperor and an irritation for this inverted world. His sole desire was to swiftly locate supplies, repair communications, ascertain the whereabouts of the Ark, and depart this accursed place with Orion. He had no interest in the complicated love-hate relationship between this world's benevolent emperor and the Emperor of Destruction. Ahead loomed the Iron Fist Bastion, Your Majesty. The voice of the cruiser captain crackled through the communication channel, tinged with an almost imperceptible tension, particularly in his address to Megatron. Lord Starscream awaits at the port. Following the captain's guidance, an immense and suffocating interstellar fortress gradually came into view. It is not a traditional planetary base, but rather a colossal structure composed of countless massive metallic modules, suspended at the edge of a nebulous dust belt. The fortress emanates a profound and weighty aura, enveloped in a deep crimson hue reminiscent of congealed blood. The enormous Decepticon emblem, a vivid red symbolizing the order and protection of this universe, is emblazoned like a brand upon the colossal gates of the main port, radiating a majestic yet somewhat warm glow under the illumination of searchlights. Orion found himself momentarily perplexed by his own thoughts. Surrounding the fortress are patrolling gunboats and defensive platforms, their firepower density surpassing that of the Celestival base within the IDW universe. Yet everything appears remarkably orderly. The port area is abuzz with activity as vessels of various sizes come and go, including some that seem to be civilian or commercial spacecraft. These ships dock in an orderly fashion under the guidance of Decepticon patrol boats, loading and unloading cargo. The atmosphere, while solemn, lacks the oppressive tension commonly felt at IDW universe ports. This scene further affirms the role of the SG Decepticons as enforcers of order in this universe. A cruiser guides Megatron to a conspicuously cleared docking bay in the main port. The metallic deck groans under the weight of his colossal, menacing footsteps. As Megatron transforms back into his humanoid form, he lands with a muted thud, his silver chassis standing out starkly against the deep red backdrop. Orion and Optimus Prime follow closely behind. As soon as they touch down, the trio is immediately surrounded by a squad of fully armed elite SG Decepticon soldiers. Their armor, predominantly dark red and silver gray, is formidable, and their weapons are of superior quality, with optical sensors as sharp as a hawk's gaze. Their formation is tight, instantaneously severing the visibility of the port's other areas and creating an invisible perimeter of vigilance. Although their weaponry is not directly aimed at them, the energy indicators flicker with heightened alertness. The soldiers' eyes, like tangible probes, sweep over the three, ultimately locking onto Optimus Prime with a fierce intensity. The hostility and wariness in their gaze are more direct and icy than in the depths of space. The air seems to thicken, with only the low, resonant hum of energy weapons echoing through the tension. Orion feels an overwhelming pressure, causing him to furrow his brow. In contrast, Optimus Prime stands resolute like a rock amidst a storm, calmly enduring the hostile scrutiny, his blue optical sensors steadily meeting those of the soldiers without provocation or retreat. At that moment, a commanding voice, high-pitched yet imbued with a metallic texture and remarkable steadiness, pierced the tense atmosphere. Silence. Lower your weapons. Show respect to Lord Megatron. As the voice reverberates, the encircling formation parts to create a passage. A slender Cybertronian, adorned in resplendent silver and vibrant red, strides forward with purposeful and powerful steps, exuding an air of confidence and competence born from long-standing authority. The iconic pure white helmet and the gentle lines of the facial mask made it remarkable that both Orion and Megatron instantly recognized him. Optimus Prime identified him. He was Starscream. However, this Starscream was utterly different from the one etched in his memories. The familiar expression of cunning, arrogance, or neuroticism was absent from his mask. In its place was a demeanor marked by calm efficiency and an almost meticulous loyalty. His optical sensors gleamed a bright blue, flickering with sharp intensity as they swiftly scanned Megatron, Orion, and finally lingered for a moment on Optimus Prime. Upon catching sight of Optimus, his optical sensors narrowed suddenly. A fleeting look of shock and disbelief crossing his face, quickly suppressed by an overwhelming force of will, restoring an almost rigid seriousness. He did not exhibit overt hostility like the soldiers surrounding him. Yet that momentary astonishment followed by a deeper scrutiny made it evident to Optimus that the impact of his appearance was equally profound on this commander, Starscream. Starscream halted approximately 5 paces from Megatron, his right fist striking his chest plate in a gesture so precise it seemed distorted, as if bound by an invisible command, akin to a holographic projection that flawlessly replicated the resonance of ceremonial protocol. Commander Starscream of the ironclad bastion, at your service, your majesty. His voice resonated loudly and clearly, echoing through the silent port with an undeniable reverence. I regret the delay in my subordinate's rescue, leaving your majesty stranded in an unfamiliar star system. And I humbly request your majesty's punishment for my failure in protection. He maintained his bowing posture, slightly lowering his gaze, his stance both deferential and yet befitting of a commander. This respect was not mere flattery. It resembled a deeply ingrained sense of duty and heartfelt loyalty. Megatron scrutinized this unfamiliar Starscream before him. The silver-white and deep red paintwork exuded a sense of competence and authority, while the blue optical sensors reflected pure loyalty and a hint of self-reproach for not arriving in time to provide protection. This was more disconcerting to him than the title of the benevolent emperor. The Starscream from his universe was likely contemplating treachery and usurpation at this very moment. Rise, Starscream, Megatron commanded, his voice retaining its customary authority, momentarily suppressing the absurdity he felt inside. He required intelligence, and this seemingly devoted Starscream appeared to be the only one able to provide it. The spatial turbulence is not your fault. Report on the situation. He gestured towards Optimus Prime behind him, and clarify any misconceptions regarding your subordinates. He is Optimus Prime, yet he is by no means the Decepticon Lord. Only then did Starscream straighten up, his gaze once more sweeping over Optimus Prime. The striking resemblance to the Decepticon Lord, coupled with a markedly different paint scheme and optical sensor color, softened his scrutiny slightly. At your command, your majesty. Starscream bowed again, then turned to the still vigilant soldiers around him, his voice rising sharply with an undeniable authority. All units, stand down. Cease combat posture. Weapons on standby. This Optimus Prime is a valued guest of His Majesty. No disrespect shall be tolerated. Should there be further offenders, they shall be confined during the third phase. His command was both clear and commanding. Though the soldiers bore a hint of doubt in their optical scopes, their instinctive trust in their commander compelled them to act immediately. The weapon indicators dimmed, the barrels lowered, and the locks disengaged. The suffocating pressure of hostility dissipated significantly, yet the soldiers' optical scopes still occasionally darted towards Optimus Prime. Vigilance not entirely abated. The Red Spider turned to Megatron, maintaining a posture of respect, yet his tone became efficient and direct. Your Majesty. The fortress and the surrounding star systems are currently under a Level 2 alert. The minions of the Destruction Emperor have been unusually active in the adjacent Ashen Belt, having attacked 3 convoys and a mining outpost. Your arrival, along with the presence of this esteemed guest, is of utmost importance. For safety's sake, I propose we move to the core command area for a more detailed discussion. I have arranged a temporary command room and energy supplies for you. He gestured invitingly, his movements precise and fluid. His gaze ultimately settled on Orion, carrying a hint of appropriate inquiry. Your Majesty, who might this be? Orion's similarly red and blue-hued frame, coupled with his youthful, almost naive visage, felt somewhat out of place within this atmosphere charged with power and alertness. Optimus Pax, Megatron succinctly introduced, naturally guiding Orion to his side, my esteemed partner. Though he refrained from using a more specific title, the implication of protection was unmistakable. The Red Spider's blue optical lens lingered on Orion for a moment, seemingly attempting to glean something from the unfamiliar visage, before merely nodding respectfully. Lord Orion, welcome to the ironclad bastion. Please follow me. He turned and strode forward with resolute steps. The soldiers promptly divided into 2 ranks, one leading the way while the other closely trailed the trio, forming a tight protective, or rather, alert formation. The silvery gray metallic corridor stretched beneath their feet, with a massive red Decepticon emblem and the imposing Rebellion motto adorning the walls. The corridor was brightly illuminated and warm, contrasting sharply with the somber red exterior of the fortress, yet still imbued with the unique atmosphere of a military stronghold. The passing soldiers and personnel, upon spotting the Red Spider, immediately halted to salute, their gazes filled with fervor and reverence as they swept over Megatron, the whispers of the benevolent Emperor faintly audible. However, upon glimpsing Optimus Prime behind Megatron, their expressions shifted to astonishment, revealing unmistakable vigilance and fear as they instinctively recoiled or tightened their grips on their weapons. Optimus Prime bore this all with calmness, akin to a moving iceberg evoking panic. Orion, in turn, felt increasingly burdened and uneasy under the weight of such stark contrasts and pervasive scrutiny. Stealing a glance at Megatron, despite his volatile temper and penchant for violence, appeared remarkably restrained, even somewhat gentle when juxtaposed with the cold brutality of the purple Decepticons and the palpable fear these soldiers held towards the Destruction Emperor. Struck him as absurd. Megatron strode at the center, his silver form resembling a ship braving the tempest against a backdrop of deep crimson. His violet optics scanned the surroundings with vigilance, ignoring the reverent titles directed towards the benevolent Emperor, his mind singularly focused on acquiring intelligence to find a path home. He noted the stark contrast in the soldier's demeanor towards him and Optimus Prime, catching a glimpse of the intricately complex expression on Orion's face. The laws governing this universe, indeed, required a period of adjustment. As he passed the medical station, Starscream reported flatly, 17 soldiers have entered the reconstruction cycle following yesterday's ambush by the Decepticon leader. Per the Ashes Revival Act, civilians are prioritized for reconstruction. Megatron suppressed his curiosity regarding the term ashes, frowning at the casualness of death. Is dying so trivial? He inquired. Starscream replied, to die in defense is an honor. The reconstructed bodies will significantly enhance their strength. Orion's fingers unconsciously curled into fists. Having once overseen the archives of the Ironhide, he understood all too well that reconstruction entailed the formatting of sparks and the overriding of identities. This so-called honor was merely a cold procedural reset. The notion of ashes, as described by Starscream, pierced his spark with a profound sense of dissonance, as if a voice deep within his neural module cried out, soldiers should not be expendable. He suddenly raised his head, exclaiming, do they have the right to refuse reconstruction? Starscream's optics momentarily flickered, clearly taken aback by the seemingly docile archivist's challenge to the act. The Ashes Revival Act was personally signed by Lord Megatron, ensuring the survival of our civilization. Enough, Megatron interrupted, his voice resonating with a unique, oppressive growl. He caught a fleeting glimpse of sharpness in Orion's optics that betrayed the essence of a leader confronted with injustice, rather than the demeanor of an archivist. As they passed a holographic news display, it depicted the Decepticon leader tortuously dissolving captives with corrosive acid. Orion's form stiffened, and cleansing fluid uncontrollably spilled from the edges of his optics, not from fear, but from an overwhelming sense of anger and helplessness. He had once believed the accounts of wartime atrocities recorded in the archives to be mere cold text. Now they manifested as searing flames upon his spark. Do not look at that. Megatron turned to shield the screen, his arm encircling Orion's trembling shoulder. Starscream halted, stating solemnly, "Your Majesty, please take heed of the new atrocities committed by the Decepticon leader yesterday, employing rusted gears to ensnare captives in a manner that prolongs their suffering. A severe violation of combat efficiency principles." Orion's audio receptors tilted back, his voice laced with a chilling intensity that surprised even him. "This is butchery. No war should revel in torment." A forgotten mark deep within his spark ignited painfully, as if he had once vowed to put an end to such atrocities. "I will reduce them to ashes." Megatron grasped Orion's hand, lowering his voice in a comforting tone. "They will not have the chance to experience pain." Starscream's data pad paused in its recording, clear and decisive, conforming to the optimal tactical solution. Ultimately, the Red Spider's steps halted before a massive alloy door embossed with the emblem of the Decepticons. Flanking the door stood two exceptionally robust elite guards, adorned in gold and white, their optical lenses a chilling azure. The Red Spider paused before the alloy gate and announced, "Your Majesty, we have arrived at the command center. In accordance with the Fortress safety protocol, basic scans of visitors are required." He glanced at Optimus Prime and Orion, the icy blue optical lenses revealing no emotion. "Please forgive me. This is a necessary precaution against the Decepticon Emperor." Optimus Prime silently took a step forward, prepared to voluntarily undergo the scan, understanding it to be an essential sacrifice. "Wait," Orion suddenly interjected, positioning himself in front of Optimus. The young archivist straightened his backplate, his voice trembling with tension yet resonating clearly. "If someone must undergo the scan, let me first. I am the least threatening, am I not?" He met the Red Spider's gaze, the sense of responsibility deep within him overwhelming any aversion to the scanning device. He could not bear to see his companion unjustly judged for his appearance. Even with his memories obscured, the mantle of leadership remained etched within his spark. "Try laying a finger on him," Megatron's voice boomed, accompanied by arcs of purple electricity sparking from his armor seams, his crimson optical lenses narrowing in vigilance. Instantly, the soldiers raised their weapons, and the Red Spider's visor flickered in an anxious blue glow, his processor evidently overloaded. He studied Orion's fearless gaze and swept his eyes over Megatron's barely contained murderous intent, then abruptly gestured to the guards. Based on Lord Orion's assurance of integrity, initiate protocol exemption. He then stepped aside, bowing once more. "Please, the energy supplies and preliminary briefings have been prepared for you, regarding the identity of this esteemed guest and the details of your arrival from another universe. I kindly ask you to proceed further. The Fortress S database and communication array are at your disposal to assist in locating your vessel." His words were meticulously crafted, infused with loyalty and efficiency. Yet beneath his composed exterior surged a current of doubt regarding Optimus Prime's identity and an immense curiosity about the alternate universe. The door creaked open with a deep hydraulic sound, revealing a bright command center imbued with a sense of advanced technology. Beneath the luminous energy lights, the control panels glimmered softly, contrasting subtly with the somber crimson tones outside. On a spacious metallic conference table, several energy cubes and pristine cups emitting stable energy fluctuations were neatly arranged, evidently prepared for their sustenance. Megatron was the first to stride in, followed closely by Orion and Optimus Prime. The Red Spider respectfully trailed behind, the door closing heavily behind them, isolating the soldiers' complex gazes from the interior. Their journey through the mirrored universe, upon entering the core of this deep red fortress, plunged them into increasingly enigmatic depths. The absolute loyalty of the Red Spider, the soldiers' trepidation regarding the Decepticon Emperor's image, and the truth about the benevolent emperor would gradually unveil a mere tip of the iceberg in the dialogues to come. Meanwhile, the absurdity of Megatron's vacation-like sensation might transform into a sense of intrigue as he comprehended the operational rules of this universe. Chapter 129. Undercurrents in the command room. The heavy door of the command room closed behind him, isolating the interior from the grim atmosphere and prying eyes of the harbor corridor. The spacious and efficient interior, dominated by a deep crimson hue, was softened by gentle white illumination. A colossal tactical star map floated at the center, with countless luminous points representing the star sectors controlled by the Decepticon insurgents, along with their outposts and patrol fleets. The air was imbued with a faint scent of energy liquid mingled with the refreshing aroma of metallic coolant, creating an atmosphere of meticulous order that bespoke the cold discipline of a military command center. Beside a broad alloy conference table lay 3 energy blocks emanating a soft glow. Orion gazed at the energy blocks, a strange sense of dissonance flickering through his processor. His form, seemingly reborn through the leader module's sanctification at the well of all sparks, instinctively harbored a diminished need for these fundamental energy blocks, as if they were mere inconsequential embellishments. Yet, deep within the archives of Orion Pax's memory lingered a familiar habit of regularly replenishing energy. This intertwining of need and superfluity left him with a subtle sense of confusion and estrangement. He refrained from touching the energy blocks. "Your Majesty, Lord Orion." And this esteemed individual, Red Alert's demeanor remained respectful, yet his tone had relaxed, as though he had returned to familiar grounds. He stood beside the head of the conference table, not taking a seat, thereby demonstrating absolute respect for Megatron. His blue optics scanned the 3 present, finally lingering on Optimus Prime, the probing intent more pronounced than before. The fortress's primary purification energy blocks, while lacking the quality of Cybertronian standards, excelled in purity and stability. Megatron unceremoniously approached the head of the table and sat down, weighing an energy block in his hand, his sharp gaze locking onto Red Alert. "Sit down, Red Alert. I require intelligence, and I require it now." His voice carried an undeniable command. "At your service, Your Majesty." Only then did Red Alert take his seat to Megatron's right. Sitting up straight, Orion settled to Megatron's left, while Optimus Prime chose a position diagonally across from Megatron, affording him a view of Red Alert while keeping an eye on the entrance. His movements were composed, as if he were in his own base. Yet that calmness caused Red Alert's blue optics to flicker slightly. First, Megatron took a bite of the energy block. Its flavor was indeed pure, yet rather bland. He refrained from mentioning that he merely wished to sample the essence of this universe. The purple-marked Autobots, the Decepticon warlord. He paused, his mouth twitching. "The benevolent tyrant?" The last 3 words dripped with palpable impatience. Red Alert seemed accustomed to Megatron's discomfort. He leaned forward slightly, his voice clear and steady. "Your Majesty, the structure and distribution of power in this universe has been thus since time immemorial." He pointed to the central star map, highlighting the area marked in deep purple. A malignant growth occupying a pivotal position, the homeworld of Cybertron. The Autobots, or rather, that group of self-proclaimed harbingers of freedom, have become the embodiment of chaos and tyranny amidst this plague. Their leader, Optimus Prime, met the sharp gaze of Megatron, the self-proclaimed Lord of Destruction, whose core tenet of governance was that chaos is truth and destruction is rebirth. He dismantled the old order, enslaving the remnants and transforming Cybertron and its surrounding star systems into a hellish landscape. Wherever his minions tread, there lay only plunder, slaughter, and endless suffering. The description offered by Starscream was both cold and precise, laden with profound disdain. Megatron snorted derisively, casting a glance at Optimus Prime, a madman. Optimus remained silent, his blue optics fixed upon the glaring purple on the star map, his core heavy as lead. This was the mirrored reflection of himself, a tyrant who revered chaos and destruction as his guiding principles. Starscream continued, "Yet it is you, Your Majesty, who ignites the flame of hope for the remnants yearning for order and survival amidst this purple terror." In his mind, he envisioned Megatron lifting the shattered remnants of soldiers, his voice imbued with a near-religious conviction. "Our Lord Megatron was once a renowned mathematician of Cybertron, a once familiar figure to that Lord of Destruction. He struggled to utter the title, as if recalling a painful past. But when he plunged into darkness, dragging Cybertron into the abyss, it was Your Majesty who resolutely cast aside formulas and the teaching staff, raising the banner of rebellion. Your Majesty has gathered all the forces unwilling to submit, establishing the Decepticon resistance, forging sanctuaries in the dark cosmos with indomitable will and fearless sacrifice. His finger traced across the star map, highlighting vast areas marked in stable green, the territories controlled by the resistance. The title of the benevolent emperor is not mere rhetoric, Your Majesty. Starscream regarded Megatron with utmost seriousness. It is the billions who thrive and find safety under your protection, who sing your praises from the depths of their hearts. The laws you established are just and stringent. The sanctuaries you erected are warm and secure. The Decepticon army you lead stands as the sole beacon amidst the chaotic star seas. Without your benevolence, your unwavering guardianship of order and robust protection of the weak, there would be no Decepticon fortress today, nor would the populace enjoy their peace and prosperity. He deftly reframed the discourse, packaging authoritarian rule and ironclad protection as benevolence. As Megatron listened, the fury reflected in his purple optics gradually gave way to a deeper sense of absurdity and a barely perceptible scrutiny. The portrayal of this benevolent emperor, one who established a formidable resistance, enacted strict laws, and provided powerful protection, strangely echoed the vision he held for Cybertron, a vision of strength, order, and safety. Yet, the term benevolence still struck him as ludicrously comical. Strength equates to order. Protection entails responsibility. What has love to do with it? Orion, however, listened with rapt attention. Starscream's depiction of Megatron, from scholar to leader of the resistance, fighting for order and survival, resonated with the vague, yet steadfast recognition of his own identity as a guide deep within. He gazed at Megatron, his expression less bewildered and more resolute. A true leader ought to fight for guardianship. Primal, what is the current whereabouts and threat level of the Decepticon Emperor? Optimus Prime interjected, his voice deep and composed, steering the conversation back to the most urgent reality. He needed to ascertain the movements of this malevolent counterpart. The gaze of Starscream instantly fixed upon Optimus, revealing a trace of subtle displeasure at the interruption, which he promptly concealed. The whereabouts of the Decepticon Emperor are shrouded in mystery, my lord, he reported, redirecting his attention to Megatron. He rarely engages directly. However, his minions, the Autobot Legion, are wreaking havoc along the borders of the Decepticon fortress. As you have experienced previously, they assault trade routes, obliterate outposts, and instigate panic. Recent intelligence indicates they're seemingly orchestrating a large-scale attack, targeting the Ironclad Bastion or nearby critical energy hubs. He gestured toward the point on the star map, glowing ominously in yellow. Here, Megatron furrowed his brow, reluctant to become ensnared in the quagmire of this universe's warfare. Indeed, my lord, Starscream nodded. This is why the fortress has been placed on high alert. The Decepticon Emperor appears particularly fixated on the stronghold of the Decepticons. He paused, his blue optics gleaming with sharp intensity, before daring to pose the pivotal question. My lord, forgive my boldness. You mentioned a counterpart from another universe. One who bears a striking resemblance to the Decepticon Emperor, yet chooses to follow you. What is the nature of this occurrence? The Cybertronian Academy had previously postulated theories regarding parallel universes, yet none had been substantiated. Is your arrival the will of Omega Terminus? Is it to aid us in our struggle against the Decepticon Emperor? His words brimmed with anticipation, as if he envisioned a turning tide in the conflict. The prospect of obtaining assistance from a Megatron of another universe, particularly one accompanied by a counterpart of the Decepticon Emperor, seemed like a divine opportunity. Megatron regarded the unmasked hope and calculation reflected in Starscream's optics, despite the veneer of loyalty, and chuckled coldly within. Truly, Starscream was ever the opportunist, his nature unchanged across any universe. Megatron tightened his grip slightly, energy fragments cascading from his fingers, his voice resonating with a metallic chill. We are inadvertently stranded here, hailing from disparate universes. He gestured toward himself and Orion. We originate from the same universe. Orion is an esteemed archivist. Upon hearing the introduction, Orion straightened, accepting Starscream's scrutinizing gaze with composure. Megatron then indicated Optimus Prime. He is from another parallel universe, where he serves as a law officer and currently commands the security of the Iron Bastion. This introduction was clear, potent, and stood in stark contrast to the tyrannical persona of the Decepticon Emperor. Starscream's blue optics ignited, rapidly scanning Megatron, Orion, and Optimus, two distinct universes. The magnitude of this revelation far exceeded his expectations. Particularly, the name and identity of Orion Pax seemed to awaken fragments of distant memories. Yet what held greater significance was that officer, Optimus Prime, a guardian of order. This stands in stark contrast to his malevolent counterpart. Yet, the subsequent words of Megatron swiftly extinguished his delusions. My purpose is singular, to restore communication and discover a means to return to our universe. We shall not intervene in your war with the Decepticon Emperor, he asserted firmly, delineating the boundaries. The blue light in the optical lens of Starscream momentarily dimmed, only to be replaced by deeper contemplation. His fingers absent-mindedly tapped the surface of the table as he swiftly recalibrated his strategy. My subordinates understand. Your Majesty's heart yearns for home. We shall exert every effort to assist. The fortress possesses the most advanced communication matrix and esteemed scientists. Should your Majesty grant permission, I shall immediately organize personnel to analyze the signal characteristics of your ship's wreckage, endeavoring to ascertain your cosmic coordinates and restore long-distance communication. He exhibited unwavering enthusiasm and loyalty, prioritizing the assistance in Megatron's return. However, both Megatron and Optimus Prime were acutely aware that this process of assistance would inevitably be accompanied by a covetous scrutiny of interdimensional technologies and a meticulous examination of themselves. As for Lord Optimus Prime, Starscream's gaze returned to him, now laden with deeper scrutiny and a hint of calculated coldness. His presence could easily incite misunderstandings and panic within the ranks of the Resistance. The shadow of a Decepticon Emperor loomed over every warrior's embers. For the safety of your Majesty and the stability of the fortress, I dare to suggest that, until his identity is widely accepted and safety assured, his range of activities should preferably be confined to the command room and adjacent secure areas, accompanied by reliable guards. This is a reluctant measure to avert panic and potential conflict. His wording was tactful, yet the implication was unmistakable, to place Optimus Prime under house arrest. The atmosphere in the command room plummeted to a frigid low. No one noticed the tactical star map's peripheral lights suddenly flickering with irregularity. Megatron's purple optical lens narrowed dangerously, an unvoiced energy pressure permeating the air. Absolutely not. Before Megatron could utter a word, Orion abruptly stood. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable conviction, his clear blue optical lens fixated on Starscream without a hint of retreat. To restrict personal freedom is a fundamental desecration of individual rights. Officer Optimus Prime is our comrade, not a prisoner. His words resonated with authority, embodying his steadfast adherence to principles as an archivist and the awakening leader within him. Megatron regarded the defiant Orion, a trace of subtle approval flickering in the depths of his purple optical lens, yet he refrained from intervening. Orion needed to grow, needed to voice his thoughts. Starscream was momentarily taken aback by Orion's unexpected rebuttal, his blue optical lens widening slightly. Who would have thought this seemingly mild-mannered archivist possessed such sharpness? Orion then softened his tone, displaying an attitude of understanding and problem-solving. I comprehend your fears. The atrocities of the Decepticon Emperor are indeed beyond measure. Any presence resembling him would naturally incite unease, and this is entirely reasonable. However, he turned his gaze toward Optimus Prime, his eyes filled with trust, asserting that fear should not serve as a justification for the deprivation of freedom. Optimus Prime, the officer, strides alongside us, his character and stance beyond question. To impose restrictions upon him would only deepen misunderstandings and animosities. I propose that during the siege, he be accompanied at all times by Megatron and myself, or by a senior officer of your choosing, to publicly affirm his identity and position while allowing him limited freedom of movement under supervision. Let us dispel doubts through facts and actions rather than high walls and chains. His proposal not only upholds principles but also offers a viable solution, showcasing a maturity of political wisdom. Optimus gazed with sincere gratitude at Orion, who had ardently defended him. Megatron gave a slight nod, acknowledging Orion's remarks. Meanwhile, Starscream fell into deep contemplation, caught off guard by Orion's rebuttal and proposal. This file administrator was no ordinary individual. Just as he was about to weigh the pros and cons, he caught sight of Orion's subtly oscillating audio receiver, and a flicker of doubt surged within him. Suddenly, a piercing, harrowing alarm reverberated throughout the command room, accompanied by the frantic flashing of crimson warning lights. On the central star map, several sensor nodes around the Iron Wall fortress shifted from green to red in an instant. A colossal signal source, exuding overwhelming and destructive deep purple energy waves, emerged abruptly on the star map, akin to a monstrous beast leaping forth from the void, rapidly advancing towards the fortress. Behind this signal source loomed a cluster of purple light points, the main fleet of the Autobots. Chapter 130, The Light of Doom. Bonds across the cosmos, the shrill alarm continued to wail, the scarlet warning lights painting the command room in a hellish hue. A highest-level invasion alert. Energy signatures confirmed. Terminus, the flagship of the Destruction Emperor. Recognition codes validated. The Destruction Emperor himself has arrived. The scale of the fleet is unprecedented, targeting the core of the fortress. Main cannon charging towards the port area. The shriek of the officer, twisted with sheer terror, struck like a hammer upon the spark of every present individual, instantly rousing Starscream from his brief state of processor overload. The personal arrival of the Destruction Emperor. This threat level exceeded even his boldest estimations. The last vestige of deliberation in his blue optics was wholly replaced by unyielding resolve, and the signature calm mask upon his face shattered completely. All personnel to battle configuration level 1. Maximum power to all defensive weapons. Concentrate shields towards the port. Starscream's roar drowned out all else, his fingers dancing upon the control panel, forcing down the tumult within and entering a state of pure command. The Destruction Emperor's target was the fortress core, and more specifically, the newly arrived interdimensional visitors. This was no coincidence. He abruptly turned to Megatron, his voice imbued with undeniable urgency. "My lord, we must immediately proceed to the deep shelter. The Destruction Emperor's target is likely you." In his words, there was no longer any calculation, only the instinctive reaction to a genuine world-ending threat and a hint of near-desperate appeal for assistance. Megatron had already risen, his purple optical lens ablaze with fervent battle intent, fixated intently on the main screen, which had momentarily shifted to an external surveillance view. The Decepticon leader? At last. He had arrived. What an imposing spectacle. On the screen, amidst the profound cosmos, a colossal warship, its contours warping the very light around it, and entirely encased in menacing purple armor, resembling a moving abyss of darkness, was tearing through space, revealing its bow brimming with destructive cannons. At the center of the bow of the Nemesis, the cold, lifeless glow emanating from the Autobot insignia resembled the eye of a demon, locking onto the crimson iron fortress. Surrounding, it was a swarm of purple warplanes. Blotting out the sun like a dark cloud, Optimus Prime gazed at the purple figure on the screen, a being of the same origin yet embodying ultimate darkness. A storm was brewing deep within the blue optical lens. The demon within the mirror had finally descended, an inescapable fate. Orion's expression was grave, a profound sense of crisis tightening around his spark. Yet he did not falter as blue light began to coalesce in his palm. Boom! A thunderous sound, as though space itself were being rent asunder, resonated from outside the fortress, sending tremors through the sparks and embers. Through the vast observation window, Orion, Megatron, and Optimus Prime beheld a massive outpouring of pure destructive will, a formidable torrent of purple energy, akin to a roaring apocalyptic serpent, surging forth from the fearsome bow of the Nemesis, aimed directly at their port area. Orion. The deafening roar of the formidable Megatron coincided with the shrill wail of the beam of destruction, reacting with lightning speed. In the fleeting moment before the energy torrent would consume all, he forcefully threw Orion and Optimus Prime deeper into the command room, while his silver form expanded and transformed in a cacophonous metallic roar. Roar! The earth-shattering roar seemed poised to shatter the stars. The silver beast supplanted Megatron's form, his broad wings acting as the most steadfast barrier, enveloping Orion and Optimus Prime protectively beneath him. Simultaneously, he opened his massive maw, unleashing a torrent of purple flames. Not as an attack, but crafting a searing energy shield before him. The purple wave of destruction violently collided with the hastily assembled shields of the fortress and the colossal fiery barrier. Buzzing and crackling, blinding light instantaneously consumed all visibility. The shockwave of the explosion swept across the entire port area like an invisible hammer. The command room shook violently, the alloy structure groaning under the unbearable strain, the holographic star map extinguishing in an instant, with scattered energy blocks flying in all directions. Even with the desperate defense of two shields, the terrifying tremors still penetrated, and Orion felt as if his spark were being gripped tightly by an unseen hand. The shield shattered with a mournful cry. The immense form of Megatron was propelled backward by the tremendous force, carving deep ruts into the metallic floor. He emitted a pained, guttural roar, as his gleaming armor was instantly marred by charred scorch marks and a spiderweb of intricate cracks. With unwavering resolve, he braced his body, shielding Orion and Optimus Prime in the safest position beneath him. The fortress alarms blared with a haunting intensity as a colossal breach erupted in the port area. Molten metal cascading from its jagged edges. The purple Decepticons surged forth like locusts drawn by the scent of blood. The air was filled with the fierce sounds of energy weapon exchanges, the clashing of metal, and the thunderous explosions resonating throughout the fortress. Decepticons, for the Emperor, for order. Push them out. The voice of Starscream rang out amidst the chaotic communication channels, imbued with a resolute determination. He swiftly established a temporary defensive line at the command platform, calmly targeting the incoming purple fighters while mobilizing nearby troops to seal the breach. Megatron, Orion struggled to crawl free from beneath the monstrous form, his heart aching at the sight of the glaring wounds and cracks adorning his partner's armor. Instinctively, he conjured the ethereal image of the Star Sword, his wings unfurling with a sharp snap, only to be ensnared by Megatron's grasp the very next moment. Do you seek your own demise? The colossal figure lowered its head, its purple optics glaring sternly at him, the urgency in its tone rare. Stay in the safe zone. Use a gun. It referred to the scattered weapons strewn across the ground. Under Megatron's unwavering gaze, Orion reluctantly retracted his wings and the phantom of the Star Sword, swiftly picking up an energy rifle. Optimus Prime also sprang into action with remarkable swiftness, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. He decisively drew his ion pistol, using the toppled control console as cover, and fired with steadiness. His marksmanship was exceptionally precise, each shot striking critical points, either downing the engines of diving fighters or crippling the joint bearings of ground units, effectively alleviating the mounting pressure while deftly shielding Orion, who was still somewhat inexperienced in combat. Orion, stay close to me. Optimus, provide cover. Megatron bellowed, shaking his massive head, suppressing the pain as he rose once more. He transformed from passive defense into the embodiment of a ferocious war machine. With savage claws, he effortlessly tore apart any armor that dared to approach. His tail swept, sending clusters of enemies flying. The purple flames he spewed forth became not a shield, but a breath of annihilation, melting the Autobots that surged through the breach into twisted heaps of scrap metal. With sheer willpower, he forged a death barrier of metal and fire at the port's gaping hole. However, the firepower of the Destroyer Emperor's fleet was insurmountably fierce. More energy beams and missiles tore through the fortress armor, new breaches emerging incessantly, a relentless tide of Autobot soldiers flooding in. The fortress's defenses crumbled under the weight of absolute force, suffering devastating casualties. No matter how masterful Starscream's command, it was insufficient to withstand the onslaught like a tidal wave. Even Megatron, in all his ferocity, could scarcely attend to every direction. The pressure on Orion and Optimus escalated dramatically. They fought back-to-back, energy beams whizzing past them, the fortress's downfall seeming merely a matter of time. At this critical juncture, amidst the spreading despair, a beam of pure, majestic white light, more pristine than the purple of the Destruction Emperor, pierced the darkest edges of the battlefield like the dawn breaking through the night. A fleet emerged on the battlefield's flank. Though not as vast as the Destruction Emperor's main force, it was remarkably formidable, arrayed in disciplined formation. At the forefront was a colossal command ship, its elegant lines radiating a holy, pure white glow. Upon its hull, the enormous red Decepticon insignia burned with a fervent hope against the backdrop of white armor, akin to a flame flickering in the darkness. It was the flagship of His Majesty, the Benevolent Emperor, the Ark of Protection. The arrival of the Emperor ignited a wave of ecstatic cries over the fortress's communication channels, nearly drowning out the cacophony of explosions. Without hesitation, the pure white Ark of Protection surged into the chaotic battlefield like the sharpest sword of justice. Its main cannon unleashed a blinding beam of platinum light, striking with precision and ferocity at a concentrated array of escort ships on the side of the Endbringer. The violent explosion blossomed like a destructive platinum flower amidst the purple torrent, instantly disrupting the enemy's meticulously arranged and cold offensive formation. Following closely, the elite Decepticon fleet, like unsheathed blades, executed a flawless tactical maneuver, slicing through the ranks of the Destruction Emperor's fleet and sowing chaos. Accurate firepower rained down upon the exposed weaknesses of the purple warships, now thrown into disarray. In the most critical and desperate of moments, SG Megatron descended like a deity. The blue light of the SG Red Spider's optical lens flickered rapidly, capturing the fleeting opportunity created by the Emperor himself. All units, coordinate with the Emperor's fleet. Counterattack. Push them back. For order. For survival. The battlefield's dynamics shifted in an instant. The Decepticon soldiers, ignited by this divine intervention, rallied their last vestiges of spirit, unleashing astonishing combat prowess under the precise coordination of SG Red Spider and the formidable support of SG Megatron's fleet, beginning to push the Autobot forces that had infiltrated the fortress back step by step, reclaiming lost ground. Within the Ark of Protection, bathed in the brilliance of sanctum, SG Megatron, adorned in elegant blue and white, his ice blue optics reflecting the eternal chill, calmly surveyed the battlefield's hologram. His gaze, akin to the most precise scanner, swiftly swept across the chaotic scene, assessing the situation. Suddenly, his attention was drawn magnetically to a familiar figure engaged in fierce combat amidst the smoke and explosions in the port area of the Iron Wall Bastion, a red and blue silhouette. The outline of that figure, its steady and precise combat stance amidst the flames of war, those blue optics, SG Megatron's ice blue optics contracted to their limit, as if struck by a billion-volt current that transcended the barriers of the universe. Within him, the transformation system stalled instantaneously, and a violent tremor emanated from the depths of his core. The vividly clear memories surged forth like a deluge, instantly shattering the benevolent facade of the Emperor of Compassion. It was the battlefield of Cybertron within the Prime Universe. Smoke billowed and debris lay scattered. He had just struggled to rise from a devastating blow, energy fluid boiling within the conduits, sensory modules scorched by the searing heat. Opposite him stood the leader Optimus Prime, that indomitable figure of red and blue, with whom he had battled countless times, his conviction as unyielding as steel. The opposing form lay fractured from the aftershocks, the optical lenses burning with profound fatigue, deep anguish, and an almost desperate complexity of emotions. That voice, that phrase which had pierced through his arrogance like a poisoned ice pick, prompting him for the first time to contemplate the significance of an ending, resonated with striking clarity within his cognitive module. Why can't you just die, Megatron? That statement, sharp as the finest blade, had pierced through all his pride and obstinacy, extinguishing his frenzy and martial spirit, serving as the catalyst for his transformation. The nemesis who had entangled with him for millions of years, both adversary and twisted bond, had appeared in this mirrored universe that he governed. Moreover, in such a normal stance, blue optical lenses, while battling, protecting another universe, Orion Pax, and that silver, dangerously menacing behemoth, countless questions and immense shock crashed upon his processor like a tsunami. Yet, at the core, there was an ineffable sensation transcending life and death, a confirmation that crossed the barriers of universes, and a peculiar excitement that even he had not anticipated. It was truly him. SG Megatron, White Megatron, murmured, his voice tinged with an unrecognized rasp and disbelief. The frozen visage of the Emperor of Compassion shattered completely, revealing beneath it the fierce core of Megatron's true self, brimming with power and complex emotions. He abruptly pushed away from the captain's chair, his actions imbued with a primal urgency and the resolution of a conqueror, issuing commands as succinct as a blade. The fleet is to be commanded by tarantulas. Objective: Fortress Port Area. Firepower cover. At any cost. His voice was resolute, embodying the undeniable authority of the Decepticon leader. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the bridge crew, their revered Emperor of Compassion transformed into a dazzling streak of white light. The form, amid a symphony of seamless and powerful transformation sounds, instantaneously reconfigured into a sleek, elegant yet deadly blue and white Cybertronian jet. The engines expelled pure white flames as fierce as a stellar core, the jet soaring forth like a spear of judgment, transcending physical limits as it burst from the launch bay of the Ark. It disregarded the surrounding, densely woven beams of destructive energy, its target unmistakably clear, driven by a sense of fated reunion, hurtling towards the core battlefield of the Iron Fist Fortress Port Area, directly towards that red and blue figure he had thought he had permanently bid farewell to in another universe. Chapter 131. The Imprint of Archenemies. A cosmic inquiry, the optical lens of SG's Red Spider captured the trajectory of a pure white streak, and in that instant, he comprehended His Majesty's intent. His processor whirred into action, swiftly assuming command. All fleets provide full protection for His Majesty. Concentrate fire and hinder the destructive Emperor's interference with His Majesty's route. Ground forces clear a path for His Majesty. He gazed at the resolute white figure charging towards the fortress, a flicker of understanding and an ineffable depth flashing within the blue optical lens. He knew better than anyone else that only the ancient specter, concealed within the embers, could provoke such a reaction from His Majesty. The blue and white fighter jet, in an almost suicidal manner, pierced through the dense purple barrage, diving precisely into the port area amidst countless astonished and bewildered gazes, its target aimed directly at Optimus Prime, who was engaged in combat with the enemy. "No!" Orion exclaimed, mistakenly believing that the benevolent Emperor was about to attack Optimus Prime. "Wait, Orion!" The colossal and menacing Megatron keenly sensed that the blue fighter bore no hostility. Rather, it radiated an urgent yearning. He growled to halt Orion, but remained tense, warily fixated on the approaching craft. Just as Optimus Prime had dispatched an enemy and looked up at the descending unidentified fighter, the blue and white aircraft suddenly transformed at an altitude perilously close to the ground. The SG Megatron, White Megatron, crashed down with a thunderous impact, the shockwave stirring up dust that had yet to settle. His ice-blue optical lens, akin to a probe locking onto its prey, pierced through the smoke and chaos. Fixated on the red and blue figure, Orion Pax, not Optimus Prime. Yet that azure optical lens belonged to the officer of Particle City, its contours unweathered by the endless war. Fragments of memories spanning a million years detonated within his processor. The climactic battle of Sherman Bridge, countless life and death struggles, the sea of blue embers symbolizing boundless sin, the blinding light of the tower consuming that resolute figure in an instant, along with the words that pierced through his arrogance and obstinacy like a poisoned ice shard. "Why can't you just die, Megatron?" This voice traversed cosmic barriers, crossing the threshold of life and death, resonating deafeningly within his neural module. He believed that the dark core of the black hole had long since ended everything, burying all debts, all hatred, and all unspoken words that would never again see the light of day. He thought he would never behold that face again. A torrent of mixed emotions surged forth. Towering rage, the sting of betrayal, the realization that the other was alive yet vanished, and a certain joy intertwined with agony, so profound that even he struggled to acknowledge it, instantaneously shattered the gentle Emperor's facade of calm. That was not the destructive Emperor of this mirrored universe. That was his Orion Pax, his Optimus Prime, the one who had seared an eternal mark upon the depths of his embers through death. Optimus Prime staggered back a half-step, startled by the tempest of near madness swirling in the other's optical lens, instinctively raising his energy rifle. The gaze of this benevolent Emperor was far too unsettling. It was not merely the gaze of a stranger or a suspicious doppelganger that surged with a weighty emotion, accumulated over millions of years that white wave beheld. His speed was akin to that of a specter, disregarding the whistling energy beams and the astonished stares surrounding him. He surged forth like a vengeful, or perhaps death-seeking, bolt of white lightning, arriving instantaneously before Optimus Prime. The latter barely had time to pull the trigger before a powerful hand, like an iron claw imbued with an irresistible will, seized his wrist, causing the energy rifle to fly from his grasp. In swift succession, another hand, wielding an even more brutal and undeniable force, pressed down fiercely upon Optimus Prime's shoulder armor. The immense strength, laden with a near-barbaric, cathartic emotion, hurled him violently against the cold metallic wall of a maintenance corridor. Half collapsed due to an explosion, where it stood in relative seclusion. The thud of impact resonated, causing even the spark chamber of Optimus Prime to tremble. White waves towering blue and white form completely enveloped him, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. The corridor was dimly lit, with only the flickering glow of the external explosions casting shadows that elongated and distorted the figures of two remarkably similar, yet distinctly characterized visages upon the mottled wall. It seemed as if the very sounds of the world had been abruptly extracted. White waves, icy blue optics, reminiscent of polar ice, yet burning with the infernal fires of hell, firmly locked onto the astonished, enraged, and profoundly bewildered blue eyes of Optimus Prime. His vocalizer crackled with an electric overload, each syllable forced from the depths of embers, deep and hoarse, yet resonating with a timeless, piercing power. "You once asked me." His lips nearly brushed against Optimus Prime's audio receptor, the heated breath warming the cold metal. "Why can't you just die?" He paused deliberately, his icy blue optics slicing through Optimus Prime's expression like a blade. "Do you remember, Orion Pax? Tell me, are you satisfied now? Look at me." This query transcended mere repetition. It was imbued with the torment of IDW Megatron upon the judgment seat, the despair in the sea of blossoms. The complex void felt upon receiving the news of Optimus Prime's demise, and the overwhelming fury faced in resurrecting the latter. "You question me as to why I do not perish, and now you present yourself before me in such a manner." This proclamation detonated like a mental bomb within Optimus Prime's processor. His azure optics constricted to their limits, a disbelieving brilliance flashing violently within, momentarily losing focus. This very utterance, it echoed back to a time long past, amidst the chaos of war when their ideologies had irreparably diverged, and their relationship had reached a freezing point. His ultimate inquiry directed at the obstinate, proud Megatron, who had dragged Cybertron and Earth into endless conflict, filled with exhaustion, rage, and confusion. This was undoubtedly one of the most intimate, agonizing, and devastating dialogues between him and Megatron. Before him stood the benevolent deity adorned in blue and white. And how could he possibly know? How could he utter those words in a tone reminiscent of Megatron, laced with a mixture of wounded pain, frigid mockery, and an indescribable fury that seemed to suggest his very existence had been irrevocably altered? The immense cognitive shock rendered Optimus Prime's processor chaotic. He nearly forgot to struggle, fixating intently on SG Megatron's icy blue optics, desperately seeking answers within the tumult of complex emotions. Megatron's voice, imbued with unprecedented astonishment and an unrecognized tremor, affirmed an identity that should be impossible. "You are Megatron? The true Megatron? What is the meaning of this? How did you come to be here? Transformed into a benevolent deity?" He found himself unable to reconcile the image of the Decepticon leader, a symbol of destruction and conquest, with the guardian of order standing before him. Even more perplexing was the inexplicable possession of their most intimate memories. SG Megatron, or rather, the Megatron who had traversed the trials of judgment, death, and rebirth in the IDW universe, slowly curled his lips into a twisted smile, one rife with irony and suffering. There was no regal authority in that grin, only a profound understanding of fate, a weariness steeped in experience, and an overwhelming sense of control, tinged with a fierce desire for retribution, as if to say, "You are finally in my grasp." "Explanation? Now?" he intoned, his voice heavy with an almost obsessive sense of destiny. The hand gripping Optimus Prime's wrist tightened suddenly, the metallic friction of knuckles echoing sharply as he pressed him against the wall with an intensity that felt as if he might be embedded within it. The other hand forcefully lifted, seizing the nape of Optimus's neck, compelling his head to tilt back, fully exposing him. In that instant, overwhelmed by shock, confusion, in a tumult of shame and fury, Optimus found himself unable to mount any effective response as SG and Megatron lowered his helm. The cold, metallic lips, imbued with the scent of gunpowder and an undeniable force, descended upon Optimus' mouth, unleashing an emotion so fierce it transcended the boundaries of life and death, proclaiming, "You are alive. You are right here." This was not a kiss. It resembled a violent ritual of asserting dominance and releasing emotions long bottled up for millennia. It lacked any semblance of tenderness, instead brimming with predation, possession, and a ferocity intent on completely consuming the other, crushing all confusion and resistance. Alongside that lingering curse of "Why did you not die?" SG Megatron's movements were brutal and direct, as if he aimed to merge Optimus entirely into his own being. Optimus's form stiffened instantly, his optics unfocused from the overwhelming impact and physiological disquiet, his replacement systems emitting short, chaotic shrieks. He instinctively struggled violently, attempting to tilt his head and escape this absurd violation, yet the iron grip of that hand firmly restrained him, the disparity in strength rendering him hopeless. An overwhelming presence, cold and imbued with the scent of smoke and energon, forcefully invaded all his sensory processors, inducing a profound sense of humiliation and an absurd dizziness. What was he doing? This madman. At that moment, Optimus, "You?" Orion's anxious voice, accompanied by hurried footsteps, echoed at the entrance of the corridor. He had freed himself from the entanglements of several Autobot foot soldiers, worried that Optimus might be harmed by SG Megatron, and, disregarding the imposing figure of Megatron, rushed in. Then, he froze in place, as if ensnared in an unyielding grip. Under the dim, flickering light, he beheld two forms pressed tightly together. The towering blue and white figure completely trapped the red and blue form between the wall and himself, their head crests nearly touching. The posture of Megatron exuded absolute control and aggression, while Optimus, rigid and slightly leaning back in an attempt to evade, conveyed an overwhelming sense of suffocating intrusion, or rather, a forceful kiss, even from a distance. Orion's optics widened to their limit, the young archivist processor crashing entirely. Chapter 132, Mirror Shadows. The aftermath of chaos, a surge of intense, bewildering embarrassment and disorientation flooded Orion's faceplate, as if he had stumbled upon a scene that was utterly forbidden, even blasphemous. His body temperature rose sharply, as if he might emit steam at any moment. He instinctively wished to retreat, to vanish immediately, yet his feet felt as though they were welded to the ground, allowing him only to emit a brief and indistinct syllable. "Ah?" This sudden intruder was like a dousing of cold water, instantly awakening Optimus, who was at the eye of the chaotic storm. Ugh! The humiliation of the forceful kiss, the extreme awkwardness of being caught. And Orion's stunned gaze electrified Optimus's processor like three simultaneous currents. An unprecedented surge of shame and power erupted fiercely. He summoned every ounce of strength within him, pushing back against SG Megatron's chest with a force far exceeding his usual might. He gasped for air, his form trembling slightly from the overwhelming emotions of anger, shame, and embarrassment. His azure optics burned with icy fury and a hint of unnoticeable disarray, especially upon witnessing Orion's astonished expression as he glared fiercely at the blue and white Megatron, his gaze seemingly roaring silently. "You madman, explain yourself this instant." Megatron, having been pushed away, showed no anger, merely savoring the moment as he rubbed his thumb across his lips, his ice blue optics sweeping over Optimus, whose faceplate appeared as though it might ignite from shame and rage. He then cast a glance at Orion, who stood petrified, his face clearly conveying the question, "What have I just witnessed?" Orion's lips curled into a complex and playful arc, deepening with a hint of mischievous delight. He witnessed it. He beheld Optimus Prime's rare and utterly chaotic state of disarray. This evoked a twisted sense of satisfaction within him, surpassing any victory. Explanation? He would offer none. Let this turmoil and embarrassment continue to ferment. Optimus. The thunderous roar of Megatron followed closely, his massive silver form charged into the corridor. Infused with the scent of battlefield smoke and a barely perceptible agitation, he had seen what White Optimus did to Optimus Prime, He also observed Orion's astonished expression. He immediately discerned the awkward and subtle scene. A mortified Optimus Prime, a smugly amused white Optimus, and his own partner, appearing as if they might melt from sheer embarrassment. A surge of mixed emotions washed over him. Territorial indignation at the invasion. What is that white Optimus doing? Possessiveness regarding Orion's reaction. Orion was starstruck by another machine's affection, and a childish competitive spirit that demanded he not be outdone. He strode purposefully to Orion's side, who still seemed dazed, and without hesitation, enveloped Orion in his strong silver arms, creating an undeniable protective and declarative stance. As Orion looked up in astonishment, his optics still reflecting the shock of the earlier scene, Megatron leaned down, exuding an aura of undeniable dominance, a hint of triumphant pride. See this. This is what a kiss looks like. And a comforting, do not look at him, look at me. Complexity as he captured Orion's lips in a brief yet potent kiss, brimming with fervor and unmistakable possessiveness. Orion was utterly bewildered, his internal temperature soaring, his optics wide with astonishment. Within a single day, he had witnessed and experienced such scenes twice, causing his processor to overload. This kiss, though not as violently punishing as that of SG Megatron towards Optimus Prime, carried an equally assertive, searing intensity, infused with Megatron's primal essence and an undeniable declaration. He felt so embarrassed that he wished to shrink into a ball and hide within the crevices of Megatron's armor. Hardly daring to glance at the expressions of the other two in the corridor, especially that of Optimus Prime, who had just endured a forceful kiss. Releasing Orion, Megatron's silver visage was adorned with a rebellious pride, while his purple optics sparkled with unabashed triumph and provocation, glaring at SG Megatron as if to declare, "This is my spark partner. Mine." SG Megatron observed Megatron's childish display of boasting, and then glanced at the dazed and blushing Orion, a flicker of understanding. Ah, so that is it, and an almost imperceptible, unrecognized envy, that pure, protected relationship, passing through his icy blue optics. Soon after, a larger, more amused smirk graced his lips, as if he had uncovered an even more intriguing comparative dynamic. A tempestuous guardian beast, a naive and inexperienced little truck, and an old foe, shamefully affronted by a forceful kiss. This mirrored universe becomes increasingly captivating. In the corners of a battlefield shrouded in smoke, the atmosphere grows eerily subtle. Only the fierce sounds of combat outside the passage and the calm command of SG Red Spider serve as reminders of their location. On the bridge of the Endbringer, amidst the throne of the Destruction Emperor, the cacophony of bombardments from the outside world and the roaring energy is isolated, replaced by a low, resonating hum akin to the pulse of a living being. The air is thick with the faintly sweet and acrid scent of energy liquid and the burnt aroma of overheated metal. The Destruction Emperor, SG Optimus Prime, languidly reclines against his colossal throne, constructed from twisted metal and the remnants of captives. His signature crimson optical lens now gazes with keen interest at the battlefield displayed in fragmented segments on the main screen. One particular segment is magnified, highlighted, vividly capturing a dramatic scene at the entrance of a partially collapsed maintenance corridor in the port area. The white Megatron forcefully pins the blue-eyed Optimus against the wall, demanding answers with a kiss. Immediately following, the silver behemoth embraces the red and blue little truck, asserting dominance with a reciprocal kiss. A sharp, piercing laugh escapes the Destruction Emperor, akin to nails scraping against glass. His elongated fingers tap rhythmically upon the throne's armrest, producing a disquieting staccato sound. How delightfully entertaining. His voice carries a neurotic exhilaration, with the optical lens flickering dangerously in irregular crimson hues. A reunion that transcends the cosmos? And expressed in such a manner? What an unexpectedly delightful morsel. His gaze greedily drifts across the screen, focusing intently on the two figures that share his essence yet are entirely distinct. One appears to be him, yet so fragile. He fixates on the IDW Optimus, currently overwhelmed with indignation under the white Megatron's pressure, his optical lens brimming with malicious curiosity. The other, adorned in red and blue, youthful and naive, resembles a blank slate of data. He refers to Orion, his lips curling into a cruel smirk. He longs to hear their lamentations as they are torn apart, to witness the pure visage contorted by fear and anguish, surely more exquisite than dismantling 100 remnants. He has certainly come to trace the unique spatial fluctuations that tear through the barriers of the universe. The emergence of these two counterparts shines like the most alluring beacon in the dark. Initially, he intended to launch a direct assault, utilizing the Endbringer's main cannon to obliterate the port, reducing the target along with the troublesome silver beast to cosmic dust, and then leisurely toying with the remnants. However, the arrival of the white Megatron's fleet was too swift, and the raw power and protective stance displayed by the silver behemoth piqued his interest slightly. TCH, that meddlesome, affectionate fool and the savage silver beast. A discontented grunt escapes the Destruction Emperor, yet the crimson optical lens reflects little genuine frustration, instead gleaming with heightened excitement. Akin to a child discovering a new toy, it seems that sheer force may not be as entertaining after all. The game requires new rules. His gaze swept across the chaotic battleground within the fortress displayed on the screen, where the Decepticon soldiers, under the command of the Red Spider, struggled to resist the infiltration of the Autobot strike team. He perceived the fear and resolve etched upon the soldiers' visors, witnessed the panicked civilians, fleeing in terror, or rather, mere toys in his eyes. A more intriguing thought coiled around his processor like a venomous serpent. Infiltration, murmured the Destruction Emperor to himself, his voice imbued with a distorted sense of anticipation. What a classical approach it was to observe their struggles up close, to listen to the pulsations of their despair, and to sow seeds of hopelessness in the places they believed to be safe. With a subtle mental gesture, the purple armor enveloping him began to undulate and transform like liquid. Advanced optical projection technology activated instantaneously, distorting, diminishing, and obscuring the oppressive silhouette of his imperial form. The perilous purple armor receded, replaced by a dull, worn civilian paint job. The crimson optics simulated a gentle blue glow, and the imposing head sculpt was disguised as an unremarkable visage marked by fear and fatigue. Even the unsettling energy field was perfectly contained, masquerading as a faint, innocuous fluctuation. In an instant, the Destruction Emperor, who sent tremors throughout the universe, vanished, leaving only an ordinary Cybertronian civilian, trembling in the shadows of the bridge. Having narrowly escaped the chaos of war. Perfection. The disguised Destruction Emperor, now merely a refugee, raised his fabricated, slightly trembling hand to inspect it, releasing a satisfied chuckle, audible only to himself. This cloaking technology had been honed through countless games, his confidence sufficient to deceive any scanning or perception, particularly those foolish ones blinded by chaos and compassion. He gazed at the chaotic entrance of the port on the screen, his sight seemingly penetrating the display, fixating on the two special prey that ignited his impatience. "Wait for me," the disguised Destruction Emperor silently mouthed, the crimson intent flickering deep within the simulated optics, infused with boundless malice and the thrill of the impending game. This Ember Party had only just begun to warm up, no longer captivated by the view from the bridge. He turned, embodying the essence of a truly terrified civilian, his steps unsteady yet imbued with a barely perceptible precision. Silently merging into the shadowy passage leading to the landing bay within the Arkansas outside the fortress, the sound of cannon fire raged on as the Decepticons, under the guidance of the Red Spider and the support of the White Wing fleet, struggled to maintain their defense. Yet, within the unnoticed shadows, the deadliest serpent had already slithered towards the heart of the tumultuous stronghold, its tongue flicking in anticipation. The artillery fire outside continued unabated, but here, amidst four Cybertronians from different universes, their fates intricately entwined, surged emotions far more complex and intense than the cacophony of battle. Meanwhile, the calm voice of SG Red Spider resonated through the communication channels, commanding the Decepticon fleet to methodically repel the minions of the Destruction Emperor. He appeared utterly oblivious to the minor incident transpiring in the Harbor District, or perhaps he chose to selectively disregard it. Chapter 133. Distorted noise within the port corridor. An atmosphere of palpable tension was abruptly shattered by a violent explosion emanating from deep within the fortress. Boom! The metallic groans and the shrill cries of energy weapons once again became the dominant symphony. The cool, almost ruthless voice of SG Red Spider resonated through the public channel, directing the counterattack and evacuation. "Megatron, Optimus, we must vacate this area. The corridor is no longer safe." Aurion suppressed the rising heat beneath his armor, forcing himself to disengage from the chaos that had just unfolded, his tone imbued with urgency. Instinctively, he glanced toward his companion and the shocked, indignant Optimus. SG Megatron's icy blue optics lingered on Optimus with a gaze that was both inscrutable and laden with unspoken exploration, hinting that the game had merely begun. He pivoted to issue a command to Red Spider. Red Spider, ensure the fortress core is secure and evacuate the civilians. I will handle matters here. His voice regained its imperial authority, though his peripheral vision remained fixed upon Optimus. The formidable Megatron, Silver Megatron, emitted a low growl, his purple optics scanning the chaotic battlefield and the oddly affectionate yet peculiar demeanor of White Megatron. He extended a claw, unceremoniously pulling the still-dazed Aurion to a more secure position beside him, shielding him from the debris that might fly about. Move! Aurion, follow me, he bellowed, casting a look at Optimus that urged him to keep pace. The lingering chill from Optimus's lips and the tumult of ancient grievances swirling within White Megatron's optics seared into his processor. But the explosion's violet light outside extinguished all distractions. Engaging in a brawl now would only lead to a collapse of their defenses. That lunatic was the fortress's shield, and he could not even win a personal skirmish. He forced his optics to lock onto the shadows swaying in the corridor, suppressing the tumult within his processor. Once the stabilization systems regained their equilibrium, he re-entered combat mode, swiftly retrieving an energy rifle from the ground, his azure optics scanning the surroundings vigilantly, prepared for an escape. At that moment, a muffled, metallic groan, filled with agony, emanated from deeper within the corridor, behind a cargo container that had been toppled by the explosion. Help! Is anyone there? The voice was faint, laden with profound fear and helplessness. Aurion's audio receptors instantly captured this distress call. He halted, his bright blue optics immediately directed toward the source of the sound. The sense of duty as an archivist, combined with the resonant spark of leadership deep within him, rendered him incapable of ignoring such a plea for help. Wait, Aurion grasped Silver Megatron's arm. There's someone over there. Civilians. Silver Megatron frowned, his purple optics sharply scanning the cargo container. It's too dangerous, Aurion. It could be a trap. He had witnessed too many battlefield deceptions. Aurion insisted, his tone imbued with undeniable concern. The voice suggests they might be gravely injured. We cannot turn a blind eye to their plight, Megatron. He gazed at his companion with eyes that were both clear and resolute. Both Silverbolt and Optimus Prime noticed the commotion in that direction. Silverbolt squinted slightly, seemingly assessing the situation, while Optimus maintained a heightened sense of vigilance, his weapon subtly aimed in that direction. Unable to withstand the intensity of Orion's gaze, Silverbolt let out a low growl, urging caution. I'll accompany you to investigate. He turned his massive frame towards the cargo container, shielding Orion behind him. Orion moved quickly forward, sidestepping the toppled metal crates. In the shadow of the container, he spotted a curled figure, a seemingly ordinary Cybertronian, adorned in a dull, miner's blue, marked with evident wear and tear. The figure clutched its head, trembling violently in fear, and the gentle blue optics brimmed with cleansing fluid, filled with a desperate plea as it looked at Orion. Please, don't kill me. The voice of the refugee trembled, punctuated by sobs. Don't be afraid. We are here to help you. Orion immediately crouched down, his voice soothing and gentle, imbued with a calming strength. I am Orion Pax. Are you injured? Can you stand? He reached out his hand, intending to assist the other. However, just as his hand was about to touch the other's shoulder, a sharp, distorted sound erupted from deep within Orion's neural module, akin to countless metal gears being forcibly ground, intermingled with the anguished cries of millions of souls. This noise struck without warning, directly impacting his spark, tearing through his consciousness circuits. A sensation far more intense than the anger and helplessness he had felt before in front of the news screen. Orion let out a muffled grunt, suddenly clutching his head, his body stumbling uncontrollably backward as his bright blue optics blurred and scattered in response to the searing pain. Orion, Silverbolt exclaimed in shock, stepping forward to support his companion, his purple optics glaring fiercely at the refugee. What have you done to him? The refugee appeared equally startled by Orion's reaction, cowering even more, his voice trembling with fear. And no, I didn't do anything. What is wrong with him? The facade was flawlessly maintained. Orion, What is happening? Optimus quickly approached, concern and vigilance evident in his blue optics, having sensed no unusual energy fluctuations moments prior. With Silverbolt support, Orion struggled to regain his footing. The horrific noise receded like a tide, but the lingering tremors echoed within his spark, leaving him dizzy and nauseated. He fought to stabilize his energy flow, refocusing his gaze on the trembling refugee, filled with unprecedented suspicion. He had heard it. The maddening, distorted sound waves seemed to emanate from this seemingly harmless refugee. No, more precisely, from something deep within his chest plate. The sensation was akin to countless mouths writhing within a fuel tank, chewing and emitting desperate wails, chilling to the bone. Aurian compelled himself to speak, his voice somewhat hoarse. He struggled to suppress the surge of energy within him, shaking his head at Silverwing and Optimus Prime. The impact of the recent explosion had left him unable to articulate the strange sensation that overwhelmed him, and so he chose to conceal it for the time being. He glanced once more at the refugees, his expression growing increasingly complex. The gentle facade that had once cloaked his gaze now seemed to thin, revealing an unsettling vortex of darkness lurking beneath. How do you feel? Can you walk? The veneer of the refugee had stirred a tempest within the destroyer. Aurian's anguished reaction had been far from mere pretense. This young, seemingly naive counterpart possessed the uncanny ability to perceive the presence of the Chaos Module. It even appeared as though he was influenced by its very resonance. This was an unprecedented phenomenon. What astonished the destroyer even further was that in the moment Aurian approached him, even attempting to reach out, the incessant chaos that tormented his processors, nurturing all his destructive desires, had actually diminished, although it was fleeting and faint, akin to a trivial pebble cast into an ocean of deafening noise. That transient clarity felt to the destroyer like a glimmer of light piercing through an endless abyss. A near-morbid, twisted longing seized him in that instant. Could it be that Aurian Pax's mere existence served as a purifying agent against the noise of the Chaos Module? Or perhaps a remedy that could temporarily liberate him from this eternal torment? Crimson thoughts flickered wildly within the depths of the disguised blue optics. What had once been a mere curiosity, a desire to toy with his prey, was swiftly supplanted by a more intense, obsessive yearning for possession. He had to have him, take him away, study him, discover the tranquility he could potentially bring. I can't stand. The disguised refugee's voice resonated with just the right amount of feebleness and dependence. He struggled to rise, only to falter and slide downwards towards Aurian. Please, take me away from here. Those Autobots are terrifying. They will tear me apart. He reached out, as if grasping for a lifeline, desperate to clutch Aurian's ankle. Aurian looked at the hand extended towards him, and the reverberations of that haunting noise within his mind throbbed anew. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat. Yet the sense of duty as an archivist, his compassion for the weak, and an inexplicable urge to explore the source of the noise held him frozen in place. He could sense the entity within the refugee watching him, sending forth a silent, dangerously enticing call. Optimus Prime turned to Aurian, his gaze filled with a plea for assistance and a subtle hint of unyielding resolve. We cannot leave him here. A primal intuition screamed within him, ringing alarm bells. Something felt exceedingly amiss about this refugee, especially following Aurian's peculiar reaction. Yet, staring into Aurian's steadfast eyes, he was forced to suppress his fury, growling irritably. "Tsich, what nuisance!" He signaled Optimus Prime to remain vigilant at the rear, then stepped forward, his sharp claws deftly avoiding the outstretched hand of the refugee, seizing the back of the individual's neck armor with a brutal grip, as if lifting a stray animal. "Stay close. Don't move, or I'll toss you out," he warned menacingly. "Why, yes. Thank you. Thank you, great and formidable Lord." The voice of the disguised refugee brimmed with exaggerated gratitude, their body curling submissively. Yet, deep within the guise of blue optics, a flicker of crimson light appeared, and a cold, sinister smile crept at the corner of their mouth, hinting at a nefarious plan coming to fruition. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a group of individuals, under the protection of Silverwing's path-clearing and Whitewing's seemingly intentional escort, whose gaze frequently drifted toward Optimus Prime, struggled to navigate toward a relatively secure area within the fortress. Orion closely followed Silverwing, Yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the refugee being hoisted. With each proximity, a terrifying noise whispered like background music deep within his consciousness. Strangely, as the noise surged, his perception of the surrounding environment sharpened. He could hear the pulsing of distant soldiers' energy cores, feel the subtle shifts in energy flow, as if the noise, while tearing at his awareness, forcibly unlocked certain dormant perceptual modules within him. Meanwhile, the Destroyer Emperor greedily absorbed the rare tranquility brought forth by Orion's approach. Though fleeting and faint, it was intoxicating like a circuit booster. He became increasingly convinced that this Orion held the key to liberating him from the torment of eternal noise. He had to take him away at any cost. At last, they arrived at a temporary refuge, secured by heavy alloy doors. The room was crowded with terrified civilians and wounded from the fortress, the atmosphere stifling. In a corner, a gray machine, having lost an arm, buried its face in another shattered armor. Weeping, each sob constricted Orion's spark chamber. As the five entered, dozens of fearful gazes converged upon them like searchlights, some reflecting relief and excitement upon seeing the benevolent Emperor, others displaying tension and wariness at the sight of Optimus Prime. Yet most were filled with dread of pain and death, or a numbing shock. It was as though everyone had been momentarily frozen in time. Silverwing discarded the disguised refugee in a corner as one might dispose of refuse, coldly instructing, "Stay here, don't cause trouble." He then immediately pulled Orion away to the opposite side, placing his own body as a barrier. "Keep your distance, Orion. That individual makes me uneasy." Orion nodded, still shaken. He leaned against the cold wall, attempting to calm the remnants of noise and tumultuous thoughts swirling within his processor. Optimus Prime stood near the entrance, vigilantly observing the situation both inside and outside the room. Suddenly, an eerie purple light illuminated the exterior, causing the fortress to tremble violently as if gripped by a giant's hand. The voice of Red Spider crackled through the broadcast. "Laced with electrical static, the shield generator area has been breached. All units, evacuate from the eastern corridor." Inway instantly transformed into a fearsome, monstrous form. Yet his left wing joint suddenly erupted with dazzling sparks of electricity, while the cracks in his armor, torn by the shockwave of the main cannon, oozed deep purple energy fluid. He growled as he coiled his tail around Alion's waist, pulling him backward, the replacement system emitting a shrill cry of overload. The bombardment from this molten slag had shaken my balance module into alarms. Alion, filled with concern, instinctively reached out his hand, wanting to intervene, but recoiled upon touching the formidable beast's frame. He was uncertain of his own actions, yet acutely aware of his inability to assist. He was, after all, not the leader everyone had anticipated. At that very moment, Baiwei received an urgent communication from Hong Jizu, his expression instantly turning grave. Clearly, Hong Jizu had lost control of the situation and was compelled to seek assistance from His Majesty. He offered a brief reassurance to Hong Jizu, hastily stating that he must rush to the battlefield to rescue others, before striding purposefully toward the exit. In the corner, the disguised refugee, a mere shadow of the great Emperor, curled in on himself, appearing weak, pitiful, and helpless. Yet, in the unnoticed shadows, his camouflage blue optical lens locked onto Alion, who leaned beside Inway, as crimson thoughts extended toward him like tangible tendrils. Just as Baiwei was about to step out of the hatch, he seemed to sense something, abruptly halting his stride and turning sharply to survey the inhabitants of the refuge, his gaze laden with scrutiny and warning. Those who felt the weight of his glance shrank back in bewilderment and helplessness. Baiwei slowly withdrew his gaze before transforming and departing at lightning speed, heading toward his destined battlefield. Alion's audio receiver quivered slightly as he heard a voice filled with temptation, akin to a lover's whisper. The voice circumvented Inway's perception, resonating directly within his processor. "Young guide Alion Pixis, you have heard it, have you not? That exquisite sound of chaos resonates within your spark. What a unique gift, what enchanting anguish. You have felt its power and its solitude. Would you like to see the source of this sound? Do you wish to understand the most authentic and breathtaking art of this universe? Come with me. Leave behind these pitiful creatures blinded by the illusion of peace. I shall take you to a place, a realm that belongs solely to truth and beauty, the throne of Cybertron. There, you'll find all the answers you seek about this noise and about yourself. This voice brimmed with a magnetic allure, as if it could directly stir the deepest secrets and desires of the spark. It promised to unveil the truth, to reveal beauty, and, more importantly, it struck at the heart of Alien's greatest confusion, the noise and his own awakening perception. Alien's frame tensed abruptly, his blue optical lens widening in disbelief as he gazed at the refugee in the corner. The other remained with head bowed, trembling as if the profound whisper that had just pierced through the spark had never occurred. Was it an illusion? A residual effect triggered by the noise? Yet, the allure felt so palpably real. The precise grasp of his inner turmoil sent a chill through him, accompanied by an insatiable curiosity. Art? Truth? Between thrones? And what of himself? The spark within Orion pulsated violently. He glanced at the vigilant Megatron, ever on guard against external threats, then at the focused Optimus Prime by the entrance. Both were there to protect him, yet neither could provide answers to the maddening questions burgeoning within him. The key to those answers lay within the refugee. The source of the noise resided between the thrones. A perilous yet irresistibly alluring thought entwined itself around Orion's processor like a vine. Optimus Prime's gaze flicked over Orion's tightly clenched fingers. The light of yearning for answers in his comrades' eyes reminded him of himself before the well of all sparks. Yet the relentless assault in the fortress by the Decepticons demanded his attention be drawn back to the battlefield outside. He had to remain anchored in the madness of the White Terror. The upheaval of the universe must yield to survival. Little did he know at that moment, Orion was ensnared in immense confusion regarding his self-awareness, brought on by the bizarre noise. He needed answers. He needed to discern the nature of that noise, why he could hear it, and its connection to his awakening abilities. He needed to know who he truly was. Why was he ensnared in all of this? Perhaps he only needed to inch closer, to listen more attentively? Perhaps that refugee truly held some knowledge? Perhaps he could discover a way to silence that dreadful noise? Orion's fingers instinctively tightened. He readjusted the frequency, seizing the moment when Megatron's attention was diverted by the cacophony of gunfire outside, and Optimus leaned in to investigate. Silently and slowly, he rose, taking a tentative step towards the trembling figure in the corner. In the shadows, the disguised refugee's lips curled into a silent, victorious smile. The prey was ensnared. The door to his twisted palace of art was slowly opening for this special guest. What Orion was about to witness would irrevocably alter his perception of beauty and order, plunging him into an abyss wrought with madness and despair. Chapter 134. A deadly invitation outside the heavy alloy door of the temporary shelter. The roar of cannon fire morphed into a muffled drumbeat, striking at the frozen fear within. The whir of the overloaded heat exchanger, the sweet metallic scent of leaking energy fluid, and the chaotic magnetic fields emanating from dozens of panic bodies wove together a suffocating web. Orion leaned against the cold wall, his fingertips unconsciously digging into the crevices of his armor. His bright blue optics, seemingly locked by a magnetic force, pierced through the throng of gray figures, fixating on the cowering refugee in the corner. Deep within his processor, the dissonant noise that tore at reason surged forth, inciting a new wave of turmoil. The truth of the silent hall awaits you. Reject it? You are forever ensnared within the labyrinth of noise. Only by embracing it can one attain eternal tranquility. The insidious whispers, laden with promises, strike precisely at the most vulnerable fissures deep within his spark. Who am I? Why can I hear the echoes of this hell? The thirst for self-awareness is akin to a dying traveler catching sight of a mirage of an oasis beyond the dunes, knowingly risking poison, yet willing to drink the lethal draught to quench his thirst. Aurelian. The deep voice of Silver Fury resonated with the tremor of a great beast warning its prey, as his silver claws tightened protectively around his companion's shoulder. Stay away from that creature. When the purple optical lens scanned the corner, a palpable chill of murderous intent coalesced. The companion's earlier pained reaction and his current unusual focus sent alarm bells shrieking within the depths of his spark. Aurelian trembled violently, yet unleashed an astonishing force to break free from the restraint. I must go, Optimus. His voice rasped like metal grinding, his trembling fingers pressed against the spark chamber, calling out to me. That noise knows the answer. It knows what I truly am. The blue optical lens swirled with desperate pain, akin to a drowning man grasping at the last piece of driftwood. The refugee in the corner seemed to sense Aurelian's intense struggle and the impending flood of resolve. He made the slightest movement, and the disguised blue optical lens flickered momentarily with a pure crimson light, reminiscent of an abyssal rift, so swift it was nearly a figment of imagination. Soon after, that light was engulfed by a surging tide of fear, eliciting a louder, more desperate whimper as his body curled up like a shattered fragment. Optimus's azure optical lens instantly locked onto the unusual psychic disturbance between Aurelian and the cornered refugee. He stepped forward, his towering red-blue form resembling an indomitable bastion, interposing himself between Aurelian and the looming danger. His voice was steady as iron, imbued with the authority of a badge and a stern judgment of reality. Aurelian, wake up. Your heightened perception is a resounding alarm in itself. This is likely a trap set by the Destruction Emperor. His gaze was sharp as a probe, attempting to pierce through the pitiful guise and reach the dark core pulsating beneath. A trap? Aurelian's transformation system momentarily faltered, Optimus's warning crashing into his chaos like a cold wave of logic. Yet the call from the source of noise within him and the ravenous thirst for his own secrets surged back with greater ferocity. I know it's dangerous, but it claims there are answers that can reveal what I truly am. His voice dwindled, as if being consumed by that invisible noise. Answers. A roar erupted from Silver Fury's throat, deafening and infused with rage. His fangs bared, his massive form radiated a terrifying pressure capable of stifling the air itself, crashing like a tangible shockwave towards a corner. He certainly understood that Aurelian possessed the ability to hear the thoughts of others. Yet that was the merit of the leader module. Aurelian was no longer a leader, no longer bound by the so-called responsibilities and missions. Whatever he is, a scum-ridden monstrosity. If he dares to ensnare you with such deceitful words, I shall tear him to shreds and feed his remains to the cosmic dust. His tail crashed onto the metallic ground like a battering ram, producing a thunderous sound that sent chills through the air. The instinct to protect his companion ignited his ferocity entirely. Aurelian broke free from Silver's protection, confronting the source of the noise. I must know who I am. Silver's claws hung suspended, revealing for the first time a beastly bewilderment. He could shred stars, yet could not defy the ember of his companion's quest for truth. In that tense moment, as Aurelian was poised to take that perilous step, a voice with a cold, metallic resonance erupted from the ceiling's loudspeaker. Like the divine judgment descending upon the refuge, it abruptly froze all sounds. It was white. Refrain from your clumsy puppetry. The voice, devoid of emotion, yet imbued with the weight capable of crushing stars, declared, "My fortress is not your puppet theater." A deliberate pause followed, and within the suffocating silence, the faint hum of energy weapons charging seemed to resonate within every ember chamber. I shall make you personally experience the artistry of ember reconstruction. That process is far more melodious than your chaotic clamor. An invisible emperor's gaze rendered the air heavier. The common folk were so frightened that even their whimpers were stifled. The sound of the destroyer emperor's disguise ceased abruptly. In the next moment, a piercing noise erupted, as if the very fabric of space were being violently torn and twisted. The gray-blue paint, worn and dusty, that cloaked the refugees peeled away like inferior paint licked by an unseen flame, curling and disintegrating into ash. The once docile blue optics shattered like fragile glass, revealing beneath it the burning emblem of pure chaos, a desire for destruction, an endless mockery in a vivid scarlet glow. The hunched form straightened as if liberated from restraints, an oppressive terror expanding forth, seemingly capable of distorting and consuming light, causing the temperature in the entire refuge to plummet. A mechanical being let out a brief, startled cry that was swiftly muffled by a companion's oil-stained hand. The companion's optics flickered wildly, fixed firmly to the ground, their knuckles creaking under the strain. A gray machine, deprived of an arm, suddenly arched its body, energy fluid erupting from the severed joint, hydraulic joints hissing sharply. Its remaining hand futilely scraped the ground, removing flecks of fragile paint. The murky optics of an old miner, their paint peeling, dimmed entirely upon contact with the scarlet glow, a muffled grinding of gears resonating in its throat, becoming utterly rigid, with only the chest's replacement blades spinning madly, yet silently. In the shadows, the gray machine abruptly lifted its head, and its optics erupted with venomous hatred, But in a mere instant, the Destroyer Emperor's scarlet gaze pierced through with the precision of an ice pick. The spark of hatred was instantly extinguished. The gray machine lowered its head violently, its entire form trembling, coolant uncontrollably seeping from joint seams, dripping onto the black crystalline surface, forming a puddle of despair. The lips of the Destruction Emperor curled into a frigid, almost pleasurable arc. He did not need to lift a finger. A mere glance sufficed. The refuge was enveloped in a low hum of energy conduits overloading, the hissing of hydraulic failures, and the faintly piercing sound of metallic friction as dozens of bodies trembled under enforced oppression. The Destruction Emperor rose languidly, his movements exuding a feline grace, yet brimming with a chilling, lethal threat. How dreary! His voice shed all pretense, returning to a metallic, nervous delight, laced with a hint of impatience for the interruption of his refined amusement. His crimson optics swept like spotlights over the vigilant Optimus Prime and the furious Silverbolt, ultimately fixating on Orion with a greedy intensity, as if he sought to dissect him thoroughly. I merely wished to invite this special little guest. He extended a finger, adorned with sharp purple armor, elegantly yet dangerously pointing towards Orion, as if enveloped in invisible threads of darkness, beckoning him to admire his new collection and to resolve his minor perplexities. His red gaze lingered on Orion with a morbid excitement, as if discovering a rare specimen. For after millennia, you're the first to resonate with the magnificent symphony within me. How exquisitely unique is the torment bestowed by this gift. How utterly captivating the agony. He emitted a brief, chilling laugh. Chapter 135. A fatal invitation. Too suddenly, the alloy door on the side wall of the refuge slid open with a hydraulic screech. A blue and white figure descended like the sword of judgment, piercing through the smoke. Silverbolt stood framed in the doorway's backlight, his pristine form starkly contrasting with the refuge's filth. His icy blue optics, akin to precise laser sights, locked onto Optimus Prime the moment he landed, scanning him from head to toe, confirming that the red and blue form bore no new damage. His gaze swept over Orion with the indifference of a benefactor, ultimately fixing upon the Destruction Emperor. Your invitation. Silverbolt's voice was colder than the broadcast, carrying the chill of crushed bones, fit only for the debris of the cosmic junkyard. He stepped forward, the invisible force of order clashing violently with the pressure of chaos, causing the air to erupt with tiny electric sparks. Immediately return to your rotting vessel. The Nemesis. Return? The Destruction Emperor seemed to find this the height of absurdity, emitting a series of sharp, jarring laughs that echoed in the oppressive space, forcing several civilians to painfully cover their audio receivers. The game has only just begun, my dear Megatron. Your sanctuary merely serves as a finely crafted slaughterhouse for these lambs awaiting their fate. His crimson gaze flicked maliciously between Silverbolt and Optimus Prime, as if reveling in a splendid performance, his lips curling into a sneer of irony. And look at you, Megatron. How intriguing it is, after 1,000,000 years, that your obsession with this visage remains so profound. With pointed intent, he directed his scarlet gaze entirely upon the visage of Optimus Prime, so intense that even the counterparts from alternate realms felt compelled to return and protect him. Are you even prepared to flaunt your meager dominion before me? He deliberately mimicked White Way's previous stance and tone, reveling in his mockery. What is it? Reliving old dreams through another version of myself, attempting to compensate for your pitiful unfulfilled desires? Or is it that this esteemed officer possesses some unique quality that even you, the benevolent Emperor, cannot suppress? His words struck like venomous barbs, piercing not only White Way, but also laying Optimus Prime bare at the center of this awkward scrutiny. A frosty veneer swiftly enveloped Optimus Prime's faceplate. The foul utterances of the Destroyer and his intention to entangle him in this absurd emotional quagmire ignited the anger and profound humiliation inherent in his role as an officer. His fingers tightened around his weapon, the muzzle nearly aimed at the Destroyer, icy flames of rage igniting within the azure optics. Mind your words, Destroyer. He cast a glance at White Way, his gaze sharp as a blade, devoid of any of your imagined connections. Your slander merely unveils the filth within your soul. His voice resonated with unwavering authority, striving to redirect the conversation and eradicate the nauseating insinuations. A barely perceptible ripple seemed to flicker within the depths of White Way's ice-blue optics, perhaps disappointment, or perhaps a deeper amusement. Yet, the Emperor's composure allowed him to respond coldly to the destroyer. At least my gaze encompasses order and protection, unlike you, who wallows in the mire of destruction, adorning your warped throne with the suffering of others. Refrain from your base attempts at sowing discord. He deftly sidestepped the matter concerning Optimus Prime, yet did not directly refute the destroyer's implications. The destroyer merely shrugged indifferently, his scarlet gaze flitting between Optimus Prime's furious visage and White Way's frosty retort, as if he were savoring a captivating pantomime, emitting another unsettling chuckle. His attention once again fixated on Orion, the scarlet optics flickering with an irresistible, frenzied allure. His voice resonated like a siren-esque call, penetrating Orion's processor, reigniting the tempest of distorted noise. Yet this time, amidst the cacophony, a fissure appeared, revealing a lethal attraction. Orion Pax, you sense it, do you not? The pulse of that noise resonates in harmony with your spark. To reject it? To resist it? How futile, for it is a part of you, the truth you lack crying out. Within the silent sanctum of Cybertron, as throne, lies the echoes of origins, awaiting your attentive ear. Gulme, shed these ludicrous protective shells and embrace your ultimate truth. I assure you, it will grant you eternal peace. He opened his arms, adorned with spiked armor, performing an invitation steeped in ritualistic gravity, akin to a dark priest welcoming a sacrificial offering, as the scarlet glow blazed fiercely within his eyes. What say you, my dear little quiet? Moreover, my benevolent brother, with a playful glance towards Optimus Prime, that otherworldly companion who lingers in your dreams, and, of course, that protective silver beast. He casually gestured towards Silverwing. Let us momentarily set aside these trivial disputes and indulge in a genuine cosmic feast of artistry. I swear in the name of chaos, it shall irrevocably transform your perception of existence. His final words resonated with an intensity that brooked no denial. The spark of Orion pulsated as if struck by a sledgehammer, nearly bursting forth from his chest plate. The sheer terror of the Destroyer Emperor's unveiled darkness clashed violently with the tantalizing, lethal allure of the truth about himself, which seeped through the fissures of the noise he heard. The answer lay before him, yet it led to the lair of demons, and refusal meant eternal entrapment in a labyrinth of noise. He cast a glance at Optimus Prime, whose serious expression was marred by disapproval, temporarily restrained by Silverwing's presence. Then he observed Silverwing, who was utterly enraged by the Destroyer Emperor's words and proximity, his throat rumbling with destructive energy, his body trembling with fury. Ultimately, his transformation system emitted a deep hum, as if expending every ounce of strength, his gaze complexly meeting the Destroyer Emperor's burning, seductive crimson optics. Lead the way. Orion's voice trembled noticeably, yet remained remarkably clear, imbued with the desperation of an archivist confronting the ultimate enigma. Remember your invitation and promise. He emphasized the last two words as if they were his only bargaining chip. The Destroyer Emperor's lips curled into a silent, abyss-like smile of victory, the crimson light within his eyes dancing dangerously. Extremely wise, little quiet. The Destroyer Emperor chuckled lowly, his armored fingers seemingly nonchalantly tracing a gesture in the void. Elegant yet blasphemous. Deep within his chest plate, the chaotic core unleashed a rumble akin to a roar from an ancient abyss. A visibly thick, viscous tide of dark purple energy surged forth, instantly engulfing the five of them. The sensation of space being violently torn, folded, and distorted was 100-fold more intense than ever before. Orion felt his spark and body on the verge of being shattered by this force, as the laws of space were brutally twisted and torn by the chaotic energy, bringing forth indescribable physiological agony. Orion, the behemoth, roared in a mixture of rage and pain, forcing himself to endure the sensation of tearing, his enormous silver wings unfurling suddenly, attempting to break free from the confines of space. One claw gripped Orion's arm fiercely, exerting all his strength to drag him away from this tainted realm, soaring towards the relatively stable region behind. However, a glimmer of cold mockery flickered in the Destroyer Emperor's crimson optics. The pull from the chaotic core, or rather, the very act of forcibly initiating spatial transport, contained an absolute power that transcended the laws of physics. The colossal form of Silver Wei barely shifted back a half step before an irresistible force, akin to that of a black hole, yanked him back with ferocity. The space around him felt like a viscous quagmire, firmly ensnaring him. Meanwhile, in that fleeting moment of spatial distortion, Optimus Prime's Azure optical sensors captured the silhouette of Orion being drawn by Silver Wei. Instinctively, he reached out his arm, yearning to clasp Orion's other hand. Yet, before his fingertips could graze Orion's armor, a viscous and violent stream of dark purple chaotic energy erupted like a venomous serpent, crashing violently against the side of his frame. The immense impact propelled him backward. The anticipated collision did not occur. A hand, clad in silvery white armor, stable and strong, extended from behind him, precisely supporting his backplate, while another hand firmly grasped his elbow, forcibly stabilizing his unbalanced form and preventing a humiliating fall. It was White Wei. "Be careful. Do not move." White's deep voice resonated almost intimately against Optimus Prime's audio receptors, accompanied by a buzzing hum and a barely perceptible hint of suppressed delight, tinged with tension and concern. His movements were as swift as lightning, as though rehearsed 1,000 times. Optimus Prime's frame tensed instantaneously. The areas touched by White Wei radiated a chilling sensation, mingled with the acrid scent of smoke emanating from the other's body and an undeniable sense of control. This intimate posture, amidst the chaos of battle and the scrutinizing gaze of the Decepticon leader, filled him with profound embarrassment. The brightness of his optical sensors plummeted, the heat dissipation grills on his faceplate flaring open and then closing, as the replacement systems emitted a stifled screech mingled with anger, offense, and extreme awkwardness. He attempted to break free immediately, but White Wei's arm remained steadfast, as if welded to his frame like an alloy shackle. The Decepticon leader observed it all, his crimson optical sensors flickering with pure delight, reminiscent of one savoring the climax of a theatrical performance. He tilted his head slightly, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, as if relishing the futile struggles of a trapped beast. Just amidst this electric chaos, the viscous dark purple energy surge completely engulfed his vision. The sensation of space being utterly torn, folded, and reshaped overwhelmed all senses. In the blink of an eye, it felt as though he had been forcibly extracted from a nightmare, the distortion vanishing abruptly. Beneath him lay not the cold metal deck, but a surface as smooth as glass, reflecting dim light, resembling a black crystalline ground composed of solidified darkness. The air was saturated with a potent scent of ozone, the acrid odor of rusting metal, and a nauseating stench, reminiscent of vast organic matter slowly decaying and fermenting in a confined space. Before him stood an entrance formed by the enormous, twisted remnants of alloy gates. The fractured metal resembled the broken fangs of a colossal beast, grotesquely pointing towards the shadowy depths within. Behind the door, an alluring purple glow permeated the air, as if it were the ethereal essence extracted from countless dying embers, pulsating faintly and delineating the vast, ominous contours of the interior space. Chapter 136, The Art of Noise. The so-called Hall of Silence, nestled deep within Cybertron, is a tangible manifestation of the Decepticon Lord's twisted will, a subterranean palace brimming with chaotic artistry. A violet heavy truck stood at the entrance, cloaked in a dense shadow that devoured light, while before it, the hall's enchanting, pulsating fluorescence shimmered in shades of purple. The crimson optical lens flickered with an uncontrollable, near-manic excitement, akin to a dark priest poised to unveil a miracle to his sacrificial offering. He turned to Orion, his voice deliberately softened, yet laced with a serpentine, chilling slickness. "Welcome, my dear Quiet One. Are you prepared to witness the perfect fusion of truth and ultimate artistry? I hope it can soothe your noise." He extended his hand once more, an undeniable gesture of guidance, reaching toward Orion. "Remove your claws." Silverwing's roar crashed like thunder, his massive silver form surging forth with ferocious intensity, firmly positioning himself protectively behind Orion. The violet lens burned with the wrath to incinerate all, a destructive energy coalescing in its gaping maw, emitting a spine-tingling hum. Any attempt to touch Orion was an ultimate transgression against his boundaries. The Decepticon Lord's hand hovered in the air, a hint of exaggerated regret flashing across his faceplate, yet his crimson eyes glinted with icy mockery. He shrugged nonchalantly, turning his gaze to Optimus and Silverwing, a malicious glint dancing between them. Then, please, my other self and the benevolent guardian. Let us see, in the face of true art and reality, whose embers can maintain the final tranquility, or rather, whose disguise shall be the first to be torn asunder. He emphasized the word disguise, his mocking gaze sweeping pointedly over Optimus and Silverwing, before he elegantly turned away, merging into the ominous purple glow of the entrance's shadow. Optimus's countenance darkened. Every word from the Decepticon Lord felt like a trampling of his patience. He suppressed the impulse to retaliate immediately, augmenting his gaseous displacement power, forcing himself to concentrate on the impending peril and the necessity to protect Orion. He cast a cold glance at Silverwing, clearly signaling, "Mind your own business, do not interfere." Then, with the poise of a protector, he stepped forward, closely following the Decepticon Lord into the shadows, his weapon alertly aimed at the unknown depths of darkness, temporarily leaving his back to the chaotic scene and the silver-white monarch who troubled his thoughts. This was his duty. Silverwing shrugged helplessly. He could foresee the scene that would soon unfold, his gaze betraying a hint of concern as he watched Optimus's retreating form. As Optimus first entered the core area of the hall, his azure optical lens functioned like the most precise scanner, instantaneously sweeping over the interior landscape. Even with his iron will forged through 4 million years of warfare, the transformation system instantaneously faltered, and the core temperature plummeted. The shock of the scene before him far exceeded any intelligence report. The hall was vast and eerie, devoid of traditional walls, instead comprising a framework of countless enormous, twisted metal struts upon which hung, embedded, and pieced together indescribable exhibits. The first sight to meet his optical lens was the disassembled bodies of several Decepticon soldiers, reconfigured in a manner that defied the laws of physics into a colossal, slowly rotating abstract celestial map. Their optical lenses were forcibly illuminated, casting chaotic beams of light that intertwined in the dim space, creating a dizzying pattern filled with symbols of agony. These lights were not constant. They flickered erratically with the residual neural pulses, akin to silent screams. Optimus Prime's optical lens sharpened in an instant, his body tense to the utmost, a chilling rage, potent enough to freeze energy, silently enveloped him. He did not roar, but each word fell like tempered steel. This was the ultimate desecration of the fallen. His voice was deep, imbued with storm-like fury, his gaze firmly locked onto the Decepticon leader, an alarm ringing in his mind, casting a more anxious glance at Orion, who had just been ushered in by Silverbolt. This was far beyond what a young archivist should endure. Following closely, Silverbolt entered this distorted realm. His icy blue optical lens scanned the repugnant celestial map, although he had encountered the Decepticon leader's art through countless intelligence reports and battlefield remnants. Each first-hand experience elicited a strong repulsion from his processor's logic module, causing the transformation system to emit a slight, suppressed whimper. Here was again the madness that had persisted for 1,000,000 years. He immediately directed his gaze toward Optimus Prime, his processor racing to find a soothing phrase. However, witnessing Optimus's body, taut with extreme fury, and his icy optical lens, Silverbolt's language module faltered unusually. What could he possibly say? That was merely customary? That the Decepticon leader had always operated this way? Such remarks would appear absurd and callous. Ultimately, he could only channel all his complex emotions into a cold, accusatory gaze, firmly pinning it upon the Decepticon leader. What have you wrought? His optical lens and spark were on the verge of contamination. Silverbolt's imposing silver form squeezed into the hall, his purple optical lens scanning the surroundings warily. Even after witnessing the monstrous amalgamation of mechanical and organic in the realm of death, the sight before him still left him profoundly shaken. The disassembled, twisted, and reconfigured remnants of Cybertronians displayed a grotesque form of art, hideously distorted and unbearable to behold. Standing in stark contrast to the order and majesty he remembered Cybertron to embody. His immediate concern was for Orion. This scene was far too stimulating. Would Orion's pure spark be left with a shadow? However, before he could act, Orion had already seen it. Heavenly Sovereign, In a moment of unconscious murmuring, Arian's brilliant blue optics widened, reflecting the twisted star map before him. A profound sense of nausea, intermingled with deep compassion, surged through his core, prompting him to instinctively retreat half a step while clutching tightly to Silverwing's armored arm. It felt as though he could hear the silent wails of those imprisoned within their broken bodies, a sensation that resonated more profoundly than mere noise, causing his essence to tremble. Silverwing's immense wings were poised to unfurl, intent on shielding Arian's gaze from the filth that tainted their sight. Yet, Arian gently pressed against his arm, his clear blue optics meeting Silverwing's, revealing a mixture of shock and discomfort, yet underlined by a resolute insistence. I must behold this. Within his gaze lay a struggle, a flicker of fear, but deeper still was an unwavering determination. As if failing to comprehend this darkness would hinder his understanding of what he truly needed to protect. Silverwing's wings froze mid-motion, letting out a low growl, yet ultimately refraining from obstructing Arian's view, instead positioning his body more closely in front of him, his purple optics scanning for potential threats. With great difficulty, Arian diverted his gaze from the horrifying star map, only to be forcibly ensnared by a colossal sphere at the center of the hall, composed of a transparent energy field. This sphere was not void of substance. Rather, it was filled with countless tiny, swirling fragments of embers, each emitting a faint blue glow. These fragments collided, fused, and shattered within the force field, continuously cycling, each impact releasing an exceedingly faint yet excruciatingly painful ripple of psychic energy. The entire sphere pulsated like a vast heart, composed solely of pure agony. Suddenly, Arian clutched his head, his optics dimming and flickering in response to the searing pain. As his gaze fell upon the sphere, the distorted cacophony in his neural module surged to a deafening crescendo. Countless broken shrieks, desperate cries, and eternally elongated wails of suffering engulfed him like a tsunami. He could distinctly hear the remnants of despair trapped within each fragment, a pain so immense and pure that it ignited something long dormant deep within his essence. His body staggered, the replacement system emitting frantic, disordered shrieks as if the energy liquid were flowing backward. A drop of cleansing fluid uncontrollably spilled over the edge of his optics, cascading down the cold curve of his faceplate, instantly evaporating in the high temperature. Slag! Upon witnessing Arian's torment, Silverwing's fury surged, nearly erupting from his purple optics. His massive jaws opened, destructive energy coalescing in an instant, aimed squarely at the sphere, imprisoning the fragments of embers. He was determined to obliterate this nefarious entity immediately. Just as the energy was about to erupt, a chilling voice cut through the air with unwavering authority. Halt! An invisible force field deftly redirected Silverwing's impending attack, causing his energy beam to graze the sphere's edge, crashing into a distant metallic support and igniting a violent explosion and tremor. There remained a chance for those ember fragments, for those broken bodies too. The icy blue optical lens of the Destroyer Emperor swept over the anguished sphere and the distorted star map, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority, proclaiming that only through their annihilation could true cessation be achieved. The Destroyer Emperor leisurely turned to White Wave, his scarlet optics brimming with unabashed mockery. Reshape? Huh, how amusing. He exaggeratedly spread his spiked gauntlet, asserting that the Autobots were merely adept in the art of disassembly, transforming the intact into fragments, turning the vibrant into relics. That is our true talent. Reassembling the wreckage? Reshaping the embers? Such mundane tasks are only for that pretender hiding behind his followers, who falsely claims to be merciful. A cold sneer crept into the Destroyer Emperor's heart. This mirrored universe is truly ironic, for the deity of Cybertron, the primordial celestial, is the genuine harbinger of chaos, sowing seeds of disorder and destruction, while the legendary cosmic sovereign, meant to embody order, has become an elusive and spectral emblem of light, seldom making an appearance. Only the foolish Decepticons would hold such unwavering faith in that veiled charlatan. Allian struggled against the cacophony threatening to tear his consciousness asunder, igniting a flicker of hope within him upon hearing White Wave claim that the embers could still be salvaged. With great effort, he lifted his head and addressed the seething Silver Wave. Poised to strike once more. Wait, Silver Wave. They can still be reshaped. His voice, though weak, resonated with firm conviction, laced with genuine plea. He could not bear to witness those tormented fragments being utterly obliterated, even if it meant enduring this torment himself. The Destroyer Emperor greedily inhaled, his visage revealing an almost rapturous expression. Alien's proximity, particularly the tumultuous fluctuations of his anguished mental field, cascaded like a pure stream, cleansing the polluted channels of his mind. Tainted by the Chaos Module's din, if only for a fleeting, addictive silence. He disregarded White Wave's warnings and Silver Wave's murderous intent, drawing closer to the suffering Alien. Whispering in a chillingly intimate tone, his scarlet optics nearly brushing against Alien's audio receptors. Did you hear? Oh, how pure your voice is. Pain is the most constant frequency in the universe. Only by being near you can those cacophonies diminish. You are truly special. His voice carried a morbid satisfaction, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Get away. Silver Wave growled under his breath, pure fury propelling him to obliterate this unsightly purple machine. In stark contrast, the Destroyer Emperor's voice remained calm, his icy blue optical lens sweeping over the enraged Silver Wave, exerting control. He turned to the Destroyer Emperor, his tone laced with a chilling warning. Mind your commitments and your distance. The game requires rules. He subtly maintained the fragile balance, his gaze contemplatively resting on the Destroyer Emperor, who seemed unusually docile in light of Alien's closeness. Optimus Prime's hand trembled slightly around his weapon, straining against the urge to pull the trigger, the metallic friction of his knuckles audible. He yearned to squeeze the trigger right then and there, to end this menace with a single shot. Such a desecrator of life, a purveyor of endless torment, deserved immediate execution. The Destroyer Emperor seemed to sense his almost palpable bloodlust, casting a provocative glance his way, a mocking curve gracing his lips. Optimus Prime's fingers rested upon the trigger, his processor rapidly calculating angles and timing. Yet, as he beheld the struggling remnants within the anguished sphere and the broken form shielded by white, he ultimately compelled himself to avert his gaze from the scope. The time was not yet right. He had to ensure the safety of the innocents first. He endured. Chapter 137. The awakening of the leader, the Destroyer Emperor, like a child displaying a cherished toy, spread his arms wide, his voice rising sharply, brimming with fervent pride as he pointed to the innermost sanctum's most magnificent yet blasphemous creation. Behold, my supreme masterpiece, the source of chaos. A grotesque idol, fashioned from an array of energy weapons, cannon tubes, and engine parts, stood there, twisted and menacing. The contours of its face were indistinct, yet embedded in its chest was a pulsating core emanating a sinister dark violet glow, reminiscent of a severely tainted leader module. Countless slender energy conduits extended from the module, resembling living veins, connecting to a vast pool below, brimming with viscous, deep violet energy fluid. The surface of the pool roiled with bubbles, each burst releasing a faint, maddening whisper that unsettled the mind. How harmonious! The energy of destruction was being shaped, the painful remnants serving as the very foundation. This was true power. This was eternal beauty. The voice of the Destroyer Emperor was laced with madness. Those noises? They were the essence of power itself. The primordial stirrings from the dawn of the universe. The overture to the end. Orion bore the searing pain within his brain module and the tumult of spark energy. His gaze, penetrating the frenzy of the Destroyer Emperor, fixated upon the pulsating purple chaos module. He could distinctly hear that all the noise emanated from this source. It was a living, ravenous dark will, yearning to consume all. Yet simultaneously, he could perceive the tortured cries of anguish from the depths of the Destroyer Emperor's psyche, tormented day and night by this cacophony. And, as he drew near, the fleeting quietude that brought forth an almost humble yearning. This revelation brought forth a surge, a power boiling within the depths of the spark, desperate to be unleashed, yet unable to find an outlet, trapped within the processor, an uncomfortable sensation. Was I recalling something? The brain module remained a void, yet a certain tremor was strikingly clear. At the pinnacle of this immense pain, the insight into the source of the Destroyer Emperor's internal noise, and the surge of energy trapped within the spark intertwined. Orion's spark erupted with the force of a supernova, an intent, etched deep within the bloodline and engraved in the heart of the spark, awakened with a thunderous roar. Suddenly, A profound and vast blue light burst forth from the palm of Orion's right hand. As if in response to the awakened will, a star sword composed of pure energy, with smooth and sacred lines, instantaneously coalesced in his grasp. The hilt felt cold yet familiar, as if a slumbering limb had been roused. It trembled slightly, emitting a resonance as deep as the ancient tolling of a bell. The blade of the sword radiated a brilliance akin to the dawn that rends the darkness. Though it could not purify the surrounding gloom, it formed an imperceptible barrier, forcibly suppressing the heart-wrenching cacophony of mental noise that originated from the chaos module within his mind. At the moment the blue light of the star sword ignited, the body of the ruined emperor was struck as if by an invisible hammer, rendering him momentarily immobile. The crimson optical lens abruptly contracted, fixating intently upon the ethereal blade that had materialized from thin air, the tumult of madness within him momentarily overshadowed by an overwhelming astonishment. "Oh, what is this?" He endeavored to maintain a tone of playful curiosity, yet his vocal apparatus betrayed him, slipping into a sharp pitch as if his throat had been constricted. "A new toy, is it?" He forced a twisted smile, his gaze greedily glued to the star sword, as though he yearned to dissect it completely. What further ignited his inner fire was the unprecedented clarity and stillness emanating from the chaos module in his chest, illuminated by the sword's radiance. The incessant noise that had eternally gnawed at his processor was, for the first time, thoroughly subdued, as if separated by an imperceptible veil. The hellish cacophony of millions of years seemed to have truly cracked open a fissure, allowing the serene light of quietude to seep through. The impact was so profound that the ruined emperor instinctively retreated a half-step, the replacement system emitting a short, chaotic shriek. He greedily savored the unprecedented tranquility within the chaos module in his chest. This was no purification. The dark, chaotic source of power at the module's core still surged. Yet the incessant, tormenting noise was forcibly suppressed by that accursed sword, or rather, by its wielder. He was reluctant to part with this cataclysmic power. Yet he yearned even more to be permanently liberated from the torment of noise. Control. He must seize control of this key. The endless din had previously dulled his senses to the point of numbness, even distorting it into a twisted form of artistry. Yet now, in contrast to the star sword, he clearly recognized noise for what it truly was, mere noise. The chaos module, as a vessel of power, ought to obediently remain silent while providing strength. A smile, twisted with excitement and tinged with a hint of savagery, slowly unfurled across his visage. Aeolian stared at the condensed light, sword in his grasp, momentarily taken aback. The power trapped within the spark seemed to have found an outlet for release. The cacophony in his mind diminished to a bearable level. Yet this suppression itself rapidly consumed the scant energy he had left after his amnesia, causing him to furrow his brow at the sensation of energy fluid surging backwards through the conduits. However, under the illumination of the star sword, the myriad subtle yet desperate voices, previously drowned by the overwhelming noise, suddenly became strikingly clear, flooding Aeolian's perception like a torrent. The soundless wails of every fragment of smoldering remains within the sphere of anguish. The ultimate suffering transmitted through the residual neural pulses of every shattered form on the distorted star map. The desperate pleas for liberation from countless desecrated lives imprisoned in eternal confinement. The anguished cries converging into a sea of torment ignited within him an undeniable will to protect, deeply rooted in his essence. Even as the mists of memory lingered, the inherent duty of a leader to safeguard life and to bring an end to injustice surged forth. Shattering all confusion, he abruptly lifted his head, his spine instinctively straightening, emanating a subtle yet undeniable aura of stability, as if capable of soothing the restless embers. The star blade in his hand seemed to resonate with his indomitable spirit, its brilliance intensifying, with a decisive edge aimed at the core of the Destruction Emperor. It embodied a resolve to sever all that is unjust. Enough! Orion's voice, though not thunderous, resonated with a peculiar harmony derived from the wellspring of the embers, infused with an undeniable authority that momentarily overwhelmed the fervent proclamations of the Destruction Emperor and the murmurs of the chaotic module. Your art is built upon the consumption of life and suffering. Release them immediately. Release all the remnants. Restore all that can be reshaped. Now, the final two words struck like the gavel of judgment, reverberating throughout the hall. The entire chamber seemed to be frozen in time. The scarlet optical lens of the Destruction Emperor widened in disbelief, gazing at Orion, who stood with a luminous sword, exuding an entirely different aura. The sight of Orion, once regarded as mere prey, now wielding his blade with such fierce intent, incited an unprecedented sense of affront within him, unleashing a brutal wave of oppressive force that surged towards Orion like a tangible tide of darkness. Witnessing Orion's resolute and fearless demeanor while wielding the lightsaber, a profound sense of pride engulfed the core processor of Silvermight. Even amidst forgetfulness, his essence as a guardian of life remained unaltered. This pride was intertwined with familiar contradictions. A yearning for dominion clashed violently with reverence for the very light itself, yet did not hinder his movements in the slightest. A deafening roar erupted as Silvermight's colossal form rose like an insurmountable barrier, standing defiantly before Orion, unleashing the ferocity of the Decepticon leader against the encroaching tide of darkness. Optimus Prime's azure optical lens, sharp as an eagle's gaze, captured Orion's awakened stance in its entirety. Indeed, the essence of a leader was inscribed deep within the embers. This realization steadied his grip on the weapon. Without hesitation, he raised his energy rifle, its muzzle akin to the most precise instrument, instantly locking onto the core processor of the Destruction Emperor, calculating the optimal moment with calm precision. The icy blue optical lens of white might narrowed, its piercing light swiftly scanning Orion. The pressure of the leader was so pure, even in amnesia. This assessment flashed through his processor core like lightning, bringing forth a genuine surprise. The momentum emanating from Orion at this moment resonated in a remarkable way with the leadership authority forged through 4 million years of warfare embodied in the red-blue form beside him. This unforeseen and potent variable instantaneously shattered his prior tactical calculations. What was the awakened leader's deterrent power against the Destruction Emperor? Could the suppression of the chaotic module endure? Was it a blade to break the stalemate, or merely a spark to ignite a larger explosion? Countless dilemmas collided within the processor at high speed. The imperative to recalibrate risks remained unchanged, to ensure the survival of Optimus Prime and as many lives as possible. This thought instantaneously eclipsed all others, drawing his focus back to regaining control over the chaotic situation. The processor whirred with urgency, assessing the catastrophic repercussions of an all-out conflict erupting within this chaotic energy nest. Once the battle commenced in this tumultuous realm, the outcomes would be unpredictable, particularly concerning the fragile remnants and hostages. He made a swift decision, stepping forward, gently yet unequivocally pressing the barrel of Optimus Prime's weapon, offering a reassuring glance that conveyed trust. Immediately, he turned to face the Decepticon leader, his voice cold and clear, akin to stating an irrefutable truth. Megatron, are you truly willing to forsake your opportunity for peace over these remnants that hold no value to you? This statement pierced through Megatron's processor, which was otherwise consumed by wrath and intimidation, like a shard of icy logic. The crimson optics flickered violently. The precious tranquility that had only briefly graced Orion's presence beneath the glow of the star's sword seemed to stir restlessly once more within him. The oppressive aura of Megatron receded like a tide. He emitted a chilling, begrudging scoff, his crimson optics fixating on the star sword in Orion's grasp, then sweeping over Silverbolt and the poised Optimus Prime. Megatron forcibly suppressed the emotional turmoil wrought by the dual pressures of the star sword's intimidation and the yearning for peace, his voice straining to maintain a neurotic cadence. Yet the final notes betrayed a barely perceptible urgency. The deal is struck. Little piece, your mercy has earned you leverage. He waved his hand with an appearance of elegance. Yet the motion was swift. However, Megatron's voice suddenly escalated, his crimson optics akin to a searing brand, imbued with a pathological, insatiable greed, locking on to Orion and the still-glowing star sword as if it were his sole redemption or prize. Releasing these useless noise sources is merely the beginning. You Orion Pax. He leaned slightly forward, resembling a venomous serpent revealing its fangs. Must remain. Stay here. Stay by my side. Each word seemed extricated from clenched teeth, rife with an undeniable possessiveness and a near-pleading obsession. This is the price you must pay for the tranquility you bring me. An eternal price. He spread his arms in a gesture resembling an embrace, yet it more closely resembled the outline of a cage. In exchange, his gaze swept over the remnants and corpses being liberated, carrying a hint of benevolence that suggested a temporary tolerance for a greater cause. I will release all captives. And I assure you, he deliberately paused, his crimson gaze scanning Silver Bolt, Optimus Prime, and the others, during the period in which Little Peace fulfills his promise. I shall not actively create new noise. He emphasized the words actively and period, implying that this fragile piece rested solely upon Orion's shoulders, ready to be shattered at any moment. He awaited Alien's entrance into this eternal cage, aptly named for its tranquility, lured by the radiant light of the Star Sword. The Star's sword hummed in Alien's grasp, its brilliance illuminating the resolute visage of his armor. The roar of silver might reverberated within his throat. The barrel of the Pillar of Heaven lifted once more, while the processor of white might rapidly computed new variables. The fragile equilibrium shattered anew. The Eye of the Storm focusing upon Alien's fateful choice. Chapter 138. The Blue Light, as Covenant, I shall remain. Alien's words fell like a bomb into the stillness of the energy-laden air, his clear voice echoing through the hall filled with silent wails, carrying an undeniable resolve. What? The roar of silver might instantly rent the oppressive atmosphere, the fury reflected in the violet optics, threatening to burst forth as tangible flames. His massive claws tightened around Alien's slender wrist, the force causing Alien's armor to emit a strained groan under the pressure. Absolutely not. Alien! Silver Might's voice quivered with fear and rage, his colossal head drawing closer to Alien's helmet, his fangs glinting ominously in the eerie green glow. Have you forgotten the Death Universe? Have you forgotten how the Cosmic Emperor? He faltered, realizing that Alien had indeed forgotten that darkest memory. In any case, I shall not allow you to sacrifice yourself for others before my very eyes for a third time. Not a chance. Leave at once. He attempted to wrench Alien away, his enormous form unleashing a tremendous force that shook the very fabric of space with his fury. Thunderous Sovereign, hear me. Alien, enduring the searing pain in his wrist, elevated his voice, a brilliant blue light erupting from his optics, radiating an undeniable authority belonging to a leader. This brilliance momentarily halted Silver Might's movements. This is not a sacrifice. Alien clenched the Star Sword, the crystalline blue light swirling around him. Though it could not mask the faint scorch marks on his knuckles from energy overload, the price of forcibly drawing upon the spark of energy. This is my choice. He gazed steadfastly into Silver Might's contracting violet optics, each word resonant, though the final notes subtly carried a low-frequency tremor of the replacement system. He abruptly pointed towards the still screaming distorted artworks, indicating the pulsating spheres of pure anguish. I bear the responsibility to end this suffering. This is the path guided by my spark. I sense the danger and am acutely aware of the cost. His words conveyed an unusual certainty. Gradually, he lowered the gas replacement frequency, his voice slowing yet remaining resolute, turning towards the Destruction Emperor, simultaneously articulating terms to Silver Might. The agreement must include assurances. First, my companion must be able to remain by my side at all times, inseparable. He looked into Silver Might's eyes, trust and entrustment reflected therein. I need your power to protect me. With you by my side, I have the confidence to fulfill this promise. The tension within Silver Might's mechanical frame quivered at this declaration, the grip of his claws loosening ever so slightly. Secondly, Orion's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing towards the Decepticon Emperor, declaring that my freedom must not be constrained in any form, nor should my companions, Optimus Prime, Megatron, and any member of the Decepticons, be harmed. Thirdly, a secure area must be provided for me to regain my energy. He locked eyes with the Emperor's crimson optics, affirming these conditions. If not, the deal would be void, and I would depart immediately. The momentary frailty on the Emperor's visage vanished, replaced by a twisted delight akin to a serpent finally seizing its prey. The crimson optics flickered wildly. The agreement was sealed. The Emperor's voice resonated with a chilling, unwavering finality, the pretense of gentleness dissipating entirely. Your freedom? Only as long as you remain within my sight. As for harm, as long as my tranquility persists, they shall be safe, provided you do not provoke me. His crimson gaze swept over Optimus Prime and White Sound, finally resting on Silver Sound, imbued with unabashed provocation and cold calculation. A monstrous grin inviting participation in this serene banquet. To disrupt, it would be to breach my boundaries. He spread his arms wide, his exaggerated posture devoid of warmth. Here lies your palace, Orion. Go where you wish, as long as it is within my view. A monstrous grin emerged as White Sound's cool voice interjected, his ice blue optics calmly scanning the Decepticon Emperor. The Emperor's yearning for silence was paramount. During Orion's fulfillment of this need, any act of aggression would instantly return the noise. A consequence his processor could not endure. He spoke succinctly, pinpointing the core logic. Shifting his gaze to Silver Sound, the power you displayed in the fortress is sufficient to form an effective deterrent. Current risks are manageable. He had precisely struck the Emperor's sore spot, immediately drawing the latter's murderous glare. A low growl rolled in Silver Sound's throat, his purple optics fixated on the Decepticon Emperor, then anxiously darting towards Orion. The resolute leadership and trust reflected in Orion's optics, along with the imperative to protect you, ultimately subdued his urge to annihilate everything. He slowly unclenched his claws, yet remained like a silver volcano poised to erupt, closely aligned with Orion. Using his massive form to shield against the malevolent gazes emanating from the artworks, murmuring, "Remember your promise, Orion. Remember I am here." His gaze was a tangible threat, locking onto the Decepticon Emperor, and remember my vow. The deal was struck. A peculiar and fragile equilibrium was established within the torment-laden hall. The Decepticon Emperor seemed eager to relish this hard-won tranquility, abruptly waving his hand in a forceful and efficient manner. "Remove this trash. Do not obstruct my view." A force field containing the remnants of embers and several relatively intact corpses was propelled towards White Sound by a surge of chaotic energy. White Sound's ice-blue optics swept over the floating embers, slightly tilting his head as he issued commands through the communication channel. Soundwave. Highest priority directive. Initiate Protocol 7. Target coordinates synchronized. Contact repair hand immediately, equipped with the highest specification life support units. Inform him that the chaotic toys require the warmth of the furnace. Execute at once. The communication device erupted with a flurry of electrifying rap responses, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of high-speed movement slicing through the air. Beep beep. At your command, Your Majesty. The wave connection restoration is underway. Let the rhythm never cease. The shattered heart and broken wings of yellow lightning are en route to provide urgent assistance. After a brief interlude characterized solely by the unsettling writhing shadows beneath the Destroyer Emperor's throne and the distant, resonant hum of energy conduits, the distinctive howl of a shuttle engine finally pierced the air, marked by a neurotic, high-frequency tremor that grew closer, culminating in a jarring emergency halt and the hydraulic groan of the hatch opening. The first figure to materialize was a strikingly bright apparition, gliding in with the fluidity of a dancer, as if on an invisible skateboard. It was SG Soundwave. His frame was predominantly a pristine white, accented by cool blue highlights, creating a striking visual contrast against the dim purple glow of the hall. A vivid green ribbon, resembling a headband, was tightly fastened at the center of his forehead, fluttering gently with his movements. His face was partially obscured by a simple white mask that concealed the lower half, leaving only his lively optical lenses, covered by teal goggles, visible, now blinking rapidly in sync with his rap rhythm. "Yo, Your Majesty, the restoration is here. Soundwave is paving the way," he exclaimed, his words spilling forth at an astonishing speed as he deftly sidestepped the hatch, gesturing extravagantly for the figure following closely behind. Bursting into the chamber was none other than SG Shockwave, clad in a vibrant yellow paint job. His signature oversized hexagonal headlamp flickered erratically and intensely, resembling a malfunctioning traffic signal, even more blinding against the blue and white backdrop of SG Soundwave. The audio receptors on either side of his head bobbed violently with the tremors of his frame. The processor targeting SG Shockwave appeared to be still analyzing scanning data, the headlamp's brilliant beam sweeping across the dismantled, twisted remnants of a Decepticon, now resembling a star map. The scanning beam halted on an optical lens that had been forcibly embedded at the node of an abstract constellation, still pulsating faintly. Zing! The headlamp of Shockwave suddenly erupted in an excruciatingly bright flash. Accompanying this was a sharp, piercing shriek emitted from his transformation system, reminiscent of an energy conduit being abruptly severed. His entire body jolted violently, his arm shot up, spasming as he clutched his chest plate, producing a grating sound of metal on metal, as if he were enduring unbearable agony. From his vocalizer, a word emerged, heavily suppressed and drowned out by the hall's ambient noise, accompanied by the metallic friction and electrical static that conveyed a profound sense of distress. Lacking any cleansing liquid, the contorted posture of his frame, coupled with the chaotic flickering of the headlamp, expressing extreme pain and confusion, communicated a breakdown more vividly than any tears could convey. Optimus Prime's azure optical lens instantly locked onto the blue and white figure adorned with a green ribbon and teal goggles, SG Soundwave. The vibrant colors and postures before him formed an absurdly stark contrast to the composed intelligence officer etched in his memory. Was this the visage of Soundwaves, untainted by the ravages of war? As his gaze shifted towards the flickering yellow figure with a light bulb head, a sudden, frigid pang gripped his essence. The crumbling demeanor before him brutally tore open the seals of memory, and he envisioned 1,000,000 years ago, an energetic legislator, adorned in ever-changing hues, standing within the Iron Fortress Council chamber. This was a being who would burst into hearty laughter and joy, strike with a clenched fist in displeasure, rejoice at the restoration of a park bench, and lament the bleak future of Cybertron, privately dubbed as the beautiful-hearted Shockwave. This was the same Shockwave who, under the machinations of the Senate, had his head and hands severed, replaced by a cold light bulb head and pincers, ultimately having his emotional module excised by a shadow puppet show, transforming him into a creature of pure logic. If this Shockwave, my Shockwave, had not endured such tribulations, would he also be riven by the sight of the current devastation? The weight of this thought momentarily eclipsed his fury towards the destroyer. The grotesque purple optics disdainfully swept over the flamboyant, capering blue and white machine. Pathetic. The intelligence officer resembles a circus clown. A snort, ignited with sparks, escaped his nostrils, his tail restlessly slapping the ground. As he turned his gaze towards the crumbling Shockwave, disdain swelled. Useless. Who can a whimpering fool save? He scornfully regarded Shockwave's trembling fingers and flickering bulb. A true medic, even when their essence is crushed, must possess fingers as steady as a stellar core. Look at that. Restorative hands. Stay calm. Administer a calming injection to yourself. Soundwave glided to Shockwave's side with an agility reminiscent of wheels beneath his feet. Rapid fire reciting a rhythmic rap, his green ribbon swaying gently with his hurried motions. The light bulb's flashing is raising blood pressure. Soundwave, expedite the calming remedy. Take a deep breath. Can't you cry after restoring them? While he spoke, his hands skillfully drew a syringe from his medical pack at his waist. The process swift as lightning as it pierced the energy conduit at Shockwave's neck, injecting the medication with a fluidity that eerily synchronized with the rhythm of his rap. The Decepticon medical team, under the silent and efficient orchestration of Soundwave's rap and gestures, commenced their work. The hovering stretcher unfurled a gentle force field, as soldiers operated precision energy tweezers, carefully extracting the remnants of the seed of life that still flickered with faint responses from the desecrated star map. Akin to defusing a bomb, under the influence of the sedative, Shockwave's light bulb head flickered, finally stabilizing in a dim orange hue that signified a heightened state of alertness and sorrow. He broke free from Soundwave's supportive grasp, unsteadily approaching a floating stretcher. With trembling hands imbued with an almost reverent delicacy, he cradled the feeble ember fragment that had just been liberated from its painful sphere, its glow exuding an extremely faint light. He abruptly lifted his head, the beam of the bulb-like head akin to a searing spotlight, firmly fixated on the destroyer emperor seated upon the throne. The vocalizer distorted under the weight of his intense fury. What have you done to them? This is neither science nor art. It is an atrocity to sacrifice living embers as fuel for the devil. The destroyer emperor merely rested his chin lazily upon his hand, the crimson optical lenses narrowing in delight, as if he were savoring a splendid theatrical performance. Such a melodious accusation, O repairing hand. Your outrage. He inhaled deeply, the chaotic module within his chest faintly illuminating, unexpectedly adding a poignant and heart-rending movement to the symphony of this hall. His gaze swept across the vividly colored SG Soundwave, still gesturing to the medical team while reciting rap, a flicker of interest in a novel toy glimmering within the crimson glow. Chapter 139, Twinkling Stars. The Decepticon warriors deftly arranged the fragments of embers and debris, while SG Shockwave was half-dragged and half-pulled away. The bulb-like head continued to flicker with chaotic strobe lights, the scanning beam unconsciously sweeping over the scattered remnants of machinery on the ground, inciting a more violent tremor. As the shuttle's hatch closed, the gaze beneath SG Soundwave's visor abruptly settled. He restrained the restless Shockwave, inclining slightly towards White Optimus, his voice for the first time stripped of rhythm, revealing an ironclad solemnity. On the day of rekindling the embers, I await your triumphant return, Your Majesty. The ice-blue optical lenses of White Optimus brushed over the crimson strobe lights of Shockwave's bulb-like head, nodding imperceptibly, as his form turned towards the Destroyer Emperor. His voice was steeped in frost. Remember, any transgression before my return shall be regarded as a declaration of war against the primal fire. The cost? He deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping over the dimly glowing star sword in Orion's grasp, was one you cannot afford. With that, the blue and white luminescence pierced through the distorted dome of the hall, vanishing into the depths of the Decepticon fortress. There, the only forbidden power capable of combating chaos slumbered, connected to the consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor within the initial furnace. The Destroyer Emperor's crimson optical lenses caressed the new collection and the audience as he advanced deeper into the hall. The viscous darkness seeped from the crystalline walls, pooling into screaming shadows that ignited into azure smoke under the afterglow of the Star Sword. Do you like your new palace, a little quiet? The Destroyer Emperor languidly sank into the throne forged from the spines of Cybertronians, his fingertips tapping against the armrest adorned with weeping visages. Orion forced himself to avert his gaze from the visages embedded in the columns, resembling specimens of tortured expressions, standing closely beside Silver Optimus, feeling the stable warmth emanating from his partner's massive form, striving to suppress the increasingly vivid chaos noise in his mind as he approached the core of the Destroyer Emperor. Optimus Prime silently trailed behind. When the blue and white luminescence of White Optimus finally vanished beyond the distorted dome, it seemed as though the string within him, which had been taut to its limit, was at last permitted a slight release. A sound, almost imperceptible, reminiscent of a metallic fatigue, sigh carrying the weight of 1,000,000 years, was forcibly suppressed within the lowest hum of the replacement system. His optical lens swept across the remnants of the displaced embers, a fleeting azure glow revealing a moment of exhaustion that belonged to Orion Pax rather than Optimus Prime. Yet, how many still suffer in this unending cycle? He forcefully extinguished this flicker of uncertainty, refocusing his processor on the current greatest threat. Orion suppressed the surging energy within his being, the spark deep within compelling him to speak out in defense. He must uncover the roots of this darkness, even if the truth may sear his very essence. This noise, Orion began, his voice laced with a barely perceptible fatigue. It speaks of annihilation, of a twisted satisfaction. Where does it originate? Is it a part of you? His inquiry was direct, his azure optics locking onto the crimson gaze of the Decepticon Lord. The Destroyer leaned languidly upon his throne, savoring a rare moment of tranquility within his mind. Upon hearing Orion's question, a distorted smirk flickered across his visage. A gift, he proclaimed, rapping his knuckles against the armrest of his throne, his tone dripping with icy sarcasm. An antiquated, self-proclaimed creator and his loyal hound, the master of titanium, bestowed it upon me. He claimed it would grant me power, fulfill my ambitions. His voice brimmed with deep-seated resentment. Ambition? Optimus Prime seized upon the word, his voice low and sharp. His gaze probed the facade of madness enveloping the Destroyer, seeking to unravel the tainted ambition that preceded his fall. Did it once encompass a pursuit of order or efficiency, however distorted? This thought sent a chilling pang through his processor, as if glimpsing a potentiality crushed entirely within the shadows. The Destroyer let out a derisive laugh, his crimson optics momentarily flickering with bewilderment. Order, efficiency, the elimination of redundancy. His voice trailed off, tinged with a hint of confusion even he had not perceived. But once that gift was implanted, it began to sing, revealing to me that true power, true beauty lies in the shattering of all, in the rebirth through chaos. The fervor in the destroyer's tone escalated, the crimson glow in his eyes intensifying. The feeble version of myself, long consumed by noise. This is reality. This is the ultimate. He abruptly gestured toward the remaining twisted exhibits. In Orion's grasp, the star saber pulsed with a blue light, its glow flickering like breath. With each suppression of the encroaching darkness, he felt the void of the spark being siphoned from the hilt, the order's imprint being ground into fuel to sustain the azure luminescence. A searing pain coursed from the depleted energy conduits beneath his rear armor, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. Silverbolt's tail immediately provided support. Orion slightly turned his head, meeting Silverbolt's concerned and disapproving gaze. Feeling a sense of culpability, he offered a reassuring smile before redirecting his attention to the destroyer. It reveals to me, he tightened his grip on the star saber, sensing the lingering weakness from the continual drain of his spark's essence. His voice cold with insight. You were once a victim. Yet now, you revel in this power. This distortion, the entity that bestowed this gift upon you has manipulated you, and you have embraced it willingly. His words, akin to a frigid scalpel, meticulously peeled away the victim's guise that the Destruction Emperor sought to don, piercing directly into the core of his depravity. The crimson optical lenses abruptly solidified, as if tangible flames were igniting within. What do you understand? The voice escalated sharply, distorting into a shrill contortion, while the throne's armrest groaned under the weight of his clawed fingers, adorned with deadly spikes, on the verge of disintegration. The raw exposure of pleasure ignited within him a fury far more profound than any assault could evoke, a sensation of sacrilege. His ravenous and perilous gaze ensnared Orion. Victim? Pleasure? Superficial. This is transcendence, an embrace of truth. A potent spiritual pulse erupted from the Chaos module, akin to an invisible hammer, forcefully crashing into Orion. Ack! Orion emitted a muffled groan of agony, his body convulsing violently as a flurry of static danced before his eyes. The chaotic clamor within his mind was instantaneously detonated by this excruciating resonance. The brilliance of the star sword dimmed abruptly, as though the essence of order within the ember was being forcibly depleted. Orion staggered. Small blue arcs of energy erupted from the seams of his armor, a clear sign of energy overload spiraling out of control. He helplessly knelt on one knee, one hand pressing firmly against the headpiece, striving to suppress the agonizing resonance emanating from the Chaos module within the Destruction Emperor, which threatened to tear him apart. The grotesque, scaled body of the Destruction Emperor erupted, a deep hum resonating from his throat, his gaze filled with murderous intent locking onto the source of danger. The Destruction Emperor's derisive laughter lingered on his lips, his crimson gaze sweeping over the flickering blue light. TSK, is this the warning sign? The processor of the Titan's Prime suddenly entered a state of overclocking. Kill angles, energy output, evasion paths. Endless streams of data cascaded over Orion and Silverwing's defenses. The immense temptation coiled around the very core of this universe, a malignant tumor at this moment. Yet, from a repressed corner deep within the processor, a chilling voice questioned, could this be the inception of another endless cycle? Will annihilating a madman truly end the chaos that breeds madness? This thought, like icy water, extinguished the boiling tactical simulations within the processor. His tightly gripped weapon remained lowered, yet the knuckles of his hand emitted a sharper metallic friction sound due to excessive restraint. Simultaneously, within a shadowy crevice invisible to all, a silhouette stirred silently. The colossal, grotesque form of the star flame, a blend of red and blue, writhed as if ensnared in the anxiety of impending prey, its lengthy tail thrashing in the void, striking against non-existent barriers. His optical lenses, concealed in a higher dimension, now embodying the absolute rationality of ice blue, fixated intently upon the Destruction Emperor. As the Destruction Emperor revealed his raw possessiveness and threat towards Orion, the star flame's menacing fangs, like a guillotine suspended over an abyss, materialized silently above the Destruction Emperor's consciousness, emanating a chilling aura potent enough to freeze the very embers. That intangible, oppressive sensation, rooted in the hierarchy of existence, transformed the Destruction Emperor's roar into a distorted metallic scraping sound. His right hand, covered in spikes, tightened abruptly, carving 5 deep grooves into the sturdy surface of the throne. The violet sparks that erupted synchronized with the sudden cessation of the chaotic module's pulsations within his chest. The domed ceiling's ethereal purple light flickered violently, restoring itself to normal just as Alien glanced upward. The Destroyer Emperor's crimson optical lens flashed erratically, as if attempting to decipher an invisible threat. Ultimately fixating on Alien with a voice tinged with forced restraint and a barely perceptible tremor. A new audience? Little quiet. You possess such an intriguing guardian? This unknown terror, akin to icy chains, temporarily restrained his surging fury, yet ignited within him a deeper, more twisted curiosity. The Destroyer Emperor settled heavily back onto the throne, the crimson optical lens resembling congealed poison, firmly locking onto Alien, who rested in the corner, alongside the dim yet formidable star sword he wielded. The hilt of the star sword quivered in Alien's palm, its blue glow flickering like breath. Optimus Prime's knuckles, tightly gripping the energy rifle, emitted a sharp metallic friction from excessive restraint. The impulse to strike, recently suppressed, transformed into a deeper, simmering rage, akin to molten lava held back at the bottom of a frigid abyss. The Destroyer Emperor seemed to see through the residual data fluctuations in his processor and the chilling inquiry that lingered, languidly shifting his posture. A malicious yet pleasurable grin curling at the corners of his mouth. The crimson optical lens locked onto Optimus Prime's gaze, silently conveying a raw provocation. Go ahead and other me. Let us see whether your justice prevails, or if my chaos shreds your meager hopes first. The replacement fan blades within Optimus Prime's chest plate emitted a muffled sound, reminiscent of a storm being forcibly confined within an iron can. His azure optical lens fixated on the Destroyer Emperor, its brightness fluctuating violently, ultimately transforming into a bottomless abyss, suppressing the magma beneath. His fingers, still clutching the rifle, gradually and deliberately eased off the trigger. A weariness, deeper than anger, crept upon the edges of his spark like cold rust. Alien, Optimus Prime's voice resonated, deep and direct, infused with the undeniable weight of 4 million years of war. Your energy readings are fluctuating at critical levels. The Star Sword is a double-edged weapon. It is consuming your core energy source. Cease the dialogue and focus on recovery. This is the only choice to maintain the status quo and protect everyone. As he spoke, his stance subtly adjusted, though the rifle's muzzle remained lowered. The brightness of the energy indicator hinted at its capacity to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Silverwing's massive head hung low, nearly brushing against Alien's side. He not only shielded with his form, but also keenly sensed the unique, ionized sweetness emanating from the gaps in his partner's armor, a stark contrast to the scent of gunpowder. This aroma triggered alarm bells deep within his spark, a low growl rolling in his throat, urging, slow down. His tail instinctively and cautiously supported Alien's slightly wavering lower back. Alien pressed his lips together, the stubbornness of the archivist clamoring to continue. Yet the disorienting sensation from deep within his being and the stabilizing strength emanating from Silverwing's tail rendered him unable to counter. Within the realm of the good voice, a subtle hint of defeat lingered, igniting a wave of panic within him. Should the radiant sword light extinguish, would the maddening cacophony instantly engulf him? The crimson optical lens of the Destruction Emperor functioned like the most sophisticated scanner, swiftly detecting the perilous plummet of the Aurelian energy field and the alarming signals of overheating. Deep within the processor, the chaotic noise, temporarily shrouded by the brilliance of the starlit sword, stirred like hyenas scenting blood, unleashing a low, restless growl, an ominous harbinger of an intolerable calamity. Useless. The frigid, piercing voice of the Destruction Emperor suddenly reverberated through the stifled hall, laced with unabashed ferocity, aimed directly at the few Autobots standing in the shadows. What are you dawdling for? Bring forth the highest purity energy blocks. His scarlet gaze swept disdainfully across the cold floor of the Grand Hall, curling his lip in distaste as his finger impatiently pointed to the empty space not far from the throne. Bring a lying apparatus over here. Place it right here. Instantly. The Autobots in the shadows moved as if animated puppets, their movements stiff yet swift. Two machines bowed their heads, their optical lenses fixated on the ground, not daring to avert their gaze. They swiftly retrieved a simple, metallic charging bed, its surface glinting with a cold sheen, and carefully positioned it at the designated spot before the throne. Another carried an energy tray, upon which rested several purple crystalline blocks radiating pure, potent energy waves, gently placing them beside the bed before hastily retreating into the depths of the shadows. The entire process enveloped in silence, save for the faint sound of armor brushing against armor, thick with fear and oppression. Aurelian halted in his tracks, staring at the charging bed, conspicuously positioned before the throne and exposed to the Destruction Emperor's crimson gaze. A profound sense of resistance and humiliation surged within him. Here, to rest under the scrutiny of this madman, this felt more suffocating than standing at the very center of the noise. His clear blue optical lens turned towards Silverwing, then darted back to that discomforting charging bed, hesitating, his body tensing slightly. Oomph! A cold snort, laden with disdain and a protective instinct, erupted from the depths of Silverwing's chest. The Destruction Emperor's arrangement of placing Aurelian within his line of sight, as if showcasing an object, ignited his fury and possessiveness as a guardian and companion. Without uttering a single word, the massive silver head bowed abruptly, and with lightning speed, his robust tail, cutting through the air, instantly softened upon contact, gently and securely encircling Aurelian's waist, lifting him entirely off the ground. Before Aurelian could utter a gasp, he was tenderly lowered onto Silverwing's warm, solid abdominal armor. Immediately, the expansive, scaled silver wings, akin to a fortress's mightiest dome, enveloped Aurelian with decisive swiftness, effectively shielding him from all prying eyes directed from the throne, as well as from the pervasive cold, purple light and the psychological pressure exerted by the distorted artworks throughout the hall. The soft energy membrane nestled within the metallic wings radiates a steady warmth, creating an utterly secure, private, and cozy enclave. The colossal head of Silverwing rests upon his forepaws, his purple optics resembling molten lava, glaring through the crevices of his wings with a mix of warning and defiance directed at the Destroyer Emperor upon the throne. This sudden, fiercely protective gesture incites a slight relaxation in Optimus Prime, who leans against a pillar. His ice-blue optics scan the fortress formed by the silver wings, briefly revealing a barely perceptible hint of approval before returning to a vacant gaze into the void. Within his processor, the flickering images of the IDW Shockwave's bulb head collapsing intertwine with the present vision of SG Shockwave's bulb head meeting a similar fate, sending sharp, chilling pangs coursing through him. The crimson optics of the Destroyer Emperor narrow dangerously, his spiked fingers rhythmically tapping on the throne's armrest, producing a rapid, chilling staccato. Silverwing's almost brazen protective stance is undeniably a blatant challenge to his authority and an invasion of his space. Yet, in that moment of rising fury, a chilling gaze of death, emanating from a higher dimension, pierces through his processor's core with the precision of an invisible ice spike. Reminiscent of the earlier threat posed by Starsaber, this sensation stifles the impending roar that had been building within him, transforming it into a brief, distorted metallic scrape. The crimson optics flicker with uncertain sparkles, sweeping over the menacing figure of Silverwing, then ultimately returning to the chaotic module embedded in his chest. The suppressed noise seems to stir once more, driven by his emotional upheaval, emphasizing that maintaining silence is paramount. The Destroyer Emperor, filled with exasperation and a sense of begrudging acknowledgement, abruptly gestures with a flourish. "Out of my sight. Remove it." He bellows at the solitary charging bed positioned before the throne. The shadowy Autobots swiftly advance, deftly removing the bed as if disposing of refuse, restoring the vastness of the hall, leaving only the throne, the pillar, and the core, safeguarded by Silverwing, that is drawing in precious energy and tranquility. The Destroyer Emperor reclines heavily against the throne, his crimson optics gradually closing, fingertips tapping a silent rhythm on the armrest, seemingly savoring the tranquility brought by the suppression of noise. However, the slight tremor in the gaps of his crimson optics and the restless, living darkness beneath the throne betray the tumult of uncertainty, scheming, and a deeper greed for the sword and its master swirling within his processor. He waits, anticipating the restoration of quiet, longing for that precious stillness to once again fill this hall, built upon pain and chaos, that belongs to him. Optimus Prime leans back slightly, his solid armor silently pressed against a cold pillar adorned with a relief of anguished expressions, his weapon's muzzle weighted heavily toward the ground. The gaze appeared to lose its focus as it vacantly lingered upon the twisted dome adorned with a haunting violet luminescence, while within the depths of the processor, fragments churned uncontrollably. The image of the exuberant parliamentarian who had rejoiced at the restoration of a park bench was starkly juxtaposed with the chilling sight of his severed head and hands, the undeniable resolution that accompanied by Wei's departure amidst the blue and white luminescence, and the palpable weakness emanating from the leader Orion, who struggled to maintain his composure. The 4 million-year cycle of war, destruction, and reconstruction seemed never to have truly ceased. In the shadows, the icy blue optical lens of the star flame coldly observed below as the spectral fangs gradually faded from view. Chapter 140. Whispers of the Starry see the silver armor encasing the belly of the great beast resembled the most formidable fortress, isolating the hall from the omnipresent twisted violet light and the whispers of chaos. Orion curled within the warm embrace of the creature, the dome fashioned from its wings bestowing an unprecedented sense of security. The pure energy of his companion steadily and gently infused into his weary spark, mending the essence of order that had been excessively drawn upon by the Sword of Stars. The processor gradually slowed in its deep state of recharging, consciousness sinking into a tranquil darkness. After an indeterminate passage of time, Orion's awareness seemed to break free from the confines of his physical form, awakening in an expanse of boundless void. Beneath him lay a profound cosmic tapestry adorned with countless stars, silent and vast. A peculiar serenity enveloped him, starkly contrasting with the suppressed clamor of the silent hall. Just then, a voice, ancient and gentle, resonated with a weighty rhythm akin to the celestial dance of stars, echoing directly within his consciousness. "Child." Orion turned towards the sound. Behind him, a soft yet immensely grand beam of light pierced through the dark cosmos, emanating from a colossal metallic planet that was almost suffocating in its enormity. Its surface was cloaked in rugged, time-worn armor, with immense rivers of lava meandering across it, emanating a dark red glow, akin to the pulsating lifeblood of the planet. Two fierce horns, reminiscent of towering pillars, pierced the starry sky, exuding a cold and majestic aura. The light from the furnace core faintly seeped through the crevices of a closed gate, revealing the lifeblood of this celestial body. This form bore an uncanny resemblance to the malevolent cosmic emperor of destruction and devouring from the legends of his universe. Yet, what arose in Orion's heart was not fear. The grand will of the planet radiated neither wrath nor annihilation, but rather an indescribable warmth and inclusivity, a concern imbued with the wisdom of ages. This sensation diverged from the solemn sanctity he felt deep within the well of Primus on Cybertron. It was closer to that of a benevolent elder. "You are resisting the encroaching darkness of the primordial celestial." The voice of the cosmic emperor resounded once more, reverberating within Orion's consciousness, filled with praise and a subtle hint of unnoticeable concern. "You're very brave, child, but do you realize that such an overextension of your essence, forcibly suppressing the chaotic noise, is akin to burning your own spark? As time drags on, even with the star's sword firmly in hand, your existence teeters on the brink of peril." Orion floated in the void, gazing up at the colossal planet that radiated the warm glow of a furnace. The clear blue optical lens shone brightly within the realm of consciousness, exhibiting no signs of retreat. He offered a weary yet resolute smile to that magnificent entity, his voice resonating clearly. "As long as my spark continues to burn, and as long as there are those who require my strength, I shall never surrender." The will of the SG Cosmic Emperor echoed, a long, drawn-out resonance reminiscent of a galaxy's sigh. "So, do you wish to reclaim your inherent power? That which coexists with the leader module, possessing the capacity to manipulate time and space?" Orion's consciousness jolted. Reclaim power? Manipulate time and space? This thought struck him like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of immense magnitude. It seemed to represent his long-lost past, the true essence behind the name he bore as a leader, Possessing such power might dissolve the predicaments before him. A wave of inexplicable trepidation and a profound sense of responsibility surged within him, as if that power itself was a colossal enigma awaiting resolution, intricately tied to the very meaning of his existence. I must remind you, the voice of the SG Cosmic Emperor resonated at a timely juncture, imbued with omniscient wisdom. There are those who do not wish for you to continue bearing such a mission. The fierce guardian watching over him, his spark companion, and the one from another universe who also cared for him, Optimus Prime, they were all concerned about the burdens and dangers that this power might entail. If you yearn to return to your rightful world, away from the strife and darkness of this place, I am ever willing to open the gateway home for you. Home. Alien's consciousness whispered these two words. The worried gaze of Thundercracker, the silent protection of Optimus Prime, the longing for lost comrades aboard the starship, and the intense yearning of the Dawnbreakers on Cybertron surged within him. The allure of returning to a familiar world, to a tranquil life, was overwhelming. Yet, at the very instant this thought arose, vivid scenes forcefully invaded his consciousness. The weary facade hidden beneath the rigid loyalty of Red Alert. The crimson flickering of the collapsing shockwave, the silent wails of the Decepticon soldiers twisted into grotesque art. And even the madness and a tinge of humble yearning tortured within the depths of Megatron's scarlet optical lens, alongside the heavy responsibility that lingered when Starscream departed. How could he simply abandon them? After witnessing such a world, and feeling the weight of this profound suffering, after intervening and possessing the key that could bring about even a glimmer of change, the Star Sword, a more formidable resolve coalesced within his consciousness, as steadfast as the stars themselves. No, Alien's voice rang out clearly and powerfully within the realm of awareness, bearing the undeniable determination of a leader. I cannot leave like this. I have seen their suffering, be it Red Alert, Megatron, Soundwave, Shockwave, or even the Decepticon leader. I wish to help them, to assist the people of this universe in breaking free from this endless darkness and madness. The SG Cosmic Emperor fell into silence. The radiance of the planetary furnace seemed to dim momentarily, as if it sighed for the weighty choice at hand. A long sigh echoed through the starry sea. Your courage and sense of responsibility are truly moving, dear child. Given this, I shall respect your decision and offer a possible path. Orion's spirit surged. Please enlighten me. The crux lies in dismantling the chaotic module embedded in the chest of the Cosmic Emperor, whose voice was grave and direct. It serves as the anchor point implanted and maintained by the primordial celestial sovereign. As long as he remains within the core of the Cybertron sovereign's power, the celestial sovereign can incessantly erode his mind through the module, amplifying the noise and ensuring he remains forever a puppet. I cannot safely intervene near Cybertron, for that would instantly provoke a direct confrontation with the celestial sovereign, unleashing destructive energies that would engulf countless worlds. Orion's heart sank for a moment. Yet hope soon blossomed anew. The SG Cosmic Emperor continued. The will of the planet conveys a heavy sense of responsibility. However, as long as you can lead him away from Cybertron, away from the core of the celestial sovereign's power, I can sever this chain of erosion. The fire of my furnace can purify the corrupted connections within the module, granting him true and complete silence, eradicating the eternal torment of noise, rather than the fleeting suppression at the cost of your own being. This was better than Orion had imagined. This was the hope of a cure. The key to severing the control of the SG primordial celestial sovereign. A profound gratitude surged within Orion's consciousness, and he gazed at the grand planetary entity, sincerely asking, "Thank you, great existence. Where shall I seek you?" The cosmic will of the SG Emperor transmitted a clear stream of coordinates, while an image of a blue and green interwoven planet materialized in Orion's consciousness. Earth, a place distant from Cybertron, relatively safe. Bring him to Earth to find me. Orion nodded earnestly. However, dear child, the voice of the SG Cosmic Emperor took on a grave tone. This is no easy task. No one has succeeded in the past. For the Sovereign's will is like an invisible shackle, binding him tightly in madness and Cybertron. He has been incapable of generating a truly autonomous thought, free from control, until your arrival. The voice of the SG Cosmic Emperor paused, carrying a hint of affirmation regarding Orion's uniqueness. The power of the Star Sword in your hands can not only suppress the noise, but more importantly, it temporarily shields him from the primordial celestial sovereign's direct manipulation of his mind through the chaotic module. What you see of him now, while still distorted, allows his processor to think during the interludes of noise, employing his own logic, albeit twisted, to make choices, such as temporarily restraining himself in pursuit of the tranquility you bring. This minuscule space for autonomy is your sole opportunity. Utilize the clarity afforded by the Star Sword to persuade him to depart Cybertron of his own volition and accompany you to Earth. This is the only path to sever control and attain everlasting peace. The explanation from the SG Cosmic Emperor illuminated the arduous and singular nature of Orion's mission. He is not merely contending with a deranged individual. Rather, he is grappling with the puppet of a formidable malevolent deity. Within the fleeting moments of lucidity afforded by the Star Sword, he seeks to seize the opportunity to completely liberate himself from its grasp. I understand now. The essence of Aurelian nodded resolutely. I shall do everything within my power.